Oh, you know you've been poisoned. And you know this specific herb is the only cure. In my past life, I willingly gave your life-saving medicine to that manipulative snake, all just so I could be by your side during your final days. But now that I've been reborn, and I'm faced with this choice once again, I take the medicine for myself without a second thought. Maya watches the security footage on her phone, her heart breaking. She feels a sudden, hollow ache in her chest. She knew it was all just a dream, but she never expected the dream to end so soon. So, the man had gone to all that trouble, just to get his hands on that rare herb. Logan had said it was a gift for her. Yet here he was, taking it back in such a deceptive way. Was she really that unworthy of his trust? She already knew he would do this. So why did her chest still hurt so much? The moment I retrieve the medicine, Maya immediately shuts off the monitor. She pulls her knees to her chest, curling into a ball to hide her tears. Standing nearby, her assistant Jade asks softly, "Miss, should I go and bring him back?" Maya's voice is raw as she replies, "Number." "Have everyone stand down. Just let him go." Jade sighs, having no choice but to follow orders. Meanwhile, medicine in hand, I head straight for the kitchen. I have no idea what just happened upstairs. I only notice that the main lobby is eerily quiet. An hour passes by the time the medicine is finished brewing. As I carry the bowl upstairs, I run right into Jade coming down. Jade freezes when she sees me. "Why are you still here?" I frown, confused. "Where else would I go? Aren't I staying the night?" Jade's eye twitches. Her gaze drops to the bowl in my hands. She can't help but ask, "What is that?" I look her straight in the eye. "It's medicine I brewed for Maya. If I wait any longer, it'll get cold and lose its potency." Jade stares at me in shock. "For Maya? Is she sick?" I pause for a second. So, it turns out Maya's poisoning is a secret even from her closest confidant? Thinking of this, I give Jade a look of pity. "It's none of your business. Go back to sleep." Jade's ego takes a massive hit. How could anything involving Maya not be her business? I don't bother with her any further. I walk past her and head straight to Maya's door. I give it a firm knock. Inside, Maya is still huddled on the floor, curled up in the corner. She's letting the darkness swallow her whole. When she hears the knocking, she snaps irritably into her intercom. "I told you, I don't want to be disturbed." Hearing her voice through the device on Jade's belt, I'm caught off guard. What's wrong with her? Jade opens her mouth to speak, but she doesn't know how to explain it. How is she supposed to say, "She thought you stole the medicine and ran, so she's locked herself away to cry"? She can't explain it now, so she decides to let us handle it ourselves. With a heavy sigh, she bangs on the door. "Miss!" Mr. Logan is here. Less than 3 seconds later, the door clicks open. Maya looks at me blankly, her eyes wide. "You? Why are you? Why are you?" Her gaze shifts to the bowl in my hands. "What is this?" I look at her, exasperated. "Let me in first. If we keep standing here, this is going to get cold." Maya steps aside to let me in. I walk over to the bedside table. "I wanted to tell you first, but you didn't answer when I knocked earlier, so I thought you were asleep. I decided to just go ahead and brew that herb for you." Once I finish speaking, I pick up the bowl and walk over to her. "Drink up." Maya doesn't take it. She just stares at me intently. "This is for me?" I look at her, confused. Who else would it be for? Maya feels like she's on an emotional roller coaster. The heart that had plummeted to the depths of despair begins to warm. But then, a realization hits her. How did you know I needed this medicine? Logan had brewed this for her, which meant he knew she had been poisoned. But she hadn't even told Jade. How did he? I lie through my teeth without breaking a sweat. "You forgot I have a medical background? When I grabbed your wrist today, I picked up on your pulse immediately. Now, drink it. It won't work as well if it's cold." Maya still doesn't take it. Thinking back on my behavior tonight, she feels like she's caught on to something. Is this the reason? You suddenly changed your attitude toward me? As she touches upon this hidden truth, her warming heart instantly drops back into the abyss. So, he was only giving her the medicine to settle a debt. I look at her, baffled. "What?" Maya says dejectedly. "If I drink this and neutralize the poison, will you finally be able to leave without a guilty conscience? Is this your way of cutting ties with me forever?" I'm completely lost. I didn't expect my little white lie to trigger such a massive overthinking session. I'm torn between being annoyed and finding it hilarious. If I wanted to cut ties with you, I would have just handed you the bowl and left. Why would I have promised to stay with you? "Go, Maya. Is it me you don't trust? Or are you just that insecure? Maya lets out a bitter laugh. Logan, you're the only person in this world who makes me feel this way. She had been the golden girl her entire life. Yet she had completely met her match with me. She even found herself jealous of a woman who, in every possible way, could never compare to her. Simply because that woman had occupied all of my attention. This time, it's my turn to fall silent. I don't offer any more explanations. Acting as if nothing happened, I hold the medicine out to her again. The medicine is already brewed. Sophie's mother uses a different formula anyway. If you don't drink this, it's just a waste. Maya doesn't refuse this time, but her heart is clouded with gloom. She believes my deflection and my tone are essentially a death sentence for their relationship. If this is what Logan wants, she won't be a burden to him anymore. She takes the bowl and downs the bitter medicine. Her brow furrows instinctively at the taste. I can't help but smile. Is it that bitter? Maya wipes the corner of her mouth. It's fine. My fault for not having any candy ready for you. Maya lets out a small laugh. I'm not a child. As the words leave her mouth, Maya suddenly realizes that didn't sound like something Logan would usually say. And if he were truly planning on leaving her, he wouldn't be doing all of this. Before she can look up to investigate, a shadow falls over her. I lean in close, cupping her face in my hands. Then let me help you share the taste. With that, I lean in and kiss her. Maya's pupils shrink in shock. Her senses seem to vanish for a moment, replaced by a warmth that surges through her soul. The tension in the bedroom begins to rise. Caught up in the heat of the moment, it isn't long before we both sink back into the soft bed. I manage to pull back a shred of my sanity. You just took your medicine. You should lie down and rest. The longing in Maya's eyes is still thick and undeniable. She looks at me, dazed. Logan, I gave you a chance to leave. But you're the one who walked back in. If she had never had him, she would have suffered in silence rather than see me frown. But now that she actually has me, she can never let go. Whether Logan loves her or not, she will never let him leave her side again. Seeing Maya trying to pull me closer, I gently press down on her shoulders. I reach over to tuck her in, then sit in the chair by the bed. I look at Maya and say softly, listen to me and get some rest. It's the only way your body will recover quickly. Maya looked dazed, as if lost in a dream. She pursed her red lips for a moment, then opened them again. As for me, at that moment, I was so exhausted I didn't even have the strength to keep my eyes open. I didn't hear a word she said, and I missed the look in her eyes, a mix of morbid obsession and total possessiveness. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Maya staring at me without blinking. There were faint dark circles under her eyes. My heart skipped a beat. I quickly reached out and pressed my fingers against her pulse to confirm the poison was completely gone. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then a suspicion crossed my mind. Had she really stayed up all night just watching me? Since the thought occurred to me, I asked her directly. Maya was silent for a long time. I was afraid, she said. Afraid that this was all just a dream. Afraid that when I woke up, everything would be gone. I let out a soft sigh. Don't be afraid. I'm never going to leave you. Maya's heart jolted. She threw her arms around me. You said it, you promised. I nodded. Yeah, I said it. I patted her arm. Okay, let go for a second. I need to get up. But instead of letting go, Maya held me even tighter. Where are you going? I rubbed my temples. Was it just my imagination? Or did I wake up to find that Maya had become even clingier? To the office, obviously. You know how busy things get in my position. Maya's jaw tightened slightly, but she didn't say a word. I keenly sensed exactly what was bothering her. I suddenly felt like teasing her a bit. I almost forgot. Sophie is still at the company. Upon hearing that, Maya's grip on my arm tightened once more. You're not allowed to go. She panicked instantly. Seeing her reaction, I chuckled. If you don't let me go to the office, how am I supposed to fire her? Maya's expression froze. What did you say? I repeated myself, enunciating every word. You heard me. I said I'm kicking her out of the company. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Maya felt like she definitely had to be dreaming. After breakfast, I had to practically force Maya, who insisted on coming to work with me, back into her bed to rest. Leaving Maya's place, I walked straight toward a Maybach parked by the curb. My executive assistant, Samantha, saw me approaching, and immediately hopped out of the driver's seat to expertly open the rear door for me. Mr. Logan. I gave a brief nod in response. I leaned down and got into the car. On the way to the office? Samantha kept glancing at me. Through the rearview mirror. She looked like she was dying to say something. Even though I was resting with my eyes closed, I couldn't ignore her intense gaze. If you have something to ask, just say it. Samantha cleared her throat. A subordinate has no right to pry into Mr. Logan's private affairs. But if Mr. Logan wants to share, as your assistant, I am, of course, all ears. I choked a little. Had I been too easygoing lately? What other assistant would dare tease their boss like this? Despite the thought, I felt there was no need to hide the truth from her. Sophie and I broke up. Maya is my girlfriend now. Just keep that in mind the next time you see them. Despite having a hunch, hearing the confirmation still took Samantha by surprise. Then, a wide smile spread across her face, and her eyes filled with genuine relief. Congratulations, Mr. Logan. I wasn't sure if it was my place to say. It was peak rush hour. And as Samantha hit the brakes, her thoughts cleared. Knowing the boss had moved on to someone new, she didn't hold back anymore. I've always felt Director Sophie wasn't good enough for you. I never understood why you chose her in the first place, especially while ignoring Maya, who is superior in every way, and has always been so devoted to you. But I'm glad you've had a change of heart. It's not too late at all, but we missed out on an entire lifetime. If I hadn't been reborn, I fear that, just as Maya said, we wouldn't have had the chance to meet in the next life either. As for why I chose Sophie before, it wasn't because I was blind, passing over a woman I admired in every respect, only to pick someone who paled in comparison to Maya. The truth was, Sophie and I were lovers in a past life in ancient times. We even died together in a double suicide for love. Since I was born into this modern world with memories of that first life, I couldn't not look for her. And I couldn't give any other woman a chance. After all, I am loyal to a fault when it comes to love. But when I found Sophie in my previous life, I didn't care about her poor circumstances. I even comforted her, thinking she was just at a disadvantage without her memories. I brought her into my company, promoting her all the way to second in command. After that, I helped her, an illegitimate daughter of a wealthy family, return to her clan, and I worked myself to the bone managing her family's business. In the end, this was the fate I was met with. Recalling the vow of 3 lifetimes and eternal devotion we made during that first life, it all feels like a cruel joke now. Watching the scenery flash past the car window, I felt a flicker of anticipation for what was coming next. Sophie, you owe me for the last 2 lives. This time, I'm going to collect every bit of it. When I arrived at the company, I walked past the staff's greetings without stopping, heading straight for the executive elevator. I pressed the button for the top floor and gave my orders: summon all senior management. A meeting starts in the main conference room in 30 minutes. Also, check if Sophie is in yet. If not, call her and tell her to get here. I paused for a moment before adding, even if she's in the hospital on an IV, she needs to show up. Samantha nodded in response, but she couldn't help but be curious. Director Sophie's in the hospital? Combined with the fact that the boss just got a new girlfriend, she felt like she was uncovering some incredible drama. Once I reached my office, I opened my computer, pulled up a specific file, and printed it out. I tucked it into a folder. As I flipped through the evidence recorded on those A4 sheets, a cold smirk played on my lips. The first step of my revenge was, of course, kicking Sophie out of the company. She wanted to use me as a stepping stone to climb higher, and use my assets as leverage to return to her family. Well, she'll have to see if I even give her the chance. Just as I was thinking this, there was a knock on the office door. I picked up the folder, stood up, and opened the door. I saw Sophie standing there, looking frantic. Logan, I finally found you. What happened last night? Mrs. Lee told me you didn't come home at all. Were you with Maya the whole time? By the end of her sentence, she was clearly getting emotional. I didn't answer her. Instead, I looked at her hand, which was heavily wrapped in white gauze, and smirked. How's the hand? Thinking of her injury, Sophie's eyes darkened for a moment, but hearing my concern, she immediately started playing the sympathy card, trying to make me feel sorry for her. The doctor said I should be hospitalized, but I was so worried about you, so I just had them wrap it up quickly. Don't you know medicine too? Can you take a look and see if they treated it right? I walked right past her toward the elevator. Sophie hurried to keep pace by my side. Now that I knew her true colors, being stuck in the same enclosed space with her made me feel physically nauseous. Fortunately, the conference floor wasn't far from the top floor. Just as Sophie was opening her mouth to try again, the elevator let out a ding and came to a stop. Stepping out of the elevator, I took a deep breath of fresh air. I headed straight for the main conference room at the end of the hall. Samantha was waiting by the door, and pulled it open for me. "Mr. Logan, everyone has arrived." Sophie gave Samantha a suspicious look. For some reason, she felt that the way this woman was looking at her today was a bit strange. Samantha acted like she didn't notice, clutching the documents she'd just gathered and following close behind me. Under the collective gaze of the senior executives, I walked composedly to the head of the long conference table. I sat down and tossed the folder onto the table. The sharp slap of the folder hitting the surface caused the executives to exchange uneasy glances. I leaned back into my chair, resting my chin on my hand as I spoke. "I've called you all here today to announce a few personnel adjustments regarding certain senior positions." I turned my head towards Sophie, who had just taken her seat. During her tenure as director, Sophie abused her position to embezzle company funds on multiple occasions, causing severe damage to the company's interests. After careful consideration, I have decided to terminate her employment contract immediately. I paused for a beat, looking again at the dumbstruck Sophie. "Director Sophie, are you going to resign on your own, or would you prefer the company to officially fire you?" As my words hung in the air, the entire conference room fell deathly silent. Not only did Sophie look like she'd seen a ghost, but the other executives were also frozen in shock, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Everyone's first thought was that this was just a lover's quarrel. Some were secretly gloating, while others tried to play the peacemaker. "Mr. Logan, isn't this punishment a bit too severe? Director Sophie may have made mistakes, but she's also done a lot of good for this company. Under her leadership, the sales department has shown steady growth in performance. Besides, the embezzlement issue is in the past, and Director Sophie already paid the money back. Is there no other way to handle this?" I looked at the person who had spoken. I had to hand it to Sophie. She was good. In less than a year at the company, she had managed to win over the veterans of the firm to speak up for her. So, according to Director Vance, the sales department's success is hers alone? And a criminal act like embezzlement can just be brushed aside that easily? That's not what I meant. Sweat began to bead on Vance's forehead, catching Sophie's pleading look. He could only steel himself and keep trying to persuade me. "We've all seen the relationship between you and Director Sophie. We know it's common for couples to have their spats. I'm just worried that if you push things too far now, it'll be impossible to fix things later. I'd hate to see things end messily." I let out a cold laugh. "I suppose I should thank you for being so concerned about my personal life." No, that's not, Astridy." Vance waved his hands dismissively. But as he tried to speak again, I cut him off. "The thing is, Director Vance, am I the CEO here, or are you?" Vance was instantly silenced. He shot Sophie a helpless look that said there was nothing more he could do. Sophie cursed him inwardly for being useless, leaving her with no choice but to pin her hopes on me. "Logan, I need to talk to you in private." I didn't refuse. If it weren't for the fact that terminating a senior exec requires a meeting to maintain the appearance of following procedure, I wouldn't have bothered with all this anyway. Once the other executives had been dismissed, Sophie stood up immediately. She leaned forward over the table, accentuating her curves in a provocative way. She reached out a finger to lift my chin, her voice low and seductive. "Logan, I need an explanation." I gave a short laugh. "You embezzled money, so you're out. What part of that needs explaining?" Sophie frowned at me, knowing that wasn't the answer she wanted. "If you were actually angry about that, you wouldn't have waited until now to attack me, and you wouldn't have personally used your own money to cover my tracks. Would you?" The smile on my face faltered. Was she really reminding me of how pathetic I used to be? "You really want to know the reason?" I crossed my arms. Even though I was sitting, the look I gave her was full of pure disdain. "When I loved you, I would have given you the world. Now that I don't, what exactly makes you think you matter?" Sophie's hand tightened into a fist, her chest heaving with agitation. "Logan, you were the one who pursued me, and now you just stopped loving me out of nowhere? Then who is it?" "Is it Maya?" My expression was nothing but impatient. "That's none of your business. And stop acting like you're some kind of victim. Whether you actually liked me, or just saw me as a tool to get back into your family, I think you know the truth better than anyone. Sophie, I don't owe you a single thing, but what you owe me, you couldn't pay it back in a lifetime." A flicker of guilt crossed Sophie's face, but something about the way I said that last part made it sound like there was more to it. Before she could speak, I shoved her hand away. "Go submit your resignation. Don't make me say it a second time." With that, I walked out without looking back. The executives who had been dismissed thought that the couple would resolve their issues behind closed doors and that everything would blow over. Instead, they watched as Sophie clutched her belongings and walked out of the building, looking like she'd lost her soul. Rumors immediately began to fly through the office. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Maya woke up to see a woman in a lab coat, with her back to her, talking to Jade. "Miss, you're awake." Seeing Maya open her eyes, Jade rushed to her side immediately. Claire sat on the edge of the bed, snacking on sunflower seeds. She reached out to check Maya's pulse. "The poison is completely gone. By the way, when you said yesterday you were going to give the cure away, I was absolutely furious with you. What made you change your mind?" Before Maya could answer, Jade explained, "It was Mr. Logan's doing. He took charge and brewed the medicine for her. And besides, Mr. Logan is officially together with our miss now." Recalling the pitying look I had given her earlier, Jade suddenly felt a wave of indignation. "Miss! Why didn't you tell me you were poisoned? Don't you trust me anymore? And who was the one who poisoned you?" Maya ignored her questions, instead looking at Claire. "Why are you here? You think I wanted to come? I was worried about you, obviously." Claire rolled her eyes at her, then shifted her tone. "But seriously, wasn't that guy's entire heart set on that, what's her name? Sophie? Suddenly he's treating you like royalty and dating you? Don't you suspect he's got some kind of hidden agenda?" In Maya's eyes, there was only a look of reckless, all-consuming devotion. "Even if he does have an agenda, so what? Whatever he wants, I'll give it to him, even if it costs me my life." Hearing this, Claire couldn't help but snap at her. "Are you insane? Just giving yourself away like that? Is your life really that cheap to you?" Jade quickly hurried over with a cup of tea and began dutifully massaging Claire's shoulders. She thought to herself that except for her lady's cousin, no one else her age would dare talk to Maya like that. Even the tea didn't seem to calm Claire down. After a few more cups, she set the teacup down on the table, straightened her collar and said, "Fine. Now that I know you're okay, I'm relieved. I've got a mountain of work waiting for me at the lab. I'm leaving. No need to see me out." Even though Claire said not to bother, Jade still sent someone to drive her to the airport. Once Maya got up, the empty villa suddenly felt strange to her. Logan had only stayed here for one night, yet it felt different. Thinking of this, she turned to Jade. "Go get the car ready. I'm going to pick up." She pursed her lips before finishing. "I'm going to pick up my boyfriend from work." After receiving Sophie's resignation, I made a few more staff reassignments. Then, I spent the rest of the day as usual, staying in my office and handling the backlog of work. When it was finally time to head home, I rubbed the bridge of my nose, picked up my phone, and checked it. It was absolutely bombarded with calls and messages from Sophie and her brother. I didn't even look at them before hitting delete and blocking both their numbers. As I walked out of the company doors, however, and then I see Sophie's younger brother, Seth, coming straight toward me. Since he's a public figure, Seth is in full disguise, bundled up so tightly that even his die-hard fans might not recognize him. But I recognize him instantly. Sophie embezzled company funds multiple times, just to throw resources at Seth, in an attempt to make him a star, as her second piece of leverage to return to the Sue family. After all, the Sue family in the capital specializes in entertainment. Welcoming back a son who is a rising star, even if he is illegitimate, is quite an attractive prospect for the head of the Sue family. Seth rushes forward and grabs my arm. "Brother-in-law, why didn't you answer my calls? What's going on with you and my sister? Why did you force her to resign?" Maya was just about to get out of the car when she saw me, but after hearing Seth's words, her hand freezes on the door handle. Jade looks back from the driver's seat. "Miss, did you hear that? Mr. Logan fired Sophie. It looks like he's serious about being with you." She says this while looking in the rearview mirror, but she notices Maya's expression isn't exactly bright. Maya isn't feeling as smug as Jade expected. After all, she already knew that I was going to fire Sophie earlier this morning. However, that brother-in-law comment really got under her skin. I didn't know that her jealousy was already flaring up over such a small detail. I shoved Seth's hand away. "So, you know she resigned. But didn't she tell you why?" Seth chokes on his words for a moment, feeling like I seem like a complete stranger. "But didn't you give her your tacit consent for all that? My sister poured her heart and soul into this company. She's worked hard and achieved a lot. How can you fire her over something that's already in the past? Besides, she hurt her hand because of you, didn't she? You used to get so worried when she just had a common cold. Now she's seriously injured. And if you don't care, that's one thing. But how can you pick a fight with her at a time like this? Seth's every word is an accusation. As if everything is entirely my fault. I immediately cut him off with a cold voice. It's not your place to tell me what to do. If you think it's unfair, go report me to the Labor Bureau. Now get out of my way before I have to say it again. Seth panics. I glare at him. Who are you calling brother-in-law? Sophie and I have broken up. Don't call me that ever again. My girlfriend will get the wrong idea if she hears you. Not only is Seth stunned, but the employees nearby all widen their eyes in shock. Their CEO's breakup was something they had mostly suspected, but the fact that I already have a new girlfriend makes the senior executives start to worry. Sophie just left. Is another one coming already? Because of my high status, everyone instinctively thinks I'm just looking for a replacement. Just then, gasping sounds ripple through the crowd. Who is that? She's so beautiful. Is she some kind of celebrity? How come I've never seen her before? I've seen her. I think she's been to our company before. As the chatter grows louder, everyone turns to look at Maya as she walks toward us. Their faces are full of confusion. Why would the eldest daughter of the Yoon family show up here? Is this about a partnership? But it's past working hours. Just as they are wondering, they see Maya walk right up to me. She looks at me with a radiant smile. Ready to go? I'm here to take you home. Seeing this, the employees present all stare with their jaws on the floor. A bold theory forms in everyone's mind, but no one dares to ask. Seth, who had been speechless from my earlier words, finally snaps out of it. His eyes are full of disbelief. You two are together? From the first moment he saw Maya, he thought she was breathtaking. She was gorgeous and came from a powerful family. Seth had even wondered before if Logan had been kicked in the head by a donkey to pass up someone like Maya and stay devoted to his sister instead. Seeing this scene before him now, he finds it incredibly jarring. I ignore Seth. To be more precise, from the moment Maya appeared, I haven't taken my eyes off her for a second. What are you doing here? Maya gives a shy smile. Picking my boyfriend up from work. That single sentence, essentially a public announcement, causes the crowd to explode with excitement instantly. So this really is Mr. Logan's new girlfriend. I smile back at her. Let's go. Seth rushes forward. You're not going anywhere. You're cheating. What did my sister ever do to deserve this? How could you just use her and throw her away? How can you live with yourself? The crowd watches Seth's outburst, everyone taking a step back. Who is this guy? He's acting like a lunatic. Is Director Sophie's brother really this pathetic? Director? More like ex-director. Sophie's already been kicked out, okay? But wait, doesn't this guy look a bit like a celebrity? Oh, I remember now. He looks just like that star Seth. And they both have the same last name. Could they really be siblings? Seeing that someone has recognized him, Seth shuts up immediately. He glares at me with pure hatred and turns to leave. After getting into Maya's car, I roll down the window and look at Samantha. I have a task for you. Chairman Mung of Webtoon Entertainment has been considering leaving the board. Get in touch with him. Acquire all of his shares in my name. Webtoon Entertainment is headquartered in the city. It's the entertainment agency Seth is signed to. Samantha is a bit puzzled. How did I know Chairman Mung wanted to pull his shares? But she doesn't ask any questions. She simply nods in acknowledgement. Jade watches Samantha leave and starts the car. She asks while checking the rearview mirror, Miss, are we going back to Yujing or to Daewon? Yujing is Maya's place. Daewon is my residence. Both are located in the city's most expensive real estate districts. Maya looks over at me, her eyes asking for my preference. I answer calmly, to Daewon. Maya lets out an oh. Her tone sounds a bit disappointed. Jade silently slaps herself in her mind. Why did she even ask? She should have just driven them straight to Yujing. She wonders if her lady will give her a hard time later. The two in the back seat don't pay any attention to Jade's inner conflict. I look at the woman beside me, who looks like a dejected puppy. I chuckle and pat her head. Do you really not want me to go home? Maya looks at me poutingly. What do you think? I say with a slightly troubled tone, but I still have some important documents at home that I need to take care of. Can we wait until tomorrow? Maya nods. Okay. Whatever you say is fine. After she speaks, I give Maya's forehead a soft kiss. It's just a light, fleeting kiss. Maya, unsatisfied, leans in closer. That's not how you were yesterday. With those words, she pins me against the car door. and kisses me back with fierce intensity. Hearing the intimate sounds coming from the back, Jade silently raises the privacy partition. Her face turns different shades of red and white. Her hunch before leaving had been confirmed, but right now she just wants to kick this bowl of dog food over. The car drives all the way to D1. Jade clears her throat. Miss, Mr. Logan has arrived. Maya reluctantly pulls her lips away from mine. Go on back, I say, my face flushed as I open the car door. As soon as I step out, I take a deep breath of fresh air. It isn't until a cool evening breeze hits my face that the restless heat in my chest begins to dissipate. I pat my cheeks, realizing something a little late. Wasn't I the one who flirted with Maya first? So how did I end up being the one pinned down and breathless, questioning my own life choices? I walk all the way to the front door of my detached villa and reach out to ring the doorbell. Before long, the door was opened from the inside. A woman in a blue-gray apron greeted me with a smile. Mr. Logan, you're back. Dinner will be ready in just a moment. I gave a brief nod and stepped inside. You didn't come home all night. Where on earth were you? The moment I stepped into the living room, I was met with an immediate interrogation. Sophie's mother, Mrs. Miller, sat with her arms crossed, right in the center of the living room sofa, looking like she was there to put me on trial. Mrs. Lee fidgeted awkwardly with the edge of her apron. Mr. Logan, I forgot to mention Mrs. Miller was here. She's been waiting for you for quite a while. I leaned against the corner wall and crossed my arms, looking at Mrs. Miller with a sarcastic gaze. Does where I go have anything to do with you? With the way you're acting, a stranger would think this was your house. Mrs. Miller's eyebrows shot up as if she'd misheard me. Is that any way to speak to me? Don't you know Sophie was injured last night? I let out a dismissive hum. Is her injury the only thing you know about? Mrs. Miller snapped. What is that supposed to mean? I walked over to the sofa opposite her and sat down. I crossed my legs and took my time pouring myself a cup of tea. I didn't look up at her until I'd finished my drink. Instead of answering, I asked, I know she's injured, so what? Mrs. Miller was both enraged and confused by my cynical attitude, but she was so desperate for leverage she didn't care about anything else. I heard from Seth that Sophie got hurt because of you. I'll let it slide that you aren't at the hospital taking care of her, but not giving her that promotion? That's just unacceptable. I looked at her as if she were a punchline to a joke. Why don't I just give her the whole company while I'm at it? Mrs. Miller's eyes lit up for a second, though she still tried to maintain her haughty air. Well, your things were going to be Sophie's eventually anyway. Even if you don't give it to her now, it'll all be hers in the future. I slammed my cup back down onto the coffee table. Imperial China ended ages ago, but clearly your brain is still stuck in the Dark Ages. Mrs. Miller was stunned by the sudden, sharp insult. Once she realized what I'd said, she flew into a rage. How dare you insult me? You've lost your mind. Do you want me to tell Sophie to break up with you? I looked at her with pure mockery. Don't bother wasting your breath playing matchmaker. Your precious daughter has already been kicked to the curb. Now please get the hell out of my house, right now. As the words left my mouth, it took a long moment for the reality to sink in for her. What do you mean by that? You and Sophie broke up? That's impossible. She knew exactly how devoted I used to be to her daughter. That was why, even though I was a CEO of a major company, she dared to look down on me and manipulate me at every turn. Now, she couldn't fathom that I'd actually ended things. I sat back comfortably, admiring the spectacular range of emotions on her face. Don't believe me? Why don't you give her a call and ask for yourself? And by kick to the curb, I don't just mean the breakup. Her job at the company is gone too. Mrs. Miller's face turned pale. She hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed Sophie's number. As soon as the call connected, she unleashed a barrage of frantic questions. I couldn't hear what was being said on the other end, but I could see the color draining from Mrs. Miller's face bit by bit, until she was as white as a sheet. What a truly delightful sight. Now you know. I gestured toward the front door. Scram. At the sound of my voice, the hollow look in her eyes regained a flicker of focus. Instead of being offended by my rudeness, she sat down beside me and began to wheedle. Logan, that was my mistake. I shouldn't have come here without knowing the full story. Did you and Sophie just have a little misunderstanding? Tell me about it. I'll make sure to give her a piece of my mind for you. Don't be truly angry with her, okay? I looked at Mrs. Miller's fawning expression and stood up, filled with nothing but disgust. You certainly know how to flip the script when it suits you. I pointed toward the door. I'll say it one more time. Get out. Mrs. Miller's face was a mask of anxiety and desperation. a far cry from the arrogance she'd walked in with. I didn't want to waste another syllable on her. "Mrs. Lee, show her out." Mrs. Lee, who had been silent until now, looked conflicted at my command. "Mr. Logan, let's talk this out calmly. Mrs. Miller is right. It's normal for young couples to have their spats. If you act this stubbornly now, how are you going to fix things later?" I gave her a look that was half smile, half sneer. "Mrs. Lee, have you forgotten who actually pays your salary?" Mrs. Lee shut her mouth instantly. She turned toward Mrs. Miller. "Mrs. Miller, it's best if you leave." With things at this point, Mrs. Miller knew she couldn't stay any longer. For someone so used to being the dominant one, swallowing her pride once or twice was her limit. After being repeatedly humiliated by me, her temper flared again. "You're just a brat from an orphanage. Who do you think you are? You'd better remember this. You're the one choosing to throw Sophie away this time. Don't you dare regret it later. Once we return to the Sioux family, even if you beg on your knees for Sophie to take you back, I won't let you through the front door." With that, Mrs. Miller stormed out without a backward glance. But little did she know that when their family finally returned to the Sioux clan, my true identity would be something even Sophie couldn't hope to reach. I leaned back against the sofa, feeling exhausted. The empty living room felt especially lonely. Before long, my phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID, and my voice, softened by several degrees. "What is it, Maya?" Her pleasant voice came through the speaker. "Are you in a bad mood?" I rubbed my temples. "Is it that obvious? You can tell just by my voice?" There was a moment of silence on Maya's end. "Did Sophie's mother come to give you trouble?" I sat up abruptly. I walked out of the villa and scanned the area. I saw the black Bentley, still parked in the same spot it had been in before, but the driver's seat was empty. I walked quickly to the rear door and knocked. The door opened immediately, revealing the elegant profile of Maya's face. I opened my mouth to speak, but it took a few breaths before I could ask the question on my mind. "Why haven't you left yet?" Maya went silent for a moment. "I wanted to wait until tomorrow to drive you to work." She saw me looking at her, then lowered her head guiltily. "I didn't want to bother you, but when I saw that woman walking out, I guessed what happened. I was afraid you'd be in a bad mood all by yourself. Waiting to drive me to work?" I didn't know if Maya had gone crazy, or if I was the one losing my mind. "You were just going to wait here? Were you planning on spending the night in the car?" Maya didn't say a word, her head dropping even lower. I felt like my heart was about to burst. I just wanted an outlet to release all this pent-up energy. So, I hauled the anxious Maya back into the villa with me. The food on the table was no longer steaming, but it was still edible. I grabbed 2 bottles of Bordeaux from the wine rack. While the wine was decanting, I gave Maya a mock glare. "Eat." Maya kept her head down and apologized. "I'm sorry. Please don't be mad." I glanced at the red wine chilling in the ice bucket, chewing on my chopsticks with a grin. "I should be rewarding you." Even though my smile was a bit mischievous, Maya couldn't help but feel a flutter of anticipation. "Rewarding me with what?" "What do you think?" I tossed the question back at her, then buried my face in my food. After we finished eating, I poured the decanted wine into glasses and clinked mine against Maya's. "A toast to your recovery and neutralizing that poison, to my new beginning, and clearing the trash from my life, to our second day together, and to every day that follows." Without waiting for Maya's reaction, I raised my glass and drained it in one go. Then, I poured myself another glass. Looking at Maya, I spoke in a low voice. I clinked my glass against hers again. "Why aren't you drinking? It's not like the wine is fake. Isn't this worth celebrating?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I drained another glass. When I reached to pour a third, Maya's hand came down on mine to stop me. "You're drunk." I raised an eyebrow. "You've got to be kidding. I've only had 2 glasses. Maya kept her hand firmly over the glass. "No more." I gave in and let go. "I'll listen to my wife." I looked at Maya with eyes full of smiles. The deep, roiling intensity in my gaze seemed as if it could drown a person. Logan, if you don't want to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow, then stop seducing me with that look." Even though she knew I was drunk, she was still sent into an absolute frenzy by that one accidental slip of the word wife. Did she have any idea how little self-control she had? When it came to me, how dare she provoke him so recklessly? My eyes, clouded with a drunken haze, seemed to be trying to decipher the meaning behind her words. Then, whether I understood or not, I simply beckoned Maya closer with a finger. "Come here," I commanded, "into my arms." I can't let Logan drink ever again. That was Maya's very first thought. It wasn't long before I lost all coherence. Groggy and dazed, I carried the woman back to the bedroom. I reached out to gently stroke Maya's cheek. "Why are you so good to me?" Without waiting for her to answer, I spoke again. "In this life, I'll be the one to spoil you." "What?" Maya didn't quite catch the last part, but I refused to say another word. Maya chuckled and pressed a soft kiss to my forehead. "Are you unhappy that I'm being good to you?" I let out a low hum, but then, for some reason, I got stuck on a stubborn, bitter thought. Is it true that no matter how capable I am, people will always look down on me because of my poor background? Maya's expression instantly sharpened. Who would dare? Unaware of what was going through her mind, I reached up and gripped her collar. "Will your parents look down on me too? Will they forbid me from being with you?" Hearing those words, a sense of clarity washed over Maya. Thinking of Mrs. Miller as she stormed out of the villa, a dark, cold glint flashed in Maya's eyes. She reached out with her slender hands and took mine. "My parents won't," she said with absolute gravity. "They will only be amazed by how exceptional you are. To have made it this far despite your circumstances." I blinked my dazed eyes. "Really?" Maya nodded earnestly. "Really. My parents are very open-minded, and they respect my decisions above all else. If you don't believe me, I'll take you home to meet them tomorrow." Seeing that I had gone quiet again, Maya felt a flicker of disappointment, but she hadn't really expected a man who was this wasted to be able to process every word she said. She pulled out her phone and made a quick call. Then she turned up the heat on the air conditioner, before patiently and carefully helping me off with my shoes. By the time Maya finished, Jade had just arrived at the villa with a container of hangover soup. After Maya sent her away, she held the soup in one hand and helped me sit up with the other. "Be good now. Drink this before you go to sleep." I leaned in to take a sniff, then immediately turned my face away in total refusal. Maya found it a bit funny, yet the scene felt strangely familiar. "I drank that bitter medicine for you, and yet here you are, complaining about this taste?" I still refused. Maya coaxed me softly. "Come on, be a good boy. Just drink it. Or would you prefer I find another way to feed you?" I reached out and took the bowl. While she wasn't looking, I dumped the soup and the bowl straight into the trash by the bed. Before Maya could even react, I tilted my head up and kissed her right on the lips. The next day, I was groggily awakened by the sound of my phone ringing. As soon as I answered, Samantha's frantic voice came through the line. "Mr. Logan, look at the trending topics. Seth just posted on Twitter to smear you and the company. The stock price is already starting to plummet." Hearing Samantha's report, I simply gave a dry, indifferent, "Is that it? You've been working with me for so long. Why are you still so easily rattled?" I was actually worried Seth wouldn't try to start something. The fact that he's rushing to hand me his head on a platter is perfect. Samantha was once again awed by my sheer composure. "I'm sorry, Mr. Logan. I overreacted. But what Seth posted is just infuriating. He's even buying trending spots and paying for bot accounts. Combined with his massive fan base, Twitter is absolutely flooded with people attacking you. I just couldn't stand seeing it." I said calmly, "It's fine. Let them talk." Whenever the entertainment industry is involved, the online flame wars are always incredibly intense. In my past life, I helped Sophie manage Asura Media, which controlled half the industry, so I'm no stranger to these tactics. Samantha spoke up again. "Mr. Logan, shouldn't we release the evidence of Sophie's embezzlement?" I smiled. "Of course we will. But not just that. I'll handle it once I get to the office. Your job is just to keep the shareholders calm. I'm not looking for a simple clarification. I'm going to kill two birds with one stone." Maya was watching me, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation. She playfully pinched my earlobe. "It looks like you expected Seth to do this all along." I gave a short chuckle. I just figured that with his personality and lack of brains, he wouldn't be able to just let things go, and he couldn't come up with a better way to hit me than this. Maya smiled. "Do you need my help with anything?" I shook my head. Maya already helped me get my revenge in the previous timeline. In this life, I'm going to do it myself. On the way to the office, I lazily opened Twitter. I saw that the hashtag for this incident was sitting right at the #1 trending spot. CEO of Logan Group cheats, rising star Seth calls out the injustice. I clicked on the trending topic. The post at the very top of the feed was the one from Seth's own verified account. It was a long, melodramatic essay. It focused heavily on Sophie. on how much she had sacrificed, and how hard she'd worked for me. Then, it accused me of throwing her away like trash after I was done with her. It effectively painted me as an ungrateful, treacherous scumbag, while making Sophie out to be a tragic, heartbroken victim, perhaps out of fear of Maya. The post didn't explicitly name exactly who I had cheated with. I didn't feel much of anything as I read through it, only when I saw the comments insulting Maya. Did my expression turn cold? I silently added those to the list of debts to be settled. Maya turned to look at me. What is it? Nothing. I turned off my phone and adjusted my expression. I'm just a little excited. Knowing I'm about to deal with Seth, Maya stared at me for a long time, before finally asking the question buried in her heart. Is there something wrong between you and Sophie? In the blink of an eye, my attitude toward Maya and toward Sophie's entire family had become like two completely different people. If it weren't for the fact that my personality and mannerisms were still exactly the same, she would have suspected that the person inside this body had been swapped out for someone else. She didn't want to dig into my secrets, but this feeling of being left in the dark was truly unbearable. I hesitated for a moment. Yes, but as for the reason, I can't tell you just yet. Can you give me some time? The story of dying tragically in 2 lives and being reborn sounded far too absurd, not to mention the fact that in my first life, I was from ancient times. Even though Maya and I had already crossed that final line, I still didn't have the courage to lay everything out on the table right now. Maya hugged my waist tightly. If you don't want to say it, don't. What she actually wanted to ask was, once the issues with Sophie are settled, will you throw me away too? She was terrified that she was just a rebound, a momentary distraction, a tool I was using to rid myself of Sophie. She feared that if everything ever went back to the way it was, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from locking me away. These past 2 days had been the happiest of her life. If she were given hope and then had it stripped away, it would be no different than taking her life. After arriving at the company, I pulled up the evidence of Sophie's multiple embezzlements. I packaged it and posted it from our official account. I didn't say a single unnecessary word. At that moment, Samantha knocked and walked in. She placed a document on the desk. Mr. Logan, this is Chairman Mung's equity transfer agreement. It just needs your signature. I flipped through the contract. I gave a nod of approval. Good job. Then I signed my name in the signature space. Go get the car ready. Samantha nodded. Understood. Where are you going, Mr. Logan? The corner of my mouth curled slightly. As Huasin's new shareholder, I should naturally go say hello and introduce myself. Inside the offices of Huasin Entertainment, Seth was smiling as he watched Logan Group's falling stock price. What's so great about being a CEO? Don't you know my influence in the industry right now? If you dare to act high and mighty in front of me, I'll make your company go bankrupt. His assistant, Joe, brought over a cup of freshly brewed coffee. He handed it over with a fawning, sycophantic expression. You're amazing, Seth. I bet it won't be long before that man comes crawling to you in tears, begging Miss Sophie to take him back. Seth snorted. Just because he begs us, does that mean we have to forgive him? Since he dared to humiliate me at the company gates, I'll make him apologize to me on his knees, in front of the entire company. Just as he finished speaking, the lounge door slammed open with a bang. Sophie walked in, her face dark with fury. Who told you to post this on Twitter? Seth was stunned. Sis, I was doing this to stand up for you. What's with this attitude? Logan treated you like that, and you're still reluctant to move against him? I just wanted to teach him a lesson. When he can't hold out anymore and comes to beg us, I'll let him off the hook if I'm in a good mood. Sophie looked at him like he was an idiot. Should I call you naive or just plain stupid? You think this little stunt could shake the Logan Group? But Logan Group's stock price has already dropped. Wait, what's going on? As Seth was speaking, he looked at the computer. The Logan Group stock price on the screen had stopped falling and was recovering rapidly, rebounding at twice the speed of the initial drop. Joe's face also went pale. Seth! Look at Twitter, quick. What's wrong with Twitter? Weren't they all attacking Logan? Seth, feeling a bit lost, grabbed his phone. He saw several trending hashtags. The truth about Sophie's resignation. Leech siblings get what they deserve. Seth's eyes widened. What is all this? He clicked on one of the trending topics. The sentiment in the comments section had completely reversed. Seth actually has the face to post a complaint? He should take a look at where all that money went. The only reason he has his status today is because his sister embezzled funds to buy his way to the top. Seth looked at the overwhelming wave of insults. His hands and feet went cold. How can this be? Wasn't the embezzlement tacitly approved by Logan? How does he have the nerve to use it as evidence to clear his name? Sophie said angrily. Now you realize this could backfire on you. Do you know how much effort I spent, and how much pressure I endured, to push you to this position? And yet, without even asking me, you just acted on your own. Seth knew he had made a catastrophic mistake. What should we do then, sis? Let's leak the fact that Logan was the one who covered the missing funds for you. That proves it was all voluntary on his part, so it shouldn't have anything to do with us. Sophie was so angry her head throbbed. Shut up. Logan's clarification has already shaped public perception. People see him as a man who was infinitely tolerant of his girlfriend. Even if we release evidence that he paid off the debt, it will only reinforce Logan's devoted persona. In the end, we'll still be the ones getting cursed. Seth was in a total panic. Are you just going to abandon me? It was so hard for me to get this famous. I don't want to be kicked out of the industry. Sophie massaged her temples. Her brother's success was her life's work. How could she possibly abandon him? Fine, go post an apology statement. Say you knew nothing about the embezzlement. That should at least save you. I'm just a private citizen anyway. It doesn't matter if they attack me. Seth nodded quickly. Okay, I'll go post it now. However, just as he grabbed his phone, the lounge door was burst open again. The assistant to the director of artist management walked in. Mr. Seth, this lounge no longer belongs to you. Please pack your things and leave immediately. What? Not only was Seth stunned, but Sophie also knit her brows. What is the meaning of this? The meaning? The woman in the business suit wore a professional, fake smile. We just received notice from the board. Huaxin has decided to terminate Seth's contract. With a clack, the phone in Seth's hand fell to the floor. Sophie's expression became as dark as it could possibly be. Terminate the contract? Explain yourself. The female assistant adjusted her glasses. If you don't believe me, go ask around yourself. Sophie's chest heaved violently. Only now did she realize something was wrong. Seth was one of the company's top stars. For such a major scandal, no executive had even come to discuss PR. Had they already decided to blacklist him? No, this situation wasn't serious enough to warrant a total blacklist. With her at the helm, a bit of PR could have fixed this. Remembering what the woman had said, she stepped out of the lounge. Just as she reached a corner, she saw a group of people huddled together gossiping. Did you hear? Seth is being blacklisted. He totally had it coming. No wonder he had such great resources with no backing. But the guy is such an ungrateful snake. Exactly. But is this really enough to get him blacklisted? He's at the height of his popularity right now. He brings in a massive profit for the company. Why would our boss be so willing to let him go? Inside info. I heard a new shareholder joined the board and personally ordered the blacklist. Hearing this, Sophie's footsteps faltered. A new shareholder? Just as she was wondering who it was, she heard footsteps behind her. Sophie turned to look, and her blood suddenly boiled. All of Huaxin's shareholders and the entire senior management were surrounding two people as they walked toward her. Of the two people in the center, one was the CEO of Huaxin, Frank Feng. The other was me, the man who had fired her yesterday. Frank Feng clapped his hands. Let me introduce you. This is our company's new director, Mr. Logan. Let's give him a warm welcome. Everyone present broke into applause. The employees looked at each other, their faces filled with sudden realization. At that moment, someone looking for drama spoke up. Gleet, isn't that Seth's sister and manager, Sophie? At those words, everyone's gaze shifted towards Sophie, darting back and forth between her and me. Sophie stared at me intently. Are you really going to go this far? Frank Feng saw the tension and quickly waved his hand. All right, disperse. Back to work, everyone. Though the onlookers wanted to see the drama, no one dared to defy the CEO's orders. Within moments, only Sophie and I were left in the hall. Go this far? I savored the phrase, finding it quite novel. The position you used to have was a gift from me. Seth's status today only exists because I built it. Now, I am simply taking back what belongs to me and letting everything return to where it started. How is that going too far? Sophie took a deep, shaky breath. What the hell happened to you? Logan, you know what I'm asking. Even if you want me dead, at least tell me why. Before I could answer her this time, Seth came rushing over. Sis! The moment he saw me, Seth's expression twisted. It was you, wasn't it? The company is blacklisting me, and you're the one behind it. I let out a cold laugh. What if I am? Seth's hatred reached its breaking point. With a scream, he lunged at me. I'll kill you. I didn't even blink. I reached out and caught his oncoming wrist, twisting it with focused force. A sickening crack of bone rang out alongside Seth's agonizing scream. I tossed him aside like a piece of trash. By the time Sophie could react, Seth was already collapsed on the ground. Seth! Sophie rushed to help him up, her gaze fixed on me with bone-chilling coldness. I'll remember what happened today. I hope you don't live to regret this. With that, she supported Seth and walked away. I watched the siblings retreating backs, my eyes filled with nothing but cold indifference. Regret? The only thing I regret is wasting 2 lifetimes on her, all while failing Maya, the woman who loved me most. But fortunately, I still have a chance to make amends. After leaving Hwasin, I made a phone call. When the call connected, a slightly raspy, aging voice came from the other side. Who is this? Hearing that voice again still made me feel physically uncomfortable. Miles Su, the only legitimate heir to the Su family, and Sophie's half-brother. Hello? Speak up or I'm hanging up. Miles Su, I said, calling him by name. Miles paused. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I'm calling to give you a warning. Watch out for your father's illegitimate daughter. She's been planning to return to the Su family and steal your inheritance. Miles dismissed the warning with a contemptuous snort. Those two? Seth and his sister? As long as I'm alive, they won't even set foot inside the Su family home. Mr. Su, I wouldn't be so overconfident if I were you. In my past life, even with Miles' fierce opposition, he couldn't stop the 3 of them from returning. In this life, though they lack my help, and the leverage they once had to entice the Su patriarch, I know Sophie. She won't stop until she gets what she wants. Miles might not actually be a match for her. What the hell does that mean? And who the hell are you anyway? I hung up the phone, and immediately added the number to my block list. I've said all I can say. If Miles still doesn't wake up, there's nothing more I can do. If it comes down to it, I'll just step in and handle it myself. Directly across from the cafe was a high-end private club. On the outdoor observation deck on the 2nd floor, the view looked straight through the cafe's transparent glass walls. Summer Xia was currently talking with the head of the local branch. As her gaze inadvertently drifted, she spotted me sitting quietly across the street and suddenly stood up. Lucian, the manager opposite her, was caught off guard. What is it, Miss Xia? Leah, standing nearby, also turned to look at her, instantly going on high alert. Summer stared fixedly at me. That man? Lucian followed her gaze. He chuckled and said, Miss Xia, you usually stay in the capital, so you might not know that he is no ordinary man. Summer forced herself to calm down and slowly sat back down. Go on, Lucian continued. Even if you don't recognize him, you must know about the Logan Group. Of course, an AI company that appeared out of nowhere during his rise to power. Since its founding, it has soared. In just 3 years, its market coverage has reached almost every corner of the globe, making it the leading enterprise in the field of artificial intelligence. Summer was at the center of the business world's power, so of course she knew the company. But information online regarding the CEO of the Logan Group was incredibly scarce. There was no name and no photo. The world only knew he was a man, that he seemed very young, and that he primarily operated out of this city. Lucian saw Summer's thoughtful expression and stopped playing coy. That man is the CEO of the Logan Group. This time, Summer was genuinely shocked. What? From Lucian's words, she had assumed he was just a high-ranking executive, not the CEO himself. She had thought young meant at least over 30, but this man clearly looked no older than 20, unless he just had a very youthful face. If that was the case, perhaps she had just mistaken his identity. With that thought, she became somewhat distracted. Since you know him, Mr. Liu, do you know how old he is? Lucian spoke up enthusiastically. I was just about to tell you that, Miss Xia. That boy is only 19 years old this year. Seeing Summer's stunned expression, Lucian assumed she was merely shocked by Logan's extreme youth. He continued with a sigh. He's the same age as my son, but my son is still a senior in high school, struggling to understand basic calculus. While this kid is already the CEO of a listed company, it's enough to make a man die of envy. Summer felt like her heart was going to hammer its way out of her chest. Her voice came out dry and tight. You say he's 19? Lucian laughed. Hard to believe, isn't it? Even those of us over 50, hate to admit, that we're being outplayed by a boy who just turned legal. But, after living in this city for a few years, you have to accept it. Don't let his age fool you. On the business stage, he's every bit as sharp as the seasoned veterans. Summer struggled to keep her composure, fighting to keep from losing her cool. She took her pen and signed the documents. Then she said to Lucian with a sense of urgency, "I've approved the project. Don't let me down, Mr. Liu." "Of course. I will give it my absolute best." Lucian took the approved files with both hands. While making his promises, he added politely, "I've prepared a banquet for you, Miss Shah. I hope you'll do me the honor of attending." Leah thought to herself that this guy was completely oblivious. Couldn't he see that her lady was about to jump out of her seat? Lucian didn't know, but Leah had been with Summer for so long that she had already guessed the reason behind her mistress's reaction. To be honest, that boy's eyes did look exactly like the lady's did when she was young. With that in mind, she stepped forward to decline for her. Ms. Sia has always hated empty formalities. Focusing on your job is better than anything else. Besides, Miss Shah has other business to attend to. You should head back now. After Lucian left, Summer immediately headed downstairs, not even bothering to wait for the elevator. But by the time she reached the club's front doors, the seat where I had been sitting was empty. I was already gone. Leah was also a bit stunned. "Miss, should we go to his company?" As the cool summer breeze hit her, Summer's logic slowly returned. She stared toward the cafe. After a moment, she spoke slowly. "Call and make an appointment. Also, run a background check on his personal life. I want everything from the last 19 years, down to the smallest detail." Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Seth was sobbing uncontrollably. "Did you see how vicious Logan was? I feel like my hand is ruined." Sophie was feeling incredibly frustrated herself, but she still pulled him into a comforting embrace. "The doctor said it's just a hairline fracture. Just watch your diet, and you'll be fine in a few weeks." Seth continued to whine. "But are we really just going to let him get away with this?" "Sis, you have to do something." Sophie gritted her teeth. "I'm certainly not going to let this slide. Once we return to the Sue family, anyone who has ever humiliated us, I will make every single one of them pay the price." Seth looked up at her. "But you don't even have the Logan Group as a bargaining chip anymore. And I've been blacklisted by the industry. With Miles Sue blocking our path, is there really a chance the family will take us in?" Sophie dismissed his concerns with a wave of her hand. "You think I didn't leave myself a backup plan? Even if this path is blocked, we still have the option of a marriage alliance." Seth's mouth hung open slightly. A realization dawned on him, and his eyes lit up. "You're still in touch with Ashton, aren't you?" Ashton Song, the only son of the Song family in the capital. Sophie had pursued him during her time in the capital. If Ashton's father hadn't looked down on her status, and if I hadn't come along as a much better and more convenient springboard, she wouldn't have abandoned Ashton to come to me. Although she chose Logan back then, she never fully cut ties with Ashton Song. Through her careful manipulation, he was led to believe his father was the one who broke them up. He didn't resent her at all. Instead, he felt a deep sense of lingering guilt, now that I had turned my back on her. She saw no reason to hide her cards anymore. "Yes, we're still in touch. Once he talks his father around, we'll get married." Seth was absolutely overjoyed. "That's perfect. The Songs and the Sues are a perfect match for each other. And Ashton is the sole heir to the Song family. Once you two are married, and if Dad finds out, he might even invite us back to the Sue family personally." Then his expression soured again. "You never should have given up on Ashton in the first place. The Songs might only be ranked 8th among the capital's elite, but they're a prestigious family with generations of heritage. Their family business has a rock-solid foundation. The Logan Group looks successful now. But how long can an upstart company like that stay on top? Besides, Logan is just a low-born bastard from an orphanage. Even if he worms his way into high society, people will always look down on him. He thinks that by clinging to Maya, he can suddenly become a member of the elite. Even the Songs care deeply about bloodline and pedigree." Hearing Seth's words, the frustration Sophie had felt over the past few days finally began to lift. She pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Seth. "Wipe that messy face of yours. Ashton will be here soon. Don't give him a reason to laugh at you." Seth took the tissues, looking stunned. "Ashton's coming? Isn't he in the capital? Why would he come here all of a sudden?" Sophie explained. "The patriarch of the Jung family is having his 80th birthday. The Songs and the Jangs are cousins. He's coming here to celebrate. Meanwhile, in a luxurious meeting room, Maya watched as a woman walked through the door. She gestured for Jade to go make some coffee. What a rare guest. Summer, what brings you to the city so suddenly? Summer Shah tossed her car keys onto the coffee table and sat on the sofa opposite Maya, looking as comfortable as if she were in her own home. I was going to ask why you've been staying here so long. Maya raised an eyebrow. You don't strike me as the type to meddle in other people's business. Summer's expression remained indifferent, but her tone was a bit more familiar. With 2 sisters at home, I have better things to do than worry about you. Your parents asked me to check on you. They said if you don't come back soon, your father will come himself. She paused for a moment, a playful smile tugging at the corners of her lips. He wants to see exactly what kind of man has bewitched you. Maya choked on her breath. Summer didn't pay much attention to Maya's reaction, and moved on to address the original question. I'm here to inspect and approve a project. Also, she said, sitting up a bit straighter, the light in her eyes intensifying. I think I've finally found my brother. Hearing this? The smile faded from Maya's face. Are you sure? Have you done a paternity test yet? Summer's interlaced fingers rubbed together instinctively. Not yet, but I have a feeling. That's definitely my brother. Do you believe in that kind of spiritual connection? None of the other suspects I've looked at, including the ones who looked exactly like my mother and tried to fake it, ever gave me this feeling. Maya looked puzzled. Then what are you hesitating for? Why aren't you getting the DNA test done? Is coming here to deliver a message for my mom really more important than finding your brother? Of course not. Since she wasn't certain yet, she didn't explicitly say that the person might be the CEO of the Logan Group. The closer she got to uncovering the truth, the more anxious she became. Maya probably guessed what she was thinking, and didn't push for more details. Just then, Jade returned with 2 cups of coffee. Maya took a sip, and asked casually, if you find your brother, he should be around my age, right? Summer nodded. He was born 6 months after you. Maya was about to ask Summer for her brother's exact birth date, but she saw the previously pleasant Summer's expression instantly darken. Don't even think about dating my brother. Even if you're the same age, and our families are a match, it's a no-go. My brother was snatched away the moment he was born. Once we finally get him back, I'm going to spoil him rotten. I won't even let him think about marriage for a long time. Maya looked at Summer, who had suddenly become so protective and hostile, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You aren't even sure if he's your brother yet, and you're already guarding him like this? She lost interest in asking for the birth date. Eager to clear her own name, she replied, besides, I already have a boyfriend. Summer was genuinely surprised by this. Before she could press for more information, her phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Leah with news about her brother. She instantly lost all interest in Maya's romantic life. I've delivered your parents' message. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Before Maya could even see her out, Summer had already climbed into a black sedan by the curb. In the driver's seat, Leah handed her a thin folder. Miss, based on our investigation, the boy's name is Logan. He's 19, but we don't have his exact birth date. Also, he has no parents. Before age 5, he was raised at the Southridge Orphanage. We haven't been able to find any other information. Hearing that I was a parentless orphan, Summer felt a mix of excitement and heartbreak. She was excited because the likelihood of him being her brother had just increased significantly. But thinking about the hardships he must have faced as a child, she felt an overwhelming sense of pain. But why can't we find any other information? Although the Xia family didn't own a top-tier international intelligence agency, their power was on par with the Liu family. It shouldn't be impossible to find one person's history. Leah shook her head. I apologize for my incompetence, but it's as if Mr. Logan's background has been intentionally wiped clean. Only these surface-level details remain. Everything else is completely unreachable. Summer looked thoughtfully at the datasheet. She gave a command. Place an order with Division 7. Summer glanced at her watch. How did the request for a meeting go? Leah replied, It's already been scheduled. Tomorrow morning at 10:00 a.m. Summer nodded. She was about to say something else, when Leah exclaimed in shock, Miss! Division 7 has rejected our contract. Summer looked up at her. Why would they reject it? You didn't contact Nightlight, did you? Nightlight was a core figure in Division 7, but also the most mysterious and temperamental. They accepted jobs purely based on their mood? No, I just placed the order directly through the official website. Then, a moment later, the status showed the order was rejected. Summer's confusion deepened, so she decided to stop the investigation for now. The most important thing currently was to confirm whether Logan really was her brother. In the Logan Group CEO's office, I was wearing a uniquely shaped headset, listening to Old 7, one of the 4 elders of Division 7, as he rambled on the other end. The Shah family from China. I rejected the young lady trying to investigate you. Do I get a reward for that? I lowered my voice. No. So cold-hearted. But do you have some kind of history with her? Why is she investigating you? Do you need Division 7 to send someone to help you? No need. I'm hanging up. I cut the connection as soon as I finished, leaving Old 7 on the other side of the ocean to fume in frustration. After turning off my computer, I called Samantha into the office. Get the car ready. Samantha glanced at the clock. It wasn't quite time to clock out yet. Mr. Logan, aren't you going to wait for Miss Yoon to pick you up? Ever since her boss started dating Maya, she noticed that she rarely had the chance to act as his part-time driver anymore. Maya had completely taken over the morning and evening commutes. I countered with a question. Why should I wait for her to pick me up? Can't I be the one to pick her up from work? Maya had planned her schedule to leave work early, intending to pick me up just like she did yesterday. However, the moment she stepped out of her company, she saw a Maybach parked at the entrance. Miss, doesn't that look exactly like Mr. Logan's car? Jade was wondering aloud when the rear window rolled down. It really was Mr. Logan. Jade's jaw dropped. Mr. Logan, what are you doing here? I rested my elbow on the window frame, looking at Maya with a smirk. Why else would I be here at this hour? To pick your lady up from work, of course. Maya lowered her head and gave a faint smile. Her long eyelashes cast soft shadows on her face. The golden light of the setting sun danced around her, making her look like a dream. My heart skipped a beat in a very pathetic way. I thought to myself that if it weren't for Sophie, I probably would have fallen for this lethal beauty in my past life. I cleared my throat to mask my thoughts. I tapped my fingers on the window frame. Get in. Maya gave a soft, just as she opened the car door. She heard Jade call out softly, Miss, do you know what you look like right now? Maya narrowed her eyes. Jade's heart skipped a beat in fear, but she still had the nerve to say, like a blushing bride about to step onto her wedding sedan. Both Samantha and I burst out laughing. Compared to Jade's bold behavior, I felt that I was actually quite good at managing my subordinates. Maya beckoned Jade over with her finger. Come here. Jade was quick to react, lunging toward me. Mr. Logan, help me. The corners of Maya's mouth curled into a dark arc. It seems you don't plan on coming home tonight. With that, she ignored her and bent down to get into the car. Seeing Maya was settled, Samantha started the engine and asked, Mr. Logan, are we going to Yujing? She didn't know the two were already living together. She assumed it was just a simple case of driving the girlfriend home. This time, I turned my head, silently asking Maya for her opinion. But before Maya could say anything, Jade came back to life again. Assistant Shen, you clearly don't get it. With the way Miss Yoon and Mr. Logan are now, it doesn't matter where you take them. It's just a change of scenery. Maya raised an eyebrow. She didn't bother to argue this time. Samantha was still a bit confused. Only after I gave the order to go to Yujing did she finalize the route. Before setting off, she glanced back at Jade. Miss Jade, are you sure you're not coming with us? No need. I still have to drive the lady's car. Jade waved her hand. Something seemed to occur to her, and as she looked at Samantha, her expression turned to one of pure schadenfreude. What goes around, comes around. Assistant Shen can finally experience what I've been going through today. She turned and left immediately, not giving the other person a chance to ask questions. Samantha was indeed completely in the dark. However, very soon, she understood exactly what Jade meant. Hearing the intimate sounds coming from the back seat, she couldn't help but think. She had driven her boss and Sophie around before, but she had never once seen them kiss. It seemed Sophie really was an anomaly. Water, just then, a phone ringtone shattered the atmosphere in the back. Breathless, I pushed the flushed Maya away and glanced at the caller ID on my phone. What's up, Lily? There was a pause on the other end. Then a very youthful, girlish voice came through. Logan? I gave a soft hum. Everything okay over there? Maya couldn't help but steal several glances at me. She knew I had a sister, the daughter of the orphanage director who had once taken me in, but she had never seen how we interacted, and she didn't know that I would act this way toward that girl. It was as if I had shed all my sharp edges and my mask. Even my voice was filled with tenderness. Although she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't stop herself from feeling jealous. Lily didn't know yet that she had just caused her future sister-in-law to flip over a jar of vinegar. Nothing's wrong on my end. I just wanted to ask, did you really break up with Sophie? I gave a confirmation. You saw it on Twitter? Lily's voice held an unmistakable note of relief and joy. Logan, you finally opened your eyes. Hearing her relieved tone, I was suddenly filled with shame. If even my assistant and my sister could see the problem, how could I have been so blind? It was only because of that promise of life and death in my first life, that even though I knew Sophie was using me in the second life, I never gave up on her. I only thought about waiting for her to regain her memories. Logan, are you already seeing someone new? Lily's voice pulled my thoughts back to the present. I gave a soft, I glanced at Maya and replied with a smile. I'll bring her to meet you when I have time. As soon as I said that, there was a long silence on Lily's end. Just as I thought the call had been disconnected, Lily finally spoke up in a small voice. Logan, is she in the city too? I'm flying over tonight to check her out for you. I instinctively asked, don't you still have your competition? I immediately guessed her concern and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's the one I've settled on. You don't need to worry. Now I'm even more worried. You just broke up with Sophie, and you've already settled on this person? She hung up the phone right after saying that. After the call ended, I turned to look at Maya. Don't you have anything to say? I clearly felt that when I first picked up the phone, her emotions had fluctuated. Maya had stopped being petty the moment I said I would take her to meet Lily. Hearing my words now, she looked at me. Logan, am I really the one you've settled on? I raised my hand and pulled her into a hug. Yes. Maya looked at me with a face full of happiness. Those words are enough for me. The next day, as usual, I was sitting in my office working. At exactly 10:30 a.m., I heard a knock on the door. Come in. With a click, the door opened. Summer Xia walked in, followed by Leah. The moment I saw Summer, the corner of my mouth twitched slightly. She had clearly dressed up with great care. If you knew the context, it was a meeting between two company heads. If you didn't, you'd think she was here for a blind date. I was no stranger to the Xia heiress. The head of the Xia family in the capital was a single mother who could be described as an absolute powerhouse. And this, Ms. Xia, had perfectly inherited all of her mother's qualities. However, rumors said she was cold and indifferent. She wouldn't usually spend so much effort on her appearance. What exactly was she trying to pull here? If I hadn't met her in my past life, I would have thought she was someone else entirely. Seeing my reaction, Leah shouted inwardly that this was bad. Did they go a little too overboard? She remembered when they woke up this morning. Her lady said she was meeting her brother today, and had to be dressed to the nines. Despite Leah's constant reminders that the DNA test hadn't been done, and that he might not even be her brother, her mistress still spent 3 hours trying on clothes in front of the mirror. Nothing she picked was good enough. Finally, Leah had to make the decision to dress her indecisive mistress in this specific outfit, but now it seemed they had totally backfired. It was I who finally broke the silence first. Ms. Xia, your presence is an honor. A pleasure to meet you. As soon as the words left my mouth, Leah saw her lady stagger slightly. She felt she couldn't even look at the scene. Having followed her mistress for so long, she already knew. Her lady was a top-tier brother-obsessed fanatic. She had been nearly driven insane by how much she missed him. Summer didn't know what her subordinate was secretly thinking about her. Upon hearing my voice, her eyes lit up with joy. You recognize me? Leah saw it clearly now. Her mistress's IQ dropped to 0 in front of her brother. I found Summer's attitude a bit strange. With a face like yours, regularly appearing on the covers of financial magazines, it would be harder not to recognize you. Summer's logic slowly returned to her. You're too kind, Mr. Logan. You're a young and promising talent. To found Logan Group at such a young age and lead AI technology onto the global stage, it truly puts me to shame. The conversation had turned into mutual business flattery. I quirked my lips. I stood up and gestured toward the sofa. Please don't be formal, Miss Xia. Make yourself at home. Samantha, get some coffee. Samantha nodded in response. She shot Summer a suspicious look before she left. Once we were seated face to face, I got straight to the point and asked, Ms. Xia, what brings you here to see me? As far as I know, the Xia family's business doesn't involve artificial intelligence. Or does Ms. Xia have plans to expand into this field? Summer wore a full smile. If I said yes, Would Mr. Logan be willing to give me the honor of a partnership? I went silent for a moment. The Shah family was massive and powerful. I knew a bit about Ms. Shaya's style in the business world as well. As long as there was no foul play, collaborating with them would be a guaranteed profit for me. I tapped my index finger on the armrest twice. What exactly did you have in mind? Manufacturing or... Summer answered immediately. Investment. I was taken aback for a second. Just investment? Exactly. What do you think, Mr. Logan? I immediately became guarded. The current shareholders of Logan Group are already in a delicate balance. A small amount wouldn't interest the Shia family anyway. Summer realized I had misunderstood her. She quickly interrupted me. The Shah Group only wants to invest. We don't want shares in Logan Group. In fact, she wanted to say it didn't even matter if she got dividends. But she held back, fearing I would become more suspicious. Now I was genuinely shocked. It wasn't that cases of investment without equity didn't exist, but this was essentially like handing me free money. Was that really the Shah Group's style? No matter how upright the Shah heiress was, she wouldn't be so obsessed with doing charity, would she? With that thought, I asked her directly. Summer thought to herself, no wonder he reached this position at such a young age. Next to her, Leah thought, if she knew what her lady was thinking, she would definitely grab her by the neck and scream, wake up! He's not even confirmed as your brother yet. What are you so proud of? Mr. Logan, if you're worried, I can sign a guarantee. I cut her off. Wait. May I ask why? Because you're my brother, and I'm willing to give you my money. Summer Shah. You obviously couldn't say what you were truly thinking right now. Since Logan Group was founded, its social status has risen steadily. Though Shah Group missed the optimal timing, we would still like a piece of the pie now. Will you give me this opportunity, Mr. Logan? I remained silent for a long time. I eventually said, I can't just take advantage of you for nothing. Why don't we review the company's performance overview? Before making a final decision, as I spoke, I looked at Samantha as she walked in with the coffee. Bring over the summary of the company's recent development. Samantha nodded in acknowledgement. After I took the file from Samantha, I was about to slide it over to Summer. But she stood up and walked around the coffee table to sit right next to me. She looked as if she intended to read it with me. Since you're so considerate, Mr. Logan, I'll take you up on that. My body stiffened. From the moment I met Summer, the sense of weirdness I felt had now intensified. Did this woman really have to sit right next to me to look at a file? What was her problem? Summer pointed at a section. Mr. Logan, could you explain this part to me? I don't quite understand it. I suppressed the strange feeling in my heart. I looked down at the area she was pointing at. While my attention was diverted, Summer quietly lifted her other hand toward my hair. From Samantha's angle, she couldn't see Summer's little movements behind my back. But Leah could see everything perfectly from where she stood. Her heart leapt into her throat. Along with Summer's hand, just as she was about to succeed, it was as if I had eyes in the back of my head. I turned around and caught Summer's wrist. The easygoing look was gone from my face, replaced by a cold, sharp glint. Ms. Sia, please respect yourself. Summer was stunned. She hadn't expected me to be so perceptive. Leah couldn't bear to look at this disastrous scene. Her always upright and honorable lady had failed the very first time she tried something underhanded. It was a total wreck. Since she had been caught red-handed, Summer stopped hiding it. You've misunderstood, Mr. Logan. It's just that. I feel like you look like my long-lost brother. I was trying to get a hair sample for verification. I'm truly sorry for not explaining myself to you beforehand. I was stunned for a moment. Regarding my own background in this modern life, I rarely looked into it. I only remembered that, right after I was born, I was snatched away by a man in a black mask. After a long drive, once he was sure he had lost any pursuers, the man, whose face I couldn't see, covered my nose and mouth, attempting to suffocate me to death. The man probably never imagined that a newborn baby would have the mind of an adult, knowing how to hold his breath and play dead. Once he sensed the baby struggling slowly stop, and felt me stop breathing, he threw me into the grass by the side of the road. I waited for the kidnappers to leave. When I sensed a passerby nearby, I wailed as loudly as I could to attract attention. That was how I met the orphanage director who later adopted me. Come to think of it, if I hadn't been born with the memories of my 2 past lives, and used my wit to save myself in that crisis, I would have died the moment I was born. I didn't hold it against my parents for failing to protect me. After all, something like that was likely something no one could have predicted, but because I had to find Sophie, and I also feared that being under the watch of family as a child would make it difficult to act with an adult's mind. I never had the urge to seek out my relatives. I just didn't expect that 19 years later, on this very day, someone who might be family would take the initiative to find me. After my brief recollection, I didn't offer any response to Summer's apology. Instead, I asked a different question. So, you investigated my background because of this too? Summer was taken aback once again. You knew? I replied. Ms. Shah, are you underestimating me? I chuckled, as if I wouldn't notice someone digging into my life. In that case, I suppose I should step down as CEO? Should I just hand the position over to someone else? Summer felt a mix of shame and relief. Seeing that I didn't seem angry, she apologized once more before directly stating her request. Since you already know Mr. Logan, would you be willing to do a paternity test with me? When Samantha walked in with the coffee, that was exactly what she heard. As she set the coffee down, her gaze darted back and forth between my face and Summer's. She wondered if it was just her imagination. But they really did look a bit alike. My gaze drifted to the ripples in the coffee. I tapped my fingers rhythmically against the armrest. Seeing my hesitation and silence, Summer's heart began to race with anxiety. Mr. Logan, our family was devastated when my brother was lost. We've lived with that pain and guilt for years. But so much happened so suddenly back then. Not only was my newborn brother snatched away, but our father also vanished without a trace. To make matters worse, relatives and shareholders tried to seize everything. Our mother barely survived the ordeal in the delivery room. We've never stopped searching for my brother all these years, even though we knew the odds of him surviving, after being kidnapped in those circumstances, were slim. We refused to give up hope. If you really are my brother, could you please give us a chance? We know you must have suffered so much on your own. We will do everything in our power to make it up to you. By the time she finished, her voice was thick with desperation. She's right, Mr. Logan, Leah chimed in. The young ladies have nearly lost their minds missing their brother. And although Madam is usually a woman of few words, she often spends the entire day sitting alone, in the room she had prepared for the young master. They pray every single day for a reunion with him. I looked at the pleading look in Summer's eyes, feeling a bit out of my element. Aside from Maya, I had never seen such a high-status woman act so humble and vulnerable in front of me. I could easily handle people who played mind games or acted tough. But this sincere vulnerability was a different story. I cleared my throat. Look, I might not even be your brother. You don't need to speak to me like this. I reached up and pulled out a few strands of hair, ensuring the roots were intact, and handed them to Summer. I have other business to attend to this afternoon. You can handle the paternity test yourself. Seeing this, Samantha spoke up with concern. Mr. Logan, aren't you going with her? If you just hand over your hair like that, aren't you worried someone might use it for something else? Out of respect for Summer's presence, she didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. Before Summer could respond, I looked up at Samantha. Actually, I have a task for you. Accompany Ms. Jha to the paternity test. You don't need to follow me for the rest of the day. Only then did Samantha relax. Understood. Summer wasn't offended by their exchange. On the contrary, she was relieved to see that I possessed such a sharp sense of caution. She solemnly took the hair from my hand and sealed it inside a sterile bag she had prepared. Then she gave me a long, meaningful look. She didn't call me Mr. Logan or CEO this time. I'll get the test done immediately. I'll come find you the moment the results are in. Wait. I pushed the partnership proposal back toward her. Since you didn't come here for a business deal, you should take this back. Summer looked genuinely embarrassed. Actually, we could still. I raised my hand to cut her off. I looked at this project. It's essentially just handing me free money. Until we know for sure if I'm your brother, I'm not going to take advantage of you. Take it. Seeing my firm attitude, Summer could only swallow her words. She gestured for Leah to take the documents, then extended her hand toward Samantha. After you. Oh no, please. After you, Ms. Shah. Samantha was nearly scared to death by Summer's polite gesture. Setting aside Summer's prestigious status, even if the DNA test proved they were related, this woman would be her boss's sister. There was no way she would walk out ahead of her. Summer didn't argue and led the way out of the office. Her gait was still steady and composed, but Leah, who knew her best, could still sense a hint of urgency in her steps. Once they left the building, Summer opened the car door and got in, while pulling out her phone to make a call. In the capital, Alice Yang was in her study handling business. When she received the call from Summer and heard that her son might have been found, she stood up abruptly, overwhelmed with emotion. "I'm coming there right now." Summer quickly spoke up. "Wait, Mom. It hasn't been confirmed yet? Just have someone fly your hair sample here. I'm worried that just using mine won't be accurate enough." The butler, Mr. Reed, also chimed in with a calm voice. "Madam, please try to stay calm. This isn't the first time we found someone who might be the young master. Your health is the most important thing right now." Only then did Alice slowly sit back down. Recalling the cycle of hope and disappointment she had faced over the years, her eyes filled with tears. "Regardless of everything, I truly hope it's him this time. It's been 19 years. I haven't had a single night of peace. I'm so afraid the child suffered an accident, or that he's already gone. I honestly don't know how many more 19-year cycles I have left in me." Alice didn't waste any more time on her emotions. She quickly pulled out a sample of her hair and placed it in a sealed bag, performing the routine with practiced ease. "Mr. Reed, have someone fly this out by helicopter immediately. I had no idea that because of me, the Shah household was in a state of utter chaos once again. To be honest, even though I had agreed to the paternity test, I personally didn't care much about the result. With my current social standing, I could live a perfectly good life without a family. Besides, Maya had already told me that my parents didn't care about my background, so nothing could stand in our way." Putting those thoughts aside, I pulled out the invitation from the Jung family I'd received days ago and made a phone call. Before long, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, wearing sunglasses, walked into the office. She was carrying several large shopping bags. "Logan, did you miss me?" I shot her a look. "Drop the act. Just give me the clothes and shoes." The woman didn't mind my bluntness at all. Instead, she grinned and said, "As you wish." This woman was none other than the world-class stylist known as the Hand of God, Diana. She was currently employed by Huaxin Entertainment. As a legendary figure in the industry, even A-list celebrities had to wait in line just for a chance to work with her, and even then, it all depended on her mood. Yet, such a prominent figure answered my every call. While I went into the lounge to change into the suit, Diana took a bite out of an apple and said through a mouthful, "I just got back from a trip. I heard you've become a shareholder in our company. What, are you planning on sponsoring me now?" I ignored her. Diana didn't seem to care and continued on her own. "I heard you broke up with that Sophie lady. Congratulations are in order. Should you maybe consider me next?" I glanced at her. "I already have a girlfriend, but thanks anyway." Diana looked like she'd just discovered some major scandal. "So you really did cheat? I thought that brain-dead Seth was just slandering you. Nice work. So, who's the new girlfriend?" "Stop talking." I sat down at my desk. "Can we start the styling now?" Diana brushed her fingers lightly against my cheek. She gave a faint smile. "Coming right up." Meanwhile, Maya checked the time and was just about to call Logan when her office door was pushed open. Jade poked her head in. Mr. Logan is here." Maya had assumed I was there to pick her up, but Jade's expression seemed a bit off. Her voice, the moment she saw me step into the room, came to a sudden, complete stop. My dashing new look left Maya breathless. She stared at me without blinking, unable to say a word for a long time. I walked over to her side and leaned my hands against her desk. Dazed, Maya closed her eyes, her chest heaving violently. She flushed and finally spoke. "Where are you going?" I was a bit surprised. "Didn't you get the Jung invitation?" "I did, but—" She paused for a moment, then hit the intercom and gave an order. "Reschedule tonight's video conference for tomorrow." Jade let out a sound of protest. "Miss!" "That's an international meeting. We've been preparing for over a month." Maya wanted to say more, but I interrupted her. "If you're busy, you don't have to go. I'm not usually one for these parties anyway, but Mr. Jung helped me out quite a bit when I was first starting the company. I have to show him some respect." Maya's voice was tinged with jealousy. "You look so handsome. If you go to that party alone, you'll have every socialite there falling for you. I'm coming with you." I glanced at her. "Don't be stubborn." Maya grabbed my finger and gave it a small bite to vent her frustration, but she couldn't bring herself to actually use any force. "I'll find you as soon as my meeting is over. Call me immediately if anything happens." Night fell, and the city lights came to life. Outside the Zhang estate, one luxury car after another began to arrive. Mr. Zhang and his son stood outside the gates, smiling as they welcomed every guest. When I arrived, The noisy crowd at the entrance suddenly fell silent. Only hushed whispers remained. Mr. Zheng was stunned when he saw me. Then he immediately led his son over to greet me. Usually, I focus on your talent and your presence, Logan. Today I realized your looks are every bit as impressive as your skills. Dressed up like this, even a celebrity would feel inferior. I handed him the gift I had prepared. Mr. Zheng, you flatter me. I'm honored enough that you came, Logan. You didn't need to bring a gift. Mr. Zheng chided me playfully, while happily accepting the box and handing it to the butler. I smiled. It's only right. This is the big brothers I'm always telling you about. Mr. Zheng pushed Zheng Long forward. He's only 19, yet he's already the CEO of a listed company. He's more successful in business than your old man. Now look at you. You're almost 19 yourself, and you can't even crack the top 500 in your class. All you do is play all day. I don't expect you to be as exceptional as Mr. Logan, but if you had even a fraction of his drive, I could worry less. I know. You say this 800 times a day. Isn't it annoying? Zheng Long slapped his hand away. He shot me a fleeting, resentful glare. Stay here and welcome your guests. I'm going to find my cousin, that boy. Mr. Zheng watched Zheng Long run off, glaring in frustration. Then he turned back to me with a forced smile. I apologize, Logan. I've spoiled him far too much. I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind when I get home. I felt a bit of a headache coming on. I knew Mr. Zheng meant no harm, but he had the same problem most parents do. He had unknowingly made me a target for resentment, and based on Zheng Long's words, this wasn't the first time he'd been nagged like that. Mr. Zheng, your way of educating your son is a bit ill-considered. Everyone has their own path. Don't push the boy too hard. Yes, of course. You're right, Logan, Mr. Zheng called over a server. Logan, please go inside. I nodded. I followed the server into the estate. Inside the ballroom, Zheng Long came running back, heading straight for Ashton Song. Cousin, Ashton Song caught him. Weren't you out at the gates with your father? Why are you back so soon? Zheng Long spoke irritably. I ran into that guy. It's bad enough my dad nags me at home, but he did it again right in front of him. He was comparing us right there. It was so annoying. I'm sick of it. Ashton Song looked confused. Which guy? That CEO. Logan, or whatever his name is. Zheng Long curled his lip. What does he have against me? He's making me live in his shadow every single day. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ashton and the Sue siblings all had a sudden change in expression. Logan? Seth looked absolutely livid. He's here too? Yeah. Zheng Long nodded. My dad basically treats him like an idol. There's no way he wouldn't invite him. Sophie saw the shift in Ashton's expression. She immediately took his hand and whispered soothingly, Don't let it get to you. Just pretend he's not even there. My heart belongs only to you. She had barely finished speaking when gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd. Sophie instinctively turned her head. When she saw me walking toward them, she froze on the spot. She had always known I was handsome, but she never imagined I could look like this. Seth gave her a hard tug. Sis! Sophie snapped out of it and quickly looked away, but her eyes still drifted back toward me. Out of the corner of her eye, Ashton Song saw her distracted state, and he gritted his teeth. His gaze toward me was full of dark resentment. After the initial shock wore off, several businessmen approached me with champagne. In high society, these banquets were essentially networking events for the wealthy and famous. Since my company was the undisputed leader in the city, and since I rarely appeared in public, it didn't take long before I was completely surrounded. Zheng Long looked at me, being treated like a star, then at Ashton, who was being ignored. He couldn't help but speak up for his cousin. If I didn't know better, I'd think this was Logan's party, not my grandfather's birthday celebration. I mean, look at him, coming in here and stealing the spotlight like this. Does he have no respect for the Zheng family, or does he just love showing off? He spoke loudly on purpose, causing the entire ballroom to fall silent in shock. The people gathered around me turned their heads, wondering what Zheng Long was playing at. Just then, someone in the crowd spoke up. Wait, isn't that Director Sophie from Logan Group? That one sentence set off a chain reaction. My relationship with Sophie wasn't exactly a secret among the city's elite, especially after the massive drama on Twitter yesterday. Humans are gossips by nature, and the wealthy are no exception. In an instant, everyone's eyes were instinctively darting back and forth between Sophie and me. A young man standing next to me couldn't help but retort. Director, you're a bit behind. Didn't you see the posts yesterday? Logan kicked her to the curb, having her humiliation called out in public. Sophie's face went cold instantly. Any lingering attachment she had felt for me vanished then and there. Seth hated seeing people mock his sister. He immediately put a hand on Ashton's shoulder and snapped back at the crowd. We actually have Mr. Logan to thank for his rejection. If he hadn't, my sister wouldn't have reunited with Ashton. His gesture and his words immediately shifted everyone's attention toward Ashton's song. Someone asked curiously, and who might this be? Are you talking about my cousin? Long immediately stepped forward to introduce him. His name is Ashton Song. He's the young master of the Song family from the capital. The Songs, one of the 10 great families of the capital. Someone gasped. Who else? Long gave that person a no-duh look. And I bet none of you knew this either. My future sister-in-law is also from one of the 10 great families, the Sioux family heiress. She and my cousin are a match made in heaven. So what if someone is talented? He's still just a nameless orphan with no family to his name. My fingers tightened around my champagne flute. My gaze settled on the faces of the group opposite me. I raised my glass with a pleasant smile. Miss Sophie is indeed a perfect match for Mr. Song. After all, even an illegitimate daughter is still technically a Sioux, right? The moment the words left my mouth, the room erupted into a wave of hushed gasps. The elite care about bloodline above all else. The gap between legitimate and illegitimate is like heaven and earth. Compared to an orphan of unknown origin, being illegitimate is often looked down upon even more. They had been wondering how a daughter of the Sioux family could possibly be working under me. Now they finally understood. It was as if Sophie had been slapped across the face. The smirk on my face widened. Am I wrong? With bloodshot eyes, Seth lunged toward me. But Long grabbed him and held him back. He was still mindful that this was his family's banquet. He didn't want things to spiral out of control. After all, his father was still just outside. Mr. Logan, bad-mouthing an ex is hardly a display of class. Ashton stepped forward, affecting an air of dignity. I know you still have feelings for Sophie, but since the two of you have parted ways, you should at least try to maintain some decency. Spoken like a true young master, Mr. Song. Your poise and upbringing are truly admirable. My smile didn't waver. But if I recall correctly, ever since I arrived here, I haven't gone looking for trouble with anyone. Where was this class when Mr. Zheng was attacking me on your behalf? What were you doing while he was insulting me? Why didn't you remind him to mind his manners? Ashton's face stiffened. Enough! Long shielded Ashton and stepped forward. I think being a CEO is a waste of your talents, Logan. With a mouth like that, you should be a comedian. But don't you think? You just look like you're lashing out in embarrassment? Or is it like my cousin said? Are you still harboring feelings for my sister-in-law? He tapped his chin as if a thought had just occurred to him. Didn't people say Mr. Logan has a new girlfriend? How come you didn't bring her along today? Long assumed that this so-called girlfriend was either a lie or someone far inferior to Sophie. He smugly waited for me to be humiliated, failing to notice the sudden, drastic change in the Sioux siblings' expressions. I looked at Long with a faint, enigmatic smile, as if I hadn't caught the underlying insult. She's busy. She couldn't make it. Is she busy? Or is she just too embarrassing to be seen with? My non-committal attitude only served to fuel Long's arrogance. If a busy man like you could find the time, then your new girl must just be a total nobody. I savored the word nobody. I couldn't help but laugh. Regarding my girlfriend, it seems Mr. Zheng knows her better than I do. Stop pretending. If she's really worth showing off, have her come here. My laughter made Long both nervous and irritated. He stopped beating around the bush. I heard you used to take Sophie everywhere with you. Why are you suddenly so secretive, now that you've got someone new? Even if my sister-in-law is illegitimate, at least she comes from a prestigious family. Don't tell me you're so heartbroken that you've started slumming it with trash? The moment he finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes toward me, eager for drama. By now, they were all genuinely curious about my new girlfriend, especially since my behavior seemed so evasive. Right at that moment, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed from the entrance, followed by a female voice struggling to hold back a laugh. Miss, someone just said that Mr. Logan is slumming it by being with you? At the sound of that voice, most people in the room were startled, but the Sioux siblings turned as white as sheets. Maya walked straight up to me, ignoring everyone else. She slipped her arm through mine and said with a playful, pouting expression, "You let them provoke you like this without even mentioning my name? Am I really that unpresentable?" I looked at her seriously. "How are you here so early? Is the meeting over?" Maya glanced at the crowd. "Meetings can be delayed. But if my boyfriend is being bullied, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, and I'll end up buying out everyone in this room." If anyone else had said those words, it would have been met with nothing but scorn. But this was Maya Yoon. The moment she walked in, the atmosphere in the room completely shifted. Because Maya managed the family's branch office in this city, every business owner present was more or less familiar with her face. But someone needed to tell them. Did they really just assume that Logan's unpresentable girlfriend was Maya Yoon? And her attitude toward Logan was enough to make everyone's jaw drop. After a long, stunned silence, the ballroom erupted into a frenzy. Logan's girlfriend is actually Maya Yoon. He sure kept that hidden well. I thought someone of Ms. Yoon's stature would be aloof even in a relationship, but look at her attitude toward Logan. Just a second ago, Long said he was slumming it, and that his girlfriend was unpresentable. What an absolute joke. Can an illegitimate daughter of the Soo family even compare to the eldest daughter of the Yoon family? Sophie, being the subject of the comparison, looked worse than words can describe. Yet, she couldn't find a single word to fire back. Before, she could rely on my affection to act superior in front of Maya. Now that I was gone, she realized that in front of this woman, she was absolutely nothing. Long's face flashed through a dozen shades of pale, but mostly, he was in total disbelief. Even more shocked than him, however, was Ashton Song, who had been silent. Outsiders only knew of the capital's 10 great families, but no one understood better than someone from the heart of the capital what the Yoon family truly represented. The higher the ranking, the more staggering the gap. Among the 10 families, only the Xia family could hope to rival the Yoons. Even the third-ranked Jai family was separated from them by a massive chasm. Moreover, Maya was the Yoon patriarch's daughter from his later years, the only daughter of the family, the absolute apple of their eye. Someone like her was beyond his wildest dreams. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Seth suddenly let out a cold laugh. "You guys don't actually think that just being together means they'll have a happy ending, do you?" Everyone in the room froze. They all turned their heads to look at me. Even the Songs care about a bride's background. You think the Yoons, the top family in the country, won't care about social standing? Seth looked at me mockingly. He continued, "Do you really think the Yoon family would accept someone from an orphanage?" The moment he said that, a murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, but because of Maya and me, few dared to show it on their faces. Only Long was reckless enough to chime in. "Exactly, you should know your place. Seduced her is one thing, but if her parents don't approve, you're never getting in." "It seems you know my parents better than I do," Maya said with a sharp, cold smile. But there wasn't a trace of a smile in her eyes. "I don't care whose house this is," she said. "How dare you say those things right in front of me? Do you have a death wish?" Seth and Long both recoiled, their necks shrinking back in fear. What are you planning to do?" Maya's brow furrowed. "Slap them." At her command, Jade immediately led her men forward and grabbed Seth and Long. The sounds of crisp, loud slaps rang out before anyone could react. The crowd stood frozen in shock. It wasn't until Seth's cries of pain erupted that Sophie desperately tried to rush forward. "What are you doing?" The usual casual air around Jade vanished completely. Her gaze was as sharp as a freshly whetted blade. "Miss Sophie, since your brother can't watch his mouth, it's only right he receives a lesson. If you stick your nose where it doesn't belong, it won't just be his face that suffers. Do you understand?" Sophie clenched her fists tightly, her eyes bloodshot with rage. It wasn't that she cared so much for Seth, but Maya's actions were a complete humiliation, dragging her dignity through the dirt. Unlike Sophie's struggle, Ashton Song acted as if he didn't even hear Long's screams. He stood to the side, trying his best to fade into the background. In that moment, no one in the ballroom dared to even breathe. Only the sound of slaps and the wails of the two men remained. By the time their faces were swollen and bruised, a furious roar erupted from the entrance. "What are you doing?" Only then did Maya signal her people to stop at my gesture. Long's eyes were swollen from crying. Seeing Mr. Zheng, he threw himself into his father's arms. "Dad!" "They hit me. They dared to hit me in our own home. You have to get revenge for me." he sobbed. Even though Mr. Zhang was usually timid, seeing his son's face swollen like a pig's head made his temper flare. Miss Yoon, you owe me an explanation for this. Maya's expression remained perfectly calm. Instead of asking me for an explanation, why don't you ask your precious son what exactly he just said? Mr. Zhang looked at the intimate way Maya was standing with me, then turned a suspicious gaze toward Long. He had known about their relationship the moment Maya arrived. He also remembered the tantrum Long threw at the gate. If he had said something he shouldn't have in front of Maya Yun, not even Mr. Zhang would be able to protect him. Long felt a flicker of guilt, but he still couldn't swallow his pride. Emboldened by his father's presence, he regained his bravado. He yelled, "No matter what I said, she had no right to do this to me. Besides, was I wrong? Logan is just a nobody from an orphanage. He's not worthy of being a son-in-law to the Yun family." Mr. Zhang felt his vision go dark upon hearing those words. But before he could even react, a cold, indifferent female voice rang out from the entrance. "If even a young master of the Xia family isn't worthy of the Yuns, then pray tell, who exactly is worthy in your eyes?" Everyone turned their heads at the sound. They saw the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Summer Xia, walking in with a security detail. In the ballroom, many people looked at the newly arrived Summer with confused expressions. Unlike Maya, who often managed the local branch office, Summer was always based in the capital. Very few people here recognized her on sight, but there were a few who did. Sophie felt a ringing in her ears. A young master of the Xia family? Maya was also stunned. She remembered Summer saying that her brother was 6 months younger than her. She looked at my calm expression, which showed no sign of surprise at all. Her heart began to sink. Could it really be such a coincidence? Summer didn't care what anyone else was thinking. The moment the DNA results came out, her heart nearly exploded with joy. She wanted to rush over immediately. The people near the door automatically made way for her. Summer strode quickly to my side and pulled me into a tight embrace. "Brother, I finally found you." Samantha, who had followed her in, announced timely, "The DNA results are in. Congratulations, Mr. Logan, you found your family." The expressions on everyone's faces were a sight to behold. No one expected that attending a birthday banquet would lead to such a series of dramatic twists. I was being held tightly by Summer, feeling a bit out of my element. Even though she was my modern-day blood relative, we had only met a few times. Feeling her body trembling slightly from overwhelming emotion, I couldn't bring myself to push her away. I could only look at Maya with a helpless expression. Sure enough, Maya's face was covered in a layer of frost. However, she didn't dare move. That was her future sister-in-law, after all. Jade leaned in and whispered into Maya's ear, "Miss, if Mr. Logan is the Xia family's son, your path to love might have a few more stumbling blocks." Everyone knew that the 3 Xia sisters in the capital were absolute brother-obsessed fanatics. A child stolen at birth was usually presumed dead, but the Xia family had never given up in 19 years. The reward money had skyrocketed, and the 3 sisters nearly had missing person posters tattooed on their foreheads. Even though their father had also gone missing, he never received this kind of treatment. They hadn't even bothered looking for him. This showed just how high Logan's status was in the Xia family. Maya shot Jade a fierce glare. Shut up. Couldn't she see that her heart was already in her throat? This girl was just looking for drama and dared to remind her of that. By now, most of the people present had more or less pieced together the situation. Those who didn't had found out Summer's identity. Through hushed inquiries, a new wave of heated discussion swept through the room. Seth and Long's faces were burning hot, though it was unclear if it was from the slaps or from the shame of the crowd's mockery. Mr. Zhang was trembling with anxiety because his son had offended both the Yun and Xia families back-to-back. Most importantly, the Zhang family was hoping to partner with the Xia group on a project for the local branch. Summer calmed her emotions slightly before finally letting go of me. Her gaze flickered toward Maya for a brief second, sending a look that said, "I'll deal with you later." Then she turned to look at Mr. Zhang. Yesterday, I reviewed a new project proposal for the branch. It seems you were involved in the bidding, Mr. Zhang." Mr. Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and his cheek began to twitch uncontrollably. "Miss Xia, I didn't." Summer raised her hand to cut him off. "You should know exactly what I mean. The Xia family will not partner with anyone who bullies my brother. Consider yourself warned." Even though he had already expected this outcome, hearing Summer say it left Mr. Zhang's face ashen. Long realized he had caused a disaster, and reached out to tug on his father's sleeve. Mr. Zheng turned around and slapped him. "This is all your fault. I thought because you lost your mother you needed more love. But I've spoiled you into a lawless brat." Summer had no interest in watching their family drama. She turned her gaze towards Sophie, Seth, and Ashton. When Summer's eyes locked onto them, Ashton felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Everyone said the eldest Xia daughter was cold and indifferent, but everyone also knew her one Achilles' heel was her long-lost younger brother. So, the moment he found out I was the Xia son, he desperately tried to remember if he had done anything too out of line. Surely what he did wasn't that bad, right? Summer's gaze toward the Su siblings was as cold as the dead of winter. On the way here, I did some digging. It seems Miss Sophie, in her quest to return to the Su family, deceived and manipulated my brother's feelings, stepping on his hard work just to climb the ladder. You really are a piece of work. Even though Summer was clearly seething with rage, her voice remained refined and composed to the core. Yet, it was precisely this composure that made Sophie unable to gauge exactly what she was thinking. Seth stepped forward to shield Sophie, mumbling through a mouth swollen with blood and saliva. "What do you want?" Even if she used him. "Logan was the one who pursued my sister first. Ask him yourself if you don't believe me." As he spoke, he pointed a finger directly at me. Summer didn't follow his lead to ask me anything. She simply picked up where she had left off. I don't like to get my hands dirty, so there's no need to be nervous. Besides, my brother woke up early. The things she took from him have already been returned in full. I'm not so petty as to kick 2 stray dogs while they're down. Sophie and Seth both sighed in relief, but the next second, Summer said, "However, you want to go back to the Su family?" "Not a chance." As Summer spoke, she glanced at the silent Ashton Song. "You want a marriage alliance with the Songs? Fine, as long as the head of the Song family agrees. The Xia family will focus all our firepower on them, before you can even become a Song daughter-in-law. The Song family will be wiped from the capital entirely. Let's see if the head of the Su family still acknowledges you then." The guests in the room sucked in a cold breath. Ashton felt like he'd been struck with a heavy blow. Though Summer's words were directed at Sophie, he knew she was also warning him. If he didn't give Sophie a chance, he could still save the Song family. Sophie and Seth were completely dumbfounded. Summer was cutting off their path back to the Su family for good. After Summer finished speaking, she didn't care about the reactions of those present. She reached out to take my arm. Her gaze was so doting it could drown me. "Lenny, shall we go?" This split-second change in persona left the crowd in absolute awe. I looked at her with a serious expression. I still hadn't processed what had just happened. Ever since my rebirth, I hadn't known the feeling of having family. Auntie Fawn from before, though she gave me extra care. There were just too many children at the orphanage. She couldn't focus all her energy on me. Truth be told, in these 2 lives, this is the first time I've felt family back me up. It doesn't feel half bad. It's just that the name Lenny seemed like no one but Auntie Fong had ever called me that. Even Maya only ever calls me Logan. Summer called out to me again as I was spacing out. Her eyes were filled with worry. I suddenly snapped back to reality. I cleared my throat and said, "Let's go." Since it had come to this, there was no way I was staying for the banquet. Both Summer and I were leaving, basically crashing the whole event. Maya didn't want to stay behind either. After we walked out of the Zheng estate, I wanted to introduce Maya to Summer, but Summer had already turned around. With a forced smile, she looked at Maya and said, "So, the boyfriend Miss Yoon was talking about was my brother." Maya's eyebrows twitched instinctively. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "Sister Summer, are." Summer narrowed her eyes, her gaze becoming dangerous. "You aren't married into the family yet. I didn't give you permission to call me sisters." Maya gave her a pitiful look. Sister Summer. Summer was about to say something else when her phone started ringing. She checked the caller ID and said to me, "It's Mom." I still wasn't used to Summer speaking to me like a sister, and I wasn't prepared to speak with my mother from this life yet. I ignored her hint on purpose. I just nodded and said, "Answer it." Summer let out a sigh. She walked to the side and swiped to answer. But she didn't hear her mother's voice. It was her second sister, Serena. "So you won't answer?" "If I don't use Mom's phone, right?" Summer pursed her lips slightly. She answered without any guilt. "You kept calling all day. I got annoyed and blocked you." Serena was speechless. Beside her, Alice Yang asked frantically, Hurry up and ask her. Are the DNA results out yet? Is it really your brother? Serena was also worried about her brother, so she put the grudge aside for now. Did you hear, Mom? Is the result out? Is it really him? Summer turned her head to look at me. Yes. Serena jumped up from the sofa. Butler, get the helicopter ready. Alice heard Summer's confirmation too. She immediately burst into tears of joy. We finally found him. God is good. We finally found your brother. Wait, Summer said, knowing Serena would act like this. She spoke up quickly to stop her. Don't come over yet. He doesn't seem to have processed it all yet. If you all show up, you'll just scare him. Let me talk to him first, and then I'll bring him back to the capital. Serena said excitedly, Can you handle it? If not, let me do it. Summer's voice turned cold. Don't forget, I'm still your older sister. While Summer was on the phone, Maya held my hand with a look of hurt. It seems your sister doesn't want us together. I squeezed her hand back to comfort her. Don't worry. She's probably just overwhelmed finding me after all this time. No matter what happens, I'll always be on your side. Maya reached out and hugged me tight. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. As long as you don't leave me, I can handle anything. Beside us, Jade rolled her eyes. Why did she feel her lady was acting so manipulative? After hanging up, back at the Shia estate in the capital, Serena looked at her mom and asked, Mom, since we found him, are we really not going to the city? She suspected Summer was just lying to them, that she said that just so she could have some private time to bond with their brother first. Your sister is right. Though Alice also wanted to see her son as soon as possible, she had many concerns after hearing Summer's words. He was stolen from birth. Who knows how much he's suffered over the years. He must blame us for not protecting him. We shouldn't push him too hard. Let him process the truth first. Once your sister gets through to him, it won't be too late to see him. We've waited this many years. What's another moment? Since the matriarch had spoken, Serena could only nod obediently. Quarter man and seed 2000s ovations. It's a basic times ovations. Alice pulled up the phone number of their third sister, Skylar. Serena immediately covered the screen. Mom, are you calling Skylar? Alice asked in confusion. What's wrong? She doesn't know the news yet. A sly smile appeared on Serena's face. If you tell her he's back, aren't you afraid she'll come back and fight for favor? Alice laughed. You're overthinking it. She wants him back just as much as you two. Why would she fight for favor? Serena kept trying to convince her. What I mean is, aren't you afraid she'll come back and steal all his affection from us? After all, you know how clingy that girl is. If he comes back, she'll probably hog all his time. How will we bond with him then? Alice's expression turned serious now. After a moment, she nodded. You're right. Skylar finally put her mind to something. Let her gain some more experience outside. For a bit, a perfectly good banquet had been ruined to this extent. Mr. Jang no longer had the heart to continue the celebration. After my group left, he forced a smile and dismissed the remaining guests. Then, without even glancing at the culprits still standing there, he turned and headed upstairs. Zhenglong looked at Seth's face, which was swollen like a pig's. He knew he probably didn't look much better himself. I got her. When he saw Ashton's song, whose hair wasn't even slightly out of place, he suddenly realized something. Cousin, what were you doing? While those people were bullying me, at least Sophie had tried to fight back for Seth. And in the end, he'd only spoken up because of Ashton. Yet while he was being beaten, Ashton had just stood by and watched. Ashton's expression flickered with guilt. I didn't ask you to say those things. Besides, that was Maya Yoon. Even if I wanted to help, there was nothing I could do. Enough, Zhenglong barked at him. Even if you're afraid of Maya Yoon, you could have at least called for help. I was a fool to ever think I should help you. With that, he turned and stormed off as well. In an instant, only Ashton, Sophie, and Seth were left in the hall. Ashton was about to leave too, but Sophie reached out and grabbed his wrist. Ashton, even though she only said his name, Ashton knew exactly what she was trying to say. Sophie, just let me clear my head for a bit, okay? Sophie's heart raced with panic. Even though she already had a bad feeling, she still tried to salvage the situation. We already overcame your father's disapproval. Are you really going to let a single threat from Summer Xia scare you off? Seth chimed in. Yeah, Ashton, she was probably just bluffing. The Song family is massive. There's no way she could just erase it like that. That's enough. Ashton shoved Sophie's hand away. Can you just stop making things difficult for me? If this was just a problem here in the city, my father might have been willing to indulge me, but to gamble the entire Song family as the stakes? Not only would he refuse, I wouldn't agree to it either. Before I even came here, my father had already chosen a school abroad for me, to continue my studies. I'm sorry. Let's break up. Without waiting for a response from the siblings, he turned and walked out. After Ashton left, Seth stamped his foot in a fit of rage. Not a single one of them is reliable. He turned back to Sophie and asked, "Sis, what do we do now? Are we really never going back to the Sue family?" Sophie didn't say a word. Her expression shifted through various shades of darkness. After what felt like an eternity, she clenched her fists as if she had made a final decision. This is the only path we have left. Because of Summer's presence, our group chose not to go back to Maya's place at Yujing. Instead, we went to my residence at Dewan. Looking at the exquisitely decorated high-end villa, Summer felt a wave of relief. She was glad I was living well now. But at the same time, she dreaded thinking about the life I had before. However, when she saw Maya following us in, her internal alarms went off again. "You've seen him home safely. What are you doing coming inside?" Before Maya could even respond, I took her hand and looked at Summer. "I think I need to make something very clear. Maya is my girlfriend, and since we're both adults, we have every right to decide how we spend our time. If recognizing my family means they get to meddle in my relationship and make her feel unwelcome, then you may as well leave, Ms. Shah. As you can see, I can live perfectly well without a family." Maya's heart skipped a beat, because the reason I suddenly decided to be with her had been so unclear. She had always been terrified while cherishing this relationship. She had acted manipulatively when my family appeared, only because she was afraid I would abandon her. But now, I was actually willing to give up my family just for her. Did this mean she was more important to me than my own flesh and blood? If Maya's heart was currently in the warmth of spring, Summer's was in the dead of winter. That cold, Ms. Shah sent a chill straight to her core. But beneath her hurt, there was mostly shock. "As far as I know, didn't you just break up with Sophie Sue? It's only been a few days. How can your feelings for this girl be this deep already?" I didn't expect anyone else to understand this sudden shift in my devotion. After all, the truth about past and present lives was so sensational that I had even kept Maya in the dark. There was no way I was going to explain it to anyone else. In my past life, Maya gave me the only life-saving medicine she had. She never pressured me for a single thing. After I died, she dragged her broken body along to get the revenge I couldn't get myself. And then she died with me. And where was my family? They never came to find me in my past life. Although I don't know what changed in this life to allow them to find me, their place in my heart could never be compared to Maya Yoon. I'm sorry. I looked at Summer and continued, but I'll say it again. If you want me to acknowledge you as family, then you must respect my choices. Summer took a deep breath, knowing when to back down. It was my mistake. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to make things difficult for her. Logan, what I meant was, as long as I don't interfere, you'll agree to come back to the family, right? I was momentarily speechless. I thought to myself that she really knew how to climb up the pole the moment she saw an opening. Seeing my hesitation, Summer's heart began to race again. "Lenny, you know as well as I do that Maya can't stay in this city forever. If you want to be with her, you'll have to come to the capital sooner or later." Maya was taken aback. Was she being used by Summer right now? This woman had just snubbed her. Yet in the next breath, she was using her to convince me to recognize the family. She was truly manipulative to the core. I pursed my lips slightly. I had actually thought about this before. The company I founded was no longer what it used to be, and few of my key personnel were actually locals from this city. I had been planning to move the company to the capital anyway. In my past life, when the time was right, and I needed to help Sophie manage Astra Media, I moved the company. There was no reason not to move it now, since both my family and my lover were in the capital. With that in mind, I nodded. Give me some time to handle the relocation of the company. Receiving my definitive answer, Summer excitedly pulled me into another hug. I'll help you. Seeing this, Maya's face went dark again. The moment Summer let go, she hooked her arm through mine to reassert her territory. Her tone was far from pleasant. I've dismissed the servants for the night. You can find a guest room to sleep in yourself, big sister. With that, she pulled me toward the stairs. Summer watched us go, feeling a strange sense of melancholy. But she quickly perked up again. Now that her brother was finally coming back, she just needed to foster their relationship. Once her place as his sister was secure, she'd definitely make that girl pay. Maya had no idea that she had already been blacklisted by her future sister-in-law. As soon as we entered the bedroom, she pinned me against the door and kissed me fiercely. I turned my head to dodge her. "What's wrong with you?" Maya buried her face in the crook of my neck, her voice distorted with jealousy. "I'm jealous." I was stunned, then I chuckled. "She's my sister." Maya's voice was still sour. "She's still a woman." I reached up and rubbed her head, leaning in to give her a soft kiss like I was coaxing a child. "Better now?" Maya licked her lips. She was quite satisfied with that, but she was still acting tough. Not that I didn't know her through and through, but I decided to keep indulging her anyway. "So, what do you want to do?" Maya looked at me shyly. "Do what I've wanted to do since last evening." The next morning, I unusually wanted to sleep in. However, I heard a series of somewhat urgent knocks on the door. Maya wanted to open the door for me, but I pushed her back into the blankets with one hand. I didn't need to guess to know who was out there. I could argue with Summer to stand my ground and not let her interfere with our business, but I couldn't manage to keep from blushing or keep my heart from racing if I let Maya open that door. After tidying myself up a bit, I opened the door, looked at Summer, and asked, "Sister, is something wrong?" Summer froze. She completely forgot what she was about to say. She stared at me blankly, as if she couldn't believe her own ears. "What did you just call me?" I couldn't quite grasp why she was so excited. I had already decided yesterday. Since I had already decided to acknowledge the family, there was no point in keeping up the act. Otherwise, nothing I called Summer would feel right. With that in mind, I called her sister again, without a second thought. The next second, I was pulled into a tight embrace. Summer's voice overflowed with intense emotion and joy. "I'm here!" I let out a helpless sigh. I didn't understand why she was so obsessed with hugging. While her embrace was purely innocent, it wouldn't stop my girl from getting jealous. I didn't even have to look back to know the one on the bed was fuming again. I patted Summer on the shoulder. I changed the subject. "Sister, why were you looking for me?" Remembering why she had come, Summer let go of me. Her expression turned serious. "Miles Sue is dead." I was a bit taken aback. "What?" Summer assumed I didn't know who he was, so she added an explanation. Miles was the only son of the Sioux patriarch's first wife. In other words, Sophie's half-brother. Of course, I knew who Miles Sue was, but his death was something I hadn't expected. After all, in my past life, he was still alive and well at this point. Besides, I had just called him 2 days ago. Hearing of his sudden passing, it was impossible not to be affected. At that thought, I reached out and grabbed Summer's sleeve. "How did he die?" "The Sioux patriarch is trying to cover it up." Summer took my hand, offering a bit of warmth. "But walls have ears. What's certain for now is that he died in the arms of a woman at a private club. The Sioux patriarch probably finds it too scandalous, so he's doing everything to keep it covered up." Though she spoke in veiled terms, anyone could understand the implication. Miles spent his days idling in debauchery. It was only a matter of time before his body gave out. But at this point in my previous life, he wasn't anywhere near death. Unless Maya, now fully dressed, walked over. She glanced at my expression first, then said to Summer, "You just blocked Sophie's path back to the Sioux family, and now Miles is suddenly dead. This is far from simple." "I thought of that too," Summer replied, "but because even the Sioux patriarch is going to great lengths to hide it, even burying him overnight, it's going to be very difficult to find evidence." She paused and looked at me. "Furthermore, Sophie and her family, the three of them, have already been taken back to the Sioux estate. Ever since I heard Miles was dead, I knew this would be the outcome. To the Sioux patriarch, the Sioux family business is everything. No matter how suspicious Miles' death was, right now, Sophie is the only one left to inherit the estate." Summer saw me frowning and gently smoothed my brow. "Lenny, don't worry. I will never let anyone who bullied you off the hook." "So, what if she's back at the Sioux estate? She's just dragging the whole family down with her. Once we return to the capital, I'll help you take down the Sioux family." "No." I shook my head and lowered Summer's hand. "Stay out of this. Whether it's dealing with Sophie or the Sioux family, I'll handle it myself." Yesterday was the first time I felt what it was like to have family support, and with so many people watching, when Summer used threats to cut off Sophie's escape route, I didn't stop her. But when it comes to revenge, It's much more satisfying to do it personally, especially with a blood feud like this. Otherwise, what was the point of my rebirth? Though I didn't foresee Miles Sue's death, if Sophie were really that easy to deal with, I wouldn't have been ruined by her for 2 lifetimes. At that thought, a thrill of excitement curled my lips. I was worried that Sophie wouldn't be much of a challenge. Now, things are finally getting interesting. Summer asked hesitantly, "Lenny, between you and Sophie, is it really just a relationship issue?" I threw the question right back at her. "What do you think?" Without waiting for an answer, I sneered. "As long as I'm alive, she can forget about getting anything she wants. Even if she gets it, I'll make her spit it back out eventually." Summer froze for a moment and looked at Maya, only to find that she looked just as confused. But both of them knew that the grudge between me and Sophie was far deeper than it appeared. Since I had no intention of explaining further, they didn't feel right pressing for more. Over the next few days, I was busy processing the company's relocation. A week later, I finished settling my affairs in the city and returned to the capital with Summer and Maya. My mother and Serena knew I was coming home today. They were so excited they didn't sleep a wink. They stayed home all day, not going anywhere. They were checking the clock every few seconds. By 1:30 p.m., a sudden roar erupted from the garden as the helicopter touched down. The anxious hearts of my mother and Serena were instantly flooded with relief. They perked up and hurried toward the garden. Serena's height and long legs gave her a clear advantage. She left our mother behind in just a few strides. Ignoring her mother's complaints behind her, Serena rushed into the garden, her eyes locked onto me like heat-seeking missiles. I had just stepped off the helicopter and hadn't even taken in my surroundings, when suddenly, a gust of wind scented with elegant perfume rushed toward me. Serena stepped forward and pulled me into a crushing hug. "Lenny, I finally get to see you." Hearing her call herself second sister, I slowly lowered my hand, which was ready to perform a grapple. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder, is the Xia sisters' habit of hugging something genetic? Maya watched us locked in a tight embrace and clenched her fists once again. Alice Yang arrived a moment later across the soft lawn. "Lenny, let Mom look at you." Summer had told them my name before we arrived, and since the child was stolen, before they even had a chance to name me, she just went ahead and used that name. Summer looked at Serena with annoyance. "Didn't you hear Mom? Besides, you're squeezing Lenny too hard." Serena finally let go of me. The moment she saw my face, tears began to stream down my mother's face. Her hands trembled as she stroked my cheek. "Lenny, I'm your mother." A strange sensation rose in my chest. I thought that facing family members who were essentially strangers, I wouldn't be able to feel any emotion. But seeing the woman before me in tears, I actually found myself wanting to reach out and wipe them away. Perhaps this was the undeniable pull of blood. Seeing me remain silent, Alice stepped forward with a broken heart and pulled me into her arms. "I'm so sorry, Lenny. It's my fault. I didn't protect you. You must have suffered so much all these years." Feeling a bit lost, I gave her back a gentle pat. "No, I've had a good life. Although I was small when I was at the orphanage, and didn't have much room to move, making life a bit difficult, I was able to be self-sufficient as soon as I got a bit older." The moment she felt me respond, Alice was instantly moved to tears of joy. However, she didn't quite believe me when I said I'd had a good life. She assumed I was just saying that to comfort her. She felt even more pained and guilty over how considerate and mature I was. Before, I was helpless. But thank God we found you now. I will definitely make it up to you double from now on. Your second sister will, too. Serena pulled out a welcome gift she had prepared in advance and shoved it into my hand. "This is my supplementary card. It has no limit, no password. Just swipe it whenever you want." She had racked her brain for the past few days and couldn't think of a proper gift. After all, for everything one could possibly need in life, Summer had already bought every single thing, so she figured a welcome gift was best kept. Simple and practical. Endless money was more real than anything else. Summer might have made the most thorough preparations, but so what? From now on, every time her brother bought something, it would be on her card. As his second sister, she wouldn't have to worry about outshining her one day. However, Serena's beautiful fantasy was shattered the next moment when the card was handed back. I shook my head and said, "It's fine. I'm not short on money." Serena assumed I was just too shy to take it, so she tried to shove the card back to me. "What are you being so polite with your sister for?" I helplessly handed it back a second time. "I'm serious. I really don't need money. Even if you give it to me, I won't use it. Serena was nearly dying of frustration. Seeing the faint, mocking smile on Summer's face, she suddenly assumed Summer had already given me a card. If she had thought of the idea, how could her eldest sister, outwardly cold, but inwardly manipulative, not have thought of it too? In an instant, Serena's rage boiled over. She turned and gave her assistant, Zhang Ying, a fierce glare. This was all that idiot's terrible idea. Zhang Ying swallowed hard, feeling as though her head was in serious jeopardy. Ignored the silent war between the two sisters. She opened a wooden box she had been holding and took out a jade pendant to place around my neck. This is the welcome gift I prepared. Lenny, you must wear this all the time. I looked down at the pendant. It was an ancient piece of jade. I felt a sudden, instinctive pang of anxiety. Being reborn with the memories of past lives was already such an absurd, bizarre thing to happen to me, so I tended to believe in certain spiritual things. In my past life, I had visited many ancient temples. If I wasn't mistaken, this jade pendant Alice gave me was likely infused with her own blood and hair. It would protect me from misfortune for the rest of my life. But all that bad luck would be transferred onto her instead. I reached up, wanting to take the pendant off immediately, but Alice stopped me. Lenny, please don't refuse your mother, okay? Looking at the almost pleading look in her tearful eyes, I felt the pendant in my hand suddenly weigh a ton. It took a long time before I whispered back, okay, I'll cherish it. I would just have to make sure I never got hurt. Compared to the heartwarming scene of the three family members, Maya, standing off to the side, looked like an outsider. Ever since Alice and Serena arrived, their eyes hadn't left my face for a second. Even if they did notice her, they probably just assumed she was hitching a ride on the helicopter. Just then, an excited and cheerful voice rang out. I heard my son-in-law is back. Where is he? Hearing that voice, Serena and the others immediately frowned. They turned to see Maya's mother, Wu Shuman, dragging her husband, Yun Ruiqian, toward them. Shuman also acted as if she didn't even see her own daughter. She walked right past Maya and rushed toward me. This must be my son-in-law. He's so handsome. Serena immediately pulled her brother behind her, looking at the couple with extreme suspicion. We just found my brother. Since when is he your son-in-law? Only then did I realize I had forgotten to make introductions. Maya quickly walked around Serena to my side and took my hand, stepping forward. Maya, you all should know her already, but I want to introduce her properly. She's my girlfriend. Shuman instantly broke into a wide grin. See, even without us adults meddling, Lenny and Maya still ended up together. This is truly a match made in heaven. She had already known about our relationship before coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called me son-in-law the moment she arrived. With that thought, she opened a velvet box and took out an ancient-looking ring with a strange, unique totem engraved on it. She grabbed my hand to slide it on, happily murmuring, "Here, a welcome gift for my son-in-law." Serena, seeing the ring that symbolized the Yun family heritage, was shocked but quickly pulled me away. Lenny, you're only 19. Why are you so eager to ruin your life? Let your sister tell you. Women are nothing but trouble. Don't let her trick you. Every woman present fell silent. I was also a bit speechless. I asked hesitantly, "Aren't you a woman too?" Serena didn't look embarrassed at all. She offered her logic with a self-deprecating shrug. Exactly. Only a woman could understand that. I'm just afraid you'll get hurt, okay? Alice gave Serena a dirty look. That's enough. You think everyone is like you? Exactly, Summer chimed in. The woman from the Sue family is enough of a warning. If you don't learn to control yourself, do you want Mom to have to bury you too? Serena looked at Summer as if she were a monster. Our brother has a girlfriend, and you aren't opposing it? Has she lost her mind? Summer thought to herself that, of course, she opposed it. But the scene of me defending Maya earlier was still fresh in her mind. And after spending these few days together, she realized that I responded to kindness, not force. She wasn't going to be like Serena and dance right into a minefield. As for Maya, she would let her be happy for a while. Suppressing the malice in her heart, Summer put on a helpless expression. But they're already together. We can't just break them up, can we? The most important thing right now was to build favor with her brother. She would leave the role of the villain to her second sister. Serena took a deep breath and ran a hand through her hair. Are you serious? Alice was used to the sisters bickering. Thinking of Serena's rudeness, she walked toward Maya's parents with an apologetic look. Serena is just blunt. I hope you don't take it personally. Alice, you're being far too formal. Schumann didn't look upset at all. Do I look like the type to hold a grudge against a child? Besides, everyone knows these three sisters are brother-obsessed fanatics. It's normal that they can't accept it right away. They'll get used to it over time. Serena rolled her eyes. They haven't even been together that long. Who's to say they won't break up tomorrow? Shut up. Alice glared at Serena again, then turned back to Schumann and Ruikian. Maya, I basically watched this child grow up. There's nothing wrong with her character or upbringing. I have no objections. If Logan likes her, that's enough for me. Schumann happily hugged Alice. I knew you were the best. At that moment, she and Alice looked no different from two young best friends acting spoiled. But then Alice's tone shifted. Lenny was just found. He hasn't spent any time with the family yet. Besides, both children are still young. We don't intend to have him get married this early. You scared me. I thought you were going to say something else. Schumann laughed, patting her chest to catch her breath. Do I look like someone who's that unreasonable? I've seen how much you've missed him all these years. How could I take away the chance for you to be with your son the moment he returns? Besides, even if they do get married, Maya will be living at your house anyway. Everything was perfectly arranged. Maya looked completely speechless. Alice smiled and glanced at the time. She turned to the butler and gave her orders. Have people start setting up the banquet venue. Since Lenny is back, it's time to host a formal recognition banquet. The butler nodded immediately. Yes, madam. Alice looked back at me. Lenny, are there any friends you'd like to invite? I'll have the invitations sent out. I fell silent for a moment. I knew this kind of thing was unavoidable. I don't have many friends in the capital. I'm not sure if they'll have the time to come. I'll call them myself and ask. Alice nodded. Summer took out her phone. I'll call the stylists over. And I'll have Maya get dressed up too, so she doesn't embarrass Lenny. As Schumann spoke, she placed the velvet box containing the ring in my palm. I almost forgot. The welcome gift hasn't been given yet. Didn't know the full significance of the ring, but I could tell from the quality that it was no ordinary piece. I looked at Maya, feeling a bit unsure, and saw her give me a small nod. Serena stood to the side, glaring in frustration, but she couldn't stop the exchange of what was essentially an engagement token. Seeing me accept the ring, the weight on Schumann's heart instantly vanished. She reached out and tugged her daughter along, smiling as she said goodbye. We'll be back in a bit. After Maya's family left, I followed my family back into the main villa. As Summer led me upstairs, Serena pulled Alice aside just as she was about to follow. How could you agree to let our brother be with that girl from the Yun family? It's not like you don't know about them. She cut herself off. But her point was loud and clear. If it weren't for that reason, she wouldn't have risked making me hate her by trying so hard to stop them from being together. Alice's expression turned a bit uneasy, but she still said, but Maya is a good kid, and just like your sister said, they're already together. I can't bring myself to break them up. Serena remained silent for a long time, her voice laced with determination. Whether that girl is worth it depends on her performance from here on out. If she passes my test, I'll protect them, even if it means putting the entire Shah family on the line. But if she doesn't, I'll tear them apart, even if Lenny hates me for it. At that moment, I was completely unaware of the conversation downstairs. After following Summer to my room, I was stunned by the sight that met me the moment I entered. If Summer hadn't told me this was a bedroom, I would have thought it was an entire luxury penthouse floor. What surprised me even more was the massive, fully stocked walk-in closet. Given my current social standing, it wasn't that I hadn't seen such things before, but I would never have turned a place meant for sleeping into something so extravagant. Lenny, I set this all up for you. Do you like it? As the head of the entire Shah conglomerate, Summer didn't look like a powerful executive at all right now. The way she stared at her brother was like a giant pet begging for a bit of praise. I looked at her blankly. Sister, are you trying to get me to quit my job and open a mall? Summer couldn't help but laugh, as if she hadn't expected me to joke around. She pointed towards several rows of glass cabinets. This is the clothing section. Pick something out first. The matching shoes are over there. She pointed to an adjacent wall, then checked the time on her watch. I'll go check when the stylists are arriving. With that, she turned and walked out, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Running into Alice and Serena on their way up, Summer paused. She seemed to remember something and looked around. Skylar hasn't come back yet? That's not right. Serena crossed her arms answering with a straight face. I thought that since Skylar finally started taking her training seriously, we shouldn't let Mom tell her we found our brother. I didn't want to distract her. What do you think, big sister? They were all as cunning as foxes. Summer knew exactly what Serena was up to, but it suited her own plans perfectly. Summer patted Serena on the shoulder and said approvingly, "Your consideration was very thorough." At the same time, at the border of the country, a woman in black camouflage had a blade of grass in her mouth as she unrolled a portrait. "Should we head to the neighboring country next?" The man beside her nodded, his eyes weary from constant travel. "Who knows when we'll finally find the Lord's wife and child?" A man with a scarred face gulped down half a bottle of water, then wiped his mouth with his hand. "Doesn't the Xia matriarch look a lot like the woman? Why didn't we just take her back for the Lord to see? Are you an idiot?" The man with the gun smacked him on the back of the head. "The Lord said he only has a son. The Xia family has 3 daughters. With no son, it doesn't matter how much she looks like her. Then what about the one in that city?" The scarred man rubbed his head and glared. "That boy's eyes look a lot like the ones in the portrait." The words had barely left his mouth when he got smacked again. "The boy is only 19. Are you addicted to hitting me or something? What if you make me even stupider?" The scarred man made the fiercest face, while saying the most cowardly words. "I'm just saying, could he possibly be the Lord's son? Why don't we just get some of his hair and bring it back?" "So you're saying the Lord's wife is dead? How else would he end up an orphan?" The man in black camouflage spat out the blade of grass. "Besides, only that boy's eyes are a match. If we did a DNA test for every slight similarity, we'd end up plucking the Lord bald." The man spoke as he unrolled the portrait again. "What century is this? Still using a painting to find someone? If we just had a photo, it would be so much easier." The Lord was hypnotized. The fact that he remembers having a family and could draw a general outline is already impressive. Instead of complaining, we should get moving. Evening arrived in the blink of an eye. The entire Shah estate was brightly lit. Servants and subordinates were all at their posts, busy beyond belief. The banquet was set up in the outdoor garden. Long tables were draped in crisp white linen, laden with an assortment of exquisite pastries. Champagne towers glowed, shifting colors with the lights. Vibrant, fresh flowers lined both sides of a red carpet that stretched out from the arched entrance, decorating the entrance beautifully. The entire banquet venue was overflowing with a joyful atmosphere, yet it maintained a sophisticated elegance. At the appointed time, luxury cars began to pull up outside the Shah gates, one after another. The elite of the capital were arriving in droves. Everyone's status was quite clear here. The guests of honor had not yet made their entrance, but those who received invitations had already arrived. The crowd at the venue was chatting and laughing, and of course, the topic was centered on the long-lost son, who had just returned. "I really didn't expect the Xia family to actually find this child. Has anyone seen what he looks like? Who knows? But I think it's best not to get our hopes up too high." "Why do you say that?" "The He family is a perfect example of what can happen. The biological son they found was crude and ugly. He didn't even know how to use a fork and knife. And he reeked of that unrefined, peasant-like smell of the poor. After his recognition banquet, the head of the He family never let that boy out of the house again. He takes his adopted son everywhere instead. The Xia family's boy has been lost among the commoners since birth. He's probably even worse than the He family's kid. My brother isn't as terrible as you all make him out to be." A young man dressed in a light blue suit approached them, holding a glass of champagne. "It's not that Dad won't take him out. It's just that he doesn't like these crowded social events." The newcomer was none other than the He family's adopted son, Harrison He. Having their gossip overheard by the very people they were talking about, the guests looked a bit embarrassed. But Harrison didn't seem angry at all. Since it wasn't him they were insulting, Harrison naturally wasn't upset. Besides, the young Master Xia might not be as unrefined as everyone says. We'll know exactly what he's like once he comes out. His seemingly defensive words were essentially meaningless, and instead they reignited the topic that had just started to die down, just as everyone was speculating about how crude and ugly the Xia family's son would be. The sound system suddenly switched melodies, accompanied by Alice's gentle yet commanding voice. "Thank you all for waiting." Everyone turned their heads at the sound, and they saw Alice and Schumann walking in, each holding one of a young man's arms. The rest of the Xia and Yun families followed behind them like a team of bodyguards. The social ties between the Xia and Yun families were no secret among the capital's elite, so seeing the two families appear together didn't cause much of a surprise. However, when they saw the young Master Xia's face, everyone was stunned. For a long time, after the two families made their entrance, the venue fell into a hushed silence. The moment they saw us, everyone in the room instinctively held their breath. The crowd was dazed and mesmerized for quite a while. When they finally snapped out of it, the room exploded with excitement. This is the son the Xia family just found? He's way too handsome. It's not just his looks. His presence is absolutely incredible. Who was just saying he'd be crude and ugly? Talk about a slap in the face. The other young masters present were all raised with the best upbringing, yet none of them seemed as outstanding as the Xia family's son. Hearing the whispers of admiration from the crowd, Maya and my two sisters all narrowed their eyes with pride. Many of the young masters who were being compared looked quite displeased. From the moment I stepped out, they were already incredibly jealous, let alone being used as a backdrop to make me look better. Harrison, however, maintained an air of genuine admiration. Looking at my sharply handsome, almost striking face, he smiled and offered his praise. Master Xia is truly breathtaking. As soon as you walked in, the rest of us felt completely overshadowed. As soon as he said this, someone teased, "Our great scholar feels overshadowed?" If we're talking about looks and presence, Master Xia is indeed peerless. But when it comes to talent, no one in the entire capital can compete with you, Harrison. A young man with dyed pink hair chimed in. Our Harrison is the top disciple of the Guqin master, Winston. He's a true prodigy, even at his young age. He's already the vice president of the capital's Guqin Association. He doesn't need to rely on his face. The people around them were shocked. They already knew Harrison was Winston's student, but the vice president of the Guqin Association. Harrison smiled with a touch of modesty. I was only recently elected. It's mostly thanks to the president's favor and the support of the members. But in terms of mastery, I'm still far from my master's level. Your master is a legend. He's a national treasure of the Guqin world. Who could possibly compare to him? To have achieved what you have at your age is already a massive feat. Exactly. Being promoted means your skills have reached a new level. Shouldn't you show us a little something? It's been so long since I heard you play. The last time was at the Liang family's banquet. Harrison quickly waved his hands. Today is Master Xia's banquet. How could I steal the spotlight? If anyone is going to perform, it should be Master Xia himself. As he spoke, he turned to look at me, then quickly covered his mouth as if he'd made a slip of the tongue. His tone was a bit hesitant. Master Xia has such a refined air. He must have some incredible talents, right? When he said this, the expressions of both the Yun and Xia families soured. Serena narrowed her eyes at Harrison, then looked at Summer with a dry, angry laugh. Big sister, have I been acting too soft lately? Even now, someone dares to provoke my brother. When she was truly angry, her voice tended to get very quiet. So, besides the nearby Yun and Xia family members, few others could hear her. But her low voice carried an intense pressure, signaling the arrival of a coming storm. I gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, then turned to face Harrison. I do have a few talents. And, as it happens, my specialty is also the Guqin. Would you be interested in listening, Harrison? Serena stared blankly at her hand, too excited to even hear what I had said. My brother, did he just squeeze my hand? She missed it. But everyone else in the room heard me loud and clear. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. This was definitely a recipe for drama. Harrison raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat skeptical. Master Xia, you're saying you specialize in the Guqin? I smiled. Is there a problem? Of course not. Harrison acted as if he had just met a long-lost friend. It's usually hard for me to find a kindred spirit. Finding out you share the same passion is a wonderful surprise. Initially, I didn't want to show off at your own party, but hearing that you're an expert, I'm starting to get the itch. Master Xia, would you be willing to have a friendly duel with me? I raised an eyebrow in response. Was this guy serious? In my past life, though I was born into a military family, my mother came from a family of great scholars. When I was hailed as the capital's top scholar, this guy's ancestors probably hadn't even been born yet. Unlike what I was thinking, the moment Harrison suggested a duel, the crowd began to worry for me. After all, in their eyes, Harrison was already a master. Challenging him was practically suicidal. They thought that as long as I wasn't an idiot, I'd refuse. However, a moment later, they heard me say to Harrison, "In that case, it would be rude to refuse." It turned out this guy really didn't know his own limits. What a waste of such a handsome face. Alice and Schumann also looked at me with confusion. Lenny, I gave them a reassuring look. Then I asked, "Do we have a Guchin in the house?" Summer hesitated for a moment. "I didn't know you could play, so I didn't prepare one." Serena, she gave her a look that clearly said, "What good are you?" At the same time, her mind started racing. The rejection of her welcome gift earlier that afternoon had practically become an obsession for her. Now, a new idea had finally presented itself. With that in mind, she pulled out her phone and sent a text to Zhang Ying. Harrison, he saw their interaction, and feared I would use the lack of a Guchin as an excuse to back out. He quickly suggested, "That's simple. The He estate isn't far from here. I'll just have someone bring my own Guchin over." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and made a call. The efficiency of the elite was truly impressive. Before long, a Guchin with a shimmering, lustrous finish was delivered. Harrison held the instrument with great care. As he placed it on a temporary table they had prepared, he turned to look at me. "Master Xia, who shall go first?" I tilted my chin slightly. "You go ahead. Then I shall humble myself first." Harrison slowly took his seat. His fingers rested lightly on the surface of the instrument. He plucked a string, looking every bit the refined scholar. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, silently guessing which piece he would play. It wasn't until a string of melodic notes flowed out that they recognized the repertoire, and the crowd grew excited. "It's Floating Desolation, Master Winston's signature piece. This melody is truly beautiful. Even as someone who knows nothing of music, I listen to it often. He's playing even better than before. I used to think this kid played Floating Desolation a bit stiffly, but he's so skilled now. No wonder he was promoted to vice president of the capital's Guchin Association. Hardly anyone can master this piece, yet the young master can play it to this level. He truly is Master Winston's only successor." Hearing the crowd's praise, Harrison couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. He put even more effort into his performance. With such a brilliant act preceding him, the pressure on the Xia family's son must be immense. People began to worry for me again. Is there even a point in a duel anymore? Starting off with a trump card like that, he's left absolutely no room for anyone else to shine. "Master Xia, maybe it's better not to compete. None of us will laugh at you." After all, everyone present had been intimidated by Harrison's sheer talent before. They assumed Master Xia didn't know what he was getting into. When he hastily agreed to the duel, it would be perfectly normal to back out now. Some people kindly advised me to withdraw. My mother and the others were angry, but they also secretly hoped I would give up. The calmest people there were Maya and myself. Maya was calm, because she knew I never fought a battle I couldn't win, even though she had never seen me play. As for me, I didn't look calm. I looked more like I was dissatisfied. I even had my brows slightly furrowed. However, to the onlookers, this expression looked like pure nerves. When the piece finally ended, Harrison wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a shallow breath. He turned to look at me as I stood nearby. "Master Xia, do you still want to try?" His tone clearly reflected that he had taken the crowd's words to heart. "If you don't want to play, it's really no problem. Consider my performance today as a gift to celebrate your return to the family." The moment he stopped talking, I looked at him with a serious frown and said, "First, you hit a wrong note. Second, this piece must be played with soul. You can't just chase technical proficiency and speed. Most importantly, the tone of this piece encompasses suppression, grief, defiance, and peace. You played it far too cheerfully. It shows a complete lack of respect for the composition." As my words landed, the entire room fell deathly silent. Harrison was left speechless for a long moment. Then he let out a sharp, angry laugh. His voice took on a hostile edge. "It seems Master Xia thinks he knows a lot. To take a performance even my master approved of, and call it worthless." Without giving him a chance to continue, I asked immediately, "Everyone has their own interpretation. I won't argue with your other points for now. But you say I hit a wrong note? Tell me then, which note was wrong?" I didn't mind his outburst. I spoke calmly, pointedly identifying his error. At the transition into the slow movement, it isn't a sequence of 3 open-string notes. It's a change in position on the 3rd string, coordinated with the left hand to produce a harmonic. Listening to my explanation, Harrison realized I did indeed know something about the Guchin. However, he completely dismissed the error I pointed out. I've practiced this piece at least 1,000 times. Other than my master, no one knows this composition better than I do. The part Master Xia mentioned is a sequence of 3 open string notes, not some harmonic like you claim. This was my song. I was the one who composed it in my ancient life. How could I possibly remember it wrong? I let out a cold sneer. Wrong is wrong. If you use open strings there, listen for yourself. Does the transition in tone and emotion actually fit? If Winston plays it that way, then he is playing it wrong too. The moment I said that, the entire room froze in shock. Then, a burst of laughter erupted. Did I hear that right? Master Xia is actually questioning Master Winston? Truly, a newborn calf has no fear of tigers. To have the guts to say Master Winston is wrong, I doubt you'll find anyone besides Master Xia who dare. My mother and Schumann exchanged a look, neither of them knowing what to say. After all, they didn't understand the Guqin, and me questioning Winston was indeed something they hadn't expected. However, Serena was never one to shy away from trouble. If my brother says it's wrong, then it's wrong. What, does anyone have a problem with that? She swept her gaze across the room as she spoke. That icy stare made everyone shut their mouths instantly. Harrison looked like he was holding back a laugh. He stood up and looked at me. Master Xia, if you don't want to perform, we won't force you. There's really no need for this. It's one thing to criticize me, but my master's status and strength are obvious to everyone. To claim he is wrong is frankly quite disrespectful. Suddenly, the way the crowd looked at me was filled with an indescribable contempt. If I was afraid to compete, backing out would have been fine. They had even given me an easy way out. But to make up excuses because I couldn't win, and even to attack a legend like Winston, seemed both petty and incredibly stupid. However, most people only thought this privately. Few dared to say it aloud, except, of course, for a few reckless young masters who chimed in. I wondered why he was clinging to that one point. Turns out, he heard Harrison play so well that he's too scared to take the stage. If you're scared, just say so. Don't drag the legendary Master Winston into it. You really don't know your own place. As the words left his mouth, the faces of the Yun and Xia families darkened in unison. The way Serena looked at that man was like she was looking at a dead man. But before she could lash out, the butler came running over with quick, short steps. Madam, Master Winston has arrived. That announcement made everyone in the room pause. Then, the whispering began. When the Xia family invited Winston, they probably didn't expect their newly found son to be such a loose cannon. Now this is going to be a show. The hushed murmurs of the crowd weren't quite loud enough for the Xia family to hear, but, looking at their expressions, it was clear they weren't saying anything nice. Alice's heart was in her throat. She hadn't actually invited Winston. At that thought, realizing the only person who could have invited him was, she gave me a questioning look. I gave her a reassuring look, implicitly admitting that I was the one who had invited him. However, Alice wasn't comforted in the slightest. Her son's words from moments ago were still ringing in her ears. If those words reached Winston's ears later, sure enough, the moment Winston came into view, Harrison. He hurried over with a look of pure delight. Master. Winston gave him a curt nod and continued walking toward me. But before he could take more than 2 steps, Harrison leaned in again. Master, just now at the banquet, I played your signature piece, Floating Desolation. The Xia family's young master insisted that I played it wrong. Not only did he criticize me, but he said you were wrong as well. Alice closed her eyes for a second. When she opened them again, they were sharp with intensity. Summer and the others also looked at Harrison with icy expressions, seeming as if no matter what happened next, they would stand firmly by my side and not let me suffer a single grievance. Only my gaze remained perfectly calm, without a single ripple, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible hint of mockery. Harrison assumed that after he said all that, Winston would fly into a rage, or mock me without hesitation. Instead, Winston was stunned for a moment, then asked somewhat nervously, "Where did he say it was wrong?" Harrison blinked. He didn't quite react in time. It wasn't until Winston asked again that he finally repeated the error I had pointed out. Next, the crowd saw Winston walk with a solemn expression toward the Guqin placed in the banquet area. After taking his seat, he raised his hand and played that specific syllable. He played both versions once, then played the surrounding passage over and over a few times. Finally, A look of sudden realization dawned on his face. Immediately after, he stood up, bypassed the bewildered Harrison, and walked toward me with a terrified and respectful look. Serena thought Winston was going to do something to me, and her aura instantly flared with hostility. Summer also quietly stepped in front of me. "Master," Winston said. "I'm sorry, I remembered that part incorrectly. Please don't be angry." Winston was like an elementary student who had made a mistake, bowing slightly with his head down, standing before me with extreme apprehension, looking ready to accept whatever punishment I gave. Summer was speechless. Serena was speechless too. The rest of the Yun and Xia families were the same. Harrison and the crowd of onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Silence, a deathly silence. After Winston called me master and apologized, the entire place became as still as a grave, until Summer cleared her throat and stepped aside from in front of me. Only then did the crowd snap out of their shock. What followed was a sudden eruption of noise. Holy crap! Did I just hear that right? Master Winston actually called the Xia family's young master masters. And from the sound of it, he really was the one who played it wrong. A national treasure Guqin master is acting so submissively before Master Xia. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. In the ballroom, the guests were now shouting more excitedly than the last. In contrast, Harrison, who had just been demoted to my grand disciple, looked absolutely terrible. But more than the humiliation, he felt pure disbelief. His godlike master was actually the student of this boy? The world must have gone crazy. The members of the Yun and Xia families weren't exactly calm either. However angry they had been just moments ago, they were now twice as proud. Schumann even stepped forward and pinched my cheek. "Lenny, you're just too amazing. Is our daughter actually the one dating up?" No matter what the people around him were saying, Winston didn't straighten his bent back. He seemed determined not to move until he received my critique. "Yes." I reached up, took Schumann's hand, and gently moved it aside. Looking at Winston with an indifferent expression, I replied, "You remembered wrong. It happens. But your eye for disciples is truly terrible. The underlying tone of this piece, I assume you should be clear on it. He played it like absolute garbage, and you actually approved?" Winston took my scolding with fear and trepidation. When he heard me say he had approved Harrison, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He thought about it carefully, then shook his head like a rattle. "Master, I didn't approve of him. It was just that his playing was so atrocious before, that he couldn't even get through the whole piece smoothly. Now that he's finally shown a bit of improvement, I only gave him a nod. Because you told me, Master, that even the dullest disciple needs proper encouragement. That's exactly how you taught me back then." Harrison looked horrified. The guests burst into uncontrollable laughter, listening to the blatant mockery of those around him. Harrison desperately wanted the ground to swallow him whole. However smug he had been when challenging me, he was now just as full of regret. Still, regarding everything happening before him, he felt like he was trapped in a dream. How old was the Xia family's young master? How could he possibly be his master's master? Just then, a young man stepped forward and grabbed Harrison's arm. He looked at the crowd and sneered, "You bunch of hypocrites! Give it a rest already. Weren't you all joining in on the mockery of Master Xia just now? Now that the tables have turned, you're all acting like you knew it all along. Don't you have any shame?" The people who had been mocking the most shut their mouths instantly. Their expressions turned sheepish and guilty. At this point, Harrison seemed to finally snap out of the shock. He stepped toward Winston. "Master, you're joking, right? How old is Master Xia? How could you possibly take him as your teacher? Besides, your signature piece has been out for years. You've always played it this way. How could it be wrong just because he says so?" Facing him, Winston's face darkened instantly. "There is always someone better, and heights beyond your reach. You think only you are allowed to be a prodigy? You think no one can be more talented than you? You ask me why? I question myself because my master spoke. Because he is the one who wrote this piece." After saying that, he turned back to me with that humble look. "Master, I didn't know this rebellious student of mine would be so disrespectful. But don't worry, as of today he is no longer my disciple." As soon as those words were spoken, Harrison's face went deathly pale. He looked at me with pure disbelief. So, Master Xia is so young, yet his mastery of the Guqin is already higher than my master's. I mean, higher than Master Winston's? Then shouldn't you show us what you've got? To prove your own strength? The moment he finished speaking, The crowd sucked in their breath, admiring Harrison's sheer audacity. His words clearly implied that Winston was biased, questioning whether everything was just an act put on with Master Sha. Winston, like everyone else, heard the underlying message. There was no way he could have missed it. He immediately flew into a rage. Are you accusing me of lying? At my level, would I really do something to destroy my own reputation? Harrison seemed to have a nothing left to lose attitude. The Xia family is rich and powerful. Who can say for sure what happened? Besides, am I wrong? Winston was almost driven to a frantic laugh by his anger. He wanted to say more, but I stopped him with a single look. Since I agreed to a duel, I certainly won't back down from playing. With that, I walked toward the Guqin sitting to the side. I'll play Floating Desolation, and while I'm at it, I'll show you how this piece is actually supposed to be played. Harrison's face stiffened. Winston, however, looked like the clouds had finally parted. His eyes were dancing with excitement. To hear my master play Floating Desolation again, even getting bitten by an ungrateful snake was worth it. Harrison, the ungrateful snake, looked even more miserable. His expression darkened by another degree, but even now, he still couldn't bring himself to believe that I actually possessed such a high level of skill. Just as I was about to sit down, Serena suddenly pulled me back. Wait, Lenny! We're not touching that brain-dead guy's instrument. Your second sister bought one for you. Harrison, now dubbed Brain-Dead, looked on helplessly. I looked at her with confusion, my gaze asking where this supposed Guqin was. Serena checked her watch. What is taking Zhang Ying so long? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Ying's heavy breathing could be heard, coming from the back of the crowd. Second young lady, I've got it. The guests automatically parted, creating a path for Zhang Ying as she ran over. She handed the Guqin she was carrying to Serena. What again? Placed the new instrument on the cleared table. She turned to me with an eager look. Time was tight, so I just bought a temporary one for now. Later, I'll have a custom one made for you as a homecoming gift. I was about to say it wasn't necessary. After I finished playing this time, I didn't know when I'd ever touch one again, but seeing the doting, fawning look in Serena's eyes, I swallowed my words. Thank you, second sister. Serena stumbled in shock. Glad she had already put the instrument down. She asked blankly, what did my brother just call me? Before I could answer, she turned around and grabbed Summer's neck, shaking her frantically. He called me second sister. Summer, face dark, grabbed her wrists and pulled them away. Get off me. The crowd stood there wide-eyed. They never imagined the ruthless second Shaw daughter could have a side like this. However, as I took my seat, their attention was pulled back to the stage. Knowing I was Master Winston's teacher, even though they weren't as skeptical as Harrison, they were still incredibly curious. They wanted to see my actual performance. I hadn't touched the strings in a long time, but I didn't feel any panic under the collective gaze of the room. After a quick tuning, I let my index finger fall on a string and plucked it gently. It felt as though everyone's heartstrings vibrated in unison. As a series of mournful notes bled into the air, the remaining chatter in the garden died down. I played with absolute focus, my consciousness feeling as if it were traveling through time, returning to my first life in ancient times. It was late autumn, and the border wars were reaching a crisis point. There had been no word from my father and brother for months. We had no way of knowing their fate. I was too young then, so I could only wait at home with my mother. It was during that time, filled with sorrow and the hope for victory, that I composed this piece. The initial melody was low and mournful, like the whimpering of an autumn wind, slowly circling in everyone's ears. Those listening all felt a heavy sense of oppression. It was as if the modern Shaw garden had vanished. No one dared to even breathe loudly, feeling as though they were about to charge onto a battlefield. The tone shifted again, carrying the force of a 1,000-pound thunderclap, echoing the battle cries of soldiers on the front lines. My fingers plucking the strings moved so fast they became a blur. After some time, a resonant hum rang out, sounding like a prearranged signal. The horn of victory was blown. Our army struck while the iron was hot, reclaiming lost territory and crushing the fleeing enemy. The crowd was now beyond excited. Every single person had a triumphant, satisfied smile on their face, as if they were the ones who had won the war. With one last peaceful, vibrating note, I finished the performance. However, the people there remained in their original positions, their expressions frozen, clearly still lost in the music and unable to snap out of it. Maya stared at me blankly. a certain suspicion in her heart almost breaking through the surface. At the back of the crowd, there was a gaze that differed from the others, looking over the heads of the guests, and locking onto my face. Sophie Sue knew that the Sue family receiving an invitation must have happened without Summer or me knowing. So, since she arrived, she had done her best to keep a low profile, not even bringing her mother or brother, who were like ticking time bombs along. Seeing me take the spotlight once again, she couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. She didn't think she was capable of loving anyone. Compared to power, love was far too fleeting and ephemeral, so the regret in her heart was likely because she hadn't foreseen my background, thus losing the powerful support of the Xia family. But hearing me play this piece, a dull ache rose within her. It felt as if she had once lost something vital. She remembered me saying that we had a past life together in ancient times. She had treated it as a joke back then. Could it actually be true? Of course, it was impossible for me to miss Sophie. I didn't care if she was humiliated, but making a scene to kick someone out now would only lead to questions and gossip, giving the capital's elite unnecessary things to talk about. Summer likely shared my train of thought, which was why she hadn't confronted her yet. As long as she stayed quiet at the banquet, we could temporarily pretend she didn't exist. Sensation slowly returned to my numb fingers. I stood up, my gaze cold, as I looked at Harrison. Did you learn anything? That voice acted like a switch. The guests snapped back to reality, only then realizing they were covered in goosebumps. Holy crap, that was incredible. It was so powerful. That wasn't just music. It was like watching an ancient war epic. I don't even get that immersed at the movies. When he was accusing Master Winston of bias earlier. He didn't look like an artist at all. But thanks to his persistence, we actually got to hear such a mind-blowing performance. Listening to the cutting remarks from all sides, the color drained from Harrison's face, once again, until he was deathly pale. As a member of the Guqin community, he knew better than anyone except Winston just how spectacular my performance had been. It turned out, he was the one who didn't know his own place. Alice looked at her son with teary eyes. While she was proud of me, she was also full of regret for missing so much of my life. People were still gushing with praise. Then someone said, "If my math is correct, Master Xia is only 19 this year, right? He just reached adulthood. Yet he has such mastery. It's absolutely unbelievable. He's that young? Then isn't he still in school?" Alice suddenly realized that she hadn't even asked about my education yet. "Lenny, your school records are probably still in that city, right? Once today is over, I'll have someone transfer them here." I found it a bit funny. "I've already graduated." Hearing this, my mother was stunned. The others present also stopped talking. They looked at each other, exchanging confused glances. Their expressions were all a bit strange. "At 19, he's already graduated?" A young master giggled behind his hand. "Graduated at 19? Was that a high school graduation? Middle school? Or elementary school?" From the moment I made my entrance, these high society heirs had been consumed by jealousy. After I displayed my talent and humiliated Harrison their jealousy had reached a breaking point, and strong alarm bells were ringing in their hearts. Compared to them, I had grown up with limited resources, yet I stole the spotlight the second I returned. Where did that leave the pride of these prestigious heirs? How could they ever stand tall in their social circles again? So, having finally caught a potential flaw, someone immediately started making a mountain out of it. Almost as soon as the words were out, another young master chimed in. "No wonder Master Xia is so good at the Guqin. He probably skipped school to focus entirely on this, right? If Master Xia isn't in school and spends all his time practicing, it would be embarrassing if he weren't good." In contrast, Harrison never neglected his studies, and he graduated from a top university. When you look at it that way, there's really nothing to mock him for. If Harrison hadn't been balancing his education and only practiced, his level might not be inferior to someone else's. Harrison hadn't expected the tables to turn again. The gloom from his earlier defeat instantly vanished into thin air. Smiles were dancing at the corners of his eyes and brows, yet he still feigned modesty. The university I attended wasn't that famous. The Guqin does take up a lot of my time. Balancing both is truly a challenge. If we're talking about academic background, Julian Ruan is the one you should truly admire. He graduated from the world's top institution, Princeton. As he spoke, he turned to look at the cold-faced Julian Ruan, who hadn't said a word the entire time. "What are you saying? Who can possibly compare with Julian?" The difficulty of getting into Princeton is legendary, and I heard graduating is even harder. How many people in this country could actually get in? And that school doesn't care for family connections. Even in our capital elite circle, historically, only Summer Shah, Ajahn, and Julian have gotten in on pure merit. Even if Harrison's school isn't as prestigious as Julian's, it's still a top-tier domestic university. It's certainly better than never having gone to college at all, right? Hearing this, Harrison felt incredibly smug. Now that he had been dragged into the conversation, Julian no longer remained silent. You guys aren't bad yourselves. Besides, a degree is just an entry on a resume. I have no regrets having experienced it. Though his words sounded humble, his expression was one of pure arrogance. A young master said with a grin, except for those who aren't old enough yet. Everyone here has gone to university, right? It seems Master Shia is the only one who has to live with regrets. The young heirs tossed out one line after another, relentlessly mocking my education level. They gave no one else a chance to interject. With every word they said, Alice and the others' faces darkened by another degree, just as Serena's patience reached its limit, and she was about to go on a rampage. The butler came running over again. Madam, Professor Tan has arrived. Alice was so angry she was nearly losing her cool, and she didn't immediately register which Professor Tan he meant. The butler was a bit surprised, but explained anyway. The one who was a professor at Princeton. Before the butler could even finish, everyone's jaws had already dropped in shock. In the entire capital, there was only one person respected by that name, the only Chinese person who had ever held a professorship at Princeton. The giant of the academic world, Professor Julian Tan. Who else could it be? Ever since his retirement, he had lived a completely secluded life, a man who never accepted banquet invitations. Why would he suddenly show up here? Compared to Winston, who still appeared in the public eye, the master, Professor Tan was practically a hermit. His attendance at a high society banquet was something no one had expected. Alice, having snapped out of it, felt she had been silly. However, she hadn't invited this person either. Even if she had, she wouldn't have been confident that she could persuade this legendary, aloof gentleman to attend. Could it be again? Alice looked at me in confusion. Suddenly she felt as though she had lived 40 years for nothing, because she couldn't see through her own child. The guests, unaware of the truth, faced with this heavyweight figure about to enter, began whispering excitedly again. The Xia family is truly something else. They can even invite someone like Professor Tan, but the timing is quite remarkable. Master Xia's education was just being insulted, and then a giant of academia arrives. Isn't this putting their own son in an awkward spot? Did you forget what Mrs. Xia said earlier about transferring his school records? She clearly doesn't know he dropped out ages ago. God really is fair, it seems. Someone exceptionally talented in one area might be worse than an average person in others. Hearing these whispers, the young heirs exchanged glances. Each wore an expression of waiting for a good show. Harrison, struck by a thought, asked Julian Ruan, Julian, isn't Professor Tan your mentor? That's right, another heir agreed. I remember now. Professor Tan is a professor in the AI field, and Julian's company is also an AI company. It's a perfect match. At the mention of Professor Tan, Julian's expression became much more respectful. He was no longer acting aloof as he had been. Yes, Professor Tan is my mentor. I just didn't expect him to attend. He turned toward the Xia family and raised his champagne glass. I haven't seen my mentor in a long time. I know he prefers peace and quiet, so I didn't want to disturb him. Thanks to the Xia family's invitation, my mentor and I finally have a chance to catch up. I won't waste words on more thanks. A toast to Master Xia. As he said this, Alice and the others' faces darkened once more. The other guests exchanged puzzled looks. Not knowing what Julian was playing at, the person they invited was being thanked by Julian, as his words implied deep familiarity with Professor Tan. It made it sound like the professor was here for Julian's sake, and after everyone had been mocking my education, saying the professor's arrival was ill-timed, Julian used the toast to rub it in. It was effectively a blatant provocation. Could the young Master Xia take this? I didn't fly into a rage, like they expected. I didn't even acknowledge Julian's provocation, as if even sparing him a glance was a total waste of my time. Julian didn't get the reaction he wanted from me. He frowned slightly. From the start, he had noticed that I was eerily calm no matter what happened, as if everything were under my control. This unshakable poise was something he could never quite replicate. Just because he can play an instrument, he thinks he can ignore his other flaws? Julian was baffled. Blossom of the world. The sound of a cane tapping on the ground rang out. Everyone turned to see a man in a traditional suit. Professor Tan approached with one hand behind his back. Seeing Professor Tan, Julian immediately forgot about me. He rushed forward with an excited expression. Professor Tan. Long time no see. Professor Tan paused. He reached out with his hand and adjusted his glasses. He stared at Julian's face for a moment. He asked in confusion, Have I seen you before? Julian Ruan's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Schumann couldn't help but burst out laughing. The other guests froze for a second, before joining in on the laughter. This is absolutely killing me. Is Professor Tan really Julian's mentor? Or rather, did Julian really graduate from Princeton? He wouldn't be lying to us, would he? What kind of mentor doesn't even recognize his own student? Hearing the blatant mockery from the crowd, Julian's forced smile was on the verge of collapsing. He wanted to know why Professor Tan didn't recognize him too. He'd only graduated a few years ago. Could the old man's memory really be that bad? Harrison. He stepped in to save face for him. Julian definitely graduated from Princeton. There's no doubt about that. I've seen his diploma with my own eyes. Professor Tan is getting on in years. And he teaches so many students every year. It's only natural he wouldn't remember everyone. Julian shot him a grateful look. Then patiently tried to explain to Professor Tan, Professor Tan, I'm your student, Julian Ruan. You even supervised my graduation thesis. Don't you remember? Professor Tan still looked completely blank, but he clearly didn't want to keep arguing. I'll check the student records later. Move aside for a moment. With that, without waiting for Julian's reaction, he walked right past him to stand in front of me. Then, his expression underwent a dramatic shift. You brat, you haven't visited me once since graduation. I had to drag my old bones all the way here to see you. What kind of student does that? Though his words were scolding, anyone could hear the sheer affection in his voice. The moment Professor Tan finished speaking, the venue fell into a strange, heavy silence once again. The anger on Alice and the others' faces hadn't even faded. Before it turned into pure shock, Julian's mask of calm shattered completely. His face, a mask of total disbelief. The young masters looked as if they'd seen a ghost. After the initial shock wore off, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Master Xia is also Professor Tan's student? He's a Princeton graduate too? My God, is he really only 19? Now that I think about it, Julian's thank you speech earlier is even funnier now, isn't it? The family invited their own son's mentor. It had absolutely nothing to do with Julian, and Harrison said Professor Tan was too old to remember his students. So how come he remembers Master Xia so clearly? The mockery and gossip hit Julian in the face like a barrage of slaps, making him want to curl up and die of shame. He was utterly humiliated. But how could I possibly be a Princeton graduate? How old was I? With those thoughts in mind, he stepped forward to voice his doubts. Professor Tan, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? Master Xia is only 19 this year. How could he have already finished university? Professor Tan let out a dry chuckle. Finished university? Lenny has already finished his PhD. He then gave Julian a suspicious look. You claim to be a Princeton graduate, yet you don't know that Princeton has a gifted program? The guests all sucked in a sharp breath. Julian was left completely dumbfounded. Of course he knew about the gifted program. It was a special program for child prodigies from all over the world. Everyone in it was a genius among geniuses. Admissions for regular students at Princeton were difficult. The standards for the gifted program were absolute hell. Supposedly, since Princeton was founded, only 2 students from China had ever made it into that program. He wasn't surprised that Maya Yun was one of them. But the boy in front of him was the other. What he realized, the others realized as well. That was why the reaction was so intense. No wonder Master Xia graduated so early. He's a prodigy. A prodigy just like Miss Yun. Wait, Miss Yun is also under 20. Yet, when people talk about her graduating from Princeton, everyone takes it for granted. But the moment you hear, Master Xia graduated at 19, you assume he's a dropout. You people have some serious double standards. I'm dying, an undergrad, trying to flex on a PhD. But is he really from Princeton? I'm starting to doubt everything now. Ha ha ha. Schumann turned to look at Maya. Did you know all this? Is that why you were so calm? Maya touched her nose and nodded. Schumann was about to ask something else, when Professor Tan smacked his own forehead. He looked at Julian and said, "I remember who you are now." The color began to return to Julian's ashen face. This whole ordeal was not what he had expected, but he didn't want anyone questioning his degree. Just as he was thinking that, Professor Tan spoke again. "You're the kid whose thesis got sent back 17 times, delayed for an entire year, before you finally graduated, aren't you? This is the senior I was telling you about. Logan finished his undergrad through to his PhD in 3 years, keeping pace with that girl from the Yoon family. He didn't lag behind for a second. By the end, his voice was thick with pride. The people in the ballroom couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my God, I can't breathe. Ha ha. What kind of person gets their thesis rejected 17 times? Even if Princeton is hard, that's just insane. No wonder Professor Tan only remembers Master Shah, 17 rejections, and a year late to graduate. I wouldn't want to remember that student either. Why are you all focusing on Julian? Am I the only one who thinks Master Shah is incredible? Finished his bachelor's, master's, and PhD in 3 years, while also being a master of the Guqin. I can't even imagine that level of talent. The waves of mockery and gossip threatened to swallow Julian whole. At that moment, he wished the ground would open up and take him. Even though he graduated a year late, he still had his degree, and given how difficult it was to graduate from Princeton, he wasn't the only one who had been delayed. So, he had never really seen it as a big deal. He had always been proud of his Princeton background, but now it had made him a laughingstock. Schumann turned to look at her daughter again, asking the question she hadn't gotten to earlier. "So you and Lenny, did you meet when you were both at Princeton?" Maya nodded. Schumann followed up. "And you already liked him back then?" Maya blushed and stole a glance at me, a tender smile in her eyes. "Yes." Unlike the harmony and joy between the Yoon and Xia families, the young masters' faces had been sour ever since my educational background was revealed. But after being slapped in the face twice, they had lost most of their fighting spirit. Julian looked like a wilted eggplant, completely lifeless. While Professor Tan and I were catching up, Harrison walked over to Julian. "There's no need for this, Julian," he comforted. "You didn't rely on your family. You founded Summit Tech with your own strength and made a name for yourself in the AI field. That's something most people couldn't achieve in their dreams. You should be proud." Hearing this, the light slowly returned to Julian's eyes. He pulled himself together and turned back toward me. "Master Xia, since you graduated, where exactly were you working before this?" Serena and the others' expressions soured immediately, but Maya and Summer looked at them as if they were complete idiots. Just as Julian was feeling smug that I was silent, a calm, gentle voice came from behind him. "Excuse me, let me through." Julian Ruan instinctively stepped aside, shocked to see the woman who had appeared. "Assistant Shen, what are you doing here?" Samantha came to a halt and replied with polite professionalism, "I'm here to deliver something to my CEO." Julian's face lit up. "Your CEO is here? Where, Harrison?" he asked in confusion. "What CEO? Which company is worth getting this excited about?" "The leader of the entire AI industry, of course. The Logan Group." Julian knew that. The CEO was in the room, and as he spoke, his tone took on an instinctively fawning quality. "I've been wanting to license Logan Group's AI tech, and I've requested a meeting dozens of times. But the CEO is such a busy man that he could never find the time. I truly didn't expect him to attend this banquet." The moment he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened, and they began looking around frantically. The company that was founded in that city, and, within 3 years, had dominated the global market, the Logan Group. That CEO was actually here? He was incredibly mysterious. There wasn't a single photo of him online. Rumor had it the CEO was very young. Alice looked around with confusion as well. She knew about Logan Group, but since they were based in another city, she didn't know the CEO personally. She certainly hadn't invited him. But if her son had invited him, why wasn't anyone stepping forward? Samantha smiled and walked straight toward me. "Mr. Logan, the paperwork for the Capital Branch is ready. We just need your signature to officially finalize the move." As the words left her mouth, the entire crowd froze in absolute shock. Alice turned her head stiffly. Her eyes filled with profound disbelief as she looked at me. Serena didn't react as strongly, but she felt her entire worldview being turned upside down. Recalling her attempt to give me her credit card, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into a hole and die. No wonder her brother had said he wasn't short on money. She had thought he was just being polite. Shumin and her husband both turned to look at Maya. Their gaze seemed to be saying, "What kind of incredible luck do you have, girl?" They didn't even consider the fact that their own daughter was also at the top of her game. Summer, having already known the truth, remained as calm as Maya, unlike the pure shock felt by the two families. The expressions of the young masters were nothing short of nightmarish. As for Julian Ruan, he looked like he had fallen into a horrific dream. He began to retreat instinctively. Shaking his head in denial, he muttered, "How is this possible?" Once the rest of the guests snapped out of it, the venue erupted into a frenzy once again. Am I seeing this right? The CEO of Logan Group is the Shah's son? He's practically a kid. This is insane. How can someone be this much of a monster? Does he even intend to leave a living for anyone else? Julian Ruan clenched his fists so hard his nails bit into his palms. He bit his lip until it nearly bled. He finally understood where that aura of absolute composure had come from. It was laughable. He actually thought he could win back some dignity through business, only to fall into an even more humiliating trap. Not only that, he had completely burned his bridge with Logan Group. Serena turned to look at Zhang Ying, who was standing by. "Did you get all their names?" Zhang Ying nodded. Serena looked at the group of young masters with a cold sneer. "Do it." At her command, Zhang Ying immediately moved out with a team of security. Every single heir who had insulted me during the banquet was seized and dragged toward the exit. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Hey!" Amidst a chorus of startled cries. Every heir who had mocked me was thrown out of the estate. Serena dusted off her hands and smiled at the remaining guests, just clearing out some of the trash. "The banquet shall continue." To do such a thing in the middle of a banquet, throwing out half the young men of the capital's elite, and calling them garbage to their faces, only Serena Shah would have the nerve to do that. However, their parents didn't dare to utter a single word of protest. In fact, they were terrified that their families might be targeted by the Shah family in the future. The other guests were simply relieved that they hadn't said anything out of line. With that precedent set, and given that I was now beyond any possible criticism, the rest of the banquet proceeded without a single hitch. As the banquet ended and the guests began to disperse, Sophie Sue stepped forward and stood before me. "Can we talk?" Maya's expression turned icy. Summer shot her a sharp look. "It was merciful enough that we didn't kick you out earlier. How dare you even approach him?" Alice and the others looked at Summer in confusion. Summer didn't respond to her mother's questioning gaze. Instead, she stared at Sophie and snapped, "Get lost." Sophie didn't budge, staring stubbornly at me. "I have something I need to say to you. It's about our past." I cut her off. "Fine. You have 5 minutes." Maya grabbed my wrist. I squeezed her hand back to reassure her, letting her feel the warmth of my palm. "Don't worry. Wait for me here." I walked with Sophie toward a secluded rock garden. I looked at her and got straight to the point. "What do you want to say?" Sophie looked at me, looking not at all surprised that I was here. Had she been following my news all along? I checked my watch. "You have 4 minutes left." Sophie's jaw tightened slightly. "I'm starting to believe what you said about our past lives. But I don't understand. If our feelings were so deep once, why do you hate me so much now?" I didn't answer her question. Instead, I crossed my arms and leaned against the garden stones. "You were the one who killed Miles Sue, weren't you?" Sophie's eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to trap me? Do you really hate me that much? Do you want me dead?" I wagged my index finger. "Has no one ever told you? The best way to get revenge on someone isn't to finish them with a blade or Dao. It's to make sure they never get what they desire most, or to let them have it only to rip it away forever. Falling from heaven to hell is far more devastating for someone who once touched heaven, don't you think?" Sophie's expression went cold. "You want to use the Shia family's power to destroy the Sue family?" I let out a cold laugh. "You've known me this long. Do I look like the type of coward who relies on others for his revenge?" Upon hearing that, Sophie regained some of her earlier composure. "Logan Group might be an industry leader, but it has no overlap with the Sue family's business. How are you going to take me down? Even if you wanted to buy us out, Logan Group's liquid assets aren't enough to acquire the entire Sue Group." I smiled, as if mocking her naivety. "An acquisition would just be helping you cash out. Do you think I'm an idiot? As for how I'll deal with the Sue family, just you wait and see. 5 minutes are up. Get lost." With that, I ignored whatever expression she was making. and turned to walk back. My pace was much faster as I returned. Maya, seeing me approaching, immediately stepped forward to meet me. I opened my arms and pulled her into a hug. "I'm back." Maya gave a soft, muffled against my chest. Serena's eyes were blazing with fury. "Where is she?" "She left." "Lenny, tell me how you want her to die. Sliced into pieces or ground into paste. Second sister will do it for you." During the time I was gone, Serena had managed to get the story about my history with Sophie Sue out of Summer. Now, she was in a state of absolute rampage. If she hadn't been held back, she would have chased her down. She's likely already on her way to take Sophie Sue's life. I smiled and said to Serena, "How could that kind of trash be allowed to dirty second sister's hands? I'll handle her myself." A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Serena's eyes. "Second sister isn't joking with you. Even though she's back at the Sue estate now, it would still be easy for me to make her disappear completely." My tone became serious as well. "I'm not joking with you either, second sister. This is a grudge between her and me. I want to settle it personally. But that's not to say I won't need the Shah family at all." As I spoke, I turned to look at Summer. "Big sister, does the Shah Group have an entertainment company under its umbrella?" Summer nodded. "There is one, but that was only because Skylar wanted to act on a whim, so she dragged some friends along to start it." Serena cut in with a laugh. "But then the girl only lasted 3 days on set. She complained about mosquitoes in the woods and ran away. By the way, Skylar is your third sister. She's currently traveling around doing photography. I didn't tell her the news that we found you yet." Summer glared at Serena for interrupting, then continued, "Because Skylar gave up on being an actress. The Shia family hasn't really managed the company, Starstream. We only sent 2 managers over to keep things running. Calling it an entertainment company is a stretch. It's really just a studio with a few artists." "But why do you ask, Lenny?" I thought to myself, no wonder I've only seen 2 sisters so far. What I wanted to say was, "Big sister, can you let me manage Starstream?" Summer looked at me and asked, "You want to?" I nodded. "Exactly. The Sue family's primary industry is entertainment. I want to use Starstream to compete with the Sue families. Astra, if you trust me, big sister, you can leave Starstream to me. Give me a studio now, and I'll return a world-class star factory to you." Summer gave me a look. "What nonsense is that? Why wouldn't I trust you? But you already have Logan Group to handle. Can your body handle managing an entertainment company too?" And you heard what I just said. Starstream is basically an empty shell right now, while Astra practically controls half the industry. If Sophie finds out you've taken over Starstream, she'll definitely guess your intentions. She'll undoubtedly try to sabotage you. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but you've never dealt with the entertainment world. The Sue family controls most of the resources in that industry. If they want to suppress you, Starstream would have almost no room to survive. I smiled. Logan Group is very mature now, and Samantha is capable of holding her own. I'll appoint her as acting CEO. Except for major decisions, Logan Group's affairs will be handled by her. As for managing an entertainment company, I know what I'm doing. You can rest easy, big sister. In my past life, I was the one managing most of Astra's internal operations and industry management. No one is more familiar with it than I am. Besides, I know Astra's internal workings, inside and out. Even if the start is difficult, taking them down is only a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Samantha was not only flattered, but having learned her lesson last time, she tried her best to maintain a composed expression. She couldn't embarrass her CEO. After I finished saying that I was going to shift my focus to managing the entertainment company, Alice sensed something was wrong. "Lenny, between you and that Sue girl, is there really only that much of a grudge? Just being used? Your feelings shouldn't have reached the point of wanting to make them go bankrupt." Serena's anger flared up again. "Only that much? Just for that, I want to tear her limb from limb. Bankrupting her is letting her off easy, okay?" I couldn't explain the business of past lives, so I just smiled and said, "Maybe I'm just like second sister, and I hold a bit of a grudge." Schumann tapped Maya on the head. "How could you be so useless? You knew Lenny back in school, yet you let someone else beat you to him." Maya remained silent, but my heart ached. How could she be blamed for that? Maya was such a proud woman, yet she had lowered her head for me countless times. It was only because in my past life, my heart was tied entirely to Sophie Sue. I had simply never given her any response. Thinking of this, I reached out and took Maya's hand. I looked at Schumann and said, Auntie, it was my own lack of judgment. I failed to live up to Maya's feelings for me. But that won't happen again. Schumann looked at Maya with relief. She smiled. See how much Lenny protects you? He won't even let your own mother scold you. You'd better treat Lenny well from now on, understand? Maya squeezed my hand. I don't need you to tell me that. Schumann let out a yawn. All right, it's getting late. We should be heading back now. Lenny, would you like to come visit the Yoon house with me? Serena pulled me over guardedly. He's not going. Thanks, Auntie, but as you said, it's very late. My brother needs to sleep. Maya gripped my hand, reluctant to let go. She knew this was my first day back home, and that I should stay the night at the Shah estate. But since we got together, we hadn't spent a single night apart. Suddenly being left to sleep in an empty room was something she wasn't ready to face. Summer looked at Maya with pure schadenfreude. The frustration she'd endured back in that city seemed to vanish in a heartbeat. Didn't you hear, Miss Yoon? My brother is going to bed. No matter how reluctant, Maya had to let go. However, at that moment, I quickly leaned close to her ear and whispered a single sentence. Maya's eyes lit up instantly. She lowered her eyes to hide her reaction. Then, Auntie, we're leaving. Our little interaction was over in a flash, so no one present noticed a thing. Alice smiled and nodded. Samantha also said her goodbyes. The next morning, after breakfast, I drove alone to Starstream Entertainment, passing through the revolving glass doors. I was heading to the designated meeting room for the handover when I ran right into someone. After seeing my handsome face, Chloe Chen froze on the spot. I was also quietly sizing up the girl in front of me. Chloe Chen. I repeated the name in my head, calculating based on the timeline. She should still be a B-list actress right now. But in my past life, when I followed Sophie to the capital, she had already jumped ship to Astra. So she was with Starstream before going to Astra? Seeing the strange look on her face, I instinctively asked, Are you okay? Chloe reached up to her, thumping heart. I think I might be. I frowned, thinking she was trying to pull a scam. I had been walking perfectly fine. She was the one who bumped into me. With that thought, I reached out and took Chloe's hand, placing my fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. Chloe stared blankly at her hand in mine. The spot where I touched her felt like an electric shock, sending a tingle through her whole body. Before she could snap out of it, the warm sensation on her wrist was gone. I looked at her and said, There's nothing wrong with your health. After speaking, I didn't wait for her reaction, and turned to walk straight to the elevator. Her manager, Daniel Ding, walked over. Didn't you go back to the car to get something? Why are you just standing here? What's wrong with your hand? Chloe clutched the hand I'd used to check her pulse to her chest. Danny, I think I've fallen in love at first sight. On the other side, I arrived at the designated meeting room. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw a man and a woman, sitting composedly on opposite sides of the conference table. I had done some research before coming here, so I knew these two were Xu Feng and Kai Min. They held the positions of director and manager, respectively. Neither of them seemed particularly old. Seeing me enter, Xu Feng and Kai Min exchanged a glance. Hello, Mr. Logan. I will certainly do my best to cooperate with and support you. It was clear they had both received prior notice of my arrival. Xu Feng then continued, Mr. Logan, currently at Starstream. We only have one artist who is truly presentable. But now, she is planning to leave as well. I glanced at the two of them. The person you're talking about is Chloe Chen? Kai Min looked at me with confusion. You know her, Mr. Logan? I didn't answer that question, falling into silent thought instead. I knew that Chloe Chen would eventually jump ship to Astra, but I hadn't expected it to happen this soon. Xu Feng spoke up again. We don't have the ability to keep her. Perhaps you should give it a try yourself, Mr. Logan. Though it sounded like a simple suggestion, I could hear the underlying message. Xu Feng wanted to use this incident to test my capabilities. If I couldn't get her to stay, it wouldn't change the fact that I was taking over Starstream, but it would make it much harder to get this man to truly respect me. With that in mind, I tapped my fingers on the table a few times. Bring me her file first, and then tell her to come see me alone. Kai Min didn't catch Xu Feng's subtext. She stood up the moment I gave the order. Right away, Mr. Logan. 10 minutes later, just as I reached the last page of the file, I heard a knock on the conference room door. Come in, I said without looking up. Chloe entered with visible reluctance. After all, she was already set on leaving Starstream, so she had zero interest in the new CEO. She assumed he was just going to try to convince her to stay, and she was annoyed that this delay might cause her to miss out on finding that handsome guy who had made her heart skip a beat earlier. But when she heard my voice, that handsome face immediately flashed in her mind, filled with confusion and questions. Chloe, her heart beginning to pound erratically, slowly opened the conference room door. The moment she saw me, Chloe froze as if she had been turned to stone. It wasn't until I looked up at her with a questioning gaze that she managed to move her stiff legs and approach me. "Are you the new CEO of Starstream?" I looked at her chest with a touch of amusement. "Are you feeling better now?" The comment instantly brought us back to our first meeting. I intended to use a joke to clear the air between us, but Chloe felt as if Cupid's arrow had struck her all over again. Her heart was beating so fast, it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Unaware of the emotional turmoil inside her, I gestured for her to sit down. In a business-like tone, I began, "People always strive for better opportunities. Your contract is up, and your current momentum in the industry is quite strong. It's perfectly normal to want to jump to a major company like Asura. However," but before I could finish, Chloe interrupted me. "I'm not leaving." I choked on my next words. "What?" Chloe repeated herself. "I said I'm not leaving. I want to renew my contract with Starstream." I was completely baffled. Why? Can you understand that feeling? I had prepared a head full of scripts and all sorts of negotiation tactics, only to find there was no use for any of them. For the first time in my life, I was left speechless at a negotiation table. Chloe didn't give me a direct answer to my question. Instead, she countered with a question of her own. "Does the CEO believe in casting couch culture with his female artists?" My expression turned serious instantly. "You can rest easy on that. I guarantee on my honor that I will never engage in that kind of behavior." Chloe let out a dejected, "Oh, who do I talk to about the renewal?" Wait, why did that feel so strange? Was it just my imagination? Or did she actually seem disappointed after I said I wouldn't exploit her? An unsettling thought began to take root in my mind. "You still haven't answered my question. Why the sudden change of heart?" Chloe was afraid of scaring me off before she could stay, so she made up an excuse. "Starstream was founded for me and my best friend. Even though that idiot abandoned me, I decided I can't abandon Starstream." The corner of my mouth twitched. "That friend is Skylar Shia?" Chloe was stunned. "You know her?" I gave a vague confirmation, thinking to myself that knowing her was an understatement. "She's my third sister." Chloe didn't overthink it. It wouldn't be strange for someone sent from the Xia Group headquarters to be familiar with members of the Xia family. So, who handles the renewal? Talk to Director Xu. In the hallway outside the meeting room, Xu Feng watched as Chloe walked out. After being inside for less than 3 minutes, his heart sank halfway instantly. Kai Min also assumed the deal had fallen through. She turned to Xu Feng. "Mr. Logan hasn't handled the entertainment industry before. It's normal for him to fail on his first try. After all, even the two of us couldn't make her stay." Xu Feng's expression didn't improve in the slightest. Daniel Ding, who was waiting nearby, beckoned to her. "Chloe, Astra has already sent a car to pick you up." To their shock, the next moment, Chloe walked up to Xu Feng and stopped. "I want to renew my contract." Xu Feng thought he had misheard. "What did you say?" After signing the renewal, Chloe returned to her lounge. She pulled out her phone and sent a WeChat to Skylar Shah. "What are you doing? Answer me if you're still alive." She sent several messages in a row, but there was no response from the other side. Chloe didn't mind. She bit the corner of a throw pillow, using both hands to type, "I'm not going to Astra anymore. I'm staying at Starstream." Not long after that message was sent, a video call came through from the other end. "Why the sudden change of heart? Don't forget, I was the one who told you to leave. My big sister doesn't care about Starstream, and she has no plans to expand the entertainment business. Why bother making money for her? Just go. Astra will definitely guarantee you better resources." This was why Chloe didn't care whether Skylar replied to her messages or not. A true best friend might ignore you sometimes, but they would always have your best interests at heart. Chloe looked at Skylar's face through the screen, and suddenly thought she looked a bit like me. She wondered if she was becoming obsessed, seeing my face in everyone she met now. I've fallen for a guy. He's the new CEO who was parachuted in to run Starstream. I'm staying for him. Skylar Shia let out a TSK. "I'm busy. Talk to you later." With that, she hung up the phone. In the Astra CEO's office, after hearing the report from the person Sophie had sent out, Seth burst into uncontrollable laughter. So, Logan's so-called revenge? is using a scrap heap like Starstream to fight Astra. Has he completely lost his mind? Starstream against Astra? That's like an egg hitting a rock. Besides, Starstream only has one decent artist, and she's about to jump ship to us. Starstream is just an empty shell. How can it possibly compete with Astra, which dominates half the market? Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. After being granted permission to enter, the trembling HR manager walked in. Mr. Su, Chloe Chen is renewing her contract with Starstream. She's not coming to Astra. If she's not coming, then forget it, Seth said irritably. She's just a B-list actress. Does she really think she's that important? If Astra just licks a finger, she can forget about ever working in this industry again. Sophie's expression darkened as well. She manually pulled up Chloe's recently announced schedule. She tapped her finger on the desk. Call K-Jen over here. Before long, a handsome male celebrity walked in. Mr. Su, you called for me? Sophie looked up at him. I have a task for you. Tell the director to kick Chloe Chen off the project. K-Jen was stunned for a moment, but didn't ask any questions. Chloe Chen didn't know yet that she was being set up. After renewing her contract, she rushed to the filming location of the outdoor variety show. Meanwhile, I was familiarizing myself with the company's regulations, making a few changes along the way, but before I could finish, Kaimin rushed in frantically. Mr. Logan, something happened on Chloe's end. My fingers paused. What happened? Kaimin quickly explained. It's about Chloe. She was supposed to participate in an outdoor variety show today, but as soon as she arrived, the director told her she didn't need to film anymore. To put it bluntly, she's been kicked out. My expression went cold. I'll go take a look. Before long, we arrived at the scene. I got out of the car and saw Dingley arguing with the director. Meanwhile, Chloe was sitting under a temporary outdoor sunshade, looking down, lost in thought. As I walked forward, Chloe seemed to sense my presence and looked over. She was stunned for a moment, then put down her water bottle, stood up, and walked toward me. Mr. Logan, what are you doing here? I glanced at the celebrity guests present, focusing my gaze on K-Jen, who was beside the director. I stared at him for 2 seconds. What exactly is the situation? Chloe ran a hand through her hair, her tone sounding indifferent. It's not a big deal, really. That's just how the entertainment industry is. People suck up to the top and trample on the bottom. It's no surprise they'd suppress me since I stood Astra up. But the production crew is the one at fault here. Even if I can't film anymore, I'll still get a cancellation fee. It's not a total loss. Looking at the girl who was instead trying to comfort me, I felt a bit uneasy in my heart. You wait here for a bit. I'll go talk to them. Chloe reached out and grabbed my wrist. There's no need. I looked down at Chloe, and she immediately let go as if she'd been electrocuted. The director caught sight of me from the corner of his eye. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. Which company's artist are you? Kai-Min, who was beside me, turned her head and looked at her CEO. Initially, she was biased because of the family connections. Later, she was shocked by my aura and identity. She hadn't even noticed that her own CEO could actually make a living with his face alone. Kajen also noticed my looks, and he immediately grew wary. I looked at the director with a cold, focused gaze. I'm not an artist. I'm the CEO of Starstream Entertainment. I'd like to ask, what mistake did my artist make? That you would suddenly break the contract? Hearing my artist, Chloe's ears turned slightly red. Although she knew I just said it casually, a hint of sweetness still rose in her heart. After Kijen heard me say I wasn't an artist, he breathed a temporary sigh of relief. Due to his disdain for Starstream Entertainment, he was also very dismissive of my status as CEO. Under the director's pleading gaze, he stepped forward with his arms crossed. He spoke to me arrogantly. Little brother, you must be new to this industry, right? In the entertainment world, some things don't require a reason. With my current status, kicking out a B-list celebrity is just a matter of saying the word. I narrowed my eyes slightly. You don't seem afraid of being recorded at all. To dare to make such bold statements in public. There are only two possibilities. Either you're too stupid or you have a backer. If it were the former, you would have been finished before reaching this level. K-Jen acted as if he'd heard a joke. His assistant beside him also laughed shamelessly. Didn't you do any research before coming here? K-Jen's backer is the Xia family in the capital. The second sister, Serena Xia, is also the head of Xia Gate. You know about Xia Gate, right? Daring to provoke the boyfriend of Xia Gate's head? Do you have a death wish? I was a bit speechless. I guessed he definitely had a backer. But I didn't expect that person to be my own second sister. If he didn't know I was the Shah family's son, that's one thing. But didn't he know that Starstream Entertainment was under the Shah group? Well, Starstream Entertainment was at the bottom of the list. So it seemed. That few people really connected it to the massive Shah conglomerate. On my past life, I only found out when Starstream went bankrupt. Kai Min was also quite speechless. But since I hadn't spoken, she also remained still for the time being. Seeing me remain silent, K-Gen thought I was scared. His attitude became even more arrogant. So, were you recording just now? With that, he gestured to the assistant beside him. Search him for me. Kai-Min wasn't going to sit idly by anymore. Just as she was about to reveal my identity, she saw out of the corner of her eye Serena Xia walking over with a group of people. K-Gen also saw the woman walking toward them. His eyes lit up instantly. At that moment, he didn't care about us anymore, and immediately ran over to Serena. Why are you here? Did you come to visit me on set? Serena smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes as she looked at the man. No emotion could be heard in her voice. Who dared to bully you? K-Gen turned and pointed at me. It's this guy. He used a recording to threaten me. A flash of ruthlessness passed through Serena's eyes. So, what do you want to do about it? K-Gen didn't realize the potential danger at all. He said with a vicious voice, I'm not an unreasonable person. I just want to teach him a little lesson. Help me slash up his face. As soon as the words left his mouth, the people on the scene sucked in a cold breath. Almost everyone looked at me with sympathy. Chloe looked at Serena guardedly, thinking about whether to mention her friendship with Skylar Shah. But she felt that kind of relationship in front of a boyfriend was insignificant. Just when everyone thought Serena would back K-Gen up, she reached out and slapped K-Gen. Did you hear that? Slash up his face for me. Everyone present was dumbfounded by this scene. For a moment, they couldn't tell who Serena was talking to, or whose face she wanted to slash up. K-Gen also looked completely incredulous. Serena, what are you doing? I told you to slash up that guy's face. Serena ignored him and walked toward me. She reached out and took my arm. I finally found my brother. I've been trying to pamper him all I can. And you want me to slash up his face? As soon as Serena finished speaking, the people on the scene were dumbfounded. K-Gen's face turned pale in an instant. This person in front of him was actually her brother? Then what had he just done? Overwhelming panic rushed in. K-Gen pleaded with a trembling voice. I'm sorry, Serena, I was wrong. I didn't know this was your brother. Serena let out a cold laugh. She threw his own words back at him. Then let's teach you a little lesson. Let's slash up your face instead. K-Gen was almost scared to death. I'm an artist. This face is the most important thing to me. You can't ruin my face. I beg of you. Serena acted as if she hadn't heard him. She turned to look at Zhang Ying. What are you waiting for? Do it. Zhang Ying immediately nodded. Yes. The next moment, a pig-like scream rang out. A crowd of people turned away in fear, not daring to look. Serena's gaze swept across the group of people present, finally landing on the face of the director, Wang Fei. The moment her gaze fell on him, Wang Fei broke into a cold sweat. Second young lady, I didn't offend your brother, did I? It's just, he paused for a moment. I'll kick K-Gen out of the group immediately. And I'll add more scenes for Chloe Chen. What do you think? Serena didn't trouble him further, nor did she pay him any mind. Instead, she looked at me and said with a bit of guilt, Lenny, second sister didn't mean to interfere in your affairs. I was just worried since you just took office, so I kept an eye on things. Besides, this whole thing was caused by me. You won't blame second sister, will you? This sudden transformation instantly caused the jaws of everyone present to drop. I cleared my throat. No, I won't. Serena breathed a sigh of relief, then turned back to face the crowd. If anyone dares to say a word about what happened today. She didn't finish the sentence, but the threat was unmistakable. Everyone in the room shrunk back. No one dared to provoke Serena Shah's fury. I gave Chloe Chen a few instructions, then went my separate way from Serena. Danny rubbed her stiff face, then reached out and pulled Chloe aside. Chloe! Are you sure you still want to pursue Logan? Chloe didn't pay her any mind. With a dazed expression, she just took out her phone and sent an Instagram message to Skylar Shah. Girl, my romance might be dead on arrival. Your second sister is way too brutal. A message popped up from the other side. What does that have to do with Serena? Chloe suddenly realized something. You don't actually know your brother has been found, do you? Not long after she sent that message, a video call came through from the other end. As soon as Chloe connected, she saw Skylar, looking anxiously past her toward the background. Where is he? Where's my brother? This was the first time Chloe had seen her so frantic. She froze for a moment before realizing he had already left. I'm at the variety show filming location right now. Skylar's eyes filled with disappointment, but she finally managed to calm down a little. How long has my brother been back? I don't know that, Chloe said truthfully. I only met him today, because he's the one taking over Starstream. Skylar sensed something fishy. Her cat-like eyes narrowed. Oh, the guy you said you fell for at first sight is my brother? This was the first time Chloe had ever felt such an intense pressure from Skylar Shah. She was momentarily flustered. Before she could answer, Skylar warned, "Get those thoughts out of your head. Otherwise, our friendship is over." She hung up the phone right after saying that. Up north, Skylar put down her phone and summoned Sanxia. "Book me a flight home." Before Sanxia could even respond, the editor beside her asked anxiously, "This shoot isn't finished yet. Why are you suddenly going home?" Skylar explained, "We'll finish when I get back. My brother has been found. I'm going home." Sanxia was also delighted. "The young master is back? I'll book the tickets immediately." The editor looked like he was facing a crisis. "Ms. Xia, we're shooting this set specifically to enter it for an award. If we miss this chance, we'll have to wait 3 years. Skylar shot him a look. "I know what I'm doing. And remember this. Nothing is more important than my brother." The editor was left completely speechless. However, Sanxia, standing nearby, asked one more thing. "Miss Skylar, are you sure the young master is really back? Did you confirm it with Madam or the others?" "They ganged up to keep me in the dark. I'm not asking them anything." Skylar narrowed her cat-like eyes, her gaze turning cold in a way that didn't match her usual self. "Call the capital and do something for me." Sanxia leaned in to hear the instructions, and immediately widened his eyes. "Really? Do we really have to do this?" Skylar chuckled. "Are you afraid of my second sister's revenge?" Sanxia nodded like a woodpecker. "Yes." Skylar was speechless. "If you don't listen to me, I'll throw you out to feed the snow wolves right now." Skylar looked at him with an icy expression. "Think I won't do it?" Sanxia trembled. "I'll do it right away. But may I ask, why are you pranking the second young lady?" Skylar gave a cold snort. "Getting Mom to join in on keeping secrets from me? It had to be Serena's terrible idea. She didn't even have to think about it. I didn't know yet that a family civil war was about to break out. After parting ways with Serena, I first went to Logan Group. I handled some high-level planning and picked up a bunch of custom items. Then I had Kai Min drive to the esports club district in the underground district. Kai Min didn't understand what I was doing there, but she didn't ask questions. She just focused on being a good driver. While waiting at a red light at an intersection, the digital billboard on the side broadcasted a report on an esports tournament. Couldn't help but stare at the young girl on the screen. Night God is absolutely incredible. She led the team to another victory last night, and she's just so beautiful. She's every gamer's dream. Even if she didn't play professionally, she'd definitely be a superstar in entertainment. I raised an eyebrow. "You admire her that much?" Kai Min nodded. "Of course. She's the only female pro player in LOD." Kai Min replied instinctively, then realized she was talking to her own CEO. She immediately became stiff and formal. I'm so sorry, Mr. Logan. I got a bit carried away." I smiled. "It's fine." Talking about her idol, Kai Min suddenly turned into a little chatterbox. Night God isn't technically a celebrity, but her Twitter followers are on par with the biggest A-list stars. She's the #1 jungler in the country. Last year, NG's championship mid laner retired, and the rookie she brought in took the stage this year. No one believed in this female player, but to everyone's surprise, the moment she started, she led the team to win the Global World Championship. Kai Min grew more excited as she spoke. Night God's coach is even more of a legend. Seeing that she was going to ramble on forever, I pointed at the signal, the lights turning green. Sai Min quickly sat up straight and focused on driving. "Oh, by the way, the N team's base is near the underground district too." I didn't respond. I just looked at Lily on the screen. If it weren't for her tournament, she should have been at my recognition banquet. The car drove to a quiet, secluded restaurant. Once we arrived, a server led us to a reserved private room. Kai Min didn't ask who I was meeting. After setting down her bag, she said, Mr. Logan, I'll be leaving now. I took the menu from the server. I gave her a nod in response. Kaimin walked to the door of the private room. Before she could open it, it was pushed open from the outside. The first thing that came into view was a pair of incredibly fair hands. Kaimin almost let out a "holy crap" before she even looked up. Lily was stunned when she saw Kaimin, then looked behind her, at me to confirm she was in the right room. She gave Kaimin a faint nod, then walked past her into the room. By the time she reached my side, the ice in Lily's eyes instantly melted into a soft, adorable warmth. Brother! She took off her mask, revealing features that looked nothing like mine, but were just as flawlessly beautiful. I handed the menu to her. Kaimin felt like she was losing her mind. Everything before her felt like a dream. Who could tell her what was going on? Her idol was actually her CEO's sister. Such an intense gaze naturally caught Lily's attention. She took the menu and looked up at her curiously. I explained with a smile. This is Manager Kai, she's a fan of yours. Since it was someone I knew, Lily's expression softened immediately. She looked at Kaimin with a smile. Do you want an autograph? In Kaimin's mind, aloof was practically Lily's middle name. She had never seen her smile, let alone smile directly at her. Kaimin was so excited she couldn't even speak clearly. But I didn't bring any paper or a pen. The server on the side said with a smile, We have some here. The N-Team's base is right nearby. And Lily is a regular here. He had seen her many times, so he wasn't as starstruck as Kaimin. After getting the autograph, Kaimin walked out looking like a ghost. She even bumped into the doorframe. I chuckled, then handed the black bag beside me to Lily. Keyboards, mice, and things like that, your respective names are on them. Those guys got them too? They really got lucky. Lily grumbled like a child, but she didn't look unhappy at all. As she took the black bag, she handed me the gift box she had brought. Congratulations on finding your family. I gave a soft, and didn't stand on ceremony, setting the gift box aside, and then taking Lily's hand, resting my fingers on her pulse. Lily's gaze stiffened, as if she was remembering something bad, but she returned to normal in an instant. I'm fine. My health has always been pretty good. I breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the diagnosis. Still, you can't be careless. It's still uncertain if that illness is hereditary. Regular checkups are very necessary. Lily gave a faint smile. By the way, Logan, now that you're in the capital, did your new girlfriend come to the capital too? I smiled. Do you want to meet her? When Lily saw me mention her without hesitation and saw that I looked completely in love, her heart sank. Logan, with Sophie as a warning, you need to keep your eyes open when you date. Beware of people using you, especially since your status is different now. She's only been with you for a short while, and she could give up everything in that city to follow you to the capital. Is it for you? Or for, she didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Seeing her hesitant to speak, I found it a bit funny. You don't think I'm that blind in love, do you? Lily's look said, aren't you? Back when he was with Sophie, he wouldn't listen to anyone's advice, willingly letting that family bleed him dry. He just got a new girlfriend, and already says she's the one for him, even bringing her to meet someone who's basically family. She didn't deny that I was a godlike existence in other fields, but she really couldn't compliment my judgment of people. You're overthinking it. She was originally from the capital, and she's just as capable as I am in every way. You don't need to worry about her having ulterior motives. I took out my phone and sent Maya a message. You'll know when you meet her later. Lily was dismissive at first, and hearing this made her even more skeptical. In her eyes, I was already the best of the best. Who could be more exceptional than him? At that thought, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. The eldest daughter of the Yoon family, Maya Yoon. Back when I was focused solely on Sophie, she used to think, how great it would be if she were my girlfriend. Only someone like her would be worthy of him. But how could that be possible, let alone their families and different upbringings? Those two were destined never to cross paths, even though her brother had now regained his identity as the Shah heir. He already had a new girlfriend. Thinking of this, she disliked the yet-to-appear sister-in-law even more. She secretly made up her mind that if that woman was as bad as Sophie, she would stop me from jumping into the fire even if it killed her. While the two were talking, the food was brought out. I told Lily to start eating, and not to wait, but how could she eat? Her head was completely full of plans to deal with the second bloodsucker. She didn't know how many times she checked the time, and the food was starting to get cold. Lily finally lost her patience and said, "Maybe she's too scared to show up." Just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open. Seeing the woman walking in, Lily froze on the spot. She wondered if she was having hallucinations of Maya Yoon. Why would she appear here? Could she be the new girlfriend his brother mentioned? Just as she was thinking this, Maya had already walked in. She placed the box she was carrying on the table in front of Lily. "I'm a bit late because I had to prepare a welcome gift." As Maya spoke, she beckoned a server. Looking at the table of food that was no longer steaming, she ordered, "Take these away. Bring a new set based on the original menu." Maya's series of actions after entering the room undoubtedly confirmed Lily's suspicion. Her heart shouted, "Holy crap!" Her original anxiety instantly turned into excitement and relief. "You're the new girlfriend my brother mentioned?" I watched Lily's reaction with amusement. "So you already knew her? Then I don't need to introduce her." Maya also looked over in confusion. Lily stammered, "We met at a business reception before. But she probably doesn't remember me." I gave an like I was coaxing a child. I asked, "Or, what's your opinion of my new girlfriend? Does she pass your test?" Lily's face stiffened, and her cheeks felt like they were on fire. All the dissatisfaction she had prepared beforehand simply couldn't be said now. Moreover, Maya's gift was right in front of her. One shouldn't criticize someone who gives them gifts. Lily, being beholden to the gift, finally managed to choke out one sentence. "Logan, your taste is finally normal." Maya raised an eyebrow, thinking the gift was worth it. After dinner, the three of them walked out chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was as harmonious as a family of three. However, the moment they stepped out of the room, they ran right into Sophie and Seth. Sophie hadn't expected to run into me here either. She originally intended to pretend she didn't see us, but something seemed to occur to her, and she stopped to say hello. "I heard you've taken over Starstream." I looked at Sophie with a mocking smile. Director Sophie is quite well informed. Sophie pretended not to hear the sarcasm in my voice. After a couple of modest words, she shifted her tone. "However, you've never set foot in the entertainment industry. Using Starstream to go against Astra, isn't that a bit too idealistic?" I smiled. "Whether it's idealistic or not, can't Director Sophie just wait and see? At least regarding Chloe Chen staying or leaving, Astra didn't get the upper hand, did it?" Seth looked like he had heard a joke. "Sis, this guy doesn't think keeping Chloe Chen is the end of it, does he? If Astra decides to suppress her, does an unpromising B-list artist have any room left to grow?" As he spoke, he acted as if he had discovered something amazing. With an exaggerated, sarcastic tone, he said, "He probably doesn't know yet what situation Chloe Chen is facing today. No wonder he can still come to dinner so happily." "Sis, should we tell him?" Seth thought that after saying all this, I would show an expression like confusion or nervousness, but to his surprise, I still looked at him with that mocking gaze, as if looking at a jumping clown. This look completely infuriated Seth. He looked at me resentfully. "Don't you know that Chloe's variety show for today is already canceled? And it's not just today's variety show. From now on, whether it's filming or endorsements, as long as we make a move, she can forget about getting a single job. I want to see how you'll use an empty shell to fight Astra." Lily didn't know the situation beforehand, and hearing this made her fume with rage. She was about to start arguing with the two of them, but Maya stopped her. She narrowed her eyes at Seth. "You must have forgotten the lesson from the Zhang family's banquet." That one casual sentence made Seth cover his face instantly. He took a terrified step back. Sophie pulled Seth behind her. "Seth, though the words are harsh, I'm sure you understand the logic. Today's suppression is just the beginning. If you insist on going your own way, I won't be polite to you anymore." I couldn't help but burst out laughing. And here I was praising you for being well informed. To deal with my B-list artist, you lost an A-list star. Is this the suppression you were talking about? I hope you'll be even less polite in the future. Sophie's face stiffened. "What do you mean by that?" I didn't want to say another word to her. I glanced at Maya and Lily, signaling them. The three of us walked right past the siblings. Sophie didn't bother asking further. She took out her phone to call Keijan's manager. Beside her, Seth was still comforting her. "Sis, don't be nervous yet. He's probably just bluffing. With Keijan's status, even if he couldn't kick Chloe Chen out, how could anything happen to him?" Sophie ignored him. Once the call connected, she immediately asked about Keijan. What happened? Hearing the answer from the other end, Sophie's pupils shrank violently. Her phone slid from her hand, smashing to pieces on the ground. The three of us had zero interest in the siblings' reaction. After they learned the truth, this minor disturbance didn't affect us in the slightest. After leaving the restaurant, Maya and I dropped Lily off under a street lamp near the base. Lily held the gifts from both of us, looking at me hesitantly. Logan, are you sure you don't want to come inside? Tiger and the others really miss you, but they haven't met you yet, and they were clamoring to come with me this time. I glanced toward the base, my gaze becoming instinctively melancholic. No thanks, you should head in. Lily was about to try and persuade me again, but I interrupted her. Would you be willing to come to the Xia house? To meet my mother and the others? Actually, they're your family too. Lily shut up instantly. It was fine to show up at a recognition banquet, but a private meeting was a nightmare for someone with social anxiety. I smiled and rubbed her head. Go on back. Lily didn't say anything more this time. I got back into the car, and Maya immediately clung to me. I didn't embarrass you, did I? I reached up and pinched her face, tugging it left and right. Do you have no confidence at all? Maya caught my finger and gave it a bite. After all, she was your only family before the recognition. I still wanted to get her approval. That way, you won't be caught in the middle. My heart warmed. You did great. And you might not know this, but before you arrived, Lily's fur was standing on end. She looked ready to tear you apart at any moment. But as soon as you showed up, this child's attitude softened instantly. How is that embarrassing? You actually made me look good. Maya smiled. Then do I get a reward? I raised an eyebrow. What kind of reward do you want? Maya didn't say anything more. Instead, she kissed me directly. Jade was already used to this. She skillfully raised the partition. The intimate atmosphere in the back seat rose. Eventually, Maya had turned into a puddle in my arms. Are you staying home tonight or coming to my place? She paused and added, I'm not living at the Yoon house. I have my own place in the capital. I smiled. I'll be at home tonight. Then I'll come over later. I looked at her and shook my head. Don't. Lately, my second sister has increased the guards at the Xia house. You'll definitely be spotted if you come. Maya could only let out a disappointed, oh. She had to accept the fact that she'd be sleeping alone. When night fell, I declined Maya's offer to pick me up. As I stepped out with my car keys, I was still thinking about whether I should hire a full-time driver. However, the moment I stepped out of Starstream Entertainment, I heard a screech of tires. A luxury convertible stopped right in front of me. A girl wearing sunglasses didn't even open the door. She braced her hand on the back of the seat, jumped out, and yelled, Brother! I was stunned as I was pulled into a tight hug by Skylar. Brother, 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 smelling the cold pine scent on Skylar. I thought that the obsession with hugging really was genetic. No way, you flew back this fast? Chloe Chen, who had just finished filming the variety show, saw the two siblings hugging tightly. Hearing her voice, Skylar immediately pulled me to the side. Brother, stay away from this person in the future, okay? Chloe Chen looked at us speechlessly. I asked curiously, why? Aren't you two friends? Besides, I'm counting on Chloe to make me money. After all, Starstream doesn't have many presentable artists right now. Chloe is the face of the company. Skylar was about to explain, but then she received a death glare from Chloe. She swallowed her words instantly. Anyway, just keep your distance from her. Come on, Skylar will take you out to have fun. Without asking for my opinion, she pulled me directly into the car. Then she started the engine and roared away, leaving a cloud of dust. Danny watched the car as it shrank into a small dot. She nudged Chloe. Do you regret it? Chloe shook her head. Regret what? I'm happy enough just being able to see him every day. Danny looked speechless. You're a lost cause. Skylar, meeting me for the first time, seemed to want to make up for all the time she'd missed. She took me to every famous entertainment spot in the capital. It wasn't until late at night that she brought me home. When we arrived, the moment we entered, we saw Alice Yang, Summer Xia, and Serena sitting on the sofa. It looked like they were holding a grand tribunal. Why didn't you answer our calls? Summer asked Skylar with a cold face. It was one thing for her not to answer, but she wouldn't let her brother answer either. If they hadn't known I was with her, how could they have stayed at home? Skylar pulled me along righteously and sat down opposite the three of them. Why didn't you tell me that my brother was back? If I hadn't found out myself, how long were you planning on keeping me in the dark? Summer was stumped. She turned and glared at Serena. It was true that they were in the wrong. However, Serena didn't show any guilt at all. There was even a hidden, raging fire in her eyes. She snapped her fingers. Her subordinates immediately brought Sanxia forward. Sanxia's hands were tied behind his back, and his mouth was gagged with a cloth. He whimpered, pleading with Skylar for help. Skylar was stunned. "What are you doing?" Serena sneered. "What am I doing? I gave you a subordinate to protect you. And this is how you use him?" Skylar felt a bit guilty. "Who told you not to tell me my brother was back? Do you dare to say it wasn't your terrible idea? To have Mom and Big Sister hide it from me?" Serena looked at her as if she wanted to eat her alive. "So what if it was? Everything you do is just a passing whim. You're 22 and haven't achieved a thing. Your brother is only 19 and he's already the CEO of Logan Group. If you don't make a career for yourself, how can you call yourself his sister?" Skylar was stunned. She looked at me in shock. "My brother is the CEO of Logan Group?" I was suddenly caught in the middle. To be lectured using my own sister as an example. Skylar was feeling quite uncomfortable. Third sister is actually very impressive too. The rest of the family didn't pay attention, but I knew that Skylar Xia already had a significant reputation in the photography world. My simple statement immediately made Skylar feel ashamed. Serena issued an order. "I've booked your ticket. Get your ass back there tomorrow. Don't even think about coming home until you've made something of yourself." "I won't." Skylar Xia clung to me tightly. "I just got home. At the very least, I need to spend more time bonding with my brother. Then I'll leave." Serena glanced at her. "Do you think you have the right to say no?" "I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm not going." Skylar still wouldn't compromise. Serena looked at Zhang Ying. "Take Sanxia out and chop him up." Sanxia's body trembled. The muffled cries from his mouth grew louder. Zhang Ying was also terrified. "Second young lady, didn't you hear what I said?" Serena's tone was beyond any doubt. "He can't even distinguish who his true master is. Daring to plot against me. What use is there in keeping a subordinate like this?" Summer Xia looked at Serena in confusion. "What exactly happened? How did Skylar prank you to make you this angry?" It wasn't easy to train people, especially since this was Skylar Xia's own order. Logically, it shouldn't have come to killing Sanxia. But from Serena's tone, she clearly wasn't joking at all. Serena thought back to her experience tonight, and her face darkened instantly. The moment she learned it was Skylar's prank, she knew that her sister must have found out about their brother. Only then would she dare to prank her like that. If she dared to prank her, she had to be prepared for the consequences. She couldn't do anything to her own biological sister. But was she unable to deal with a mere subordinate? Zhang Ying realized this as well, making her heart sink into even deeper despair. Knowing it was useless to beg Serena, she turned to beg. "Skylar, third young lady, please say something. After all, Sanxiao was only working for you. You can't just let him die like this." Skylar, of course, wouldn't just ignore him. Seeing that Serena was truly enraged, and there was no room for negotiation in her eyes, she finally said reluctantly, "Fine, I'll go back. But once I've made a name for myself, don't you dare try to stop me from coming home again." Sanxia breathed a sigh of relief, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Serena had achieved her goal, so she stopped making things difficult and let him go. Skylar held me tightly, unwilling to let go. "Brother, once third sister makes a name for herself, no one will ever be able to keep us apart." I smiled and nodded awkwardly. She was talking like we were some star-crossed lovers. "Remember that you're an older sister, okay? Besides, after being dragged around to play all night, I felt like my bones were about to fall apart. Being with her every day would be the death of me." Serena also glared at Skylar. "It's late. Get your ass to sleep. Your brother needs to sleep too." Only then did Skylar reluctantly let go. In the middle of the night, I wasn't sleeping very soundly. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was met with a pair of glowing cat-like eyes. Startled, I instinctively performed a grapple, pinning the intruder to the floor. "Bro, hey Logan." Hearing Skylar's voice from beneath me, I was instantly stunned. "Third sister, what are you doing here?" I let go and turned on the light. Skylar rubbed her sore elbow, looking completely aggrieved. "I have to leave at dawn. I just wanted to look at my brother more." I was completely speechless. Although I'd heard the three Xia sisters doted on their brother, the experience of these past 2 days had completely subverted my imagination. "Go to sleep, Logan. I'll just watch over you from the side. I absolutely won't disturb you." I gave her a helpless look. "With someone staring at you like that, Who could actually sleep? I'm not sleepy anymore. I cleared my throat and pulled up a chair for Skylar. Let's just have a chat. Sure. Skylar tucked her long legs in and sat on the chair, propping her chin up as she looked at me. What do you want to talk about? I just picked a random topic. Let's talk about our father. How exactly did he go missing? And why didn't you guys look for him? From what Summer said, our father disappeared the day I was born, but they never looked for him. Oh, him? Skylar was quite dismissive, without a shred of respect in her voice. He's just a scumbag. Why would we look for him? I was stunned. Why do you say that? Well, he had amnesia back then. Our mom picked him up and brought him home. She got him a new identity, and let him help her manage the company. In the end, she even fell for him, giving birth to 4 children for him. But the result? That ungrateful scumbag regained his memory on the day you were born. He left a letter and just walked out. He claimed he already had a family, and that he loved his wife very much. At this point, Skylar let out a cold sneer. Our mom's 10+ years of support and companionship, plus 4 children, couldn't even compare to his former lover. He wouldn't even stay for a single extra day. He left at the critical moment when Mom was giving birth to you. If it weren't for that, things wouldn't have been such a mess that day. They would have been able to find you. Big sister was only 9 years old then. Too young to take the lead. He and you disappeared one after the other. A bunch of relatives tried to take advantage of the chaos, wanting to seize the company for themselves. If it weren't for Mom's sheer willpower, she probably wouldn't have made it off the operating table. Why would we look for someone like that? Even if we found him, I'm afraid second sister couldn't hold back. After I finished listening, a shadow couldn't help but fall over my heart. I thought, no wonder that happened. Most people would probably treat him as if he were dead. It couldn't have been easy for my mother to pull through and hold the Xia family together. But for some reason, I felt like this matter might not be so simple. How could it be such a coincidence? I was born on that day, and my father regained his memory on that exact same day. People aren't made of stone. Even if that father I'd never met loved his original wife more, could he really be heartless enough to leave on the day my mother was in labor? At that thought, I asked, did you guys read that letter? Was it really our father's handwriting? I know what you're thinking, Logan. He definitely wrote that letter, Skylar said with certainty. We Xias aren't pushovers. We checked the security footage afterward. In the surveillance, we saw him write that letter with our own eyes, and then pack his things and leave. My heart turned cold. I thought, if there truly were no hidden secrets, then this man really was as cold-blooded as they come. I couldn't help but think of Sophie. Though we never reached the stage of becoming husband and wife, I had sacrificed a lot for her. And it likewise ended badly. Having said this, I no longer had any desire to find my father. After all, my current priority was revenge. Besides, if I found him and discovered the truth was just that, it would undoubtedly rip open the scars in my mother's heart. But I still asked one more thing. Do you have a photo of our father? What do you want to see him for? He looked like a decent human being, but didn't act like one. Although Skylar was grumbling, seeing that I wanted to look, she still pulled up a somewhat dated photo on her phone. Here, that's him. I took the phone and glanced at it. I was immediately stunned. I had seen this photo before. Division 7 had once taken a job to find someone. The face we were looking for was exactly this one. But the person who placed the order was anonymous, obviously, not wanting anyone to know they were looking for this man. And what was even more mysterious was that the mission failed. Division 7's intelligence network is incredibly powerful. Even if it's someone Interpol can't find, like the most vicious criminals, it usually only takes us 2 weeks. But this man was like he'd vanished from the face of the earth. We spent an entire year and still couldn't find him. Old 7 even said that if this face were real, then he must be dead, and the body was either cremated or fed to the fishes. After all, we've compared records of well-preserved bodies from everywhere, but we found no clues. The person who placed the order didn't seem to care much about the results either. If he wasn't found, the matter was simply dropped. What's wrong, brother? Skylar was a bit confused seeing my reaction. It's nothing. I handed the phone back to her. If our father is already dead, then finding him doesn't really matter anymore. Inside an ancient-looking castle across the ocean, a handsome middle-aged man sat up in bed. He buzzed the intercom nearby, and before long, a butler in a tailcoat walked in. What is it, my lord? The man listened to the sound of the thunderstorm outside, and rubbed his itchy nose. Is there still no news? The butler lowered his head even further. Your subordinate is incompetent. The man waved his hand tiredly. Leave us. After saying that, he sneezed again. Who is cursing me? I stayed up chatting with Skylar almost until dawn. After arriving at the company, I yawned 6 times in less than 10 minutes. I felt like I was floating as I walked. Just as I reached my limit and wanted to head to the lounge for a nap, there was a knock on the office door. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Come in. Shufeng opened the door and walked in. Mr. Logan, there's more trouble for Chloe Chen. My fingers paused. What happened to her? Shufeng explained. Today is the opening ceremony for her new drama, but the director suddenly said he's changing the female lead. I frowned. Who is she being replaced with? Yara Wu. Shufeng paused after answering, adding, she's a popular A-list star from Asura. She took a pay cut to ask the director for this role. The last sentence explained why the director wanted to swap. After all, compared to a B-list actress, for the same salary, getting an A-lister with more traffic, no one would refuse. As for Yara Wu, why she would do something so spiteful yet unbeneficial, the reason required almost no thought. It seemed Sophie still hadn't learned to behave. I grabbed my car keys. Give me the address for the set. If it were any other drama, with the director acting like this, walking away wouldn't be much of a loss. But Pale Moon was different. Based on the memories of my past life, I knew this drama would be a massive hit, even if no one expected much of it at first. And even with 10 episodes being cruelly cut due to lack of funding, it still became wildly popular. It directly propelled the B-list Chloe Chen to becoming a top-tier superstar. So, under no circumstances could we give up on this drama. Shufeng hesitated. I know the place. Let me drive. Although he didn't know why, he could tell that I was exhausted. I didn't want to drive while fatigued either, so I tossed in the keys. However, after just 2 steps, I heard the man beside me ask hesitantly, Mr. Logan, is there some kind of grudge between you and Astra? Shufeng felt that Chloe's individual contract breach should have been resolved with a minor warning. It shouldn't have led Astra to try and destroy her career. But through these past 2 days, it wasn't hard to see that Astra was determined to blacklist Chloe. They were even willing to let their own artists sacrifice themselves, just to deny her any chance of screen time. This was clearly fueled by personal grievances. At this, I gave a mocking smile and looked at him. And, if I said yes, what do you plan to do? Report it up the chain and get me removed from my position at Starstream? Shufeng was startled. Your subordinate wouldn't dare. I was just curious and asked on a whim. But I definitely have no other intentions. Please don't be angry, Mr. Logan. Since I managed to keep Chloe at the company, he no longer held any prejudice against me. I sneered. Haven't you heard that curiosity killed the cat? Being too slick isn't good, and being too rigid is annoying. You should learn a thing or two from Manager Kai. I walked out without waiting for his response. When we arrived at the opening ceremony, I saw Chloe Chen from a distance with her hands in her pockets, leaning against a tree. Even though she was the original female lead of this drama, she now looked like a marginalized figure. I suppressed the irritation in my heart and walked toward her. Chloe heard the movement and looked up. This time she didn't have much of a reaction to seeing me, nor did she ask how I found out she was here. Instead, she said with a look of shame, I've caused more trouble for you. You're only being targeted because of me, so don't let it weigh on your mind. My words carried a soothing power. And don't worry about your future career. Since I chose to keep you, I won't let your trust go to waste. I looked around after speaking. Where is the director? How are you going to solve this? Chloe asked instead of answering. After hearing what Serena said yesterday, she realized I didn't want to rely on my family. The rest of the Xiao family hadn't come this time either. So how was I going to stand up to the director? You don't need to worry about that. I didn't look worried at all. Just then, I suddenly saw Daniel Ding at the entrance of a cafe across the street. The show's director, Director Chen, was right next to him on the phone, scowling the entire time, without sparing him a single glance. I didn't need Chloe's directions now. I walked straight over there. Daniel breathed a sigh of relief when he saw me. Mr. Logan, you're here, I hummed. Go comfort Chloe. Leave this to me. Daniel looked at Director Chen on the phone, nodded to me, and left. I took Daniel's original spot, hearing Director Chen's tone full of fawning pleading. He was talking to a Mr. Sao on the phone. Our script is really excellent. And we've even replaced the lead with an A-list star now. Are you sure you won't reconsider? But we've already signed the contract, and the props and everything are ready. Withdrawing your investment now would be the end of me. Today is the opening ceremony for Pale Moon, and I'm too busy to step away. If you really want to withdraw, could we wait 2 days? But I really hope you'll think about it again. Can we talk about this in person? Listening to Director Chen's desperate pleas, I slowly curled my lips into a smirk. The drama, Pale Moon, was indeed not well received at first. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had its episodes. Cut because it couldn't find enough investment, along with its lukewarm leads, and an obscure production team. Before it aired, the expectation level was at rock bottom. No one in the industry expected that this drama would become a hit, even becoming a sensation abroad. Seeing Director Chen finish his call, I stepped forward. Director Chen, do you need investment? Director Chen had already noticed me and had heard my conversation with Daniel. He knew I was from Starstream, so his attitude was less than friendly. This has nothing to do with you, he said with an embarrassed expression, and stop pestering me. Replacing a B-list star like Chloe Chen with an A-lister who brings her own traffic, without even having to pay more. Anyone would know how to choose. I thought to myself, this guy is quite blunt. You're overthinking it, Director Chen. I only want to talk to you about investing. I know you're short on funds right now. I'll invest as much as you need. If you run out during filming later, I can make up the difference then too. Director Chen was stunned for a moment and looked me up and down. You're a leader from Starstream? I nodded. That's right. Director Chen's face instantly filled with disappointment. With the money Starstream earns from Chloe Chen, you're lucky just to stay in operation. And you claim to have money to invest in me? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Well, I chuckled. Starstream is indeed broke, but Director Chen impatiently cut me off. If you have no money, why are you even talking? I've seen plenty of your type. Don't talk big if you don't have the cash. Instead of wasting time talking to you, I'd be better off making a few more calls to find investors. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Zhu! A man in a sharp suit, appearing to be in his 40s, stopped in his tracks. He looked at Director Chen in confusion. Mr. Zhu. It's me, the director of Pale Moon. Director Chen stepped forward with a fawning look. About the investment I discussed with you before. How is your consideration going? We've just switched to a new female lead. It's the A-list actress, Yara Wu. And I have a feeling that this drama is going to be a huge hit. If you invest a bit now, you'll be making a fortune in the future. Zhu Tao had already politely declined Director Chen's request long ago. He didn't expect that coming out for coffee would lead to him running into this man again, clinging to him like a burr. The man was immediately beyond annoying. He was about to ignore him and walk straight away. But then he caught sight of me out of the corner of his eye and froze. He walked up to me with a respectful expression. Mr. Logan, what are you doing here? Are you still willing to invest in me? Director Chen was stunned, looking at me in disbelief. Those in the entertainment circle might love sucking up to the powerful and trampling the weak, but every single one of them is sharp as a tack. Someone who could make Mr. Zhu speak so respectfully was definitely more than just a leader from Starstream. I replied with a smile. I'm here to talk to Director Chen about investment. Zhu Tao was stunned again, then shot Director Chen a strange look. The CEO of Logan Group offered to invest in you, and you're still bothering with other investors? Director Chen's face looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He wanted to curl up and die right then and there. Zhu Tao found Director Chen's reaction quite amusing. Then he dropped a second bombshell. Even if he wasn't the CEO of Logan Group, Mr. Logan is also the newly found son of the Xia family. If he's willing to invest in you, you won't need to go around looking for any other investors ever again. He originally only knew me as the CEO of Logan Group. The Zhu family is in the capital but has partnerships with Logan Group. Through the Xia family's recognition banquet, he realized that this man was also the Xia family's long-lost son. Ooh, say no more. I saw Director Chen looking completely despondent, and timely reminded Zhu Tao, were you heading in for coffee, Mr. Zhu? Having dealt in the business world for a long time, the words and gestures of both sides carry underlying meanings that are easily understood. Zhu Tao immediately took the hint and said, then I'll leave you to it. I'll take my leave first. I'll find a chance to catch up with you for a drink later, Mr. Logan. With that, he turned and entered the cafe. Director Chen looked at me with an embarrassed face. Mr. Logan, are you still willing to invest in me? I looked at Director Chen and smiled. Then, regarding Chloe Chen as the lead will definitely be Chloe Chen's. Director Chen immediately guaranteed, as soon as we sign the contract. I'll have Yara Wu leave immediately. I cursed him inwardly as an old fox, but remained expressionless. Then, Director Chen, go ahead and prepare the contract. At the set on the first day of filming, Yara Wu arrived late with her assistant, wearing sunglasses. Seeing Chloe Chen looking somber and uncertain, Yara Wu came to a halt. She reached up to take off her sunglasses, cleaning them as she laughed. Why are you still here? Didn't the director tell you about the lead swap? On the surface, there was nothing wrong with the words. It sounded like a simple question, but the mockery in her eyes was completely unconcealed. Chloe Chen ignored her. Daniel Ding shielded her behind him. Our standing here doesn't affect you, does it? Besides, our contract hasn't been terminated yet. The role might not even be yours. Yara Wu let out a sneer. You think I actually care about being the lead in this crappy drama? If it weren't for President Sophie making up for the pay cut and promising her future resources, she would never have turned down a show with a high-end production crew to come here and take on this trash production that clearly won't amount to anything. Saying this, she ignored the two and walked away toward the crowd. Wait a minute. A female star in costume reached out to stop her. The director hasn't arrived yet. Just then, a stagehand approached. He handed a lead actress costume to her. Ms. Wu, please change into this first. Yara Wu glanced at the clothes in his hand. I don't wear things others have worn, and I certainly won't wear rags like these. The stagehand quickly explained, but our budget is tight. Why are you even filming if you can't find investment? The assistant beside Yara Wu couldn't help but chime in. Our Ms. Wu is practically doing you a favor by lowering herself to join this production. She even took a pay cut. And this is the disrespect you show her? Yara Wu shot her assistant an approving look, then crossed her arms. The costume isn't up for debate. Go find the director. If he doesn't make me new ones as I requested, I'm not doing this. As soon as she finished speaking, a man's angry voice rang out from nearby. If you won't film, then leave. Who are you trying to threaten? Director Chen walked over with a dark face. He really hadn't expected Yara Wu to be so demanding. If he really swapped leads, wouldn't he just be inviting a high-maintenance diva into his life? Yara Wu was dazed for a long moment, unable to believe what she was hearing. The director actually told her to leave. Do you have any idea what you're saying? After snapping back to her senses, Yara Wu narrowed her eyes. Since becoming famous, she had been pampered wherever she went. No one had ever dared to humiliate her like this, especially not some third-rate director. Don't think that just because I asked for this role, you can just push me around. Having secured the investment, Director Chen was in a completely different headspace now. Do I look like I'm joking with you? I'm telling you this seriously right now. You are no longer needed for this drama. You can go home. Seeing this, Daniel Ding excitedly patted Chloe Chen's shoulder. I knew Mr. Logan would find a way. Chloe Chen looked dazed as she watched Director Chen standing beside me. Her heart was filled with an indescribable warmth and a slight ache. Yara Wu finally realized the severity of the situation. It wasn't that she cared much about this crappy drama, but this was a mission Sophie had given her. If it fell through like this, how was she going to explain it to Sophie when she got back? With that in mind, she softened her attitude. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since the budget is tight, I'll drop the matter of the costumes. Yara Wu thought that after she showed some mercy, Director Chen would take the hint. But as soon as she finished, she saw him chuckle. It's not about the clothes. As of right now, I still think Chloe Chen is better suited to be my lead. You should leave. For Yara Wu, bowing her head was already a huge compromise. Yet the other side still wouldn't bite. How could she not be furious? Dramas with top-tier production crews are lining up to work with me. You really think I care about your show? Remember, you're the one who told me not to film. Don't come crying once my schedule is full. Even if you beg me then, I won't change my mind. With that, she grabbed her assistant and stormed off. Director Chen shook his head with a TSK. When he turned back to me, his face instantly switched to that fawning expression again. Are you satisfied with the way I handled it, Mr. Logan? I ignored his flattery and simply said calmly, just film the drama well. Don't let me down, that's all. Director Chen patted his chest and promised, I definitely won't. I gave Chloe Chen a few quick instructions and went back to the car. Xu Feng looked at my exhausted face through the rearview mirror. His voice softened instinctively. Mr. Logan, are we heading back to the office? Though he couldn't hear what was being said outside, seeing Yara Wu leave with a scowl told him the matter was resolved. His admiration for me deepened even further. I pinched the bridge of my nose and gave a soft hum. Then I leaned against the seat back and closed my eyes to rest. Back at the office, I caught up on some sleep in the lounge. Once I felt refreshed, I called Manager Kai over. Does the company have any other artists besides Chloe Chen? To grow the entertainment company and take on Asura, Chloe Chen alone was clearly not going to be enough. I had to bring in fresh blood to expand the roster. If any of the existing artists had potential, it wouldn't hurt to train them as well. Ever since she found out I was Lily's brother, Manager Kai's eyes practically glowed when she looked at me. Besides Chloe Chen, we have 5 male artists and 1 female artist. I finished reviewing their files. I tapped my finger rhythmically on the desk. Have this girl, Hope, come see me. Dismiss the others. Manager Kai gasped. Why dismiss everyone else? I pushed the documents toward her. They've been signed for so long, yet they've just been idly wasting time, waiting for roles to be handed to them, not to mention a resource-starved star stream. Even a major company wouldn't promote people like that. But Hope has no resources or background, and she doesn't even have a manager. Yet, even if it's just playing a background extra, she has never allowed herself to stop working. Though I didn't see her make a name for herself in my past life, I'm willing to give a chance to someone who knows how to work hard. Manager Kai took the information sheets. She nodded. I'll handle it immediately. Before long, there was a knock on the office door. After being granted permission to enter, a girl with a ponytail walked in with a reserved expression. You wanted to see me, Mr. Logan? I sized her up. Since she was scouted by an entertainment company, her looks were obviously impeccable. Do you have any auditions coming up? At the mention of work, Hope's eyes sparkled with a bit of light. Director Feng's new drama has a role being re-auditioned. I was thinking of trying out. I raised an eyebrow. Jade Ye, the prince's daughter? Hope's eyes revealed. Surprise. You know about it, Mr. Logan? Of course I knew. Director Feng was a legendary figure in the industry. His productions had always been a major focus for every entertainment company, even for her. Landing a minor role with little screen time could bring a small taste of fame. Right then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Maya standing by the office door, looking at me with an unreadable expression. How long had she been standing there? I looked at her and asked, What are you doing here? Maya's red lips curled slightly. To pick you up from work. She paused and added, Finish your business first. Don't mind me. So I really did ignore her. I turned my attention back to Hope. Perform a scene for me. Caught off guard by being put on the spot, Hope immediately began to get into character. She blinked her eyes, and her expression shifted as she entered the state instantly. I raised an eyebrow, my gaze toward Hope becoming more focused. When Hope finished her performance, my initial indifference had completely vanished. I hadn't expected her acting talent to be so immense. I couldn't help but ask, Are you self-taught? Hope nodded with a bit of embarrassment. Art school tuition was too expensive, so I just worked as a background extra. I thought to myself, no wonder. With this kind of talent, if she had someone to guide her, she wouldn't have remained unknown until now. Though she didn't make a breakthrough in my previous life, I was certain she wouldn't stay buried forever. But I'm sure she won't stay buried forever. I've really found a gem. Go back for now. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Now that I'd found this treasure, I was in a very good mood. I nearly forgot about that look Maya had given me earlier. After Hope left, I tidied up my desk and started heading out. Let's go. But before I could reach the office door, Maya pulled me into a hug. Sensing her strange emotional state, I patted her on the shoulder. What's wrong with you? Maya looked at me and asked, Do you think people have past and present lives? My body stiffened violently. In an instant, a million thoughts raced through my head. I didn't give her a direct answer. Instead, I asked with a trembling voice, Did you remember something? Did she have memories of our previous life? My reaction undoubtedly confirmed Maya's inner suspicion. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. It was somehow even more painful than when I was with Sophie. Is this why you kept rejecting me before? And why you went to such lengths to find her? I was stunned. It didn't sound like she had memories of her past life. It was more like she had guessed about my first life in ancient times. No, that's not right. Even if she guessed I was from ancient times, she shouldn't have been able to link it to Sophie. Did you watch that drama, The Angxia Dynasty? When I couldn't find Sophie before, I had written the story of our first life into a script, and had it produced. If Sophie had memories of that first life, Seeing the drama would let her know I was looking for her. And I really did find Sophie through that drama. Sophie. Though it wasn't because she had her memories and came to find me. It was because Seth had been cast in a role, and I discovered her when she visited the set. If Maya had watched that drama, then everything made sense. How could I not watch the drama you wrote? Maya bit down on a strand of her own hair. Her eyes clouded as if by a dark mist, deep and unfathomable. So you were together in your past life, and you even died for love together in the end? I immediately explained, Maya, don't be like this. Besides, that wasn't our last life. And, in the end, it wasn't exactly dying for love. Maya continued to ask, then why do you hate her so much now? And why are you with me instead? Maya didn't know what I was thinking. She seemed to have fallen into an obsession, her eyes turning slightly red. I couldn't see her expression, but I could feel her agitation. I steeled myself to tell her about the second life. But as soon as I opened my mouth, she placed a finger on my lips. Maya's thumb brushed against my mouth. Don't speak. I don't want to know anymore. She was afraid the truth would be more than she could handle. Once upon a time, she thought just having him was enough. But the human heart is always greedy. Knowing my history with Sophie was so deep, she felt a murderous rage in her heart. She grabbed my hand and said, we're not going home tonight. We're going to my place. With that, Maya linked her arm through mine and walked out. When we reached the main entrance of the company, we ran right into Chloe Chen returning from filming. Seeing me being intimately held by a woman, Chloe Chen widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you two? I introduced her openly. This is my girlfriend. Chloe Chen's heart stopped. So, Mr. Logan has a girlfriend. Seeing the disappointment in Chloe's eyes, and the flash of bitterness, another flame of jealousy was lit in Maya's heart. She didn't know yet that people inside my own company were already pining for me. So get those thoughts out of your head. In the future, make sure to keep your distance from your boss. After her warning, Maya kept walking with her arm in mine. Because of Maya's words, I glanced back at Chloe, only to have Maya push my head back around. All the way back home, the car was exceptionally quiet. The usual flirtatious atmosphere was absent. Jade, in the driver's seat, felt uneasy as she thought, are these two having a fight? Once they arrived back at Maya's residence, Jade understood. She didn't even get to step foot inside, before she was blocked out by Maya. At the same time, the servants and subordinates in the main villa were all driven out as well. Maya, who was suspected of domestic violence, didn't even head upstairs. She pinned me down on the sofa in the living room. She felt like her heart couldn't take any more. After learning about the love between me and Sophie across 2 lives, she wished she could drag us both to hell with her. My brow furrowed slightly. Ever since my rebirth, I had never rejected intimacy with Maya. This was the first time. I felt a trace of fear in my heart, a sensation as if I were about to be completely consumed. But I still did my best to endure it, soothing Maya's rampaging emotions. Sensing my abnormality, Maya paused her actions, and her sanity cleared for a moment. She stared at me intensely and asked, Logan, do you love me? She gripped both my hands. I struggled slightly. When I was first reborn, I stayed with her out of a sense of gratitude, but after spending this time together, her face and personality were already etched in my marrow. When we weren't together, I would often think of her. I didn't have deep contact with Maya in my past life, yet I didn't reject doing these things with her. Even though she was acting out of a desire to vent, I felt only heartache and indulgence for her. This is love, right? With that thought, I tilted my chin up and kissed her. I love you. Maya licked her lips, her eyes narrowing into slits. Liar. What does it matter if you love me or not? There was a hint of madness in her eyes. This time, you walked toward me, on your own. I will never let you leave again, no matter what. If you try to abandon me in the future, I will lock you up. You won't be allowed to go anywhere except by my side, she repeated fiercely. I really will lock you up. I found it a bit funny. You can lock me up right now. Maya looked at me seriously. I'm not joking with you. I'm not joking with you either. I continued to flirt with danger on the edge. As long as you want, you can do whatever you want with me. Sure enough, hearing this, Maya's eyes darkened. You asked for this. With that, she fiercely blocked my lips. When I woke up the next day, I checked the time and wondered whether I should head to the office. Then I received a call from Samantha. After the call was connected, Hope's voice came through. Mr. Logan, I got the role of Jade Yi, and the scene I drew for the audition happened to be the one you taught me. The director even praised me. Listening to the girl's excited voice, I gave an amused, I said a few more words of encouragement. After hanging up, my mood brightened up considerably. Though there had been some twists and turns, overall, things were moving in the right direction. After arranging things for the company's artists, the next step was talent scouting. Thinking of the world-famous group I built in my past life, I grabbed my car keys to head out. Maya reached out and grabbed me. "It's almost evening. Where are you going?" "There's nothing else to do anyway." I explained, "I'm going to do some talent scouting, to find some promising prospects." I gave her a reassuring look. "I'll be back tonight." Maya's eyes darkened. "I'll have Jade take you." I didn't refuse. In the car, I dialed a number from memory. Before long, the call was picked up. A clear, gentle voice, like a spring breeze, answered. "Hello?" I watched the manor scenery receding outside. "Is this Mu Yanfeng?" There was a pause on the other side. "May I ask who you are?" Hearing the noise through the phone, I didn't answer and asked, "Where are you right now?" Mu Yanfeng was silent for a moment. His voice held a trace of suspicion. "Who are you? What do you want?" I didn't explain much. "Let's meet and talk." With that, I hung up. After confirming this was the person I wanted, I tracked the precise location of the phone number. I still remembered the start of this group in my past life. It was raining heavily that day. I was driving past a plaza. Everyone was hurrying to escape the rain. But 5 girls were in the downpour, dancing as if they'd forgotten everything. I stopped the car and watched for a long time. When they finished, I signed all 5 of them. I sent them to Star Training Camp. After some training, they debuted as a group named JRD. It meant Girls' Dreams, Undampened by Rain, and the reason I contacted Mu Yanfeng was because he was the leader. He was also the most stable among them, and the one who could make decisions. Following the GPS on my phone, I had Jade drive to a concert venue. Looking at the massive crowd there, I thought for a moment. Then I remembered. This was the concert of Asura's popular singer, Feng Jikai. I thought Mu Yanfeng was there for the concert. But following the red dot on my phone, I eventually reached a backstage lounge. The door to the lounge was ajar. Just as I was about to knock, I heard an indignant voice. "We've been rehearsing for so long. You can't just tell us we're not going on. You have to give us a reason." I paused my hand in midair. This voice was very familiar to me. It was the youngest of the 5, Tongjian. I took a quick look through the narrow crack in the door. I noticed that, except for Zhang Ziang, the other 4 were all there, and standing opposite them was a member of Feng Jikai's team, a core staff member, named Yuan Shijie. From the look of the confrontation, Tongjian's words were directed at him. "There are too many dances. What's wrong with cutting a few?" Yuan Shijie's tone was clearly perfunctory. Mu Yanfeng held back Tongjian, who was about to blow up. He looked at Yuan Shijie and said coldly, "Since you won't let us perform, then settle our pay." Yuan Shijie acted as if he'd heard a joke. "You're not even performing, yet you still want pay?" Tongjian exploded again. "You're the one who isn't letting us perform. It's not like we're the ones breaking the deal. We spent so much time and energy on rehearsals. On what grounds are you refusing to pay us?" I really don't want to say the same thing twice. Yuan Shijie let out a helpless, feigned sigh. Staring at their handsome faces, his heart began to itch as he thought, no wonder Feng Jikai is wary of these guys. He's afraid their looks will steal the spotlight. He'd rather disrupt the dancer lineup just to cut them. But if you want money, that's possible. After all, with faces and bodies like yours, you could fetch a good price. Serve me well at the Blue Heart Hotel tonight. And forget about pay. I can give you this much, he said, holding up 5 fingers. After he spoke, the room fell into a strange silence. The 4 seemed stunned by Yuan Shijie's shamelessness. For a moment, besides the sound of heavy breathing, no one spoke. "Well, give me a straight answer once you've thought it over. The 4 of you can come together. Let's see if you can work together on the bed, as seamlessly as you do when you're dancing." As Yuan Shijie spoke, he was about to... he reached out. He was about to grab Tongjian. He reached out to touch Tongjian's face, which was so tender it looked like it could hold water. However, before his hand could reach her, it was caught by another hand. Then, a sharp crack of a bone fracturing, followed by Yuan Shijie's pig-like scream, shattered the silence of the room. I threw him aside in disgust. Pay them their wages. The 4 of them looked at me in a daze, stunned by my sudden appearance. At that moment, Yuan Shijie lunged at me. His face twisted with a hideous expression. But before he could even get close, I kicked him to the ground, sending him falling flat on his face. I dusted off my hands, looking down at him with contempt. That's it? Security. Security. Yuan Shijie shifted his greasy body, scrambling up to glare at me viciously. Don't get cocky. When security gets here, I'll make you pay for this. Calling people over? Fine by me. I shook the phone in my hand. I filmed a video of your conversation just now. If this video gets out, I didn't finish the sentence, but the threat was unmistakable. A flash of panic crossed Yuan Shijie's face. He wanted to snatch the phone away, but remembering my skills, he was too wary to step forward. What do you want? I shot him a glance. Didn't I say it already? Pay them their wages. The 4 young girls had been watching wide-eyed until now, and seeing the topic return to them, and that I was helping them, they were suddenly at a loss for what to do. Yuan Shijie watched his prey about to fly away, feeling a surge of resentment, but he had no other choice, so he could only take out his phone to transfer the money. After finishing the transfer, Yuan Shijie looked at me gloomily. Now, you can delete the video, right? I looked at the 4 girls to confirm they had received the transfer. After getting a positive response, I gave a small smile. But I didn't actually film a video. Puff! The 4 young girls nearby instantly burst out laughing, having been played like a fool. Yuan Shijie looked like he was about to cough up blood. I clenched my fist and blew on it. Do you want another beating? The fat on Yuan Shijie's face trembled with rage. He pointed a finger at me. Just you wait and see. With that, he stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him with a thunderous bang. After Yuan Shijie left, I successfully set a signing time with the young girls. Leaving the concert venue, I was about to get back into the car Jade was driving, when a black Hummer honked at me. A small ember glowed outside the car window, flickering and illuminating Serena's face. Brother, second sister is here to take you home. Remembering my promise to Maya earlier, I asked hesitantly, Second sister, why are you here? Serena pretended not to understand my meaning, avoiding the topic of me staying over at Maya's place. I'm here to pick you up and take you home. You've been out for 2 days, brother. It's time to come home, don't you think? I took a deep breath, forced to ignore Jade's pleading eyes, and leaned down to get into Serena's car. For the first time in my life, I had the illusion of being controlled. Jade hurriedly took out her phone to message Maya. Mr. Logan was intercepted by his second sister. Serena was in a very good mood after picking me up. She ordered Zhang Ying in the driver's seat to head home. On the way back, Serena thought about how Maya would be fuming, and her mood couldn't have been more wonderful. The pent-up frustration in her heart was gradually beginning to ease. But when we arrived back at the Shah house, and she saw that loathsome face sitting in the living room, chatting happily with Alice, Serena's entire mood soured. She had forbidden her from climbing the walls, yet the other woman had simply walked straight through the front door. I was even more surprised than she was to see Maya. But then I remembered that the Xia house was much farther from Feng Zhikai's concert venue than Maya's manor. It didn't seem so strange anymore. I just hadn't expected Maya to pull a move like this. I was somewhat stuck between laughing and crying. Serena glanced at the time on her watch, asking with a dark face as she tried to usher her out. Miss Yoon, it's so late and you're still a guest in my home. Don't you feel like you're intruding? Alice turned and gave her a sharp glare. How can you speak like that? Then she instantly changed her expression upon seeing me. Lenny, you're back. Come to mother. Summer Shah walked out of the kitchen holding a cup of coffee. As she passed Serena, she gave a schadenfreude-filled laugh. Don't you have any self-awareness? Don't you know you're redundant in this family? Serena frowned. Is it illegal to hit your own sister? Although Alice had scolded Serena, Maya still acted as if she had been stung by her words. She made a move to get up. Then, I won't disturb Auntie Alice's sleep. I'll come back another day. Alice was suddenly flustered, and after glaring at Serena again, she turned to comfort her. What nonsense are you talking, child? We're all going to be family in the future. There's no such thing as disturbing. Just treat this as your own home. I know you don't mind, Auntie, but I don't want to make second sister unhappy, Maya said as she stood up. But just as she reached her full height, she wobbled slightly. Alice gasped. What's wrong? Maya shook her head, rubbing her temples. Don't worry, Auntie. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some sleep. What have you been doing to get this exhausted, child? The worry in Alice's eyes didn't fade. If you're not feeling well, don't go back. Lenny, help Maya upstairs to rest. A sly smile flashed in Maya's eyes, but she asked with a weak voice, would that be inappropriate? Alice gave her a look. What's inappropriate about it? I told you to treat this like your own home. Besides, you and Lenny are a couple now. There's nothing for us to be picky about. Her goal achieved, Maya stopped pretending and allowed herself to be supported by me. I really admired this person's scheming mind. But I played along and didn't call her out. Serena was completely dumbfounded by Maya's series of bold maneuvers, and once she snapped out of it, she immediately blocked her, saying, no way. Alice's patience with her had reached its limit. Shut up. Serena could only watch as Maya was supported upstairs by me. She was gnashing her teeth in rage and looking at Summer Shaha, sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping coffee. Her anger flared even more. Are you dead? As the eldest sister, don't you know to step in and stop this? Just letting that ill-intentioned creature walk right into our home? Summer Shah took another sip of her self-brewed coffee without even sparing her a glance. What's the use of you being so full of fighting spirit? You're still just a useless wreck. Serena suppressed the urge to swing a punch at her and turned to Alice. Mom, you've been wise and powerful for so many years, yet you can't even see through that girl's clumsy acting? Don't be so noisy. Alice rubbed her temples, having a headache. She sighed and said, Lenny's heart isn't at home. Instead of having him run out every day, it's better to just let that child stay here. We missed 19 years of Lenny's life. Instead of controlling their private lives, I'd much rather be able to see Lenny every day. Did you hear that? Summer Shah laughed with an air of calm. Do you think you're the only one who's clear-headed? And besides, look at yourself. Brother and that woman are at least a legitimate couple. Serena felt wronged. Don't stop me. I'm running away from home. Upstairs. Once I had helped Maya to my bedroom, I let go of her. Stop acting. Maya reached up and hugged my waist. Is my acting really that bad? I let out a sound of agreement. Even Serena could see through it. You don't really think my mother and the others couldn't see through that, do you? Maya went quiet for a moment. I know Mom is a good person. My eyes widened. You're already calling her Mom? Weren't you just calling her Auntie a second ago? Of course, I can't be too forward in front of her, but in my heart, I already see her as my own mother. Maya walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. A night in spring is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. We shouldn't waste the opportunity Mom gave us. The next 10,000 words are omitted. The next morning, Maya walked downstairs with me, looking radiant and smug. We sat down for breakfast. Serena's face was dark the entire time. I'm not eating. She got up and left right after saying that, and no one stopped her. Alice smiled apologetically. Don't mind her. Let's eat. After breakfast, Maya drove me to the office entrance. As I opened the car door to get out, I reached out to pull her. Did you forget something? I asked. Then I was pulled back onto the back seat headrest by Maya, and she began to kiss me. I was beyond speechless. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and pushed her away. What's wrong with you? Maya couldn't help but lean in for a few more moments of intimacy. Go to work. I shot her a look and turned to get out of the car. However, I hadn't even walked 2 steps before I saw Chloe Chen standing at the company entrance, looking toward my direction with a dazed expression. I couldn't help but touch my nearly numb lips. For a split second, I suspected Maya had done that on purpose. Before I could even retaliate, her car had already roared away. At this point, saying anything to Chloe Chen was awkward. I thought about pretending I hadn't seen her, but she unexpectedly spoke up first. Sorry, I didn't mean to watch. It just happened. I knew she had just happened to be passing by, and I had left the car door open earlier, then forgotten to close it while we were kissing. I'll go in first. Chloe Chen's ears were incredibly red. She turned to flee the awkward scene, but I called out to stop her. If you're only staying at Starstream because of me, then I can give you a chance to choose again. After all, you saw it. I have a girlfriend. The afternoon before last, the scene where Maya and Chloe Chen met, was still fresh in my mind. My previous suspicions were now confirmed. Even if Maya hadn't used any schemes, I had to make things clear. I wanted her to stay, but not like this. It was too degrading. You don't want me anymore? Hearing my words, Chloe Chen immediately cast aside her previous shyness. Her expression was full of anxiety. I admit I once had inappropriate feelings for you, but after that whole variety show incident, I haven't dared to have any improper thoughts again. Now, I just want to stay at Starstream, and I definitely won't do anything to cross the line. To put my mind at ease, she even spoke a bit bluntly. Don't think of me as being that love-struck. If you hadn't settled those 2 crises for me, I wouldn't have stayed here anyway. The same goes for the future. What I value most is my career. I breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to say something else, I heard a screech. A black car pulled up right next to me. A youthful and very feminine face leaned out the window with a smile. Logan, we're here. I turned my head. Sure enough, it was Zoe Tung. 5 energetic girls jumped out of the car and stood in a row in front of me. It was a very eye-catching scene. Hello, Logan. Actually, except for Zoe Tung and Leng Bingbing, everyone else in the team was slightly older than me. But I accepted the way they addressed me and introduced them to Chloe Chen, who was standing nearby. This is your senior. The 5 of them looked at Chloe Chen and shouted in unison, Hello, Senior Chloe. Chloe Chen snapped out of it and nodded awkwardly at them. Hello. Kai Min happened to arrive at the company then. Seeing them, she couldn't help but look confused. Mr. Logan, did you bring all these beauties here? Perfect, I ordered. These are some promising talents I just discovered. Take them to the lounge to wait first. Kai Min nodded. Yes, sir. After they were led away, Chloe Chen looked at me and asked, I made myself very clear just now. You're not going to drive me away now, are you? I'm not trying to drive you away. I pinched the bridge of my nose and smiled. I want you to stay more than anything. I just didn't want it to be for those reasons. You should understand what I mean. Chloe Chen gave a soft snort. She said with a feigned air of arrogance, Since you want me to stay, then treat me well from now on. Even if you bring in more newcomers, you can't just forget about me. She knew if I wanted to expand, the company couldn't have just her as an artist. But seeing a bunch of newcomers appear, calling me Logan so affectionately, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. She knew she shouldn't be possessive, especially since I had a girlfriend, but she just couldn't help wanting more of my attention. I didn't know what she was thinking. Hearing her childish words, I smiled and nodded. You're a veteran of this company, and a friend of my 3rd sister, Skylar. Either way, I won't ignore you. Chloe Chen's eyes sparkled with a smile. That's more like it. After soothing Chloe Chen, I went to draft the contracts. Then I went to the lounge where Phoenix Moo and the others were. They were sitting on the sofa chatting and laughing. When they saw me, they stood up to greet me. Unlike last night, I was now their boss. I gestured for them to sit. No need for formalities, I said as I sat on a single armchair opposite them and placed the contracts on the coffee table. These are the contracts. Take a look first. If there are no issues, you can sign. While they were reviewing the contracts, my gaze swept across each of their faces. I talked about the plans I had for them in my past life. Once the contracts are signed, I'll send you to the Star Training Camp to be trainees for a period of time. The company will cover the tuition. Your dancing is flawless, and you could practically debut as instructors. But in terms of singing and breath control while performing, you still need practice. Also, you need to adapt to a real stage. Once you're there will be specialists to teach you these things. There will be a ranking test at the camp soon. You should try to participate. The rank doesn't matter. Consider it a test of your progress. Even though I said that, I knew their results would be phenomenal. They were all in the top 10. They were more outstanding than trainees who had trained for several years. At that thought, I tapped my finger on the arm of the sofa. During this time, the company will make all the necessary preparations for your group's debut, including debut single production, choreography, hiring stylists, and preparing future albums. Once you finish the test, I will bring you back and wait for the right moment to officially debut. After hearing my words and reading the contents of the contract, their expressions all became solemnly respectful. Previously, they thought Starstream was just a small company with a few people. Even though I promised them a debut as a group, they probably thought I didn't know much about how to plan a girl group's development, but whether it was the contract details or what I had just said, everything reflected the professional style of a major corporation, and if I could do everything I said, then I was clearly taking them very seriously, determined to make them stars. I checked the time on my watch and looked at the 5 silent people. Any questions? None of them even made eye contact this time. They all shook their heads. I slowly curled my lips, then signed the contracts. I'll take you to Star Training Camp in a bit. After they finished signing the contracts, I brought them over as promised. On the way back, I happened to glance over as I passed Astra Tower. I saw a thin, frail woman being kicked out of the building. The document box in her hands fell to the ground, scattering papers everywhere. I recognized the person who had kicked her out. It was the HR manager from Asura. He was currently looking down at the woman crouching on the ground to pick up the papers. He mocked her arrogantly. The company has supported you for so long for nothing, and you still have the nerve to ask for copyrights. You're just a washed-up loser. Isn't it embarrassing to keep living off your past success? Do you really think the company will keep you for life? After he finished speaking, he stepped on the papers on the ground and headed back into the office. The woman stared blankly at the footprint on her papers, then slumped down on the ground in despair. Coincidentally, I recognized this woman too. The once god-tier choreographer, Jamie Wei. The reason I say once is because she hadn't produced any good work for 3 years. Everyone said she was washed up. Only I knew that Jamie Wei had simply hit a creative block. In my past life, I could still help her out while I was at Asura, offering some guidance to help her through her block. I didn't expect that without my interference, Asura would kick her out so quickly. I've known for a long time that Sophie is a mercenary person, haven't I? With that thought, I opened the car door and got out. Jamie Wei looked at the boy who had suddenly appeared in front of her, her blank eyes slowly coming into focus. Who? I picked up the papers still on the ground one by one, and helped her put them back into her box, saying in a calm tone, "Haven't you heard the saying, when one door closes, another opens? There's no need to feel devastated because of a short-sighted, ungrateful company." Jamie Wei stared blankly at my actions, her gaze becoming even more dejected after hearing my words. But I can't create anything good anymore. No company wants me. No company wants a useless freeloader. By the time she finished, Jamie Wei's expression was full of pain. It wasn't that she hadn't tried other companies, but now she was even less than a nobody in the choreography world. She hit a wall everywhere she looked for a job. The more famous she once was, the more cruel people were in kicking her while she was down. She could no longer see any hope. I pursed my lips slightly. Whether you're washed up or not isn't for others to decide. If you're willing, you can come and try working at Starstream. Jamie Wei was stunned. Starstream? Starstream is a bit struggling right now, but you don't need to worry about the pay. It won't be worse than what you had at Asura. Jamie Wei let out a bitter laugh. If a company wants me now, I'd be flattered. How could I possibly be picky? The thing is, I can't choreograph a good dance anymore. Are you sure Starstream would want me? Who says you can't choreograph a good dance? I countered, didn't I tell you not to listen to others' nonsense? You've just hit a creative block. Trust me, you'll be even more famous under my management. I'm not running a charity. If Jamie Wei were really a lost cause, I wouldn't waste time on her. The reason I say she's just hit a block is because almost all the choreography for JRD's songs had been created by her. I only needed to give her a little inspiration, and she would be able to open up a whole new world. A god will always be a god. Even as she loses her way for a moment, she can still return to the top. In fact, with my memories of my past life, I didn't even need her. I could have replicated all those dances myself, but that glory belongs to her. I don't want to, and absolutely won't, take it for myself. So even if Jamie Wei hadn't been kicked out, I would have gone to Asura to poach her. This actually saved me some trouble. Jamie Wei stared blankly at me. Everyone said she was washed up. Even she had almost been hypnotized by those voices into giving up on herself. But this boy said she had just hit a creative block. She was like a lonely traveler trekking through a desert, at the point of physical and mental exhaustion, suddenly seeing an oasis. Though my words about her becoming more famous than before still seemed like a distant hope, Jamie Wei felt as if she'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Her entire spirit shifted. But, who are you? How can you be so sure Starstream would want me? I reached out my hand to her. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Logan. I'm the CEO of Starstream Entertainment. Jamie Wei was stunned again. She thought I was just an HR manager or something. She didn't expect me to be the CEO. No wonder I sounded so confident when I said I wanted her. She was just about to reach out to shake my hand, when a sneer came from the side. Sis, so this is the person who said he'd use Starstream to take down Asura. He's just picking up the trash we threw away. We turned our heads at the sound, and saw Seth, walking over with his arm linked with Sophie's. Jamie Wei's heart filled with rage at being called trash. She was momentarily at a loss for words, but she wasn't stupid. She could tell the words weren't aimed at her, but at the boy standing beside her. Was there some kind of grudge between them? I turned around and stood up, looking at the siblings with a smile. A pearl might be covered in dust, but with a bit of cleaning and a new environment, it can still shine brilliantly. Yet those blinded by pure greed might, in the end, not even realize what they have lost. Seth's smile froze on his face. Why was he always so calm? They were clearly the ones with the upper hand, weren't they? Keep talking tough. Someone who hasn't created anything good in 3 years. Only you would treat her like a treasure. Then again, you're calm. Panny doesn't have any presentable artists to begin with. A broken pot needs a cracked lid. A perfect match. I didn't even bother to respond this time. I just turned my head back to Jamie Wei. Have you decided? Jamie Wei had stood up by now, and she gave me a dazed nod. Sophie looked at me with a complicated expression from the side. She had been having dreams every night recently. She dreamed of things that had never actually happened between us. She even dreamed of the ancient times Logan had mentioned before, fragments of memories, making her feel as if she were trying to grab onto something, but she could never quite reach it. She was just about to step forward to talk to me properly, but I simply turned and walked away with Jamie Wei. Back at the office, I first had Jamie Wei sign an employment contract, and then a non-disclosure agreement. Then I had someone brew some coffee, looking like I intended to have a heart-to-heart. Jamie Wei sat opposite me with some reservation, her hands resting stiffly on her knees. I don't have any new inspiration yet. I interrupted her. Did you study martial arts before? Jamie Wei was stunned. How did you know? I picked up my coffee and took a sip. Then, have you ever thought about integrating the martial arts you learned into dance? Jamie Wei was stunned again. Integrating martial arts into dance? I nodded. Explosive power is very important in dance, and martial arts are the symbol of strength. Properly integrating martial arts into a dance, there might even be some pleasant surprises. Jamie Wei pursed her lips and fell into deep thought. I continued to repeat the guidance from my past life. Furthermore, Asura has many A-list solo acts, but they are weak when it comes to groups. You used to choreograph for individuals, but could you try expanding your scope to choreographing for a synchronized girl group? Jamie Wei clenched her palms. A flash of inspiration seemed to spark in her mind. A group? I nodded. I plan to form a 5-member girl group, and we need a lead choreographer. As I spoke, I placed a file in front of Jamie Wei. This is the debut single I prepared for them. The lyrics and music are all done. You can choreograph based on this. At this point, Jamie Wei finally understood why I had made her sign a non-disclosure agreement. She looked over the lyrics and music in her hands, running the melody through her mind. Combined with my previous hints, that spark of inspiration in her mind suddenly became clear. Mr. Logan, I think I have some ideas. I'm going to go try out the moves I just thought of. I smiled and gave her a nod. No rush. You have plenty of time to prepare. After Jamie Wei left, I was about to make a phone call, when I suddenly received a message from Master 7. Someone else is looking for the miracle doctor. Should we take it? Who is it? She says her name is Serena Shah. Her mother is in critical condition. I checked into it. She's a popular female artist under Asura in the United States. The moment I saw that name, another flood of memories came rushing back. I replied decisively, take it. Master 7 asked with some confusion, why? Is she especially pretty or something? I didn't reply to him again. I thought to myself that Serena Shah wasn't just pretty. She was a top-tier goddess in the entertainment industry, possessing that legendary star power blessed by God. As for her being an Asura artist, I cleared my throat. She wouldn't be for much longer. She was about to become one of mine. That's right, I was going to steal her. At the same time, inside a detached villa in a high-end capital neighborhood, Clarice Yun was screaming at a face. So beautiful, it was a crime against nature. What did you say? Division 7 actually accepted the order? Serena Shah gave a small nod. Clarice Yun was so excited that she completely forgot the other woman's mother was currently lying nearby, hanging by a thread. If I knew you could do it, I wouldn't have bothered my cousin. But Division 7 even rejected my cousin's request. How did they accept yours? Serena Shah pursed her thin lips. She asked instead of answering, can they cure my mother's illness? Only then did Clarice Yun realize she was being insensitive. She quickly reined in her excitement. She rubbed her chin with her finger. I'm not entirely sure about that. Logically speaking, Your mother should be beyond saving. But if it's the miracle doctor, well, who can say for sure? That after all, Dinoel syndrome was also called an incurable disease, yet they turned the impossible into a reality. Serena Xia narrowed her eyes. You can leave now. Clarice Yun's face fell in shock. How can I leave? I finally caught the miracle doctor. I have to stay here to see what they look like. Besides, I have some questions for them. Serena Xia looked reluctant. What if you scare them away? Clarice Yun was willing to compromise. I can hide in the closet. The manager nearby couldn't help but click her tongue. Are you sure this is a lady of the Yun family? A shadow passed through Clarice Yun's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. I'm a doctor first, and a Yun second, okay? You have idols in the entertainment world, and we have them in the medical world too. Just to see the miracle doctor. What's hiding in a closet? I'd hide under the bed if I had to. Serena Xia and her manager were completely speechless. Once I confirmed I was taking the case, I drove to Serena Xia's residence. When I arrived, I carried my backpack to the front of Serena Xia's villa. I reached out and rang the doorbell. Before long, a woman in a light blue shirt, with a sharp, shrewd look, came to open the door. I recognized her as Serena Xia's manager, Quinn Qin. When she saw me, Quinn didn't immediately realize why I was there. She only thought that this boy was incredibly handsome. May I ask who you are? I cleared my throat. I just received an order from Division 7 to treat Serena Xia's mother. Quinn was stunned at first. Then she looked me up and down in disbelief. I didn't bother being overly modest. I simply gave her a cool nod. Quinn scrutinized me several more times, then led me into the living room with a strange expression. The first time Serena Xia saw me, she had the exact same question as Quinn. You're the miracle doctor? I smiled. If you say I am, I am. As long as I can cure your mother, that's all that matters. The suspicion in Serena Xia's eyes deepened. You haven't even looked at my mother's condition, yet you're so certain you can cure her? I thought to myself that, of course, I was certain. I was the one who cured her mother in my past life. However, back then, I did it to help Astra keep Serena Xia. This time, it was to sabotage Astra and bring her over to Starstream. Of course, I wouldn't say that out loud. So I can. Besides, your mother's life currently depends on me, doesn't it? If other doctors had a way, you wouldn't have placed an order with Division 7. When Serena Xia heard me mention Division 7, she calmed down a bit. And though she hated to admit it, this truly was a Hail Mary situation now. With that thought, she stood up and said, "Follow me." I waved my hand. Wait a second. Knowing her mother wouldn't have any immediate issues, I planned to negotiate my terms first. Let's talk about the payment first. As soon as I said this, Quinn couldn't help but frown. She thought the miracle doctor was surprisingly worldly. Serena Xia, however, remained expressionless. As long as you can cure my mom, name your price. I wagged my finger. I don't want a single cent, but I want you to agree to one condition. Serena Xia nodded. What condition? I didn't answer directly, asking instead, is your contract with Astra about to expire? Before Serena Xia could speak, Quinn narrowed her eyes and asked, why are you asking about that? So it is. I ignored the hostility Quinn was putting off, and continued on my own. Besides being a doctor, I have another identity, CEO of Starstream Entertainment. Starstream Entertainment? An ominous premonition rose in Quinn's heart. That entertainment company under the Xia Group. It seemed she knew about Starstream, but unlike Daniel Ding, her tone was more diplomatic. I nodded, without looking embarrassed at all. I then looked back at Serena Xia, and stated my purpose directly. My condition is that after your contract expires, you leave Astra, and jump ship to Starstream. Before Serena Xia could react, Quinn exploded upon hearing this. You must be dreaming. Do you know Serena's current status? When her contract is up, even if she doesn't stay with Astra, she'll be going independent and opening her own studio. Why would she ever go to your tiny company? Seeing my outrageous demand, Quinn's tone became blunt. No wonder you said you didn't want money. If Serena went to Starstream, the future revenue she'd bring to the company would be far more than any medical fee. You really know how to play your cards. I wasn't surprised at all by Quinn's outburst. I calmly rested my elbow on the back of the sofa. You're right. Business is business after all. But do you really have a choice? The offer is on the table. If you want me to treat your mother, you'll have to junk ship and work for me after your contract expires. You have 1 week to think it over. After this week, Even I will be powerless to save her. Serena Xia looked at me with deep, searching eyes. Can you really cure my mother's illness? Quinn panicked. Serena, this guy might not be reliable. Besides, we still have a week. Maybe we can find another doctor who can actually cure your mother. I gave a slight, nonchalant nod. I don't think any doctor would promise to absolutely cure a patient's disease. However, I've told you that I can. If I fail, you can do whatever you want with me. Serena Xia nodded. I agree. Follow me. Quinn grew frantic instantly. Serena Xia gave her a cold, indifferent glance. Is my career more important than my mother's life? Quinn was immediately left speechless. I gave Quinn a half smile. Then I followed Serena Xia upstairs. Clarice Yun was currently hiding in Serena Xia's mother's closet. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she quietly pushed the closet door open a crack. The next moment, a face so familiar she couldn't possibly mistake it came into view. She had vaguely heard that the miracle doctor was a man, but knowing he practiced traditional medicine, she figured he had to be at least over 50. After all, traditional medicine is a vast and profound field. She had been studying it for years, yet she felt she had only scratched the surface. So, who could explain to her why? The miracle doctor was actually a boy under 20, and he was even her cousin's boyfriend. No, maybe it wasn't him. Maybe he was just Serena Xia's friend, coming over for a visit. Just as Clarice Yun was trying to comfort herself with that thought, she saw Serena Xia say to me, "This is my mother. How do you plan to treat her?" I was just about to answer, when I heard a loud clatter. Someone tumbled out of the closet nearby. Clarice Yun scrambled around for a bit, before awkwardly grabbing the bedpost to pull herself up. Then, looking sheepish, she waved her hand at me. "Hi." Clarice Yun adjusted her messy hair. "So, you're the miracle doctor?" "Ha ha ha, seriously, you're just too much of a monster. Is there anything you can't do?" Although she didn't attend the Xia family's recognition banquet, she had heard about my legendary exploits at the event. Afterward, now, discovering that I was the rumored miracle doctor, was there really anything this kid wasn't good at? Thinking of her own brother, who was also a freak of nature, Clarice Yun couldn't help but sigh. I guess one monster really does attract another? The moment I saw Clarice Yun, I understood exactly what was going on. While I was nursing a headache, and thinking I had really invited a lot of trouble, I beckoned to her. "Since you're already here, come over and give me a hand." As I spoke, I unzipped my bag and took out my silver needles and other traditional medical equipment. Serena Xia looked at the tools I laid out. "You practice traditional medicine?" I turned my head and glanced at her. "Is there a problem?" Quinn voiced the doubt in Serena Xia's heart. Practitioners of traditional medicine aren't usually this young. I turned back around. "You wouldn't understand the world of a genius. If you want me to heal her, stop talking." Clarice Yun walked up to me with a smile. She looked at Serena Xia and Quinn. "I forgot to tell you. The miracle doctor really does practice traditional medicine." Out. Serena Xia knew those words were meant for her and Quinn. Although she was still uneasy, she still pulled Quinn along as she walked out. After they left the room, Quinn put her hands on her hips and said to Serena Xia, "You don't really believe that a boy's traditional medical skills are good enough to actually cure your mother, do you? He's the miracle doctor certified by Division 7. Serena Xia looked at her expressionlessly. "And just like he said, I really don't have any other choice, do I?" Quinn was at a loss for words. "But if he really cures your mother, are you, actually, going to join a struggling company like Starstream? A person is only as good as their word." Serena Xia looked toward the wall at the end of the hallway with a calm gaze. "And besides, you know that. I was never interested in being in the spotlight anyway. It's all the same to me, regardless of where I go. But you were born for this career." Quinn followed her gaze toward that direction. "Even if you like racing, you can't exactly become a professional driver, can you? Everyone has to make a living." Serena Xia didn't say anything more. She just looked away and stared at the bedroom door, as if waiting outside an operating room with the red light on. About 2 hours later, the door opened from the inside with a click. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and said, "Your mother is awake." "She's awake?" Quinn's jaw dropped in shock. Serena Xia's glass-like pupils also dilated for a split second. Her mother had been in a coma for half a month. She thought that even if I saved her, she would still need time to slowly recover. But this person said she was already awake before she could react. A voice came from inside the room. It was Hong Jinghei's slightly weak voice. Serena, are you out there? Serena Xia practically rushed into the bedroom. Mom! Clarice Yun was currently sitting by the bed, checking Hong Jinghei's pulse. She couldn't stop herself from exclaiming, "This is incredible." Hong Jinghei's complexion, which had previously been pale with a grayish tint, had now regained a hint of color. She grasped Serena Xia's outstretched hand and looked at me with a kind gaze. Was it this child who treated me? Truly, a young hero. And such a handsome boy, too. Quinn glanced at me. He was handsome, and it was a striking kind of handsome. Back when she didn't know who I was, she was thinking that if she didn't already have Serena Xia under her management, she would have definitely scouted me. But remembering the reason I came here, her mood soured again. Now that I had cured Serena Xia's mother, it meant Serena was leaving Astra for Starstream, and since she had worked so hard to build up such a popular star, she would definitely have to follow her. In other words, this guy was going to be her boss. Hong Jinghei was completely oblivious to Quinn's inner turmoil. She liked me more the longer she looked. How old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? Sensing what she was implying, Clarice Yun immediately thought, oh crap. Before I could speak, she blurted out, Auntie, he already has a girlfriend. She's my cousin. Hong Jinghei let out an, oh. Her tone was clearly a bit disappointed. Serena Xia pursed her lips and squeezed her hand. Mom, you just woke up. Don't worry about all that. Get some rest. I have some things to talk over with them. With that, she tucked her mother's hand back under the covers. Then turned to me. Is my mother's illness cured? I handed her a prescription. Get these herbs. 1 dose in the morning and 1 at night. She'll be fully recovered in a week. Serena Xia took the prescription and nodded at me. Let's talk outside. As the group left the room and headed back to the living room, my steps suddenly came to a halt. I stared intently at the wall at the end of the hallway. What's this? Clarice Yun followed my gaze and saw that on the wall at the end of the hall was a massive photograph. On the left side of the photo was a racer wearing a helmet and a full racing suit. Every inch of the racer was covered, with only the eyes visible, and on the right side of the racer stood a girl who looked a bit younger. From the familiar features, it wasn't hard to tell that this was the superstar standing right next to her, Serena Xia. And Serena Xia, despite being an idol to tens of millions, acted like a little fangirl in front of this racer. Her gaze was filled with pure adoration, quite unlike her usual persona in front of a camera. Her cold and aloof poker face was a world apart from this. This is a photo of Serena from a few years ago, taken with the racer she admired, Quinn explained. Knowing I was about to become her boss, Quinn was much more polite when speaking to me. I gave an M in response, the corners of my mouth slowly curling up. I hadn't discovered this photo in my past life, so I didn't know then that Serena Xia was actually a fan of mine. To Serena Xia, racing was a fairly private interest. She didn't want outsiders focusing too much on this secret passion and joy. Just as she was about to urge us to leave, her gaze fell upon my eyes, and she suddenly froze. She looked back at the eyes in the photo once more. Seeing this, Quinn couldn't help but ask what was wrong. Serena Xia turned back toward me, staring at me fixedly, and asked, Do you have any sisters or a brother? Before I could answer, Clarice Yun answered for me. Logan is the newly found heir of the Xia family, and he has 3 older sisters. Thinking of what Serena's mother had said earlier, she added another pointed remark to warn her. Logan and my cousin are in a committed relationship. The Xia and Yun families are also longtime family friends. Unless something unexpected happens, Logan will marry my cousin in the future. Serena Xia didn't react much to my identity. After all, the person beside her was a lady of the Yun family. She was even less interested in Clarice's warning. To be precise, besides racing, she found everything else dull, including the entertainment industry she worked in. She ran through the 3 Xia sisters in her head, and found they were very different from the person she had in mind. So she returned to her former coldness. Let's go downstairs. In the living room, Serena Xia looked at me expressionlessly. She said in a businesslike manner, I keep my word. I won't back out. I'll come to you once my contract expires. Do you need me to sign a guarantee? Hearing this, Quinn knew the matter was settled, and didn't interfere anymore. I smiled and shook my head. I trust you. I still trusted Serena Xia's character. Serena gave an M. Then you may leave. Since this is a transaction, I won't say thank you. Before my contract ends, I'm still with Astra. I hope you understand that. Quinn had been winking at her frantically. ever since she started ushering me out. By the time Serena finished speaking, Quinn felt like she was about to cough up blood. Since she'd decided to jump ship, the man in front of her was her future boss. Who speaks to their boss like that? Instead of trying to win him over, she went out of her way to offend him. Serena Shah seemed oblivious to her manager's extreme distress. Although she didn't say much, she wasn't without her grievances. She had no interest in the industry, and felt it was the same anywhere. But she hated being blackmailed. The boy opposite her had used her mother's treatment as leverage to force her to jump ship. That made her very uncomfortable. She would fulfill her promise, but she couldn't bring herself to be friendly. One look at Serena's gaze, and I knew exactly what she was thinking. But what did it matter? I like the fact that you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. I just wonder if she'd still have this attitude, if she found out I was her idol. Don't worry about that. I won't disturb you until your contract is up, I said as I stood up and left. Goodbye, little fan. Wait. Clarice Yun felt like she couldn't cut in during our secretive conversation, but seeing me leave, she couldn't sit still either. Let's leave together. After learning I was the miracle doctor, she had far too many things to ask. After leaving Serena's villa, Clarice Yun quickly hopped into my passenger seat. Logan, how did you learn medicine? You're so amazing. I was lost in thought for a moment. My medical skills were learned from my master in my ancient life. If anyone is a miracle doctor, I think it was my master. Even in ancient times with primitive conditions, my master could create one medical miracle after another. Except for the goo sorcery of the South, my master knew almost everything, and taught me everything he knew. Of course, I would never tell Clarice Yun any of this. Get out. Don't be so heartless. I'm technically your cousin after all. Clarice not only didn't get out, but even buckled her seatbelt. If you don't want to talk about that, I'll ask something else. That de Noël's syndrome surgery, how did you do it? I've simulated it thousands of times, and I fail every time. I thought, of course you'd fail. He's access. I didn't just use a combination of East and West. I also utilized internal energy. That's pure fantasy in modern society. So I couldn't tell her that either. Get out. Clarice Yun gripped the seatbelt tightly. I'm not getting out. I knew I'd invited trouble. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Seeing she wouldn't budge, I simply ignored her. I started the car immediately. After returning to the company, I had a little tail following me. Clarice Yun followed me everywhere I went. If I could answer, I'd say a few words. Otherwise, I remained silent. Despite this, Clarice tirelessly stuck by my side, as if she had endless questions. When it was time to clock out, I walked out like I'd been liberated, planning to part ways with her. As it turned out, the moment we stepped out the door, we ran into Maya, who was there to pick me up. Seeing Clarice Yun clinging to my side, Maya's eyes narrowed, her icy gaze seeming to pierce Clarice. What are you doing here with him? Clarice's heart skipped a beat under her cousin's glare. I'm here to ask Logan for medical advice. Maya's face darkened. You call him Logan? Clarice was speechless. Wait, isn't your focus a bit off? What's wrong with me calling him Logan? Can't I call him that just because he's your boyfriend? What's with that look? Do you suspect I'm stealing your man? I told you, I have no interest in stealing my sister's man. Clarice was exasperated. She had even helped Logan out in front of Serena Shah's mother earlier. Seeing this reaction, Maya breathed a sigh of relief. She asked belatedly, You asked him for medical advice? You don't know yet? Clarice said mischievously, Logan is, actually. I interrupted Clarice Yun. You know, I know a bit about traditional medicine. Her traditional medical skills are lacking, so she came to ask me a few questions. I said this while giving Clarice a subtle glare. I realized this woman was a real blabbermouth. Exposing my status as a Shah heir in front of Serena, without hesitation, was one thing, but now she wanted to blow my cover here too. Normally, I wouldn't have minded telling Maya, but I had just rejected her request. If she found out that I was the miracle doctor she had tried to hire, and that I'd taken someone else's job over hers, given her jealous nature, I shuddered at the thought. I took Maya's hand. Let's go. Maya looked at my slightly guilty expression, and a shadow crossed her eyes. But she didn't ask anything else. Once we were in the car, Maya gave me an eager kiss. Then she whispered against my lips. Are we going home today, or to my place? I calmed my breathing slightly. Just as I was about to speak, my phone started ringing. I swiped to answer. The next moment, I heard Alice's voice through the speaker. Logan, are you off work yet? Mom cooked dinner herself today. She paused for a moment before adding, Maya, if you're with her, you can bring her along too. Hearing the caution and the hint of fawning in Alice's voice, I felt a sudden lump in my throat. I had always focused on the fact that the Shah family hadn't raised me, so I put Maya first in everything, but I had overlooked the fact that losing me wasn't something the Shah family wanted. My mother had also been suffering all these years. Thinking of that jade necklace, I took a deep breath and smiled as I replied, I'm coming home right now. After hanging up, I turned to Maya in my arms and said, I'm going home today. Could you not come along this time? Maya gave a soft, She had heard the voice on the phone too. She could understand how I was feeling right now. I looked up and reached out to pinch her cheek. So well behaved? Maya caught my finger and gave it a playful bite. Then, is there a reward for being good? Hearing the word reward, I immediately thought of the compensation that followed the last reward. My face darkened instantly. What are you thinking? Maya looked at me with an amused expression. With things as they are today, how could I possibly make you do that kind of thing? She tilted my chin up. Give me another kiss. Okay. I went along with it and wrapped my arms around her neck, leaning in to press my lips against hers before she dropped me off at home. Maya left without even stepping foot inside. Serena saw that I had returned alone, and was instantly overjoyed. She was more than twice as enthusiastic about dinner than she was this morning. Alice, meanwhile, kept piling food onto my plate. Why didn't Maya come to dinner with you? Why bring up that annoying person during dinner? Alice tapped Serena's hand with her chopsticks. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. I finished chewing the food in my mouth, and made up an excuse. She had other things to attend to. Alice nodded, not asking any further questions. She turned to look at Summer Shah. Why aren't you eating? I also turned toward my eldest sister, and noticed her brow was furrowed. She hadn't even picked up her chopsticks the entire time. I couldn't help but ask, did something happen? Summer Shah's expression softened. She reached out and patted my head. It's nothing. Don't worry, Logan. I hesitated for a second. Big sister, you know my methods. Even if you don't tell me, I can find out. Summer Shah let out a helpless laugh. I didn't tell you because it involves Sophie. You're already busy getting your revenge on her. I didn't want to add to your troubles. I bit the end of my chopsticks, my face becoming serious. What exactly is it? Summer Shah went silent for a moment. She acquired a racing team from Arcadia. They'll be representing Arcadia in the upcoming World Championships held here. The team representing our country belongs to the Shah group. I'm not afraid of losing. I just don't want to lose to someone who bullied you. Alice's brow creased slightly. There's nothing technically wrong with her buying a foreign team, but helping another country go against her own people, isn't that a bit dishonorable? I sneered inwardly. For the sake of profit, is there anything Sophie wouldn't do? But why are you so sure we'll lose, big sister? Summer Shah thought I didn't understand the sport. She explained gently, the team Sophie bought is extremely powerful, and they have a racer named Jason who has won multiple consecutive championships. He has almost never lost since his debut. Our team is fine against others, but against him, I'm not confident we can win. I was about to say something when Serena slammed her chopsticks onto the table. If you ask me, we should just take care of that Sue woman directly. Why make revenge so complicated? Alice glared at her, then looked back at Summer Shah. I remember that Arcadian racer. Hasn't always been the champion. Didn't he lose once to a certain racing gods from our country? Summer Shah laughed. That's because, back then, a flash-in-the-pan racer appeared. But that racer left nothing behind. No name, no contact information. Finding him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. And even if we found him, he's been retired for so long that he might not be able to beat Jason now. I reached out and covered Summer Shah's hand on the table. Big sister, let me join your racing team. I'll help you beat him. Summer Shah was stunned, then found it laughable. Logan, I know you hate Sophie, but you don't need to do everything yourself. The Sue family's main business is still entertainment. Once Asura is crushed, the Sue family will basically be finished. Racing isn't like regular driving. It has a high difficulty level. Of course I know that, I said with a straight face. I am that racing god who beat Jason. As the words left my mouth, the dining room fell into a dead silence. No, big sister, I really am the racing god. I felt a wave of regret. Back then, I only put the prize money card in my pocket and threw the trophy away because it was just in the way. As a result, I have no way to prove my identity now. You'll see if you let me compete. I can definitely beat Jason. And bring that championship trophy home for you. Summer Shah pursed her lips. If you really are the racing god, then I definitely can't let you go. I blinked. Why? Summer Shah said, if you're the racing god, don't you know you almost lost your life back then? I paused. There was indeed such an incident. When I was about to reach the finish line, a boulder suddenly fell from the hillside onto the track. At that speed, a sudden swerve on the straightaway was impossible. Luckily, I managed to maneuver the car and jump over it in time. Otherwise, the car would have been totaled and I'd be dead. But didn't I make it over? I was completely dismissive of the danger. Besides, that was a freak geological accident. Those only happen once every few centuries. I couldn't possibly be that lucky to have it happen every time. Summer Shah looked at me with a hesitant expression. It seems you've really done your homework. You already knew about Sophie's acquisition, didn't you? What? Summer Shah asked. You even know about the racing god and the exact accident he encountered? She didn't believe a word of it. She didn't believe I was the racing god. Since there was no way to convince Summer Shah, I grabbed her hand and shook it. Big sister, just give me one of the spots on the team. Ooh, as I did this, Summer Shah and Serena both froze in shock. Faced with their little brother acting cute for the first time, their first thought was that this would be the death of them. Just give it to me, please. Why did you guys think I'd reveal my secret then? It's no fun revealing a secret identity to just one person. This time, the mask is going to come off with a massive bang. And I want to see Same Beauty, Serena, regret seeing her idol in this disaster. Summer Shah's mental defenses were beginning to crumble, but she hadn't completely lost her reason yet. Logan, racing is unsafe. Whether you're the racing god or not, there's always danger on the track. Sensing that Summer Shah was softening, I knew I had a chance. I kept at it, shaking her arm. Or the sister. Summer Shah felt like her heart was about to explode. Looking into my imploring eyes, Summer Shah could no longer say no. If our little brother wants to play, then let him. With us watching over him, we won't let him get hurt. I desperately suppressed a smile. And turned to look at Serena. Thank you, second sister. Serena instantly gave a goofy grin. Duh, it's my duty. Summer Shah cleared her throat and took out her phone. I'll have my secretary free up Leo's position on the team. You guys go ahead and eat. Alice opened her mouth to speak several times. In the end, she couldn't bear to ruin her son's mood. After dinner, the whole family, except for Skylar, was chatting happily in the living room. When Lou Dequan walked in looking panicked, all the members of the racing team have suddenly gathered outside. They're staging a collective protest regarding, at this point, he looked at me cautiously, regarding letting Logan join the race. Hearing this, Serena exploded instantly. Protest? Have they lost their minds? What right do these people have to question a decision made by their boss? Summer Shah's beautiful brows also furrowed slightly. The number of racers allowed was limited. To put one in, another had to be kicked out. She had expected the racers to protest, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Alice stood up. Let's go out and see. At the gate. I looked out and saw more than 10 racers in training gear gathered together. Hearing movement, the racers turned their heads one by one, glares fixed on me. A male racer surrounded by the others stepped forward and said bluntly, logically, subordinates shouldn't question a boss's decision, but this race represents the country's honor. It's not a game. President Shah, you replaced a professional racer just to let your brother mess around. Have you considered how hard the guys have been training day and night? Where does that leave the national honor? Another racer's eyes were red with anger. Even if my skills don't match the others in the team, I'm still better than some spoiled playboy who's never touched a race car, right? And I've been training for so long. On what grounds are you replacing me? Serena shouted angrily. Have you all forgotten? Who pays your salaries? Just follow your boss's orders. Enough of this nonsense. Once she spoke, no one dared to voice their agreement, but the fire in their eyes burned even brighter. They were clearly defiant. I gave Serena's hand a reassuring pat and looked at the racers opposite me. I asked, who said I've never touched a race car? Since I couldn't provide any concrete evidence, I didn't mention being the racing god again. Even if Mr. Logan has touched a race car, he's never been on a professional track, right? The lead male racer sneered. Professional racing is not the same as the entertainment. You rich kids play around with? I smiled as well. I'm talking about professional racing. If you're not convinced, come race me. As soon as I said that, the scene went silent for a moment, followed by a burst of loud laughter. Did I hear that right? He wants to challenge Liu Zhu? Does he even know Liu Zhu's status in the racing world? Keep your voices down. Don't we rich playboys need to save face? How was I supposed to know that a simple challenge would hit such a brick wall? Liu Zhu was also stunned by my words for a long time. When he snapped out of it, he looked incredulous. Are you insulting me? He crossed his arms, looking at me with pure contempt. If it weren't for Mr. Logan meddling in this, I would still be at the training grounds. Do you think I have time to play house with a spoiled playboy like you? Are you all trying to start a rebellion? Serena's face was so dark, it was practically dripping. Believe it or not, with one word from me, none of you will be competing. The racers went silent again, but their faces were still written with defiance. Summer Xia spoke coldly. Since I am the one who decided to let my brother join, I will take full responsibility for whatever the outcome is. Just focus on yourselves. All. If I hear one more disrespectful word about my brother, the racing team will be disbanded right here. The racers were all shaken. They didn't expect Summer Xia to dote on me so much. They all instantly looked like wilted eggplants. Only Liu Zhu still relied on his status. Laughing with a mocking tone, I've long heard that the three Xia sisters dote on their brother without any principles. Today, I've truly seen it for myself. I had also lost my patience by now. Sir, there's no need to keep fanning the flames. Since you don't want to race me now, we'll see each other on the track. Liu Zhu narrowed his sharp eyes, then turned and waved his hand to the other racers. After the racers left, Serena couldn't help but curse. What a bunch of idiots. They're just spoiled. If they were my subordinates in Xiao Gate and dared to speak to me like that, they'd have died 800 times already. Hearing this, Sanxia trembled off to the side. Summer Xia pinched the bridge of her nose. We still need them to compete for now. We'll deal with the rest after the race is over. As she spoke, she rubbed my head and comforted me gently. Don't feel any pressure. Since I agreed to let you go, I've already prepared for the worst. The worst-case scenario? Talk about having zero faith in me. The family was completely unaware that this wasn't over yet. After the racers went back, a post titled Xia Air Disregards National Honor, pushes out professional racer, and takes the spot for himself, blew up on racing forums. After reading the details, the racing fans on the forum were all filled with righteous indignation. Rich playboys are just so entitled. Even in something like this, a race involving national honor, he has to meddle. And his family just lets him get away with it. This is hilarious. This guy actually wants to challenge the Thunder God? Who gave him the courage and confidence? Don't they know that besides the racing god, Liu Zhu is the best in the country? We were already at a disadvantage against Arcadia's Jason. And now there's another troublemaker. The race hasn't even started, and I can already foresee how badly we're going to lose. Is anyone going to dig up who this young master really is? My keyboard is already prepared, but it's hard to vent without a name. Netizens these days are truly powerful. Before long, except for the encrypted information, all my previously exposed data had been dug out, including my love-hate history with Sophie. Case closed. So it was all just for revenge against his ex. What a toxic pair. One acquires the Arcadian team to help foreigners against her own people. The other disregards national honor and rushes to get humiliated. They're a perfect match. Why even bother breaking up? Wait, this boy seems pretty badass though. Highly educated and highly talented, plus, his status as CEO is pretty impressive. So what? No matter how badass he is in other fields, it has nothing to do with the racing world. If he dares to mess around on our turf, he'd better be ready for some online backlash. Meanwhile, inside a high-end club in the capital, a group of young heirs were looking at their phone screens, laughing more happily than ever. It looks like we don't even need to make a move. This guy is going to ruin himself. He's too used to being in the spotlight. He doesn't even see what kind of circle he's provoking. Exactly. These keyboard warriors don't care about your status, especially with those patriots stirring up trouble. This time, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. It's been so long. And finally, we can vent some frustration. Let the Xia family see what happens when they use their power to bully people. They didn't expect this online mob to have absolutely no fear of authority. Ever since the recognition banquet, the group of heirs, who were repeatedly humiliated and then thrown out in public, had been holding a grudge. Now seeing me become the target of everyone's ire, they naturally didn't miss the chance to kick me while I was down. Just then, one of the heirs spoke up weakly. What if he's actually good at racing too? It was clear he hadn't escaped the fear of being dominated by me. Don't you worry about that. I've personally cross-referenced the professional racer lists from recent years. His name isn't on any of them. Unless he's that mysterious racing god, he hasn't even been on a professional track. He, Chaoxiong, spoke up and took over the conversation. The moment his voice was heard, the scene went quiet. The young heir who had been mocked earlier gave a faint, mocking smile and looked at him. Oh, so the He family's foster son is here too. That's strange. Dance, did I even invite you? He Xiaoxiong's face stiffened. Ever since the banquet where Tan Yesen expelled him, his status in the family had been declining day by day. His adoptive parents no longer cared for him. Even when the capital's socialites and heirs had group events, they excluded him. He used to rely on his status in the Guqin world, and the doting of his adoptive parents. He never felt that blood ties were that important. Even as a foster son, he could blend in with the real heirs of the elite. Even the biological son found by the He family was trampled under his feet. But since that night, everything had changed. And all of this was because of me. A hint of hatred flashed in He Kaioxiong's eyes. Racing? For such a dangerous sport? It's perfectly normal for an accident to happen, right? On the forums, there was still a storm of insults directed at me. It even had a tendency to intensify. However, just as the racing fans were cursing at their peak, all related posts were wiped clean. Whether people typed Logan or keywords like Xia Air, they would be censored, and accounts that had cursed me were being banned in large batches. It was like an invisible giant hand coming down. Anyone could see this was protecting me. The enraged fans had their mouths forcibly shut, which created a backlash effect. While denouncing the tyranny of capitalism, they also opened alt accounts to spread the word through subtle hints and euphemisms. I didn't know there were ungrateful people trying to harm me, nor did I know I was being cyberbullied. After dealing with the protesting racers with my family, I went home, washed up, and went to bed. Late at night, while I was sleeping soundly, a gust of wind suddenly slanted in from the window. As soon as I opened my eyes, a dark shadow loomed over me from above, scenting a familiar fragrance. My tense nerves immediately relaxed. I reached up to brace Maya's shoulders. What are you doing here? Maya lay down on her side next to me. You're going racing? I was stunned. How did you know? Upon hearing that, Maya knew he didn't know about the internet drama. She was relieved she had handled it in time. I heard it from your second sister. She shifted the blame without hesitation. Then you should also know about Sophie acquiring that team. I lifted the blanket to wrap her inside. This time, I'm gonna make her lose everything. Maya went quiet for a moment. Can you not go racing? I blinked my eyes. Why? It's not safe. She paused and added, if you just want the championship, I can go for you. I was taken aback. Although I'd never seen Maya race, I didn't feel like she was boasting at all. After all, based on our past interactions, this woman was not inferior to me in any way. But why go to such lengths? Are you doubting if I can take the championship? You can. Maya's tone was categorical. I know you are the racing god. I was stunned again. How did you know? Maya opened her mouth but didn't say a word. Yet I somehow sensed the reason. From her hidden gaze, this person had been in a corner I couldn't see, quietly watching me. That time was an accident. I took a deep breath and didn't expose her. Besides, I wouldn't worry if it were you. Maya was about to speak again when I covered her mouth. You know, once I decide something, no one can sway me. And like I said, I have to take this revenge myself. If Sophie wasn't involved, I might not have stepped in at all. As I spoke, something occurred to me, and I started laughing with a chagrined expression. You know what? Everyone thinks I'm a woman. Maya couldn't speak because her mouth was covered. Hitting this. Her gaze drifted intentionally or otherwise toward my crotch. My handsome face darkened. What are you looking at? Maya blinked her eyes, signaling she couldn't speak. I let go of her mouth. So, I'm still the one going to the race. Don't try to take it from me. I won't take it from you. Maya rolled over and pinned me under her again. Now, let's talk about something else. I grabbed her hand that was rubbing my chest. Knowing the answer, I asked, talk about what? Maya. unhurriedly lifted my pajamas. Her hands moved aimlessly as she muttered, "Let's see just how small you really are." Race day. Face. Slapping. My comeback rate explodes. For the next few days, the two Xia sisters and Maya were all surveying the track location for potential geological hazards. Although the sisters didn't believe I was the racing god, they didn't want a repeat of the accident that the racing god had encountered. In the blink of an eye, race day arrived. Since the race had a live broadcast, racing fans who couldn't attend had been waiting in the stream since early morning. The bullet comments were flying. Will cursing Logan get us censored now? Capitalism is truly disgusting. Today, I want to see how the Xia heir makes a fool of himself. Bam. Go ahead and ban accounts. I'll just open a new one for everyone you ban. Today, I'm going to curse that guy to death. Go, Leo. Try your best to defeat Jason. Go, China's Red Peak Racing Team. Inside a high-end complex in the capital, Serena Xia gave her mother her medicine, then left the house fully geared up. Quinn, knowing she wouldn't miss any racing competition, had been waiting outside early. Now, we have a deal. Just watch the race quietly. Don't have any extreme reactions, so your fans don't recognize you. Serena Xia ignored her. She leaned back and closed her eyes to rest. The race grounds were already packed with people. I was driving my own race car. When I slowly drove into the Red Peak team area, everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Someone's mental fortitude is really something else. To have the face to show up after being cursed like that, hey, watch it. Their family is powerful and influential. Careful, they might ban your mouth next. Later, we just need to coordinate with Leo. As for a certain young master, just pretend he doesn't exist. He hasn't even trained with us anyway. I was deaf to the mockery of the racers. Without a word, I checked various parts and performance metrics of the race car. Leo Zhu watched me fiddling around. He couldn't help but step forward and speak. The car's equipment was all tuned beforehand. Don't mess with it. If you cause a problem, it'll lead to a disaster on the track. I turned my head and gave him an impatient look. My expression said, "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?" Leo, why are you even bothering with him? Once the race starts, we'll leave him in the dust immediately. Even if he has an accident, it has nothing to do with us. Exactly. And Summer Shia is the one who let him join. Whatever happens, it can't be blamed on us. Leo Zhu curled his lips. He turned and walked away. Shh, just then, a male racer in a foreign racing suit, blonde and blue-eyed, walked over. The Chinese team racers all looked as if they were facing a great enemy, but Leo Zhou stepped forward friendly and extended his hand. "Hello, Jason. Do you still remember me? I'm Leo Zhou from the Chinese team." Jason looked down at the extended hand. He gave a light, contemptuous snort. He walked past without looking away, clearly not acknowledging him at all. Leo Zhu's face stiffened. His extended hand remained frozen awkwardly in midair. This is way too disrespectful. Does being talented give you the right to be so rude? Exactly. Leo, just ignore him. Give it your all on the track later and beat him. He's just a foreigner. What is he acting so tough for on American soil? Didn't he lose to our American racing god back then anyway? Not only were the racers on site standing up for Leo Zhu, but the viewers in the live stream were also full of questions. Is this guy okay? What is he trying to prove here? Thunder God, get him. Just because he's talented doesn't mean he can be cocky. Leo Zhou is only impressive within America. He's far behind Jason, okay? Jason fans, get out of the live stream. Don't boost others' morale and undermine our own at a time like this. You've been kneeling to foreigners for so long, you can't even stand up, right? This guy won't even deign to shake hands with the Thunder God. So why did he even come over to the American team's side? This comment immediately received a massive amount of likes. And then, they quickly understood Jason's purpose for coming over. After snubbing Leo Zhu, he walked straight to my race car and rested his hand on it. Seeing my refined and aloof profile, a flash of intense admiration passed through Jason's eyes, along with a trace of inexplicable familiarity. Unable to figure out where the familiarity came from, Jason immediately cast the thought aside. In broken English, he praised, "You look very handsome." "Thanks." I turned to glance at him. "You're handsome too." Beside us, Leo Zhu saw Jason ignoring him and approaching me instead. His face felt like it had been slapped, burning with a stinging hot pain. In the VIP section of the stands, Maya watched this scene on the screen, her face turning dark with jealousy. Jade swallowed hard and placed a hand on Maya's shoulder. "Miss, stay calm. Mr. Logan is just being polite to a foreign guest. He's just showing the hospitality of our great, or Dan. Beside her, Serena smirked. I just realized. If my brother can move on once, he can move on a second time. You might not be able to hold on to the position of my sister-in-law. As soon as she spoke, Alice Yang smacked her on the head. Shut your mouth. Serena pouted. Alice turned to look at Maya. Don't let her get to you. Maya curled her lips. What are you saying, Mom? How could I possibly mind my brother's actions? Serena interjected. Who are you calling Mom? Alice said. Serena, you dare keep talking? Jade was having a hard time holding back her laughter nearby. Luckily, while Serena was fanning the flames, Madame Shah was there as a fire extinguisher. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to control her mistress's explosion. Meanwhile, Jason, completely unaware of the death glare coming from Maya, exchanged a few pleasantries with me. Before revealing his purpose for coming here, my boss has a message for me to pass on to you, Mr. Logan. The way you keep opposing her at every turn, makes her think you still have feelings for her. If the previous conversation had made Maya jealous, Jason's words now completely incinerated her sanity. Miss, stay calm. Jade held on to Maya as she stood up, looking like she was facing a mortal enemy. What do you mean, still have feelings? It's because he's going against her. Let's see what Mr. Logan says first, okay? Go back and tell her that narcissism is a disease that needs a cure. I gave a mocking smile. As I spoke, I put on my helmet. And another thing, I'm here today to beat you. And while I'm at it, I'll make sure she loses everything. Jason found my words absurd. Regarding the news on the internet, his assistant had already told him about it. He knew this was a young man blinded by romantic grudges, a rich boy who knew nothing about racing. But seeing me with my helmet on, that inexplicable sense of familiarity swept over him again. The mockery at the tip of his tongue took a detour. Have I seen you somewhere before? A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Take a guess. Before Jason could respond, the whistle for the race preparation rang out. He could only tuck away the doubt in his heart, turn around, and head back to his own team. Back when I said I would beat Jason, the surrounding racers and the live stream were already filled with question marks. Because Leo Zhu had been snubbed, the other racers didn't want to speak up for Jason. But the comments in the live stream didn't have such reservations. Did I hear that right? He said he's going to beat Jason? Ignorance really is bliss. Even the Thunder God isn't sure he can beat Jason. Where does he get this confidence? Is this person really a CEO? I feel like he speaks without thinking. Talking so big now, won't it be embarrassing when he can't win in the end? If he's a fool, then you're a fool too. No way, right? No way. Surely no one actually believes him? I was completely unaware of the fans' mockery in the live stream. Of course, even if I had known, I wouldn't have cared. As the preparation whistle sounded, the commentator was already in place, giving the same old opening remarks. After finishing the opening, he spoke about the racers present as usual. After praising the top racers from various countries, he shifted the topic and aimed the camera at my car. Many fans already know that this time Mr. Logan has joined our American Red Peak team. I wonder what kind of surprise he'll bring us. Let's look forward to it together. These words undoubtedly put me in the hot seat again, in the stands. And on the live stream screens, there was nothing but insults. When it was time for the race to begin, with the drop of the flag in the official's hand, the fleet of race cars poised for action instantly shot out like arrows from a bow. The commentator began his non-stop narration. We can all see that currently in the lead is Jason from Arcadia. Leo Zhou from our American Red Peak team is close behind. They've pulled ahead of everyone else right from the start. Does this mean that the champion will be one of these two? As he spoke, he paused and brought up Mr. Logan again. Where is he now? He's in last place, as expected. It makes sense. Gaha. The insults in the stands and the live stream intensified, mixed with the sounds of cheering for various racers. Since it was on American soil, most people were shouting for Leo Zhu. In the stands, Serena looked at Summer Shah with a dark face. Where did this commentator come from? Can we get him kicked out? Summer Shah pursed her lips and shook her head. He was hired by the event organizers. Even if we wanted to replace him, it's too late now. She also put on a cold expression. But for daring to snub my brother on the field. Don't blame the Shah family for retaliating. Alice Yang clenched her fingers, her palms sweating constantly. The ranking doesn't matter. As long as my son is safe, that's enough. The calmest person there was Maya, who knew I was the racing god. I wasn't in a hurry either. It wasn't that I was intentionally slacking at the start, just to show off later. It's just that the starting positions are carefully calculated. The more capable racers are at the front, like Jason and Leo Zhu. I was placed at the very back. It would be a miracle if I wasn't behind at the start. But now, it's time for my performance. The commentator was still on the high platform, spitting words everywhere. But in his slightly dejected voice, a hint of worry could be heard. Jason and Leo Zhu are still in the top 2 positions, but a gap has already opened between them. In 3rd place, Whale from South Korea has also caught up. And where is our Mr. Logan? He didn't forget to take a jab at me being in dead last. Our Mr. Logan has finally shaken off his status as the tail ender. Not bad at all. The insults at the venue and in the livestream stopped at once. This kid actually has some skills. Doesn't this mean he actually knows how to race? Who said he had never touched a race car before? Even if he can race, he's still pretty far behind. Can we really expect him to take the championship? Right, for the title, we still have to look to the Thunder God. But the gap between the Thunder God and Jason is a bit wide. Go, Thunder God. Summer, Xia, and Serena looked at each other. Little brother? He really seems to know how to race. Serena chuckled. All right. Even if we don't care about his reputation, we don't want to hear people cursing him. There are too many people. It's a hassle to deal with them all. After some more time passed, the commentator's voice sounded a bit anxious. Our Leo Zhou has been overtaken by Whale from South Korea. He's currently in 3rd place, but he's neck and neck with 2nd place. It's not a big problem. 1st place is still Jason, and he's far ahead of the pack. Is Jason really unbeatable? After saying that, he instinctively looked for my car. A flash of shock appeared in his eyes when he found it. My car had already overtaken more than half of the vehicles on the track. Ranking among the top group, the commentator rubbed his eyes several times. Before he was sure he hadn't seen it wrong, his previously dejected mood unintentionally became excited. Our Mr. Logan is doing quite well. This is better than most professional racers. Earlier, when he called me our Mr. Logan, his tone was full of sarcasm, but this sentence was completely devoid of that vibe. Anyone could hear the heartfelt admiration. Meanwhile, at the venue and in the live stream, the insults toward me had vanished completely. The screens full of question marks when mentioning me had also turned into exclamation points. This isn't just about having some skills. That drift-style cornering, the cunning precision when overtaking, many professional racers couldn't pull that off. He's so powerful. If it weren't for the cars blocking him ahead, I think he could be even further up. I apologize for my previous words. This kid is too badass. Summer Xia turned to look at Serena. You don't think little brother is really the racing god, do you? Serena's eyes were fixed in a daze. It doesn't seem impossible. Is Leo Zhu's condition not very good today? As time went on, the commentator's brow furrowed. He's currently in 4th place. Team China's team, 2nd racer, Wang Ooze, is almost catching up. Jason is still steadily in 1st place, and he's almost left 2nd place out of sight. It seems, I see, there's no suspense about 1st place this year. After saying that, he glanced at my position again. This glance made him blurt out, "Holy crap." Realizing he'd used profanity, he hurriedly covered his mouth, but the excitement on his face couldn't be hidden. Our Mr. Logan has reached 9th place. He just overtook Wood from Country E. The commentator wasn't even looking at the front anymore. His gaze was focused solely on me. 8th place's Zhang was overtaken. The foreigner Hualu was overtaken. He's in 7th now. With every sentence he spoke, a wave of screams erupted from the stands. Inside his race car, Leo Zhu's mind was a mess. I didn't expect that after training for so long, let alone comparing to Jason, I'd actually fall out of the top 3. I tried my best to keep a level head, thinking as long as I remained China's top-ranked racer, it would be fine. Who could look down on me even if I didn't take the title? Just as I was comforting myself like that, the next moment, I saw my car approaching in the rearview mirror. The moment he saw me, Leo Zhu thought he was hallucinating, but before he could look closely, that race car had already whistled past his side. The track spanned more than half of the capital, an outdoor course. Only the starting line had a leaderboard, so I didn't know how much the stands were boiling over right now. The commentator was so excited he could barely hold his microphone steady. Our Mr. Logan has overtaken Leo Zhu. He's in 4th place. No, 3rd place. It seems overtaking 2nd place is only a matter of time. Many people in the stands stood up in excitement. The name they were cheering for changed from Leo Zhu completely to mine. The livestream comments were even more dizzying. Crap, crap, crap. I thought he was bronze. Turns out he's a challenger. I'm starting to believe him when he said he'd beat Jason. It wasn't just big talk. Where did this treasure pop up from? How come I've never seen him on a professional track before? With this god-tier racing skill, he shouldn't be unknown. Thank goodness he was swapped in. Otherwise, Team China wouldn't even be able to keep a spot in the top 3. Shouldn't those who cyberbullied him come out and apologize? The commentator was still reporting in real time. Our Mr. Logan has overtaken Whale from South Korea. He's ranked 2nd. Can he overtake Jason and win the world championship for Team China? Let's all cheer for him together. Jason also didn't know the situation back at the start. Having been at the peak for so long, he didn't feel much about being in first place anymore. He thought this would be another undisputed win. Until he saw a small black dot in his rearview mirror. The original 2nd place had already been left far behind. But this small black dot didn't leave him puzzled for long. As the distance closed, the small black dot in his field of vision gradually grew larger, slowly revealing the clear outline of a race car. Jason's eyes were filled with shock. He secretly thought that the South Korean racer actually had some skill to be left so far behind and still catch up. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. That wasn't the car from Team South Korea. When he saw my face, Jason froze for a split second. Then he felt it was inconceivable, until my race car pulled ahead. In front of him, the face that was blurred in his memory gradually became clear. He remembered. This is the racing god who beat him a few years ago. The moment I overtook Jason, the commentator jumped up in excitement. He passed. Our Mr. Logan has overtaken him. Currently, Logan is in first place. The spectators at the venue stood up and cheered in unison, as if I had already secured the world championship. A massive wave of congratulations appeared in the live stream. Holy crap, he really did it. He actually beat Jason. No one except the racing god has ever beaten Jason. I'm just saying, is it possible? Pass. That Mr. Logan is the racing god who won the title by beating Jason back then? Hey everyone, go check out the comparison photos posted by a certain Sue influencer. The way Mr. Logan looks with his helmet on is exactly the same as the racing god. So the racing god was actually a man? I always thought the racing god was a woman. The officials never explicitly said the racing god was female. Besides, remember that big shot from the esports world? Wasn't he also mistaken for a woman? In the end, he was a guy. At a time like this, can we not mention that jinx? That coward who ran away right before the world finals. Is he even worthy of being compared to the racing god? It's not confirmed yet if this is the racing god, but even if he isn't, to be able to beat Jason, his level is not inferior to the racing god. Summer Shah and Serena looked at each other again, both seeing shock and shame in the other's eyes. Is there really anything our little brother can do? What has our little brother gone through all these years? The two said in unison. They then looked away at the same time with complex emotions. Looking at Maya's calm appearance nearby, Serena couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you surprised at all?" Maya replied, "I knew he was the racing god." Just then, Alice felt a sudden sharp pain in her chest, and her eyelids started twitching along with it. She nervously grabbed Summer Shah. "My eyelid is suddenly twitching non-stop, and my heart is starting to race with anxiety. Do you think something might happen to your brother?" Summer Shia's expression grew serious. Looking at the dashing boy on the big screen, she said, "Logically, being in the lead, nothing should happen. We've been surveying for geological hazards these past few days. As of right now, there are no signs of any natural disasters. With little brother's racing skills, there shouldn't be any operational errors either." As she spoke, she stood up. However, with little brother's current position, he's already about halfway through the track. "We should go to the finish line and wait for him, Mom. Can't you hope for the best for little brother?" Serena also stood up. "What you're saying is making me feel pretty nervous too." Alice was swept by a wave of intense unease, and she didn't bother to bicker with Serena any further. Maya had already called for a car by this time. She got into the car with Summer and the others to head to the finish line. Just then, two tall and slender, fully disguised figures squeezed into the audience stands. To prevent her artist from being recognized, Quinn had bundled herself up tightly as well. With a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, she was fully covered. "Did we forget to check the almanac before leaving today?" to actually run into a traffic accident. Luckily, your fans didn't recognize you. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have made it at all. But fortunately, it was handled in time. The race isn't over yet. Wait a second, Serena Xia interrupted her while raising a hand. Did you hear what they're saying? Quinn's words trailed off. She cupped her ear to listen for a moment, then nodded. I heard it. They all seemed to be shouting, the racing god is here. Serena Xia didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed a nearby fan. In an anxious tone, she asked, What's this you're saying about the racing god? Is the racing god here? It's not certain if it's the racing god yet. The fan, seeing Serena Xia in the sweltering heat, bundled up so tightly, couldn't help but size her up several times. But this guy even overtook Jason. Even if he isn't the racing god, he's just as good. Look, over there. The one on the big screen is him. It was a live broadcast, and the big screen happened to cut back to a shot of me at that moment. Looking at the helmeted racer on the screen, Serena Xia felt her soul shudder. Those eyes from her memory merged with the racer before her. Serena excitedly grabbed Quinn's arm. It's him. It really is him. All right, I know he's your idol. Don't get so worked up. Quinn nervously looked around. Seeing that no one was looking their way, she relaxed. But what's this, Mr. Logan they're talking about? The fan from earlier gave her another strange look. Don't you check the forums? The person suspected to be the racing god is the young master of the Xia family. An iconic scene repeated. The racing god's secret identity was fully exposed. What did you say? For a split second, Serena Xia thought she was hallucinating. He's a son of the Xia family. You don't know the Xia family? One of the most elite, wealthy families in the capital. To be honest, I'm very surprised too. Liu Zhu, never mind him. Even Jason is being left far behind by him now. Serena Xia's grip on Quinn's wrist tightened instinctively. No wonder she thought their eyes looked similar. So it turned out I was the racing god all along. He was the idol she had pined for. But what had she done to him? Quinn was also shocked to learn that I was the racing god. Once she snapped out of it, Serena's reaction was easy to understand. She didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Well, he's going to be your boss from now on. You should still have a chance to make amends. Haha, cheer up. Haha, noticing Serena Xia's deathly glare, Quinn quickly covered her mouth. Regarding me taking the lead, some were happy while others were troubled. Sophie, sitting in the VIP section, had a face so dark it was practically dripping. When she first heard I was competing, she didn't take it seriously at all, thinking I was just recklessly going against her. But who could tell her why my racing skills were also so exceptional? For the profits from winning this championship, she didn't hesitate to be called a traitor. She had invested a fortune as well. Was it all going to be for nothing in the end? Why do you always have to go against me? Our Mr. Logan has already left Jason completely in the dust. I hope Mr. Logan can keep it steady. Whether our American team can win the championship depends entirely on Mr. Logan. Now let's take a look at the other racers' progress. How did Liu Zhou fall back to 13th? Besides Mr. Logan, 2 other American team racers have overtaken him. It seems that Liu Zhu's condition is really poor today. Due to the commentator's mention, the topic at the venue and in the live stream shifted from me, briefly to Liu Zhu. I don't think his condition is bad. He's just lacking in skill and has a poor mental game. Originally, his skill wasn't enough to take the win, but he could have probably held on to 4th or 5th. After Mr. Logan overtook him, he clearly started falling apart. Come to think of it, do you all remember? He was the one who posted the initial thread attacking Mr. Logan. He used public opinion to cyberbully Mr. Logan, but ended up getting crushed by him, and now he can't save face. That's why you should always leave a way out. I originally felt a bit bad for him, but through this I feel like this guy is a bit of a fake. Even if Mr. Logan couldn't race, it shouldn't have affected him, right? The racer who actually got kicked out didn't complain, yet he was the one stirring up the most trouble. Liu Zhu didn't know yet that the internet was now flooded with people cursing him. Otherwise, he'd be even more devastated. I didn't know either how intense the gazes of the people watching me through the screens were. I only thought about reaching the finish line quickly. The rest of my path was pretty smooth, except for the time spent overtaking others. Once I reached the front, I was far ahead. I even left Jason a massive distance behind. The championship was practically in the bag, without any suspense. However, just as my car was about to reach the finish line, a massive beast suddenly rushed out from the side of the track. Like a small mountain, it charged straight toward me. The scene from years ago was repeating itself. Even I couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The viewers, before their screens, because of this sudden turn of events, held their collective breath. Holy crap! What is that? Why is there a black bear on the track? What the hell are the staff doing? How could they let this thing onto the track? Help! Get out of the way! What do we do? No. People in front of their screens screamed out. Some even covered their eyes in fear. Meanwhile, Maya and the others waiting at the finish line felt their hearts stop in horror. They sprinted forward recklessly. Just when everyone thought I was doomed, a miraculous sight appeared. My race car seemed to grow wings. Before the black bear could collide with me, it vaulted into the air and leaped over the bear's back. After landing, I kept driving forward without stopping for a second. My speed remained as steady as if I had just crossed a speed bump. The black bear couldn't stop its momentum, and slammed headfirst into the guardrail on the other side. It let out a howl and crashed to the ground. Maya, Summer Shah, and the others froze in their tracks. The spectators at the scene all gaped in shock. The viewers in the live stream could barely type with their trembling hands. The reason the racing god was called the racing god was not just because he beat Jason with lightning speed to take the championship that year, but even more so, because in the face of the sudden falling boulder accident, he fearlessly maneuvered his car and leaped over it. That single leap of his was hailed as a miracle on the track, and thus the title of Racing God was born. The scene just now was undoubtedly a recreation of that classic moment. The iconic scene in the racing fans' memories overlapped perfectly with the present, instantly. Whether it was the massive crowd at the venue, or the live stream lagging from the influx of people, everyone exploded. It's the racing god. It really is the racing god. Shout it with me. The return of the racing god. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm willing to call this a miracle in the racing world. I can't even find the words to describe how I feel right now. I bow down to the legend. I'm going crazy. How can a guy be this handsome? I don't care. I want to have the racing god's babies. Racing god, give me a chance. I didn't know yet that my secret identity had been completely exposed. I wasn't completely without fear just now. That leap over the obstacle was entirely an instinctive reaction. My heart is still pounding wildly right now, filled with the intense feeling of a narrow escape. After crossing the finish line, I was pulled into a tight hug by Maya the moment I got out, and my family, still shaken by the shock, gathered around me. I was wrong. Maya's voice trembled uncontrollably. I shouldn't have agreed to let you race. She didn't have the heart to say the words that followed, her eyes brimming with a lost look. What would I have done without you? I was being held so tightly I could barely breathe. But feeling Maya's slight trembling, I didn't push her away. Instead, I gently patted her back to comfort her. Look, aren't I perfectly fine? What if? Summer Shaya's face was also terrifyingly grim. Do you have any idea how scared Big Sister was? No matter what you say in the future, I will never let you put yourself in such a dangerous situation again. Second Sister agrees. Serena's tone was somewhat frantic. Acting cute won't work either. Alice Yang was already in tears, her frail frame looking as if she had just returned from death's door. Logan, let Mom hold you. She needed to be sure her son was safe and sound. Hearing this, Maya's arms around me tightened for a second. Before she slowly let go, I turned and threw myself into Alice Yang's embrace. Because permission wasn't granted, this part wasn't captured by the livestream cameras. By the time I finished comforting my family and Maya, and the black bear on the track had been dealt with, Jason's car finally appeared on the last stretch of the track. One can imagine how far I had left the runner-up behind. After reaching the finish line and getting out, Jason walked straight toward me. Maya stepped forward to block him. What do you want? She hadn't forgotten that I called this man handsome. Jason stopped in his tracks and didn't approach further. He just looked past her at me. I remember now. It was you, 3 years ago. I didn't deny Jason's words. I turned around and said, don't forget to pass on my message to her. Jason recalled my words about Sophie's narcissism being a disease that needed treatment, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. The boss is also on the scene. I'm afraid there's no need for me to relay it. I ignored him. After a while, the other cars arrived at the finish line one after another, including a dejected Leo Zhu. The first thing they did upon arriving was open their phones to check the news. Seeing that I was the racing god, everyone looked surprised. yet it seemed to make sense to them at the same time. After all, they had already been mentally prepared when I overtook them, especially the racers from Team China, except for Liu Zhu, who looked dazed. The others all looked at me with eager eyes, yet hesitated to step forward. Seeing this, the people in front of their screens couldn't help but mock them. Dumbfounded, aren't you? Just a moment ago, everyone was backing Liu Zhu and mocking Mr. Logan. Didn't expect him to be the racing god, did you? Our dear Mr. Zhu constantly talked about national honor, but seeing our own American racing god win the championship, he doesn't seem very happy. Everyone just shut the hell up. Who could have predicted the future? Weren't you guys roasting him too before the racing god's identity was revealed? No one is better than anyone else. That's different. After knowing Mr. Logan is the racing god, we all corrected our attitudes immediately. Maya, Summer Shaya, and the others looked at the boy on the podium, who seemed to burn with the energy of a small universe. Their tense nerves finally began to relax, but they still hadn't forgotten the most important thing. A few years ago, the falling boulder on the track was a sudden natural disaster, an accident. But what about this time? Thinking of the wild animal that suddenly rushed onto the track, the faces of Maya and the two Shah sisters turned grim. In the garden of a wealthy family in the capital, seeing me chatting and laughing on the podium, one young heir slammed his phone on the ground in anger. This guy is a monster, right? Right? Is there anything in this world he's not good at? Another heir also expressed his frustration. I'm truly done for. How can a kid who grew up among commoners be so outstanding in every aspect? It makes me look so useless. Also, don't even mention it. One heir sighed. You guys haven't seen me for a long time, right? Ever since that day at the Shah family's recognition banquet, my parents have locked me in my room. Every day it's learning this or learning that. They got triggered by someone else's kid and decided to take it out on me. They didn't even stop to see if I'm cut out for studying. You guys need to think of something. One heir bit his lip. We can't let him keep stepping on our heads forever, can we? An heir said, half-jokingly, but I noticed something. Did he Kaoxiong not show up today? Why bother with him? He's just an adopted son. Before, when he had high status in the Guqin world, it was worth associating with him. Now, does he even have the right to hang out with us? The Hei Chaseong they mentioned was currently sitting restlessly in his own room. His heart sank halfway after watching the live stream. He didn't expect me to be so lucky, but for some reason, he also felt a bit relieved. He was just blinded by rage at the time. In a moment of madness, he sent people to tamper with things near the track. If I had actually died, the Shah family probably wouldn't have let it go. As for the current situation, they should probably just assume it was an accident. After all, while seeing wild animals on the road is rare, it's not unheard of. He Chaoxiong had beautiful fantasies, but he underestimated how much Maya and the two Shah sisters cared about me. Late at night, in the interrogation room of Shah Gate, while He Kaosheng was in a daze, a bucket of cold water was suddenly poured over his head. He let out a sharp scream, his body shivering. When he propped himself up on the cold floor and looked up, he saw Maya, Summer Shah, and Serena sitting directly in front of him, looking down at him, though they were three women as beautiful as goddesses. In He Chaoxiong's eyes at this moment, they were no different from Asuras from hell. How did I get here? What are you going to do? He Chaoxiong's heart was thumping non-stop. He remembered he was sleeping when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. He passed out before he could even open his eyes. What for? Serena tilted his chin up. You didn't think we wouldn't find out it was your doing, did you? He Xiaoshun's heart skipped a beat. The lingering sleepiness vanished instantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Serena smirked. You'll understand in a moment. She looked at Sha Tu nearby. What are you waiting for? Sha Tu stepped forward and hauled He Haseong up. He was dragged to the rack and tied down. He Chaoshan panicked. What are you doing? Let me go. I'll talk. Serena raised her hand, stopping Sha Tu's path to fetch the branding iron. Remember, you only have one chance to speak. He Seoxiong swallowed hard. I was just momentarily blinded by obsession. Besides, isn't Mr. Logan perfectly fine? And without this accident, no one would have known he's the racing god. I promise I'll never bother him again. Just forgive me this once. I'll never dare to do it again. Serena looked down and chuckled softly for a while. She didn't comment on his words at all. Finished? He Axiong's face stiffened. Serena gave a cold order. Begin. Sha Tu moved again. No, don't. Xiaoxiang watched what Sha Tu was holding. He turned pale with terror. You can't do this to me. This is illegal. Even if you want to press charges, you should go through the regular departments. And even though I'm adopted, I'm still a son of the He family. If anything happens to me here, the He family won't let this slide. Can't? Serena acted as if she'd heard a joke. In this world there is nothing that I, Serena Xia, wouldn't dare to do. As for the He family, you think the Xia family is afraid of the He family? Never mind that you're just an adopted son. Even if you were their biological child, since you dared to attack my brother, don't even think about living to see tomorrow's sun. Do it. Xiaoxiang's screams lasted for the entire night, before finally falling silent. In the blood-scented interrogation room, the three women's expressions never flickered. At dawn, the He couple received news about He Kao's Yong. They nearly fainted from fright. Yet they didn't dare to make a sound. On the forums, a piece of news exploded in the racing circle once again. The Red Peak racing team is disbanded. Summer Xia use action to prove exactly what the cost is for being disrespectful to her brother. Even though they were unaware beforehand, the racers became homeless strays. Liu Zhu bore the brunt of it. Not only did the other racers vent their anger on him, but the fans in the racing world also began to cyberbully him 100 times more than they had me. And on the day of the race, the accounts that had insulted me faced a new wave of bans. Those whose words were too extreme were invited for a chat by the local cyber police. While the three women were getting revenge, I was sleeping soundly. It wasn't that I was heartless. As for the attack on the track, I knew it had to be intentional. In the past, I would have investigated it myself, but Maya and my sisters said they would handle it. So I slept peacefully. Except for revenge related to Sophie, I was willing to rely on them appropriately, because I knew this was what they wanted to do for me. The first light of morning shone into the bedroom. I had just groggily sat up when I was pulled into an aggressive embrace. Maya sat sideways on the edge of the bed. Awake? I asked. When did you get here? Maya's fingers gently brushed my messy hair. Just arrived. I realized something. I didn't ask why she came at this hour. I just leaned close to her collar and sniffed. You took a shower? Maya gave an, I couldn't come see you reeking of blood, of course. I felt a bit mischievous. I pressed my lips closer. Then I gave her a lick. Maya sucked in a cold breath. Her gaze instantly darkened. I had achieved my goal. I wanted to run after teasing her. But before I could get off the bed, Maya caught me. Feeling her breath closing in, I hurriedly turned my face away. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. As soon as I spoke, Maya followed and kissed me, proving with her actions that she didn't mind. After a long, passionate kiss ended, both our emotions were running high. Just as things were about to heat up, there was a sudden knock on the bedroom door. Logan, Maya, breakfast is ready. The two of us looked at each other. We pressed our foreheads together and burst out laughing. After breakfast, I went to the office as usual. As soon as I sat down, I received a system notification on my phone. Serena Xia's birthday is coming up. I pondered for a moment. I pulled up a contact that had been quiet for a long time. Have the branch office in the United States. Send over a women's shirt. I want the 88 model, plain, without any patterns. Also, get a set of embroidery needles and thread, without saying much. The other side sent 3 question marks. Are you making a comeback? I'm just preparing a birthday gift for my second sister. Given Serena's status and position, any gift that money could buy wouldn't really be a surprise. So I planned to make it by hand. Right after I sent the message and put down my phone, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Manager Kai's face was full of shock. Serena Xia from Asura is here. She says she wants to see you. I was surprised, then thought of something. I slowly curled my lips. Have her come up, Mr. Logan. Why would Serena Xia come to our company? The key point was that her own CEO didn't seem surprised at all. It seemed Manager Kai didn't follow racing. I didn't feel like explaining. Maybe she thinks our company has good feng shui and wants to jump ship to us. Manager Kai let out a gasp and looked at me with confusion. Was her CEO crazy, or was she? I tapped my fingers on the desk. Quickly, invite her in. Manager Kai nodded. Yes, sir. Before long. The office door was knocked again. I crossed my arms and leaned against the chair back. Come in. Click. Serena Xia opened the door and walked in. Although it wasn't the first time I'd seen her, a flash of admiration still passed through my eyes. Her aloof phoenix eyes were the most striking, as if they captured all the beauty in the world. One glance was enough to make you fear falling for her. She truly was a top-tier goddess of the entertainment world. That's what I thought. The entertainment industry never lacked beauties, but someone as beautiful as Serena Xia was truly rare. That's why, even with her foul temper, fans would praise her day in and day out. They were incredibly tolerant of her. Thinking of the reason she suddenly visited, I suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. What are you doing here? I acted as if I really didn't know why she had come. My tone was tinged with confusion. Didn't you say you wouldn't let me bother you until your contract expired? If I remember correctly, it hasn't expired yet, right? Serena Xia stopped in her tracks. A flush of red gradually spread to her ears. Seeing her silence, I tapped my fingers on my elbow. Why aren't you speaking? Cat got your tongue? Serena Xia pursed her thin lips into a line. Her expression was filled with grievance, as if she had been terribly bullied. I instantly lost my poker face. Just as I was about to stop teasing her, Serena Xia gathered her courage and stepped forward. I'm sorry, you have nothing to apologize for. I looked shocked. I forced you to do something you didn't want to do. It's only natural for you to be angry. I'm willing. Serena Xia urgently interrupted me. I'm willing to become an artist under you. She seemed to feel that anything she said would sound like a poor excuse. Serena struggled with her thoughts for a moment, before giving up entirely. Anyway, I was in the wrong before. Could you please not hate me? I froze, realizing I might have pushed the joke too far. I then emphasized with a serious tone. Serena, listen to me. If I hated you, I wouldn't have tried to recruit you. And thank you for liking me. I'm honored to have a fan like you. As soon as I finished speaking, Serena's clear, glass-like pupils dilated slightly, and a faint blush spread across her entire neck. She clearly hadn't expected such a wonderful surprise. Then, when can you give me a ride? She immediately felt she was being too impatient after saying it. As long as you don't hate me, that's enough. I have other things to do, so I'll head out now. Feeling too embarrassed to stay, Serena turned and fled the room. I was about to call her back, when I heard a sharp, ow. The two girls collided head-on at the doorway. Serena braced herself against the doorframe, her voice freezing. Who are you? Don't you know to knock? The door was open, and as Chloe Chen looked up, she let out an immediate, holy crap, why are you here? As a B-lister, she had never worked with Serena before, so it was normal that Serena didn't recognize her. But everyone knew Serena. I raised an eyebrow. Her contract is nearly up, and she'll be joining Starstream soon. Are you serious? Chloe was once again dumbfounded, especially since Serena didn't deny it. She blurted out the first thought that came to mind. Why would you make such a crazy decision too? Feeling a wave of annoyance from her CEO, Chloe cleared her throat and reached out to Serena. Hello. I'm Chloe Chen. I'm not as famous as you, but at Starstream, I'm technically your senior. Let's look out for each other from now on. Serena completely ignored her outstretched hand. She brushed past her and walked straight out. Chloe put her hand down awkwardly. She walked into the office, looking back every few steps, and pointed at the door to complain. Is she always like that? Does she not get punched acting like that in public? I couldn't help but chuckle. No one knew Serena's temperament better than I did. Aside from the people she actually cared about, she treated everyone else like they were beneath her notice. Her face usually screamed, none of my business. With a giant, get lost, written across her forehead, even Astra's CEO, Sophie, didn't command an ounce of her respect. Most people assumed she was just incredibly arrogant, but only I knew the truth. She was simply uninterested in anything. That wasn't related to racing. She couldn't be bothered with social niceties. Yet, despite being the least suited person for the industry, her otherworldly beauty made her an absolute superstar. So, her dismissive attitude toward Chloe didn't surprise me in the slightest. On the contrary, her shy behavior from earlier would have shocked anyone who knew her. Just don't get on her bad side. She'll be better once you get to know her. I offered Chloe a word of comfort. What did you need to see me for? Chloe gave a quick nod. I just wanted to check in with you. The crew is heading south for location shooting, so I'll be away for a while. Traveling for shoots was part of an actor's routine, so I nodded without objection. Understood. Having received my confirmation, Chloe still didn't seem ready to leave. She looked at me, clearly hesitant to speak. I looked up in confusion. If there's something on your mind, just say it. Chloe asked tentatively. Even if Serena joins, I'm still your #1 girl, right? What are you talking about? I'm just kidding. Haha, see ya. Chloe finished her sentence and bolted out of the room. After Chloe left, Jamie Wei came in carrying a stack of files and a flash drive. He walked over and said excitedly, Mr. Logan, the choreography for the first song is finished. Marveling at his efficiency, I took the flash drive and plugged it into my computer. While I watched the video, Jamie Wei stood nearby, his expression tense. He had faced so many failures before. Would this one be a success? Those 4 or 5 minutes felt like an eternity to him. After finishing the recording of the dance, my expression gradually relaxed. The choreography Jamie created this time was almost identical to the one in my previous life. Even though he was starting over after being kicked out of Asura, he hadn't lost his touch on his way back to the top. Everything was going perfectly. Excellent. I knew how much a positive review meant to someone who felt like they were drowning, so I didn't hold back on my praise. This is exactly the result I was looking for. As I spoke, I took another stack of documents from the drawer and handed them to him. These are the lyrics and music for the other 11 songs. They're for the full album later on. Try to come up with some choreography for these. Encouraged by my words, Jamie's heart felt like it was going to leap out of his chest. He didn't mind my heavy demands on his labor at all. In fact, he welcomed the work. He clutched the papers and prepared to leave. I won't let you down, Mr. Logan. Seeing Jamie rush in so frantically, and then leave so happily, my advice for him to get some rest got stuck in the back of my throat. Once Jamie left, I was just about to suggest some improvements to the dance, but I was interrupted. There was another knock at my office door. I put down my pen. Come in. Shufeng pushed the door open and stepped inside. Mr. Logan, there's trouble with Hope's production. I was taken aback. What happened? I'm not entirely clear on the details yet, Shufeng said, but it seems to be an issue with the filming location. The base manager told Director Feng to kick Hope off the project. Otherwise, they'll stop renting the venue to the crew. I frowned. What was Director Feng's response? That's the thing. Director Feng really thinks highly of Hope. Even though her role as JD is minor, he's reluctant to replace her. But they're almost done filming, and many of the key scenes, including the leads, were shot specifically at this film base. If they move to a different location, it won't match the established setting from the earlier footage. So if the manager there won't budge, Director Feng might be forced to let Hope go. I tapped my fingers on the desk a few times, then grabbed my car keys and tossed them to him. You know where it is, right? Drive me over there. Yes, sir. We arrived at the film base shortly after. I glanced at the Huaxing Entertainment logo outside the entrance and raised an eyebrow. Before we arrived, I assumed this was another case of Astra trying to suppress us. But I just realized the problem was actually with one of my own companies. Back when I wanted to blacklist Seth, I acquired shares from a Huaxing director, joined the board, and became the majority shareholder. I never planned to divest after moving to the capital. It seemed like the management at Huaxing was getting a little out of line. By the time we reached the set, I saw Hope in full costume, standing with Director Feng. They were deep in a conversation. Hello, Director Feng. I walked over and greeted him first. Hope's mouth dropped into an O when she saw me. She clearly hadn't expected me to come in person. Feng Yihong was taken aback too. And you are? He's our CEO, Hope said, snapping out of her daze, and quickly introduced me to the director. Feng Yihong nodded in acknowledgement. If you hadn't mentioned he was the CEO, I would have mistaken him for a rookie actor. I smiled. It seems Hope has really earned your appreciation, Director. Normally, a minor supporting actor rarely gets this kind of one-on-one time with the head director. You hit the nail on the head. Mentioning Hope, Feng Yihong's eyes immediately brightened. I rarely see someone with such natural intuition. She gets it the second I explain it. I even feel like it's a waste of her talent for her to play a supporting role. The smirk on my face deepened. Since Director Feng is so satisfied with Hope and won't be affected by outside factors anymore, you won't replace her mid-production, right? Hearing this, Director Feng's expression gradually darkened. Before you came, you should have known the current situation, right? It's not that I want to replace her. It's that the manager of this film base is being a complete jerk. If we hadn't started filming yet, I would just switch to a different film base, rather than take this crap from him. But now we're almost done filming, and all of Hope's scenes are pickups. If we change locations at the last minute, I raised my hand to interrupt him. What's bothering Director Feng? is something I won't ask of you. I came here today, specifically to help Director Feng solve this problem. Director Feng was stunned. How will you solve it? I didn't answer his question. Instead, I turned to ask Hope. How did you offend the manager of this film base? Hope replied, I didn't offend him. It was the person who previously competed with her for the role of Jade Yi, who is now the manager's favorite. Director Feng answered for Hope. She doesn't know how to improve herself. She only knows how to sell her body to get ahead. I despise people like that the most. I understood immediately. Just as I was about to say something more, I heard a flirtatious voice say, Director Feng, have you made up your mind? I turned my head and saw a girl dressed in revealing clothes, walking toward us arm in arm with a bald middle-aged man. My expression sharpened when I saw the girl. This was Hu Xinrui, the actress who played Jade Ye in my previous life. It seems that in my past life, she either overcame the previous obstacles, or she forced Director Feng to compromise. And the middle-aged man Hu Xinrui was clinging to was the film-based manager, Lu Qinggan. Director Feng, shouldn't you give us an answer by now? My little baby is getting very impatient. Director Feng's face was grim, and he didn't respond. He just turned to look at me, the person who claimed he could solve the problem. I gave a small smile. Looking at Lu Qinggan, I asked, Are you the one in charge of this film base? That's right. Do you have something to say? I ignored his question. This film base belongs to Huaxing, doesn't it? Lu Qinggan didn't understand why I was asking that. It wasn't exactly a secret. After all, the Huaxing Entertainment logo was hanging right outside the base. If you still want to keep your job, renew the lease for Director Feng's set, and get out of here with your little mistress as fast as you can. Otherwise, prepare to be fired. As soon as I finished speaking, the surrounding area fell into a bizarre silence. Lu Qinggan thought he was hearing things. Hu Xinrui and Feng Yihon both thought I had lost my mind. Even Xu Feng, standing next to me, looked at me in shock. He had no idea where Logan got the confidence to say something like that. Could he be planning to use his status as the Shia family's son to bully people into submission? When he finally snapped out of it, Lu Qinggan gave a mocking, ridiculous laugh. And just what kind of nobody are you? Mr. Lu, you should watch your mouth, Xu Feng interjected angrily. This is our CEO. The CEO of Starstream. Hu Xinrui laughed until she was shaking. No wonder he talks so big. Does he really think that the title of CEO actually gives him that much power? A CEO of a tiny, struggling company like that can't even compare to a department manager at Huaxing, okay? I looked at Lu Qinggan and let out a sigh. It seems you don't really value your job very much. After speaking, I took out my phone and dialed a number. Lu Qinggan hadn't even had time to get angry yet, but seeing my calm composure, an ominous feeling somehow began to wash over him. But then he immediately dismissed his doubts. Starstream was in the capital, and Huaxing's headquarters were far away in Shen City. He was far away from the higher-ups, which is why he dared to seek personal profit like this. How could the CEO of Starstream possibly have any connection to Huaxing? Just as he was thinking this, he heard me say, Hello, Mr. Feng. The CEO of Huaxing was indeed named Feng Litao. As a member of the management, even though he had been stationed away for years, he wouldn't forget a detail like that. Could this kid actually know Mr. Feng? As Lu Qinggan thought about it, the unease in his heart began to grow. I didn't turn on the speakerphone, so the people on the scene could only hear what I was saying. The manager of Huaxing's film base in the capital? Yes, he not only demanded a role change, but he's even threatening Director Feng. You know him, right? Every single one of his productions is highly sought after by every major network. Even his supporting actors can get a taste of fame. With the manager here meddling like this, Huaxing's artists will probably never be able to get cast in Director Feng's shows ever again. With every word I spoke, Lu Qinggan's nerves tightened another notch. Noticing his anxiety, Hu Xinrui reached out to stroke his chest to soothe him. You don't really think that's Mr. Feng on the other end, do you? Did you actually hear anyone talking back to him? Anyone can put on an act with thin air. Besides, who is Mr. Feng? He's the top boss of your entire Huaxing. This guy's tone sounds like he's lecturing a subordinate. Is that how anyone would talk to a CEO? Lu Qinggan's heart immediately settled back into place. He started wondering if he had been an idiot, being completely bluffed by a mere boy. As soon as I finished the call, Lu Qinggan looked at me with a mocking smile and said, Finished? Let me see exactly what number you dialed. Anyone can find Mr. Feng's name with a quick search. You didn't think you could actually bluff people like that, did you? I'm not some gullible 3-year-old child. Just as he finished speaking, his phone began to ring loudly. When he saw the caller ID, Lu Chingan's heart skipped a beat. He hesitantly swiped the screen to answer. The next moment, Feng Litao's thundering, furious voice erupted from the phone. Lu Chingan, have you lost your damn mind? Lu Chingan swallowed hard. That ominous premonition came rushing back to him, but he tried to maintain a calm facade. Mr. Feng, what's wrong? What happened? You think, just because I'm far away, I can't control you anymore. Who gave you the authority to take matters into your own hands? And to threaten Director Feng into replacing an actor? Lu Chingan's heart sank into his stomach, but he still couldn't help asking, how did you find out, Mr. Feng? Feng Litao barked. Director Logan called me himself. How do you think I found out? Lu Chingan stole a glance at me. His unease was practically becoming tangible. He's the new shareholder who just joined Huasing. Didn't you receive the official notice? Feng Litao's tone was so explosive that it sounded as if he would reach through the phone and strangle Lu Chingan to death. Not only did you have the nerve to threaten Director Feng, but you also ran right into Director Logan's face. Did you think no one would know because you're so far away? With a soft thud, the phone slipped from Lu Chingan's trembling hand and crashed onto the floor. Huaxing had indeed appointed a new director recently. Of course he knew that. Word was that this director's status in Shen City was so high that even his own CEO had to be extremely deferential. He still remembered that as soon as the director joined the company, he issued a complete blacklisting order that effectively destroyed the career of a popular star, Seth. But who could have told him that the legendary, godlike powerhouse was actually the young man in front of him? He was standing right there next to him. So even though Lu Chingan hadn't turned on the speaker, Hu Xinrui had heard enough to understand. Combined with Lu Chingan's reaction, there was absolutely nothing left to wonder about. She immediately released Lu Chingan's arm and looked at me with a trembling, fearful gaze. Lu Chingan was currently in no mood to care about her actions, because the phone on the floor had started ringing again. He scrambled to pick it up, and the moment he answered, his ears felt as if they were going to be deafened. You still dare to hang up on me? Lu Chingan had complaints but couldn't speak. No, Mr. Fawn. Enough. Say no more. Feng Litao cut him off. Pack your things and get the hell out. I'll send someone to replace you this afternoon. Don't, Mr. Feng. I know I was wrong. I'll renew Director Feng's lease and apologize to Mr. Logan immediately. I beg you. Hello? Lu Chingan tried calling back. The other side didn't answer. At this moment, my warning flashed through his mind again. Why didn't he take it seriously back then? Director Logan, I was wrong. I was blind to your importance. I apologize to you. Please, give me another chance. I can't lose this job. Please, help me talk to Mr. Feng. Unable to reach Feng Litao, Lu Chingan turned to plead with me. Xu Feng, Director Feng, and the others were shocked. They hadn't realized I had this kind of influence. And when I said I could solve the problem, it wasn't just an empty promise. I looked at Lu Chingan's groveling manner, my cold expression not softening at all. I already gave you a chance. You're the one who failed to treasure it. Hearing this, Lu Chingan was green with regret. Director Logan. I cut him off. Once I've decided, pleading is useless. I suggest you don't waste any more futile effort. Lu Chingan opened his mouth. His face turned ashen. Hu Xinrui saw her chance and tried to slip away. But before she took 2 steps, Lu Chingan grabbed her hair. Where do you think you're going? You bitch. You made me lose my job, and now you want to run? Hu Xinrui was yanked off balance. She grew furious as well. How was I to know you'd offend your own boss? I slept with you, a bald old man, and it was disgusting. Was asking for a supporting role too much? Ugh. Who knows how many men's beds you've crawled into? How dare you look down on me? I haven't even mentioned how filthy you are. The two were soon entangled in a brawl. I didn't care about their dog-eat-dog fight. I said goodbye to Director Feng in hope and walked toward the exit of the base. Once I reached a secluded spot, I told Xu Feng to go back to the car first. Then, with a swift move, I yanked a man down from the wall, who was dressed in all black. The man who was caught looked completely stunned, but he didn't dare resist. I held him in check. He looked around as I spoke. The rest of you, get the hell out here. As soon as the words left my mouth, several people in identical attire jumped down. Who sent you? Why are you following me? I had noticed since this morning that several people were secretly tailing me, sensing no malice from them. I ignored them while I was busy, but now they had followed me all the way here. I couldn't just sit by and do nothing anymore. "Mr. Logan, don't misunderstand," said the man I was holding. "We were sent by the young mistress, specifically to protect you from the shadows." Another subordinate chimed in. "Unless Mr. Logan encounters danger, we won't reveal ourselves or interfere in your business." Right, his companion nodded, like a woodpecker, emphasizing, we're just here for protection, not surveillance. Other than your personal safety, we won't report your movements to the young mistress." "Your young mistress?" I released the man. It turns out they were Maya's subordinates. They responded in unison. I thought about yesterday's bear incident. It must have left Maya with some psychological trauma. "Go back. I don't need your protection." They looked at each other. They all shook their heads. "If Mr. Logan sends us away, the young mistress won't want us anymore either." My lip twitched. "Suit yourselves." I turned and walked away. They looked at each other again. "Does this mean we're allowed to stay?" "It seems so. However, Mr. Logan really doesn't seem to need our protection." The subordinate I had pinned earlier massaged his shoulder with a pale face. "I feel like my bones are about to shatter. Is this really the strength of a normal person?" On the way back to the office, Shufeng kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror. From taking over Starstream until now, it seemed every unexpected crisis was handled effortlessly by this man. Was he really a boy not even 20 years old? I obviously didn't miss Shufeng's glances, but I wasn't in the mood to explain anything. I was resting in the car with my eyes closed, when I suddenly heard a heavenly voice. It drifted into the car window from a distance. I snapped my eyes open. "Stop the car," screech. Shufeng pulled over to the roadside. "What's wrong, Mr. Logan?" I didn't answer his question. I rolled down the window and looked toward the roadside. Within my field of vision, a handsome young man with a melancholic air was holding a guitar. He sat by the road, playing and singing. It clearly wasn't his first day there. Occasionally, a few people would stop, watching and pointing, but there were few true listeners cheering for him. Seeing this scene, I was filled with emotion. This young man wasn't just any ordinary street singer. 4 years ago, he was Astra's musical pillar, Ye Qingxuan. Back then, he was famous nationwide for a traditional-style song. In an era of generic pop songs, he sparked a massive trend in traditional music. He should have used that chance to reach the top. But Ye Qingxuan suddenly retired due to illness. That absence lasted for 4 years. In an entertainment industry with constant turnover, a 4-year gap is fatal for an actor or a singer. No company is willing to look at a has-been singer and waste resources on them, including the mercenary Asura. Ye Qingxuan had no way to return and was reduced to street busking. I watched him, my gaze lost in thought. In my past life, I had planned to bring him back. He was the best traditional-style singer I'd ever seen. If he had continued in that direction, he would have surely been a force in that field. I had even prepared an entire set of lyrics and music for a traditional-style album for him. But Astra's top singer, Feng Jikai, feared Ye Qingxuan's return would threaten his own status. He forced the management to choose between them, threatening to leave Astra if they allowed Ye Qingxuan back. Crucially, Sophie made a choice at that time too. To keep Feng Jikai, she didn't even listen to his advice and shut Ye Qingxuan out. While my thoughts were drifting, Ye Qingxuan finished his song. I opened the car door, got out, and walked straight to him. As Ye Qingxuan prepared for the next one, I spoke up and interrupted. "Sorry to disturb you." Ye Qingxuan's hand on his guitar paused. He looked up at me. When he wasn't singing, his voice was as refreshing as a spring. "Sir, is there something I can help you with?" I looked him up and down. Even reduced to street busking, he didn't look the least bit pathetic. His brow instead held a sense of freedom and calm. Combined with his naturally melancholic face, it gave off a feeling of gentleness to the core. Perhaps he was suited for traditional styles, not just because of that heavenly voice. That's what I thought. "Are you willing to join Starstream?" I stated my purpose directly. "Starstream?" Ye Qingxuan gasped. "Is it a record company?" I cleared my throat. When Ye Qingxuan left the circle, Starstream hadn't been founded. I had forgotten about that. It's a small entertainment company that's currently short on artists. I explained patiently. Though not as professional as a record company. Just like the big ones, we have everything, including recording studios. If you don't mind, you can give it a try here. I've already been reduced to busking on the streets. How could I possibly be picky about anything else? Ye Xuan gave a self-deprecating chuckle. But you are. I am the CEO of Starstream Entertainment. Ye Xuan was stunned, as if he hadn't expected a company CEO to be so young. He was now more convinced that the company was indeed small, but he didn't show any sign of looking down on it. Instead, he said with a hint of uncertainty, "But I'm not a singer-songwriter. I only have a voice for singing." Other companies had rejected him for that exact reason. After all, no songwriter would waste their time and effort writing lyrics and music for a washed-up singer. I curled my lips. A voice is all you need. During my life in ancient times, I was a master of the 4 arts: zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Poetry and lyrics came to me with ease. Compared to the pop songs I prepared for the 5-member girl group, I was even better at traditional style music. Besides, I still remembered the lyrics and music for the traditional style album that was cancelled in my past life, and I had new ideas to improve them. I believed that Ye Xuan would definitely become a star again in my hands. Ye Xuan's grip on his guitar tightened. "Then I'll follow you now." I brought him to the office, and after he signed the contract, I sat at the computer to compose. I wrote until it was time to clock out. Manager Kai entered the office carrying an exquisite shopping bag. "Mr. Logan, someone asked me to give this to you." I reached out and took it. I teased with a smile, "You and Shufeng, one manager, one director. Yet you both become my errand runners." Manager Kai scratched her head and chuckled. "Our company is small, so we don't have many specific tasks, and we're more than happy to serve you, Mr. Logan." I smiled again. After receiving a call from Maya, I waved to signal she could head home. Walking out of the company doors, I carried the bag straight toward the black Bentley at the curb. Maya glanced at the item in my hand and couldn't help but ask, "What did you get?" "This?" I got into the car and placed the bag on the window side. "It's a birthday gift I prepared for Serena." Maya paused. "Her birthday is coming up?" I nodded and hummed in confirmation. Maya's gaze drifted subtly toward my bag, as if she wished she had X-ray vision. "What gift did you prepare?" "It's a secret. Don't worry about it." "Are those 4 guys in the back you're doing?" Pointed at a black car behind us without looking back. Maya didn't look back either. "Did they disturb you?" "Not really. I just feel like they're a bit redundant." I thought for a moment. Jade in the driver's seat suddenly coughed. In the Bentley, several redundant subordinates in the car following closely. All sneezed in unison. Maya was also amused by my words. But thinking back to yesterday's heart-pounding scene, the smile on her face faded. She pulled me into her arms and hugged me, sighing with lingering fear. "Logan, no matter how capable you are, unexpected things still happen. No matter how much power we have, we can't control everything. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. If I could, I'd want to tie you to myself, so you're by my side every second. But I know you're not someone who likes being restricted." "Whoa, so? I can only settle for giving you an extra layer of protection, to give myself some peace of mind. Can you understand? Am I really that ungrateful?" There was no way I couldn't feel her sincerity. So I didn't force those people to leave. While the two were in an affectionate moment, Jade cleared her throat in the driver's seat. "Miss, where are we headed?" Usually it was her mistress who asked the question, but they were almost at the fork in the road, and she hadn't said a word. She waited and waited before finally asking. Maya tilted my chin up. "Did you hear that?" I felt a bit awkward. This daily question made it feel like a knife was held to my throat, asking me to choose between family or my lover. Why couldn't I have both? With that in mind, I replied, "Let's go home." Before Maya could react, I cupped her face. "I'm taking you back with me too." Maya was stunned for a second, then realized what I had said. Instantly, her eyes and brows were filled with joy. Okay. The two of them rode all the way back to the Shah house. As soon as they reached the living room, they saw a boy on the phone. After seeing me, the boy immediately hung up and ran forward. "Logan, I finally get to meet you." Stunned. I was wondering when I had gained a younger brother. But then Maya explained from the side, "This is a relative of yours." "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jaden Shah. I just got back from studying abroad." Jaden blinked and looked at Maya. "What's the relationship between you and Logan, Maya? You came back together? Are you a couple?" Though no emotion could be heard in his voice, the look he gave Maya was an unconcealable look of longing. My eyes narrowed. I took Maya's hand and interlocked our fingers. "Isn't it obvious? Jaden's palm clenched slightly, but his face was filled with a joyful look of blessing. I used to wonder, who could be worthy of such an outstanding woman like Maya? If it's Logan, then there's no problem at all. Before I came, I heard from my parents about Logan's glorious exploits at the banquet. Logan and Maya really are a match made in heaven. I'm glad you think so. I gave a dry response with a forced smile. Where is my mother? Why are you here alone? Auntie Alice said she was a bit tired and went up to rest. Summer and Serena aren't back yet. Jaden answered everything. He then picked up a gift box from the sofa and handed it to me. This is a gift I brought back from abroad for Logan. I didn't know what you like, so I just bought what I thought was appropriate. I hope you like it. You're being too kind. I didn't reach out to take it. Besides, I didn't prepare a gift for you. Logan, don't be so polite with me. Jaden placed the gift in my hand. Auntie treats me even better than her own son. I've only brought you a small gift. Then, as if realizing he had said something wrong, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Logan, I didn't mean it like that. Don't misunderstand. Auntie definitely loves Logan the most. It's just that since you were missing, Auntie doted on me more. Logan, you won't mind, will you? Am I being green-teed right now? Was, seeing that, I remained silent. Jaden bit his lip. It's my fault for having a big mouth. Logan, please don't hate me, okay? I spend most of my time abroad now, and I've only come back for a visit after graduating high school. I'm not here to compete for Auntie's and my sister's affection. He turned helplessly to look at Maya. Logan isn't actually mad at me, is he? Maya, can you help me out here? I really didn't mean it. He paused, then added, Maya, you're already my brother's girlfriend. There's no problem with me calling you that, right? Maya, look at how petty Logan is being. He's upset just because I was being direct. See how mature I'm being. I didn't even have to think about it. I could already imagine Jaden's inner thoughts. Thinking of this, I gritted my teeth. If Maya didn't notice my mood, I'll make her pay. Fuming with jealousy. I didn't even notice. The wide grin on Maya's face. Just then, Alice came down the stairs. Logan and Maya are back? Alice finally sensed a hint of something wrong. What are you all doing standing at the door? Jaden turned back to look at Alice, his face showing a hint of confusion and faint grievance. Auntie, it seems Logan doesn't like me very much. Alice was stunned. She glanced at Jaden, and then looked over at me. Logan, do you not like your cousin? I really don't. Can I say that? Seeing this, Jaden had a flash of smugness in his eyes. However, he hadn't even been smug for 2 seconds. Before Alice continued, if you don't like him, Mom will kick him out. Not just Jaden. Even I was stunned. Mom, that was so cool! With that thought, I smirked. Mom, I really don't like him very much. As for why, you can check the security footage. Alice's face darkened upon hearing this. She turned and glared at Jaden. Did you bully Logan? Jaden was completely dumbfounded. No, Auntie, how could I bully Logan? I even brought a gift back for him. It seems my mom isn't as affectionate toward you as you claim she was, Jaden. I looked at Jaden and laughed. Hearing my words, Alice narrowed her eyes. I once had a calico cat. I had the servant serve it well until it died of old age. Later, I raised a poodle, but I had it skinned in less than 3 months. Do you know why? Jaden didn't know why Alice suddenly brought up pets, but his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. Why? Alice gave a cold laugh. Because the calico cat knew to wag its tail for me. But that poodle became arrogant because of my favor, and barked at the wrong person. As a mere nephew, the only reason I gave you a pleasant face was because your father has been behaving himself. Who gave you the nerve to act up? In front of Logan? Jaden froze. His face felt like it had been slapped, burning with a stinging pain. Alice was actually comparing him to a pet. I was also very surprised. Since our reunion, Alice had always been as gentle as water toward me. It wasn't until this moment that I saw her powerful businesswoman aura. I finally saw where Serena's ruthlessness came from. What are you still standing there for? Alice issued an order. Steward, kick him out. Wait. I shoved the gift back into Jaden's arms. I laughed. You should keep this for yourself. Jaden hadn't expected that his instigation not only failed to drive a wedge between me and Alice, but resulted in this outcome. Before he could say another word, Lu Diquan kicked him out. After Jaden left, Alice looked at me anxiously. Logan, don't listen to his nonsense. I wasn't actually that good to him. Before you were found, how could I? Mom, I know. I interrupted her. I smiled to comfort her. I'm not stupid. I'm not that easily provoked. Besides, I'm an adult now. How could I still care about such things? Hearing me say I was an adult, Alice felt another pang of heartache. Fearing I would see her tears, she quickly turned away. I'll go see if dinner's ready. I'll have them set a place for Maya, too. I suddenly regretted what I said. Looking at Alice's receding back, I sighed inwardly. Maya pinched my cheek. It'll be fine with time. I held her hand, remembering something. Maya? Facing my delayed interrogation, Maya didn't show a hint of guilt. Instead, she smiled like a fox that had stolen a heart. You're jealous. I narrowed my eyes. You seem quite proud of yourself. Maya leaned in and gave me a kiss. This is the first time you've ever been jealous for me. Does it mean you're finally starting to like me? I was taken aback, thinking to myself, Maya still believes I don't like her. Just then, a sharp call came from outside. Can't you show some restraint at home? Serena looked at Maya with annoyance. Why are you here again? I turned to Serena, second sister. I'm the one who asked her to come. Serena felt like she was going to cough up blood. Having a brother who always sides with outsiders. What can I do? I still have to spoil him. Thinking of the preparations she'd made, she raised her hand. She signaled a subordinate carrying a guqin to step forward. Little brother, second sister finished your welcome gift. As she spoke, the subordinate had already walked up to me. He held the guqin and called out, Miss. I looked down. The guqin's body and strings were made from the finest materials available today. It was no less impressive than the one I had in ancient times. It showed how much effort Serena had put in. Though I didn't play the guqin much in private, I wouldn't turn down Serena's kindness. Thank you, second sister. Have someone put it in my room. Seeing me accept the gift, Serena couldn't have been happier. By the way, this is the subordinate I assigned to you. He can be your personal driver for your commute. Of course. You can also have him handle any other matters. He has no other mission but to provide you with 24-hour protection. Hearing this, Maya's face darkened. 24-hour protection? I already have people protecting him from the shadows. And driving him to work is my job. Serena ignored her. She simply signaled the subordinate to introduce himself. The subordinate looked up. Miss, I am Shafor. I am at your disposal from now on. When I saw Shafor's face, my eyes lit up. Are you interested in becoming a star? If he hadn't been wearing the same uniform as Sha 1 and Sha 2, I would have thought he was a rising star from some agency. His looks are a waste on a bodyguard. If she was just dissatisfied before, seeing the spark in my eyes, Maya could no longer suppress her rage. She glared at Serena through gritted teeth. Are you doing this on purpose? Is Maya really that insecure? Serena gave a mischievous grin. The pride of our Shagate is quite handsome, isn't he? Please, just shut up. Can't you see Maya's gaze is about to kill me? Maya was so angry she laughed. Go ahead and let him follow. If he can affect my position, I'll admit defeat. And speaking of the pride of Shagate, he paused, looking Serena up and down. Who could be prettier than our second sister? I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sure enough, Serena looked incredulous at first. Then she grabbed her own hair. Her voice was heavy with an impending storm. Say that to me one more time. I thought to myself, oh no. I was wondering who I'd help if they fought. When Alice walked over, Logan, Maya, dinner's ready. When she reached us, Alice gave Serena a confused look. What are you scowling for? Who upset you? Serena pointed at Maya. Who else could it be but her? Alice frowned. Are you sure it wasn't you who provoked her first? What exactly was she dreaming about? Mom, am I even your biological daughter? I told you, Mom picked you up from a trash can. Summer Xia had just come home from work. She teased as she rolled up her sleeves. I was standing right there when she found you. He slightly regretted kicking Jaden out. After dinner, Maya naturally stayed the night. Having received Serena's orders, Shafor had been sitting outside my bedroom window for a long time. Maya nearly knocked him off when she opened the window. You really like eavesdropping that much? Shafor's nerves tightened. He didn't speak or move from his spot. Maya gave a cold sneer. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Show the newcomer some hospitality. As soon as she finished speaking, several figures suddenly appeared in the night. They grabbed Shafor. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Shafor couldn't even make a sound before he was gagged and dragged away. Having dealt with that trouble, Maya was planning to settle scores, only to turn around and find me gone. Immediately after, she heard the sound of rushing water from the bathroom. Trying to hide? Maya walked toward the bathroom. I knew Maya was in a jealous mood, so I planned to take a shower first to avoid the storm. The sound of the water was loud in my ears, and I didn't notice the danger approaching until the door clicked open. I was startled by the sound. Before I could react, it made me unable to help but say, Miracle Doctor, how did you get in here? The moment Maya entered, she was drenched by the shower spray. Don't you know why I'm here? That shadow guard is quite good-looking. I was a bit flustered. Nobody is as good-looking as you. Whether it was Shah 4 or Serena Shah. In my eyes, they weren't even 1/10,000th of Maya. Then why were you looking at him? That was just my professional instinct acting up. I moved my finger slightly. If it were you, Maya asked in a muffled voice, what would you do? I wouldn't even let you enter the entertainment industry. I looked at Maya with eyes full of intense possessiveness. If I had to watch you dating other male actors, hugging and kissing them, I wouldn't be able to accept it even if it was just acting. Maya was satisfied now. Even if I entered the industry, I wouldn't spare another man a second glance, let alone do the things you mentioned. I thought to myself, that's more like it. You can go out now. I'm not finished washing yet. Maya had no intention of leaving. She pressed against me and said hoarsely, let's wash together. I wasn't falling for her tricks at all. Really? Are you sure it's just a shower? It seems Logan has quite the awareness, Maya joked. We haven't tried it in a place like this yet, in a certain detached villa in the capital's center. The anger on Jaden's face hadn't faded. He asked the couple on the sofa, Dad, Mom, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? The man Jaden called Dad was named Xia Dongming. He looked to be in his 40s, with the appearance of a mild-mannered, honest man. When my father and I both went missing back then, almost all branches of the family took advantage of the situation, trying to push Alice out to take over. Only this branch made no moves. After the turmoil subsided, only this branch managed to save their lives and wealth. Right now, this man, who lacked any presence in the company or family, had eyes that flickered with uncertainty behind the wrinkles of time. Now, it's not just the Xia family. From what you said, this kid has also gotten involved with the Yun family's daughter. If the Yun and Xia families unite, they'll be even harder to deal with than before. I don't know how this kid got so lucky. The woman beside him had an expression of coldness that didn't match her face. Those, back then, that person clearly saw the child stop breathing before throwing him away. I can't believe he was found, and even became so capable. Xia Dongming tapped his finger lightly on the sofa arm. It seems we'll have to strike from a different angle. The next morning, after hearing Alice's knock on the door, I sat up while yawning nonstop. Last night, I wondered if Maya had taken some adrenaline. She wouldn't let go of me. In the end, I didn't know what got into her, but she forced me to call her Sister Maya. In the evening, it was because of jealousy that I repeated Jaden's way of addressing her. As a result, she took note of it. She didn't say anything at the time, but she dug a hole and waited for me there. Thinking of this, I reached out and pinched the person next to me. Maya let out a soft groan. Her jade-like chin rubbed against the crook of my neck. Her face carried a radiant, handsome glow. Xiao Yan, my ear felt hot. I also discovered a pattern. This person usually calls me by my full name, but when she's moved by passion, she follows my family and calls me Xiao Yan. What kind of weird quirk is that? Thinking of this, I inexplicably used my hand to pinch her soft. Get up. My mom is calling us for breakfast. Maya held my hand and kissed it. It's our mom. After the meal, I got into Maya's car as usual. Jade, the veteran driver, was about to start the car when the passenger door was opened. Xia 4 sat inside. Jade was stunned. What's going on? Second sister ordered it. I must follow the young master at all times. Maya gave a cold sneer. She didn't interfere further. Protecting him is fine, but you must maintain a distance of 1 meter from him. Xia 4 nodded. I will follow orders. Jade clicked her tongue. When Chloe Shen used to follow you, she never sat in the same car as him. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized she hadn't seen that person in a long time. While starting the car, Jade asked as if casually, Mr. Logan, is Assistant Shen still in contact with you? Of course, he'd only appointed her as the acting CEO. He hadn't fired her. Besides, some important matters regarding Yo-Yo still required his decisions. Although Chloe Shen didn't follow him at all times, she would frequently report to him about work. After returning to the company, before I even reached the elevator, I saw Kai Min walking toward me. Seeing Xia 4 beside me, Min was stunned. Mr. Logan, is this another new talent you scouted? I shook my head. He's my driver. Min gave an O. Then she added, Mr. Logan. Ye Qingxuan is on the trending searches. I paused and took out my phone to open Weibo. I saw a trending topic on the front page. So you, former queen of pop reduced to street busking. Clicking into this trend, I saw several photos of Ye Qingxuan, playing and singing by the roadside. The comment section was filled with pity. How did Ye Qingxuan end up like this? Wow, I still remember how popular she was. Her songs were playing all over the streets. I remember she retired due to illness, but it's such a pity she left at her peak. Fortune is fickle indeed. Back then, Feng Jikai could only do backup vocals for her. Now Feng Jikai is an industry top star. And this woman isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Most of the pity was actually schadenfreude. That's human nature. People are quick to kick someone when they're down, but slow to help. When you're popular, everyone supports you. Once you lose your halo, even those who liked you will step on you. To be precise, this wasn't a very positive trend. So Min looked at me with some concern. Mr. Logan, what should we do now? I curled my lips. There's no reason to waste free publicity. Go and build some hype, focusing on her. Promote that hit traditional song from back then. Min instantly understood my intent. I'll get on it right away. Just as the whole internet was mocking Ye Qingxuan for being a has-been, a new trending topic was pushed to the top. Do you still remember that song that was popular everywhere? Jilin Juema. As soon as this topic appeared, it instantly triggered a wave of nostalgia for many people. In the lounge, Ye Qingxuan watched the reversal of public opinion online, her expression completely dazed. Would you like me to continue translating the next part of this story for you? Just then, a phone call came in. As soon as he picked it up, he heard a quite haughty voice from the receiver. Not bad. You actually know how to generate hype for yourself. I've thought it over. It's not out of the question for you to come work for me. I can assign a few commercial events to you. When you go, just sing that Xylan Ju. Ye Qingxuan listened, his ears filled with the sound of shrewd calculations. A surge of disgust welled up inside him. He didn't even have to think to know that this person only saw he had a bit of popularity and wanted to seize the chance to squeeze out his last bit of value. Once he sang this song repeatedly and exhausted the public's nostalgia, it would be time to be kicked aside. Hello? If you have no objections, then come to the company. Ye Qingxuan endured his discomfort and hung up the phone. However, right after hanging up, another call came in. He glanced at the caller ID. It showed it was from the head of another company. Their goal was likely similar to the previous person's. Ye Qingxuan took a deep breath, turned off his phone, and threw it on the sofa. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the boy who had reached out to him during his darkest hour. He probably wouldn't treat him like this, right? Just as he was thinking this, there was a knock on the lounge door. Ye Qingxuan opened the door and saw the face that was occupying his mind. Sorry for using your previous song to generate hype without your permission, but this will be useful for your future development. Consider it a bit of a warm-up. Fearing he might overthink it, I came to pay a visit. Ye Qingxuan stepped aside to let him in. After struggling with his thoughts for a long time, he still asked hesitantly, how do you plan to map out my development? He didn't want to doubt him, but he was afraid the person who gave him a glimmer of light would push him into the abyss again. How could I not know what he was thinking? I could even guess that. Someone must have just offered him an olive branch. This time was just to get the momentum going. You don't need to do anything publicly yet. Next, the company will create a brand new traditional style album for you. As I spoke, I placed a folder on the coffee table in front of us. This is what I prepared for you. The lyrics and music for the 12 traditional songs on the album. Familiarize yourself with them first. Once you're ready, we can prepare for recording. You don't have to worry about the quality of the songs. They weren't made in a day. I've been preparing them for a long time. Besides, you're a singer. You should be able to judge the quality for yourself. Hearing my words, Ye Qingxuan didn't snap out of it for a long while. He originally felt that it would be his greatest luck if I didn't exploit him. He never expected I would write lyrics and music for him, and for an out-of-fashion singer like him, produce an entirely new album. That's all I wanted to say. Take a good look at them first. Don't overthink anything else. I stood up to leave as I spoke, but Ye Qingxuan called out to stop me. Mr. Logan. I paused in my tracks. What is it? Ye Qingxuan stared at me fixedly, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Thank you. Thank you for reaching out to me. Without any disdain while I was in the endless abyss. Thank you for helping me onto the right path. Without wavering amidst the sudden vanity. What had he, Ye Qingxuan, done to deserve this? While the whole internet was listening to Xylan Ju and immersing themselves in nostalgia, an official Weibo account hitched a ride on the momentum. As soon as this official post came out, the gossip-loving masses immediately rushed to the battlefield. Wow, which company is so fast? Giving you a thumbs up. Finally, I don't have to cry for the drifting, beautiful woman anymore. There are going to be new songs. Oh crap, it's the traditional style legend. Looking forward to it. Starstream Entertainment? Isn't this that no-name company? Seems Ye Qingxuan really has nowhere else to go. I don't know what kind of albums such a small, pathetic company can produce. The winds in the comment section were mixed. There was both praise and criticism. But overall, whether they were expectant or pessimistic, everyone's curiosity and attention were piqued. Meanwhile, in the Astra CEO's office, Seth looked at his phone with a face full of mockery. Why does this person always love picking up trash? A washed-up loser and a has-been sickly person. He's counting on these kinds of people to help him deal with Astra. It's absolutely hilarious. Sophie, however, was a bit annoyed. If I'd known Ye Qingxuan could still generate a wave of hype, I shouldn't have listened to Feng Jikai and kicked him out. Astra is above such trivial popularity. Seth was completely dismissive. Even if you squeeze out his last bit of value, the profit won't be more than what Feng Jikai earns in a day. There's no need to offend Feng Jikai for such a small profit. Besides, even if he went to Starstream, how could that benefit me? That man isn't taking advantage of the hype to make a quick buck off Ye Qingxuan. Instead, he's making some new album. We all know what the result will be. He chuckled as he spoke. I told you, he knows nothing about the entertainment industry. He couldn't even manage his tech company well. And now he's meddling here. Don't end up messing up on both sides. In a lounge inside Astra, Feng Jikai's team members were looking at their phones while chatting. Of course, the topic was centered on Ye Qingxuan. Even if he can't return to Astra, he shouldn't go to such a no-name company. Feng Jikai ate grapes while laughing with Schadenfreude. The former queen of pop has fallen to this level. He only went there because no one else wanted him. Didn't you see he was reduced to busking on the streets? The smirk on the manager's face hadn't faded. With such a shelter available now, he's probably feeling incredibly grateful. Don't you think releasing an album is a disaster? A no-name company, A has been singer, releasing a traditional style album that isn't very popular now. Good luck with that. I can't even imagine it, one person interjected with a laugh. He'd better pray it's not released on the same day as Kai. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll cry seeing the sales comparison. Feng Jikai turned to look at the person who spoke. Are you insulting me? He didn't even deign to compare himself with Ye Qingxuan now. Look at my big mouth. The speaker immediately massaged Feng Jikai's shoulders to curry favor, changing the subject like a sycophant. How could Ye Qingxuan possibly compare to you, Kai? If you happen to release your albums on the same day, his sales won't even be a fraction of yours. Feng Jikai finally felt comfortable. I didn't know about all this behind-the-scenes shadiness yet, but the polarized voices on Weibo didn't surprise me. After the official post went out, I was about to contact the band. There was another knock on the office door. I paused with the phone in my hand. Come in. With a click, Kai Min walked in with a look of surprise. I raised an eyebrow. Previously, when Kai Min and Xu Feng came to find me, they were either panicked or frowning. The next thing they would say was that Chloe or Hope was in trouble again. This was the first time I'd seen her with this expression. What is it? Why so happy? Did something good happen? I couldn't help but ask. It certainly is good news. Kai Min's tone carried a hint of mystery. Hope has been handpicked by director Feng as the lead for his next project. A flash of surprise passed through my eyes. Since my rebirth, many things have been under my control, but some developments have exceeded my expectations, like returning to the Xia family, or Su Minghu's death. And then there's this surprise. Being chosen as a lead by director Feng basically guarantees the status of an A-lister. Is Mr. Logan also very surprised? Kai Min explained with a smile. Yesterday, when he was forced to give up on Hope, director Feng had already made this decision. It was bound to be a form of compensation. But the most crucial factor is still that Hope's performance lately has caught his eye, and the male lead of his next drama, and the supporting character Hope is playing happened to share the same character archetype. I thought to myself, no wonder. I had previously only thought of Hope as a nobody, ignoring that Director Fung never looks at status when hiring. If someone catches his eye, even a newcomer who has never acted before, he will still cast them. I just didn't expect. The boy I kept around on a whim back then would make me so proud. While reflecting, I looked at Kai Min and said, Manager Kai, would you like to take on a side job? Kai Min was taken aback, then smiled and said, Mr. Logan, just give me your orders directly. I'm so idle all day, I'm practically growing mold. I laughed. I really haven't seen anyone so honest. In front of their boss. Hope still needs a manager. I want you to be his manager as a side job. I'll pay you double. What do you think? Kai Min was stunned again. With such a promising talent given to me, of course I'm willing. It's just that I've never been a manager before, and I'm afraid I won't do a good job. You're already a manager of a department, so you won't fail at being a talent manager. Besides, if I hand him over to someone else, I won't feel at ease. I tapped my finger on the desk. If you're willing, then it's settled. You can come to me with any problems. Understood. After arranging things for Hope, I was incredibly busy for the next few days. Between preparing for Ye Qingxuan's album recording and making the birthday gift for my second sister. In the blink of an eye, it was Serena's birthday. Early that morning, I went to Serena's door. Before I could even raise my hand to knock, the door clicked open from the inside. Seeing me standing outside, Serena was stunned. Logan, is something wrong? Seeing her reaction, I was also taken aback. Isn't today second sister's birthday? Serena glanced at her watch. It really was her birthday. But ever since her little brother went missing on the day he was born, she and the family had stopped celebrating birthdays. Of course, she wouldn't let her little brother know that. After snapping out of it, Serena asked with a slightly raspy voice. Logan actually knew it was my birthday? She was truly surprised by this. Now that her little brother was back, logically, they could start celebrating birthdays again. But she hadn't expected. The first person to give her birthday wishes would actually be her own little brother. At this moment, it seemed like everything had been worth it. I knew I hadn't gotten it wrong, and I felt a sense of relief. There was a reminder on my phone, I said as I handed the gift box to her. Happy birthday, second sister. You even prepared a gift for me? Serena was instantly flattered. Taking the box, she couldn't wait to open it. Let me see what Logan got for me. I couldn't help but hold my breath. I had spent several years abroad, so opening gifts in person was normal to me. But with the recipient being my second sister, I somehow felt a little nervous. When she opened the box and saw a shirt, a smile rippled through Serena's eyes, along with a tone full of doting. Thank you, little brother. I love it. I pursed my lips. The way she said it made it sound like she'd love anything I gave her. But in reality, my heart wasn't just in the shirt itself. And Serena didn't disappoint my expectations. As she took out the shirt to change, the embroidery pattern on the chest suddenly caught her eye. Seeing this embroidery, Serena froze. It was indeed a shirt, which she naturally recognized as the plain model specifically released by SICK. Given her little brother's financial resources, she wasn't surprised that he would choose to give her a branded item. However, this shirt was supposed to be completely plain, not even having a pocket. I was satisfied now. Second sister, you can look at the inside. It's double-sided embroidery. Serena was stunned again. She then unbuttoned it to look at the inner side. What she saw shocked her once more. It clearly came from the same person's hand. Because she was born in the year of the dragon, a phoenix was embroidered on the outside, and a dragon on the inside. It symbolized the dragon and phoenix bring prosperity. I hope you like it. Serena's heart trembled, even though she had already guessed. Hearing my words still made her incredibly excited. She struggled to make a sound. You embroidered this yourself? I nodded. I thought that for second sister's birthday gift, it would only be meaningful if I made it by hand. Before I could finish, Serena grabbed my hands. From my palms to my fingertips, she inspected every inch meticulously. When she saw several small needle pricks on my fingertips, Serena's brow knotted in distress. Were these from the embroidery? I pulled my hand back. It's been a long time since I last embroidered. I only pricked myself a few times. But they're all better now. Besides, the needle is so thin that these can't even be called wounds. As soon as I spoke, Serena pulled me into a hug. Serena hugged me tightly, her chest feeling as if it would burst with emotion. Actually, no matter what her little brother gave her, She would have been very happy, but she hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. Because of the threat from the forces behind Maya, she fundamentally disapproved of the two of them being together. Even after she compromised later, she had never given the other woman a pleasant face. She felt that her little brother must resent her, at least a little bit. But him giving her this gift, did it mean that she, his second sister, was also held dear in his heart? Logan, Serena's voice was incredibly raspy. This is the most precious gift I've received in over 20 years. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I reached up and patted Serena's shoulder. As long as second sister likes it, or there was a click, and a bedroom door in the hallway opened. When Summer Shah saw the two of us embracing, her eyes narrowed instantly. What are you acting crazy for so early in the morning? These words were naturally aimed at Serena. Serena let go of me and looked at Summer Shah with a smug expression. I received a birthday gift from my little brother. I'm happy today, so I won't bicker with you. Summer Shah paused, and for a moment she was also filled with emotion. It wasn't until Serena had changed her clothes that she belatedly started feeling jealous. Get away from me. After Serena had paraded in front of her 800 times, Summer Shah finally couldn't help but explode. Serena, however, didn't know when to quit. Ignoring her big sister's dark face, she reached out to brush away non-existent dust next to the embroidery. Do you think there's anything our little brother can't do? This dragon and phoenix are just too beautiful. At first, she was just caught up in the excitement. Now that she had calmed down, she realized that embroidery is not a skill an ordinary person has, let alone double-sided embroidery. How many more surprises could their little brother give them? Summer Shah was so angry a lump was stuck in her throat. She couldn't help but turn to me, looking aggrieved and remaining silent. I awkwardly avoided Summer Shia's gaze. Just wait until Big Sister's birthday arrives. I'll give you a gift too. Summer Shia felt a bit better, but she still found Serena annoying. Shia 1, come here and block her. Don't let this brat get near me again. As a result, as soon as Shia 1 walked in tremblingly, Serena draped an arm over his shoulder. She tugged at the embroidery on her shirt for him to see. My shirt looks good, doesn't it? My brother gave it to me. By the time breakfast was over, from the head of the household, Alice Yang, down to the servants who cleaned the floors, Serena made sure every single one of them saw it. Everyone knew that I had given her a shirt as a birthday gift, and that I had done the embroidery on it myself. After the meal, Lu Dequan entered the living room carrying a box. Second miss, this was sent by the third miss. She said it's a birthday gift for you. Serena looked at the box in his arms, and for some reason, an ominous premonition welled up. Throw that thing out for me. That girl had only ever given her a gift once in her life. It had left her with psychological trauma, and now that she'd been kicked out, would she really send a normal birthday gift? Lu Dequan acknowledged her with a nod, but Summer Shah stopped him just as he was about to turn around. Our third sister is showing her goodwill. How could you waste it like that? You have to at least see what she sent, Summer said as she stepped forward to take the box and a knife. Shah 1 glanced at Serena, and with a trembling hand, handed Summer a blade. Summer didn't care at all about Serena's death glare as she sliced the box open, spreading the contents out in front of everyone. The next moment, a burst of laughter erupted, and the entire living room was howling. The subordinates and servants wanted to laugh but didn't dare, their bodies shaking from the effort of holding it in. Serena's face was terrifyingly dark, her voice sounding like it was squeezed through her teeth. Skylar Shia, Saya, I think she's decided she never wants to come back home. Now it was Summer's turn to laugh heartily. See how much our third sister cares about your health. Assuming they don't expire. This is enough to last you until you're in a coffin. Serena was so angry, she started laughing instead. Even our third sister knew to give me a gift. What about you, big sister? You're not going to be a total cheapskate, are you? Of course not. I already decided while we were eating. The smile on Summer Shia's face was full of malice. That gold mine in South Africa? That is my birthday gift to you. Well, is it your big sister being quite generous? Stunned for a long while, Serena finally asked through gritted teeth, your gift is to exile me to South Africa, just to carry out a mission? If that's how you want to look at it, fine. Summer Shia's face was a picture of leisurely contentment. Anyway, you know, that only you can handle this mining mission in South Africa. Serena pointed her index finger at her several times. You just wait. She also understood that this mission required her expertise, but she had been immersed in the joy of her little brother's gift, and this woman had just dumped a bucket of cold water on her. Are you sure this wasn't intentional? It had to be jealousy. Just then, Maya, who had come to pick me up for work, walked in through the door. Seeing the scene, she couldn't help but pause. What's going on? Seeing a new person arrive, Serena's urge to show off began to stir again. She didn't care about bickering with Summer anymore, and walked straight up to Maya. Do you see the shirt I'm wearing? It's a birthday gift from my little brother. She pointed to the dragon on her chest as she spoke. My little brother embroidered this with his own hands. Then she skillfully unbuttoned the top few buttons, revealing the phoenix embroidery on the inside. And it's double-sided. As soon as she finished, Alice Yang rubbed her temples. I covered my face. A black line of embarrassment ran down the back of Summer Xia's head. All three of us looked like we didn't want to admit we knew her. After being stunned for a moment, the air pressure around Maya suddenly plummeted. She suppressed the surge of jealousy in her chest, looked at Serena, and gave a cold laugh. I used to think Second Sister was just a flirt, but now I realize you're actually an exhibitionist. Summer Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, she was actually on the same side as her brother's girlfriend. Well said. Snapping out of it after being called an exhibitionist, Serena buttoned her shirt while releasing a cold aura. Say that to me one more time. Maya was about to speak again, but I covered her mouth and pulled her outside. Let's go to work. Serena let out a cold snort as she watched Maya's back. I think you're just jealous. Maya's heart was churning again. She was indeed jealous. In fact, she was so jealous she was going crazy. From the time she met me until now, although she had received birthday gifts from me, not a single one had been handmade. And after she confessed her feelings to me, I had distanced myself from her. And she hadn't received anything since. With her possessiveness flaring up, as soon as Maya got in the car, she pinned me against the window. Sha 4 had gotten into the passenger seat back at the Sha house. Hearing the commotion in the back, he immediately sat bolt upright. Jade skillfully raised the partition and whispered, "Stay calm, partner." Inside the back seat, Maya didn't let me go until I was breathless from her kiss. Instead of letting go completely, she buried her head in my chest, her voice distorted with grievance. You've never given me a gift that thoughtful. I couldn't help but chuckle for a moment. In the past, I had treated Maya as just a friend. So naturally, I hadn't put in the same effort as I did for family. Since we'd been together, she hadn't even had a birthday yet. So it was no wonder she was jealous. Thinking of this, I rubbed her head, smoothing her ruffled feathers. When your next birthday comes, I'll make something for you too, Maya insisted. I want it to be different from hers. I suddenly felt like I was raising a child. 44. The acid. In the passenger seat, Sha 4 felt like his worldview was being slightly reconstructed. The woman in the back who was acting like a child was the Miss Yoon whose reputation was no less fearsome than Serena's. But then he thought of Serena's behavior this morning and realized she wasn't much better. The only person capable of turning them into this had to be Logan, right? Having secured my promise, Maya finally felt a bit better. Thinking of that embroidery on Serena's chest, she endured the bubbling jealousy in her heart and asked in a low, somber tone, "Is that where you learned embroidery, over there?" Regarding my life in ancient times, the two of us had spoken openly. So as soon as she said, "over there," I knew exactly what she was referring to. I pursed my lips. Yes, it's the kind of thing noble families learn at those times. Unless it's a family tradition, very few people in modern times would ever touch it. Then you, Maya, didn't want to ask more. But she couldn't help herself. Did you ever embroider anything for her? It wasn't hard to understand who she meant by her. I hesitated for a moment. Do you want the truth or a lie? If you want the truth, I once embroidered a sachet for her. Maya's temple throbbed. Shut up. I continued. You were the one who asked. Maya blocked my lips again, launching an assault with enough force to burn everything to ash. The two people in the front seat exchanged a glance, not even daring to breathe loudly. They seemed to have overheard something extraordinary. Are we going to be assassinated for this? For the rest of the journey? Sha 4 gained a deep understanding of what Jade meant when she said to stay calm. Hearing his master's sounds, he almost couldn't stop himself from trying to rescue her several times. But Jade held him back firmly. By the time we got out of the car, Sha 4's face wasn't looking much better than mine. I looked at my handsome sidekick with his bright red face, and cursed Maya in my head. This person couldn't handle the truth, and was always digging up my past. I took a deep breath, organized my thoughts, and was about to enter the company doors, when I noticed two people standing at the corner of the outer wall. One was a face I was all too familiar with, the very Sophie who had just made Maya lose her mind. Another one I'm familiar with. It's Hope, who's been doing well lately. These two standing together. It's not that I want to doubt Hope. No one could stay calm in this scenario. I suppressed my presence and moved closer to where they were standing. Astra can pay the penalty for you. You just need to show up. As soon as I got close, I heard those words. I was instantly furious. This bastard actually wants to poach my talent. However, I didn't act rashly. I waited to see what Hope's attitude would be. Back then, Chloe stayed at Starstream, only because she liked me. But for Hope, it seems Starstream currently really had no capital to compete with Astra. If he insisted on leaving, Starstream had no way to keep him. Faced with Sophie's invitation, Hope was stunned at first. Why would Astra invite me? I'm just a nobody right now. Hope didn't understand. But I could roughly guess the reason. Director Fun's productions have always been watched closely by every major entertainment company. Even if the casting hasn't been announced yet, for an industry giant like Sophie, it's quite easy to find out. It's fine to tell you. So you don't overthink things. Sophie acted very straightforward. I know Director Fung has picked you as the male lead for his next project. I admit I'm poaching you because I see your value. But you should also know, coming to Astra definitely has more of a future than staying at Starstream. After hearing her words, Hope nodded in realization. I know. Sophie curled her lips. Then, if there are no issues, go back and pack your things. I'll handle the rest. Wait a minute. Hope interrupted her. Did you misunderstand something? I was only agreeing with what you said, but I never said I was jumping ship. The smile on Sophie's face froze. My heart, which had been racing, settled back down. Why? Sophie was stunned for a long while before asking in confusion. I forgot to tell you. The contract I prepared for you is not based on your current status. It's based on the standard of a C-list star. Once you reach the A-list, your treatment will improve accordingly. Is there anything else you're worried about? Or do you not believe me? Neither. Hope shook his head. That Director Fung picked me for his next lead, but you don't know that I only got the chance to prove myself to him because of my CEO's guidance. Without him, I wouldn't even have gotten that supporting role. In other words, without my CEO, there would be no me today. I may not have made a name for myself in the industry yet, but I know that one shouldn't be ungrateful. So, no matter how great Astra is, as long as Starstream treats me well, I'll never think of leaving. So, President Sophie, please leave. I was deeply moved by those words. I was also glad I hadn't misjudged him. I had only given him a bit of advice back then. Getting the lead role in Director Fung's project was still due to Hope's own talent. But to Hope, it was as if I had shown him immense kindness. Unlike my reaction, after hearing Hope's speech, Sophie's face had completely darkened. Her thin lips were pressed into a line. However, she wasn't someone who gave up easily. Just as she was about to continue persuading him, I stepped out from around the corner. Hope was startled when he saw me. I didn't feel any embarrassment at being caught eavesdropping. I reached out and patted Hope's head to reassure him. Then, I looked at Sophie with a mocking expression. Do you know what you look like right now? The corner of Sophie's eye twitched. Even though she knew nothing good would come out of my mouth, curiosity killed the cat as she asked, What are you trying to say? I curled my lips and laughed. Like a madam soliciting customers outside a brothel. Hope wanted to laugh but didn't dare interrupt the conversation. His face turned bright red from holding it in. There's no need for that kind of lip service. Consider your management successful this time. But even with a good stepping stone, going from a nobody to the A-list still involves many variables, doesn't it? Sophie regained her composure. Besides, Astra is full of A-listers. We don't lack someone like him. He's the one losing out by missing this chance. Although she acted like she didn't care, her words implicitly contained threats and warnings aimed at Hope. I let out a cold laugh. From Chloe to Hope, since President Sophie is so interested in my artists, if I don't return the favor, I'd seem like an easy target. Sophie was taken aback. Then she put on a ridiculous expression. What do you mean by that? You're not planning to poach from Astra, are you? Besides discarded trash like Jamie Wei and Ye Qingxuan, who else could you possibly poach? A mysterious smile played on my lips. You'll find out in a moment. If I remember correctly, today was the day Serene Sheng's contract expired. Originally, she said she would come to Starstream on her own once she settled the contract issues, but right now, it wouldn't hurt if I went to pick her up. With that in mind, I turned and threw a set of car keys to Shaw 4, to Astra. Sophie's heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? But I ignored her. Sophie had no idea what I was up to, but she followed my car back to Astra. The two of us arrived at the Astra Tower one after another. After getting out of the car, I didn't intend to enter the building. Instead, I took out my phone and sent a text. I asked how far along the contract termination process was. Sophie got out of her car right behind me. Seeing this, she couldn't help but mock. Weren't you here to poach someone? Why are you just standing here? I laughed. The artist I'm poaching has an expired contract. I don't need to pay any breach of contract fees. Why would I enter your territory and invite bad luck? Isn't it better to just wait here? Sophie was stunned for a long while, before searching through her mind for an Astra artist whose contract was about to expire. However, that name simply didn't connect with the person I would be poaching. So, she asked with an incredulous look, are you talking about Serene Sheng? Since she was already basically mine, I didn't beat around the bush anymore. I nodded. I guess you're not that stupid. Upon getting my confirmation, Sophie looked even more bewildered. She even felt that nervously following me here was a foolish move. Aren't you being a bit too delusional? Serene Sheng's contract is up, but she's a top-tier A-list star. Even if she doesn't renew with Astra, she'd go independent and start her own studio. Why on earth would she join a company like Starstream? Just as she finished speaking, her phone started ringing. She saw it was from the Director of Talent Management, Jia Weisheng. She didn't suspect anything unusual until she answered the call, and an anxious voice came through. President Sophie, Serene Sheng's manager is here asking for her contract. She says she doesn't intend to renew. What did you say? Sophie's grip on her phone tightened. Her eyes were fixed on me as I stood there calmly. Did she say why she's not renewing? Is she going independent to open her own studio? I was just about to say that. His voice was thick with disbelief. She's not renewing her contract. And it's not to open an independent studio either. She's actually joining a company called Starstream Entertainment. Tell me, has she gone crazy? With a soft thud, Sophie's phone slipped and hit the ground. More than hearing me say I was poaching Serene Sheng, the news that Serene had already decided to join Starstream was clearly far more shocking to her. She felt like the world had turned into a fantasy. I leisurely enjoyed the look on Sophie's face and kindly picked up her phone for her. How did you get Parkinson's at such a young age? Do you want me to give you some acupuncture? One session costs $10 million. I guarantee it'll cure you instantly. Honest prices for everyone. My blossoming smile at that moment was more loathsome to her than anything else. How did you convince Serene to go to Starstream? I handed the phone back to her. You want to know? I said, being as infuriating as possible. I'm not telling you. Sophie felt her blood pressure spike again, but she didn't plan to just sit there and take it. No matter what tricks you used, don't get ahead of yourself. Once I see Serene and understand what's going on, it won't be up to you whether she stays or leaves. Just as she finished speaking, the company doors were pushed open and a strikingly tall figure walked out. Seeing Serene Sheng, Sophie's mind settled. She steeled herself and stepped forward. Just as she was about to call out to her, the other woman walked straight past her, without sparing her a single glance. Instead, she let out a cry of delight and jogged over to me, blinking her long, thick eyelashes. Her voice was surprised and sweet. Are you here to pick me up? If that wasn't Serene's face in front of her, and that wasn't Serene's voice in her ears, she would have thought she'd recognized the wrong person. Who could tell her? Why that notoriously arrogant woman, who didn't even care about her as the CEO, was acting like a little lamb in front of me? I acted like I didn't see the shocked expression on Sophie's face, and smiled at Serene. I nodded slightly. Are you almost finished? Getting my affirmative nod, Serene felt even more excited. Almost. The remaining paperwork is being handled by someone else. Sophie calmed her breathing. She cut in, saying, Serene, why are you going to Starstream? Do you have any idea what kind of company Starstream is? They can't give you anything that Astra can. Only then did Serene notice this person. Her brows furrowed slightly after hearing her words, with an expression that said, Are you trying to tell me what to do? Her voice was cold and devoid of warmth. It's none of your business. Seeing that cynical face that practically screamed, Go to hell, Sophie was certain that Serene was still the same Serene, since she had taken over as CEO, which big star at Astra didn't go to great lengths to flatter and please her. Only this woman had never given her the time of day. She figured, since Serene could make money for her, she wouldn't hold it against her. But now that Serene was leaving, she wasn't about to indulge her foul temper anymore. Regardless of your reasons for leaving, you better think this through. If you go to Starstream, Astra will withdraw every resource we've given you. And you should also know that Starstream can't afford a top-tier manager like Quinn Kin. Just as her voice trailed off, she heard Quinn's voice coming from the doorway. Sorry, you haven't been here very long, so you might not know. My contract is tied to Serene's. If she leaves, I leave too. Her lips parted for a long while. Sophie finally looked at the person who came out behind Quinn. Jared Gia. Is what she said true? Jared Gia nodded, steeled himself. Ever since she started managing Serene exclusively, Quinn's contract has been tied to hers. Sophie's chest heaved violently. She reached out to stop Quinn. Serene is being immature, but don't you know any better? Leaving Astra for Starstream. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? Quinn thought to herself, of course I know, but can I really control this little ancestor? As for Mr. Logan, it would be one thing if he only cured her mother's illness. But he was also her idol. Forget about cutting resources. Even if she were sold off, she would probably happily count the money for him. There's no need to make such a fuss about it, President Sophie. Since you acknowledge my reputation as a top-tier manager, you should know that I'm not easily intimidated. Even if Astra withdraws its resources, with Serene's current status, 7DA, most opportunities come directly to her. There's a long line of business partners who are worried they won't get a spot on her schedule. So, President Sophie, you don't need to worry about her being sidelined. After saying that, she didn't look at Sophie's expression and walked toward me, where I stood beside Serene. She looked at her new boss. Mr. Logan, the paperwork on this end is finished. Are we going to Starstream to sign the contracts now? I really appreciated Quinn's ability to read the room. Let's go. After the group left, Sophie slammed her phone onto the ground. Don't be angry, President Sophie. Jared Gia comforted her tremulously from the side. Astra has plenty of big stars, with an ancestors like Serene Shang. It's no big deal if she leaves. In fact, she's trading a diamond for a pebble. She'll definitely regret it before long. Sophie's gaze was terrifyingly cold. It won't be that easy for her to leave unscathed. As she spoke, she ordered Jared Jia, leak all her dirt onto the internet, then buy a top trending spot to push it. I want her reputation utterly destroyed. Jared was about to nod, but suddenly remembered the situation. President Sophie, Serene Shang has no dirt. How could she have no dirt? Sophie asked, her brows furrowed. Anyone working in the entertainment industry. How could they possibly have no scandals at all? But she really doesn't have any, Jared said with a miserable face. The company investigated her entire life before she was famous. She was perfectly clean, and since her debut, she hasn't done anything out of line. Sophie snorted. Is there anyone in the industry more arrogant than her? She doesn't even respect me as her CEO. That wouldn't be considered dirt for her, would it? Jared spoke up weakly. She's the same way in front of the public. She never pretended to have a different persona. But the fans actually love that about her. They're constantly worried she might retire. Sophie nearly choked on her rage. Her acting is terrible, isn't it? She's not famous because of her acting skills. Jared's voice grew smaller and smaller. She's the industry's most famous vase. Even if she acts with a completely poker face, the fans will still pay to see her. It's not like no one has criticized her acting before. But she simply doesn't care at all. If there isn't any dirt, you can manufacture some, can't you? Sophie was practically exploding with fury. Since she's famous because of that face, can't we start a rumor that she's had plastic surgery? Jared looked at Sophie, hesitating to speak. Sophie snapped irritably. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you staring at me? Jared's tongue nearly tied itself in knots. Many people tried to spread rumors about her having surgery before, but that issue has been completely settled. In fact, Astra provided so much evidence for the clarification that it's impossible to smear her with that again. President Sophie, it's not actually that hard to create dirt on her. Seeing the storm brewing on Sophie's face, Jared swallowed hard. I suddenly thought of an incident that happened before. As long as we get the person involved to cooperate with our narrative, we can not only ruin Serene Shang's reputation, but also send her behind bars. I expected that Sophie wouldn't let things go easily, but I didn't expect her to be so restless. Not long after I brought Serene back to Starstream to sign, a negative trending topic about her surged to the top. It was marked with a purple-red explosive tag on the right. Serene Sheng attempted rape. Clicking on the trending topic, there were several screenshots taken from surveillance footage. In the images, a woman was pinning a man to the ground, though they were quite blurry. Anyone could see the woman in the shot was Serene Sheng, and the man being pinned was from Asura, a B-list male star named Cody. Due to the angle of the shots, Cody's expression and movements couldn't be seen clearly, but Serene's clothes were visibly disheveled. As soon as this went viral, the entire comment section exploded. The first to rush to the battlefield were, of course, the fans. They said nothing more than that they believed in their big sister, telling everyone to stay calm and wait for the truth and a response. However, once a social issue like this is involved, even fans couldn't control the narrative. Before long, the comments were taken over by various haters, gossip seekers, and fans of other artists. I didn't expect her to look so professional on the outside, but be such a beast in private. I knew she was going to crash and burn eventually. She always has a face, like someone owes her millions. Fans still claim their big sister is genuine. So being genuine means acting cold in public? What an eye-opener. Some were even cursing Cody. Just because your big sister is pretty, does that mean she didn't commit the crime? He was assaulted and then insulted by a bunch of brainless fans? These photos haven't been photoshopped at all. I want to speak up for her, but I can't even find an excuse. I can't believe the idol I followed for years is this kind of person. It's so damn disappointing. Unfollowed. A crowd of people grabbed their keyboards, attacking Serene Sheng with no mercy. Without waiting for any clarification, merely seeing a few photos was enough for them to want to nail her to a pillar of shame. Starstream CEO's office. This is a complete reversal of the truth. This is sheer defamation. Quinn looked at her phone screen. So angry, her voice was trembling. That man clearly drugged her. If I hadn't arrived in time, he would have had his way with her. Now they've taken some misleading screenshots and are trying to turn the tables on us. They are absolutely shameless. They clearly want to destroy Serene. Unlike Quinn's agitation, Serene Sheng was as calm as if she weren't the one involved. It was as if even if she had to leave the industry because of this, she wouldn't care at all. Just as calm as her was me. I looked at the photos on my phone, tapping my fingers on the desk. These photos were taken from a surveillance camera, which means there was a monitoring room where they were. There was CCTV. Quinn looked frustrated again when she heard this. But Cody is the son of a high-level executive at Asura. Asura spent a fortune to compensate Serene back then, and they even demoted his father, cutting off all of Cody's good resources, preventing him from reaching the A-list. They essentially gave us plenty of face, since Serene was still under contract. We didn't want to offend the higher-ups too much, so we didn't insist on taking the CCTV footage. But who would have thought that now? Asura would use this incident to bite us back. And since they only release screenshots, they definitely won't release the full video. They might have already had someone destroy it. I still maintained that calm and composed look. Holy crap. Quinn looked at the newly refreshed feed. Her eyes looked like they were going to pop out. This man is too shameless. How can he have the nerve to lie through his teeth? I looked down and saw a new post on Twitter. It was from Cody. If those photos from earlier only served to pique everyone's imagination, then Cody's post was equivalent to sentencing Serene Sheng to death. I never wanted to speak out about this. After all, it's not exactly a source of pride. If it weren't for this accidental exposure, plus being unable to endure the insults from Serene Sheng's fans, I might have let this secret rot in my gut for the rest of my life. That day, Serene Sheng's manager, Quinn Kin, asked me to stop by. I thought she had something to discuss with me, but as soon as I arrived, Serene Sheng hugged me. She tried to kiss me, but I dodged. I was completely terrified at the time. Before I could react, she had pinned me to the floor. Luckily, I was saved by a colleague who found us. But because of Serene Sheng's fame, the company threatened to blackball me if I pursued it. Looking back, I was way too cowardly. So today, I've decided to stand up. Serene Sheng is nothing like the image she projects to the public. In private, she is lower than an animal. Once this post was up, the comments section exploded again. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Cody is way too pitiful. Asura, you'd better listen to Cody. It seems there's more than one male artist. Before they fell into her clutches, Nothing had ever been reported. Is Serene Sheng untouchable at Astra? My favorite star is also at Astra. I'm so worried, what should I do? I'm seriously going to puke. All those years of supporting her were for nothing. Even unfollowing her won't satisfy my hatred. Serene Sheng, get out of the industry. Just leaving the industry is too good for her. Attempted rape is a crime, guys. It's a travesty if Serene Sheng doesn't go to prison. What do we do now? Quinn looked at me. Without solid evidence. Even a lawyer's letter will only fool the fans, and Cody himself has come forward. If we can't clear this up now, even if she doesn't retire, Serene will have to carry this stain for life. As she spoke, she became a bit emotional. Serene is only facing this disaster because she jumped ship to Starstream. Mr. Logan won't just ignore her, will he? Of course, I knew what she was thinking. I smiled and comforted her. Take Serene back for now. I'll handle this matter. Quinn was a bit skeptical about how I'd handle it, but seeing my calm and composed demeanor, she didn't ask anything else. Just as she was about to tell Serene Sheng to get up, she saw her looking at me with a face full of joy. Did you just call me Serene? My little ancestor. How do you have the heart to care about what others call you? Your career is about to go up in flames. Do you know that? Can you please pay a little attention? You're making me act like a frantic eunuch while the emperor stays calm. I couldn't help but rub my forehead either. It seemed I shouldn't be too kind to this person. Get out. Serene Sheng then reluctantly followed behind Quinn as they left. After they left, I opened a software program. My slender fingers landed on the keyboard, typing at a speed that was dizzying. Astra CEO's office. Jared Gia stood flatteringly by Sophie's side. President Sophie, look, I told you this method would work. Serene Sheng's fans are notoriously tough, but they're no match for a public outcry like this. Serene Sheng will be a discarded piece even at Starstream. Sophie, however, wasn't as optimistic as he was. Are you sure the surveillance video has been handled? If I couldn't handle it, would I dare suggest it to you? Jared Gia guaranteed confidently. I hired Black Eagle, who is ranked second on the World Hacker Leaderboard, to destroy the surveillance footage. Unless it's the elusive Night White from Division 7, there's absolutely no way to recover it. But that person currently won't take orders. Unless they involve matters of national security. This minor drama in the entertainment industry isn't even on his radar. You can rest assured, President Sophie. Sophie's heart finally settled back into place. Then call the police. Anyone who dares to betray Astra must pay the price. Jared Gia returned to a lounge inside Astra. Cody was looking at Dai-Ying Chang uneasily. Dad, are you sure there won't be any problems if I say that? The president is backing you up. So what are you afraid of? Dai-Ying Chang said. Or are you still carrying a torch for Serene Sheng? Does seeing her like this make your heart ache? How could my heart ache for her? A trace of cruelty flashed across Cody's face. She embarrassed me so much back then, and used her status to suppress my career. For someone so ungrateful, I hope she never recovers for the rest of her life. Dai-Ying Chang said. Then don't think about anything else. Just wait for the good news. Trust President Sophie. This time, she will get us justice. For all the grievances we've endured these years. Cody nodded. On the other side, at Starstream, I just pressed the enter key. There was another knock on the office door. While uploading the decrypted video, I spoke without even looking up. Come in. The door clicked open. Quinn walked in with a look of panic. Mr. Logan, the police are here. They say they want to take Serene away. I calmly stood up and walked away from my desk. Let's go down and see. At Astra. Sophie looked at her watch. She asked impatiently, did the police go there? They did. Jared Gia was beaming with the desire to take credit. I specially sent someone to wait outside Starstream. He said the police have already handcuffed Serene Sheng. Sophie narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to say more, there was a rapid knock on the door. Jared Gia shouted, come in. Then, after seeing who it was, he frowned and acted like a big shot. What's with the panic? This is the president's office. President Sophie, Director Gia, the newcomer swallowed hard. The company is surrounded by Serene Sheng's fans. Sophie was stunned. Jared Gia also looked confused. What does that mean? Their master is already finished. Are these stray dogs still coming here to cause trouble? The messenger looked surprised. Clearly, these two didn't know yet. He didn't have time to explain much. President Sophie, Director Gia. Look at Twitter immediately. What's wrong with Twitter? An ominous premonition rose in Sophie's heart. She hurriedly opened her phone. A video labeled, "The Truth About the Serene Sheng Incident," had replaced the original exposé at the top of the trending topics. She hesitantly clicked on the video and saw the very surveillance footage she had ordered to be destroyed. It didn't just reveal the truth of Serene Sheng pinning Cody down, it also included the entire process of Cody drugging Serene Sheng right up until the moment Serene Sheng was rescued. The response on Twitter was nearly explosive. In just 10 minutes, the retweets, comments, and likes had reached staggering numbers. It seems you really shouldn't take sides when following drama. Turns out Serene Sheng was the actual victim. What kind of scumbag leaked that earlier? They were clearly trying to destroy her. Looking at that male star's post about playing the victim now, it's honestly disgusting, guys. What is the definition of shifting blame? What is the definition of turning black into white? How does this man have the nerve to post something like that? I knew our girl wouldn't let us down. Don't those who unfollowed her feel any guilt? Fickle fans like that don't deserve to like someone as wonderful as Serene Sheng. Case closed. Ladies, go look at the manager's post. This was all a deliberate smear campaign by her former agency, Asura, because Serene jumped ship after her contract expired. Once the clarification video and tweets were posted, Asura's official account and Cody's Twitter were instantly swarmed. Having felt suppressed for so long, the powerful fans and the netizens who felt played for fools rushed to the battlefield. They fired back with words 100 times harsher than before. Meanwhile, the haters who had been driving the narrative vanished without a trace. After reading all this, Sophie's heart went cold. She turned a vicious glare toward Jared Jah. Didn't you say this surveillance footage was completely destroyed? Then what is this? Cold sweat poured down Jared Jah's forehead. I'm sure Black Eagle shredded the file. Even he might not have been able to recover it. Did Knight White from Division 7 come out of retirement? He then suggested as a desperate damage control measure. Should we spend money to suppress this trending topic? Do you think you can suppress it? Sophie wanted to tear him apart. Even though she had just taken over the entertainment company, recently she knew that when a topic has this much attention, a clarification post's rank simply can't be lowered, setting aside the power of Serene Sheng's fans. If Logan could get Knight White from Division 7 to take the case, he wouldn't let them suppress it. For every dollar they spent to hide it, the other side would spend to boost it. Have someone delete the exposé tweet. Delete the one Cody posted as well, Sophie said, leaning back into her chair as if her strength had been sapped. Jared Gia wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, ma'am. In a lounge, Cody held his constantly vibrating phone, his face a mask of panic. Dad, what do we do now? Am I finished? Don't panic yet. Dai Ying Chang's face looked as if he were facing a disaster. Since President Sophie made us post it, she should be able to protect you. Just as he spoke, there was a knock on the lounge door. Dai Ying Chang opened the door and saw several police officers standing outside with stern expressions. In a strictly professional tone, they said, "We received a report. Cody is suspected of sexual assault and defamation. Please come with us." With a soft thud, the phone in Cody's hand hit the floor. Dad! I don't want to go to jail. Make them leave. No, it wasn't me. I didn't want to post that. Now, without needing a guide, the police knew which one was Cody. They immediately stepped forward with silver handcuffs. Dai Ying Chang hurriedly blocked them. Wait a moment, officers. The lead officer said impartially, "We are just enforcing the law. Please cooperate." Dai Ying Chang clenched his fists. He turned to look at Cody. Don't be afraid. Go with them for now. Don't say anything you shouldn't. I'll go find President Sophie. Without looking at Cody's expression, he turned and walked out. Cody, of course, refused to cooperate. But how could one man's strength match several officers? After a brief struggle, he was handcuffed and led away. All along the way, out of the company, the stars and staff were all pointing and whispering at him. Clearly, they were all gloating because he had shot himself in the foot. However, the moment Cody stepped out of the company, he realized the previous bits were just appetizers. The fans waiting outside were already in a state of rage. Seeing Cody emerge, they surged forward instantly. While cursing him out, they picked up pre-prepared rotten eggs and decayed vegetable leaves, vying to throw them at Cody's face and body. Get lost. Stop hitting me. From the company entrance to the police car, in that short distance, Cody had become an absolute mess. Asura CEO's office. President Sophie, please think of something. Dai Yingcheng's voice was full of anxiety. You were the one who had Cody post that tweet. Now that something's happened, you won't just ignore him, right? Sophie massaged her temples, her head throbbing. She thought to herself, it'll be lucky enough if I'm not invited for tea by the police myself. How would I have the energy to protect your son? But when she spoke, she still maintained her calm and composed tone. Have Cody take the blame for everything. For a moment, Dai Yingcheng thought he had misheard, but that would completely destroy Cody. His attempt to drug and seduce her has already been exposed. Would not having a defamation charge save him from being ruined? Sophie countered in a cold, heartless tone. Then, as if worried Dai Yingcheng might flip on her, her attitude softened slightly. Besides, you were involved in this too. Rather than everyone being implicated, it's better if he handles it alone. I won't mistreat you though. Once you settle Cody down, I will restore your original position. After this combination of threats and promises, Dai Yingcheng's eyes flickered for a while. Finally, he clenched his fists. Seeing that Dai Yingcheng was holding on, Sophie breathed a sigh of relief. But her eyes were still filled with darkness. Now, she truly understood the feeling of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. This move not only failed to destroy Serene Sheng, but instead cost her a B-list artist and Asura's reputation. Starstream Entertainment. On my way back to the office, Quinn followed closely behind me, looking like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Before entering the elevator, I paused my steps. If you have something to say, just say it. Quinn's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. I replied quite considerately. Serene Sheng just jumped ship, and then this dirt was leaked. It's normal for you to feel resentful toward me. Then, my tone shifted, and my expression became stern. However, understanding doesn't mean agreement. I will solve any problems that arise. But since you are now part of Starstream, I am your direct superior. I'll let it slide this time. If there's a next time, you can stop being a manager. Quinn instantly broke into a cold sweat. Yes, she watched my back with lingering fear. Previously, she only thought I was a 19-year-old kid who became CEO because of my ties to the Xia family. Even knowing I was the miracle doctor and the racing god, she wasn't Clarice Yun or Serene Sheng, and she didn't feel particularly strongly about those things. But at that moment, the aura of authority radiating from him almost made her unable to stand. This intense sense of pressure was something she had never even felt from Sophie, combined with the fact that he had miraculously obtained the internal CCTV footage. From Asura, this man might be even more powerful than she imagined. At that thought, Quinn immediately dropped her wait-and-see attitude and decided to get her priorities straight. I didn't care what Quinn was thinking. I knew well that subordinates shouldn't be coddled. Whether it was Shu Feng before or Quinn now, if they can be tamed, I'll keep them. If they can't, I'll give them a plane ticket and tell them to get lost. Except for Maya and my family, I don't really have patience for anyone. After returning to the office, just as I sat down, the icon in the bottom right corner of the computer flashed wildly. I looked at it suspiciously for a moment. I dismissed SHA-4, took out my headset, put it on, and activated the voice changer. The next moment, I heard Master Seven's voice. Are you very short of money right now? Before I could answer, Master Seven continued to entice me. If you're short on cash, just come to me. The X-Arms group has released a new batch of equipment. If you just have your weapons designer, friend talk to the big boss behind the group, and lower the price, I can use the saved money to sponsor you. 4-car, get lost. Using the money someone helped you save to sponsor them? Only you could come up with that. Besides, Night White's friend has already helped us enough. He's just an employee too. How can you have the nerve to keep bothering him? A seductive male voice cut in. Night White, ignore him. But are you facing some difficulties right now? Just as I was about to speak, another avatar joined the connection. A heavy throat-clearing sound echoed, and a voice simply asked, short on money? Hearing this voice, I cleared my throat. It was fine for Jiran to be there, but this perpetual lurker, Wood, had also stubbly logged on. But why do you all think I'm short on money? Are you not? Master Seven was taken aback. If you're not short on cash, why take such a trivial job? And it was even for the entertainment industry. Don't you usually refuse unless it involves national security? I was also taken aback, remembering the video I had just unlocked. How did you know, Master 7? Black Eagle has been howling on the hacker forums for ages, saying he took a job to shred a video, only for it to be recovered a moment later. Who else but you could recover a video he destroyed? So it was Black Eagle. I thought to myself, no wonder the technique used to destroy it looked somewhat familiar. So, just because of this, you all think I'm short on money? Not just us, Master 7 said. Because of Black Eagle's shouting, the entire hacker network is curious now. Wondering if you're broke since you're taking these kinds of orders. Division 7. The number of people placing orders for you here is skyrocketing too. Will you take them? No. I gave a decisive and firm refusal. I added, I didn't take the order because I'm short on cash. You don't need to worry. As for the deal with the X-Arms group, that friend has always given Division 7 the absolute lowest price. It can't go any lower. After all, the head of that group isn't someone to mess with. After saying that, I went offline before they could respond. Seeing my avatar turn gray, Duran scolded Master 7. It's all your fault. We finally managed to get together. So why did you have to bring that up? Are you obsessed with money? I was just joking. Master 7's tone was defensive. Besides, Knight White isn't necessarily angry. His habit of disappearing without a trace. It's not like you guys don't know it. It's exactly like his miracle doctor friend. If we could track him, would you even dare? Hearing this, Master 7 and Jaren both fell silent. Back then, they were curious about this hacker. Legend's identity. They tried to investigate him, only to find absolutely nothing. Instead, they were stripped of every secret they had. Since then, no one dared to cross him again. I really wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. I just felt that everything that needed explaining had been explained, and I didn't want to waste words. So, I cut the connection and immersed myself in the busy work. When it was finally time to clock out, I walked out of the company as usual, and saw the familiar Bentley belonging to Maya. However, I found that only Jade was in the car. Before I could ask, Jade leaned out the window and explained, the young mistress went to the docks to inspect a batch of goods. She asked me to come pick you up, Mr. Logan. I nodded and didn't ask further. Once Sia4 and I got in the car, Jade asked, Are you heading back to the Shah house, Mr. Logan? She asked this because ever since the recognition banquet, I had mostly chosen to go back to the Shah family. I thought of Maya's jealous appearance this morning. After a moment's thought, I said, to the manor. Jade was stunned. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? She immediately pulled out her phone. I'll tell the young mistress right away. No need. I spoke up to interrupt her. Don't disturb her work. I'll just go back and wait for her. Jade obediently put away her phone. Then she smiled and started the car. Giving the young mistress a surprise is fine too. Hearing that, I smiled faintly but didn't say anything more. Instead, I took out my phone to send a message home. The car drove all the way back to the main villa in the manor. After I ate, I worked in the study. By 9:30 p.m., Maya's motorcade drove into the manor with its lights on, and behind the motorcade, one after another, were bulletproof SUVs loaded to the brim. I had just finished dealing with my emails. Seeing this, I headed downstairs. Seeing the boy walking out of the main villa, Maya's gaze froze. Stop the car. When this car stopped, the other cars also stopped, not knowing why. Then, the group of subordinates saw the woman who was just so decisive at the docks, walking toward the boy standing elegantly on the lawn. With a look of pure infatuation, she asked in a tone of pleasant surprise, What are you doing here? I didn't ask what the current situation was about. I just tilted my head and smiled. What? Am I not welcome? Maya felt like her heart was about to explode. You little rascal. You know that's not what I meant. As she spoke, she leaned in to kiss me, but I pressed my hand against her mouth. So many people are watching. Maya reached up and pulled my hand away. Let them watch. With that, she kissed me passionately. My grip on her shoulders tightened, and then I just gave in and opened my lips to accept her. These were all her subordinates. If she wasn't embarrassed, what did I have to be afraid of? Throughout the long motorcade, the subordinates were all dumbfounded. They never expected that their master had such a passionate and uninhibited side. Jade folded her arms and thought gleefully from the side, You guys finally have this day too. Who could understand the pain of me being stuffed with dog food every day? Perhaps their emotions were too intense, for this high-profile kiss lasted for over 10 minutes, until a sharp throat-clearing sound rang out, interrupting the two who were lost in each other. Serena Shah walked over with a look of pure exasperation. Are you doing a live broadcast? You might be shameless, but I'm embarrassed. Jade couldn't help but burst out laughing. To be able to call her master shameless in public, without her master daring to get angry, could only be the sisters of Mr. Logan. I quickly pushed Maya away. I blushed and looked at Serena. Second sister, what are you doing here? I came to check on this latest batch of goods, Serena said as she glanced at the long motorcade. Having a background from the Azure continent really makes a difference. My goods are stuck halfway as if they were dead, while yours are delivered right to your doorstep. Hearing this, I couldn't help but glance at Maya. Maya raised an eyebrow. So, second sister also ordered weapons from the X-Arms group? What? Only you are allowed to use advanced weaponry. It's not like I don't have the money. Serena flicked the ash off the cigarette between her lips. Then she pointed the glowing tip toward one of the SUVs. Bring it down and let me see. The subordinates in the car looked at Maya. The latter gave a nod. Several subordinates immediately got out of the car, hauled out a few boxes from the back, and opened them. Serena put the cigarette back in her mouth, bent down, and picked up a pistol. She weighed it in her hand, and after checking the magazine and fumbling with it, she pulled an assault rifle out of another box. She inspected it in the same manner. Then she looked up at Maya. Let me use your training grounds. She raised a hand. The motorcade started up again. Logan, stand back from the underground base. Guns don't have eyes. Don't let them hurt you. Fearing Serena would worry, I obediently stepped aside. After confirming I was in a safe spot, Serena curled her finger and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the entire underground base, built with special materials, shook. Serena narrowed her eyes slightly. Her previous nonchalance was completely gone. This weapons designer is actually good. Setting aside the previous ones, this batch of goods might look unremarkable, but the power is definitely no joke. Maya curled her lips. This person is a real treasure. Otherwise, why do you think they are so highly valued? By the X-Arms group. I raised an eyebrow at her. Treasure? Maya laughed and leaned into my embrace. I'm just describing the person's value. There's no need for you to be jealous of them. Our young mistress has never even seen them. Before Maya could speak, Jade stepped forward with a smile. It's said that even the boss of the X-Arms group has never met this particular person. This designer only ever provides blueprints online. They are very mysterious, but someone who can design weapons like this must be a real man who has experienced true combat firsthand. I sneered inwardly. Compared to me, the people before my eyes had likely never even seen what a real battlefield looks like. In ancient times, in that life where my father and brother fell in battle, I was the one leading the troops for 3 consecutive years. The barbarian chieftain at the border mocked me at first for being weak and powerless. But didn't I still cut off his head and nail it to the war flag? The commoners and those stubborn old fools in court didn't believe in me at first either. In the end, didn't they all revere me as the god of war, relying on me to protect the kingdom? From that life onward, I began researching things like firearms and explosives. After all, in an era of cold steel and frequent war, an advanced weapon was worth hundreds of elite soldiers. So, stop being jealous. Maya's voice brought my thoughts back. Isn't the head of the X-Arms group very mysterious as well? Even if the designer showed up, they couldn't personally hand over the plans to them. Since that photo with absolutely no information, the one of my father, this is the second person I haven't been able to track down. I once even hacked into the X-Arms group's intranet, but I couldn't find a single piece of info about this arms tycoon, if it weren't for the fact that the group issues notifications every once in a while, and that many people go through hoops to hand off tasks to me. I'd think they didn't exist. So Mr. Logan knows about this too? Jade was quite surprised, but thinking of his status as CEO and other roles, she realized he was no ordinary person. She felt relieved. The designer is a good designer, but the group's boss is no saint. Serena lit another cigarette. I send that son of a bitch so much money every year, yet they still won't give me a clearance pass. I planned for this bash to be useful in South Africa, but now it looks like I'll have to wait another 2 weeks. Miss, what's wrong? Jade looked at Maya with confusion, seeing her face suddenly darken. It's nothing. Maya twitched the corner of her lips. She turned to Serena. When are you leaving? What? Am I in your way? Serena unpleasantly blew a smoke ring in Maya's face. Besides, don't you love calling me second sisters? Why'd you stop? Maya raised a hand to disperse the smoke, thinking to herself, I'll call you Great Aunt. It's past 10,000 p.m. now. If you're not going to sleep, we are. Mentioning Logan, Serena became much easier to talk to. She reluctantly put the weapon back into the box. She paused, then picked it up again and tucked it into her waistband. She then tossed one to Sha Tu. Treat your second sister. 2 guns aren't too much, are they? I might need them on this trip to South Africa. Maya and I both twitched our lips. The former said, just get lost already. Serena narrowed her eyes. Who do you think you're talking to? Jade thought, holy crap. Where did her master get the courage to treat her like this? So stingy. Luckily, Serena wasn't actually angry. With that attitude, you still want to call yourself my brother? But since they're in my hands, they're mine now. I won't give them back even if it kills you. With that, she waved a hand and led her subordinates away. Several people walked out of the base together. Before getting into the car, Serena turned and pulled me into a hug. Maya's face darkened. What are you acting crazy for now? Jade thought, oh my goodness, her master really is something else tonight. Serena ignored her. Her arms tightly circled me, holding me as if she were holding the whole world. Second sister is leaving tomorrow morning. I won't see our Logan for a while. Logan, just give the word if you need anything. If Sha4 can't solve it, go to Big Sister. If all else fails, I'll fly back. Don't ever let yourself be mistreated. Maya's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Do you think I'm dead? My heart was moved. He knew Serena was cold-blooded to the bone, yet she gave all her tenderness to me, even though she didn't like Maya. She was always making concessions for her. Thinking of this, I patted her back. I know. Don't worry, second sister. Besides, there aren't many people who can mistreat me. Serena gave an M. Her arms tightened around me once more before letting go. Go back. After watching Serena's car drive away, Maya suddenly picked me up. She turned and walked toward the main villa. One of my hands was around her neck. The other was pinching her face. My second sister just likes to make you angry. It's not like you don't know that. Why do you keep falling for it? Besides, she's just worried about me. Maya tilted her head and nipped me. I don't like her hugging you. It's not like she hugs me all the time, I said, soothing her like a child. She was just excited because of the gift recently. And she hugged me because she's leaving. And it was just a hug between siblings. You're saying I even get jealous of a weapons designer, let alone this kind of unreasonable jealousy. Maya's footsteps paused. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. She hugged you when she received the gift too. After entering the bedroom, Maya pushed me onto the bed without a word. Just as she was about to lean down and kiss me, I held her back with my hand. Did you eat? Maya grabbed my hand. Eating you is enough. I thought of something and pressed against her lowered head again. Wait a second. Maya paused. What is it? I looked directly into her eyes and asked, second sister. Said you have a background in the Azure continent. What does that mean? I knew about the Azure continent. It was the territory ruled by nobles, and the X-Arms group was there. Division 7 was also there before, but because of a conflict with a noble, they moved elsewhere. Maya's impulse faded slightly. After looking at me for a while, she sighed. We went to school there. You should know that the Azure continent is largely ruled by 4 great noble families. I nodded. I know, you didn't tell me before. 1, because there was no chance. And 2, because I was afraid you'd overthink it. Maya gently caressed my cheek. The Yun family's ancestral surname isn't Yun, it's Nanyun. My eyes widened slightly. Maya nodded. Yes, the non-Yun family of the Azure continent. My breathing quickened slightly, and I understood what she meant by overthink it. What she meant was, nobles are extremely focused on bloodlines and have a very high opinion of themselves. Even a top-tier wealthy family like the Shah family of America, sitting at the top of the pyramid, are just commoners in their eyes, and they do not marry them. Then you and your parents, how did? Maya knew what I wanted to ask, so she explained patiently. My great-grandfather fell in love with an American girl. Naturally, he faced fierce opposition from the family. To be with my great-grandmother, he voluntarily withdrew from the family tree, severed ties with the non-Yun family, and came to America to settle down. He changed the family name to Yun. At that time, the non-Yun family was still thriving. Since he refused to obey, they just let him go. But, I cut in. But now the Nanyun family is sparsely populated, so they're starting to eye your branch again, aren't they? As a member of Division 7, even if I didn't get along with the Azure Continent nobles, I knew more or less about the situation. The Nanyan family used to lead the 4 great noble families. At some point, they began to decline, and their population dwindled day by day, even lowering their standards. To pick from other branches was hard to maintain, but a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Nanyun family has declined, they're still among the 4 great noble families. If they call Maya back to take charge, the family still won't agree to the 2 of them being together. Maya leaned down and kissed my eyes to comfort me. I only kept it from you because I was afraid you'd overthink it. But don't worry, I am not an irresponsible person, and I never fight a battle I'm not sure of. The moment I confessed my feelings to you, I had already made full preparations. No matter when, I will never let anyone hurt you. You just need to do your own thing, whether it's revenge or building your career. I'll handle everything else. After Maya finished speaking, I stared at her fixedly, remaining silent for a long time. Since my rebirth, I had always thought revenge was my ultimate goal. Once the debt was paid, everything would be settled, and I could live happily with Maya. But I didn't know that what I thought was the simplest thing hid a massive crisis beneath the surface, and my girl had been carrying it all alone in silence. Just by confessing to me, when she wasn't even sure if I would agree, she had already put in so much effort. Whereas in my past life, because my heart was with Sophie, I had rejected her feelings without hesitation, and even distanced myself from her because of it. Maya saw my expression, and thought I was still worried. She smiled and pinched my earlobe. Am I really that unworthy of your trust? Besides, there hasn't been any movement from that side yet. Even if there is movement in the future, I interrupted her. Don't shoulder everything by yourself. You know I'm quite capable too. No matter what happens in the future, we'll face it together. Maya thought about it, a smile spreading through her eyes. Okay, as soon as she finished, everything spun around, and I pinned her down instead. Looking up at the boy's face above her, Maya was stunned for a moment. Since they'd been together, except for a brief period at the start, I didn't know why, but I always loved to tease her. But then I went back to being reserved. Now, with this, I also knew my behavior was quite bold. But remembering how I'd rejected Maya in my past life, the bitterness and disappointment in her eyes, and her determination when she died for me, my heart felt a pang of intense pain. I want to make it up to her, in every way possible. Thinking of this, my hands landed on the collar of Maya's shirt, unbuttoning it. Noticing my intentions, Maya was once again flattered. Snapping out of it, she grabbed my hand. With eyes full of anticipation, she suggested, Baby, don't you think this is a bit too slow? You could just rip it off. Maya saw the change in my expression. Thinking I was being shy again, she tried to flip over and reclaim the lead. The next moment, there was a loud rip. The shirt was torn apart. Buttons scattered all over the floor. Maya was dazed once more. I raised an eyebrow. Satisfied? As I spoke, I leaned down and kissed her firmly. On the other side, Serena Shah had just returned home when she received a call. The subordinate on the other end reported with hesitation. They've cleared the shipment. The goods should arrive by tomorrow morning. Serena raised a brow, pleasantly surprised. Not bad. I was worried I wouldn't have them for South Africa. Subordinate, it's just, Serena, just what? The subordinate weakly replied. The person on the other side said, TAS, that their boss wants to add another round of interest. The smile on Serena's face froze. The X-Arms group already makes a fortune every day. That son of a bitch actually wants to add interest? Is he obsessed with money? She had no idea she was cursing her own little brother. After finishing her indignant rant, the voice on the phone continued. The person said, if you don't agree to the interest, that's fine. You'll just have to keep waiting. Serena was instantly defeated. She gnashed her teeth for a long while before ordering, pay him. I want to see if that guy earns so much money that he can take it all to his grave with him. Early the next morning, having received the goods, Serena set off on her journey with mixed feelings. The staff at Starstream Entertainment discovered once again that their CEO was AWOL, but his 9-to-5 office workers, none of them dared to call and ask. I would just say, don't ask. If you ask, it's because someone was being a beast. If you ask more, it's because I brought it on myself. A sated Maya looked at the sleeping me, no longer feeling as panicked as the first time. She consciously called Clarice Yun and asked her to come over and deliver some medicine. This time, Clarice brought an entire box over for her, and before leaving, she gave her the middle finger. It wasn't until the third morning that I returned to the company, looking quite listless. As soon as I arrived, I went to find Ye Qingxuan. The band and all other preparations are ready. How is your familiarity with the lyrics and music? Are you ready to start recording? Ye Qingxuan was about to nod. When he saw my exhausted complexion, he felt a pang of guilt. I'm already familiar with them. Mr. Logan, you've worked hard. I will do my best with the album, and strive not to let your expectations down. I was stunned for a moment, before finally guessing where his guilt might be coming from. My cheeks flushed instantly. I'm just suffering from overindulgence, okay? But that was something I definitely wouldn't say out loud. Pick any section and sing it a cappella for me. Ye Qingxuan's handsome face turned red. Okay. After saying that, he cleared his throat and sang the chorus of one of the songs. A flash of amazement crossed my eyes. Chat originally. I was just trying things out when I recruited Ye Qingxuan. After all, Sophie blocked him in my past life, and I never got a chance to work with him, so I didn't actually know if he was good or not. Now, it seems, Ye Qingxuan was simply born for the traditional style. I have a feeling this album will be a massive hit. Mr. Logan? Ye Qingxuan finished singing, and seeing me lost in thought, he nervously gripped the hem of his shirt. He looked like a job candidate waiting for the HR's verdict. Excellent, I curled my lips. Just prepare. For recording. Ye Qingxuan's heart finally settled. As I stood up to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you write all the music and lyrics, Mr. Logan?" Earlier I said I had been preparing them for a long time. I didn't specify who the creator was. He hadn't dared to hope for too much. But after he went through the material, the shock in his heart was beyond words. Although he didn't have the ability to compose, he certainly knew how to appreciate it. This set of traditional songs wasn't like the fluff currently popular, which was just fancy words, piled together with no meaning. Nor was it just using the traditional style label. With a light, pop-like tune, that sounded like generic bubblegum music. Every single song showed signs of careful brewing. Every one of them was even better than the song that made him famous, Jilinju. Just by singing the lyrics, vivid scenes appeared before his eyes. In the entertainment industry, songwriters who could reach this level hardly existed. Even the top few wouldn't write for a washed-up singer like him. If these were indeed written by me, it's human nature to admire the strong, and he was no exception. Thus, his gaze toward me became even more enthusiastic. Yes, I wrote them. There will be plenty of chances to work together in the future. I didn't plan on keeping it a secret, but seeing the admiration in Ye Qingxuan's eyes, I decided to use a teasing tone to give him a warning. Just don't go falling in love with me because of this. I already have a girlfriend. I didn't want a repeat of the Chloe Chen situation. Ye Qingxuan was stunned. Then his handsome face turned bright red. No. I wouldn't dare have such improper thoughts. I didn't bother to correct his self-deprecation. Someone will be here shortly to take you to the recording studio. I turned and left after saying that. When it was time to clock out, I had just stepped out of the company when I heard the sound of a horn. A blue-purple Lamborghini was parked right in front of me. Seeing that familiar, flashy car, my brow twitched. Sure enough, the next moment, Skylar Shaya jumped out of it. Did you miss your third sister, little brother? Third sister missed you to death, in the Bentley nearby. It was clearly past the time for air conditioning, and she hadn't even turned it on. Yet Jade felt the temperature drop suddenly. She peeked through the rearview mirror, and immediately met Maya's eyes, which were dark and grim enough to resemble an overlord from hell. I also knew Maya's car was parked nearby. Thinking of my still aching back, as soon as I landed, I quickly extracted myself from Skylar's embrace. Third sister, why are you back? Aren't you afraid second sister will exile you again? I only thought the second part, and didn't say it aloud. Skylar didn't notice anything unusual. She scratched her head and laughed. I finished shooting my last collection and submitted it. Now I'm just waiting for the results. I was taken aback, then remembered. It really was time for the Leica Award selection. Come on, third sister will take you out to have some fun. I left in such a hurry last time I forgot my camera. This time I'm going to take so many photos of you. Skylar was pulling me toward her car when she found someone blocking the door. Seeing Maya, Skylar was stunned. Miss Yoon, why are you here? Maya ignored her, her eyes staring intensely at our joined hands. I quickly let go and gave a forced laugh. Oh, you're here. At this point, Skylar finally sensed that something was wrong. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Maya and me. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? Maya walked to my side, and grabbed my hand, interlocking our fingers. Third sister, long time no see. I am his girlfriend. A loud boom sounded, like a bolt of lightning, leaving Skylar completely stunned to the core. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth opened and closed for a long while, before she asked through gritted teeth, "When did this happen? Logan has only been back for how long? And you two have already hooked up?" Maya laughed. "We were together even before he was recognized." It was another blow to the head, making Skylar see stars. She clutched her chest, gasping for air. "Logan, your third sister has a weak heart." I reached out to check her pulse. After a moment, I let go. "Third sister, your heart is perfectly healthy. But my heart hurts so much. I feel like it's about to fail any second." The massive shock prevented Skylar from even processing the fact that her little brother knew traditional medicine. She looked at Maya as if she were looking at a mortal enemy who had killed her father. "I'm taking my brother out to play right now." "Just step aside." Maya's face darkened. "He's not feeling well." "Stop bothering him." Skylar was taken aback. "Logan isn't feeling well? Where does it hurt?" "Third sister will take you to the hospital." I cursed Maya out in my head. Just why exactly was I unwell? Does this woman not know? And yet she says it with such a straight face, telling my sister to stop bothering me. Who was the one actually bothering me? Skylar froze for a second, but she didn't understand the underlying meaning. She was just worried about me being unwell. "Where exactly do you feel bad? Why won't you go to the hospital? Don't hide your condition from us." Even though third sister was afraid of doctors as a kid, getting a shot only takes a second. Being sick will make you suffer for a long time. Listen to third sister. We won't go home. We're going to the hospital first. As she spoke, she reached out to pull me toward her car. My heart felt a pang of warmth and bitterness. I stepped toward Skylar, giving her a hug. "I'm sorry, third sister. We shouldn't have kept everything from you. Don't be angry anymore, okay?" Maya felt uncomfortable watching this scene, but she didn't say much. Skylar sniffed, forcing back the mistiness in her eyes. She said petulantly, "Then Logan will have to make it up to me later." I smiled. "Okay." Because of that one promise, for the next half-month, Skylar was inseparable from me. It was as if she wanted to make up for all the years of missing company. If I didn't go out with her, she would sit by my desk and watch me work. And she didn't find it boring at all. Everyone at Starstream, from top to bottom, knew that their CEO had a sister who was clingy to an extreme degree. If she lost sight of him for a second, she would pace around frantically. During this time, Maya's expression never brightened. If she hadn't been sure Skylar just had a brother complex, she would have suspected the other woman had some inappropriate thoughts. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Thanks to his nearly flawless one-take performances, Ye Qingxuan's album was finished recording. On this day, Ye Qingxuan logged into his Twitter account, which had lost a pathetic amount of followers, and posted the news about the new album. I liked the post immediately, and retweeted it using the company's official account. Logically, with Ye Qingxuan's current lack of traffic, without buying a trending spot, this announcement would be hard for many people to notice. However, Feng Jikai's team was keeping a close eye on him. Almost as soon as he posted it on Twitter, they rushed to Feng Jikai with their phones in hand. "Kai, look at this guy. He just announced an album out of nowhere. And it's out in less than a month. Did he think he was just playing house?" Another person chimed in. "Our Kai started recording before his concert, and it's only just finished now. Can a product recorded in less than a month even be listenable? Just writing the music and lyrics for a whole album should take longer than that, right? They say slow work produces quality results. He's rushing like he's in a hurry to be reincarnated. I can't imagine how shoddy the final product will be. Maybe he just wants to capitalize on that tiny bit of remaining hype from before." Feng Jikai spun a CD in his hand, glancing at his manager. "How about we give him a helping hand?" Knowing Feng Jikai's character, his manager, Zhou Hai, definitely didn't think this help was sincere. "What do you want to do? Haven't we yet finalized our album release date?" Feng Jikai's eyes were filled with malice. "Announced later that mine releases on the same day as his, and buy a trending spot to tie us together." Zhou Hai frowned slightly in disapproval. "Doesn't that just give him free publicity? Even if I give it to him, can he use it?" Feng Jikai looked completely dismissive. "Besides, by tying him to me," he chuckled at this point, "everyone will think he's chasing my clout. If he can pull off a comeback, fine. Otherwise, he'll be the laughingstock of the whole internet." Zhou Hai understood Feng Jikai's intention instantly. His lips curled up as well. I'll handle it right away. Coincidentally, because of the hype Ye Qingxuan stirred up recently, President Sophie has been quite vocal about her dissatisfaction. This time, we'll crush Ye Qingxuan's comeback in the crib. Let President Sophie see, and prove she didn't choose the wrong person. Feng Jikai gave an It had to be said. The words Zhou Hai spoke matched exactly what he was thinking. So, not long after Ye Qingxuan announced his new album, a new official announcement, with a title that suggested they were linked, hit the trending topics. Feng Jikai new album, Ye Qingxuan and Feng Jikai release same day, new album release. Unlike the first trending topic, which was full of anticipation, the second one was flooded with question marks. If you didn't mention Ye Qingxuan, I would have forgotten him. How long has it been since he said he was coming back? Producing an album in less than a month? Is he serious? That's not even enough time to prepare the lyrics. He specifically picked the same day as Feng Jikai, and even bought a trending spot like this. He really knows how to chase clout. Of all the people to chase, why him? Why did he have to target Feng Jikai? Everyone knows Feng Jikai is the king of the music scene right now. Once the sales figures for both are out, isn't he just humiliating himself? Well said by the person above. This guy really doesn't have a clue. If you were actually popular, fans would buy even a half-baked product. But you're already a has-been. How dare you slack off on your first comeback project? Just as Feng Jikai expected, the crowd didn't even look at the posting times of the two singers' announcements on Twitter. They instinctively assumed Ye Qingxuan was chasing Feng Jikai's clout. Even when reasonable people who weren't blind pointed it out, they were instantly drowned out by the army of commenters, especially regarding Ye Qingxuan releasing an album in less than a month. It was too bizarre. Even those who wanted to speak for him didn't know how to word their defense. Because of the hype generated by Feng Jikai's team, even before the album was released, Ye Qingxuan was put in the hot seat. Almost the entire internet was waiting to laugh at him. Astra CEO's office. Seth came to Sophie with his phone. Sister, there's another good show to watch. Look at this Twitter trend. While Sophie took the phone to browse, Seth leaned against the desk, laughing his head off. I told you that man was nothing to fear. Producing an album in 20-some days? I can't believe he even thought of that. With all the great resources we have at Astra, and with Feng Jikai's top-tier team, recording a new album still took half a year. As he spoke, he propped his elbow on the back of Sophie's chair, watching the screen with her. Feng Jikai is also someone who knows how to handle things. He knew to create a wave of hype in advance. Ye Qingxuan is tied to him now. Once the album sales figures are out, his comeback is essentially hopeless now. Unlike the clueless bystanders who didn't know the truth, the two siblings could see at a glance that this series of maneuvers was orchestrated by a certain someone, but Sophie wasn't as optimistic as Seth. Even after reading the netizens' comments, she still had a slight frown on her brow. The incident from the day I poached Serene Sheng was still weighing on her mind. She knew she couldn't afford to underestimate her enemy. She flipped back and forth through several pages, but didn't find what she was looking for. Is there no teaser? They were so rushed to release an album in less than a month. We don't even know how the recording turned out. How could they have the energy for a teaser? Seth looked completely dismissive. Sister, you're not seriously still worried about this, are you? Forget the fact that this album of theirs is a complete joke. Even if they spent a lot of time on meticulous production, how could a has-been singer possibly compete with a top star? Sensing Sophie's concerns, he continued. About Serene Sheng, that whole thing was just an accident. It's not like you don't know how weird her temper is. Besides, Astra has so many A-list stars. There's no need to treat her like some sacred ancestor. Thinking of Serene Sheng and her attitude toward her as CEO, Sophie couldn't help but agree with Seth's words. She massaged her temples and thought to herself that she really was being overly paranoid. Then let's add fuel to the fire. Keep the hype going until both albums are released, and don't let the heat die down. This time, she would ensure Logan's efforts resulted in nothing but a waste. Inside the company, Skylar Shia slammed her hand on the desk. I'm going to burn Astra to the ground. Through their time together recently, she had learned the reason Logan had taken over Astra, and she understood the web of love and hate between Logan and Sophie. She had wanted to go and fight Sophie several times, but Logan had always stopped her. Seeing Asura now pulling stunts to target Starstream, she couldn't sit still anymore. As a result, before she could take more than 2 steps, I grabbed her by the back of the collar and hauled her back. "Arson will land you in prison," Skylar blurted out without even thinking. "Let second sister take the fall." After forcing Skylar back into her seat, I explained patiently and carefully. "They're giving me free publicity. Why would I refuse it?" Ye Qingxuan, standing nearby, asked, "Does Mr. Logan mean?" I looked at him with a serious expression. "Do you not believe in yourself, or do you not believe in me? Can't you hear for yourself how good the album is?" Ye Qingxuan pursed his lips slightly. He knew the album was excellent. He felt he had performed well, and the music and lyrics were stunning. But, facing off against the current top star of the music scene, he still wasn't confident he could win in terms of sales. Xu Feng shared the same concerns. But the current hype isn't just about building momentum. For one person, if Ye Qingxuan's sales fall far behind Feng Jikai's, he'll still be mocked by the entire internet. I know what you're all thinking. I thought of something, and a slight smile played on my lips. Don't worry. We will definitely win this battle. The album I prepared for Ye Qingxuan in my past life may have been cancelled, but regarding Feng Jikai's sales for this album, I knew them like the back of my hand. Even without being compared to Ye Qingxuan, it had been mocked by the whole internet for a long time. Now, with Ye Qingxuan's album sales as a comparison, thinking of this, I licked my lips. I was starting to get a little impatient. Seeing my certain expression, the others looked at each other, and their minds settled. After several successful turnarounds, they had unconsciously come to see me as their backbone. Skylar looked immensely proud upon seeing this, as if telling everyone, "This is my brother." Then Kaimin couldn't help but ask, "By the way, why doesn't Mr. Logan clarify that we were the ones who announced the album first?" I glanced at her. Clarifying now is useless. People will still assume we're the ones piggybacking on Feng Jikai's fame for clout. After all, in a place like the entertainment industry, the truth sometimes doesn't matter. Most of the time, the one with the most fame has the final say. We'll wait for the sales figures to speak for themselves before clarifying. After I said this, they all looked at each other once again, and they simultaneously felt a sense of admiration for their CEO's foresight. A few days flew by in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the day of the album release arrived. Because Asura kept funding the promotion, the attention on Ye Qingxuan and Feng Jikai's new albums remained sky high. Early that morning, the two of them were both pushed onto the trending topics again. Some were camping out to buy the albums, some were waiting to see a joke, and some troublemakers who just wanted to watch the world burn even started setting up bets online, shouting for everyone to place their bets. Naturally, the result was obvious. 99% of people bet on Feng Jikai. The remaining 1% bet on Ye Qingxuan, whether out of curiosity or some other reason. The wind in the comments section was also completely one-sided. No way, seriously? Are there really people buying Ye Qingxuan's album? What are the people betting on Ye Qingxuan thinking? I don't know about anyone else, but I woke up early this morning, specifically to grab Feng Jikai's album. May Kai's album be a huge hit. Let's push those sales figures up, up, up. I have money, but I'm not crazy. An album slapped together in less than a month. You really think I'm gonna open my wallet for that? Blast, dream on. In a lounge at Astra, is the marketing army ready? Feng Jikai turned to look at the assistant beside him. That his sales would crush Ye Qingxuan's was essentially a foregone conclusion, but having built up the hype for so long, it wasn't just to win against the other man. He wanted to ensure Ye Qingxuan could never make a comeback. Assistant Xiaozhang nodded. They're all ready. As soon as the sales figures are out, I'll have them start driving the narrative. I guarantee Ye Qingxuan will be so shamed, he'll never dare show his face again. Feng Jikai curled his lips with satisfaction, then turned back to stare at the time display on the computer. Once, he could only stand on the edge of the stage, doing backup vocals for Ye Qingxuan. All eyes were on Ye Qingxuan. Not a single person was looking at him. When the clock struck 8:00, both their digital albums were officially released. The line representing Feng Jikai's sales data shot up instantly. It was rising almost exponentially. Meanwhile, Ye Qingxuan's had no fluctuation at all. The line symbolizing the sales data was nearly overlapping with the horizontal axis. You couldn't even see it without looking closely. Seeing this, everyone in Feng Jikai's lounge burst into laughter. We thought it would be bad, but we didn't expect it to be this pathetic. Are we sure that red line isn't just lagged? Even an 18th tier singer in the industry wouldn't be this bad. I finally understand why Kai didn't deign to compare sales with this guy. Isn't this just a complete insult to our Kai? I originally thought he might still have a few fans left. From the look of it, they've all jumped ship. Did you guys place your bets online, Kai? You might as well retweet it. Ye Qingxuan must have seen these sales by now, right? Wow, I'd really love to see the look on his face. Feng Jikai stroked his chin smugly. The sales are appropriate for him. After all, the album was born premature. As soon as he said this, the rest of his team slapped the table and roared with laughter. Astra CEO's office. Seth stared excitedly at the date on the computer screen. Look, sister, I told you that you were just worrying over nothing. Forget comparing him to Feng Jikai. His sales are so low that the music apps will probably want to delist him later. Sophie leaned back against her chair and let out a long sigh. The frustration of being slapped in the face so many times before seemed to vanish instantly. Prepare to push the sales figures onto the trending topics. Then organize a victory banquet for Feng Jikai later. While some were rejoicing, others were troubled. While the Astra Lounge was filled with laughter and cheers, the atmosphere at Starstream was dead silent. Xu brow was locked in a tight frown. Kai Min looked anxious. Ye Qingxuan's face was deathly pale. Nothing is more painful than working hard on something you're proud of, only to have it deemed worthless. Especially since this album contained my hard work as well. He had ultimately let him down. Unlike the others and their various concerns, I was as calm as if this had nothing to do with me. I took a sip of the coffee in my mug and raised an eyebrow. It's barely started, and you're all already so dejected? Didn't I tell you to trust me? The group immediately adjusted their facial expressions, but a dark cloud still hung over their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, Kai Min, who had been staring at the computer screen the whole time, suddenly had her eyes light up. It's rising. It's rising. The data line is starting to climb. Yet Qingxuan, who had been on the verge of shutting down, snapped his head up to look. I slowly curled my lips into a smile, as if I had expected this turn of events long ago. Meanwhile, Feng Jikai's team was already playing poker in their lounge. Only those who couldn't get a seat would glance at the computer screen every now and then. Just then, a bodyguard approached Feng Jikai with a grim expression. Guy, our growth rate is starting to drop, and Ye Qingxuan's sales are starting to climb. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. Feng Jikai also glanced back nonchalantly, before returning his gaze to his hand of cards. A drop in growth is normal. After all, the fans rushed in at the very start. Once the fans have bought it, the growth rate naturally dips. As long as overall sales are still rising, it's fine. As for Ye Qingxuan, at this point, he gave a snide laugh. He was as dead as stagnant water. What does a sudden rise mean? It means he's padding his sales because he's embarrassed. Don't worry, he hasn't worked for 4 years. He'll run out of money before he can pad them very much. The manager nearby also laughed. The director just sent me a message. He said once the sales period ends, President Sophie will personally host a celebration banquet for you. You hear that? Feng Jikai smugly threw down a pair. You're all invited. Thank you, Kai. The team members chimed in with their thanks, and no one paid attention to the computer screen anymore. However, after an unknown amount of time, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the lounge door. Who's being so annoying? Who's banging like they're trying to wake the dead? Feng Jikai didn't even look up, waving a hand for a bodyguard to open the door. When the door opened, the bodyguard froze on the spot. Feng Jikai turned his head impatiently. When he saw the person standing at the door, the cards in his hand nearly slipped. But he didn't take it too seriously. Slacking off during work hours was normal after all. Besides, he was currently Astra's star of the hour. In his overconfidence, Feng Jikai didn't notice Sophie's dark expression, nor the person beside her, the talent management director, who was frantically signaling him. His manager, Zhou Hai, was the first to sense that something was wrong. President Sophie, why are you here? Sophie glared at the two of them with a look of fury. You have time for poker, but no time to monitor the sales data and the public opinion online. What's wrong with the data? Isn't it normal? Before he could finish, Feng Jikai saw the data display on the computer screen. His whole body froze as if he'd seen a ghost, and he rubbed his eyes. How can this be? The line on the screen representing his sales growth had been steadily declining after its initial peak. At first, the drop wasn't obvious. Right around the time the bodyguard had mentioned it, but then, it was like a roller coaster plummeting straight down, nearly hitting zero. What was even more terrifying was Ye Qingxuan's album sales. Since its initial slow start, it had been rising steadily. Although his total sales weren't as high yet, there was no sign of his growth rate slowing down. Judging by the momentum, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed him. This is impossible. Just then, Zhou stared at his phone screen in horror. Jikai. Look at Twitter. Still immersed in disbelief, Fang Jikai took out his phone with a delayed reaction. As soon as he opened Twitter, he saw two trending topics, side by side on the front page, awful and ear candy. If it had been earlier, he would have assumed awful referred to Ye Qingxuan, and the second one referred to himself. But after seeing the current data, he was afraid to click on those two trends. However, since he didn't dare, someone else did it for him. Sophie threw her phone at him. See for yourself. Fang Jikai took the phone with trembling hands and looked at the comment section under the trends. They spent half a year preparing this piece of junk? What a waste of money. This is nowhere near the level of Ye Qingxuan's album Next Door. Fang Jikai should listen to this himself. Does he think this sounds good? In Okanva, how does he have the nerve to release this and sell it for $30? Are suckers really this easy to scam these days? Fang Jikai's heart went cold as he read the comments. Sophie snatched the phone back, looking at Fang Jikai as if she wanted to devour him. I gave you a top-tier team, and this is the result you give me? No, Fang Jikai felt his teeth chattering. He was completely stunned. It felt like a frigging nightmare. How could this be happening? Zhou wasn't as frantic as him. Seeing Ye Qingxuan's album receiving unanimous praise, he casually bought a copy, put on his headphones, and started listening. After only listening to the first song, his eyes narrowed. Was this album really produced in just over 20 days? While listening to the second song, he muttered in disbelief. The lyrics and music alone couldn't have been written in just 20 days, right? Where did Starstream find such a talented songwriter? Hearing this, Fang Jikai felt like a light bulb had gone off. Right, there's a problem with the writing. My album must have a problem with the lyrics and music. Can you do anything besides shifting the blame? Sophie looked at him like he was a clown. Don't you know exactly where the problem lies? Who told you to meddle and try to boss the songwriters around? Do you not realize that you aren't a singer-songwriter? Fang Jikai was instantly speechless, because Ye Qingxuan wasn't a singer-songwriter and relied on others for everything. He hadn't wanted to be like him. This was the first album he had participated in creating, and many of his ideas had been included. He personally thought it was quite good, but reality had just given him a harsh slap in the face. Sophie didn't want to deal with him anymore. Find out for me exactly who this songwriter, K, is. There was no way to bring Ye Qingxuan back. After all, because of Fang Jikai, when she had shut him out before, she had been completely ruthless. Moreover, with the way the album sales turned around, it was basically a rebirth for him. It was obvious he would never return to Astra. But this songwriter who had suddenly appeared, she absolutely had to recruit him for herself. She had also listened to Ye Qingxuan's album. Ye Qingxuan's voice was just the icing on the cake. With a set of songs like this, any traditional-style singer could have become a hit. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere around Fang Jikai, things at Starstream were no longer gloomy, and the office was filled with laughter. I looked at the group laughing like idiots, and couldn't help but smile. I told you all there was no need to worry. Ye Qingxuan looked at me with immense gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Logan. He knew that mere words were far too light, but at this moment, besides those words, he couldn't think of any other way to express his feelings. I took a sip of my coffee. Don't thank me. Everyone saw how hard you worked during this time. You reap what you sow. Ye Qingxuan shook his head. It was Mr. Logan's songs that played the leading role. Even if it wasn't me, anyone else could have been a hit with them. Mr. Logan and Little Ye stopped being so modest. The writing and the performance were both incredible. Beside us, Kai-min was as happy as a spinning top. But I just noticed something. How come Mr. Logan's sister isn't here today? Over the past 2 weeks, Skylar Shea and I had been practically inseparable. So, Skylar's absence today felt quite conspicuous. It was just that, at first, everyone's attention was focused on Ye Qingxuan's album sales. So, no one had asked. Yeah, now that the heavy weight on everyone's hearts had been lifted, Kaimin voiced everyone's curiosity. I gave a small laugh. She went to the Leica Awards ceremony. Only then did the group remember that their CEO's seemingly idle sister was actually a professional photographer. All right, everyone has worked hard lately. I'll book a private room at Blue Mist for you tonight. Have a good time, everyone. Charge it to my account. There was another round of cheers from everyone present. After the cheering died down, realizing I had said, for you, Kaimin couldn't help but ask, aren't you going, Mr. Logan? I shook my head. You guys go ahead. I have something to take care of. As I spoke, I clicked on the flashing message box in the corner. I looked at the sender's contact name, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sophie. Excuse me, are you the songwriter K? I wasn't surprised Sophie was able to find me. After all, I had created an account for this persona, and it was public information. If someone was determined enough, anyone could find me. Thinking of this, I curled my lips and typed back, yes. Is there something you need? Seeing that the other side had replied, Sophie felt like things were looking up. After all, she hadn't used a burner account. The fact that he knew she was Astra's CEO and still replied meant he wasn't exactly loyal to Starstream. With that in mind, she got straight to the point and invited me. Do you have time to meet in person? Some things are better discussed face to face. I was glad I wasn't drinking coffee right then. Or, I would have spit it out laughing. I hesitated for a moment first, just as Sophie was about to lose her patience. I finally sent a message back at a sluggish pace. I'm free after I finish work at 6 p.m. You name the place. Sophie sent back an okay gesture. A moment later, she sent over an address. I sent back a, got it. Shia 4, who had witnessed my entire conversation with Sophie, couldn't help but look at me several times, looking like he was holding back a question. I turned and glanced at him. Just say what's on your mind. Shia 4 pursed his lips. Are you really going to meet her, young master? I said, take a guess. By the time work was over, let alone being overtaken, Ye Qingxuan's album sales had already left Feng Jikai far behind, and they were still climbing. This impressive victory had made Ye Qingxuan a superstar once again. His Twitter followers were skyrocketing, while Feng Jikai had not only done the work for someone else, but had also become the target of internet-wide mockery. After work, as soon as I stepped out of the company, my phone received a message from Sophie. I'm here. When are you coming over? Thinking of Sophie sitting there waiting for someone, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll pack my things and head over to Sophie's. After replying to the message, I bent down and climbed into Maya's car. What are you laughing so happily about? Maya reached out and pulled me onto her lap. She pinched my chin and asked, here, look. I showed her the messages in the chat box, while explaining the origin of this songwriter persona I had created. I've caught a real sucker. After reading the chat and seeing my smile, with no hint of lingering attachment in my eyes, Maya went into a daze for a moment. Do you really not like Sophie anymore? I was taken aback, then immediately felt a flash of anger. Are you still doubting my feelings for you? No, I'm just happy. As she spoke, Maya leaned in to kiss me, but I turned my head to dodge her. I didn't give her a chance to gloss over it. Listen to me, Maya. When I first chose to be with you, it was indeed partly out of a sense of compensation. But after spending this time together, I've long since fallen for you. I don't have a shred of feeling left for Sophie. You really don't need to keep obsessing over my past with her. From the moment Jaden appeared, I realized that I had truly fallen in love with Maya. In my past life, even when I found Sophie was still in contact with Ronnie, I never felt that kind of stinging jealousy. But seeing Jaden's affection for Maya, I wished I could tear that kid apart. I don't want anyone else coveting Maya. Thinking of this, I reached up and grabbed Maya's collar. Listen to me once more. Regardless of whether you're a noble or from some royalty, since you've provoked me, you're mine. No matter what obstacles we face in the future, you are not allowed to give up on me, to choose another man. With every word I said, the smile on Maya's face widened another fraction. By the end, she felt like she was floating on air. Maya reached out and took my hand. The doting look in her eyes could practically drown a person. My Logan is so domineering. My face flushed red. I cleared my throat and said, yes, I am that domineering. What? You got a problem with that? I wouldn't dare. I completely submit. Maya pulled him closer. Just you alone are enough to torment me. How would I have the energy to spare a glance for anyone else? Do you take me for your second sister? Fletchertated. Having said that, she once again captured the lips she hadn't managed to kiss earlier. Let me kiss my little jealous jar. After a long kiss ended, Maya had gone limp in my arms, suppressing the restlessness in her body. She murmured seductively in a raspy voice, "Come to my place tonight." Hearing the desire in my voice, her bones went even softer, thinking about how, since my third sister returned, I hadn't been back to the manor even once. God knows how many times this woman's face had turned dark. With third sister out of the house, now was indeed a good opportunity. Thinking of this, just as I was about to nod, my phone suddenly started ringing. I glanced at the caller ID and swiped to answer. "Mom?" Alice Yang answered with a soft, "Are you off work? Your second sister is back. And she brought a boyfriend home." My eyes lit up when I heard the second part. My second sister's flirtatious nature had always been a point of concern for me. If a guy could really make her settle down, it would be a huge blessing for our family. "Mom, I'll be back in a bit." Hearing this, Maya's hand tightened. I patted the back of her hand to comfort her, said a few more words to Alice Yang, and hung up. Then, I looked at Maya with sparkling eyes. My second sister has a boyfriend. Since the two of them were close, Maya obviously heard what Alice Yang had said. She wasn't particularly interested in Serena Shah's love life. "So, you're not coming home with me again? You can come home with me." I casually toyed with the buttons on her collar. Maya raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure it's not just your sister's latest fling?" "Shut up." I gave her a playful punch. My mom said, "This is the first guy my second sister has ever brought home." She must be serious this time. "That's good then." Maya took my hand and kissed it. "Once she has a boyfriend, she'll interfere with us less. This woman really only thinks of herself." I rolled my eyes at her again. Just as I was about to say something, my phone screen lit up. Sophie had sent another message. "Are you here yet?" The location I chose isn't too far from Starstream. I let out a chuckle and typed a reply. Sorry, there's some traffic on the way, but I'm almost there." The other side replied with an okay emoji. "Don't worry. Take your time on the road." The two of us drove all the way back to the Xia house. Before even getting out of the car, another message from Sophie arrived. You could feel her impatience in the text. "Still not here?" I chuckled. Almost, just about there. Just wait a little longer." I turned off my phone and got out to wait for Maya. By this time, Sophie finally sensed something was wrong. To be considerate of this person, the location she chose was originally very close to Starstream. At this hour, forget traffic. He should have arrived even if he was walking. She sent several more messages, but they all went unanswered. If she didn't realize she'd been tricked by now, she'd have lived her life in vain. The humiliation of being played instantly rushed to her head. Sophie slammed her hand on the table, startling the people at nearby tables into looking over. Her eyes were fixed on the chat window, wondering who could possibly be so bold. Even if this person was talented, she was still the CEO of Asura. Didn't this person know the consequences of playing her like this? Most importantly, she actually found a trace of familiarity in this person's style of behavior. On the other side, I didn't even have to think to know how much Sophie would be losing her mind. But I wasn't in the mood to care about her. Now, I was more interested in my second sister's boyfriend. With a feeling of anticipation, I led Maya back to the main villa. However, the moment I stepped into the living room, my vision went dark as Serena Shia grabbed me. Her line was exactly the same as Skylar's. "Little brother, I missed you so much." I looked completely dazed. Maya's handsome face instantly turned dark as a pot bottom. Before she could start making trouble, a man walked over. "So this is the brother you're always talking about. He really is quite handsome." As he spoke, he turned to Serena Shah and teased jokingly, "But are you siblings always this close? I'm actually a little bit jealous." Hearing that, Serena pulled me into her arms. "What are you jealous of?" "That's my love for my brother. It's different from how I feel for a boyfriend." She gave Maya a look as she spoke, and only then seemed to notice the man's expression. "Right? Why are you being so serious? Can't you tell I was just joking?" The man looked at Serena. "Now I look like I'm being petty?" He reached out his hand to me. "Hello, little brother. My name is Yao Ping. As you can probably tell, I'm your second sister's boyfriend." My hand, which I was reaching out, stopped in midair. When I heard his name, the smile on my face stiffened along with it. Although I wasn't recognized in my past life, I still knew a bit about the things that happened in big families like the Xia family. Rumor has it that the notoriously flirtatious second Miss Xia had seen countless people in her life, but fell for only one man. However, that man didn't save her from her ways. Instead, he approached her with an ulterior motive. Because of that man, the Shia family in my past life experienced a period of violent upheaval. The entire Xia family almost collapsed because of it. Coincidentally, that man was named Yao Peng. Logan, what's wrong? Serena looked at me in confusion. It's nothing, I suddenly snapped out of it, and calmly shook Yao Peng's hand. Hello. Seeing that my expression wasn't great, Serena thought her little brother was jealous. She cut my face and doted on me. Even if I have a boyfriend, I won't ignore her. Logan, you're still your sister's precious sweetheart. Yao Peng chimed in from the side. Logan, Serena has told me everything. From now on, we'll both be doting on you. He then took out a gift he had prepared and handed it to me. I didn't know what you like, so I got you a watch. It's not anything too expensive, but it suits a boy well. I hope you like it. I glanced at Serena's approving expression, took it, and thanked him. Yao Peng said considerately, just call me brother. Just then, Alice Yang walked over. Dinner is ready. I composed my expression and followed my family to the dining room with a heavy heart. After dinner, I looked for a chance when Serena was alone and intercepted her in the hallway. Second sister. Serena paused. What is it? I wondered in my mind. If I told her directly that Yao Peng might have an ulterior motive, which way would Serena's scales tip? I decided it was better to wait and see for now. Second sister, how did the two of you meet? On this trip to South Africa. Serena was very honest. At the time, I almost got killed. He showed up right at that moment. He essentially saved my life. My heart skipped a beat. What happened? Fearing she might scare me, Serena was reluctant to reveal too much. That's all in the past. Don't worry, isn't your sister perfectly fine? I pursed my lips, feeling an even bigger headache. According to Serena, Yao Peng had actually saved her life. But I still couldn't help but ask tentatively. Second sister, don't you think he appeared a bit too coincidentally? Serena's expression sobered. Don't overthink it. I'm not wrong about him. I went back to my room and sat at my desk. 3 minutes later, all of Yao Peng's personal information was laid out before me, but there was no apparent connection to the Xia family. His background seemed quite clean. I rested my chin on my fingers, deep in thought. Was there something I hadn't considered yet? Just then, there was a click as the bathroom door opened. Maya walked over wearing a bathrobe, drying her hair with a towel in one hand, and leaning on the desk with the other. What are you doing? Seeing the information on the screen, she raised an eyebrow. You're checking up on her boyfriend? I turned around. Do you know him? How would I know him? Maya denied it without a second thought. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this guy? She knew I wasn't the type to cause a scene for no reason, but ever since hearing his name, I had been acting a bit off. She could sense it, even if I didn't say it directly. After all, I only suspected Yao Peng was a problem because of what I had heard in my previous life. And Maya only knew about my life in ancient times. She didn't know I had restarted my current life as well. Recalling this, I didn't answer but asked instead, do you know who the Xia family, or my second sister, has for enemies? Maya looked at me suspiciously for a moment, then spoke up. The Xia family mostly just has business rivals. They aren't really enemies in that sense. The relatives who tried to profit while you and father were missing have already been thoroughly dealt with. As for second sister, her enemies are countless. After all, Xiagate has operated in gray areas for years. She's naturally made a lot of enemies. I don't have the full picture, but your second sister definitely knows. Why are you asking? It's nothing. I shook my head. I didn't plan on telling her about the previous life yet. Otherwise, I really couldn't guarantee what she would do if she found out that I had died at Sophie's hands. I just have a strange feeling about this guy. Maya knew I was hiding something. But since I didn't want to talk, she didn't force me. I'll help you look into it. I nodded. 2 heads were always better than one. Looking at my second sister, who seemed completely infatuated with Yao Peng. If I didn't have solid evidence, and just told her that her boyfriend was a problem, it might not only fail to work, but could also damage our relationship. Egon. Alright. Let's stop worrying about them for now, Maya said, pulling me toward the bed. Realizing her intention, I kicked my legs to get down. I haven't even showered yet. Maya pinned me to the bed with a look that brooked no refusal. You'll have to shower afterward anyway. No need to shower now. My Logan smells good whether he's washed or not. After saying that, her hand blocked my lips. The next day, I indeed saw Yao Peng at the dining table. but I didn't lose my composure like I did yesterday. I even greeted him politely and respectfully. Yao Peng also acted very composed and generous, and compared to his restraint yesterday, today he was acting much more like the master of the house. He kept putting food on my plate, playing the role of the perfect future brother-in-law to the fullest. Alice Yang was very satisfied seeing Yao Peng treat me well. She turned to look at Summer Xia across from her. Even your second brother has brought a boyfriend home. When are you going to show some progress? Summer Xia was drinking milk, and choked on it when she heard that. Serena Xia folded her arms, and looked at her with a face full of schadenfreude. Hear that? Even mom is dissatisfied with you. You're almost 30 and still staying celibate. I'm embarrassed just talking about it. Summer Xia gave her a hard glare. Then she spoke to Alice Yang. Mom, I just haven't met the right person yet. Alice Yang let out a sigh. You've never made me worry about anything else. Except for this one thing. Fine, do whatever you want. When Serena Xia heard this, the smile on her face froze instantly. Mom, how can you put down your own daughter like that? What do you mean by don't mind me? Am I really that bad? Alice Yang glared at her. Don't you know your own reputation? Yao Peng reached out and took her hand. Since we've decided to be together, I won't care about her past. The fact that she doesn't look down on my background is already enough to make me happy. Serena Xia started acting smug again. You're the only one who knows how to treasure me. I watched this scene with a poker face. Some things are hard to swallow. It would be fine if I didn't know anything, but knowing that Yao Peng likely had an ulterior motive, I felt uneasy no matter how I looked at him. Just then, I felt a warmth on the back of my hand resting on my knee. Maya had taken my hand, as if she were trying to give me strength, telling me that I wasn't alone. A warm current seemed to flow through my heart. Maya and I shared a glance, and my mind settled. After breakfast, I headed to the office as usual, but before I even reached the building, I received a call from Xu Feng. Mr. Logan, have you seen Twitter? I could tell from his tone that it was bad news. I exited the call screen and clicked on Twitter, while asking casually, what happened? The whole internet is saying Ye Qingxuan is padding his sales. The problem is that late last night, there really was a period where the sales data spiked unnaturally. I didn't need him to tell me. I had already seen the top-ranking trending topic. Clicking into the trend, the top comments, and most liked replies were all incredibly nasty. I'm literally puking. I was wondering how a has-been singer's album could have such high sales. Turns out it was all faked. I actually felt sorry for him before. Now, I'd rather feel sorry for myself. If he has that much money to pad sales, why did he need to go busking on the streets for a show? I was a bit confused. Whether an album sounds good or not, everyone has their own internal standard. It was impossible for everyone to just blindly follow the herd and completely reject it just because of some sales padding. Until I scrolled down and saw the comments supporting Ye Qingxuan, which were being suppressed and couldn't reach the top because they didn't know how to control the narrative. Then, I suddenly understood. I went back to look at the top comments driving the narrative again, and found that they were either Feng Jikai's fans or bot accounts. My lips curled slightly. Is there anything I don't understand now? The padded sales for Ye Qingxuan were likely the work of the other side as well. With that in mind, I replied in a calm tone, don't worry. We'll talk when I get to the office. I hung up the phone after saying that. Since Feng Jikai wants to court death, I don't mind helping him along. Maya saw my confident expression and knew that things weren't so difficult, that she needed to step in yet. She hugged me again. Let's continue. Then, she pressed her lips against mine. I rolled my eyes. Can this woman think about anything else? Once I reached the company, I sat at the computer and started working without a word. After tracing the IP addresses of the accounts used to pad sales, a faint smile appeared on my face. Meanwhile, Fan Jikai watched the public opinion shift under his control. After a day of mounting anxiety, his mood finally lightened a bit. But thinking about his losses, he still couldn't bring himself to laugh. Initially, he wanted to pad his own sales, to surpass Ye Qingxuan's. Even if the whole internet was praising how good Ye Qingxuan's album was, what use would that be? Sales represent everything. Then he would buy a negative trending topic for the other side, saying Ye Qingxuan used water armies for marketing. That would have turned the situation around. But he had thrown nearly all his income from the past few years into it, and yet his sales still weren't as high as Ye Qingxuan's. This made him both shocked and furious. So, he did the opposite. He padded a batch of sales for Ye Qingxuan, then hired bots to buy a trending topic and expose it. This way, everyone would think that Ye Qingxuan's high sales were all faked. Even if there were still supporters, they would slowly be swayed by the crowd, even questioning their own musical taste. Feng Jikai had beautiful fantasies. However, before he could be smug for long, outside the lounge, another urgent knock came at the door. With yesterday's lesson in mind, Feng Jikai's brow couldn't help but twitch. He exchanged a look with his team and stood up to open the door. It was like a repeat of yesterday's scene. Sophie, with a dark face, roared at Feng Jikai. Who told you to pad Ye Qingxuan's sales? And by trending topics? Feng Jikai was stunned. How did President Sophie know I padded Ye Qingxuan's sales? Didn't you see Starstream's clarification on Twitter? Sophie was nearly dead from anger at this idiot. Who do you think you can hide your little tricks from? Why did you take matters into your own hands without reporting to management? Feng Jikai hurriedly searched for Starstream's official Twitter. He saw that the account had posted a clarification just a moment ago. Statement Starstream Entertainment v. First, we want to thank Feng Jikai's team for spending a fortune to support Ye Qingxuan's new album. Second, regarding the announcement time, the claim that Ye Qingxuan chased Feng Jikai's clout is false. After all, we announced ours first. Below were several attached images, screenshots of the announcement times, and the IP addresses of the accounts used to pad sales. Both sets of images showed that the accounts padding sales for both parties were all internal accounts of Feng Jikai's team. The only difference was that when padding for Feng Jikai, they were careful with the intervals, clearly trying to mask it as natural growth. The padding for Ye Qingxuan was much more reckless, as if they were terrified people wouldn't notice it was fake, even though this post didn't explicitly say Feng Jikai framed Ye Qingxuan, and even playfully thanked him. Netizens weren't stupid. Seeing this, what else was there not to understand? The keyboard warriors immediately charged into battle. Too much info. Let me untangle this. Feng Jikai specifically tried to link himself to him, only to get slapped in the face. He padded his own sales to save face, while smearing Ye Qingxuan. I told you, Ye Qingxuan announced his first. But before the sales came out, everyone kept saying Ye Qingxuan was chasing clout. Some people just choose to be blind, there's no helping them. It's one thing to sing badly, but his character is absolutely foul. To think such a person is called a top star in the industry. With the release of this clarification, not only did the public sentiment reverse again, but Feng Jikai's follower count plummeted. If his album had just flopped, he would have just been mocked for a while. With Feng Jikai's current status, he wouldn't have faded away. Once he released a better project, this would have been old news. But he insisted on courting death, even though everyone knows artists aren't always perfect in private. As long as it isn't exposed, many fans will just lie to themselves. But once it's out in the open, especially a moral issue like this, the blow is immeasurable. Feng Jikai clearly realized the severity of the situation. He couldn't even speak properly. Suppress the trend. Don't let this clarification reach the top. Do you think suppressing it now is of any use? Sophie's tone was as cold as ice shards. Hurry up and delete that trending topic. Smearing Ye Qingxuan for padding sales. Admittedly, with the smear post still trending, the clarification post was bound to get attention. And once the clarification was out, the smear post he had ordered became exceptionally ridiculous. Didn't you hear President Sophie? Hurry up and delete that post. Feng Jikai, frustrated by Sophie's anger and the massive psychological blow, turned his fury toward his assistant. Assistant Xiao Zheng was also terrified. He quickly took out his phone to delete the post, but after several attempts, the post was still there. Alarm bells rang loudly. Kai, I can't delete it. What do you mean you can't delete it? Feng Jikai snatched the phone. He realized that somehow he really couldn't delete it. What's going on? Is this a ghost or something? As he spoke, he looked at Sophie helplessly. President Sophie, what do we do now? Sophie massaged her temples. Post a statement clarifying that this has nothing to do with you. Say it was the team's unauthorized decision. Everyone says that when they overstep their bounds. But she knew that this would only fool Feng Jikai's brain-dead loyal fans. Once there's a stain on one's character, even if Feng Jikai doesn't disappear, it will be hard to maintain his current status. On the other side, I calmly sipped my coffee. Xu Feng and the others, seeing the reversal of sentiment, now admired me to no end. After sending them off, I turned to look at Xia 4. I beckoned with my index finger, and Xia 4 jumped. Does the young master have orders? Seeing Xia 4's defensive posture, I found it amusing. Tell me, is your master my second sister or me? Hearing this, Xia 4 instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. His intuition was right. When things are unusual, there must be a catch. But he forced himself to stay calm. Since the second master assigned me to you, then my master is naturally you. I curled my lips. Then, if I asked you to do something that might upset my second sister, would you be willing? Thinking of how Xia 3 and Xia 4 were nearly chopped up before, he felt like a knife was at his neck. It was like asking, are you willing to die? Could he even say no? Seeing Xia 4's reaction, I didn't know exactly what he was thinking, but I didn't plan to make it hard for him. I considered asking Maya to borrow someone, but then I figured for something like stalking, the people from Division 7 were more professional, so I waved Xia 4 away. There's nothing for you here. Go get some air. Yes, young master. Xia 4 laughed as if he'd been pardoned. I went online and contacted Jiran. Do me a favor. Jiran, big boss. I need you to tail and monitor someone for me. I'll send you his info in a moment. It wasn't that I couldn't find a subordinate in Division 7, but when it came to tailing people, none could compare to Jiran, one of the 4 elders. After all, he was skilled in allure and hypnosis. Even if caught, he had many ways to escape. Jiran, big boss. I'm going to need payment for this. Don't worry, I know your rates. I won't short you a penny. Talking about money makes us sound like strangers. What's our relationship? Jiran used a sneaky tone. If you want me to help, you'll have to sell your charms. Jiran, we should meet in person. As I spoke, I played the emotional card. We've been close for so long. It's really not cool for you to keep hiding from me. You know everything about the 3 of us. Yet we don't even know who you are, or what you look like. It's just too unfair. I paused. I was young when I joined Division 7. I hid my identity because I was afraid I wouldn't have authority. After so much time together, these 3 had become like family to me. And since they were already a community of interests, there didn't seem to be a need to hide anymore. Now it was Jiran who was shocked. He had just been joking. He never expected this big boss to actually agree. A gentleman's word is his bond. I've already screenshotted this. Don't you dare back out. I chuckled. I won't back out. I've already sent you the info. When you get to the US, find me at Blue Mist in DC. Jiran, yes sir. I gave a small smile. I cut the connection and threw myself back into the busy work. While I knew Jiran was fast, I didn't expect her to be this quick. At 4:30 p.m., it wasn't even time to get off work yet, when a message arrived from her. Big boss. I'm in private booth 07. I raised an eyebrow. Wait for me 15 minutes. In the VIP booth at Blue Mist, Master 7 rubbed her hands in excitement. Good kid. I've finally caught you. I never expected this person to be American. Wu Chang, beside her, maintained her usual poker face. Are you sure he's coming? Even though Night White is mysterious. He wouldn't break his word, right? Jiran's tone was also a bit uncertain. Unless his account was hacked, but do you think that's possible? Master 7 and Wu Chang instantly fell silent. If the world's top hacker could be hacked, then his title of #1 hacker could be stripped away. Can't you two just stay away from the excitement? Night White said he only wanted to see me. If he sees you two here, what if he gets scared and runs away? Jiran grumbled nervously, glaring irritably at the 2 women beside her. When Night White contacted her, these 2 had been right next to her, seeing the entire conversation clearly. So this time, they insisted on coming along, no matter what. Otherwise, they were determined to bring everyone down together, ensuring she wouldn't see him either. Will we see him or not? If he runs, can we just pin him down? Master 7 wasn't ashamed at all. She took pride in it instead. People in Night White's profession are mostly shut-in otakus. How could he compare to trained pros like Wu Chang and me? Wu Chang glanced at her. Didn't you say Night White was some gross middle-aged guy? That's not a contradiction, Master 7 said with a matter-of-fact look. A guy stuck at home picking his feet is still a shut-in. Do you think Night White is really broke? Master 7 continued. For someone so afraid of meeting people, to be willing to sell his charms just to save an order fee, he really must be desperate. Jiran and Wu Chang clicked their tongues together. Maybe we should help him out with some money later. I had no idea that more than one person was waiting for me. All 3 elders of Division 7 had turned out, and I certainly didn't know that in their eyes, I was so broke that I needed charity. After arriving at Blue Mist, I walked straight to the door of Booth 7 with a clear goal. I pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the boy who suddenly burst in with his hands in his pockets, Master 7, Jaren, and the others all froze. Little brother, did you walk into the wrong room? Seeing all three of them there, I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. But I didn't leave. Instead, I swaggered over to the sofa opposite them and sat down. I crossed my legs and propped them up on the coffee table. I only invited Jaren. What are you two doing here? Silence. After my words fell, the entire booth fell into a strangely deathly silence, as elder-level figures of Division 7, Master 7, and the others had seen it all. Yet, at this very moment, the three of them were like frozen statues, staring at me with their jaws on the floor. For a long time, no one could say a single word. What, are you stunned? My smile was wicked, as if I truly didn't know why they were acting this way. Weren't you the ones who wanted to see me? Now that we've met, why that expression? Wu Chang was the first to snap out of it. She spoke up tentatively. Night White? I turned to look at her. It's one thing for Master 7, but you don't seem like the type to join in this kind of fun. Wu Chang, is this a damn sci-fi movie? Master 7 stared at me without blinking. Night White is actually a young man, but that voice that connects with us usually. Is it fake? I gave her a look that said she was stating the obvious. Then I cleared my throat and pinched my voice. The voice that came out was androgynous. A bit rough and hoarse? Was it like this? Master 7 cursed. Damn, Mom was right. Handsome boys are the best liars. Get lost. Jaren finally came back to her senses too. Without a word, she got up and sat beside me. She rubbed her hands excitedly. A little brother is great. Way better than 3 gross middle-aged guys. Master 7 and Jaren seemed to have accepted the fact that Night White was a handsome young man. Only Wu Chang still had doubts. What's my brother's name? I raised an eyebrow to test her. Where did you get a brother? Did your parents think you were too fat and start over with a new child? Wu Chang's face darkened. I gave an O and said, it's understandable. After all, wetting the bed at 10 years old is a cause for concern. Ha ha ha, Master 7 and Jaren burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen that poker face crumble. Ha ha, having her childhood embarrassments exposed in public, Wu Chang stopped testing me and asked a different question instead. What made you suddenly want to reveal your identity to us? Jaren finally remembered the whole Night White is broke thing. She had been a bit reluctant when they talked about charity earlier, but now she whipped out her card and shoved it into my hand. Little baby, I'll take care of you. Jaren still couldn't understand what my complicated expression was for. When she heard Wu Chang say, have neither of you realized who he is? As soon as Wu Chang said this, Master 7 and Jaren both froze. They had been too busy being shocked that Night White was a guy. Now that they looked at me, I did seem familiar. No way. A name was on the tip of Master 7's tongue, but she didn't dare to be sure yet. As the world's top intelligence center, Division 7 naturally had all the information about every major figure at their fingertips. For example, the me who founded Yo-Yo at 16 and created a business legend in just 3 years. Or the fact that this big boss was actually the American Shah family young master, who had revealed identities as a Guchin master, and various other skills at the recognition banquet. Or, for example, the racing god who had caused quite a stir in the car world recently. For any ordinary person, they might not bother remembering what the person looked like. But this person was simply too extraordinary, repeatedly drawing their attention. They had even discovered a scene, via satellite surveillance, that no one else knew. This person and another monster who had once caught their eye, Maya, were in a romantic relationship. I shoved the card back to her. I'm really not broke. As soon as those words left my mouth, the three of them fell silent again. The CEO of Yo-Yo, the Xia family young master, and Maya's boyfriend, and they actually thought he was short on money. I couldn't help but laugh at the three of them questioning their lives. Why aren't you saying anything? Jaren grumbled. My face hurts. As she spoke, she threw herself into my arms. Little baby, you should take care of Big Sister instead. Big Sister doesn't want to work hard anymore. Are you even human? Master 7 felt her worldview shattered once again. Yo-Yo CEO, racing god, and hacker. Is there anything else we don't know about you? I smiled. Take a guess. I kept my promise to meet you. Remember to handle that task for me. I finished speaking. ignoring their reactions, and got up to leave the booth. When I returned to the front of the company, I saw Maya's car already waiting there. I decided not to go back into the office at all, so I just got out of the car I was in and hopped into the other. Maya sat in my lap as she usually did. "Where did you go?" I asked. "To see a few friends." Seeing that I had no intention of explaining further, Maya didn't ask any more questions. Most importantly, she smelled the men's cologne on me, so she felt relieved. "I looked into your second sister's boyfriend today, and there really is a bit of a problem." I immediately perked up. "What problem? Is his information falsified?" "No," Maya shook her head. "Everything you found is correct. However, his uncle was originally a driver for Xia Dongming's family. He retired and went back to his hometown 3 years ago." Fearing I might not understand, she explained a bit more. "Xia Dongming is Jaden's father, your cousin uncle, and the only member of the collateral branch left in the Xia family." I said, "You mean, who can say for sure? After all, a biting dog doesn't bark." Maya knew what I was going to say, so she picked up the thread. "But you should also know, this small connection isn't enough to condemn him, or your cousin uncle's family, especially since second sister truly likes this man. After all, Xia Dongming has been very well behaved all these years. If they really have joined forces to deal with the Xia family, we have to find concrete evidence to show second sister, so she won't act foolishly because of this man." I nodded with a heavy heart. "Then I won't go to your place for a while. At least I can keep an eye on things at home." As if knowing what she was thinking, I kissed her. "You can come over whenever you want, and just come home with me openly." Maya finally felt satisfied. But this kiss was too perfunctory. After saying that, she deepened the kiss. After returning home, I thought I would run into Yao Peng again, but I found that Serena Xia didn't bring him home this time. There was nothing unusual from Geron's inquiries either. But I wasn't in a hurry. After all, if Yao Peng belongs to my cousin uncle's side, it means that family has been painstakingly planning for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to make my notoriously flirtatious second sister fall for him. But as long as there is a problem, the truth will eventually come to light. I can afford to wait. That night, Maya also stayed over, so the next morning, Skylar Xia was stunned when she returned home joyfully. She originally wanted to hold her trophy and share her joy with her little brother. But after knocking for a long time, it was Maya, wrapped in a bath towel, who opened the door, and seeing the ambiguous red marks on her body, it was easy to imagine how intense last night's battle was. "Why are you here?" The moment she saw Maya, Skylar Xia almost dropped the trophy in her hands. It was only because her hands were full that she resisted the urge to punch her. She knew the two had already taken the final step, but she had only thought. They were the type of young couple who occasionally went out to indulge. But what was this? Are they living together? This dog of a woman actually had the nerve to live in her house? She had only been gone for 2 days. What the hell happened? Having put on my pajamas, I looked at the thunderstruck Skylar Xia at the door, and couldn't help but rub my temples. Lately, to spare my third sister's feelings, not only had I stopped going to the manor, but even when Maya came over, she would climb over the wall. In the past 2 days, my third sister went to the awards ceremony, and I had forgotten about that. Thinking of this, I lifted the quilt and got out of bed. After walking to the two of them, I stared at the trophy in Skylar Xia's hand. "Wow! Third sister, did you win the Leica award?" "That's incredible." Skylar Xia was delighted, but she quickly suppressed the upward curve of her lips. "Don't try to change the subject. What is she doing here? Are you two living together?" I thought to myself, I'm screwed. My third sister isn't easy to fool anymore. I kept pushing. "Blockbuster news, third sister. Do you know that while you were away, second sister got a boyfriend?" Skylar Xia spoke up. "She changes men like she changes clothes. What's so rare about her having a boyfriend? I'm asking about the two of you." I knew Skylar Xia would say that, so I immediately said, "This time is different from before. Second sister is serious this time. She even brought her boyfriend home." Skylar Xia paused. "Really?" Seeing that it worked, I quickly nodded. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Mom." Skylar Xia blurted out without thinking, "Whose son is so suicidal as to date her?" As soon as she finished, she was kicked. Serena Xia's sinister voice came from beside her. "You want to die, don't you?" Skylar Xia stumbled from the kick, and it was lucky she steadied herself, so the trophy in her hand didn't suffer. "Am I not just stating facts? Is someone like you even up to standard?" Only someone blind would want to be with you. Seeing Summer Xia walking over, she finished speaking, and quickly hid behind her. Big sister, save me. Serena Xia reached out to grab her, but grabbed only air. Get out here. What kind of skill is hiding behind Big Sister? I won't! Skylar Xia only dared to act tough, while in the background or when Serena Xia couldn't catch her. As soon as the other person looked serious, she would turn back into a coward. Summer Xia reached her hand back and patted Skylar Xia's head. Don't be afraid of her. Big Sister will back you up. Besides, you're not wrong. Serena Xia's chest heaved violently for a moment. She pointed at Summer Xia several times. Fine, you just keep spoiling her, and it's one thing if she doesn't know better, but you're playing dumb with me too. Hearing this, I couldn't help but think, Serena Xia's flirtatiousness is well known. What Skylar Xia said to trash-talk her could be considered harsh but true. So what did that sentence mean? I couldn't figure it out for a moment, so I didn't think too deeply about it. As long as my third sister stopped obsessing over Maya and me living together, then it was fine. But just as I thought that, the next second, Skylar Xia snapped back to reality. Wait, what's with my little brother and this woman? You guys are just going to let her stay here like this? Serena Xia glanced at Maya and me, then turned her head back to Skylar Xia. She sneered. Mom supports it. What can we do? If you're so capable, you go try. If you can make her keep her distance from our brother, I'll even call you big sisters. What could she do? She could only join in. Although she still disliked Maya, since both of her sisters were helpless, she stopped pursuing the matter. At this point, she finally remembered to share the surprise with her little brother. So she walked up to me and handed me the trophy she had carefully protected. Third sister won the Leica award. Third sister didn't let you down. Third sister is the best. I took the trophy and praised her graciously. Actually, I knew in my past life that she would win, and I knew that right now, the entire internet was flooded with praise for Skylar Xia, the youngest Leica award winner. Look at you, so easily satisfied. Our brother has accomplished so much and doesn't act like you. Although Serena Xia said disparaging words, a gratified smile appeared in her eyes. Well, you didn't force him to be successful. Skylar Xia couldn't help but talk back. Serena Xia laughed and didn't say anything else. After the meal, Skylar Xia wanted to follow me to work as she had done before. Third sister, you can't come. Skylar Xia looked up at her little brother. Why? I certainly couldn't tell her. It was to spare Maya's feelings, or I'd be four. Would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? It was to make up for the disappointment of his third sister being deceived, that he had allowed her to cling to him for so long. During those 2+ weeks, God knows how many times Maya's expression had turned sour. If he let her keep clinging like this, he knew a certain someone would never agree to it. Even though he thought this, he said aloud, Third sister, you won the Leica award. In a bit, a huge crowd of reporters and media will definitely come to the house for interviews. How can it work if the star of the show isn't there? Skylar was stunned. How does my little brother know that? That's because you're out of the loop. Serena Xia walked over. Our brother is both the CEO of Yo-Yo and the racing god. He's seen far more of the world than you have. She spoke while looking Skylar up and down with several glances. Are you planning to just stay idle like this and cling to our brother forever? Then what's the point of winning that award? How can you say that? Skylar had a look of defiance on her face. Don't think I can't turn my casual shots into cash. From last night until now, I've received olive branches from countless top-tier magazines and film companies, okay? Even the world's top magazine, Brave and Bold, invited me to be their chief photographer. I just haven't decided which one to go with yet. Serena Xia's eyes lit up when she heard her mention the name. Serena Xia's eyes lit up. Is that magazine you mentioned international? What are you thinking? Skylar immediately became wary. While my brother is at home, I won't choose to work abroad, so you can just forget about that idea. Serena Xia rubbed her nose. The kid had gotten smart. After getting rid of Skylar, I went to the company as usual, in Maya's car. When I arrived at the lobby, I saw Hope pacing around anxiously with her face scrunched up. Beside her, Kai Min was on the phone. I stepped forward and asked, What happened? Mr. Logan. Hope's eyes lit up, but then they quickly dimmed. The gown Sister Min got for me was suddenly cancelled. But the Everlasting World Gala is being held tonight. Borrowing a gown requires a reservation at least 3 days in advance. It's too late to find anything else. I was taken aback. I almost forgot that Hope had so many events to attend. Usually, with Hope's current status, she wouldn't be qualified to attend a gala like Everlasting World, but Director Feng is associated with the Everlasting Group, and the organizers surely know that Hope is the chosen lead for Director Feng's next project. That's why they wanted to build a relationship with this rising star. But since her lead role hasn't been officially announced yet, only a few people know about it. In the eyes of brands willing to rent out gowns, she's still just an 18th tier nobody. Nobodies have no rights in the entertainment industry. It's not just about being ghosted. Sometimes gowns are taken back after you've finished a shoot, or your scenes are cut entirely. It happens all the time. At that moment, Kai Min finished her call, her cheeks puffed out with anger like a pufferfish. What kind of people are they? It was just a low-end generic brand anyway. They should be grateful. An artist is wearing it on the red carpet. Yet they have the nerve to act high and mighty. The worst part is, they went back on a promise at the last minute. Where's the integrity? I listened to Kai Min's venting with a look of amusement. Then I sized up Hope's figure. Don't worry about the gown. Just hire a stylist. Kai Min's eyes lit up. Mr. Logan, you have a solution? I curled my lips into a smile. I definitely do. By evening, I had received the air-freighted gown. I went to find Kai Min and Hope, only to find them still standing in the first-floor lobby, looking anxiously out the door. What's wrong? Is the stylist not here yet? Well, we hired one, Kai Min said after hanging up, her face full of frustration. But this person seems to be extremely busy. He's styling other artists even while he's on the phone. I don't know when it'll be Hope's turn. I pursed my lips. What time does the gala start? Kai Min told the truth. At 7:30 p.m. I frowned. There's almost no time left. Just then, Kai Min noticed the box in my hand. Is this the gown you prepared for Hope, Mr. Logan? Yes, I said as I opened the box. Oh my god. Kai Min's eyes widened as she looked at the dress in the box. Even seeing just a tiny glimpse of it was enough to nearly blind her. Mr. Logan, may I pick it up to see it? I smiled and handed the box to her. Just take Hope to go change into it. It's getting late. Maybe the stylist will be here by the time she's changed. Yes, sir. Kai Min took the box and pulled Hope inside. Before long, dressed in a high-end couture piece, a very self-conscious Hope was led back out by Kai Min. Mr. Logan, this gown is truly incredible. Kai Min couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Where did you borrow this for Hope? Me. This looks even better than the couture worn by super A-list stars. I thought to myself, this is high-end couture, and it's from a top global luxury brand. But I didn't explain all that to Kai Min. I just looked at Hope and asked, does it fit? Hope nodded, then bit her lip. Mr. Logan, isn't this gown a bit too much for me? She couldn't find the exact word for a moment. Although she couldn't tell which brand it was, the gown was clearly anything but ordinary. Wearing it on her own body, she felt like an imposter. You're about to be a lead for Director Feng. Why are you still so insecure? I helped her tuck a loose strand of hair back into the gown. You can't be like this when you walk the red carpet later. Understood? Hope was instantly flattered. I won't let you down, Mr. Logan. I smiled. I raised my hand to check my watch. It's almost 6:00. Why hasn't the stylist arrived yet? Hearing those words, Kai Min's good mood vanished. I'll call him again. She pulled out her phone as she spoke, and dialed the stylist's number. Once he picked up, she got straight to the point. When exactly can you get here? It's already been 2 hours since our appointment time. The voice from the receiver sounded dismissive and lazy. Which artist needs styling? Kai Min took a deep breath, using every ounce of her professionalism not to curse him out. Hope. When he heard that name, the voice on the other end became even more casual. Soon. It'll be your turn once I finish the one I have now. Stop rushing me, all right? Don't you know how busy I am? He hung up before Kai Min could say anything else. Listening to the dial tone of the disconnected call, Kai Min was furious. This is absolutely too much. That's exactly what he said an hour ago. He couldn't finish one person's styling in an hour? I never would have called him if I'd known. It's too late to book another stylist now. As she spoke, she looked at Hope. If all else fails, we'll just have to fix her up ourselves. But once she looked at Hope, in that noble, goddess-like gown, Kai Min found she couldn't finish her sentence. If it were a regular gown, she could manage a simple touch-up. But to wear this without professional styling would be like putting a cheap cap on a golden statue. It would look completely out of place. I was also starting to feel conflicted. Just then, the glass doors were pushed open from the outside. A rather high-pitched voice called out, "Darling, did you miss me?" Hearing that voice, my eyes instantly lit up. Talk about perfect timing. Kai-min and Hope both turned toward the door as well. Then they saw a fashionably dressed. The fashionable woman walked in, carrying a backpack in one hand and a suitcase in the other. The two of them looked at each other, and after seeing the confusion in each other's eyes, they both concluded she was looking for me. Sure enough, the next moment, they saw the woman sashay toward her. "CEO, you heartless little thing. You came to the capital without even telling me. And you even started your own company. Do you have any idea how hard I've been looking for you?" It was no stranger who had arrived, but the entertainment industry's top stylist, and my good friend Brenda Pay. I didn't have time to look into why she had suddenly appeared here. I just felt a huge weight lift off my chest. "You're just in time. We can catch up later. But first, help me style her." As I spoke, I glanced at Hope. "She's attending the Everlasting World Gala tonight. How could you be like this, making me work the moment we meet?" Brenda grumbled, though her words didn't match her actions. Seeing that I was truly in a hurry, she resigned herself to sizing up Hope, planning the perfect look for her in her mind. After a moment, she gave an okay gesture, and then pulled her pink, girly water bottle from her bag. "Go find a place to sit first. I'll be there after I get some water." As she spoke, she shook her cute little bottle at me. "I came all this way, and I'm dying of thirst. I'm allowed a drink of water, right?" I laughed. "Take her to the break room." Seeing that the styling situation was saved, Kai-min was also incredibly happy. "Yes, sir." After Kai-min left with Brenda Pay, I planned to take Hope to the dressing room. Just then, the glass doors were pushed open again. A portly man, who had intentionally left a ring of dark stubble, walked in carrying a case. "Which one is Hope?" Hope was stunned. "Are you Master Chang-jun? You hired me and you don't even know who I am?" Chang-jun curled his lip. "You're the one who needs styling, right? Where are we doing it? Not here, I hope." "Hope, and no, I'll take you to the dressing room right now." "Hurry up, don't dawdle. I'm busy today. I have another gig to catch once I'm done with you." Hope looked at me, a bit at a loss. She really hadn't expected such an awkward situation. Wasn't this person supposedly styling another artist just now? Or was he lying before? I patted her head reassuringly. Then I looked at Chang-jun, who was 2 hours late, and still acting so arrogant. "She doesn't need your styling anymore. Go ahead and rush to your next gig." Chang-jun was taken aback, and his expression sharpened. "Are you playing with me?" I laughed. "Think whatever you want." I was about to lead Hope away after saying that, but Chang-jun blocked our path. "Wait right there. What's wrong with you people? I'm already here, but you're backing out at the last minute? Fine, you can back out, but you still have to pay me." I gave a cold laugh. "You didn't show up at the scheduled time, and you have the nerve to ask for money now? Keep causing a scene and I'll call security." Chang-jun knew right away that the other party was upset about his lateness and found it amusing. For an 18th tier nobody, it was already good enough that he even showed up. How dare they throw a tantrum? They clearly haven't experienced the harsh reality of the industry. With that thought, his gaze toward the two of them became even more contemptuous. "Are you sure you don't want me to do the styling?" I didn't care at all about the threat in his words. I just found him annoying. "Take care on your way out." Chang-jun snorted. "You said it." "Later on, even if you offer me 10 times the price to beg me to come back, I won't do it." He rudely pointed his finger at Hope's nose as he spoke. "With her lowly status, she's lucky she could even find a stylist like me. She should be thanking her lucky stars. Since you can't even handle this, just get used to appearing on camera without makeup." As soon as he finished speaking, a high-pitched voice came from around the corner. "What kind of small-time nobody are you? I've never even heard of you." Brenda Pay walked over, wiping the water from the corner of her mouth. "Appear without makeup just because you're gone? Who gave you the confidence to say that?" The moment Brenda Pay appeared, Chang-jun froze where he stood. It wasn't strange that she didn't know him. After all, at best, he was only mid-tier among stylists. But anyone in this profession would recognize the goddess of styling, known as Ghost Hand Brenda Pay. How could a legend like her suddenly appear here? With that thought, Chang-jun opened his mouth to ask, "Teacher Brenda, why are you here?" It was well known that Brenda Pay liked to be called by her English name. His use of the name was a clear attempt to curry favor. But Brenda didn't appreciate it at all. You really are hard of hearing. She pointed at Hope with her water bottle. I'm obviously here to style this girl. What? Chung-jun felt like he'd been slapped. His face burned with a stinging pain. He had just said that Hope was lucky to have him, yet she had turned around and hired a styling god. Brenda Pei added, Are you going to get lost, or what? I'm leaving right now. Chung-jun glanced at Hope once more, then turned and left with his tail between his legs. He couldn't help but worry that he had offended someone with a powerful background. Otherwise, how could they have even hired Brenda Pei? After Chung-jun left, I didn't waste a second and took Hope and Brenda to the dressing room. While Brenda was working on Hope's look, I finally couldn't help but ask, How did you get here? Brenda was busy working and replied without looking up, Not welcome? You know that's not what I meant. I hesitated before asking, Are you just here to visit me? Or, I couldn't bring myself to finish the sentence. In my past life, Brenda Pei had also come to join me, but at that time I was at Asura, managing half of the entertainment industry, even more powerful than Starfield Entertainment. She said people always aim high, and following me would be better than staying at Starfield. But now, Starstream was nothing compared to Asura, and even compared to Starfield, where she was previously signed, there was an insurmountable gap. It would be too shameless to ask her to come over now. Brenda Pei finally stopped her movements and grinned at me. That depends on if you want me or not. I slowly curled my lips. What do you think? I was just feeling a bit embarrassed. Not stupid. Besides, I was never a good person to begin with. When Serene Shang didn't want to jump ship, I practically forced her to do it. But with Brenda, since we were friends, I wanted to be more considerate of her. Now that she had given me an opening, I wasn't going to pretend anymore. Then, welcome to Starstream. I held out my hand. Starstream might not be doing great right now, but it definitely won't disappoint you in the future. Brenda shook my hand. How could I not trust you? You took Yo-Yo Global in 3 years. You'll definitely make it in the entertainment world too. Let's strive to take down Astra and turn that lapdog Sophie into a total stray. My heart warmed. Almost everyone thought that Starstream going up against Astra was like an egg hitting a rock. Yet here was someone who not only humbled herself to help me, but also said she believed in me without hesitation. Once Hope's styling was finished, it was nearly time for the gala to begin. I had Kai-min send her off, and then made some arrangements for Brenda. After returning to the lobby, I saw Serene Shang walking out with the air of a boss. Serene Shang, known for having the industry's most divine face, is already breathtaking on an ordinary day. Attending in full dress now, she is practically blinding. I paused in my tracks. You're also attending the Everlasting World Gala, right? Before Serene Shang could say a word, Quinn, standing beside her, smiled and confirmed, yes, Mr. Logan. But as soon as she finished, she was glared at by the ancestor beside her, as if accusing her of stealing the chance to speak with me. After Serene Shang glared at her manager, she turned to look at me shyly. Mr. Logan, is there something you need? I didn't notice the little interaction between the two, but suddenly thought of a detail I had overlooked. You should walk the red carpet with Hope when you see her. Red carpets are almost always done in pairs. It would look awkward without a partner. Serene Shang's expectant expression instantly collapsed. No, I was taken aback. Why? Does Serene Shang dislike contact with men? I was stunned again, wondering if the previous Cody incident had left her with psychological trauma. But how did she handle filming then? Besides, I'm a man too. Just as I was completely perplexed, Serene Shang spoke again. Unless you agree to one condition. What condition? Serene Shang licked her lips. You drive me there yourself. Beside her, Quinn's eyes rolled toward the ceiling. Pretend. Just keep pretending. While it was true she didn't like contact with men in the entertainment industry, could she really avoid it? Saying this at a time like this was clearly just an excuse to get Mr. Logan to drive her. I finally remembered Serene Shang's obsession with racing and her idolization of me. I could roughly understand the reason for her request. She probably wanted to experience the feeling of speeding on a track, but driving on a highway is nothing like racing on a track. There's traffic, lights, and speed limits. It doesn't matter, as long as you're there. Serene Shang's eyes seemed to be filled with stars as she looked at me brightly. Is that okay? I really didn't understand the fan-idol complex, but considering Hope had already left for a while, there was no time to hesitate. I immediately asked Shafor for the keys. Let's go. During the drive, I sent a message to Maya, saying I had something to take care of, and she didn't need to come pick me up. After parking the car outside the building, Serene Sheng impatiently opened the door and climbed into the passenger seat. Sha 4 stood by the driver's door with a difficult look. Young master, let me drive. How could his young master act as a driver for others? Serene Sheng specifically wanted me to drive her. How can I let you drive? While I fastened my seatbelt, I smiled at Sha 4. Just sit in the back. We'll go home right after we drop her off. Hearing this, Sha 4 gave Serene Sheng a nasty glare, as if calling her a troublemaker. But Serene Sheng had always been oblivious to critical glances from others. Her heart was full of the thrill of her idol driving her. And I didn't let her down. I didn't choose the downtown areas full of red lights and prone to traffic jams. Instead, I took a quieter back road, driving the car like it was taking flight. Watching the landscape blur past the window, Serene Sheng was beyond delighted. The excited look on her face was like a child who had been given a pile of candy. Sha 4 was an elite and could handle this speed, but Quinn was struggling. Halfway through the trip, she opened the door and leaned into the roadside grass to vomit. Despite being left in the middle of nowhere, she was determined to take a taxi herself. Once we reached a more crowded area, I held the steering wheel with one hand and glanced at Serene Sheng. How do you feel? Serene Sheng nodded emphatically. I love it. I want to sit here every day. Sitting in the back, Sha 4 almost wanted to kneel before his young master. This interaction looked far too much like a rich heir driving a girl in a supercar. Thank goodness Miss Yoon wasn't here, or he didn't dare imagine the consequences. Yet, just as he was thinking this, a somewhat familiar car suddenly passed them. Before he could get a clear look, it vanished into the flow of traffic. Meanwhile, inside the car that had just passed mine, Jade couldn't help but let out a confused sound. Maya, sitting in the back seat, was working on her laptop. She asked without looking up, "What is it?" Jade had one hand on the wheel and used the other to scratch her cheek. "I think I just saw Mr. Logan's car." Maya glanced toward the back, but saw nothing. But she didn't think much of it. He said he was busy. It wouldn't be surprising if it was him. Jade remembered the scene she had just witnessed and hesitated whether to tell her mistress. Feeling the frequent staring from the rearview mirror, Maya couldn't help but rub her temples. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Yes," Jade said tentatively. "I saw that it was Mr. Logan himself driving, and a beautiful woman was in the passenger seat." Maya locked eyes with Jade through the rearview mirror. Her aura was like a vengeful spirit from hell. "What did you say?" Jade swallowed hard, so scared she could barely speak. Maybe I just saw it wrong." After saying that, Jade mentally slapped herself. "Why did you have to open your big mouth?" Maya gave a cold laugh. Her gaze shifted back to her cracked, but still functioning laptop. After tapping on the keyboard for a while, the surveillance footage of that road appeared on the shattered screen, one frame after another. Seeing that it was indeed my car, Maya's eyes narrowed instantly, and seeing me in the driver's seat, smiling sweetly at the woman in the passenger seat, Maya's anger reached its breaking point. The keyboard was nearly punctured by her terrifying strength. However, she hadn't completely lost her sanity. She zoomed in to look at the situation inside the car. Seeing Sha 4 in the back seat, she looked up at Jade. "Do you have Sha 4's contact info?" "Of course," Jade said. After sitting in the same car for so long and having shared the revolutionary friendship of eavesdropping, how could a social butterfly like her not have his contact? Message him and ask what the hell is going on. Yes. Jade pulled the car to the side of the road, grabbed her phone, and sent a message to Sha 4. Receiving the message, Sha 4 jumped. He sat up straight and looked back guiltily. Was he seen by Miss Yoon? Should he answer or not? Usually, as my subordinate, Sha 4 would never reveal information about me to Maya. But no matter how rigid he was, he knew the current situation was critical. If he didn't explain properly, his young mistress would likely be in trouble. After careful thought, Sha 4 told Jade the whole story. He embellished it to push all the responsibility onto Serene Sheng, omitting my suicidal behavior of taking Serene Sheng for a joyride. Jade, with a nervous heart, breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the message. She let out a long breath. Worried she wouldn't be accurate, she handed the phone to Maya. "Young mistress," Sha 4 replied. Maya took the phone and scanned the message. Her dark expression softened slightly, but she was still incredibly terrifying. regardless of the reason. It was a fact that he had driven a woman, and even though she didn't want to admit it, she had to say that. This woman was much better looking than the one she'd encountered at Starstream, and he even let her sit in the passenger seat. She gritted her teeth. "You really are something, Logan." Jade, sitting in the driver's seat, shivered. She originally thought the misunderstanding was cleared, and the crisis had passed with it. Now, it seemed like it wasn't fully resolved. Thinking of this, she asked tentatively, "So, miss, should we go home now or go find Mr. Logan?" After asking this, Jade was even prepared to turn the car around to chase me. But she heard Maya say, "Go home first." She was holding it in for a big move tonight. Jade couldn't help but mourn for me for a second. Over here, I had no idea that my fan interaction had already been caught. Nor did I know what I would face when I got home tonight. I just drove toward the gala venue with a single focus. At the scene, Hope got out of the car and said goodbye to Kai Min. She came to the red carpet entrance alone, the fans waiting on both sides of the red carpet, and the media reporters with cameras were all stunned. They all seemed to be wondering which star this was. Why didn't they recognize her? But looking at both her clothes and her styling, she was easily on par with an A-list star. Quite a few people raised their phones or cameras to take photos. Hope was afraid of embarrassing her CEO, so she tried her best to stay immune to the surrounding gazes and whispers. Luckily, her acting was good, and those present didn't notice any flaws. They only felt she was perfectly poised and graceful. Just as Hope was about to walk the red carpet, a rather sharp male voice suddenly came from the side. "What are you doing here?" Hope turned her head. She saw Hu Xinrui, who had forced director Feng to replace her back then. He walked over arm in arm with another female artist. "I'm talking to you." Hu Xinrui walked up to her, looking at Hope as if he'd seen a ghost, dressed in a magnificent outfit. "Are you also here for the Everlasting World Gala?" How is that possible? Back then, even after he climbed into the bed of the film base manager, he hadn't managed to snatch that supporting role from Hope. In the end, he even got himself into a mess. He naturally hated Hope to the bone. However, he had more than just that one sugar daddy. His other patron was very generous. He gave him a lead role in a web drama directly. He even gave him the opportunity to attend this gala. He originally thought that he had already left Hope far behind. But who could tell him why Hope would appear here? Hope didn't want to deal with him that much. She just said yes and tried to move forward. But Hu Xinrui was relentless, especially after hearing the affirmative answer. His fairly handsome face became twisted with rage. "What gives you the right to attend this gala?" Hope's expression was cold and aloof. In contrast, Hu Xinrui looked like a clown. "I don't believe I have any obligation to tell you that." Hu Xinrui was so angry he laughed. "What? You don't have a single decent piece of work, yet you can attend this gala? It seems you're not exactly clean either." As he spoke, he looked behind Hope, searchingly, glancing left and right. "Did you come here all by yourself? Didn't you see that everyone else on the red carpet is walking in pairs?" Hope bit her lip slightly. "It's none of your business." Seeing this, Hu Xinrui's mood instantly brightened. "So, you really don't have a partner? Then you're quite the exception today." As he spoke, he pretended to be considerate, but in reality, he was showing off by pulling his male partner forward a little. "How about you wait here for a bit? After Hang accompanies me on the red carpet, I'll come back and pick you up." Hope was finished with him. Hu Xinrui also finished speaking and stepped aside. Hope kept a cold face and walked past the two of them. Hu Xinrui looked at Hope's stubborn back. He couldn't help but sneer. "No matter how much backbone you pretend to have, you still have to walk the red carpet alone." The fans and media reporters on both sides were kept at a safe distance by the security lines. Plus, the noise at the scene was too loud, so no one heard their conversation. Without seeing their expressions, one would think they were stars who knew each other and were greeting each other. However, as soon as Hope stepped onto the red carpet alone, she instantly attracted a large amount of attention. Everyone seemed to be wondering why she had no partner. Quite a few people even began to whisper. Seeing the subtle looks everyone gave Hope, Hu Xinrui almost laughed out loud. He knew it would be like this, but since Hope had already left, Hu Xinrui didn't plan to dawdle any longer. He was about to take his male partner's arm and walk forward, when he suddenly heard a burst of deafening screams. The fans waiting on both sides looked in the direction behind the two of them. They were all shouting the same name, Serene Sheng. Hu Xinrui turned his head. The gaze he directed at Serene Sheng was full of ill-concealed obsession. He had originally felt that Chen Hang by his side gave him quite a lot of face, but compared to Serene Sheng, Chen Hong was nothing. He wondered when he would ever be able to stand beside a woman like that. Chen Hong didn't know what Hu Xinrui was thinking, otherwise he would have coughed up blood. He also saw the cold and ethereal woman walking toward them. With the intention of currying favor, he stepped forward and reached out to Serene Sheng. "Senior, hello. I am Chen Hong from Duo U. We were on the same set once." Although Serene Sheng was the female lead at the time, and he played a supporting villain, Serene Sheng didn't even spare him a glance, and walked straight past the two of them. Chen Hong's outstretched hand froze in mid-air, his handsome face shadowed, even though the audience on both sides couldn't hear what the stars on the red carpet were saying. They saw this scene very clearly. If it had been any other star, people might have started cursing by now. But because it was Serene Sheng, the scene was silent for only a second. Then came even louder screams. "She's so cool. I love her so much. I didn't like that couple from the start anyway." Even though we can't hear them, it felt like they were bullying that pretty girl in front of them. Serene fans, pay attention. The media will definitely seize on this point to make a big deal later. Prepare for battle on Twitter, understood? Don't worry, it's not our first time hearing the crowd of fans supporting her. With pride rather than shame, Chen Heng's expression was dark enough to drip water. Beside him, Hu Xinrui comforted him. "Brother Hang, don't lower yourself to their level. Her fans are the worst cancer in the industry." As he spoke, his eyes stared obsessively at Serene Sheng's back. His tone was clearly different from when he criticized the fans. Besides, you know Serene Sheng's personality. She's the same toward everyone. Just as his voice fell, he saw Serene Sheng walk up to Hope and stop, and she offered her arm to Hope. Not only did Hu Xinrui look like he'd seen a ghost, but Hope was also stunned. Her CEO had poached Serene Sheng for Starstream, so she knew that, of course. But the other woman's gesture still left her feeling flattered. Was it what she thought it meant? Before she could ask, Serene Sheng had already said impatiently, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you see my gesture?" Hope gave a startled, "Oh," and mechanically reached out to take her arm. "Thank you." Serene Sheng remained expressionless. "Mr. Logan told me to walk with you." "No need to thank me." Hope finally didn't find it strange. Thinking of how well I treated her, a warm current flowed through her heart. Faced with this duo, the sharp radars of Serene's fans responded instantly. While they were all buzzing with discussion, they simultaneously grabbed their phones to search. Who exactly was this boy that their big sister was accompanying on the red carpet? Meanwhile, Kelsey who was walking behind them, was so jealous, her face was practically distorted. Right now she wouldn't even dare to dream of standing next to Serene Sheng. How did Hope get to walk the red carpet with her? What kind of dumb luck did he have? More importantly, she had previously thought Hope had no partner. Just as conflicted as Kelsey who was Chen Hong. He saw Hope, who was entangled with someone like Kelsey, as a total nobody. Yet Serene Sheng, who had completely ignored him, was walking the red carpet with that very person. It was so damn ironic. After I dropped Serene Sheng off, I switched seats with Sha 4 and made my exit. I took the car back home. But as soon as I sat down at the dinner table, I received a call from Kai Min. "Mr. Logan, something happened. The outfit Hope is wearing is the same as Zachary Tong's, and it's already trending. Right now, everyone on Twitter is attacking Hope for wearing a fake to clout chase Zachary Tong." Hearing the name Zachary Tong, I was taken aback. It took me a moment to remember. He was one of Serena's former flings, except that during an outdoor reality show recording, he targeted me and Samantha. In the end, my second sister ordered his face to be slashed. Since he appeared at the Everlasting World Gala, the wounds on his face must have been repaired. "Logan, what's wrong?" Alice Yang looked at me and asked with concern. The whole family had been waiting for me to return before starting dinner. Now, seeing me dazed after the call, no one else picked up their chopsticks, including Victor Yao, who was sitting next to Serena. "Something happened with a company artist. You guys eat first." I stood up and walked out as I spoke, clicking into the related trending topic. The sentiment in the comment section was exactly as Kai Min said. It was completely one-sided. Who is this guy? Does he have no shame? It's one thing to copy other clothes, but he actually dared to wear a knockoff of Six Couture, even on Zachary Tong. This gown looks a bit tight. What was this guy thinking? A crowd of people, including Zachary Tong's fans, didn't even bother to verify anything. They immediately assumed Zachary Tong was wearing the real deal, and that Hope was wearing a high-quality fake. What was even worse was that Serene Shang's fans also joined the fray. What the hell? Why is our Serene walking the red carpet with someone like this? Is the new company really that incompetent? How could they exploit Serene just to promote a rookie? Is Serene just a tool for you to train newcomers? Clout chaser, stay away from our Serene. Otherwise, don't blame me for going off on my keyboard. I frowned deeply after reading through all of this. One didn't need to think to know what kind of ordeal Hope was going through at the gala venue right now. Just as I was about to contact SICK for an official clarification, Director Feng Yihong called me. Mr. Logan, did you see the post about Hope and Zachary Tong wearing the same outfit? What's going on here? Speaking to this point, he paused. Although I didn't care about status when casting, I don't want to invite trouble either. You understand, right? I understood immediately. Don't worry, Director Feng. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this. Feng Yihong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then I'll wait for your good news. Once this issue is resolved, we will announce Hope as the female lead. I acknowledged him and was about to message SICK's official account, only to see that half a minute ago, they had already posted a statement. SICK official. We only loaned this gown to Hope. We believe SIC's loyal customers won't mistake our products. The statement was simple and blunt, with a touch of sarcastic sharpness. Seeing this powerful tweet, I gave a satisfied smile. I found the contact I had been messaging this morning. Thanks. In no time, a blow and a kiss emoji came back from the other side, which was quite cute. With the post from SIC's official account, the online condemnation of Hope suddenly reversed. Holy crap, Zachary Tong was the one wearing the fake. Am I seeing this right? Can a statement from SIC's official account be fake? All those people who attacked him without knowing the facts, shouldn't they come out and apologize? Zachary Tong, at the gala venue, was lazily sitting in the chair with his name on it, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Regarding the same outfit situation, he had been nervous at first. However, seeing that the other party was just a nobody 18th tier star, he put his heart back in his chest. It was undoubtedly a high-quality fake, just like his. Even if what the other person wore was real, Zachary Tong's status was established, even if it trended. No one would believe he was wearing a fake. However, his beautiful imagination was interrupted when he suddenly noticed quite a few people in the audience turning to look at him, with subtle expressions. Right then, Kelsey Hu hunched over and walked up to him. Cousin, look at Twitter quickly. On the other side, seeing the situation improve, I turned and went back to the dining room. I found that everyone was still waiting for me. Was it serious? Alice Yang asked. Before I could answer, Skylar Shah held up her phone to me and asked, was it about this same outfit thing? She had been hanging around her brother for over 2 weeks, so she was already very familiar with Starstream's artists. Therefore, the moment she saw this trending topic, she roughly understood what was bothering her little brother. I nodded and answered Alice Yang's question at the same time. It's not serious, and it's already been resolved. Skylar Xia made a sound of disapproval while looking at her screen. This Zachary Tong guy, isn't he one of Second Sister's former lovers? As she spoke, she turned to look at Serena. Look at your taste in men. You really aren't picky at all, are you? As soon as those words left her mouth, Victor Yao, who was sitting next to Serena, had cheeks that instantly turned the color of pig liver. Alice Yang gave Skylar Shia a sharp glare. The latter only then realized she had said the wrong thing. She quickly put down her phone and apologized. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you. Victor Yao forced a thin smile. I know. Serena gave Skylar Shia a warning look, then said with a smile, those past flings, I've never acknowledged a single one of them. I only like you. Skylar Shia felt a wave of disgust at the sight. She turned to me and whispered, Logan, have you noticed? When Second Sister is with Victor Yao, she's like a completely different person. Before I could respond, she rubbed the goosebumps that had popped up all over her. Sure enough, people in love are never normal. That night I felt thirsty after my shower, so I left my room to get some water. As a result, while passing by the study, I ran right into Victor Yao. I stopped in my tracks. What are you doing here? I was looking for a bathroom. Victor Yao rubbed his nose as if trying to hide something. Logan, you're not asleep yet? I asked. Second sister's room doesn't have a bathroom. Victor Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Your sister is in there taking a shower. I gave a small smile. I pointed in a certain direction. The public restroom is over there, Victor Yao acknowledged. He turned and walked in that direction. I stood there for a moment. Then I went back to my room. I grabbed a device even more sophisticated than a pinhole camera and headed to the study. After finishing my task, I was about to leave the study when a graceful figure suddenly flashed in through the window. The newcomer covered my eyes with one hand. Stick 'em up. I'm only taking your virtue, not your money. Do you want to give in or lose your life? My lips curled slightly. I reached up and pulled Jiran's hand down. Since Victor Yao is staying over at the Shah house, there's no need to monitor him for now. Go back and get some sleep. Yaran gave a mischievous chuckle. I was just wondering how I'd keep watch later. After all, with a man and woman alone in a room, I really didn't want to watch a show starring your second sister. I thought to myself, knowing my sister's personality, since she was keeping Victor Yao over, they certainly weren't going to just talk under the covers. Then you should head back. Be careful on the way. Making me leave as soon as I get here? How heartless. Jiran spoke melodramatically, but she still headed out. Bye-bye, little Logan. See you tomorrow. After Jiran left, I wiped the surveillance footage of the study for this period. Then I turned and left. Returning to my bedroom, I was about to turn on the light. My raised hand suddenly paused. The light was clearly on before I left. Just as I was thinking that, there was a sudden bang. The door beside me was slammed shut. The sliver of light from the hallway was cut off. Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain on my lips, and I couldn't say another word. My defensive hands, ready to strike, stopped as soon as I caught a familiar scent. Instead, I ran my fingers through Maya's hair, tilting my face up to respond to her kiss. But why was today's kiss so aggressive? Until I was breathless. I was forced to push her away. What's wrong with you today? Maya didn't speak. She just stayed close enough to hear my breathing, panting softly as she caught her breath. In the pitch-black night, those sexy sounds of heavy breathing were unconsciously amplified. They wantonly toyed with my nerves. Her breathing made my heart race. I wanted to deal with this woman right then and there, but I hadn't yet become so blinded by lust that I'd ignore the odd behavior. In the darkness, I raised my hand and slowly traced the contours of her face. What is it really? Maya grabbed my finger and gave it a hard bite. I cried out in pain. Are you a dog? Maya still said nothing. Now I was truly puzzled. Maya had thrown tantrums before, but never like this. So I started reflecting on myself. Exactly where had I offended this ancestor? I quickly filtered the day's events in my head, but I suddenly stalled when I recalled driving Serene Sheng to the gala. I was caught off guard. You saw that? Maya still didn't say anything, but I could clearly feel her aura grow a degree colder. So I raised 3 fingers. In a cowardly I swear to heaven gesture. I can explain. The heavy pressure around Maya eased slightly. She gestured for me to continue. I swallowed hard and laid out the whole story, from beginning to end, including why Serene Sheng wanted me to drive her. She's a fan of my racing. But what I didn't know was that Sha 4 had already embellished and sanitized my actions to her. So, upon hearing more specific details, Maya's anger only increased. She reached up and pinched my chin. She finally opened her mouth to speak, emitting the first syllable of the day. A fan? She gave a cold sneer. You're quite doting on your fans. Taking her for a joyride, and even letting her sit in your passenger seat. That's not the point, Maya. I explained meticulously for fear she'd misunderstand. But why did I feel it was backfiring? It was an emergency. And besides, we usually have drivers. I didn't realize the significance of the passenger seat for a moment. You're quite stubborn. Do you still think you've done nothing wrong? Hearing the overwhelming pressure in her tone, I instantly folded. I was wrong. Don't think I'll let you off just for that. Maya grabbed me and threw me onto the bed. Her body leaned down over me. If you're wrong, you should accept your punishment, shouldn't you? Thinking of the previous punishments, I couldn't help but shiver. I wanted to speak again, but she put a finger to my lips. Shh. The Shah family was incredibly wealthy. The walls weren't just magnificent. The materials were absolute world-class. So in terms of soundproofing, it was exceptionally effective. But this night, Summer Shah was unable to sleep for a long time. Serena's room was to the left of hers, and mine was to the right. That night, she basically heard a harmonious duet. Serena and Victor Yao being uninhibited was one thing, but what was going on with her little brother? Summer Shah was no stranger to Maya climbing over walls, regarding the things between men and women. Although she'd never eaten pork, she had seen a pig run. She didn't believe for a second that a young man full of vigor would climb walls, just to taunt business with her brother, recite poems, or discuss life philosophy. But she didn't know if it was Maya who wasn't up to it, or her brother being too reserved and suppressing himself. She had never heard any strange noises coming from my room before. This was the absolute first time. If she weren't afraid of embarrassing her brother, she would have knocked on the door already. She looked down at herself. Summer Xia irritably ran a hand through her hair. She got up and went to the bathroom. Although she hadn't met a boy she liked, she was still a woman. The next morning, Summer Xia, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, intercepted our mother. She took over the task of knocking on my door. "Logan, time to eat." Inside the room, I gave a hoarse acknowledgement, while simultaneously glaring at the person beside me. Maya's lips parted slightly. "You're the one who provoked me." She felt a bit guilty, but still tried to maintain her aura. "Why does it look like I'm the one bullying you?" "You are bullying me." Maya's head buried into the crook of my neck again. "You always like making me angry and then making me feel bad for you. No one can torment me like you do." I paused for a moment and stroked Maya's head like one would a child's. "Still mad at me?" Maya didn't say a word. I continued. "Last night was my fault. I promise you there won't be a next time. Don't be mad anymore, okay?" Maya gave a muffled hum. "And you're not allowed to be mad at me either." I pulled her face out with a chuckle. "How could I be? When have you ever seen me truly stay mad at you?" Maya's gaze darkened. I had just learned my lesson. I was all too familiar with that look in her eyes. I hurried to push her shoulders and urged her to the shower. "Big sister is already calling us for breakfast." Maya finally curbed her impulses after both had showered and cleaned up. They headed downstairs openly. When Skylar Xia saw Maya, she wasn't as reactive as last time, but she was still a bit unhappy. She didn't pay any attention to her. She only looked at me and paused. "What's going on today?" Logan and Big Sister both looked like they didn't sleep all night. Skylar Xia was a heavy sleeper, so even though they were on the same floor, she hadn't heard anything from either room, not even from Serena Xia's. "Would you like me to continue translating this story for you?" So she had no idea her brother had been fighting an intense battle until dawn, and her poor eldest sister had also been kept awake all night by the disturbance. Hearing this, I looked at Summer Xia, only to see her sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, which were particularly conspicuous on her jade-like, handsome face. Then, when I realized that it was usually our mother who called us for breakfast, but this time it had been replaced by Summer Xia, what else was there for me not to understand? My face instantly flushed bright red, and I was too embarrassed to know what to do. Seeing her brother's embarrassment, Summer Xia couldn't help but glare at Skylar. "Don't ask things. You shouldn't ask." Serena Xia sensed something from the interaction between them, and she instantly narrowed her eyes. "Young people should waste less energy, lest you find yourself unable to perform in the future." "It seems second sister is quite the expert," Maya replied with a smile. "However, I'm not like second sister, who has seen countless people and spreads her favors so widely. So, second sister really doesn't need to worry about Logan's future happiness." As soon as she finished, I pinched her waist. Serena Xia's handsome face became like a palette, shifting through every color. Looking just as displeased as her was Victor Yao beside her. That brainless Skylar Xia was one thing for saying the wrong thing, but Maya didn't seem like a reckless person at all. Yet she had openly mentioned Serena Xia's scandalous past right in front of him. It was as if she didn't care about him at all. Serena Xia naturally felt his mood, and after comforting him, she was about to confront Maya when Alice Yang walked over. "Time to eat." After the meal, I saw Skylar heading out with her equipment, so I couldn't help but ask, "Third sister, where are you going?" "To work." Skylar held up the camera hanging from her neck and took a photo of me. "It's my first day on the job, Logan. Want to come and support me?" I was originally debating whether to go back for a nap. After all, I had stayed up all night without a wink of sleep. I didn't think I had the energy to handle the company's business affairs. Now, I felt that going with my third sister would be fun too. So, I gave a nod. "Okay." Skylar was instantly flattered. She could also sense that her brother didn't usually like her clinging to him, so she had only said it casually. never expecting him to actually agree. Let's go. So, under Maya's resentful gaze, I got into Skylar's car without looking back. The car drove all the way to the country's most famous magazine, the headquarters of Trend magazine. General Manager Lu Yan, along with an assistant, was personally waiting at the door to welcome her, not only because Skylar was a Leica award winner, but also because she was a daughter of the Shah family. Although their magazine held a leading position in the country, their market value was still leagues away from the Shah corporations. Seeing me, Lu Yan was slightly stunned. "This is my brother, he's just here to hang out." Skylar locked the car and slipped her hands into her pockets, not feeling at all that the CEO of her new company coming to meet her was inappropriate behavior. "Are we doing the onboarding now?" Lu Yan had originally thought I was this young lady's boyfriend. Learning my identity, he was filled with respect. "Hello, Mr. Logan." I gave a nod in response. The siblings didn't look like they were there for a job. They looked more like they were there for an inspection. Lu Yan didn't dare have any objections, and he hadn't forgotten Skylar's question. "I'll take the third miss to do the onboarding paperwork now." As he spoke, he turned to the assistant. "Take good care of Mr. Logan. Don't mind me. I can just wander around here on my own." I raised a hand to refuse Lu Yan's politeness. "Go ahead and do your work." Skylar reached out and patted my head. "Third sister will be right back." The group took the CEO's private elevator, while I strolled around the lobby with my arms crossed. Maybe because they had arrived too early, the entire lobby was empty, with few people around. As I walked, the glass revolving door suddenly moved. I turned to look, and was stunned to see two familiar faces. "Aren't you out of town with the production crew?" The people were none other than Samantha, whom I hadn't seen in a while, and her manager, Donnie. Samantha was also stunned to see me, but she snapped out of it after a moment. "We just got back." "Why is Mr. Logan here?" Before I could answer, I heard an arrogant voice interject. "I'm asking you, what are you doing here?" I turned my head to look, and saw a female artist standing at the corner of the corridor. I was equally familiar with this person, a popular A-list artist from Asura, whose status was on par with Serene Shung's. Yvette He. Not only did I know her when I managed Asura in my past life, but in this life she had even lowered her quote to compete with Samantha for the lead in The Pale Moon. Except I had invested in that drama, so she hadn't succeeded in snatching it. Did Samantha and Yvette He's encounter count as enemies on a narrow path? Yvette's words just now were clearly aimed at Samantha. Faced with Yvette's provocation, Samantha hadn't even spoken yet, when Danny interjected sharply. "We're here for a magazine cover shoot, obviously. If you can come here, why can't we?" Yvette acted like she'd heard a joke. "Why? Don't you have any self-awareness? What is my status, and what is hers?" As she spoke, she looked around the lobby. "Is Trend magazine starting to go downhill? Inviting just anyone?" My eyes narrowed. "Yeah, if they don't even care about an artist's character, why would they care about status?" Hearing this, Yvette turned and saw me, her breath hitching instantly. A look of intense amazement flashed in her eyes, along with a hint of inexplicable familiarity, as if she had seen me somewhere before. With that thought, she didn't even care who my words were targeted at, or bother to investigate. She stared straight at me. "Hey, handsome. Have we met somewhere before? Are you a staff member for Trend magazine?" Samantha saw Yvette trying to hit on me with a flirtatious tone, and she instantly got furious. "This is our CEO. Keep your mouth clean." Yvette was stunned, and looked me up and down several times. Such a young CEO? At this moment, she also remembered where she had seen this man. When she went to the Pale Moon set, he was standing right next to the director. Except she had been embarrassed by the director then, and was too busy being shocked and angry to pay any attention to this person. But even knowing I was a CEO, Yvette didn't hold back at all. Her tone became even more mocking. No wonder Serene Sheng was willing to leave the well-funded Astra, and was determined to go to a no-name company. Turns out there's a handsome little CEO over there. To keep all these female artists, you must work pretty hard in private, huh? The implication and insult in those words couldn't be clearer. Samantha was instantly enraged. However, before she could react, a crisp slap was heard. 5 finger marks immediately rose on Yvette's face. I shook my slightly numb hand. "With a mouth as foul as yours, you must get slapped pretty often, right?" This slap not only stunned Samantha and Danny on the spot, but even Yvette herself was dazed, with a look of, "Who am I? Where am I? What did I just experience? Until her assistant, Xiao Cheng, sensed something was wrong and came looking for her. Only then did she snap out of it. She immediately glared at me. Are you looking for a death wish? Slap. Another crisp sound echoed. I looked at her with a thunderous expression. Whether I have a death wish is one thing, but you're clearly looking for a beating. Xiao Cheng was shocked by my sudden move. He hurriedly shielded the bruised cheeks of the once again stunned Hey Yuan. How can you just hit people like that? Why don't you ask your boss what she just said? Samantha also snapped out of it at this time. She immediately stepped up to defend me. He Yuan's expression was terrifyingly cold. You dare lay a hand on me? Have you considered the price you're going to pay for this? As she spoke, she turned to order her assistant, Xiao Cheng. Take a photo of me and post it on Twitter. Make sure I look good in it. I believe my fans will get justice for me. When she said that last sentence, she stared at me again. She was clearly trying to incite her fans to cyberbully me. Yuan thought that by saying this, I would show some kind of fearful expression. Instead, I remained perfectly calm. I even took out my phone and waved it at her. I'm sure your fans would also be very curious as to why exactly you were slammed, I said as I pressed the play button. Yuan's harassment and insults from moments ago reached everyone's ears without a single word missing. Xiao Cheng, who had just taken out his phone to take a photo, froze in mid-motion upon hearing this. Yuan was also filled with shock. She had been standing right in front of me. How had she not noticed when I recorded her? Hurry up and post it, don't dawdle. I'm waiting, I urged, pretending to be impatient. Yuan's face turned from red to white. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth. Fine, just my luck. I won't hold it against you this time. You won't hold it against him? Samantha acted like she'd heard a joke. You were clearly the one who provoked him first. And now you think a simple not holding it against him settles it? Apologize. Yuan's face twisted. Don't push me too far. She'd already been slapped twice. And yet she still had to apologize to him? She was a top-tier A-list star. When had she ever suffered such a grievance? Not apologizing is fine too. I gripped my phone. Speaking in a leisurely tone, I'm sure that even without your sob story for context, your fans and the media are very familiar with your voice. Yuan instantly clenched her fists. Her expression made it look like she wanted to devour me. After a long while, she finally compromised and spoke. I'm sorry. What was that? I didn't hear you. I dug in my ear. Louder. Didn't you eat today? Yuan felt her blood boil. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so loose-tongued. Did you hear that? I blinked my eyes. Is this really your attitude when apologizing to someone? If people knew, they'd think you're apologizing. But if they didn't, they'd think you're collecting a debt. Yuan almost choked on her own breath. She forced out a smile, her teeth grinding together audibly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been so loose-tongued. Is this young master satisfied now? It's so. I spoke with a smiling, benevolent tone. But, if you ever dare be foul-mouthed again, it won't just be a matter of 2 slaps. Yuan's eyelid twitched violently. Her cheeks, which had just regained feeling, seemed to start burning with pain all over again. Just then, the staff member responsible for her styling walked over. Oh my, Ms. What's wrong with your face? What happened in the short time I was gone? It's none of your business. Don't ask so many questions. Yuan uncomfortably shielded her face with her hand, then lowered it. Can makeup cover these marks? Her schedule was packed. If she weren't so short on time, she wouldn't even want to do the shoot today. Xiao Meng, the staff member, saw her foul expression and temporarily suppressed her own curiosity. She leaned in to examine her. Let me try. It should be fine. Even if we can't fully cover it, we still have the retouching specialists. They won't let the marks on your face, panned to dust, show up on the cover. Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she glanced at Samantha, who had already approached. She said mockingly to the staff, Has your magazine really sunk to inviting lukewarm B-listers now? Xiao Meng knew right away that there was conflict between them. With the intention of fawning over Yuan, she let out a sigh. Who knows? But this was a decision made by the higher-ups. There's nothing we can do. Danny gave a cold sneer. Since you know it's a decision from your higher-ups, how dare you speak like that in front of an invited guest? Do your superiors. Know you're so presumptuous in private. Xiao Meng's face stiffened, and she immediately didn't dare be rude anymore. Undouble. Just then, another staff member, Xiao Tao, walked over. Miss Chen is here. Seeing Samantha. Xiao Tao's eyes lit up. She reached out. This way, please. I'll take you to get styled. Samantha nodded to Xiao Tao, then glanced at me. Thinking I had nothing better to do, I went with her to the dressing room. While they sat, during the styling process, to lighten the mood, Xiao Tao gossiped with Xiao Meng on the side. Did you see the message sent in the group? That god-tier photographer has already come to the company to complete her onboarding. Old Li said she looks even better than in her photos. Really? Xiao Meng looked envious. Beautiful, with a great family background, and so talented. She's practically a max-level character. Xiao Tao nodded in deep agreement. I just don't know why she'd come to work for us. I heard that even the world-class Blake White, K, had extended an olive branch to her. The Xia family lady isn't short on money anyway. Xiao Meng acted like she knew all about it. Heirs of wealthy families have more money than they can spend. Working for others is probably just for fun. It's the same everywhere. So of course she'd pick somewhere close to home. Samantha and I looked at each other, and both of us shared a knowing smile. Yuan cut in curiously. Are you talking about this year's Leica Award winner? That event caused a nationwide sensation. It trended on the front page of Twitter for a whole day. She had naturally heard of it. That's her, Xiao Meng chimed in enthusiastically. Wow. Yuan said lazily. I'll have her shoot for me later. Xiao Meng froze mid-motion. I'm sorry, Miss He. The photographer assigned to your shoot isn't her. It's not her? Can't you just change it? Yuan didn't think there was anything wrong with her request. Since she's the best, why not have her shoot for me? Are you looking down on me? No. Xiao Meng looked troubled. She wanted to explain, but feared offending. Hey, Yuan. How about I report it to the higher-ups in a bit, and see if we can change it? Hurry up then. Yuan looked impatient. Report it to them right now. That way, the photographer, Kane, can get familiar with the theme for my shoot. I'm in a hurry. Yes, I'll call the director right away. Xiao Meng was about to take out her phone, when her wrist was caught by Xiao Tao. She looked at her, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Xiao Meng looked confused. Xiao Tao shook her head at her. That photographer is in charge of Ms. Chen's shoot. What? Before Xiao Meng could even react, Yuan was the first to explode. You've got to be joking. You assign me a regular photographer, but assign the best one to a B-list star? Xiao Meng was also completely bewildered. Xiao Dao, are you sure you didn't get it wrong? For Trend to even invite a B-list artist, I didn't really understand that in the first place. And assigned the best photographer to her too. As soon as she finished saying this, she was yanked hard by Xiao Tao, signaling that Samantha and her manager were still present. Danny cleared her throat. Since you all find it strange that Trend would invite us, aren't you curious why they invited you? Give you an inch and you take a mile, huh? What status gets what level of photographer? This is the rule of the industry. Don't you understand? Yvette was already holding in a grudge over being slapped earlier. Now, being treated differently, especially compared to Samantha, whose status is lower, and who she doesn't get along with. How could she swallow this insult? I don't care how your company arranged it originally. Switch the photographer for me to that Leica Award winner. Give my original one to her. Otherwise, I won't do the shoot. Seeing Yvette threaten to strike, Xiao Meng immediately panicked. Ms. He, please don't be angry. I'll report this to the higher-ups for you right away. Please rest assured. Xiao Tao, beside her, pulled her again. Would this be inappropriate? Then do you think this arrangement is appropriate? Xiao Meng said dismissively. Maybe the higher-ups made a mistake, assigning a regular photographer to a popular A-lister, and assigning the best photographer to a B-lister. Do you think that's even possible? Now even Xiao Tao was speechless. At first, she was also a bit surprised. She had even checked the photographer's name several times. It was indeed that trending photographer. If the higher-ups made a mistake, then that wasn't impossible. Samantha and Danny were practically laughing from anger. Even the usually mild-mannered Samantha got a bit of a temper. I'm sorry, but I don't agree to switching photographers. I want Skylar Xia to shoot for me. Besides, you also switched. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Xiao Meng. With your status, our magazine inviting you is already giving you face. Not even an A-lister, and you dare to be picky. If you want to shoot, shoot. If not, get out. Don't waste our time. wanting only to flatter Yvette, but being blocked repeatedly. Xiaoming was also furious. She felt this person simply didn't know what's good for her. As luck would have it, just as the words left her mouth, a cold voice came from the doorway. What big talk! Everyone turned their heads, only to see Skylar Xia standing at the door with a cold face. Seeing Skylar Xia, Xiaomeng's eyes were full of amazement. She thought to herself that Xiao Tao hadn't lied to her. Coming back to her senses, she immediately looked at Samantha smugly, and said arrogantly, "Did you hear that? A pathetic B-lister. Actually wanting our great photographer to humble herself to shoot for you. Look in the mirror first." She thought Skylar Xia was talking to Samantha, but didn't notice that Samantha's group was calm, and hadn't changed their expressions at all. She even turned to Yvette and said, "I knew the higher-ups must have made a mistake. Ms., he can rest easy now." Yvette snorted, turned to look at the person standing at the door. She wanted to brown nose, but still put on an arrogant front. "So you're this year's Leica Award winner, and also the daughter of the Shah family from DC. Skylar Xia ignored her completely. Instead, she turned to the woman standing nearby. "These are your employees, and the models you've invited? Now, regarding Trend's title as the top domestic cover magazine, I have serious doubts." Xiaomeng finally sensed a bit of trouble. The next moment, she saw her CEO with a dark, grim face, appearing beside Skylar Xia. "Who gave you the audacity to take matters into your own hands? Don't say another word. Pack your things and get out." Xiaomeng's face turned pale instantly. "President Lu Yan, DS2. Don't make me say it twice." Yvette was also stunned by this sudden change, and looked completely bewildered. "Wait, what's going on? Why did you—" Before she could finish, I, standing beside Samantha, raised my hand to check my watch. Then I turned to the woman at the door. "Third sister, didn't you say you'd be back in a moment? This moment of yours has been way too long." As soon as I finished speaking, Yvette was frozen on the spot. Skylar Xia is the Xia family young lady. The boy in front of her calls her third sister. Doesn't that make him the Xia family's young master? The shock was still coming. Samantha leaned back against the chair, and in a tone of an old acquaintance, said to Skylar Xia, "Not bad. You've really become successful now. Has a lot of time passed?" Danny hasn't rested for a second, and came down as soon as the paperwork was done. Skylar Xia first replied to her brother, then looked at Samantha. "Danny, I know, but you're not doing so well. Been in the industry so long and still just a B-lister, letting others ride over your head and show off." Though the words were disparaging, anyone could hear the familiarity in them, and they had to be very close friends to tease each other like that. Now, Yvette was completely dumbfounded, and the fired Xiaomeng nearby was in no better state than her. She had tried so hard to flatter Yvette, only to offend the friend of this new photographer. Intense regret churned in her gut. Xiaomeng wished she could turn back time, but she knew it was all too late now. "What are you standing there for?" Lu Yan glared at Xiaomeng with a dark face. "Do you want me to call security?" Xiaomeng bit her lip, and had no choice but to leave dejectedly. After Xiaomeng left, Yvette stopped mentioning switching photographers. However, her styling was only half finished, so she cleared her throat. "Call someone else over to finish the rest of my styling." Lu Yan smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, but I suddenly feel you don't meet the requirements for Trend magazine's cover star, so there's no need to finish the styling. You should just head back." If it were a regular photographer, he wouldn't have gone as far as offending a popular A-lister who could bring him profit, just for an employee. But Skylar Xia was not just a photographer, she was also the daughter of the Xia family. He was even thinking, if he could climb up the big tree of the Xia family in the future. Naturally, he had to treat this lady well. Yvette was stunned at first when she heard this. Then she knit her brows. "Meet the requirements? That's not what you said when you invited me." "What? Just because I had a bit of conflict with the people. You're trying to brown nose. You immediately showed this kind of face. Everyone understands the logic, but saying it out loud makes you look foolish. How did she ever get to be an A-lister? It makes no sense." Lu Yan adjusted the lenses of his glasses, which reflected a cold glint. "Since you understand everything, then don't linger any further. Trend is a leader in the domestic industry. Making a scene won't do you any good." This last sentence could be considered a threat. Yvette also knew that saying more was useless, so she could only stand up resentfully. As if to preserve the last bit of her dignity, she stubbornly said, Even if you invite me in the future, I won't come back. After saying that, she walked out without looking back. After Yvette and her assistant left, Lu Yan exchanged a few pleasantries with Skylar Shah, and then also departed. Xiao Tao was left behind, patting her chest in fear, grateful that she hadn't spoken recklessly. Now she was even more attentive to Samantha. Ms. Chen, do you think this part looks okay like this? Just proceed according to your original plan. Samantha didn't put on airs, and replied to her politely. Then I started hanging out with Skylar. When it came time for the shoot, I was like an invited VIP, enjoying the tea and snacks provided by the staff, while quietly observing from the side. Through this observation, I discovered two new worlds. One was Skylar when she's working. It's like she becomes a different person, commanding with total focus, finding angles for shots with complete selflessness. She exudes an indescribable charm, a far cry from her usual flighty behavior. I finally understood why this sister of mine was able to win such an honor in the photography world. The second was Samantha's camera presence, which was even better than I had imagined. Shooting a magazine cover isn't as simple as just taking a set of photos. Much of the time, it's similar to acting. In fact, because it's static, yet has to express multiple meanings, it's even harder to grasp than acting. But when Samantha faces the camera, she likewise gives an impression far removed from her daily self. Like a crouching leopard waiting for its chance, she can always seize the essence at the first opportunity. The speed at which she switches states is also staggering. Skylar said she's only second tier after being in the industry so long. But actually, Samantha hasn't been in the circle for many years. Without using any background or connections, reaching the second tier in such a short time is already very rare in the entertainment industry. Hope's time in the industry is about the same as hers, and she's also quite talented. But forget about the second tier. Before I took over Starstream, she hadn't even made a name for herself in the industry. From this, it's clear that Samantha is someone even more gifted than Hope. Although I haven't seen Samantha's acting, I can roughly guess why she was able to become a massive hit with Pale Moon. As long as the script is decent, with her kind of camera presence, it would be hard not to be a hit. I watched until noon, and since I couldn't hold on anymore, I went home to sleep. Near the house, my phone vibrated slightly. I opened it to look, and couldn't help but sit up straight. Stop the car. Maya pulled the car to the side of the road. What is it? Did the fish take the bait? I turned off the phone, and reached out to open the door. We're both climbing over the wall to get back. You go wait in my room. I'm going to find second sister. Maya raised an eyebrow. Yaopeng can't sit still? I reached out and pinched her cheek. Smart girl. Maya reached out and grabbed my hand. Can you even climb the wall right now? Don't underestimate me. I scratched her palm, forcing her to let go of me because of the itch. I'm moving out first. I'm taking my run. With that, my figure flashed and I vanished into the night. Maya gave a low laugh. It seems I haven't worked hard enough. After saying that, she also followed. And so, in the middle of the night, this eccentric couple both took the path less traveled, and climbed over the wall to return home. Maya obediently listened to her wife, and returned to their little love nest. I sneaked all the way to Serena's bedroom, and jumped in through the window. The person on the bed sat up instantly. Seeing the familiar figure in the moonlight, she was taken aback. Logan? I was also stunned. Second sister, you weren't sleeping? Serena pinched her brow and smiled. I was sleeping. But if someone suddenly enters the room, can I not wake up? Your sister has spent years walking a tightrope. If I didn't even have this much alertness, I'd have died 800 times over. I nodded. Good. Then, did second sister notice that Yaopeng is gone? Serena turned on the light. Seeing that Yaopeng was indeed not on the bed, she didn't show a surprised expression. Logan, what are you trying to say? Did you discover something? I took out my phone and adjusted the study's surveillance for her to see. He didn't go to the restroom. He snuck into the study. Second sister, he's stealing the Shah family's classified files. Serena glanced at my phone. Logan, about the study's surveillance. I don't recall the camera being at this angle. Wait, is that the important point right now? No way, seriously? Is my second sister so blinded by love that she can ignore the ironclad evidence right in front of her and just keep talking about other things? Second sister, are you really going to keep lying to yourself? Serena was silent for a moment before falling back on the bed and laughing loudly. I was completely confused by her laughter. My second sister hadn't been driven crazy by the shock, had she? Serena's chest heaved with laughter. Finally, she pinched my cheek. Logan, how can you be so cute? Whether I'm cute is one thing, but you're being really hateful like this. You know that? Serena laughed enough before saying seriously, Logan, you haven't been obsessing over this all this time, have you? That was my fault. I didn't give you a heads up in advance. Ah? The next moment, Serena addressed the confusion in my heart. I knew Yalpeng approached me with a purpose, and I knew he was the cousin-uncle's person. Bringing him home was also giving him a chance. The things he took are what I prepared for him to take. I finally understood what Serena was laughing about. At this moment, I also felt like a bit of an idiot. There's no love left in this world. Was there a discrepancy between this life and the last? Or was it like this in the last life as well? Come to think of it, that makes sense. Although the Xia family suffered a massive upheaval, it didn't completely collapse. In the end, the two sisters of the Xia family turned the tide. If she intentionally let the other side get the data to harm themselves, while drawing the snake out of the hole to wipe them all out, that would make sense. Second sister, it's a pity you aren't an actress. And all that Yao Peng saved her life? Stuff. And she trusts she wouldn't be wrong about him. It sounded so real. Serena burst into laughter once again, but I suddenly covered her mouth. Shh, he's back. Since second sister knows what she's doing, then I'm relieved. Good night. After saying that, I turned and jumped out the window. Serena realized and reached out but grabbed only air. She belatedly thought about how her little brother actually had such skills. After returning to the room, I threw myself onto the bed, burying my face. Maya was a bit surprised by my reaction. What's wrong? Couldn't persuade your second sister? I gave a muffled shake of my head. Then what is it? Maya dug my face out, stopping my self-harming behavior of trying to suffocate myself. I totally embarrassed myself. I buried my face in her chest again, and told her the truth in a muffled voice. Maya was stunned for a moment, before she burst out laughing. This is a good thing. At least it won't affect the relationship between you siblings. I guess so. I suddenly looked up, not at all embarrassed anymore. Maya was amused again, and fell back onto the bed with me. Crisis resolved. Shouldn't we celebrate? Celebrate my foot. The phone suddenly rang. Quick, quick, major discovery. Seeing Jaren's message, I realized I had forgotten. Did I forget to tell her about the Yaopeng situation? Jaren, Yao Peng went to find your cousin uncle. He even handed him a folder. I've already taken photos. Is there anything else I need to do? I waved it off. No need. Mission accomplished, you can go back now. That simple? Jaren found it a bit unbelievable, and even a bit hurt. I just finished the task and you're already driving me away? You really are heartless. Me? I smiled. Your legs belong to you. You can also continue to stay in the country. You really are less romantic than even a piece of wood like Wu Chang. Jaren grumbled. Fine. Sister's going to go do? A big job. I've sent the photos to your email. Remember to check them, little baby. I hummed an acknowledgement and received the email. After just one glance, I packaged it and sent it to Serena. In a short while, a message arrived from the other side, as if coaxing a child. My Logan is so capable. It made me wonder, how much of that was just perfunctory? After finishing that, I opened Twitter to see how the situation was progressing, but suddenly received a large number of abusive direct messages. Looking at the content, I found it was related to Serene Sheng. I clicked on one of the retweeted marketing account posts. My brow furrowed slightly. A major endorsement of Serene Sheng's had been snatched by Yvette He's team. Naturally, the fan bases of the two parties were tearing into each other in the comments. However, while fighting with Yvette's fans, most of Serene's fans were also cursing Starstream. Can the new company actually do anything at all? How many endorsements has Serene lost since jumping ship? The others are one thing, but do you know how much he prepared for this fashion endorsement? Even with that mess at Astra, they always prioritized resources for Serene, including Anxing, which was snatched this time. It was also, provided by Astra before. Since Serene joined the new company until now, has Starstream given him a single resource? If you can't protect Serene's rights properly, then just set him free, okay? Opening his own studio is better than being held back by a company like this. I massaged my temples, then reached out and pressed the intercom. Before long, Serene Sheng and his manager Quinn entered the office. Mr. Logan, why wasn't the news of the endorsement being snatched reported? Quinn paused for a moment. Is Mr. Logan referring to the Anqing one this time? Or the previous ones? I choked, a hint of guilt rising in my heart. The previous ones weren't very important, Quinn continued. The endorsement for the Anqing brand was negotiated by Astra before. Now that Serene has jumped ship, it's reasonable they'd switch to someone else. Besides, Yvette, he and Serene have similar status, so the brand didn't have any objections. I pursed my lips slightly. I hadn't assigned new resources to him before, because his schedule was so full. Quinn lowered her head and listened quietly, not interjecting. The scene of being put in her place for questioning last time was still fresh in her mind. On the contrary, Serene Sheng, that silly son of a landlord, looked indifferent. I'm still very busy now. If the Anqing endorsement is lost, then it's lost. I smiled. Serene made it sound easy, but I knew that the Anqing brand was one of the best in the country, involving clothing, perfume, beauty products, and many other fields, although there was still a huge gap between it and an international top luxury brand like SICK. As a domestic brand, reaching this level was already quite difficult, and if this endorsement hadn't been dropped, it would be among the top in Serene's portfolio. To say he didn't care was a lie. Even if he didn't care, Quinn couldn't possibly not care. Thinking this, I tapped my finger lightly on the desk. I haven't finished speaking yet. Since one of your endorsement slots has opened up, I wonder if you're interested in being the global spokesperson for SI-SICK? SI-SICK also involved clothing, perfume, and many other fields, but it was founded in Europe at the beginning of the last century. Its international influence was not something Anqing, a rising brand with only a dozen years of history, could compare to. It was truly a behemoth in the fashion world. As soon as I finished, Quinn and Serene Sheng were both stunned. They both thought they were hallucinating. SI-SICK global spokesperson, Quinn repeated with her mouth open. She couldn't believe her ears. Mr. Logan, please don't pull our legs. Let alone Serene's current slight dip in popularity. Even at his peak, we wouldn't dare dream of this brand. Not just him, even if you added all the artists in the country together, none of them would be qualified to be the global spokesperson for SI-SICK. As she spoke, she thought of something and continued. Take Yvette He this time, for example. Her status is on par with Serene's. She begged to be the spokesperson for a single product in the American region, and after 3 years of trying, she still couldn't get it. In the end, she only got the title of brand ambassador, let alone the global spokesperson for the entire SI-SICK brand. I'm only asking if you're interested. My tone brooked no doubt. Just tell me that. If you're interested, I'll go negotiate. Serene Sheng didn't speak. Quinn forced a smile. I'm afraid no artist could refuse the temptation of being SICK's global spokesperson. But this is simply impossible. Earlier, Zachary Tong wore a knockoff, precisely because, with his status, he couldn't even borrow SI-SICK's couture. Speaking of this, she suddenly paused. Although what Zachary Tong wore was fake, what Hope wore was real. And what is Hope's status compared to his? Seeing Quinn sink into deep thought, I couldn't help but curl my lips into a smile. So trust me, I don't fight battles I'm not sure of, nor do I make promises I can't keep. Quinn swallowed hard, her eyes as wide as copper bells. If Serene really could become SICK's global spokesperson, then it wouldn't just be about him. What would Anqing matter? What would those previously lost resources matter? She could already imagine what a sensation it would cause in the industry. She wondered what those managers who mocked her for following the wrong person would look like. Meanwhile, inside Astra, Yvette was following the drama of Zachary Tong, while also keeping an eye on her own situation. Looking at the aggrieved fans in the comment section, the frustration she felt at Trend magazine a few days ago was swept away. Although she had lost to Samantha in their confrontation, Samantha was at best just a measly B-lister. She didn't even deign to take her seriously. But Serene Sheng was different, because their status was similar, and their development paths were close. There was often friction between their fan bases. Her fans' combat effectiveness was decent, compared to other artists, but they always fell short against Serene's fans. This time, she finally got to vent her anger. At that moment, the manager beside her suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed wildly. Yvette, he looked up at him. What's wrong, Chow? Yuan, you won't believe what I saw in Serene Sheng's fan group. Zhai Chao, who was called Chaojie, laughed so hard his eyes were barely visible. That idiot Quinn actually said Serene Sheng might endorse SI-SICK. She really dares to say anything just to appease the fans. Yvette. He was about to drink some water, but as soon as it hit her mouth, and she heard this, she spat it all out. Are you serious? Don't you know I created a burner account? In Serene's fan group, Jai Chao laughed until tears came to his eyes. Quinn said this herself. Yvette wiped the water from the corner of her mouth. As they say, you are the company you keep. That guy has spent too much time with Serene Sheng, so he's become abnormal too. Sharing joy is better than keeping it to yourself. Jai Chao looked at Yvette He with a malicious smile. I'm sure we're not the only ones who think this is hilarious. Yvette, what do you mean, Chao? Jai Chao took a screenshot. He planned to send it to various marketing accounts. Serene Sheng endorsing SICK, such a huge thing, definitely needs some help with publicity. Yvette realized his intention and raised a hand to stop him. Wait, don't rush. The internet is flooded with news about Zachary Tong right now. It would be easily buried if we post it now. We have to wait until this blows over. Jai Chao slapped his forehead. Look at me, I was just too excited. I'm a manager, but I'm not as thoughtful as you. He gave a thumbs up to Yvette as he spoke. Then wait until Zachary Tong's heat dies down before posting. So I waited for Zachary Tong to completely fade out. After the massive drama slowly left the stage, a revelation carried by marketing accounts once again topped the trending list. Serene Sheng to endorse SICK. Anyone who saw this trending topic, their first thought was the same as mine, until they clicked in and saw that it was based on just one sentence from Quinn in a fan group, and then they all laughed their heads off. Is Serene Sheng's manager okay? Endorsing SICK? Why doesn't he just go fly to the moon? I've seen managers overpromise to fans before, but I've never seen anyone reach this far. Does she even know what kind of brand SICK is? Brainless fans pampered him so much he forgot to look in the mirror. The industry's one eye candy. Even a domestic brand like Anqing doesn't want him, yet he's still hoping for an endorsement. Even Sick would find it bad luck just hearing his name. I think I get it now. He lost the Anqing endorsement, so now he's trying to find a face-saving replacement. Even if you want to save face, you should be realistic. When has Sick ever hired an American artist for an endorsement? He wanted to outshine Yvette He, but he ended up becoming a joke instead. At least Yvette is still an ambassador for Sick. After this stunt, he probably won't even be able to wear Sick's clothes anymore. Starstream Entertainment. Quinn rushed into the CEO's office in a panic. Mr. Logan, it was my negligence. I failed to keep my mouth shut. But I really didn't expect things to turn out like this today. What she said in the group was only to appease the restless fans, telling them not to go cause trouble on the official account. After all, she hadn't reported it yet. The way people found out about Serene's endorsement must have been from a group of immature fans making a scene. Furthermore, she hadn't dared to be too certain at the time, only saying it was a possibility. Plus, since it was said inside their own fan group, it normally wouldn't have attracted any outside attention. Let alone hit the trending list. Things had been quiet for days, so she hadn't taken it to heart. Who would have thought that, as if by design, as soon as Zachary Tong's heat dropped, this matter she had almost forgotten about would surge onto the trending list. She could roughly guess what was going on, but she was afraid I would misunderstand, thinking she used this method to force my hand and make me fulfill my promise. No need to be anxious. I know exactly what's going on. I looked perfectly calm. However, the fan groups indeed need to be purged. Otherwise, it won't do to have our rivals getting first-hand intel all the time. Quinn looked ashamed. I'll handle it as soon as I get back. Tell me which fan group it is. When it comes to checking an account's background, you might not be as fast as me. Quinn was stunned for a moment. She was about to say it wasn't necessary, but remembering the previous successful turnarounds, she obediently forwarded the info of the fan group, where the leak happened to me. After receiving it, I gave a nod. Go back now. Also, don't worry about the online public opinion. Just wait for the official announcement. Yes, Quinn acknowledged. Just as she was about to turn around, her body suddenly stiffened. Did official announcement mean what she thought it meant? Is there a problem? I raised an eyebrow. The spokesperson deal has already been finalized. I was planning to confirm with Serene before announcing, but since this has happened, there's no harm in announcing it now. No problem. Quinn's chest heaved violently, as if she had been dazed by a gift from the heavens. She couldn't snap out of it for a long time, even though I had spoken with such certainty before, and she had used it in the heat of the moment to calm fans. Once she cleared her head afterward, she hadn't held much hope. After all, that was sick, not some ordinary domestic brand. Even if I used my identity as the Shah family's young master, it might not influence SI6's selection of a spokesperson. That's why, after it hit the trending list, she was so desperate to come and apologize. Firstly, she feared I'd be angry at her unauthorized move. Secondly, if the deal failed, wouldn't they be put in the hot seat? But what did she just hear? The spokesperson deal is finished? Serene Sheng is really going to be the global spokesperson for SI6? After a long while, Quinn finally calmed her inner excitement slightly. The way she looked at me now was practically glowing. Mr. Logan, to be honest, and don't be mad, even though I stopped voicing objections later. Regarding Serene jumping ship to Starstream, I was never optimistic about it. I felt he was throwing away a gold mine for a pile of gravel. I couldn't help but smile. I didn't mind her bluntness, and gave her the opening to finish her thought. And now, Quinn swallowed hard, now I feel that him getting your favor is really just incredible luck. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, enough with the flattery. I'm going to go catch the ghosts in his fan group. Go back now, and go comfort Serene, although I feel that guy who only has racing on his mind probably doesn't need any comforting. On the other side, Yvette. He was in costume, filming with her crew. During a break after finishing a scene, her manager Zhai Chao waved to her from afar. Yuan, quick, look at Twitter. Damn, this is hilarious. This is probably the first time Serene Sheng has been mocked like this. The fans have been attacked so much, they don't dare show their faces. Yvette. He smiled as she opened her phone. He should really thank that brainless manager of his. She really dares to say anything. And she calls herself a gold tiers manager? I'd say she doesn't even have half the brains you do, Chao. Hearing this, Zhai Chao felt incredibly satisfied. In the past, Yvette's fans couldn't beat Serene's, which made him feel inferior to Quinn. Now he could finally hold his head high. Just then, an overseas call came through. Seeing the caller ID, Zhai Chao raised an eyebrow. Even the sick brand management knows about this. They must want us to issue a warning to Serene Sheng. With that thought, he swiped to answer. But upon hearing what the other side said, the smile on his face froze. Seeing this, Yvette, he frowned. What is it, Chao? Zhai Chao raised a hand to interrupt her. He was about to ask why, when he suddenly heard the system tone for a disconnected call. Hello? Hello? Zhai Chao called back with a grim expression. He stood up and walked to the side at the same time. Yvette didn't know what was happening, but seeing Zhai Chao's reaction, her heart began to race. As soon as Zhai Chao finished the call and returned, she couldn't help but ask, what happened? Zhai Chao glanced at her, his tone sounding like a wilted plant. Your position as brand ambassador has been revoked. What? Yvette's face darkened. Why? Did they give a reason? No. Zhai Chao shook his head. It was all corporate speak. Something about you not fitting the brand's image and philosophy or whatever. He gave the leg of a stool a hard kick as he spoke. Where the hell was that attitude before? If you didn't fit Six's image, why? Did they make you an ambassador in the first place? It's all a bunch of damn excuses. Yvette's throat moved slightly, but she couldn't say a single word of comfort. After all, she felt that she was the one who needed comfort right now. Ultimately, Zhai Chao let out a sigh. He sat down and comforted himself. Anyway, the ambassador title didn't carry much weight. We just need to make sure the On-King endorsement stays stable. He opened Twitter again as he spoke, intending to look at Serene Sheng's failure to lighten his mood. But as soon as he clicked in, he saw a tag labeled explosive. Is the discussion level that high? It's gone viral. It seems we aren't the only ones who think Serene Sheng endorsing SI6 is ridiculous. He clicked on the trend, thinking it was the same one from before. Then, with a clatter, the phone slipped and hit the floor. Yvette. He was still drowning in frustration over having her brand ambassador title revoked. Seeing this, she knit her brows. What is it now? Zhai Chao's face was a mask of pure disbelief. He didn't answer her right away. Instead, his fingers trembled as he reached for the phone. His grip slipped several times before he managed to pick it up. The screen was still on the same page, but Zhai Chao stared at it as if he'd forgotten how to read. The way he glared at the phone, it looked like he wanted to burn a hole through it. How is this possible? Yvette was dying of curiosity. Zhai Chao looked like he'd gone brain dead, so she just grabbed her own phone to check. When she clicked on the post about Serene Sheng's SICK endorsement, Yvette froze instantly. The shock in her eyes was every bit as intense as Zhaichao's. Under that trending topic, the image was no longer the screenshot they'd given to the marketing accounts. It was an official announcement from SIC's Twitter, Deck 3. Serene Sheng will become the new global spokesperson for SICK. She will star in the new ad campaign for SI6 featured products. The formal establishment of this partnership is based on SIC's recognition and trust. In Serene Sheng's image, Yvette couldn't bear to read the rest. Her mind was a chaotic blur. A roar echoed in her head, like she'd fallen into a soul-devouring nightmare. She simply couldn't believe it was real. An endorsement was one thing, but a global spokesperson? How was that possible? With that thought, her trembling fingers tapped through to the account's homepage. She desperately hoped it was a mix-up, or a fake account, or a lie Serene Sheng had cooked up to save face. But seeing the follower count and the official verification, the last shred of hope in her heart was extinguished. It wasn't just Yvette and Zhaichao who were stunned. Netizens were equally incredulous at first. After confirming it multiple times, their attitude toward Serene Sheng did a complete 180-degree turn. Holy crap, Serene Sheng is a beast. When she said she had an endorsement, she really meant it. And it's a global spokesperson deal. She's the only one in the domestic industry to pull that off. I admit, I was talking a bit too loud earlier. She's not just eye candy. Just based on the fact that she's endorsing SICK, she's an elite who's making us proud. So, Yvette how does that slap to the face feel? She bragged about being an ambassador until her fans went wild. They were so smug about stealing on Qing, only for Serene to turn around and become SICK's global spokesperson. And ambassador? Didn't you see the other post SICK made? Yvette, his ambassador title has already been revoked. Watching the internet shower, Serene with praise, Yvette's face twisted with extreme jealousy. Just moments ago, she was feeling smug for stealing the Anqing endorsement. But compared to SICK, what was Anqing worth? Serene Sheng was probably laughing her head off at her in private. And then there was the trending topic they'd just bought. They had intended to humiliate Serene, but in the end, they'd actually paid to build massive hype for her. Thinking of this, Yvette massaged her temples. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bought that trending spot. Even if we hadn't bought it, the fact that Serene is SICK's global spokesperson wouldn't change. Besides, you agreed to it too. Zhaichao was already in a foul mood. Hearing the blame in Yvette's voice only made him more irritated. After snapping at her, he realized he shouldn't vent his anger on his cash cow. He softened his tone. But don't worry. At most, we just lost a bit of money. Serene getting that deal is her business. It won't actually affect you that much. As soon as he said that, he noticed several people on the film set, looking over with very subtle expressions. His brow twitched involuntarily. Right then, his assistant, Xiao Cheng, rushed over in a panic. Yvette, Chao, you're on the trending list. We are? Zhaichao suspiciously exited the current page and refreshed the Twitter trends. When he saw the topic Yvette manager, burner account, his hands tightened instantly. He was almost too afraid to click on it. What's wrong? Yvette also refreshed her feed. She understood Zhaichao's silence in a heartbeat, but she wasn't as hesitant as Zhaichao. She clicked the trend without a second's delay. The next moment, she saw the IP address of Zhaichao's burner account. Inside Serene Sheng's fan group, along with his chat logs with the marketing accounts. She didn't even need to think to know what the comments were saying. Is this what you meant by it not affecting me much? Yvette looked at Zhaichao, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Zhaichao swallowed hard in guilt. Before he could say another word, Sophie's call came through. Do you think I'm living too peacefully or something? Sophie was roaring through the phone, her brow furrowed deep. The Zachary Tong incident had already left her overwhelmed, and now it was just one disaster after another. Were all the people working for her idiots? Not a single one of them could stay out of trouble. President Sophie, listen to me. Sophie cut Zhaichao off before he could finish. I don't care if you handle it yourself, or find another way. Just get Yvette out of this mess. Otherwise, your career as a manager is over. Unlike the consecutive blows dealt to Astra, I've been on cloud 9 lately. Not only was the family crisis resolved, but the artists under my wing were all moving in a great direction. That day, after returning home from work, I was about to head to my room for a new hair tie, when I was intercepted in the hallway. A person appeared out of nowhere and covered my eyes from behind. Guess who? Hearing the voice, I was taken aback. Weren't you supposed to have left? Why are you still here? And why are you so openly in my house? No way. You recognize me even with my voice changed? Jiran stepped in front of me, reaching out to link her arm with mine. I was going to leave, but your second sister hired me. I was stunned again. Before I could ask what Serena Shah hired her for, I heard a surprised voice ask, "You two know each other?" The two of us turned our heads to see Serena Shah and Maya standing at the corner of the corridor. The question came from Serena Shah. Maya's gaze, however, was fixed on Jiran's hand, holding my arm. By the look of it, she wanted to chop it off. Jiran let go instantly. Seeing that I hadn't told my family about my identity in Division 7, she didn't plan to blow my cover. "Is this little beauty part of your family? He's exactly my type. Want to introduce us?" Maya's face instantly turned dark as a pot bottom. Serena Shah also stepped forward warily, pulling me behind her. "My little brother has a girlfriend. You couldn't blame them for the overreaction." Jiran's words were just too suggestive. Besides, they'd also heard rumors that this elder of Division 7 was a lesbian. Jiran breathed a sigh of relief at having fooled them. "Oh, come on. Don't be so stingy. I just wanted to be friends with him." When she said that, the two of them were even less willing to let me near her. Just then, Shantu appeared like a shadow beside Serena Shah. "Miss, we've caught everyone." Serena Shah thought his timing was perfect. "Miss Jiran, please, after you." Jiran raised an eyebrow. "I thought you said you were buying me dinner?" Serena Shah curled her lips into a smile. "Once the job is done, you can eat whatever you want, assuming you still have an appetite." Jiran shivered involuntarily. She thought to herself that the little baby's sister was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. But did they think Jiran was easily intimidated? Then what else is there to say? "Let's go." Before leaving, Jiran looked back and threw me a wink. The wink was so bold that Maya nearly lost her temper on the spot. After the two of them left, Maya reached up and turned my face toward her. "Don't look." I quickly changed the subject. "By the way, why did second sister have her come over?" Maya saw right through my little scheme, but she didn't dwell on it. "You should know what's been happening with the Shah family lately, right?" I nodded. Even though Starstream isn't at the Shah Corporation headquarters, things there have been turned upside down lately. I had still heard some rumors. It was nothing more than my cousin uncle's family, thinking they had obtained something that could take us down. As it turned out, they stepped right into a trap set jointly by Summer Shah and Serena Shah. Not only did they fail to usurp power, but they were also stripped of their positions and kicked out of the company. "Is bringing Jiran over related to them?" Maya nodded. "With an M," she said. "It looks like your sister is going to deal with this collateral branch. It's just that this family had been very quiet before. So your sister didn't associate you and your father's disappearance back then with them. Now that the fox has shown its tail, it's hard not to be suspicious. However, that matter was too long ago. No evidence was found at the time, and there was no way to start an investigation. So she placed an order for Jiran." Speaking, and fearing I wouldn't understand the context, she added, "Jiran is an elder-level figure in an organization. She specializes in hypnosis. Your second sister wants her to force out the truth about your and your father's disappearance." I was dazed for a moment. "Let's go take a look too." Maya, fearing I'd be scared, was about to say no. But then she thought of something. She asked tentatively, "Do you actually remember what 6, the person who kidnapped you, looked like?" If anyone else were here, they would think Maya had gone insane. After all, when I was kidnapped, I was a newborn baby. Most people don't have memories until they're 3 to 5 years old. But she knew I had memories of that ancient life. She just didn't know if I had been born with them. She believed I would understand what she meant. I was silent for a moment, then nodded, leaving aside my photographic memory, experiencing such a thrilling scene the moment I entered a new world. I naturally had a deep impression of the perpetrator. Even though nearly 20 years have passed, as long as they haven't had plastic surgery, I think I can still recognize them. Seeing me admit it, Maya also fell into silence, lost in thought. After a long while, she spoke. "Then let's go." When Maya and I arrived at Shagat, we saw Serena Shah and Summer Shah sitting at the head of the room. Meanwhile, Jiran was performing hypnosis on the tied-up Sha Dongming. Besides Sha Dongming, a group of men and women were also tied up behind him. They were all from Sha Dongming's branch, highly trusted associates, including, not long ago, Victor Yao, who had been inseparable from Serena Xia. However, except for Xia Dongming, everyone else had cotton stuffed in their mouths, their faces full of terror. Seeing me, Serena Xia's face darkened. Why did you bring Logan here? What if he scares his little brother? The two of them obviously couldn't state their purpose, so Maya ignored her. She just turned to look at me and asked in a low voice, "Did you find the person you're looking for?" My gaze swept across the group of kneeling people one by one. I scanned to a middle-aged woman with triangular eyes and locked my gaze on her. Maya followed my gaze and glanced at her, her eyes narrowing slightly. Stared at by the couple, the woman felt as if death was hovering over her. Beads of sweat instantly rolled down her forehead. She didn't know why, but staring into the boy's eyes, she felt a sense of guilt. Clearly, he was just born then. He shouldn't have any memories. Although it was unbelievable that the boy had survived, she found it incomprehensible. After all, she was sure she had smothered him, until he stopped breathing before tossing him away. I was certain now. Before I could explain the situation to Maya, Serena Xia stepped over. "Take Logan back. This isn't the place for him." I reached out and grabbed Serena Xia's sleeve. "Second sister, don't treat me like some naive little boy. Besides, this concerns me too, doesn't it?" Jaran, who was busy working, slipped and almost fell. Serena Xia stared blankly at her arm, as if she were stunned. Her little brother was acting spoiled with her. With that thought, she suddenly grabbed my hand and showed it off to Summer Xia in her chair. My little brother acted spoiled with me. Duran's hand shook. She almost broke character again. Summer Xia, seeing Serena's husky-like boasting, looked away in exasperation. "Don't interfere with the hypnotist's work." Serena Xia finally toned it down a bit. After being treated that way by her brother, she was in an incredible mood. She stopped mentioning taking him back. Instead, she pulled me to sit with her. "If you feel any psychological discomfort, tell me immediately. Understand?" I nodded. Meanwhile, under Jaren's hypnosis, Xia Dongming's eyes began to glaze over. Upon receiving the signal, Serena Xia stepped forward. She asked, "My brother and father's disappearance. Was that your doing?" Naturally finding the question complicated, Xia Dongming thought for a moment and said nothing. Serena Xia turned to look at Jaran, as if asking, "Can you even do this?" She nearly made Jaren fall over in frustration. At this moment, Summer Xia also got up from her seat. She looked at Xia Dongming calmly. She asked, "The Xia family young master's disappearance. Did you hire someone to do it?" Xia Dongming's head swayed slightly, as if a switch had suddenly been flipped. Then, lifting his slightly chubby face, he said with a smile, "It was me, Alice Yang's family, Jackie. I actually thought it was me? Those sisters are truly a joke. They deserve to be fooled." Then, thinking of something unpleasant, he frowned. "I just don't know how that boy was so tough. He actually didn't die." Serena Xia was so angry she wanted to hit him. Summer Xia held her back. The tone of her question remained steady, but the look she gave Xia Dongming was now as sharp as a blade. "Did you have a hand in Xia Feng's disappearance? Or rather, did you help him leave?" I turned to look at Maya upon hearing this. The latter understood and explained. "Xia Feng is your father's name. Your mother gave it to him. You should know a bit about your father, right? When your mother found him, he had lost his memory, so he took your mother's surname. They say it was because it was very windy that day. So she named him Feng." I nodded, thinking to myself, that's certainly casual. After hearing Summer Xia's question, Xia Dongming's face once again broke into a smug smile. That had nothing to do with me, but his sudden accident was a gift from heaven. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sure I could get away with it. That Alice Yang woman is also quite tough. Her husband and son both vanished, yet she didn't even die on the operating table. Otherwise, I would have been the one in charge back then. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Serena Xia. "I'm so sorry my mom's survival disappointed you. My good uncle. With such a big disturbance, it was obviously impossible for him to remain hypnotized." Hearing Serena Xia's words, Xia Dongming belatedly realized what he had just said. His face instantly turned deathly pale. "What did you do to me?" Jaran clapped her hands and put her hands on her hips with a smug look. "Don't you know my hypnosis is top tier?" Serena Xia stepped on Xia Dongming's chest. "Does my dear uncle have any last words to share?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Dongming's eyes bulged in terror. The group of people behind him also let out muffled cries of horror. Even though they knew Serena Shah was ruthless, and that their capture likely meant death, hearing Serena Shah say it herself still made him shout, "You can't do this to me. This is a crime." Sha Dongming remembered that his niece was a ruthless character who ignored the law and did whatever she wanted, so he quickly changed his tune, appealing to his identity. "I'm your cousin uncle." "Cousin uncle?" Serena Shah acted like she'd heard a joke. "Have you forgotten how your older sisters disappeared? Forget being a cousin uncle, even if you were my birth uncle. Daring to touch my brother means seeing the devil. Letting you live this many extra years has already been my biggest mistake. No." Sha Dongming saw Serena Shah's expression was full of grim resolve, and as she reached for her waist, his voice cracked with terror. He emphasized, "I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have let greed blind me and make this mistake. Logan is fine now, isn't he? For the sake of me holding you when you were a baby, forgive me just this once. I'll work like a slave for the Shah family from now on. I'll never dare to have such delusions again. Is Logan's name even for you to say?" Serena Shah leaned down, her tone so cold it made his blood run cold. "But for the sake of being relatives, I'll make this quick." With that, she shoved the cold gun barrel into his mouth. With a bang, the entire basement shook. After dealing with Sha Dongming, there was no need to interrogate the others. Since their mouths were gagged, they fell one by one without even a scream. Before long, the basement had become a living hell. When everyone was gone except for Victor Yao, Serena Xia gestured for her men to stop. She walked over and removed the cloth from his mouth. Kneeling on one knee on the floor, staring directly into his eyes, "Do you have anything else to say? Please, please let me go. For the sake of all the times I spent with you, I'm begging you." Victor Yao was currently a sobbing, snotty mess. The polished image he once had was completely gone. "From the moment you helped Sha Dongming plot against me, you should have known what your end would be." Serena Shia's tone was as soft as a lover's whisper, but her words sent shivers down the spine. "If your plan had succeeded, and I was the one who fell today, would you have shown me any mercy?" I would. I definitely wouldn't have let him touch you. I love you, I really love you. Please let me go, okay? I'll spend my whole life making it up to you. Forgive me, please." Victor Yao was desperate enough to bash his head on the floor. He wanted to reach out his hands, but since they were tied behind him, he could only lunge forward. The moment his upper body reached Serena Shah, he was violently shoved to the ground. Serena Shah looked at the stain on her shirt, her expression turning terrifyingly dark. Her previous tenderness seemed like a collective hallucination. "But you've forgotten one thing. Regret doesn't exist in this world. If you don't have the right to use your compassion, then I'm not generous enough to forgive your betrayal. Most importantly, Summer Xia originally thought Serena Xia had developed true feelings and was going to give the man a way out. As it turned out, what was this even about? Then she saw the stain on Serena Xia's shirt and understood exactly what was going on. She tried hard to stifle a laugh, but her lips still curled up uncontrollably. Contrary to her inner amusement, she spoke in feigned anger. "That's a gift from our brother. How can you not treasure it? Get out." Serena Xia was already feeling anxious and upset, and seeing Summer Xia standing aside making snide remarks, her anger flared up even more. Without a word, a subordinate came running with fresh water and laundry powder. "Miss, the laundry supplies are here." Seeing the water and the bag of laundry powder with an eagle on it, Serena Xia almost fainted from anger. "Is this supposed to be used for washing?" The subordinate scratched his head in confusion. The brothers usually use this for their clothes. Summer Xia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luckily, Xia Tu stepped in before Serena Xia could truly explode. Xia Tu walked out holding a coat. "Second, miss, give the shirt to me. It hasn't been long, so the stain can still be removed." As he spoke, he draped Serena Xia's coat over her shoulders. "Second, miss, be careful not to catch a cold." Serena Xia handed him the shirt with some doubt. "If you don't get it clean or if you damage it, I'll have your head." Xia Tu's heart trembled. He thought that being with his boss was like being with a tiger. Your subordinate hears and obeys. Serena Xia put on the coat and walked to the front hall with Summer Xia. There she saw me, Maya, and Jiran, sitting there talking and laughing. To be precise, it was me and Jiran laughing. Maya had a dark face the whole time, staring at Jiran with full alert. Seeing that I didn't look traumatized, the two sisters both breathed a sigh of relief. As for Maya's current feelings, They weren't within their range of concern. Logan, let's go home. When Serena Xia's voice rang out, everyone turned to look over. As the group was about to leave, Serena Xia turned to look at Jiran. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Ms. Jiran, do you still have an appetite? Jiran pointed to the fruit peels in the trash can. She fired back provocatively. Thanks for the hospitality, Shagate. This lady is already full. Just transfer the payment to my account. After saying that, with lightning speed, she flashed to my side. Before Maya could grab me, she had already darted several meters away. Bye-bye, handsome. Sister is leaving. Until we meet again. Without waiting for them to react, she turned and vanished into the night. Serena Xia looked at Maya with amusement, seeing her handsome face as black as soot. Now you see how popular my little brother is, right? You might not be the one who gets the last laugh. Seeing a new world war about to break out, I quickly held back the fuming Maya. I asked, changing the subject, Big sister, second sister, you still haven't given up on finding father, right? I had noticed it in the basement just now. Although they usually act indifferent. Whenever our father is mentioned, during the interrogation of Xia Dongming, both of them had asked about him. Does that mean they haven't given up? Of course we have to find him. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Serena Xia's eyes. If he's actually dead, then fine. But if he's still alive, she paused. She gave a cold laugh. He thinks he can just leave a letter, walk away, and get off scot-free. If I don't make him kneel and repent to our mom, then I'll take his surname. I thought to myself, wow. Something about those words feels off. Even their father can be used as a stake in a bet against themselves. It was clear just how much his second sister despised this father. After getting home, before I could even shower, Maya pushed me against the wall. She bit my lip and kissed me. Thinking she had been provoked by Jiran, I kissed her back passionately, while stroking her head to comfort her. But after a long while, I realized Maya was being far too unreasonable, so I tweaked her ear and pulled her back. Out of breath, I asked, what is wrong with you? You don't seriously suspect there's something between Jiran and me, do you? Maya nipped me again. She asked in a low, somber voice. You've had your memories since the day you were born. Why didn't you go looking for your family? You're the type to settle every score, and you were even ruthless enough to get revenge on Sophie. So why did you let the person who kidnapped you get away scot-free back then? Don't tell me you couldn't find them. I was stunned, but everything clicked instantly. It was true, although at the moment of my birth, I hadn't seen Alice Yang's face. Based on the scene at the time, I knew I had been kidnapped. I knew I had a family in this life. If I had wanted to find my family in this life, with the memories I had of that moment, it would have been much easier for me than for them to find me. Getting revenge on that person wouldn't have been hard either. But at the time, I hadn't thought about finding my family, nor had I thought about revenge. For one, I was born with memories of my previous life in ancient times. My mindset was already that of an adult. Regarding my family in this modern life, I didn't feel any sense of belonging or kinship. Secondly, I had devoted all my energy to self-improvement and the search for Sophie. I didn't want outsiders interfering with me. If I had grown up in a normal environment, with a legal guardian, it would have been quite troublesome to act with adult-level coordination and planning while trapped in a child's body. It would have easily raised suspicions. In other words, at the time, I even felt that the person who kidnapped me had actually helped me out in a way, and all of this stemmed from my desire to find Sophie. No wonder Maya was jealous. She could roughly guess the reason. But Sophie is in the past now. If you keep dwelling on this, it's not like the past can be changed. How many times do I have to say this? If you aren't tired of it, I am. Maya looked deeply hurt when she heard this. So you find me annoying now, is that it? You're tired of me, aren't you? You've lost your patience with me, haven't you? After that soul-searching triple interrogation, Maya blinked her eyes, and something crystal clear and shimmering burst from them. Wait, no, I was completely dumbfounded. Was Maya crying? Maya. Hearing the sob in Maya's voice, my heart nearly broke. Although I didn't know why she had suddenly become like this, I only had one thought right now. I had to coax her. With that in mind, I reached out and cupped her face. I apologized in a sincere tone. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, but I absolutely do not find you annoying, and I am definitely not tired of you. Don't be mad anymore, okay? It would have been better if I hadn't tried to comfort her. Once I did, someone's grievances seemed to find an outlet. The tears that were on the verge of falling instantly came sliding down. wetting the girl's cheeks. My heart ached terribly for her. While blaming myself and apologizing, I leaned in to kiss away the wetness on her face. But I missed the flash of cunning in Maya's eyes. Feeling the ticklish sensation on her face, Maya struggled to suppress the upward curve of her lips. She said petulantly, "I'm not that easy to win over." It had to be said, regarding my softened attitude in coaxing her, she was actually quite enjoying it. But it wasn't enough. She also knew that she shouldn't be dwelling on my past as an existence hiding in the shadows who couldn't be public. The fact that I chose to be with her was already the greatest luck of her life. But knowing that was one thing, actually managing to not mind it at all was too difficult. She admitted she was being a bit dramatic and over the top, but the bitterness in her heart was real. Especially when I had tiredly accused her of making trouble for no reason. Then what do you want? I knew I had said the wrong thing. My current attitude toward Maya could be described as indulgent. I'll listen to whatever you say, okay? Maya's eyes lit up. Really? I sensed a trap, but I still nodded. Little did I know that what followed that night would make me want to die of embarrassment every time I remembered it. After breakfast the next morning, I uncharacteristically didn't get into Maya's car. Instead, I had Shafor drive me to the office. It was lucky my family didn't see this. Otherwise, they would have thought the couple had a falling out. Well, we did have a bit of a falling out. When we reached the company entrance, I checked the rearview mirror and saw the Bentley following closely behind. I gave a snort, opened the door, and got out. Seeing me walk into Starstream without a backward glance, Jade couldn't help but ask the woman in the back seat, "Miss, how did you upset Mr. Logan this time? He won't even ride in the car now." Maya stared in the direction I had gone, like a pining wife. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. After arriving at the company, before I could even settle into my seat, Jamie Wei came rushing up to find me. "Mr. Logan, I finished the choreography for the 12 songs on the album." I was taken aback. Only then did I remember the 5-member girl group I planned to launch. Counting the days, their training period should be ending. And if I recalled correctly, yesterday was the day their training results were released. Today would be the graduation farewell ceremony for this batch of trainees. Thinking this, I opened my laptop and went to the official website of the Rising Stars Camp. Looking at the test ranking results, there was no surprise on my face. Zhang Ziyang was still in first place, although the other 4 weren't as prominent as him. They were all in the top 10. With that in mind, I got up and called Shafor to come with me to pick them up. Am I going to meet those 5 kids? Jamie Wei was also a bit excited. When I was choreographing, I could only rely on Mr. Logan's descriptions to imagine and match them with suitable moves. But whether it's truly a good fit, or if adjustments are needed, I have to see them in person to make that call. I nodded. Contact Brenda Pei. Tell her there's work to be done. The stylist? Jamie Wei was stunned. I don't have her contact information. Never mind. I'll contact her myself. I messaged Brenda while heading to the Rising Stars training camp. Once I arrived, as I was wondering where to find them, I heard sounds of an argument coming from a quiet corner. Starstream isn't bad now either. Didn't you see all those Twitter trends about them turning things around? Didn't you see them? This was the voice of Mu Yanfeng, one of the 5. I knit my brows slightly and walked over with light footsteps. I don't deny what you're saying, but even if Starstream is doing well right now, they still can't compare to Asura, can they? As I got closer, I heard Zhang Ziyang say these words, in a tone full of dismissal. But Logan saved us back then, and even paid to send us here to study. If you change your mind and go to Asura now, are you being fair to him? That fiery temper, it was definitely the youngest one, Tongjian. But I couldn't bring myself to smile. Zhang Ziyang wanted to go to Asura. He saved you guys, not me. At that time, only the 4 of you were in the break room. I was off doing backup dancing. You need to get that straight. Zhang Ziyang's tone had no hint of softening. As for the costs at Rising Stars training camp, Asura will pay him back every single penny for me. I couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't wrong to say that. But it really made one's heart turn cold. Never mind that Chloe Chen likes him. It turns out that in this world, not everyone is a grateful little angel. Like Hope. Tongjian was so angry at Zhang Ziyang he wanted to explode, but Jinhui firmly held him down. That's enough. If you want to leave, then leave. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Regret? Zhang Ziyang acted as if he'd heard a joke. I should be the one saying that to you, right? Is going to Astra so bad? The 5 of us could have stayed together forever. Astra has massive capital. I'm sure they won't treat us poorly. If you've decided to go, then stop talking so much crap. Jinwei interrupted him with an impatient look. You want us to be treacherous like you? Sorry, we can't do that. Now it was Zhang Xiang's turn to be exasperated. Fine, you guys are so great. You're so noble. When I become famous in the future, just don't try to use our old relationship to guilt-trip me. How can you be so sure you'll be more famous than them, and that you'll get famous before they do? I walked out from around the corner, looking at Zhang Ziyang with a cold expression. Mr. Logan, Mr. Logan? Tong Zhan and the others shouted in surprise. The socially aloof Leng Bingbing still didn't speak, but his gaze also turned toward me. Only Zhang Ziyang lowered his head somewhat guiltily. He hadn't even clearly heard what I said. When I wasn't around, facing the few people he was familiar with, he could still be shamelessly arrogant. But as soon as I appeared, he felt more or less uncomfortable. Since Asura wants to poach you, they should also be paying your termination fee, right? When are we starting the process? As soon as I said this, what little guilt Zhang Ziyang had vanished. Of course. As he spoke, he glanced sideways, and his eyes suddenly lit up. President Sophie. His tone carried a fawning quality he didn't even notice. Sophie. The woman walked toward me, with a slight smile on her face, as if she had won a great battle. And I was the defeated party. I bet you didn't expect to miscalculate like this, did you? How does it feel to be betrayed? As soon as she said this, Zhang Ziyang's face became even more uncomfortable. It's fine. It's not the first time anyway. Besides, I'm getting a termination fee for free. Overall, I haven't lost anything. My aura wasn't any weaker than hers. But is Astra out of people? Everything requires you, the president, to do it all yourself. Sophie was silent for a moment, as if she didn't know the gap between Starstream and Astra. Or even on that front. Mu Yanfeng and the others looked at each other. They seemed unable to imagine that the Astra president and I had this kind of history. What's the point of just talking? You won this round, but once you've poached him, whether you can break even is another story. I'll send his contract to you later. Just don't forget to pay the termination fee and training costs. I stopped looking at Sophie after I finished speaking. Instead, I turned to look at Mu Yanfeng. And the other three. Are you sure you're coming back to Starstream with me? The four of them replied in unison. Yes. Good then. I made the final decision. I'll go handle the paperwork for you. Wait at the company later. After bringing the four back to the company, Brenda, that late sleeper, was already waiting. Jamie Wei also approached with a look of anticipation. These kids are indeed handsome. Wait, why are there only 4? Didn't you say there were 5? Brenda also looked at me. I massaged my temples. My expression was far from the forced composure I had shown when facing Sophie. One was poached by Astra. What? Brenda's face fell. That Sophie is just too shameless. She's everywhere, isn't she? After spending some time at Starstream, Brenda also had some understanding of the previous friction. Most of it was related to Astra. What do we do now? Jamie Wei was also looking frantic. The choreographed dances are all for a 5-person group. Besides the group moves, everyone has their own individual parts, and they need to coordinate with each other to the rhythm. If one is missing, he paused. Which one is missing? I said expressionlessly, Zhang Ziyang. What? Jamie Wei became even more stressed. If I remember correctly, the person you're talking about has the strongest dance skills, right? I positioned him as the center and the main dancer. It was already bad enough to be missing anyone, but it had to be him. Almost the entire choreography is useless now. Mu Yanfeng and the others looked at each other. They didn't feel any resentment for being neglected. Instead, they were a bit at a loss. In their hearts, they despised Zhang Ziyang even more. At this time, Brenda tapped her chin and suggested, how about picking one from a dance academy? Or find someone else to send for training? There isn't much time left. I knit my brows in thought. Starstream isn't like Astra, which has partnership variety shows and other programs. They can easily push newcomers to debut. For me to push newcomers with no foundation to debut, I have to find the right opportunity. Fortunately, I have a bit of a relationship with a director at a TV station. A while ago, I asked him for a slot, intending to have the 5 of them debut at a satellite TV New Year's Eve concert. But until the concert's official rehearsals, there's only about half a month left. They also need to get familiar with the debut single and choreography. How could there be enough time to go pick a new person? Not to mention finding someone whose dance foundation is as strong as Zhang Ziyang's. Thinking of this, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Someone with a strong dance foundation and a sense of power. I've got it. You guys wait here. I'm going out for a bit. After walking out of the break room, I called Xiatu to my side and ordered him to buy some things for me. Hearing my instructions, Xiatu was a bit confused, but he went anyway. It must be said that a shadow guard's efficiency is high. In less than 20 minutes, Xiatu returned with several shopping bags to the president's office. Young master. I opened the shopping bags and looked, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, carrying these things, I turned and went into the break room. Xiatu didn't know what I was going to do. Since I entered the break room, he had been staring at the break room door, like a cat staring at an unknown hole, his eyes full of curiosity. After an unknown amount of time, the door opened with a click. Seeing the person who walked out of the break room, Xiatu was instantly stunned. If he didn't consider that this might be his young master, the person in front of him looked completely like a teenage boy. Xiatu was dazed for a long time, before he managed to squeeze a question out of his throat. Young master? I was taken aback. Am I that easy to recognize? No, Xiatu pointed to the outfit with a somewhat complicated expression. I bought those clothes, and I watched you walk into the break room. I breathed a sigh of relief. Then, do you think, if we didn't have the premises you just mentioned, you would recognize me? Xiatu nodded, then shook his head. I was biased. Young master, you should find someone else to take a look. Right, I nodded. I let Xiatu stay where he was, and turned to walk out. When I reached the break room where Brenda, Mu Yanfeng, and the others were, I put my phone back into my pocket, and pushed open the door. Looking at the teenage boy who pushed the door open and entered, everyone in the room felt a flash of amazement in their eyes. After the initial amazement came a dazed silence. Who are you? You couldn't be the person Logan found to join the group, right? He looks way too handsome. Brenda stepped forward and circled around me. Mu Yanfeng and the other three nodded privately. I looked at everyone's reactions. I thought to myself, great! My transformation was quite successful. So, purely in terms of image, I've passed. As soon as I spoke, the people present were stunned again. I hadn't intentionally changed my voice. So, what they heard was still my original voice. It took a long while before Brenda could close her hanging jaw. Logan, I gave a nod. It's me, I said with a playful smile. This is way too cool. Tongjian bounced over to me. He mimicked Brenda's earlier behavior and circled around me once. His excitement was beyond words. Is Mr. Logan joining us? I replied. You could say that. Awesome. Wait. Mu Yanfeng wasn't as scatterbrained as Tongjian. He didn't just look at the surface. His thinking was more rigorous. But your voice, I cleared my throat and lowered my voice. A magnetic, youthful male voice was filtered out. How about this? As soon as my changed voice came out, the group was once again completely impressed. Jin Hui had his hands in his pockets, looking at me with great interest. It was as if he were wondering how many more surprises the youth could give them. Jamie Wei finally snapped out of it. Mr. Logan's image is fine, but can you sing and dance? I raised an eyebrow. Won't we find out during practice? I turned to look at Mu Yanfeng and the others. Let them get familiar with the debut single and choreography first. Call me when it's time to rehearse. I turned and walked out of the break room, but I ran right into Kai Min and Xu Feng. Ouch! Kai Min rubbed her forehead. She was stunned the moment she saw the youth in front of her. Then, her small face slowly turned red. Are you a new female artist Mr. Logan scouted? I looked at Kai Min's reaction with amusement, and lowered my head slightly. Yeah. Does this big sister have any advice? The people in the break room, seeing me flirt with my subordinate, like a playboy, couldn't help but chuckle. Kai Min didn't notice their reactions. Her face was completely flushed by now. She'd been in the entertainment industry a long time, but no star had ever made her blush, and her heart raced just from one look. Xu Feng looked at Kai Min's reaction, and for some reason, a wave of irritation rose in his heart. He turned and glared at me in warning. Since you're a new artist scouted by Mr. Logan, behave yourself. The person in front of you is the company manager. I raised an eyebrow, my gaze moving back and forth between Xu Feng and Kai Min. Gossip was written all over my face. Director Xu, is something going on between you two? As soon as my undistorted voice came out, Xu Feng and Kai Min both froze. They didn't even quite register what I said. Especially Kai Min, whose mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. Why are you mimicking Mr. Logan? Xu Feng wasn't as slow as her. He reacted first, and tentatively called out, "Mr. Logan?" "It's me," I gave a nod. "In the future, when there's no time to change, I might occasionally work in women's clothes." So, I didn't plan on keeping it from these two subordinates, even though I'd admitted it. The two of them still looked completely shell-shocked. "Mr. Logan, why are you dressed like this?" Instead of answering, I asked, "What are you doing here?" Shufeng didn't dwell on it and replied truthfully, "I heard you brought back the 5 members for the group. We came to check on those kids. It's just," Kaimin had seen the 5 of them before. The break room door was open. At this point, she also saw the people standing inside. "Wait, why are there only 4? Where's that boy, with the monolith eyes?" She was too embarrassed to say he was ugly, so she just used a physical trait to refer to Zhang Ziyang. "As you can see," I spread my hands, "he was poached by Astra. So, I'm planning to replace him." "What? Mr. Logan is going to replace him?" Shufeng and Chai Min were shocked once again. "That's how it is. As long as you know." I didn't plan on wasting time on the two of them. Even though I was preparing to debut with the group, I wasn't going to be a full-time idol. Aside from essential appearances, I still had to spend most of my time handling business affairs. And because I had to divert some of my energy, my schedule would only become tighter. I was about to walk past them and leave, but then I thought of something. My footsteps paused. Is Hope adjusting well to his new set? The drama Hope landed as Director Feng's male lead. Started filming a few days ago. Although the start went smoothly, I was still a bit worried about Hope's first lead role. "Don't worry, Mr. Logan. That kid Hope is sharp. He hasn't made any mistakes since he joined the set. Director Feng even praised him to me yesterday." "That's good." I nodded and walked away. I don't know if it should be called a coincidence. On the way back to the office, I bumped into Chloe Chen and Danny again. Chloe Chen had just finished her scenes with the crew. Her face was full of relief. However, that bit of joy came to a screeching halt the moment she saw me. Is the company hiring new people again? And such a handsome one at that. Chloe Chen felt a strong sense of crisis once more when she learned I gave Serene Sheng the SI-SIC global spokesperson deal. She felt like she'd lost favor. But given Serene Sheng's status, she couldn't really say anything. Now, where did this one come from? And with Serene Sheng as a precedent, the person in front of her had the looks to become a hit in no time. When that happened, where would there be room for her? I saw the jealousy in Chloe Chen's eyes. I intentionally wanted to tease her. "Hello, Senior Chen." This greeting was a tacit acknowledgement of her words. After the greeting, I turned around and pressed the button for the CEO's private elevator. Seeing this move, Chloe Chen became even less calm. "Can't you see the words, CEO Only's up there? Besides, this elevator goes straight to the CEO's office on the top floor." "Well, the CEO's office is exactly where I'm going. Mr. Logan asked me to go there." I blinked my eyes, my tone carrying the innocence of a green tea girl, and Mr. Logan said, "I should just take the private elevator." After saying that, I didn't look at Chloe Chen's fuming face. I turned and entered the elevator. As the doors closed, Chloe Chen kicked the corner of the wall hard. That man always favoring the new over the old. "What's wrong, Miss Chen?" Quinn and Serene Sheng happened to pass by. Quinn looked at the two of them and smiled. "Done by a man? Wait, when were you even in a relationship?" Her calm voice carried no trace of mockery. It was just friendly teasing. But Chloe Chen, in the middle of her tantrum, felt even more aggrieved. She looked Serene Sheng up and down. She was quite disdainful, useless. "So what if you're the divine face of the industry? You still can't keep that man's heart." Serene Sheng, suffering this unwarranted disaster for no reason, immediately looked cold. "What did you say?" Whoa. Seeing an artist catfight about to explode, Danny quickly stepped between the two. "Chloe is in a bad mood. Forgive her. As he spoke, he looked like he was hesitating to say something. "But you guys don't know yet." Mr. Logan scouted another female artist. "Her looks, pains." He glanced at Serene Sheng again. "I'm not exaggerating. She's not inferior even to yours." Mr. Logan even gave her special permission to use the private elevator. Quinn immediately looked like she was facing a major enemy. Serene Sheng narrowed her eyes and glanced at the display on the private elevator. Her thin lips, which had been silent, gradually pressed together into a line. This was a sign of her displeasure. I had no idea my momentary playfulness would lead to trouble in my own backyard. After returning to the CEO's office, I changed back into my own clothes. When I received the notification from Jamie Wei, I changed into women's clothes again and went to the practice room. Jamie Wei and the others were full of doubt at first, but after one rehearsal with me, they were completely convinced. We practiced until it was almost time to clock out. Only then did I leave the practice room. Before I could get back to my office to change, I ran into an unexpected person on the way. Maya usually picks me up by waiting in the car outside the main entrance. But since I hadn't gotten in her car this morning, she came into the company early, in an attempt to win me over. But considering the current situation, Maya looked my outfit up and down. Why are you dressed like this? You can recognize me? Aside from those who knew in advance, not even Xiao 4 could recognize me at a glance. Is there any version of you I wouldn't recognize? Maya said with a matter-of-fact expression. But you still haven't answered my question. Why should I answer you? I rolled my eyes. Maya took my arm. Still mad at me? I kept a dark face and said nothing. Right now, I was filled with deep regret. Not only was I mad at her, but I was also mad at myself. Why did I let a single tear make me fall so low? There won't be a next time, I promise. Maya gave the corner of my mouth a pleasing kiss. I thought to myself, whether you promise or not, there's no way there's a next time. Before I could speak, there was a loud clatter. I turned my head and saw Chloe Chen staring at us, dumbfounded. You, Chloe Chen pointed her finger at the two of them. Her voice shook with rage. You two scumbags. I was wondering if Chloe was overreacting, but she had already stomped over with a furious expression. She pointed at my nose and started cursing. Mr. Logan was so good to you. He even let you use the private elevator. And you actually dared to hit on his woman behind his back. Do you have no shame at all? Having said that, she turned to look at Maya, trying to muster her courage and not back down. And you, isn't Mr. Logan enough for you? You're actually looking for a side piece out here. And it's a woman, no less. Are you even worthy of Mr. Logan's feelings for you? I thought, well, this is blown up. I didn't bother pretending anymore. I cleared my throat and said, Chloe Chen. It's me. I don't care who you are. Chloe froze for a moment. She looked me up and down several times. Mr. Logan? I gave a nod. It's me. I was just teasing you earlier at the elevator. Chloe gave a dazed response. Her face, however, turned pale at a visible rate. It's him? Didn't that mean she just cursed out her own CEO and sister Maya? Chloe, feeling she had caused a massive disaster, didn't even think to ask me why I was dressed like this. She was only thinking about which way of dying would be more dignified for her. I looked with amusement at Chloe's ready-to-die expression. I explained the reason in the kindest voice possible. While comforting Chloe, I also answered Maya's earlier question. After sending Chloe away, I went back to the lounge in the CEO's office. But before I could even take off my clothes, the woman who had followed me and hugged me from behind, stop being mad at me, okay? I hadn't responded to her apology earlier. The girl's voice was quite gentle. I gave a light snort. You said there wouldn't be a next time. Don't you dare try to exploit my sympathy again. Maya rubbed gently against the crook of my neck. I meant that from now on, only I will serve you. I nudged her with my elbow. Beat it. Maya clutched her chest and let out a groan. I ignored her. I reached out and pried her arms from around my waist. Move. I need to change. Seeing that she had successfully calmed me down, Maya didn't cause any more trouble. However, as I was taking off my clothes, she pressed against me again. Her hands began to wander once more. What is wrong with you? I held down Maya's hands. Maya's voice was husky. You're seducing me. I cursed inwardly. Where exactly am I seducing you? Don't you go making things up? You're changing right in front of me, and you say you're not seducing me? I don't think I've ever done it in the office. Finally, the Xia family never saw the couple return for dinner. For the next 2 weeks or so, I spent my time alternating between rehearsing and working. When the list of guest performers for Eggplant TV's New Year's Eve concert was released, it immediately sparked a lot of discussion, simply because there was a group on it that no one had ever heard of, and they were performing a brand new single too. Even though this channel had low viewership and couldn't attract many big-name artists, it was the first time they had ever invited rookies to a New Year's concert. It left people wondering just where this group had come from. At Astra, Zhang Ziyang stared at the group name on the list. His expression, a mix of conflict and shock. He hadn't even debuted yet. But those four were already going to a New Year's Eve concert. Zhouhai, standing nearby, leaned in to look at the screen he was on. He then looked on with disdain. You don't actually think this is a good thing, do you? Before Zhang Xiang could respond, Zhou Hai continued. Do you know what Eggplant TV is like? Don't you know their ratings? They're bottom of the barrel. Look at the artists they've invited. How many heavyweights are there? Only one A-lister. Most of the rest are just lukewarm. And just like this group, no one has even heard of them. You'd have to search for them online. And didn't you see? The performance order, the production team arranged for them. The first act. The bigger the star's status, the later they perform. You must know this, right? The big names are always the finale. Do you know what being first act means? The audience might not even have their TVs on yet, before their screen time is over. Besides, the New Year's Eve concerts for all the major satellite channels all start around the same time. Most people will be watching the major channels. How many people are going to tune into this one first? He gave a chuckle. In my opinion, Eggplant TV just couldn't book enough people. So they used this rookie group as filler. If Starstream thinks they can use this opportunity to launch this group, they'd be better off making a promo video and buying a trending topic. Hearing Zhou Hai's words, the imbalance in Zhang Xiang's heart slowly settled. He didn't understand the inner workings of the industry, but Zhou Hai was a veteran manager at Asura. His perspective couldn't be wrong. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. 2 months ago, he was a backup dancer for Feng Jikai. Now he was at Asura, and his manager was actually Feng Jikai's manager. In just 2 short months, he was enjoying the same treatment as Feng Jikai in certain respects. This was all the result of his hard work and the right choices he had made. With that thought, Zhang Ziyang looked up and asked, Brother Hai, when can I debut? Don't be in such a hurry. Haven't you heard the saying? Haste makes waste. Look, you were originally part of that 5-person group. After you left, they should have picked someone new to train. Instead, Starstream was so desperate to launch the group that they actually just grabbed some rookie out of nowhere. Just wait until they make fools of themselves at the concert, dragging the other 4 down with him. Starstream will learn the consequences of being impatient. Zhou Hai looked Zhang Ziyang up and down as he spoke, feeling quite contemptuous of his lack of composure and silently cursing his lack of self-awareness. From the moment he took him on, he was dissatisfied deep down. This guy's looks were completely unremarkable. Forget about the beauty-filled entertainment industry. Even among ordinary people, he had nothing that stood out. If he chose the path of an actor, he'd never be a lead in his life. As for being a singer, his vocals were nothing special. Only his dancing was impressive. But if a star wants to make it big, they either need acting skills to be an actor or vocal skills to be a singer. Those with backgrounds can also just buy their way in. Or, at the very least, having a face like Serene Sheng's could secure a career. He'd never heard of someone making it just by dancing. Ordinarily, for someone like this to succeed, being the dancer in a group was the best fit. After all, his teammates would make up for his looks and vocals, and he'd only have to show off his dance moves. But he threw away the opportunity when it was right in front of him, leaving both himself and Starstream in a lose-lose situation. Neither side gained anything. Normally, Zhou Hai would have been happy to see this. After all, Starstream and his company were rivals, and his cash cow, Feng Jikai, had been brought down by Starstream. Watching Starstream's hard work on the group go to waste naturally made him happy. But having to take over this person who had no value once removed from the group didn't feel quite so good. If it weren't for the previous album incident, which forced him to keep a low profile, for fear of offending Sophie again, he wouldn't even want to talk to this guy. With that thought, Zhou Hai's tone became impatient. In a while, I'll see, if I can, squeeze you into a street dance reality show. Don't think about anything else for now. Zhang Ziyang didn't know that while Zhou Hai was silent, he was busy insulting him in his head. He thought the man was seriously planning his debut. He nodded gratefully. Got it, Brother Hai. Meanwhile, during a break in the Starstream practice room, the sweaty boys gathered around. I sat in the middle. Logan, why is our group named JSD? I thought to myself, if I followed the path of my past life, the group name should have been JRD. It came from the first letters of Junior, Ring, and Dream. It meant a youth's dream that even a downpour couldn't extinguish. But Zhang Ziyang betrayed the group. I found him to be bad luck, so I changed the R to S for success. No matter what setbacks they encountered, they would eventually reach the finish line of victory and achieve success. Success belongs to these 4 girls, not to a traitor. Without mentioning the past life, I simply described the current meaning of the letters. It was met with immediate and unanimous approval. Tungjan scratched his head and asked again, "Then why did you use K's as your stage name, Logan?" "That doesn't really have a meaning," I laughed. "It's just that when I was writing songs for Yeching Xuan before, I used that name, and I was too lazy to change it." The group looked at me with adoration once again. Through this period of rehearsal, they had all learned that I was the one who wrote the music and lyrics for their debut single. It seemed like there was nothing their CEO couldn't do. "All right, let's keep going." I stood up. "In a few days, we'll be heading to the concert for rehearsals. We're going to become famous overnight." "Yes, famous overnight." Tungjan and the others laughed and agreed as they returned to their positions. Just as Jill Hai had said, Eggplant TV, with its low ratings, didn't attract much attention from anyone besides the fans of the invited guests. There was a brief buzz when the lineup was announced, but the topic died down soon after. However, in the age of big data, there's always a group of curious onlookers, especially lately. Starstream Entertainment had practically taken over the trends. Even against Astra, they hadn't backed down. Many people had developed a hint of anticipation for the new group being launched by this company. With recommendations from Ye Qingxuan, Serene Sheng, and others, many fans of their fellow artists visited the JSD members' Twitter pages to check them out. But since no photos or anything had been leaked, although their views fluctuated a bit, their follower growth was almost negligible. The real growth in followers came after the recording of Eggplant TV's New Year's Eve concert. Not only did they gain a small wave of fans, but some tantalizing and subtle spoilers also began circulating online. I was originally paid to be in the audience, but I was genuinely blown away by one of the groups. I won't say who. I really didn't expect to be so shocked by the opening act that I was speechless. It's a shame we couldn't bring phones inside. Otherwise, I would have recorded it for my Instagram. I'm dying inside because I can't reveal what happened. Everyone needs to tune in to Eggplant TV on New Year's Eve. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Since the number of people at the venue was limited, the group didn't gain too many followers, and this wave of praise didn't attract much attention. But in the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve arrived. On this night, I was naturally at home having dinner with my family. After the meal, I held a bowl of snacks and sat in front of the big screen in the living room, turning the channel to Eggplant TV. "Logan, you're watching the New Year's concert?" Skylar stopped her hand as she was about to start a game, and sat down beside me instead, seeing me finally show an interest that suited my age. Alice Yang and the others all gathered around. "But why this channel? They can't afford any big stars. There's nothing worth watching." As Skylar spoke, she was about to tell the smart voice assistant to change the channel. I interrupted her. "This is exactly what I want to watch." I paused and added, "This concert features artists from Starstream." Skylar realized, and before she could reply, Serena glared at her. "Logan can watch whatever he wants. It's not your place to speak. If you don't like it, get out." She was about to sit on my other side, but she saw that the spot had already been taken by our eldest sister, so she shoved Skylar to the side and sat down between her and me. Skylar was immediately fed up. "You want to fight, don't you?" Serena smirked. "You want to fight me? I could bury you in the dirt with one hand." Skylar was fuming, but what made her angrier was that she really couldn't win a fight against her. So she turned to complain to our mother. "Mom, look at her." Alice Young lectured Serena for a bit, but it went in one ear and out the other. She draped her arm over the back of the sofa behind me and refused to move an inch. Only Summer Xia stayed out of this silent war, quietly peeling lychees for me. Her hands were as white as jade, with slender, delicate fingers. Even peeling a lychee looked so elegant it was a feast for the eyes. I couldn't help but click my tongue in admiration, but just as I was about to look away, the plump, juicy fruit was held to my lips. It was for me, and I didn't hold back. I leaned down and ate it in one big bite. Summer Shah gave an encouraged smile and turned to peel another lychee. Seeing this, Serena Shah silently cursed her eldest sister for being so calculating. Then, not to be outdone, she grabbed an apple and began to peel it for me. But she was the type of person who usually handled knives for combat. When had she ever done such delicate work? Before long, Serena Shah let out an ouch. She had sliced a gash into her finger. Bright red blood stained the white flesh of the apple. What happened? I turned my head, my brows furrowing instantly. "Shia 2, get the first aid kit." "Oh boy, cutting your own hand while peeling an apple?" Is your brain in your feet? Skylar Shah had just been bullied by Serena Shah, so now that she had the chance, she naturally didn't miss the opportunity to gloat. If you want to die, just say the word. I said I could bury you with one hand, so even if this hand is injured, it won't stop me. Serena Shah spoke as she licked the blood from her fingertip, her movements full of a wicked charm. All right, you're both grown-ups. Stop bullying your brother. Alice Yang scolded Serena Shah irritably, then turned and glared at Skylar Shah, just as she was looking triumphant. And you? Can't you see your sister is hurt? All you think about is bickering. You have no sense of priority. After Alice Yang scolded them both, Shah too brought the first aid kit over. The sound of the concert starting filled the room, but I had no interest in the big screen. Instead, I took Serena Shah's hand. Serena Shah was instantly flattered, her finger twitching slightly. It's just a small wound, it's fine. I can let the servants handle it. It's just, I wanted to peel an apple for you, but I ended up cutting my hand instead. Logan, do you think your sister is clumsy? You're overthinking it, I replied to Serena Shah, but I didn't let go of her hand. Seeing that the cut wasn't too deep, I didn't need to give her stitches. I just patiently and meticulously disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Serena Shah watched me as I bowed my head to treat her wound, feeling that this injury was totally worth it, especially when she saw the look of pure envy and jealousy in the eyes of her sisters. She felt like she was floating on air. To save herself the grief, Skylar Shah turned, her gaze back to the big screen, but then she froze when she saw a girl singing and dancing on it. She was stunned. Why does this person look so familiar? As she spoke, she looked at me, then back at the screen. After doing this several times, Skylar Shah finally muttered her confusion. Look, doesn't that girl in the center look like our brother? As soon as she said this, the others all looked up at the big screen, including Serena Shah, who was still enjoying her brother's medical service. She kind of does. Serena Shah also looked back and forth between the screen and my face. Actually, it's not just kind of. The resemblance is uncanny. As she spoke, she turned to Alice Yang. Mom, did you and that scoundrel father of mine have another son living somewhere else? Alice Yang looked at Serena Shah with shock, as if to say, you really think I could pop them out like that? And her face darkened. Get out. I had just finished the last step. While securing the gauze, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. What if I told you, the person on that screen is actually me? Meanwhile, despite hearing Johai's comforting words at Asura, Zhangxiang still couldn't help, turning on Eggplant TV right on time. He had thought the rookie Starstream pulled in at the last minute would be the weak link of the group. As it turned out, the reality exceeded his expectations. This unfamiliar face not only didn't drag them down, but was actually the strongest dancer among them, even though he really didn't want to admit it. From a professional perspective, this person's dance foundation was even stronger than his own, and he didn't know if it was just psychological, but he felt the group's debut single was high quality, and the choreography was incredibly catchy. He didn't know what others thought, but at least to him, the entire stage performance was explosive. It's just psychological. It's all in my head, even if this performance is good. With Eggplant TV's ratings and their time slot, they still won't become famous. Zhangxiang kept brainwashing himself, constantly reassuring himself, yet he remained in the same position, sitting in front of the TV for 2 hours. It wasn't until his family called that he snapped out of it and left the break room. As a leader in the entertainment industry, Asura was brightly lit even at 10 p.m., especially since the profession of an artist has no fixed working hours or holidays. So even at this time on New Year's Day, many people were still lingering at the company. Some people in the corridor were still discussing whether they should go to the city center for the countdown after work. The moment they saw Zhangxiang, their gossip instincts flared up. Hey, look, that's the guy I was talking about. I heard he was supposed to be in that 5-member group, but he ditched them for Asura. Now that they've made it big, I wonder if he regrets it. Oh, so it's him? He doesn't look like much, does he? How could he ever compare to that K? I don't know what Starstream saw in him before, and I don't know why Asura wanted him either. I heard he's good at dancing, but I feel like K is already incredible. He totally deserves the position of main dancer. Plus, he's got the looks, the vocals, and the moves. He's got it all. So, Starstream should actually be thanking him for quitting. If he were there instead of K, they probably wouldn't have gone viral. That K is just too handsome and charming. Listening to their discussion, Zhang Ziyoung stopped in his tracks. What are you talking about? What do you mean, made it big? You really don't know? The people gossiping didn't feel awkward being asked by him. Haven't you seen the trends on Twitter? JSD hasn't just made it big, they've exploded. What? Zhang Ziyoung's pupils shrank violently. It was as if the truth he least wanted to face had been laid bare before his eyes. In an instant, he felt as if all sensation had been drained from him. His body went rigid, and the color drained from his unremarkable face, leaving it as white as paper. The people around him saw his reaction and couldn't help but sigh. They lost interest in watching the scene and turned to leave one after another. Only after the crowd had gone did Zhang Ziyoung snap out of it and pull out his phone. His fingers were trembling as he tried to unlock the screen. When he finally opened Twitter, everything went black for Zhang Ziyoung, and he nearly collapsed. The Twitter homepage was completely dominated by JSD. An ordinary artist might debut and not hit the trending list once in several years, but this group seemed to have booked every single slot. Everywhere he looked, it was JSD, and for every trending post, the retweets, comments, and likes were all staggering. That meant these trends weren't bought, they were rising organically. In the empty corridor, Zhang Ziyoung stood as still as a statue, looking at the endless praise for JSD from netizens and their explosive follower growth. He was consumed by a wave of intense regret. All his previous self-deception crumbled to pieces at this very moment. In a daze, he recalled the words of Zhou Hai and those staff members just now. He was supposed to have been a part of this 5-member group. He could have shared in this success, but the chance to hit it big was right there, yet he let it slip away. He thought coming to Astra would offer a better future, but his old friends have already become stars, while he hasn't even debuted yet. Thinking of this, with a surge of desperate courage, he called his manager, Zhou Hai. Once the call went through, noise came from the other end, along with Zhou Hai's impatient voice. What is it, Brother Hai? Didn't you say GSD wouldn't make it? Zhang Ziyoung knew it was inappropriate to say this, but the massive psychological shock had already burned away his reason. His emotions had no outlet, and could only be relieved this way. Even though he could predict the result might backfire. Sure enough, there was silence on the other end after he spoke, as if he had encountered something unbelievable, followed by an undisguised sneer. Are you questioning me? I just made an analysis based on the usual circumstances, but who could have guessed Starstream had an ace up its sleeve? And even if I hadn't said that, could you even go back now? Even President Sophie can't blame me for this. Yet you're blaming me? Do you think just because President Sophie scouted you, you can walk all over me? No, Brother Hai, that's not what I meant. Facing the backlash, Zhang Ziyoung realized he shouldn't have stirred up this hornet's nest. I just wanted to ask about the debut plan you mentioned before. Is there a suitable opportunity? Hearing the caution in Zhang Ziyoung's voice, Zhou Hai added contempt to his sarcasm. A debut opportunity? Keep waiting. You have no backing, no looks, and no vocal skills. All you can do is dance. How could a debut be that easy to pull off? Hearing Zhou Hai trash him as worthless, Zhang Ziyoung was instantly enraged. He had ranked first in the Rising Stars training camp tests, and then received an olive branch directly from Astra's president. He had been so proud of himself lately. When had he ever suffered such an insult? His tone immediately sharpened. Brother Hai, you said it yourself. I was scouted by President Sophie. Even if I'm not over your head, don't I even deserve a chance to debut? As soon as he said this, there was another long silence from Zhou Hai. Go ahead and ask President Sophie that question, and see how she answers you. Zhou Hai's tone could no longer be described as merely sarcastic. Every word he spoke felt like he was rubbing Zhang Ziyoung's face in the dirt. Why do you think President Sophie scouted you? Don't you know Astra and Starstream are rivals? She scouted you to sabotage Starstream's group debut. Without the group, what do you think you are? Now that her plan has failed, do you think you have any value left? His lingering suspicions were confirmed, and the last bit of color drained from Zhang Ziyoung's face. Recalling what Mu Yanfeng and the others said to persuade him, and the cold resolve he had shown them, overwhelming regret flooded his heart. He even claimed he'd be famous, telling them not to try to guilt-trip him. Now it's those four who are afraid he'll come crawling back, right? Right now, Sophie was also having a hard time. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, staring at the girl in the center position. She couldn't understand where Starstring found such a multi-talented performer, who also had such incredible looks. And for some reason, she felt that face looked a bit familiar, but she couldn't place where she had seen it. Sophie murmured to herself, suddenly narrowing her eyes. That songwriter who had played her for a fool was also called K. At the Shia house, I enjoyed my family's shocked expressions after I revealed my identity, and then explained the whole story. Serena, Shah, and the others inevitably took some shots at Sophie, while marveling at my versatility. As it approached midnight, Alice Yang looked at her watch, and asked with some confusion, "Has Maya still not sent you a message?" Even though it wasn't the Lunar New Year yet, New Year's Day is still a major holiday, especially for young people today. It was understandable that Maya didn't come, but not even a message was a bit unexpected. I checked my phone, also feeling a bit down. No. Maybe she's with her parents? Being with her parents doesn't mean she has no time to text. Serena Shah looked displeased. If she doesn't call you by midnight, then our little brother can consider getting a new girlfriend. Just as she finished speaking, my phone began to ring. Seeing the caller ID, my expression brightened instantly. Serena Shah was still unsatisfied. After making him wait so long, just a phone call? You should still consider breaking up. Alice Yang glared at her. Don't interrupt Logan's call. Listening to the voice on the other end, Maya let out a low, pleasant chuckle. Waiting for me? My ears tingled. But I didn't want to let her be too smug. In your dreams, I'm going to sleep soon. Is that so? Maya called my bluff mercilessly. Then why don't I see you in your room? I sat up straight instantly. Where are you? Maya, come to your room and you'll see. I didn't have the speaker on, but Serena Shah and the others were sitting very close, meaning they heard the conversation perfectly. It's not like the front door is locked. That brat is addicted to climbing over the wall. Since I saw they could hear, I didn't bother explaining too much. I said a quick word to Alice Yang and went upstairs. Once I entered the bedroom, I looked around, but saw no sign of Maya. Just as I was about to check the bathroom, the curtains suddenly pulled back on their own, and Maya was standing outside the window. To be precise, she was standing in the basket of a hot air balloon, looking at me with a beaming smile. Before I could even wonder how Maya had remotely opened the curtains, I walked to the window. Watching her steer the balloon closer. What on earth are you doing? Do you even need to ask? Maya stopped the balloon outside the window and pulled me up. Spending New Year's with you, of course. As we drifted further and further from the ground, I asked, where are we going? Maya locked her eyes with mine, the love in them practically overflowing. To Golden World Square downtown, let the entire capital witness our first New Year together. Hearing this, I was filled with a mix of emotions. Isn't this a bit too high profile? What's there to be afraid of? Maya chuckled and leaned her forehead against mine. Since we're so far up, they can't even tell who we are. Hey, why is there a hot air balloon outside? Skylar caught something moving mid-air out of the corner of her eye, and was instantly distracted. The others also turned their heads to look out the window. After seeing clearly who was on it, Serena Shah gave a disdainful snort. Can this woman be any more tacky? If I had a boyfriend, I'd be too embarrassed to do this. Alice Yang glared at her. Find a decent boyfriend first, then talk. Mrs. Yoon looked out the window with a look of conflict. You know, don't you think our daughter's setup is a bit small scale? If you ask me, she should have booked every big screen in the city to show support, with both their names playing on a continuous loop. And with the photos, I'd hire thousands of drones to put on a massive drone light show. Then I'd make it rain red from the sky, scattering rose petals all over the capital. Now that would be romantic. Are you trying to turn this into a marriage proposal? Yunrui Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Our daughter has her own way of doing things. Besides, Logan's business isn't finished yet. It's not the time to go head-to-head with those people. Neither of them can afford to be too high profile. Wu Shuman's expression soured at those words, and her voice was full of resentment. Resentful that those old fogies with one foot in the grave still won't settle down. They agreed to stay out of each other's hair, but now they're reneging, and they call themselves aristocrats? In my eyes, they're just a bunch of self-important hypocrites. Alright, don't be angry anymore. It's a holiday, let's not talk about this. Yun Ruiqian quickly pulled his sensitive wife into a hug. Wu Shuman gave a light hum, resting her head gently on his shoulder. I wonder how they're doing over there. The hot air balloon carrying Maya and me drifted past a series of towering buildings, heading straight for the sky above the city center. Golden Century Square was an ocean of people. A sea of heads was moving below. Almost everyone held a balloon in their hand, waiting for the stroke of midnight. Look, there's a hot air balloon up there. Quite a few people noticed the massive object in the sky. The conversation shifted from the viral JSD to the owner of the hot air balloon. Unaware that JSD's most talked about member, K, was standing right on that balloon, cradled in Maya's arms. Can the people below really not see us? Perhaps because I'd never experienced such a thing, I couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. How did you have the guts to sing and dance in front of a massive audience under the spotlight? Yet you're actually nervous now? Is that even the same thing? That was work, I retorted without a second thought, then realized something. You watched the concert? How could I not watch something concerning you? As the two flirted in the air, the minute hand on the clock tower gradually turned toward 12. With the arrival of the final moment, the people in the square began counting down in unison. 10, 9, 8. When they reached 1, Maya wrapped her arms around my neck. The teasing in her eyes was gone, replaced by nothing but sincere, deep affection. I love you. When they reached 0, the people in the square let go of their strings. Balloons of all colors and shapes rose into the air together. Maya also lowered her head and pressed her lips to mine. When the people in the square looked up, they saw an ocean of balloons. The hot air balloon was surrounded by them, almost merging into one. No one knew that. Beneath that colorful hot air balloon stood a pair of lovers locked in an inseparable kiss. This was the first New Year they had spent together. After overcoming life and death, the next day I struggled to climb out of bed and went to the office with 2 dark circles under my eyes. It was a struggle, because both our emotions had been high after the countdown, leading to us fooling around for half the night. After arriving at the company, before I could even enter my office, I was stopped by Kai Min. Mr. Logan, I paused. What happened? It's not that big of a deal. Having been through so much, Kai Min had developed a steady composure. She wasn't as easily rattled as before. Asura bought a smear campaign to attack your name, specifically the codename K. I nodded. I see. I pulled out my phone and went on Twitter, where I saw a trending topic that insulted one's intelligence. GSD member and famous songwriter sharing a codename. Suspected clout chasing. GETS. Many people were defending me under that post, but because the group had just debuted and the fan base wasn't stable, many were being swayed by the internet trolls. They were crying foul on behalf of songwriter K. After all, in the entertainment industry, having the same name is a major taboo, especially since the 2 Ks appeared within a short interval of each other. Even though the girl group is viral, the suspicion of clout chasing can't be ruled out. After all, no one expected JSD to blow up before last night. My lips curled into a slow, gentle arc. Sophie couldn't have guessed that these 2 Ks are actually the same person, while everyone was having heated discussions about the 2 codenames and letting their imaginations run wild. The 2 accounts posted the exact same tweet back to back. Hello everyone, I am K. I am songwriter K, and I am also JSD's main dancer. Not long after K posted the tweet, Yaqing Xuan followed up with a retweet and added a caption, "Congratulations to my good partner on unlocking a new identity. An idol who combines creative talent with singing and dancing skills. Are you guys in love yet?" Once this clarification was out, the trolls who were working hard to sway opinion were stunned. The little fans worrying for their idol were also stunned. Given the state of the industry in recent years, plus the formulaic nature of talent shows that only seek to grab attention, people generally had some prejudices against terms like traffic idols. The reason JSD exploded upon debut wasn't just because of the 5 members' god-tier looks, but also their solid singing and dancing foundations, and among them, K, that is me, had strengths in every area that were universally acknowledged as the strongest. So, when this smear trend appeared, the little fans who had only been following for one night had a combat effectiveness that was almost on par with the paid trolls Asura had hired. But based on K's stated age and the inherent perception of idols, they had only thought that having such strong singing and dancing skills was already incredible enough. When they were trying to control the comments, they mostly tried to make excuses for the name collision. They never even considered that he might be able to create music, let alone that this K was that K. And then, what did they just see? Their newly discovered treasure not only has god-tier looks and excellent performance skills, but is also a creative genius who combines traditional Chinese style with pop music. The trolls were miserable. The paid commenters went silent, and the crowd of lovely little fans went completely wild. Not only were the smears gone, but fans flooded every tweet under that trending topic. Beneath the clarification and support posts, the comments were filled with nothing but adoration. A brand new topic climbed the trending list shortly after. Who else could be this all-round idol? I'm just asking, who else is a teenage idol? With looks, performance, and creative talent all in one? I've stand so many people, but there's never been an idol so excellent that I felt unworthy. I'm just asking the people who bought the smear trend. Are you embarrassed? The man is both JSD's K and songwriter K. What's wrong with him chasing his own clout? Am I the only one still obsessing over what K's real name is? I was already the most talked about member in JSD, and now I was more popular than ever. At Astra, Sophie stared at the clarification tweet, her eyes full of disbelief. For a moment, she suspected that I had pressured that songwriter into giving the creative title to this JSD member, while staying as an anonymous person behind the scenes. But then she thought about it. She felt she knew me well. I have both the strategy and the ability, but my actions are always bound by that ridiculous sense of conscience. I lack that ruthless streak of being unscrupulous. Secondly, someone with this level of creative talent would never again submit to such under-the-table manipulations. Therefore, that mysterious songwriter, whom she had tried so hard to poach, was actually just a youth, and he even possessed both singing and dancing skills. Where did Logan dig up such a treasure? Clearly, when he took over the 5-member girl group, he had seemed to care so much about Zhang Xian's betrayal. Sophie's heart could not find peace for a long time, especially after seeing the choreographer's name was listed as Jamie Wei. Based on the 2 distinct styles mentioned in the comments, she finally realized that the music and lyrics for JSD's debut single were also by K. While scrolling through the detailed information list, she discovered another scene that made her breathing difficult. JSD's ability to become an overnight hit under such harsh conditions. The songs and the member lineup were obviously key factors, but the dance was also an indispensable and major highlight. Yet that stunning girl group dance was actually choreographed by Jamie Wei, who was supposed to be washed up and had been kicked out of Astra by her. Sophie felt like heaven was playing a massive joke on her. When Logan previously compared Jamie Wei to a pearl covered in dust, she thought he was being delusional. Now, reality had dealt her a harsh slap in the face. Inside the massive office, Sophie's heavy breathing echoed in every corner. She suddenly realized with a shock that many things were slipping out of her control step by step. When she first heard Logan was going to use Starstream to deal with Astra, she was disdainful to the core, even thinking he had gone insane. But after all these confrontations, she hadn't gained the upper hand even once. Logan was nothing like what he had said. He wasn't someone who knew nothing about the entertainment industry. I'm coming for your life. At Starstream, not long after I finished the clarification, a huge crowd of media and journalists appeared outside the company. JSD became an overnight sensation. It was obvious we would be facing many interviews today. So, even though it was the New Year holiday, I didn't give the members any time off. Even though I was dying of exhaustion, I had no intention of skipping work myself. I dragged myself out of bed early in the morning. After changing into women's clothes in the lounge, I covered my dark circles while doing my makeup. In an instant, my entire person became a vibrant youth full of energy. Mu Yanfeng and the others were waiting in the office reception area. Once I stepped out, I led them to the reception hall designated for interviews. The media and journalists were already battle-ready. They swarmed forward the moment they saw us. Over. Most of them shoved their microphones in front of me. The questions they asked were all about me. K. Hello, what is your real name? Why didn't you debut with your real name and chose to use this code name instead? Does the code name K. Mun have any special meaning to you? The code name K has no special meaning. I just randomly picked it from the alphabet. Facing the swarm of journalists and the cluster of microphones, I remained unfazed. My expression was as calm as if I weren't a fresh rookie. As for my real name, Dead, it would sort of ruin my handsome guy image. How about we change the question, big sister? Even though the female reporter asking the question was a veteran, her face flushed at this. Forgetting her original intent, she actually started speaking up for me. Look, in matters. Many artists' real names are a bit too plain, which is why they don't use them. It's understandable if he wants to use a stage name and keep it private. I don't want to be swayed either. But he called me Big Sisters. If you're that handsome, anything you say is right. The girls beside me wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Not I. They felt that Mr. Logan, as a guy, was better at flirting than actual women like them. One reporter fell under my Big Sister strategy, and a second one immediately charged into the fray. May I ask if you truly wrote the songs for Ye Qingxuan's traditional album and your own debut single? Were they really all your creations? I thought to myself that these journalists were a handful, but I wasn't afraid at all. If I hadn't written them, I don't think that person would be willing to let me take the credit, right? Or are you saying that Senior Ye's words aren't trustworthy? It's normal for the public to have doubts. But as long as I deny it, no amount of smearing can change the facts, unless they can find that songwriter, whom they imagine was replaced. But that person is me. Where are they going to find me? Once I said that, the implications became numerous. Without evidence, this reporter didn't dare to recklessly offend Ye Qingxuan, who had just regained his fame. Especially after being countered by my sharp words, he realized I wasn't a pushover. He could only back down dejectedly. Reporter number 2 was also washed away. Reporter number 3, who was already in position, took the mic and charged. Many people say you are even better looking than Serene Sheng, and that you'll replace her as the new divine face of the industry. What is your take on this? This was a blatant attempt to incite a fan war. I sneered inwardly, but showed nothing on my face. Everyone has different aesthetics. I believe that in every fan base, their own idol is the most dazzling. Furthermore, Senior Serene was just promoting us a while ago. While I can't say we're very close, I have immense respect and gratitude for her. Out of mutual respect, I see no reason to answer such a divisive question. I deflected the reporter's trap with ease. Before the next question could arise, I immediately guided everyone. Don't just keep asking me questions. Can't you see my teammates are right here? If you keep putting me on a pedestal like this, how am I supposed to get along with the group in the future? As soon as I said this, it elicited a burst of laughter from everyone. Sensing how tricky the journalists' questions were, Mu Yanfeng and the others didn't feel they needed to be so humble. But whether they liked it or not, the journalists began interviewing them one by one. After the interview ended, I returned to the office. Opening my email, I saw multiple reality show and endorsement offers. I wasn't surprised by this at all. Even though JSD had just debuted, traffic is king in this industry. Now that they were hot, resources naturally came looking for them. I ignored the offers. That had absolutely no cooperative value. I circled one reality show and one endorsement from the list, and replied to the emails. The reality show was a very popular domestic program. Each episode had a theme, where invited guests experienced activities to complete tasks. Because it used a live broadcast format, accidents and blunders were common. Therefore, the artists who dared to go on this show could all be called brave warriors. However, the temptation of ultra-high exposure still made many artists flock to it. As for the reason I chose this show, looking at the confirmed guest list, the corner of my lips slowly curled into a meaningful arc. Mu Yanfeng and the others only found out the news the day before the show. But this wasn't a show that gave guests a script in advance, the show's theme, and tasks would only be announced once we reached the set, so there was no need to make any preparations beforehand. On the day of the show, the fans of the invited guests had been waiting in the livestream room since early morning, vigorously spamming their idols' names. Compared to the viral members of JSD, the name appearing most in the livestream was Vincent Wen. He was Astra's most popular A-list star. When Mason and the rest of our 5-member group arrived, we saw Vincent Wen being surrounded by several other artists and a crowd of staff. Right in the middle of the group, there were 10 guests invited for this episode, including the 5 members of JSD, Vincent Wen from Astra, and 4 others from different agencies. Even though they weren't in the same company, Vincent Wen's high status in the industry meant the other 4 artists tried every possible way to strike up a conversation with him. It wasn't until the host arrived that they each went to their own spots. As per custom, the invited guests took turns facing the live stream camera to introduce themselves. Then the host would announce the theme for this episode. Once everyone had finished their introductions, the host glanced at the script, cleared his throat, and stole a glance at Vincent Wen. I'm sure all our viewers at home are looking forward to the theme of today's show. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The theme for today's activity is high societies. That's right. By having our 10 guests participate in several activities, we will present to everyone the entertainment, lifestyle, and refined education of the elite youth in high society. Guests, please pay attention to the key words I'm using. If you've seen this show before, you should be well aware of our standard style. Haha! Force of habit, whether the host's slip of the tongue was unintentional or intentional. It immediately livened up the atmosphere in the live stream. The screen was filled with question marks and ha-ha-has. Many people were smart enough to pick up on the production team's malicious intentions. They knew there would definitely be all kinds of traps, right? The key weren't high society and excellence perfectly aligned with Vincent Wen's public persona? The host watched the scrolling comments in the live stream, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He continued from where he left off. I'm sure everyone has guessed it. It's not just simply letting you experience the life of a rich kid. It's more of a test for our guests on their understanding of high society. Stopping for a moment to look at the confused artists, the host smiled reassuringly. But don't be nervous, everyone. You can choose to form groups. As long as one person in the group completes the task, it counts as a pass for the whole group. As soon as those words were out, the 4 artists who had been fawning over Vincent Wen earlier instantly scrambled to get close to him, asking if he would agree to team up. Vincent Wen's rich air and top student personas were well known to fans. Being in the same industry, there was no way they wouldn't know, so they felt following him was definitely the right choice. Vincent Wen very easily agreed to their pleas, then said to our group of 5, since there are 5 of you, and you're already a team, why don't you just form your own group? With that one sentence, he eliminated the possibility of any of us joining his team, all while appearing to be very considerate of us. Tony turned to look at Justin, covered his mouth, and whispered, Justin, is your family considered high society? I don't know. Justin glanced at me casually, then smiled and rubbed Tony's head. But we shouldn't have to worry about it. Comment, +1 + 1086. My boy is so young. Wait, are JSD fans still shipping them here? Aren't you worried at all that your idols are about to embarrass themselves? They've probably just accepted their fate by now. There's a real high society member on the other side. What do these kids with no background have to compare with him? The host listened to Vincent Wen's suggestion and looked toward our group. Will the 5 members of JSD choose to form a single team? What a joke. Splitting up on their first reality show after debuting. That would be like announcing to the world that the members didn't get along. So, Mason and I exchanged a look, and he was the one to accept the challenge. Alright, I just saw a comment in the live stream, asking what happens if a task isn't completed. Even if you fail a task, you can still move on to the next segment. However, I will be keeping a record of the task completion rate for both groups. When this episode ends, the group with the lower completion rate will receive a certain penalty. Correspondingly, the group with the higher completion rate will receive a reward. The penalties and rewards will be revealed later in the show. Guests and our viewers at home, please stay tuned. After that long speech, the host unscrewed a water bottle and took a sip to wet his throat. Then he pointed to a villa behind them. Guests, please enter the villa. From this moment on, you are the owners of this place, the elite youth of high society. Since you were children, you've received a fine education and artistic cultivation. Under the host's persuasive, almost cult-like tone, the group walked into the villa with their lips twitching. Only 3 people appeared calm and composed, as if they were in their own homes. They were me, Justin, and Vincent Wen. Compared to the nonchalance Justin and I showed, Vincent Wen's expression carried more arrogance and a sense of superiority. A group of cameramen followed them in with their gear, but they professionally kept the shots steady, while trying their best to stay out of the frame. Entering the villa's lobby, before many people even knew what the host's next instruction was, they were drawn to a traditional Chinese painting, placed next to a marble column. It wasn't that everyone was interested in traditional art, it was just that the painting was placed too prominently. The host timely announced the first task. Will each group please choose a representative to critique this painting? Hearing this, Many people didn't react immediately. Once they snapped out of it, the four people in Vincent Wen's group all turned their gazes toward him. The cameramen also turned their lenses to focus on Vincent Wen's face, tacitly assuming the person with the highest status, who was also the group's hope, would take the lead. Facing the cameras pointed at him, the previously calm Vincent Wen suddenly felt his heart tighten. To be precise, he hadn't even fully processed the task the host had given, because he didn't recognize the painting at all. How could he even begin to critique it? At the start, when he heard the host announce the theme, his thoughts were the same as his fans. He wasn't worried at all that he couldn't handle it. After all, it was a fact that his family was wealthy, even though they'd only struck it rich during his college years, and his alma mater was a top-tier national university. Though he slacked off in college, he had gotten in on his own merits. The labels of rich heir and top student had allowed him to fully reap the benefits of the entertainment world. But what kind of task was this? He wasn't an art major. Asking him to critique a painting? Despite his internal panic, Vincent Wen still maintained a calm smile on the surface, trying his best not to show any flaws. Since it was called critiquing, then there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes. As long as he said some superficial, shallow things, he should be able to fake his way through. With that thought, Vincent Wen looked at the details of the painting. There were mountains, water, trees, and scenery. Orphics and decimation of that time, a dyed in Stek's tears. He also saw a signature in the bottom right corner. Having a general idea in his heart, Vincent Wen cleared his throat and said in a rather confident tone, "This is a work by the famous painter Wu Zheng. Master Wu Zheng is also a painter I admire very much. This painting primarily depicts T." Before Vincent Wen could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sudden chuckle. He was already lacking confidence, and this laughter felt like a mockery. That instantly tightened his sensitive nerves. "What are you laughing at?" Vincent Wen turned and glared furiously at Justin. He didn't even bother pretending to have gentlemanly poise in front of the camera. His fans in the live stream also began to voice their outrage for their idol. Is this guy for real? Doesn't he know that interrupting someone is incredibly rude? Is this the quality of JSD members? What the hell are you laughing at? Does this rookie know the rules? The crowd of fans was filled with righteous indignation, longing to pull Justin out through the screen and tear him to shreds. But what they didn't notice was that the host, standing behind the cameraman, also looked like he was trying his hardest to suppress a laugh. "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Justin rubbed his nose and apologized very sincerely to the fuming Vincent Wen. But if I recall correctly, that character, Zheng, should be pronounced Kuo, not Zheng. As soon as his voice fell, the entire scene fell silent. The fans in the live stream also felt like their throats were being choked. The number of comments dropped instantly. After a while, a single comment popped up. "Holy crap! It really is pronounced Kuo. Forgive me, I just found out too. But isn't Vincent Wen supposed to be a top student? LMAO, no wonder they say fans are just like their idols. Is Vincent illiterate and are his fans also mostly uneducated? They don't even know what's going on, yet they act like they're ready to dig up someone's ancestral grave. Maybe Vincent just misread it. Besides, hardly anyone recognizes that character anyway, okay? Who can guarantee they know every single character?" One fan tried to whitewash it, only to be immediately and ruthlessly slapped in the face. Your Vincent explicitly said this was a painter he admires. How can you get the name of someone you admire wrong? Clearly, many people realized this as well, including Vincent Wen, who stood there like a frozen statue. Since Justin finished speaking, he hadn't moved a muscle. His face, as rigid as his body, turned red at a visible rate. It was as if he'd been slapped across the face. The other four people on his team exchanged glances, looking completely lost. However, after being in the entertainment industry for so many years, Vincent Wen's mental resilience was exceptionally high. Before long, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said, pretending to be calm, "I just misread it earlier, and in the field of painting, I'm merely an amateur. However, I've changed my mind. Master Wu Kuo's painting is so grand and magnificent, with such profound artistic depth. Just looking at it makes me want to bow down and worship. I admit my knowledge is limited, and I cannot adequately describe its brilliance. Why don't we let the JSD members have a try?" These words meant he was forfeiting. At the same time, his humble words combined with the excessive praise for the work also ramped up the difficulty. For JSD's subsequent critique task, it was as if they didn't critique it well, it would be as if they were profaning the painting. I turned to look at Justin. He raised his hands in surrender. I only recognized the character. I know absolutely nothing about traditional Chinese painting. His frank admission of ignorance, compared to Vincent Wen's desperate attempt to save face, formed a sharp contrast. The host timely spoke up with a smile, so no one on the JSD side can critique it either. Then, just like Mr. Wen's team, it'll be considered a forfeit. The corners of my mouth curled up. Are you asking us to critique Master Wu's famous work? Watching the landscape? Or this painting right here? The host was stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But he still asked uncertainly, isn't this Master Wu's watching the landscape? The live stream was also filled with question marks, no one knowing what I was up to. I chuckled. A mismatched forgery like this. Is it worthy of being called the original, let alone being critiqued? The effect of these words was even more explosive than when Justin pointed out the mispronunciation, especially since, just now, Vincent Wen had praised the painting to the high heavens, calling it a peerless masterpiece. The claim that it was a fake, unworthy of critique, was like a blatant slap in his face. What big talk. If you can't critique it, just say so. No one would mock you, but claiming Master Wu's work is a fake, does that make you look good? Would the production team really use a fake? Wait a moment, Mr. Wen, please don't get excited. The host interrupted Vincent Wen, but his gaze was focused on my face. How do you know this painting is a forgery? Naturally, it's because the original is at my house. I thought to myself secretly, but I didn't show off, because I've seen the original. I chose a different way to phrase it, and looked back at the painting by the column. The original focuses on artistic expression. While this painting replicates the lines of the original, it strives too hard for literal realism, losing its original soul. Furthermore, the original was painted from the roots up. The traces of work on this painting clearly show it was copied 1001 starting from the edges. Additionally, the coloring in this painting is too gaudy, lacking the solemnity of the original. The sense of depth between the trees is also far inferior to the original. Overall, it's so riddled with flaws that it's beyond words. One might not be able to tell at first glance, but anyone with basic knowledge of traditional Chinese painting, who has seen Master Wu Kuo's original, should be able to see that this is a fake. If pointing out the painting was a fake was like slapping Vincent Wen in the face, the last sentence of my speech was a blatant attempt to humiliate him publicly. If everything I said was true, then Vincent Wen didn't even have basic common sense regarding traditional painting. Everyone would then realize that everything he did before was just a desperate attempt to look impressive. As expected, Vincent Wen's face looked even worse now. Where's the proof? Based solely on your word, you can conclude this is a fake? Would the production team really use a fake as a prop? Hearing this, the host gave a slight cough. Sorry, I have to say, you're right, this is indeed a forgery. The original has already been purchased. However, the production team only used it with Master Wu's consent. We said it was for your critique, but it was also meant as a hidden test. Being able to identify the authenticity from a professional perspective can be considered the best answer for this round's task. As soon as I finished speaking, the scene fell back into a deathly silence. The live stream, however, exploded. The production team is the ultimate troll. They really dug a deep hole for them. So it seems Vincent Wen knows nothing at all, yet he still tried to act like an expert. So that's how his top student persona works. No matter how strong his self-healing ability, he couldn't endure the consecutive blows in such a short time. After the host finished speaking, Vincent Wen turned into stone, shock mixed with his lingering anger, etched onto his face, looking like a palette of spilled paint. The people around him could only sigh internally. In order for the show to continue, the host spoke up to break the deadlock. All right, the critique is over. I'm sure talking so much has made you all thirsty. The production team has carefully prepared some fine wine for everyone in the wine cabinet next to the bar on your left, I said, reaching out to gesture toward the wine cabinet for everyone. Due to JSD's good performance, you are specifically allowed to take a bottle of 1985 Bordeaux from Chateau Lafite Rothschild. As for Mr. Wen's group, you can take a bottle of 1992 Cabernet Sauvignon from Screaming Eagle Winery. Alright, you can take the wine now, and share it with your friends. The fans in the live stream were all in a, is there really such a good deal? state of mind. The guests on site also felt the production team was a bit too humane for once. Even seeing that Vincent Wen wasn't in a good state, one artist in the same group fawningly told him to sit down first, then volunteered to go get the wine. As it turned out, not long after he walked to the wine cabinet, he returned dejectedly. Which bottle did the host tell us to get? The names are all written in foreign languages. I can't read them. As he spoke, he nudged his partner with his elbow. Do you know any foreign languages? I'm a poor student. How would I recognize any foreign language? This person was quite honest. But Mr. Wen must recognize it. He just wanted to say the other was a top student, but thinking about what happened just now, he changed his tune at the last second. Mr. Wen is a member of high society himself. He's seen way more of these wines than we have. Right, I'm so stupid. The one who asked slapped his forehead and looked at Vincent Wen. Mr. Wen, we'll really have to trouble you again this time. Mr. Wen? Vincent Wen suddenly snapped out of it. His eyes were full of impatience. What is it? Clearly, he hadn't listened to a word they said. It's like this. We couldn't find the one the host mentioned. The Cabernet Sauvignon from Screaming Eagle Winery. We have to rely on you, Mr. Wen. Vincent Wen almost blurted out useless trash when he heard that. Realizing it was a live stream, he immediately adjusted his facial expression. I wouldn't dare say rely on. I'll just go get it. After agreeing dismissively, Vincent Wen got up and walked toward the wine cabinet. Meanwhile, I had already brought back our trophy and poured a glass for everyone. Normally, this kind of wine tastes better after decanting, but the production team surely didn't have time for them to decant wine here for 1 or 2 hours. Keigi, how much does a bottle of this cost? The price of this bottle is quite affordable. About $100,000. Clunk. Tony almost fell off his chair. My brother, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word affordable? The live stream audience was also full of question marks just like him. No way, no way. He couldn't be another hidden rich heir, could he? I don't know if he's a rich heir. But the production team is really generous. No wonder they aren't afraid of offending any big-name artist. The big shots behind this variety show have deep pockets. While our group of 5 was tasting the wine, Vincent Wen, who was looking for wine by the counter, was beginning to doubt his life. Earlier, he didn't think for a second that he wouldn't find the wine. After all, since his family struck it rich, he could afford to drink expensive wine, and the 2 types of wine the host mentioned didn't sound unfamiliar to him. He just hadn't remembered what the bottles looked like. But could someone tell him why the labels on the bottles were all in foreign languages? He had never noticed when he drank expensive wine before. Vincent Wen had only studied English as his one foreign language since childhood, and he'd mostly forgotten it by now. He tried hard to use the few words left in his head to identify them, but he found to his dismay that he couldn't understand a single word. At that moment, the host walked over and asked with a concerned expression, "What's wrong, Mr. Wen? Are you having some trouble?" Vincent Wen suddenly jerked. These wines are placed a bit messily. I haven't found it yet. The host looked at the Cabernet Sauvignon right under the other's nose. Smiling without a word, I watched the hesitant figure in front of the wine cabinet, a subtle smile flashing in my eyes. This was my purpose for joining this variety show. To tear down Vincent Wen's public persona in the entertainment industry. In my past life, I managed Asura, and knew Vincent Wen better than anyone. His looks were adjusted to celebrity standards, but they weren't particularly stunning. His acting was average, and his other talents were also mediocre. Artists like him were a dime a dozen in the industry. Logically, he shouldn't have been this famous. The reason he could become a top-tier A-list star, rivaling people like Serene Sheng, was because he was good at building a persona. The rich kid and top student labels, though common, were undeniably effective. After all, in the hearts of young girls, they yearned for the kind of rich, handsome guys in novels, blessed with various halos, having a prominent family background and an excellent education. Even if other aspects are only 80%, the overall package is a max-level human being. But as his boss in my past life, I knew his family wasn't some proper old money, wealthy family, but a nouveau riche family that struck it big while he was in college, and 10 years of hard study could only provide a knowledge base that was absolutely incomparable to old money kids who received all kinds of education and artistic training since childhood. Take the wine this time, for example. Nouveau riche people have money and can buy it, but in their eyes, The only value of this wine is its price. Drinking it is just to show off their status. In the short term, they wouldn't bother with the meaning behind the expensive wine, nor would they know how to appreciate it like old money kids. That's why he's crashing and burning now. I knew in my past life that people with such pure personas were prone to crashing. And for other artists, even if they crash, it's no big deal. But for someone like him who relies on hype, it is fatal. So when I heard he was going on this variety show where artists crash, countless times, luckily, without my interference in this life, this person came anyway, and the production team didn't disappoint me. They didn't mind spending a lot of money, specifically to poke at his knowledge blind spots. After this episode ends, Vincent Wen's popularity will take a major hit. With me serving as the control group, his team won't even have the face to try and do PR. Vincent Wen will fade away even faster. While I was daydreaming, Vincent Wen felt like he had been suffering for a century. He had already broken a sweat. He couldn't say he didn't recognize it now. After agonizing for a long time, as the camera crew's gazes grew more suspicious, and the live stream audience began to get confused, Vincent Wen gritted his teeth and took a bottle labeled 1992. Of all the characters on the bottle, the only thing he could understand were the Arabic numerals representing the year. The wine the host told him to get was a 1992. Maybe he'd get lucky. Besides, the host wouldn't necessarily check exactly what he took. It turns out Vincent Wen wasn't that lucky. Just as he was returning, covering the label with his palm, the host timely spoke up to remind him, "Mr. Wen, you took a Bordeaux from Chateau Lafite Rothschild, not the Cabernet Sauvignon from Screaming Eagle, that the production team asked you to get. If there were a hole in the ground, he would have wanted to crawl into it right now." The live stream was also full of question marks. No way. Vincent Wen actually picked the wrong one? Does he not recognize this wine? Isn't he from a wealthy family? Could it be that even this label is fake? The person who said this had already assumed that Vincent Wen's top student persona was fake, but those words were immediately refuted. Maybe Vincent just misread it. We've seen photos, of his wine cabinet at home before. They didn't seem to expect that their idol would crash and burn on a reality show. Vincent Wen's fans, who were just bragging about his art knowledge, now tried to make a comeback after bracing themselves. Exactly. And what do you mean alsos? Our Vincent isn't an art major. It's normal not to understand traditional painting, okay? Right. Our Vincent majored in computer science. Having found an excuse from his fans, Vincent Wen put the wine back. He then tucked his hands into his pockets, pretending to be natural. I just misread it. Besides, the wine you wanted me to find was hidden, way too deep. I'm not thirsty anymore, so let's not waste time. He pushed the blame onto the production team, trying to lead everyone to think they were making things difficult. He tried to head back after speaking, but the production team wasn't a pushover. Before Vincent Wen could move, the host reached out and picked up the bottle right under his nose. He handed it to him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Wen, if you couldn't find it, you should have said so. It's the same if I just give it to you." Tony, who was busy enjoying the show, choked on his wine. Vincent's reputation is completely down the drain now. I couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the host in my heart. This guy is a kindred spirit. At this moment, Vincent Wen was completely stunned. For a second, he suspected the host did it on purpose. The host's current smile looked incredibly sinister to him. What made his skin crawl even more were the comments scrolling in the live stream. He looked right under his nose for so long and couldn't find it. If his persona wasn't fake, then he's just blind. And I recall Lafitte is French. And Screaming Eagle is American, right? Can a top student not tell French and English apart? And he still picked the wrong one. The fans who were full of combat power just now were now laying low. The 4 artists on Vincent Wen's team were also full of embarrassment. They originally thought following Vincent meant a sure win. Now that things had come to this, how could their perceptions be overturned again and again? Seeing Vincent Wen not moving, one of his teammates stepped up to smooth things over. He took the wine and pulled Vincent back to his seat. Come. It would be a waste not to drink such expensive wine." The man poured a glass for everyone. Vincent Wen, however, didn't pick up his glass at all. He looked completely despondent. By the time that group finished the wine, the 5 of us had already been resting for a while. Alright, now that the wine is finished, let's move to the next segment. Everyone, walk down to the end of this corridor. There is a door there. Beyond that door is a whole new world. Your current task is to open that door. The host finished his sentence. The group of guests and the audience were all confused. They couldn't see how opening a door counted as a task, until the camera followed the guests to the end of the hall, revealing 2 tables inside the closed door. On the tables sat computers. The host addressed everyone's confusion in real time. The door is locked with a code. You need to write a program to crack it. Each team, please select one representative for this task. As soon as the task was announced, some of Vincent Wen's fans were instantly re-energized. Coding, the production team, is finally acting like human beings. Who? As a computer science genius from a top-tier university, this is my Vincent's true battlefield. Everyone else is stunned, aren't they? This time, it's our Vincent's turn to show you how it's done. Although compared to the beginning of the show, the number of people still cheering for Vincent Wen had greatly decreased. But being a fan usually involves sincere feelings. Not everyone can immediately take back their love. After learning they've been lied to, many people still held on to a shred of hope for the deceitful Vincent Wen. However, while these fans were excited, they failed to notice their idol's guilty expression. Vincent Wen felt like he'd been kicked in the gut. Yes, he majored in computer science, but he hadn't attended a single class properly after striking it rich. He barely managed to scrape through for his degree. Now, forget about writing a program. To crack some code, even the most basic coding formats were mostly forgotten. But everyone knew he was from a top-tier CS department. So, the others looked at him with trust, certain that he could do it. And since he had failed the first 2 tasks, if he tried to dodge a task related to his major, even his fans wouldn't stand for it. After calculating in his head, Vincent Wen, stuck between a rock and a hard place, looked at me. This is a task in my area of expertise. But you should go first. Otherwise, once I start, you might not get a chance to show off. Due to the previous events, he also, subconsciously, treated me as the core of the other group. Hearing Vincent Wen's words, his teammates and fans felt a surge of confidence. Their morale was greatly boosted. I, on the other hand, almost laughed out loud. And what if I cracked the door right away? Then wouldn't Mr. Wen lose his chance to show off? The host seemed to only just realize there was a loophole in his wording that people could exploit. He immediately explained that neither team needed to worry about missing their chance to perform. 2 computers have been set up here. Both sides must crack the code successfully to open this door. Of course, don't worry about unfairness. The passwords set on both sides are identical. When one side succeeds, the door will beep and a green light will flash, only when both sides succeed. Will the door fully open? As soon as he finished, Vincent Wen, who was planning to hide his incompetence, saw his expression darken. I, however, was at ease. I glanced at the faces of Mason and the other 3, with a questioning look. Just like with the traditional painting critique, if my teammates were capable of completing the task, I would actually prefer for the 4 of them to show off. But as my gaze swept over, the 4 of them took a step back in unison, and shook their heads like a rattle. The corner of my mouth twitched. Without further hesitation, I sat down at a computer. He even knows how to code? The live stream was filled with question marks and exclamation points. They looked at me as if I were a monster. Vincent Wen's heart was also far from calm. His suggestion to go second was indeed a way to dodge the bullet, but he didn't think for a moment that I'd actually know how to code. He figured that with my failure occurring first, it wouldn't look too bad even if he couldn't crack it. He could just say it was too difficult and give up. But could someone tell him how this guy looked like he was even proficient at coding? In the past, he saw teenagers under 20 as just uneducated high school dropouts who could only sing and dance. But aside from singing and dancing, it seemed this guy knew how to do everything. While Vincent Wen was doubting life, the comments in the live stream had already exploded. Is he really coding? You can't even type that fast. Does this guy not even need to stop and think? He just jumped right in. I feel like I'm watching a sci-fi movie. This is a freaking hacker, isn't it? Vincent Wen watched the scrolling comments in real time. His mind was a total mess. Just then, a flash of inspiration hit him, and he turned his head to look at my computer screen. He wanted to see what I was writing. The host said the passwords on both sides were the same, so the decryption program should be the same as well. As it turned out, before he could see anything, he was blocked by a figure leaning over. Tony looked at Vincent Wen with a smile. Mr. Wen, why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to crack the password? Vincent Wen instantly clenched his fists. He looked at Tony as if he wanted to devour him, but then, thinking of something, Vincent Wen composed himself. He turned and sat down at the computer desk on the other side. According to what the host said, no matter who successfully cracks it, the initial reaction is the same. So, if he just wrote a random piece of code and timed it to finish right when it was supposed to, who would be able to tell at that point, specifically who had cracked it successfully? He didn't think these fans would understand code. With that thought, Vincent Wen reached out and turned on the machine. As it turned out, before his coding software even opened, a beep came from the front. The green light on the door lit up. The hand holding the mouse suddenly froze. Vincent Wen turned to look at me in disbelief. How much time had even passed? This person had already succeeded in cracking it. Not only were Vincent Wen's eyes wide with shock, but the livestream room erupted in a massive storm once again. 2 minutes and 1 second. K only took 2 minutes and 1 second. If I hadn't seen it, with my own eyes, those pages of dense code, I really would have thought this was just a simple coding problem. Singing, dancing, songwriting, traditional painting, and coding, is there anything K can't do? The photographers and staff on site, who had been filming until now, were also completely won over. They didn't even have the heart to pay attention to what Vincent Wen was doing, and Tony and the others were staring at me with burning eyes, looking exactly like a bunch of little fanboys. Others might not know, but those few knew better than anyone. Facing all those intense gazes, I remained perfectly composed. I tapped my foot slightly, controlling the chair to swivel toward Vincent Wen. Our group's task is complete. Whether this door opens now depends on you, Mr. Wen. With my reminder, everyone finally remembered. The forgotten Vincent Wen in the corner. Seeing his completely blank computer screen, many wondered what on earth he had been doing. Although she was fast, it's not like he should have just finished booting up, right? Is this guy just incompetent? Those things he said earlier are such a slap in the face. Mr. Wen, seeing Vincent Wen motionless and just staring intently at me, I couldn't help but wave my hand in front of his eyes. Is there something on my face? Vincent Wen abruptly retracted his gaze, then closed his eyes for a moment. After opening them again, he clicked the mouse to open the coding software on the desktop. His hands dropped onto the keyboard, clumsily typing out a few characters, and then he stopped moving again. The 4 people in his group exchanged looks, an ominous feeling rising in their hearts. Time passed second by second, and an awkward atmosphere gradually filled the air. Vincent Wen was on pins and needles, and the people beside him didn't dare to breathe loudly. But the sounds of doubt in the livestream were reaching a fever pitch. I think I can hear the sound of faces being slapped. Even as a non-fan, this is painfully embarrassing. Doesn't understand traditional painting? Fans say he's not an art major. Can't read the labels on a wine bottle? Fans say he's not a linguistics major. Now he can't even handle his own major. How are the fans going to spin this one? Vincent Wen had no desire to look at the comments anymore. Or rather, he didn't dare to. Who knows how much time passed, until even the host was about to speak up to remind him, when a sudden phone ring echoed. Vincent Wen looked like he'd found a savior. Ignoring the show's rule against using phones, he immediately took it out and answered. Who knows what the person on the other end said? But the expression on Vincent Wen's face shifted repeatedly. After hanging up, he looked at the camera with an apologetic face and said, "I'm sorry. Something came up at home unexpectedly. I have to go back." Before anyone could react, he tore off his headset and turned to leave. This scene was completely unexpected for everyone. When they snapped out of it, there was an instant uproar. Something came up unexpectedly? Yeah, we all know what that means. Do his family members know he's cursing his own house like this? Bailing mid-shoot because he couldn't complete the task? Is he the first person to do that on this show? LMAO. Remember this episode? When the show first announced the theme, Vincent Wen's fans were all saying it was tailor-made for him. The result? He failed every single tailor-made task. What does that prove? It proves that his talented persona is a complete sham. Not only was the live stream filled with mockery, but the people on site were also sighing in disbelief, especially the 4 people who initially chose to be in the same group as Vincent Wen. They never imagined the person they relied on would be such a letdown, just when everyone thought this episode of the show would end due to Vincent Wen's departure. Unexpectedly, the host looked perfectly calm. After failing to contact Vincent Wen, he decisively moved on to the next segment. In the CEO's office of the Yun Group, The employees could never have imagined that. Their busy CEO, at this moment, was just like a little fan, glued to the computer watching an entertainment variety livestream, simply because her husband was in it. Jade gave a click of her tongue. Not only is this guy incredibly vain, but his mental fortitude is also terrible. But since he left early, won't all the things prepared for later go to waste? The effect has already been achieved by this point in the show, and I believe Logan has more tricks up his sleeve. He won't give this guy a chance to flip the script with PR. Jade thought to herself that her young lady really knew Mr. Logan very well. But didn't Mr. Logan say he wanted to take down Asura himself? Miss, if you help him behind his back like this, what if he gets angry when he finds out? Maya said confidently. Then I just won't let him find out. Seriously, what kind of variety show would be so rich as to give guests wine worth over $100,000? And it was only thanks to her advice that the props shouldn't be too far from reality. Otherwise, the vintage wines from the Yun family cellar would have all been arranged for Mr. Logan. On the other side, without Vincent Wen, the competitive nature of the show was greatly reduced. By the time the show ended, JSD's group won without any suspense. And although the variety show was over, Twitter was in a state of chaos. The trending topic about the fake persona reached #1. With a purple explosive tag on the right, Vincent Wen's team tried to remove the trend, but failed. Paid trolls were urgently deployed to appease fans, while trying to use PR to cover up the truth. However, at that very moment, a revelation about Vincent Wen was being retweeted by major marketing accounts. The leaked content consisted of 2 images. The message was concise and clear. One was the history of the Wen family's rise to wealth. From it, one could see that the Wen family wasn't wealthy old money at all, but typical nouveau riche. The other was Vincent Wen's transcript from university. Dense records of retakes and repeated courses were extremely eye-catching. If this revelation had been released earlier, probably not many people would have believed it. But after seeing Vincent Wen's performance on the live variety show, his fans couldn't even lie to themselves anymore. As a trending topic about fans leaving him went up, people realized that in just a few short hours, Vincent Wen had already lost over 1 million followers, though it didn't seem like much compared to his 60 million followers. It was still a significant drop. Besides, no one knew how many of those were actually active accounts. In contrast to Vincent Wen's career being in flames, the members of JSD, led by K, were gaining fans like crazy. K was a given. Through the new skills shown in the confrontation with Vincent, he had now become almost a legendary figure across the entire internet, and for some unknown reason, the style of the tasks in the latter half of the show had changed. The other JSD members were also highly involved, each showcasing their own unique charms, and attracting a massive wave of casual fans. Among them, Justin and young Tony were even shipped by fans, due to their adorable interactions. They even had their own fan-made hashtag and community. Browsing through this topic, Tony's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. These fans have way too much imagination. We're both guys. After the variety show ended, I took the group to a quiet restaurant for a meal. I didn't expect to discover such an interesting scene. Mason's face instantly turned bright red from choking at my words. A while back, a film production company wanted us to star in a show with that kind of theme, so they filled us in on the concept. Except for Tony, the 4 of us were all there. I signaled that I understood. After finishing the meal, the guys put on masks, sunglasses, and other celebrity gear for going out. They headed out in separate groups. I was the last one to leave. But the moment I stepped out of the restaurant door, I saw a massive sea of people. I immediately thought, oh crap, K is out. Girls, that's K, right? Oh my god, I actually saw K. Amidst the excited screams, the fans swarmed forward like a pack of wolves eyeing a sheep. They scrambled to get close to me. I thought I had never been afraid of anything in my life, until I saw this crowd of fans lunging at me so enthusiastically. If I didn't run now, then when? I couldn't guarantee that if I got cornered, they wouldn't devour me until not even my bones were left. Where did those troublemakers go? I didn't care about that anymore. Before the fans could reach me, I turned around and sprinted back into the restaurant. I flew through the hallway like a gust of wind, and bolted straight up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Running to the back of the restaurant, I found a window, propped myself up with one hand, and jumped. Thinking the 2nd floor wasn't that high, I didn't look down much. As it turned out, the moment I jumped, I saw a familiar person, Maya, I gripped her shoulders with both hands, a flash of surprise in my eyes. What are you doing here, picking you up? Maya said something that was essentially stating the obvious. In the driver's seat, Jade started the car, while patting her chest in lingering fear. I fell silent for a moment. Once I've trained a replacement, I'll quit JSD and leave the entertainment industry. This was the first time Jade had heard me mention this. She couldn't help but look at me through the rearview mirror. Will the fans accept that? It's better than letting them find out that I've been lying to them this whole time, especially regarding something as big as my gender. I gave a bitter smile. From that perspective, there's no fundamental difference between me and Vincent Nguyen. If there hadn't been a better way at the time, I wouldn't have resorted to this strategy. My plan is to retire once the goal is achieved, even if the fans are reluctant to let me go. They'll eventually be attracted to new faces with time. My plan sounded perfect in my head. However, at this point, I didn't know yet that not everything can be kept under control. In the middle of my self-reflection, my chin was suddenly gripped. Maya turned my face toward her. You've been talking to her this whole time, leaving me ignored. I'm angry. As soon as she said that, the car swerved sharply. Jade hurriedly gripped the steering wheel tight. Miss, please don't be nervous, she pleaded tremulously. He's just teasing you. I knew Maya was just trying to distract me, because she was afraid I would overthink things. Looking at her face, I thought back to my suspicions during the variety show. I couldn't help but reach up and pull down her hand that was gripping my chin. I asked, You're the one who had someone start this show, right? I had been suspicious for a long time. Massive interests are tied to every artist. Just how powerful must the backing of this show be to offend so many big-name stars and still remain untouchable in the industry? Not until I entered that villa today did a sense of familiarity wash over me. The interior design of the villa was almost identical to the main villa at the manor. It was filled with strong personal touches. One look, and it was clear the property belonged to Maya. Plus, that wine cabinet full of rare vintages, and that massive racetrack. If every variety show used props like that, they'd lose a fortune. Also, the focus of this episode was way too obvious. It was like a blatant setup for Vincent Nguyen, specifically designed to expose him at every turn. I would have lived in vain if I couldn't figure it out by now. Maya raised an eyebrow, pretending she didn't understand what I was saying. What variety show? Don't play dumb. I reached up and smoothed out her brow. I'm the one running an entertainment business. Do you really think your acting can fool me? When Jade heard my words, she thought to herself, I knew it. But her smugness lasted less than 2 seconds before she felt a chill on the back of her head. After glaring at Jade, Maya was silent for a moment. Before she spoke in a conflicted tone, I didn't mean to interfere in your business. She was cut off by a finger pressed against her lips. I didn't mean I was blaming you. Why are you so nervous? Am I really that ungrateful? Maya breathed a sigh of relief. Then does that mean in the future I can't? No. Knowing what she was going to say, I cut her off immediately. I won't dwell on what's already happened. But I can't rely on her for everything from now on. Besides, my web of revenge is almost ready to be drawn in. However, although I was certain Maya was the person behind the show, there was still one thing I couldn't figure out. I only thought about taking down Asura after I came to my senses. But this show has been around for a year. You couldn't possibly have the ability to foresee the future, could you? Or maybe, you only took control of this show recently? No, that's not right. This show has had the same style since it started. It doesn't look like it changed owners midway. Maya fell into silence again. Her expression looked a bit embarrassed, and maybe even a little angry. I looked at her with a strange expression, wondering if her reaction was a bit overly dramatic. Then I heard Maya say in an annoyed tone, back then, you still had eyes only for Sophie? With your assistance, she was able to return to the Su family. And the Su family's business is entertainment. Maya only said half of it, but I understood what she meant. Since her rival was destined to control the entertainment industry, she started a show just to mess with the industry's artists. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but chuckle. Why had I never noticed she was so cute before? What are you laughing at? Maya felt that admitting to such petty behavior was embarrassing enough. Seeing me laughing so brightly and without mercy, she instantly became flustered. Stop laughing. Ha ha ha. It would have been better if she hadn't spoken, but her flustered attempts to stop me only made it worse. I hadn't been laughing for long before Maya pinned me down on the car seat. I said, stop laughing. Maya narrowed her eyes. then bit down hard on my lip. I let out a sharp hiss of pain, but immediately opened my lips to welcome her, my fingers sliding into her hair, to soothe her gently. Hearing her say those things was funny, on one hand, but it also made my heart ache a little. If she wanted to deal with Sophie or the Sue family, it would have been as easy as pie for her. The only reason she hadn't made a serious move back then was because I was with Sophie. Instead, she had used such a mischievous method to give Sophie a hard time. To put it bluntly, all of this was for my sake. Given a second chance at life, how could I not pamper her? The two of them messed around in the car the whole way back. By the time they reached the Xia residence, a thin layer of mist had formed on the car windows, making everything outside look hazy and blurred. So, it wasn't until they stepped out of the car that they realized it was snowing. The world outside and the heated interior of the car were like two different universes. As the cold wind blew, both of them shivered in unison. But that didn't diminish the surprise of the snow at all. The first snow of the year. I looked up at the gray sky, reaching out a hand as swirling snowflakes landed on my warm palm and melted instantly. Maya took the open umbrella from Jade. Turning around, she saw me crouching in the snow, doing something. Maya walked toward me, intending to shield me with the umbrella. However, before she even reached me, a snowball suddenly came flying at her. A chill hit the back of her neck, and snowflakes scattered down her collar. The culprit was laughing even more brightly than in the car. "Snowball fight?" I said, scooping up another handful of snow from the ground, packing it into a ball while getting ready to fire again. Maya didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook the snow from her sweater. "How old are you? You're never too old for a snowball fight." Skylar Xia walked over at some point, raising a snowball in her hand and hurling it at Maya. Maya didn't even look up. While brushing the remaining snow from her collar, her hand holding the umbrella shifted slightly, blocking the snowball's path. Seeing her keep her clothes so clean, I suddenly felt reluctant to mess her up anymore. But Skylar Xia was different from me. If she missed once, she'd just grab more snow and throw it again. She often threw them before they were even packed tight. Her energetic efforts seemed to be fueled by a bit of a personal grudge. Maya handled it with ease at first, but since she was only defending, she was soon overwhelmed. In a moment of inattention, her clean clothes were soon stained. Looking at the wet marks on her chest, she looked at me with a piteous face, trying to get me to stand up for her. But before I could respond, Skylar Xia gave a scoff. "How heavy can a snowball be? Just freeze to death already." After saying that, she threw another snowball at Maya. I was originally thinking of intervening, but hearing Skylar Xia's words, I stayed put. It was just a snowball fight after all. Since I wasn't participating, there was no need to take sides. At that moment, I had completely forgotten my earlier thought of pampering Maya. Maya saw that her husband wasn't helping, so she stopped being a sitting duck. After getting hit one more time, she threw down the umbrella and started firing back at Skylar Xia. As it turned out, once Maya got serious, Skylar Xia was absolutely no match for her. Maya was able to dodge 9 out of 10 snowballs Skylar threw, but for the ones Maya threw, Skylar Xia couldn't dodge them to save her life. Before long, Skylar's clothes were covered in snow marks, and her face was also hit. Skylar Xia let out a series of wails, forced to call out to me for help. "Logan, help your sister. How can this brat be so good at this?" I chuckled and shook my index finger. "You were the one who wanted to play with her. You started it, so you have to see it through." Once it was over, her brother didn't love her anymore. Skylar Xia suffered a double blow to both body and mind, and her combat power weakened even further. Maya, on the other hand, had swept away her previous gloom, and was now in high spirits. Seeing that, Skylar Xia was about to be buried in snow by Maya. Screech. A black Hummer pulled up to the side of the road. The two sisters, Summer Xia and Serena Xia, stepped out of the car. Taking in the scene, Serena Xia narrowed her eyes. "How old are you two?" Skylar Xia almost burst into tears of joy at the sight of her sisters. "Big sister, second sister, help me." Summer Xia thought Skylar Xia must be joking. How could she and Serena Xia possibly join in such a childish game? Besides, Serena Xia and their third sister never got along anyway. But just as she was thinking this, she was immediately slapped in the face by reality. Serena Xia joined the fray. Once the one-on-one became two-on-one, the tide of battle turned instantly. While dodging the attacks from the two of them, Maya laughed helplessly. "No way!" Second sister is still a child at heart? As Serena Shah threw a snowball, she turned to look at her eldest sister. What are you standing there for? Get in here. Summer Shah was already speechless at her sister's behavior. She refused without a second thought. Do you think I'm as immature as you? Then, a snowball hit her right in the face. Seeing their eldest sister join the battle, Skylar Shah thought to herself, okay, second sister is the best. Under the 3-on-1 situation, Maya was quickly overwhelmed. She looked toward me for a reaction, and whether she saw something out of the corner of her eye or not, she suddenly slipped and fell into the snow. As everyone knows, falling is a major taboo in a snowball fight. The 3 Shah sisters pressed their advantage, and in the blink of an eye, they had buried Maya in snow. I hadn't intended to just stand by and watch anymore. Seeing this, I could no longer remain indifferent. But before I could take a step, a roar came from behind me. What are you doing? Hearing Alice Yang's voice, the 3 Xia sisters froze. Maya slowly sat up, brushing the snow from her body. Mom, my 3 sisters were just playing with me. Her tone was devoid of any complaint, like an innocent child who had been tricked, but was still helping the trickster count the money. I stopped in my tracks, the corner of my mouth twitching. The 3 sisters, on the other hand, felt that Maya's current act was particularly loathsome, while an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. The next moment, they heard the reprimand from their matriarch mother. How old are you all? You're actually ganging up on Maya like this? As Alice Yang spoke, she signaled for me to go help Maya up. Mom, she's definitely doing this on purpose. She's a grown adult. How could she just slip like that? Skylar Shah was about to explode for Maya's manipulative tactics, and you have no idea how out of line she was. Before big sister and second sister got back, she was practically trying to kill me. Look at all these snow marks on me. As she spoke, she spun around in front of Alice Yang, as if presenting evidence. Maya had already stood up with my help. Seeing the situation, she blinked her eyes. It's true, I was also at fault. When my third sister insisted on a snowball fight, I shouldn't have fought back that way. She would have lost interest soon enough. I apologize. Please don't be angry with the sisters because of me. I watched Maya's expert performance with a twitching lip. Hearing Maya's expert display of manipulative language, Skylar's mind was filled with words that would have to be bleeped out. She wanted to say more, but Alice Yang snapped at her. Shut your mouth. Mom, and you. Alice Yang glared at Summer Xia, cutting her off. At first, I thought I was seeing things. As the eldest sister, you've always been steady and mature. It's one thing to not keep your younger sisters in line, but you actually join them in this nonsense? They're immature, but are you as well? Summer Xia bit her lower lip slightly and remained silent. Maya, however, chose that moment to speak up. Mom, don't blame the 3 sisters. Getting hit by a snowball doesn't really hurt. Not only were the 4 siblings speechless, but Jade, watching from the side, also marveled inwardly. Her young lady was truly a master of playing the victim. In the end, Maya, the daughter-in-law who knew how to please her mother-in-law, and I, the son who would never be caught in the crossfire, were led back into the house by Alice Yang. Meanwhile, the 3 Xia sisters were ordered to stand in the snow as a penalty. Doing it this way seemed to be a punishment for their immaturity, with new grudges added to old ones. The feud between the 3 sisters and their brother's girlfriend was now officially set in stone. For the next few days, Maya didn't receive a single friendly look at the Xia house. A week after the variety show live stream, the heat around the Vincent Wen topic gradually died down. While his Twitter followers had dropped by over 1 million on that day, they slowly began to climb back up later. A week later, he actually had slightly more than he started with. Did he buy fake followers? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. So fans are just that accepting nowadays? He crashed that hard, and they still won't leave him? He only had a persona collapse. It's not like he committed a crime. Fans have liked him for so long, so it's not something they can give up in just a day or two. Mason said with a smile. Besides, curious bystanders will follow him, just to see what happens next. Justin added in an indifferent tone, who knows how many of his current followers are actually real? Although they had been on opposite sides of Vincent Wen on the show, they didn't have any personal grudges against him. Therefore, they were all just following the drama objectively, without caring too much. I, however, felt differently. I looked at the schedule in my hand, tapping my fingertip lightly on the desk. How many effective fans he has left? We're about to find out. The plan to tear down his persona was complete. The next step was to inspect the results. It's true that a persona collapse is usually a minor issue for an artist, and compared to actual crimes, it's hardly worth mentioning. But for someone like Vincent Wen, who relies on his persona to attract fans, I didn't believe he could emerge from this completely unscathed. The group was stunned by my words. Logan, what do you mean by that? Did you forget the endorsement we're shooting today? The corners of my lips curled slightly. If nothing goes wrong, we should run into him. The others looked at each other, not quite understanding. However, once they reached the set, they understood. How could they be here? Seeing our group, Vincent Wen, who was getting his makeup done, immediately frowned. The manager in charge of the endorsed product said, "They're also here to film a commercial. Mr. Wen. They're endorsing different flavors of the same drink." What? The veins on Vincent Wen's forehead throbbed slightly. He was starting to suspect that he was cursed with bad luck lately. After that variety show, which was a nightmare for him, he hated the members of JSD to his very core. And yet, only a few days later, these people had run into him again. They just won't go away, will they? Tell them to get lost. I don't agree to endorsing the same product line as them. This wasn't a variety show, and there was no live stream, so Vincent Wen didn't bother being polite, but his manager, Wang Kong, was scared half to death. Can you keep your voice down? Don't you know you're in a sensitive period right now? What if someone records you? Although they were relatively far away from the JSD group, no one could guarantee that someone with an agenda wouldn't catch them off guard. Not everyone on set was one of their own. The brand manager on the side also gave Vincent Wen a cryptic smile. "I'm sorry, the spokespeople were decided by the higher-ups. We're only responsible for the shoot. Can't you just report it to them?" Though he wasn't shouting like before, Vincent Wen still wanted the brand to kick JSD out. "I'm sorry, I can't." The manager's tone brooked no argument. What a joke. If it were the Vincent Wen before his persona collapsed, his words might have had some weight. Now, it wasn't even certain how many active fans he had left. The brand not replacing. Their spokesperson was already giving him plenty of face. And yet he wanted to replace the currently viral JSD? The manager felt this man lacked all self-awareness and didn't hold back anymore. Or is it that Mr. Wen is afraid to compare sales with JSD? What did you say? How many fans do I have? How many do they have? The 5 of them combined don't even have a third of mine. Why would I be afraid to compare sales with them? Vincent Wen exploded again at those words. Just now, he had felt that. The manager's smile was making him very uncomfortable. Now he realized the man truly looked down on him. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. How dare a lowly manager look down on me? Fine, I'm laying it all out today. Either JSD leaves, or I do. Your brand can only keep one. Make your choice. Vincent Wen thought that by threatening the manager like this, the man would surely get nervous. He didn't expect the other party to just wipe his face, still wearing that obnoxious smile. Since Mr. Wen puts it that way, then I'll report it to the higher-ups. We'll see if the leadership chooses to keep you or JSD. Wait, Wang Kang, the manager hurriedly stopped the brand manager and pulled Vincent Wen aside. What did I tell you? Endure what you must during this time. Let's just get through this first. Think about it. How many endorsements have you lost in the last few days? We finally have one that isn't canceling the contract or lowering the fee, and you want to ruin it yourself? Vincent Wen was silent for a long time, then kicked the corner of the wall hard. Once this storm passes, I'm going to make those idiots pay. When the two returned to their original spots, they found that our group had already arrived. Mason and the others looked at each other, and out of politeness, they offered a greeting. "Hello, Senior Wen." Vincent Wen gave a cold snort and ignored Mason. The others looked awkward. Only I didn't greet him. Nor did I feel like I had lost any face. The manager smiled to break the tension. "Let's go over here for the fitting. The outfits are already prepared for the 5 of you." Compared to the fake and half-hearted smiles he gave Vincent Wen, the manager was much more enthusiastic when speaking to JSD. Vincent Wen knew the entertainment industry was a place that fawned over the high and trampled the low. But in the past, he was always the one being fawned over, so he hadn't thought much of it. Being stepped on for the first time, one can only imagine the gap he felt. After the group left, he couldn't help but spit on the ground. They really think their sales can compete with mine? Fans who actually spend money are die-hard loyalists. JSD has only been debuted for a few days. In other words, The current traffic only looks good on paper. Those short-sighted snobs. Since you already know that, then don't take it too seriously. Getting too worked up isn't good for you either. Wang Kang comforted him. Besides, I just took a look. The flavor they are endorsing didn't have great sales to begin with. The one you are endorsing is a bestseller. If the sales numbers can crush them once they're out, we'll buy a trending topic then. We'll show those snobs who look down on people that a top star's status isn't so easily shaken. Vincent felt much better immediately after hearing this. We can also hire a wave of trolls to say JSD's popularity is fabricated. His smug look made it seem as if he had already crushed JSD with sales. I knew nothing about any of this. I just put my heart into filming the commercial, then rushed to the next scheduled event. When the day of the official announcement came, the brand seemed to have the intention of letting Vincent and JSD compete in sales. They chose the exact same time to release both parties' commercials and purchase links. In less than 10 minutes after the official announcement, both sides were sent to the trending list together. It hadn't been long since the last variety show. Seeing these names clash once more naturally caused a massive stir. JSD is really going head-to-head with Vincent. Viral rookie group versus top star who just had a persona crash. Which one do you pick? It must be said that the thoughts of these netizens coincided exactly with Vincent's own. He was sent to the trending list before the sales data was even out. He was still a bit uneasy, but after seeing the direction of the online comments, he put his heart at ease again. But what he didn't know, however, was that sales depend on fans, not on these casual bystanders. While a persona collapse might be minor for others, what did it mean for him? How is it, Brother Kang? Did the brand provide the data? Unlike the albums he released himself, the sales data for endorsed products is entirely in the hands of the brand. Usually, it's 3 days to a week after the official announcement that they release the sales numbers. However, as the spokesperson, one can inquire about the data from the brand in advance. Wang Kang did not answer him. His expression didn't look very good either. Vincent's heart skipped a beat. Are the sales bad? Not necessarily, Wang Kang said. The brand didn't give exact figures. They only said they aren't as good as JSD. What? Vincent completely lost his cool. Don't be in a hurry. Wang Kang held him down. I said it's not necessarily the case. Some brands love to play games. As if you didn't know, striking at you is just their way of getting you to pay, to pump up the sales numbers. You can tell by the way they bought those trending topics. They are no saints. If we really were doing worse than JSD, why wouldn't they dare to show us the data? Besides, even if you are below them, you can always bring up the number of people. Unless your sales are worlds apart, them needing all 5 members fans combined to beat you alone is actually something to be proud of. Is that so? Vincent felt slightly relieved after hearing this, but he was still a little worried. Maybe we should pump up the sales a bit, just to be safe. Have you forgotten how Feng Jikai was exposed for faking album sales? You forgot already? Wang Kang retorted without thinking. Through those previous incidents, everyone in Astra now knows that Starstream has a very powerful hacker helping them. You think you can fake your sales without being caught? He changed the subject as he spoke. The look he gave Vincent was also filled with a chill. Besides, President Sophie said, she wants to see how many active fans you really have left, and whether you still have any commercial value. Vincent was stunned by these words. His face slowly turned white. On the other side, Tony, being nearly a year younger than me, had been pestering me for almost a day. Logan, please be kind and tell us the data. The group only knew that their group was viral, but they had no clear concept of how popular or viral they actually were. This was their first endorsement, and the first thing to symbolize their popularity level. Naturally, they were both expectant and nervous. I put down my coffee cup. Thinking of the news I just saw, I smiled and raised an eyebrow. Why don't you go check the brand's official Twitter? What's wrong with their official Twitter? Tony was taken aback. Didn't they say sales would only be released in 3 days? Just as he finished, he heard Mason murmur something. His voice was full of disbelief. It says, Logan, what did you say? Tony turned around. He saw Mason, staring blankly at his phone screen. The beverage we endorsed is already sold out. Justin got up, walked to my side, and pulled him back. Are you satisfied now? Can't you see Mr. Logan is about to be annoyed to death by you? Tony didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until he was set down that he blinked his eyes. What does sold out mean? It means it's all sold, Out of stock. The factory's inventory has been cleared. The brand's post just now was talking about exactly this, telling fans they don't need to place any more orders. Really? Tony was so excited he suddenly jumped onto Justin. We are way too amazing. Justin struggled for a moment then reached out to hold him up. It's mostly because Logan is amazing. Having been called out, I looked with a distant expression at Tony hanging off Justin. What happened to being a tough straight girl? It's mainly because the fans are supportive. I retracted my gaze. I cleared my throat. Go back and have everyone post a tweet to say thanks. If there's nothing else, you should all head back. They acknowledged and walked out of the office one by one. Not long after they left, there was another knock on the office door. Come in. The door opened with a click. Samantha, dressed in a sharp suit, walked in holding a stack of files. Mr. Logan, this is Yu's annual summary report. Compared to when she was an assistant under me. The current acting CEO of Yu, Samantha, had a hint of authority in her appearance and temperament, faintly exuding the aura of someone in power. But she was still perfectly respectful when facing me. I acknowledged her, took the files, and listened to her oral report while flipping through them. By the time she finished, it was already time to clock out. The two of us walked out of the company while chatting. Maya's car was parked outside Starstream's main gate as usual. Seeing Samantha coming out with me, Jade's eyes lit up in the driver's seat. Special Assistant Shen, that surprise-filled shout, interrupted the conversation between the two of us. Samantha turned her head to look over, her eyes crinkling in a smile. She smiled brilliantly. Miss Yang, long time no see. What Miss Yang? Why are you calling me Miss Yang again? Didn't we agree you'd call me by my name? Samantha smiled and rubbed her temple. I'm sorry. I've been so busy lately that I forgot. I looked at myself, suddenly becoming a third wheel, and couldn't help but sigh that the year hadn't even passed yet. So why was spring in the air everywhere? While the two were talking, I turned around and got in the car. Looking at Jade, whose body was almost leaning out the window, I gave a playful smile and made a suggestion to Maya beside me. Why don't you give Jade a half day off? Maya didn't react at first. Once she realized what I was thinking, she pinched my cheek, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Are you boys always this imaginative? I keenly picked up on the part of her words. That could lead to misunderstandings. You boys? What other boy gave you that idea? Maya didn't answer. Instead, the smile in her eyes only widened. What are you laughing at? I flipped over and pinned her against the back of the car seat. I grabbed her by the collar. Don't think you can just grin your way out of this. You'd better start talking. Leniency for those who confess. Severity for those who resist. Spit it out. Maya reached out and pulled me into her lap. She took my hand with her other one. That's the second time. I was completely confused. The second time what? Don't you try to dodge the question. Maya leaned in with a smile and kissed my lips. That's the second time you've been jealous over me. I love it when you're jealous. My heart pounded in my chest. I thought to myself that Maya was just too smooth. Because of those words, the uncontrollable anger I felt a moment ago vanished by more than half in an instant. No, I can't be this easy to win over. I reached up and pinched her cheeks. You're actually proud that I'm jealous? Tell me right now who that guy is. Or, I'll make life difficult for both of you. Maya couldn't help but laugh out loud at this, to prevent me from saying anything even more embarrassing later. She quickly confessed. It was our dad. As the two of them drifted into a wave of intimacy, the matter of Jade's half-day off was forgotten. But during their entire conversation, Jade was busy chatting with Samantha, completely unaware of what was happening. While things were peaceful on my end, it wasn't quite as pleasant for Vincent when the news of JSD's endorsement selling out was a blatant slap in his face. It wasn't unheard of for fans to clear out a spokesperson's inventory. But that usually only happened with top-tier trending products, or unpopular items with very low stock. However, the product they were endorsing had a massive inventory. It wasn't just supplied domestically, it was exported to dozens of countries. Even though the flavor JSD endorsed wasn't the best seller, the standard stock levels were quite significant. The brand had gone through countless spokespeople before, and they had never seen a product sell out like this. But JSD did it, something even the biggest stars couldn't do. A group that had only debuted a few days ago managed to achieve. If JSD had nothing to do with him, he might have just been green with envy. But they were competing on the same platform as his own endorsement, and the sales gap was so massive that he was becoming a laughingstock for the entire internet. The facts played out exactly as Vincent Wen feared. The moment the brand's Twitter post went up, the internet was screaming about how amazing JSD was. And Vincent Wen, serving as the control group, was mocked by everyone once again. When his sales were announced 3 days later, the dismal sales numbers made everyone realize just how devastating his previous persona collapse had been. It showed just how much water was in his current Twitter follower count. Looking at the overwhelming mockery online, Vincent was so angry he smashed his phone to pieces. "This is all your fault for not letting me fake the sales. Are you happy now that it's turned out like this? Didn't I tell you the reason why? If you had faked it, you would have been exposed anyway. Then people would have mocked you even harder." Before his manager, Wang Kang, could finish, Vincent slammed the door and stormed out. His assistant, Xiao Huan, looked at Wang Kang in a panic. Following Wang Kang's wave of the hand, she turned and chased after him. Vincent walked out in a huff, but during his break, he didn't know where to go. He could only wander aimlessly through the company. As he walked, he suddenly heard from a corner a gossipy voice. "Anan, did you get the news? Zachary Ton's plastic surgery was a total failure. His face looks like a freakish snake now. I saw the photo someone sent me. Oh my God, it scared the life out of me. Really? Why would he do that to himself? Besides, he's a singer. There was no need to care so much about his looks. Who knows, maybe because he's not famous anymore. He wanted to try a different path." Vincent Wen didn't hear much of the rest. The words, plastic surgery, kept spinning in his mind. The reason he had fallen to this point was inseparable from that guy named Logan in JSD. And ever since that Logan debuted, many people had said his looks rivaled the top beauty in the industry, Serene Sheng, but until now, it seemed no one had questioned if he had work done. Could someone really be that perfect? He had built a perfect persona himself. There was no way he would believe it. The sunlight through the blinds cast a shadow over Vincent Wen's face, hiding the calculating darkness in his eyes. When I saw the news of Zachary Tom's failed surgery, I wasn't particularly surprised. In my past life, I knew this man was obsessed with his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept only Zhang Ziyang as a backup dancer for the concert, while cutting Mason and the others. The reason Zachary was so wary of Ye Qingxuan later, and tried so hard to stop him from returning to Asura, wasn't just to wash away the shame of being his supporting act years ago. To a larger extent, it was because Ye Qingxuan didn't just have a heavenly voice. His melancholic good looks were also top tier. In the eyes of fans, he was the perfect singer, who could both sing and act flawlessly. A visual type artist. In the past life, Zachary had always wanted surgery, but I had stopped him. Without my interference in this life, he had indeed taken that path of no return, and unfortunately, he failed. I was indifferent to it. I had already ruined his career. Now he was just a pathetic clown, trying to make a scene one last time. But I didn't expect that I would get caught up in a plastic surgery scandal myself. Is this person crazy? Actually claiming that Logan had plastic surgery. In the office, Tony was looking at his phone, ready to roll up his sleeves. "Tony, wait, is that the point?" Mason's brow was furrowed in thought. This is obviously a premeditated frame-up. You can guess who's behind it with your pinky toe. Justin turned to look at me. "Logan, do you have a plan to handle this?" Both he and Mason were older than me, but they usually followed Tony's lead in calling me Logan. Sometimes calling someone Big Brother isn't about age. It's a sign of respect. "What do you think?" My expression was incredibly calm. The data on the so-called before-surgery version of me was already displayed all over my computer screen. Along with all the information I had gathered before, it had already been copied into a folder. Since Vincent Wen wants to die, I don't mind giving him a push. And so, while the whole internet was debating whether the main dancer of the new group had surgery, a clarification statement hit the top of the trending list. Clarification. Item 1, the so-called before photo, was actually a laborer at a construction site contracted by the Wen family. The name, age, home address, and other identity info were extremely detailed. Any reporter could verify the truth with one interview. Originally, this clarification aimed to prove that the surgery rumors were groundless, and the ugly photo was someone else entirely. But adding the name Wen family to it gave it a whole new meaning, and the other item in the clarification leak confirmed the suspicions in everyone's hearts. A sudden deposit had appeared in that laborer's account, an amount far exceeding his wages. The sender, the Wen family. Once this evidence was out, who could fail to see the scheme behind it? The uncontrollably angry fans of K and JSD. Group fans took to their keyboards one after another, before they even reached the battlefield to tear into Vincent Wen. A scoop regarding Vincent Wen's plastic surgery once again caught their eyes, compared to the completely unrelated ugly photos released when they tried to expose K for having surgery. The before photos in this leak clearly still showed traces of Vincent Wen. Furthermore, besides the before photos, there were even photos of Vincent Wen undergoing surgery at a plastic surgery hospital. The evidence was ironclad. As soon as these clarifications and leaks were released, the entire internet went into an uproar. Not only did Vincent Wen's Twitter and fan communities get overrun, but a massive crowd of K's fans also gathered outside Astra, clamoring for Vincent Wen to come out and apologize. Inside Astra, who gave you the audacity to smear K on your own? Sophie personally visited Vincent Wen's lounge, her face terrifyingly dark. When Vincent Wen got into trouble on the variety show, she had received the news. However, she had been so busy lately, acquiring an esports team, that she hadn't given it much attention. She had only sent a quick word to his manager to keep the guy in line. Yet how long had it even been? Not even half a month later, and he'd managed to destroy his own A-list career. It wasn't, I didn't expect it to turn out like this either. Vincent Wen babbled incoherently. His whole brain was currently in a daze. Because his manager had stopped him from faking endorsement sales, leading to him being mocked by the whole internet, he no longer trusted his superiors much. Therefore, for this revenge operation against K, he hadn't told anyone, and directly had his family handle it. But could someone tell him how all of this had been dug up? Even the fact that he'd had plastic surgery? Something not even his manager knew. How did the leaker find out? However, he had already overthought things too much. He just looked at Sophie with a face full of helplessness. President Sophie, what should I do now? You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Sophie's head throbbed with anger because of him. She reached up and massaged her temples, her voice thick with exhaustion. Go apologize first. Push all the blame onto your father. Say that out of concern for his son, he did it behind your back on his own. Even as she said it, Sophie knew full well that Vincent Wen was essentially finished. In the past, these kinds of tactics could fool the fans. But after his persona crashed, how many fans did he even have left? Didn't his recent endorsement sales prove exactly that? Amidst her exhaustion, my cold, clear words echoed in her ears again. The feeling of falling from heaven into hell, since you've never actually touched heaven. It's even more soul-crushing, isn't it? At first, she had thought it was just a fairy tale, but Zachary Tong, Serene Sheng, Yvette Hay, Feng Jikai, and Vincent Wen in less than 6 months, these people were either poached or ruined, each case without exception, proving that I had the power to destroy her, and that I was taking action to do so. But what exactly was it that made me hate her to this degree? I didn't know what Sophie was thinking, or I would have definitely snorted in contempt. After the plastic surgery controversy was resolved, I took out the list that had been set aside for a while. I crossed out Vincent Wen's name. At this point, everyone on the list was marked. Although some were still enjoying their prime, the corners of my lips curled slightly. It was time to pull in the net. With that thought, I looked through my contacts and made a call. Before long, the call went through. Director Feng's uncertain voice came from the other side. Mr. Logan, it's me. I invited him directly. Director Feng, are you interested in collaborating on a film? Director Feng was stunned. But I'm still filming this show with hope. I know. I held the mouse in my other hand and clicked onto a writer's homepage. I'm saying, after you finish this show, would you be willing to direct a movie? Director Feng fell silent. I didn't rush him. I went about my work while waiting for him to consider it. I knew every industry has its own pecking order. In the film and television industry, film directors undoubtedly look down on TV directors. Although Director Feng was top tier in the TV realm, he couldn't break into the film circle. To be precise, it wasn't that he couldn't direct a good movie, but rather that he was being frozen out by a collective of entrenched minds in the film industry. But I knew he had always had a dream of making films. Making a movie is no small matter. After a long while, Director Feng finally spoke. There are many. You don't need to worry about anything else. I interrupted him. All you have to do is direct. After reaching an agreement with Director Feng, I sent the relevant data to Kai Min. I have a task for you. Go negotiate the film rights for this work. Within just 1 month. As JSD's popularity exploded, the end of the year gradually approached. Today, because I had to attend a sick cocktail party held in the U.S., I returned home early. Alice Yang had a face full of joy as she carried a pre-prepared suit into my room. Logan, come try on your clothes. In the elite circles, there are countless banquets and parties, large and small. But since I came to my senses, I'd been focused entirely on work, never wasting time on these things. Participating in one for the first time in ages. How could it not make Alice Yang happy? I took the gift box. Opening it, a custom-tailored suit lay quietly inside. A sense of familiarity and warmth washed over me. You try it on first. Mom will go see if the stylist is here. Alice Yang patted my shoulder and turned to walk out. I took out the suit and turned to glance at the composed Maya. Aren't you going out? Maya raised an eyebrow. Do I need to go out? Is there any part of you I haven't seen? Even Mom didn't ask me to leave. I was speechless for a moment, then thinking of something. I also raised an eyebrow slightly. You said it. You'd better not leave. With that, I began to take off my clothes, one piece after another. Maya, who had been perfectly calm just now, found her breathing growing heavy. Her gaze gradually darkened as well. When I only had 2 items left on, she started walking toward me, but she ended up grabbing nothing. I had prepared in advance and dodged to the other side with a smirk. We have to go to the party in a bit. What do you think you're doing? Maya took a deep breath. Then she turned around and walked out. However, just as she reached the door and grabbed the handle, my voice drifted from behind her again. I thought you weren't going out. You win. Looking at Maya's fleeing figure, I couldn't help but laugh, while leaning on the bed. Once I'd finished changing, as I walked out of the room, the person I saw wasn't Maya, but Skylar's shop passing by while munching on an apple. Seeing me in the suit, the apple Skylar was about to bite into dropped in shock. Little brother. Skylar stood there with a blank expression. Before I could respond, she raised her hand as if she'd just thought of something. Stay right there. Don't move. Give your sister a second. With that, she turned and ran back to her room. She came back out shortly with a camera and started snapping away at me. Come on, strike a pose. Great, just like that. Don't move. Skylar marveled even as she took the photos, her eyes full of undisguised amazement. My brother should wear suits more often. This is way too handsome. During the recognition banquet, she'd been kept in the dark, not knowing that I was the one who had been found. In her memory, her little brother was always in pants, or professional outfits that made him look much older than me. And in winter, it was all about comfort and warmth. Dressed like this now, he was practically blinding. Our Logan has gotten even handsomer. While Skylar was taking photos, she saw Maya and her parents walking over. It was a total mood killer. He's clearly our family's. Oh, Skylar, don't be so particular about it. Aren't we all one family? Mrs. Yoon didn't care at all about Skylar's attitude. She walked right up to me, took out a pre-prepared autograph card, and looked at me like a little fangirl. Sweetie, can you give Mom an autograph? I was stunned. Before I could understand what was going on, Skylar, standing nearby, exploded. They aren't even married yet. What's with the mommy title? Worst, the shameless Maya follows us around calling her Mom, and now her mother is acting just as inappropriately. The apple clearly doesn't fall far from the tree. How can you speak to your aunt like that? Alice Yang brought the stylist up and saw Skylar acting like a cat with its fur standing on end, baring her teeth at Mrs. Yoon. She couldn't help but glare at her daughter. I looked at Maya with a confused expression, my eyes asking what on earth Mrs. Yoon was doing. Maya cleared her throat, seemingly embarrassed as she turned her head away. She's your fan. Yes, 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 Mrs. Yoon explained hurriedly. Maya told me everything. Logan, you're K, aren't you? I'm a huge fan. She reached out and gave Maya a pinch. It's all her fault for not letting me bother you. Otherwise, I would have stormed your company long ago. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I reached out to take the pen and paper. While I was signing, Mrs. Yoon whispered sneakily, So, Logan, are Justin and Tony from your group really a thing? No wonder Maya said her mom was a middle-aged shipper. She wasn't just a fan. She was a Justin and Tony CP fan. Mrs. Yoon was still looking at me expectantly when Mr. Yoon pulled her back. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of corrupting the kid? I'm just curious. Mrs. Yoon glared at her husband. Like product. Feeling that burning, Cromblex, and making that burning Jerusalem, inquisitive gaze. I thought about the bromantic way Justin and Tony interacted daily without realizing it. I said, well, it might be true. Really? Mrs. Yoon was so excited. She grabbed Mr. Yoon's tie. Did you hear that? My boy's CP is real. Yes, I hear you. Let go. Mr. Yoon grabbed her hand, struggling to free his neck from being strangled. Alice Yang shook her head with a smile. After I handed the autograph back to Mrs. Yoon, she had the stylist step forward to plan the look. Once the styling was done, the two families drove together to the SI6 cocktail party. Given 6 international influence, even if it was just a cocktail party, almost all of the capitals, high society showed up to give face. Luxury car after luxury car arrived outside the venue. As soon as the owners stepped out, valets immediately came over to drive the cars away and park them in designated spots. When Maya's and my family stepped out of our cars, there weren't many people at the entrance, but there was one group that was a total eyesore. Skylar Shia looked at the family of 4 standing ahead. Her face fell instantly. What bad luck. That loud, unabashed comment inevitably caught the attention of those nearby. Sophie turned around. Seeing me, she was momentarily stunned, her eyes losing focus for a split second. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen me like this, she was still blown away by my appearance. Right then, Maya took my arm, her gaze as sharp as a blade as she shot a look at Sophie. The latter snapped out of it immediately. Seeing Maya and me standing together, like a perfect golden couple, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on her. Even though she already knew we were together, seeing it in person was still a complete eyesore. She didn't think she liked me. To be precise, she felt she was incapable of loving anyone. Her world was only about looking ahead, climbing up one step at a time. To her, men only fell into 2 categories, useful or useless. No matter how she looked at it, I was the most valuable candidate, and a person like that used to stand by her side. Now, he was on the opposite side, opposing her at every turn. Thinking of this, a shadow flashed in Sophie's eyes. That brief flutter she felt earlier vanished without a trace. Beside her, Seth saw me, and finally understood who the bad luck comment was about. He fired back immediately. We think it's bad luck too. Back at the Xia family's recognition banquet, only his sister had attended. Since then, throughout various events, large and small, he had never seen me. Running into me now, he found it just as disgusting. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, he was barked at by Mr. Su. After scolding Seth, Mr. Su looked at me with a benevolent expression, acting as if there were no grudges between our families, and as if my recent attacks on Astra didn't even exist. You must be Logan. Come to think of it, this is Uncle Su's first time meeting you. I'm not too clear on what happened between you and Sophie, but from what she says, Logan, I feel there might just be some misunderstanding between you. President Su, Mrs. Yoon, interrupted him. She still wore that smiling face, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Let's not bring up the past. Logan is our Maya's boyfriend now. Having said that, she gave Maya a push. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take Logan inside. It's freezing to death out here. Maya suppressed the displeasure in her heart, shot a warning glare at Sophie's family, then led me toward the entrance. Rest of the Yoon and Xia families didn't linger either, following closely behind us. Watching them enter the passageway, Seth stomped his foot in anger. Dad, why did you have to lower yourself to be nice to them? Look at the mess he's made of our family. Mrs. Su was also fuming. When she was kicked out of the house by me back then, she thought that once she returned to the Su family, she would definitely make Logan pay. As it turned out, she had barely settled into her role as Mrs. Su. When she heard that kid had become the young master of the Xia family, fate was playing a cruel joke on her. Both of you, shut up. Mr. Su glanced nervously toward the entrance. Only after seeing that no one was paying attention did he relax. Don't you understand why that Xia boy is coming after Astra? Right now, it's just him alone attacking the Su family. If you provoke the Yoons and the Xias too, have you thought about what the consequences will be? Do you think the Su family isn't dying fast enough? Mrs. Su and Seth were shaken by Mr. Su's roar. Seth talked back in a weak voice. How were we supposed to know? That man suddenly started attacking us like a madman, as if we'd killed his whole family. But we didn't do anything at all. Even the thing about meeting him back then, he agreed to it. You still dare to speak. Mr. Su raised his hand to discipline him. Seth dodged quickly. Mrs. Su hurriedly shielded him behind her back. What are you doing? Mr. Su massaged his temples hard. I should never have brought you all back into this family. On the other side, once they were in the heated area, Summer Xia immediately took off Maya's coat and handed it back to her. If you don't want the people over there to find out too soon, the two of you should stay low-key in public. Back at the entrance, only Sophie and her family were in the know. But as we move further inside, everyone in the capital, who has any status, will notice the relationship between you two. Xuanyu continent might be a world away from China, but if word spreads, it's bound to reach the people over there eventually. Maya understood exactly what she meant, but she still felt a bit bothered. Even if I had to face them right now, I'm sure I would come out on top. It's just that Logan's business is still unfinished. Otherwise, I would have declared war on them ages ago. Being in a relationship that required secrecy made her feel very stifled. When had she, Maya, ever been afraid of anyone? She wanted nothing more than to tell the whole world. Since you know Logan's business isn't done yet, then restrain yourself for my sake. Summer Xia's tone remained entirely cold. Seeing an acquaintance pass by, she purposefully stepped between Logan and Maya to separate the two. Despite the undercurrents between the few of them, outsiders were none the wiser, but they frequently turned their heads to watch this group. After all, seeing two generations of such beautiful people together was incredibly striking, not to mention they represented the two most powerful families in the capital. As the two families made their entrance, the guests who had been chatting gracefully with wine in hand all turned to look at the same time. The entire party hall fell into a hush, followed by a series of quiet, sharp gasps. Serene Sheng was attending this party as the global spokesperson. However, she was a stranger to the capital's socialite circle. People in prominent families didn't treat celebrities with as much fascination as ordinary people did. Overall, she was a marginalized presence here. Serene herself was happy not to be disturbed. She was boredly scrolling through racing news on her phone when she noticed the sudden shift in the hall's atmosphere. She turned her head, and the moment she saw the boy, she was instantly stunned on the spot. Serene Sheng was herself revered as the ultimate beauty of the entertainment industry, so a person's appearance, to her, didn't hold much attraction. Even their first encounter back then had left her with a not-so-good impression. Her attitude toward Logan had later taken a 180-degree turn because she discovered that he was her favorite race car driver. But, just now, for the first time, she discovered that, setting aside all other external factors, this person was simply breathtaking. Serene Sheng was staring at Logan in a daze when she suddenly sensed a piercingly cold gaze. Meeting Maya's warning look, Serene Sheng pressed her thin lips into a line. She had almost forgotten that this person had a girlfriend. Unlike Serene Sheng, most of the people there had been to the Xia Manor for the recognition banquet and had seen me dressed up for the occasion, so they weren't shocked by my appearance, just surprised that I had showed up. After all, aside from that recognition banquet, they hadn't seen this kid accompany Alice Yang to any business functions, especially the group of elite young masters, who remembered the experience of being outshone by me last time. They felt a momentary pang of irritation. However, before long, this eerie atmosphere was broken. A boy also wearing a sick custom suit stood up and walked to a prominent spot in the room. He spoke with a poised and generous smile. Welcome everyone to the sick cocktail party held by the China branch. China branch manager left due to a sudden emergency, so I will temporarily host this party on his behalf. Please, don't be formal. Just treat this like a perfectly ordinary business party. All snacks and drinks are free for you to enjoy. If you have any questions, you can also ask the waitstaff on site to resolve them. Just after this person finished speaking, a socialite in the crowd said curiously, "Isn't that the Shen family kid?" The boy standing on the stage smiled and nodded. With a face full of mischief, he said, "That's me, Auntie Jiang. We even met at the Yu family banquet recently. Has it been so long that you don't recognize me anymore?" The woman addressed as Auntie Jiang turned to look at the Shen parents in the crowd. Mrs. Shen nodded in turn, her tone carrying a hint of pride. "This is my son, Yi. I know this is Shen Yi." "True," an elite young man asked in confusion. "But what is his relationship with Si6? Since the manager isn't here, why is he hosting the party?" Shen Yi didn't answer right away, but Mrs. Shen said without any secrecy, Xiao Yi is a fashion designer here. That one sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. As the world's most prestigious luxury brand, SICK was undoubtedly the darling of the fashion world and the object of pursuit for elite families everywhere. The fact that an end-of-year party for just the China branch could attract so many prominent families spoke volumes about its status and influence. To a brand like this, most elite families were merely customers who could afford to buy. They were just consumers. To be a designer for them required more than just ordinary talent. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Shen Yi looked slightly embarrassed. I'm just a junior designer who recently got promoted. Currently, I don't have any major works to my name yet. I wouldn't say I'm that talented. He was clearly being modest. Mrs. Jiang, who had asked first, said with appreciation, "You are so young. Being a permanent designer is already quite a feat, and for sick no less." A socialite beside her added, "What kind of brand is ICK? Even a junior designer's assistant here is probably more skilled than a chief designer at any major domestic fashion house. To be an official designer for SICK is to be at the absolute top of the fashion industry." The people present nodded in agreement, acting as though they understood perfectly. Then someone remarked, "Young Master Shen is really too modest, becoming a designer for SICK without even saying a word about it. If we hadn't come to this party, we would never have known." "Way," another young man added, "unlike some people, they have to flaunt every little skill they have, terrified that others won't know how amazing they are." As he spoke, he threw a pointed look in my direction. The jab was about as subtle as a sledgehammer. The room suddenly went quiet. Everyone's eyes drifted toward me. They weren't fools. After seeing me at the Xia banquet, and hearing the rumors about the racing competition and the horse-taming drama, how could they miss who he was talking about? The faces of the Yun and Xia families collectively darkened. Serena Xia narrowed her eyes even more, a bloodthirsty smile curling at her lips. It seems the lesson I gave him last time wasn't enough. Skylar Xia hadn't been there. For my past horse-taming and face-slapping moments, she'd heard the stories, but they weren't as vivid as being there in person, so she didn't quite catch the meaning at first. It was only when she saw the room's reaction and heard Serena's words that she finally realized what was happening. "Is he talking about my brother?" I didn't explicitly name anyone. "Certain people shouldn't be so quick to take offense," the young man said with a mocking sneer. He was clearly targeting Logan with his insults, still unaware of the danger that was about to arrive, and just as quite many young masters were hesitant due to the shadow left from before. Being too intimidated to speak up, there happened to emerge another Seth who also had no regard for his own life. "What's there to be afraid of, even if you say it out loud? This is a cocktail party hosted by SICK, not their family's private banquet. Do they even have the right to throw people out?" Mr. Su hadn't kept a close eye on Seth for a moment, and his troublesome son had gone and invited disaster. His face turned white with fright in an instant. "Shut your mouth." Shen Yi, seeing the atmosphere fall into awkwardness once again, smiled as if trying to smooth things over. "We shouldn't say that. Mr. Logan graduated from a top-tier global university, founded SICK, is a leader in the world of the Guqin, and is unparalleled in the racing world. He is much more excellent than a fashion designer like me, and he has the capital to be high-profile. Big sister, do you smell that green tea scent?" Skylar turned her head to look at Summer Xia. Before the latter could speak, Mrs. Yoon nearby said with a smile, "How could I not smell it? Isn't the green tea scent quite strong?" That young master and Seth were making their hints quite obvious, even if they didn't explicitly name me. This Shen girl seemed to be speaking up for me on the surface, but she was clarifying exactly who they were insulting, and she subtly affirmed the other person's sarcastic praise for her being low-key, pointing out my high-profile nature while appearing to compliment me. The green tea vibe was practically overflowing. The two of them didn't intentionally lower their voices, so everyone present heard them clearly. Shen Yi, who had just been acting so understanding, had her expression freeze, just as she was, wondering how to stop everyone from thinking poorly of her. Mrs. Shen stood up like a protective mother. "Everyone can see how pure our Xiao Yi is. Since her kindness was taken as malice, then we have nothing left to say. Anyway, even if we don't name names, everyone knows who they were talking about, right? And aren't they just speaking the truth? In comparison, our Xiao Yi is indeed low-key." If she weren't helping the manager this time, she wouldn't even have wanted to reveal her status as a sick fashion designer. As soon as Mrs. Shen finished speaking, the people on site collectively gasped. While secretly marveling at my courage, they also felt that what I said wasn't without reason. Just then, a woman dressed in a suit, looking like an elite manager, walked in. While everyone was guessing the person's identity, Shen Yi lifted her skirt and hurried toward her. Manager, everyone suddenly realized. So this was the sick China branch manager. However, the scene that followed left everyone in attendance wide-eyed with shock. The manager in question merely gave Shen Yi a faint nod, not even giving her a second glance, and walked straight to me without stopping, bowing respectfully. You've arrived. The scene immediately fell into an eerie silence. Mrs. Shen's smug expression froze. Shen Yi looked at me in disbelief. The young masters who had spoken up to provoke me also had expressions like they'd seen a ghost. It wasn't that they were overthinking, but this scene was just too familiar. The Yun and Xia families, who had been in the middle of defending him, were also stunned. The same voice popped into their heads. No way, right? It turned out that the only thing they couldn't imagine was what I was actually capable of. Facing the manager's respectful greeting, I merely gave a faint nod. The manager wanted to say more, but Shen Yi, who had lost her expression management, lifted her skirt and stepped forward. She asked uncertainly, Manager, what is the relationship between Mr. Logan and S.I. Sick? Why are you speaking to him so respectfully? She didn't say the rest out loud, but most of the people present could hear what she meant. They gave her a strange look. Mr. Logan is our chief designer. What relationship do you think he has with Sick? After hearing that Shen Yi was only a Sick fashion designer, everyone looked like they'd never seen the world. Now that this bombshell had been dropped, the shock in everyone's hearts was unimaginable. In that instant, the entire cocktail hall felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. Almost everyone stood there, dumbfounded and tongue-tied. No one knew how long the eerie silence lasted. Someone weakly asked, the one who is a master of clothing, jewelry, perfume, and other product categories, and since debuting, has had dozens of identity sensations that shook global design, is Sick's mysterious chief designer. That voice was like opening a floodgate, causing the people on site to immediately break into an uproar. I'm not dreaming, am I? Mr. Logan is actually the chief designer of Sick? Kukin, business, racing, design. Is there anything in the world he doesn't know how to do? With the Sick China manager's confirmation, how could it be fake? Mr. Logan simply leaves no path for others to live. This is hilarious. I really want to know now if the Shen mother and daughter and those two young masters feel like their faces have been slapped. In terms of being low-key, this is what true low-key looks like. Exactly. He's the chief designer of Sick, dominating the fashion world for years without revealing his identity. If the manager hadn't spoken today, we would never have known. Miss Shen just got promoted and was only a junior designer. Yet she used this chance to announce it to the world. How does she have the nerve to call herself low-key? And don't forget, how were Mr. Logan's previous identities revealed? Did he ever proactively mention them himself? How do I remember? It was some young masters who didn't know any better and intentionally tried to step on him, causing his mask to drop. Isn't it the same this time? Hearing the undisguised mockery and ridicule from the crowd, the Shen mother and daughter felt like they'd been slapped. A burning pain in their faces. The young master who had provoked me and Seth also had expressions of utter disbelief. Meanwhile, the other young masters present were relieved they hadn't stuck their necks out. Otherwise, they'd be the ones humiliated. The Xia and Yun families, led by Alice Young, who had been angry just now, were now finding the situation ironic and amusing. Their gazes toward me were full of pride and reflection, seemingly wondering how many more surprises I could give them. Behind these surprises, how much unknown hardship was mixed in. Sitting in the corner, Serene Sheng, who didn't belong to any camp, had her gaze fall back onto me once again. Nothing here interested her. Even if she had diverted her gaze because of Maya's warning, her entire heart and soul were still focused on me. With her ears always perked up, secretly concerned about my every move, seeing me provoked and made difficult by others, she thought that high society people were nothing special, while also looking forward to how I would strike back. Having stayed at Starstream for so long, she knew very well that I was not a person who would just wait to die. The result was both unexpected and within reason. So it turns out I am the chief designer of Sick K. No wonder I could get a custom-made suit for an artist of Hope's level, and no wonder I could handpick her as the global spokesperson for SICK. It turns out I am not only shining in the racing world, but in other fields as well. He was an existence that others could only dream of reaching. From the moment they met until now, Serene Sheng felt for the first time that there was a massive distance between her and Logan, separated by ability, separated by status, separated by experience, and separated by Maya, who was a perfect match for him. Thus, aside from her sole passion for racing, this woman who had seemed to have no desires, felt the first spark of affection in her life, only to crush it in its infancy. It then vanished into thin air. The opportunists' flattery toward me, and their mockery of the Shen mother and daughter continued. Normally, the matter should have ended there, waiting for the karmic backlash to settle on its own. But Shen Yi, perhaps because the blow was too heavy, or she was simply unwilling to give up, once again risked her life to raise a doubt. Manager, could you have made a mistake? How old is Mr. Logan? He's not even 20 years old. Hasn't our sick chief designer already been in the position for 5 years? And as far as I know, that designer is also a good friend of Sick's current head, Madame Celine. The age just doesn't add up at all. The manager listened to her clever argument and couldn't help but frown. He had heard clearly what everyone present was saying. It turned out that before he had even returned, this arrogant little designer had actually offended their chief designer. He hadn't even started to settle the score with her yet. Yet she had the nerve to question him instead. Just as the manager was about to speak, a gentle yet dignified female voice rang out in the hall. What's wrong with his age? Can't Logan and I have a friendship that transcends age? Everyone turned their heads at the sound and was shocked once again by the newcomer. It was the head of Sick, Madame Salin. Madame Salin was not only the current head of Sick, but also the matriarch of a top European family. She rarely visited the China region. Most of the people present had only seen her on TV or in magazines. Thus, when she appeared, most people felt more disbelief than simple surprise. Madame Salin didn't care if these people believed it or not. Amidst the uncertain gazes, she walked slowly toward me, her eyes holding a gentle and loving smile. She spoke in fluent Chinese. Again, long time no see, Logan. I didn't use the wrong words this time, did I? I shook my head with a smile. No. Madame Salin patted her chest like a child. Then she turned to look at the dumbfounded Shen Yi, her gaze turning sharp. What is going on with this person? The manager replied with a panicked look. This is a designer who was recently promoted in the clothing department. When I went to welcome you just now, I let her host the guests on my behalf, but I didn't expect her to provoke Mr. Logan privately. I didn't. Shen Yi finally snapped out of it. It wasn't me, it was them. As she spoke, she pointed at the young master, who had initially provoked me, and at Seth. The two of them said it. The young master being pointed at hadn't expected that by speaking up for her, he would be dragged out to take the blame. His face darkened. I was indeed the one who started it. But did you really not have any selfish motives? Seth and I were just using metaphors. But you explicitly named Mr. Logan and singled him out. Did you really think you were speaking up for Mr. Logan? Who here couldn't hear that you were giving backhanded compliments? Using Mr. Logan to highlight your own modesty? Exactly. Seth chimed in. You're biting the hand that feeds you. Although it was true he disliked me, he didn't want to be bitten back by someone else either. Madame Salin's brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased by the farce. She turned to look at the manager beside her, and ordered, Do you know what to do? Yes. What a joke. If Madame Celine had to handle this personally, his career as a manager would be over. Having received the order, the manager first said to Shen Yi in a cold tone, Ms. Shen, I am formally informing you that you have been fired. After cleaning house, he glanced at the other young master and Seth. Would you three and your families please leave this place immediately? From now on, all products under the Sick brand will not be sold to your three families. Please conduct yourselves with some dignity. As soon as the manager finished speaking, there was a sudden uproar in the hall. Shen Yi's face had turned deathly pale. From the moment he said the first sentence, the other young master and Seth also looked as if they had just swallowed something foul. But since the manager had spoken, they couldn't just stay and linger. Otherwise, they would likely be thrown out by security the next moment, making them look even worse. Shen Yi desperately wanted to salvage the situation, but seeing the manager's uncompromising expression, she could only swallow the words she wanted to say. Watching the three families leave dejectedly, everyone present couldn't help but sigh. And after this protective display of punishment, no one doubted Madame Salin's identity anymore. People began whispering fervently again. I've realized something. Those who oppose Mr. Logan never meet a good end. The Shen mother and daughter looked so smug just now, yet her position as a sick designer was gone in a flash. They truly brought this disaster upon themselves. Didn't they do this to themselves? Just now, Shen Yi even questioned Mr. Logan's status because of his age. She didn't stop to think. Which of Mr. Logan's many identities could be matched by any of his peers? Have they forgotten everything that happened before? Seth even said this was a sick party, and the Xia family had no right to throw people out. And now he's been thrown out too. I really want to ask him how he feels right now. Haha! The three families had initially felt that being expelled publicly was humiliating enough, and hearing the laughter of the people behind them, they wanted nothing more than to run away as fast as possible. As they passed by me, Sophie gave me a deep look, appearing to have many things to say, but in the end, nothing came out. She followed the others and walked out. Madame Salin keenly noticed this, and couldn't help but ask me with concern, did I accidentally hurt someone very important to you? If that's the case, no. Sensing Maya's aura turn cold instantly, I hurriedly interrupted Madame Salin. That person has nothing to do with me. If anything, she's just an enemy, as long as she has nothing to do with you. Salin breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were in a relationship. I was still feeling sorry for Angxi. You are the only husband I've recognized for her. As soon as she said this, the people present were shocked once again. The Xia family was top tier in China, but compared to European nobility, there was still a certain gap. Could there be a transnational marriage in the works? Unlike the gossiping crowd, the expression of the person involved could no longer be described as merely ugly. If her aura had only been cold just now, Maya, at this moment, felt as if a Siberian gale were passing through her. She was on the verge of exploding. The Yun couple, seeing someone trying to steal their daughter's husband, also looked displeased. Only the three Xia sisters were watching the drama. Not only were they not nervous, they were actually gloating a little, to prevent Maya from actually doing something. Out of control, I bit my lower lip, and spoke to Madame Salin in time. Let's find somewhere else to talk. All right. Salin didn't want to be stared at by outsiders either. She pulled me inside. I'll listen to Logan, but what she didn't expect was that what should have been a private catch-up between two people turned into a whole group of them. Seeing Alice Yang following beside me, Madame Salin asked tentatively, "Is this your mother?" And while Chloe Chen was talking with Ding Yin, Serene Sheng turned around and left for some reason. After Chloe Chen finished speaking, Ding Yin's eyes widened in shock. "You're going to film a BL project?" Chloe Chen reached out and covered his mouth. She glanced around. "Keep your voice down. Mr. Logan isn't ready to make an official announcement yet." Ding Yin relaxed for a moment. Once she let him go, he couldn't help but ask in a whisper, "What are you thinking?" It was Mr. Logan's command. What choice did I have? Chloe Chen glanced in the direction Serene Sheng had left. Besides, Ms. Sheng has already agreed. If I refused, wouldn't I be disrespecting Mr. Logan? The main thing was, when she heard she'd be filming this with Serene Sheng, she actually didn't feel any repulsion at all. But Ding Yin still felt that nothing about this was right. Setting the genre aside for a second, just look at Serene Sheng. Are you sure her acting won't drag you down? Chloe Chen interrupted him, her voice carrying an unprecedented severity. I haven't even settled the score with you for what just happened. Don't start that internal colleague infighting nonsense at Starstream. I don't think Mr. Logan would want to see us like this either. And as for comments belittling Ms. Sheng like that, don't let me hear them a second time. Otherwise, you can stop following me. Ding Yin's heart shuddered. It was the first time he'd seen Chloe Chen so angry. For any other artist, no matter how big their status, they wouldn't dare speak to their own manager like that. But Ding Yin knew that his relationship with Chloe Chen wasn't just a simple manager-artist relationship. He was merely a subordinate accompanying his young lady to mess around in the entertainment industry. And if his young lady said she didn't want him, she might actually follow through with it. With that thought, Ding Yin broke into a cold sweat. Your subordinate misspoke. Please forgive me, miss. Chloe Chen gave a cold snort and stepped forward. chasing after Serene Shung in the direction she had left. She still hadn't heard the other's answer yet. In the evening, I finished my work and headed off as usual. However, while passing through the lobby, I heard Kai Min's sobbing curses. What kind of person is this? How can they act like that? It was clearly that person who provoked Flora first. Hearing the name Flora, I stopped in my tracks. I walked toward Kai Min. What happened? What's wrong with Flora? Kai Min was a mess of tears and snot right now. She looked genuinely distressed, defending her idol against injustice. Mr. Logan, you don't know yet? Flora was suspended for 6 months by HQ for fighting with someone. But his global finals are about to start. And it was clearly that other person who provoked him first. They purposefully egged him on to start a fight. Before Kai Min could finish, I had already turned and walked out. My expression was more serious than ever before. Mr. Logan, Kai Min failed to stop me. She went back to wiping her tears, scrolling through online comments, while scolding the netizens. What else can they do besides follow the crowd and stir things up? And who is this person they're talking about anyway? Why would Flora fight this guy for him? Flora isn't usually such an irrational person. All right. Shufeng skillfully took the used tissue from her and handed her a new one. He's just an esports idol. Is it really worth it? Besides, he's just suspended for 6 months, not retired. You can still see him again in 6 months. What do you know? Kai Min snatched the tissue, wiping away fresh tears. You don't play games or watch matches, so how could you understand how we esports fans feel? And Team N is the only Chinese team to make it into the global finals this time. Flora is the pillar of Team N. Without him, how are they supposed to play the match? Who says I don't play games or watch matches? Shufeng retorted without thinking. When I was playing LCL, your Flora hadn't even joined Team N yet. Kai Min's eyes went wide, and she even forgot to cry. Wasn't Flora one of the first members of Team N, and you call yourself his fan? Shufeng chuckled. The jungler and support for N have both been replaced, and weren't you wondering who Little Flower Lu fought this guy over? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the previous jungler. The previous jungler? Kai Min muttered. Why? Were they close? If so, then how did Flora end up taking the previous jungler's spot? Does that mean the previous jungler's skill level wasn't up to par? Skill level wasn't up to par? Shufeng's voice suddenly rose, as if he had heard a total joke. Had you ever heard of the swift wind god of war in the pro arena? Kai Min was still dazed. What do you mean? Your Flora. Even though he led N to their first global championship, on the road to that title, they were struggling back and forth with other teams. Shufeng continued, his tone shifting to one of undetectable pride and regret. But the previous N, led by that jungler, never lost a single match. They blew past their opponents from the opening game until the finals. In the entire history of esports, that had never happened before. A pity. While I walked out, I dialed Little Flower Lu's number. I hung up the phone as I got into the car. With a cold face, I ordered, to the dungeon. The dungeon was where Team N was based. Maya's expression stiffened. What happened? I massaged my temples. Flower is in trouble. Once we arrived near the dungeon, I left Maya in the car and got out alone. From my perspective, N's base was no larger than a palm, yet it carried memories I was reluctant to exhume. Taking a deep breath, I walked toward the base. The front entrance of the base was swarmed by a throng of reporters. I bypassed the crowd and entered through the back door with practiced ease, as if I were intimately familiar with the place. Once I arrived, I thought I would run into some people I didn't want to face right now. As it turned out, the reality exceeded my expectations. There was only Little Flower Lu in the entire living room. I didn't know if this was Little Flower's arrangement, but I felt a genuine sense of relief seeing me enter. Little Flower Lu immediately stood up from the sofa, trying to pull me into a seat. Brother, I wasn't buying his attempts to please me at all. I asked bluntly, why did you fight? Didn't you know you have the global finals to play? Hearing this, Little Flower hung his head, looking like an abandoned puppy. I couldn't stand that guy, so I just wanted to punch him, as if I'd believed your nonsense. Lu, Little Flower saw me remain silent, reached out anxiously and hooked his pinky around mine, shaking it like he did when we were kids. Brother, please don't be mad at me, okay? I turned my face away, trying hard to settle the roiling emotions in my heart. That incident back then was my fault to begin with. It wasn't the first time I'd been criticized. Why did you have to do this for me? Who said that? Little Flower switched to holding my hand directly. That wasn't your fault. You only withdrew from the competition for Mom. I'm walking the path you once walked. I worked so hard to represent the country and win championships, just to shut those people up. I won't allow anyone to gossip about you ever again. Not a single soul. My heart trembled. My mouth opened. But I couldn't utter another word of criticism or blame. After a long silence, I finally sighed. So what now? The decision made by headquarters. Even I don't have the power to let Little Flower rejoin the match. What will people online say about him then? Regardless of the reason he withdrew from the tournament, if Team N loses because of his absence, and loses the match, everyone's view of him will be only one thing. He's just a cowardly deserter who shrank back, just like I was back then. Little Flower looked like he was waiting for this very question. The way he looked at me was as if he were looking at his own miraculous brother. Don't you feel any regret? He heard himself say. It's time for you to take back the glory that belongs to you. I froze, my trembling eyelashes betraying a hint of panic. Stop joking around. I'm not joking, brother. The only one who can truly shut those people up and clear your name from back then is you. You didn't have this plan in mind all along, purposely falling into that person's trap just to start a fight, did you? I covered my face and glared at Little Flower. On the way here, I had gotten a general idea of what had happened. In a public place with surveillance, someone randomly rushed out and insulted me right in front of Little Flower. With the finals imminent, something like this suddenly popping up was clearly targeted at Little Flower. I felt that Little Flower wouldn't be so stupid that he couldn't tell what the guy's intent was, or what the consequences of fighting back would be. But this little rascal still jumped into the pit without looking back. You just thought I'd be here to clean up your mess, didn't you? Little Flower let go of my hand and rubbed his nose. Brother, so you still know I'm your brother? I looked at Little Flower in disbelief, seemingly unable to figure out which part went wrong. A perfectly good kid suddenly turned out so crooked. Is this how you screw over your own brother? Little Flower hung his head without a word. His submissive look while taking a scolding made me feel like I had punched a bale of cotton. The frustration in my chest was stuck, unable to go up or down. I told myself I absolutely couldn't go soft on him, lest I encourage his bad behavior. My contract with Team N has long since been terminated. I can't help you with this. You made this mess yourself. I never signed the termination papers back then. A clear, gentle male voice drifted over. Then, a young man wearing a suit, with his hair slicked back, yet not looking old-fashioned at all, walked toward us. You are still a starting player for Team N. You can take the battlefield at any time. Logan, brother Logan, besides the coach, the other 4 members of Team N also approached. The youngest one didn't speak. He hid behind a broad-shouldered young man, looking at me timidly. The man he used as a shield turned sideways and slapped him on the back of the head. Weren't you just pestering Brother Tiger to see Logan? Why are you being so timid now? It's embarrassing. The fair-skinned boy who got slapped scratched his head. He stepped forward with a red face. Hello, Brother Logan. My name is Lin Jie. I'm the support who joined Team N 2 years ago. Everyone calls me Custard. I've watched the replays of your matches. You're really amazing. Even more amazing than Flower Jai. Little Flower didn't feel displeased at being belittled. Instead, he curled his lips proudly as usual. Of course he is. This is my brother. I looked at the familiar and unfamiliar faces before me, and my throat gradually felt a bit tight. How have you guys been? As I spoke, I lowered my eyes to the floor. I'm sorry. What are you saying? Everything was fine. But now that you say that, it's not. Look, the past is in the past. We all know your difficulties, so stop blaming yourself. The coach, Shuze, reached out and ruffled my hair. So, are you coming back? Team N can only rely on you now. I bit my lower lip, but I haven't touched LCL for a long time, and I haven't practiced with the new members. You trust me that much? Who else would I trust but you? Shuze dropped his hand into his pocket. His gaze toward me was full of conviction. The legendary Lu God was once the faith of so many people, and the nightmare of so many teams. I believe that even after 3 years, the blade still hasn't lost its edge. As for Team Synergy, speaking of which, he looked out the window. At the beetle-sized car outside, he spoke teasingly. There are 3 days until the match. Now, we just have to see if Sister Maya is willing to let you go. Are you looking at the air? I'm right here. Everyone turned their heads at the sound. They saw Maya leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, and they were collectively dumbfounded. When did you get in? Maya ignored Shuzai and walked toward me. I can let him stay, but I'm moving in here too. Coach Shu, you don't mind an extra person for meals, right? I do mind. Beat it. Shuzai rolled his eyes. What? You can't live without Logan for a second? You actually hit the nail on the head. Maya wasn't ashamed at all. She seemed quite proud. Besides, I'm not just here to eat for free. Wouldn't it be good if I stayed to help with training? Shuzai paused, clearly feeling a bit tempted. But he still couldn't resist getting a verbal jab in. The great CEO Yoon is so busy with work. If you have time, isn't Logan also busy as hell? Maya shot back immediately. Aren't you the one shamelessly asking for my help to solve your urgent problem? Shuzai froze, his face turning pale and then red. Finally, he uttered a sentence that completely clashed with his image. I'm not going to stoop to your level. Little Flower and Lin Jie watched their interaction with wide eyes. They hadn't expected Maya and the coach to talk like this. Catching the key point in Maya's words, Little Flower couldn't help but look at me and ask, Sister Maya also plays LCL. Of course she does. Before I could answer, the tall, thin guy, who served as the team's ADC, chimed in. Believe it or not, she's way better than you. Really? Lin Jie only knew one person better than Little Flower. Hearing this, my curiosity was piqued once again. Then compared to brother Logan, who's better? That, the boy scratched his chin. You could say they're evenly matched. Evenly matched? I know about that. The broad-shouldered young man raised his hand. Back then, the two of them played a private match. Same hero, same skin. They played for 3 hours without a winner. And neither of them died even once. In the end, it wasn't them who got tired. The background server got tired. It forced both of them to log out. Seriously? Lin Jie was stunned. Then why didn't Sister Maya go pro? You'd have to ask her that. Shuzai shot Maya a cool glance. She said she had a fortune at home to inherit, and looked down on us esports players. Look at that. Is that something a human would say? But it seems like she wasn't wrong. Lin Jie, looking innocent, rubbed salt in Shuzai's wound. The Yoon family is way beyond just having a fortune, isn't it? Shut up. Shuzai's murderous gaze turned to Lin Jie. Then, he looked smug, like a face changer in Sichuan opera. But what does it matter if she comes or not? I have Logan now. The smile on Maya's face froze. Watch your phrasing. I wasn't interested in listening to their bickering. I took out my phone and walked to the side. I pulled a phone number out of my blacklist and dialed it. When Maya rushed over, she saw 3 eye-catching, annoying words on the screen. Sophie, you're calling her? In all the time we had been together, Maya knew that the current me was unlikely to still have any feelings for Sophie. But logic is one thing. Seeing him take the initiative to call her, she still couldn't help but feel a sense of tension in her mind. Before I could answer her, the call was connected. Sophie's voice carried a hint of surprise, as if she couldn't quite believe it. Logan, it's me. Detecting the coldness in my tone, Sophie calmed down slightly. Is there something you're calling me about? The current owner of Korea's RKL team is you, isn't it? I spoke directly to the point. The person who provoked Little Flower was also sent by you, right? Although it was a question, I used the tone of a statement. If it was just targeting me, that would be one thing. But to disregard national honor for your own selfish gain, you really haven't changed one bit. Hearing this, Maya breathed a sigh of relief. But the person on the other end of the phone was not in such a bright mood. Logan, we aren't children anymore. Since you know me so well, don't waste time with this nonsense. If you're just standing up for Little Flower, first take a look at what you've done. If you hadn't opposed me at every turn, perhaps I wouldn't have targeted Little Flower. As for the rest, Sophie gave a light chuckle. The nature of a businessman is to seek profit, isn't it? You're right. Since my rebirth, I have never held any expectations for Sophie. It wasn't strange to hear her say those words. But do you think because Little Flower isn't playing, Team N will lose to Korea? Have you forgotten how you lost everything during the last racing incident? The smile on Sophie's face stiffened. What do you mean by that? I let out a sigh, my tone sounding neither slow nor hurried. You could find out about Little Flower's secrets as Team N's former jungler, but don't you know who that former jungler was, and whether they might make a comeback? Don't tell me that person is also you. Sophie narrowed her eyes, forcing herself to stay calm. And even if it is you, so what? The former jungler has been retired for so many years. Do you think esports is the same as racing? That you can just pick it up after years without touching it and perform at your peak level? President Sophie seems to understand esports better than I do. I smiled. Then please, wait and see. I hung up immediately after I finished speaking. Maya hurriedly turned around, acting as if she hadn't been eavesdropping on the call, and had no intention of questioning me. I found her behavior quite amusing. I'm going to give Mom another call. You go and get ready. We'll start training tonight. Maya wore a doting smile, looking like a survivor of a narrow escape. Okay. Media reporters staked out the base until dark, but since no one came out, they all returned dejectedly. But the online controversy surrounding Little Flower's assault incident did not stop for even a single moment. Since such a thing happened at this critical juncture, naturally, it was impossible for no one to investigate the reason. After learning the details of the incident, everyone found out that the person Little Flower was so angry about was Team N's former jungler Soft, and the past history regarding this jungler was also dug up one by everyone. Regarding this, the netizens' reviews were mixed. Never heard of Soft? Then you must have at least heard of the Swift-Wind God of War. He was the universally acknowledged #1 jungler in the national server. Little Flower is nothing compared to Lu God. This was the praise. However, it only accounted for a small minority. The reality was that the internet was covered in overwhelming insults directed at me. The intensity even surpassed the revelations about Yvette He. He was very skilled, that's true, but at the critical moment of the global finals, he left without saying a single word. To this day, he hasn't offered any explanation. What did he care about the team? What did he care about his fans? And where did he place national honor? As the online outcry grew more intense, Team N's official account and several players' social media were completely overrun. People were cursing me out with indignant rage, while simultaneously worrying about the upcoming match. In the middle of everyone's constant messages, in comments, Team N's official account released an announcement. It stated clearly that Soft would make a comeback, replacing Little Flower in the upcoming global finals. As soon as this official announcement came out, the entire internet went into an uproar. Some die-hard Soft fans who had been silent for years began to surface. Is today April Fool's Day? Can I finally witness Lu God's presence on the professional stage again? Is he finally coming in person to make up for that regret? Am I finally going to settle this piece of heartache? I retired after Soft did. Is this the signal for me to pick up the game again? These were the voices of support. However, unlike my old fans, the vast majority of people on the internet held a strong opposing view to Team N's decision. Modern esports fans simply didn't believe in me. Even some old fans, after their initial emotion, fell into worry. Although those people were saying harsh things, they weren't entirely without reason. A few years ago, Lu God was invincible. But what about now? At Astra, Seth looked at the online public opinion and reached out to pat Sophie's shoulder reassuringly. Sis, you're definitely overthinking it this time. Didn't you see what they're saying online? Even if that person is Logan, and even if he replaces Little Flower on the stage, Team N still won't win. Esports is different from racing. Without practicing for several years in a row, how could his skill level still be high? Sophie massaged her temples. She couldn't be blamed for worrying. It was truly because, during this past period, I had brought too many variables to her. She always felt that this person couldn't be judged by common logic. I was stronger than she imagined, and I seemed to know her like the back of my hand. No matter how intense the online insults were, I remained unshakable in the training room, training with my teammates. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the global finals arrived as scheduled. This year's tournament was held in the capital, so there was no need to rush for travel. On the day of the match, I changed into the team uniform and tied up my waterfall-like long hair, securing it under a baseball cap. Then I put on a mask and took the vehicle to the venue. Early in the morning, a large crowd of fans gathered outside the stadium. Many held up light boards and other support items. The scene was comparable to a celebrity event. Seeing the Team N members get out of the van, the scene instantly erupted into a commotion. Some were cheering and shouting support, and some were excitedly calling out the names of other members. However, most were shouting insults at me. After 3 days of online battles, and the base's phone being flooded with calls, they still hadn't been able to convince the officials to swap players. Seeing me arrive in person at the venue, their anger was completely uncontrollable. It was as if, as soon as I appeared, the match was already lost. Facing the overwhelming wave of verbal abuse, I walked past with a calm expression, appearing indestructible. In contrast, the teammates beside me were furious, almost unable to resist starting a fight with their own fans. The path to the stadium was short, yet felt incredibly long. Just as we were about to enter the main gate, I stopped in my tracks. Coach Xu Zhe, who was keeping a constant watch on those 4 agitated players, asked, "What is it?" "Nothing." I turned my head back, but my voice sounded noticeably more cheerful. Xu Zhe looked in the direction I had been staring, and discovered a fan holding a soft light board. They were very inconspicuous among the crowd of fans. You wouldn't even notice them if you didn't look closely. Once we entered the stadium, the voices of the fans grew much more distant. The rest of the group, aside from me, all let out a genuine sigh of relief. However, just as they were heading toward the backstage lounge prepared by the organizers, they heard a highly provocative female voice coming from behind them. "So, this is that male jungler? He didn't even have the guts to play against us 3 years ago. Is it some kind of joke, him suddenly popping up now?" The group turned their heads in unison, only to see the members of Team RKL approaching them. Since they have a massive fan base in the United States, the members of RKL can basically all speak English, though it sounds a bit clumsy when they do. Recalling the words they had just heard, the expressions of Xu Zhe and the others darkened. "Withdrawing meant we were afraid to play against you? Regardless of which global finals it is, it seems like there are more than just our 2 teams competing." Although he said that, Xu Zhe also knew that in terms of overall strength, only these 2 teams were the strongest. The biggest highlights of the global finals were the teams from the United States and Korea. The match 3 years ago had also ended with Korea being crowned world champions. Sure enough, hearing what Xu Zhe said, the members of Team RKL all wore expressions of disdain. Clearly, they didn't take his words seriously at all. The one who had just spoken provocatively even intentionally twisted his meaning. "Based on what you're saying, you guys don't even have the guts to compete with the other teams either." "Coach," I raised a hand to interrupt Xu Zhe, looking at the person across from us with a half-smile. "You speak as if RKL is the strongest team here. If I remember correctly, Team N has won the World Championship for the past 2 years. Now the members of RKL couldn't smile anymore. So what if they did? That was when Lily was there. Does that have anything to do with you? So, you're admitting that you're weaker than Team N? Then shut up." Xu Zhe and the others burst into laughter together. Before they walked away, Lin Jie even gave the RKL group the middle finger. "Is that person really that arrogant?" The RKL mid laner cursed in Korean. He turned to look at their jungler, Bing. "Make sure you take him down a peg later." The one called Bing looked completely indifferent. "He's not even worth my effort. We'll just make this quick." After the teams from each country arrived, lots were drawn to determine the match order and opponents. As luck would have it, Team N drew RKL, and they were the first to take the stage. Once this news was out, the audience inside and outside the stadium, plus those watching the live stream online, all cried out that it was over. This is a life-or-death match right at the start. Against anyone else, they might have lasted a while. Going up against RKL right off the bat, Team N really has the worst luck today. Karma is coming for them. The officials were told to swap players, but they didn't. I'm really starting to think about where to place my bets. Are the odds on Team N or RKL? Is that even a question? I don't like rooting against my own country. But betting on Team N now would just be throwing money away, regardless of what the outside voices said. When the time came, the match officially kicked off as scheduled. As the players from both sides took their seats, the RKL members were all smiles, acting as if they had already won the global championship. Meanwhile, the commentators on standby began their non-stop analysis. To ensure competitive fairness, the referees and commentators included Americans, as well as those from other countries, to ensure the audience clearly understood their points. These people were all accompanied by translators. At this time, a Korean commentator suddenly brought me up. "We didn't get to see the swift-wind god of war 3 years ago, but we finally have the chance today. However, after 3 years, can he still possess the same spirit he had back then?" Players weren't required to answer the commentator's questions, and I calmly treated the man like air. My movements while testing the equipment didn't falter for even a second. The American commentator nearby, however, was a bit annoyed. To the audience here and at home, please, let's stay calm. Time doesn't necessarily represent anything. I believe Lu God is brave enough to take this order in a crisis, and has come to this arena fully prepared. We should have faith in him. In truth, he also had reservations about me replacing Lily. But he was an American, and he represented the United States. He couldn't just boost the enemy's morale, while undermining our own with such sarcasm. That Korean commentator wanted to say more, but above everyone's heads, the countdown timer had already begun to chime. Once the countdown hit 0, the players from both sides entered the matchmaking screen, followed by the hero band pick interface. In LCL, each side has 4 bands to remove the opponent's best, or most feared heroes. RKL's bans specifically targeted the heroes my 4 teammates were good at, failing to ban a single jungler hero. To me, this was a blatant insult. It was as if they were saying they weren't afraid of whatever I picked. However, I actually smiled in the face of this insult. Shuze and my other 4 teammates smiled as well. There was no reason not to take advantage of such a gift from the heavens, and so, I chose my best jungler hero, Dragon Eagle. When they saw me pick this hero, the insults in the stadium and the livestream instantly ceased. Then, the comments formed a perfectly unified line. Do you still remember Lu God's Dragon Eagle? The one that slaughtered gods and Buddhas alike? Unlike the old fans who were filled with nostalgia, Skylar Shah, sitting in the audience, looked completely bewildered. Why did my brother pick such a trash-tier hero? Exactly. Kai Min, standing beside her, added with worry. That hero is way too dependent on gold. And, as a jungler, even if he doesn't tank like a top laner, he should at least be able to take some hits. But Dragon Eagle is as squishy as a carry, and doesn't even have a shield. He'll be dead in a heartbeat if he's not careful. I've never even seen this hero used on a professional stage. After these 3 days, my family and Kai Min, that esports fan, all knew that I was soft. They had also secured tickets to the match. Early this morning, they formed a support group in the audience. Shufeng reached out and patted her head. That might be true for anyone else, but there's a certain Dragon Eagle called Lu God's Dragon Eagle. Lily also turned to comfort Skylar Shia. Don't worry. This is Logan's best hero. The American commentator on stage remained silent for a long time, because he had been struck by memories. Now, in a raspy voice, he voiced the same sentiment as Lily. Anyone who has seen Lu God play should know that Dragon Eagle is his signature hero. It's been so long since I've seen Dragon Eagle on the stage. I wonder if Lu God's return this time also marks the return of the bloodthirsty Dragon Eagle. As soon as he finished speaking, the game entered the loading screen. Once we spawned at the fountain, I didn't hesitate to control my hero and head deep into the jungle. Meanwhile, the other members also set off toward their respective lanes. For the first minute, both sides were farming peacefully. The audience and referees weren't that nervous yet. At the 1.5 minute mark, the camera flashed. RKL's jungler had crept into the bottom lane, heading for our carry, taking out the carry. Here, the audience in the stadium and the live stream were all on edge. Look, Team RKL's jungler is going for a gank. Can our carry survive this? Oh, the support blocked a hit. Nice. Wait, what is he doing? He's going for a level 1 tower dive for a kill? Since the 10 players are all wearing professional headsets, they can't hear anything from the outside world. The commentators aren't holding anything back. Seeing Team N's carry in such a dangerous spot, the American commentator looked extremely nervous, but the Korean commentator looked smug. This is just a standard move for our handbang. Why make such a big fuss about it? Though both commentators were biased, their language was still professional. Meanwhile, before the moderators could react, the live stream erupted with insults again. The enemy jungler is practically under the tower. What is Soft doing? Does he not know how to gank? Can the cameraman switch to Soft's perspective? I want to see if this guy is just laying eggs in the jungle. It's over. The carry is controlled. The enemy's synergy is too good. Both players in the bottom lane are dead meat now. Just as everyone was furiously typing away, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out from the screen. First blood. Hearing this, many people in the livestream chat, who were passionately typing, didn't even process it. They instinctively assumed Team N's carry was the one who died. Only the audience at the venue, and those who had been staring intently at the screen, saw it. The one who got the first kill was me, emerging from the brush at some unknown moment. And before anyone could even snap out of it, after killing the enemy jungler, I had already looped behind the enemy's low health carry. Double kill. the notification sound rang out. The enemy carry's character slumped to the ground. The audience in the venue and the livestream finally found their voices again. Then, everyone went wild. Beautiful, the American commentator excitedly slammed the table in front of him. A Dragon Eagle getting an immediate double kill. Who else but Lu God could pull that off? Wait, when did he place a ward there? I was looking so closely and I didn't even see it. The audience, in the live stream, instantly dropped their bias against me and began to cheer in unison. One man's trash is another man's treasure. While the Americans were celebrating, the Korean players and commentators didn't look very happy. Anyone could clean up after the other team already blew all their skills. Besides, this is just the beginning. The winner hasn't been decided yet. However, those bitter comments were just to comfort themselves, perhaps having suffered a setback in silence. For a long time afterward, Team RKL's jungler didn't make any big moves. They just traded hits in the lanes, pushing back and forth. After 5 minutes had passed, the camera showed Team RKL's jungler suddenly entering Team N's jungle, and he even brought the mid laner and top laner with him. This is a counter-jungle attempt. The American commentator's eyes widened. It's common knowledge that the jungle is vital for gold-reliant heroes. An invasion meant the enemy was trying to starve me out. All three of them had full health bars, while Lugod had less than half a bar left. OMG, this is really dicey now. Can Lugod survive this gank? Not only did the American commentator sound panicked, but the esports fans who had just placed their hopes in me also felt their hearts skip a beat. Many of them, knowing it was futile, still shouted for me to run, although no one agreed with the Korean commentator's previous claim that my double kill was just stealing kills. Most people felt his point wasn't entirely wrong. When I went to the bottom lane earlier, the enemy team really had used up most of their skills, but right now, all three enemies had full health and full skills. Any one of them could take me out with a single combo. While everyone was worrying, the three RKL players moved in unison, closing in on me in a triangle formation. But in the next second, a miracle happened. I used a dash to dodge the enemy top laner's crowd control, slipping out of the encirclement like a greased eel. Then, with a series of tricky maneuvers, I wove back and forth between the three of them. Not only did I precisely dodge the barrage of skills from all three players, but every skill I fired off hit the enemies without fail. As the mechanical notification sounds rang out one after another, the three attackers slumped to the ground. Not only was I still alive, but my health bar hadn't dropped by even a sliver. The audience at the venue and the fans watching the screens were all stunned. They were worried about whether I could escape, but this guy actually managed a triple kill counterattack, and he did it with half health against 3 full health enemies. But he wasn't done yet. Just as everyone was jaw-dropped, assuming I would head back to base to heal, they saw him turn and head into the enemy jungle. Lugod is going for a counter jungle on them in return. The commentator Lile's voice was proven right in the next moment. I acted like a bandit leader, starting a massive harvest the moment I entered the enemy jungle. Does no one remember that Lugod was a master at counter jungle play? Especially when he's playing Dragon Eagle. The enemy jungler really picked a fight with the wrong person, but he still needs to be careful. The enemy carry and support might go for an ambush. Team RKL's carry and support naturally weren't going to sit by and watch their jungle being pillaged, but even the other three couldn't pull off an ambush. These two, who were weak in the early game, were no match for me. The result was obvious. RKL's carry died in his own jungle. Seeing the tide turn, the support didn't stick around and fled with low health. And so, the 4 dead RKL players just watched me from their gray screens as I moved like a whirlwind through their jungle, clearing out every single monster they had. The venue and the internet were flooded with ha 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 ha. These 2 plays immediately widened the gap between the teams. RKL lost their rhythm and were put on the defensive. We pressed the advantage. With my help, the 3 lanes successfully took down the enemy's first-tier towers. We kept pushing forward with unstoppable momentum. In this round, not only did I play at a godlike level with my signature hero, but my 4 teammates didn't let me down either. Their coordination was surprisingly brilliant. Thus, in a match that was practically decided, at the 25,003 mark, it ended with Soft destroying the enemy nexus. The game time was nearly cut in half compared to usual. Although the result didn't surprise anyone, the crowd inside and outside the arena was still jubilant. Now everyone had dropped their reservations about me. Both the venue and the internet were chanting, "Lou God is the GOAT. He's incredible. Mr. Logan is way too handsome. I think I'm officially jumping ship to him." Kai Min held her face. Her eyes were full of hearts. Xu Feng turned to look at Lily. He said with a smile, "You're saying you're switching biases right in front of your idol?" "Why not?" Skylar. Xia kept her eyes glued to the figure on the stage. "My brother's idol is still my brother. And now he's mine too. He's just too cool. And since when was this hero so powerful?" "I'll give it a try when I get back." "Are you sure?" Lily gave her a complicated look. Dragon Eagle only reaches its potential in Logan's hands. In anyone else's, it's probably worse than a support. Especially you. Worried about hurting Skylar's self-esteem. She didn't say the last part out loud. "Isn't that the truth?" Xu Feng chimed in, then looked at the big screen and sighed. However, Lou God's Dragon Eagle might become a legend of the past. No one will ever dare to let it through again, just as he predicted. After being brutally beaten once, RKL didn't dare to underestimate me anymore. They decisively banned Dragon Eagle at the start of the second game, eliciting a wave of sighs inside and outside the stadium. Why was Dragon Eagle banned? Skylar Xia saw this and knit her brows. Is RKL just a bunch of sore losers? That's normal. Bans are meant to remove the heroes the opponent is good at, Lily said, turning her head. Besides, you don't really think Logan is only good at that one hero, do you? Just as she finished speaking, I picked a female hero with a graceful, ethereal presence. Han. Seeing him choose this hero, another commotion broke out in the venue and the live stream. Isn't this Lily's best hero? The person above must have just joined the esports circle in the last 2 years. When Lou God was playing Han, Lily didn't even know where she was yet. Don't start an internal fight. Didn't Lily get into a fight for Lou God's sake? But in all honesty, S1 Lou God's Han is truly not inferior to Lily's. Back when Dragon Eagle was banned every game, Lou God picked Han the most. Rumor has it that Lily was actually taught how to play Han by Lou God. Believe it or not, up to you. While the crowd and livestream were debating, the teams spawned at their fountains again. Having learned their lesson from the previous game, the 5 members of RKL didn't dare to be careless or aggressively push forward anymore. But even if they wanted to play conservatively, I wasn't having it. Especially since, unlike the gold-hungry Dragon Eagle, Han is a hero who dominates the early game. If you don't secure an advantage early on, you'll be on the defensive in the late game. Before I had even cleared half the jungle, I initiated an attack. First, I helped the mid laner kill the enemy mid laner, securing first blood. Then, after clearing the jungle, I went to the bottom lane, saving our low-health support. After whittling the enemy carry's health down to a sliver, I handed the kill to our own developing ADC. Though I didn't get as many kills as I did with Dragon Eagle. Under my steady and rhythmic pace, Team N kept a firm lead over RKL. However, by the mid to late game, during a team fight that broke out in the mid lane, Team N's top laner suddenly made a massive mistake. He fired his ultimate in the wrong direction during the engage. In an LCL professional match, any tiny variable can lead to a shift in the entire game's situation, not to mention such a severe blunder. The support also seemed stunned by the top laner's move, and dazed for a split second, the 5 members of RKL seized this opportunity and swarmed forward. Whoa, what's going on? The smile on the American commentator's face froze, and everyone in the stadium and the livestream looked grim. What's up with the top laner? Is this the kind of mistake a pro player should be making? If you're too old, just retire, okay? And why is the support dazed? His crowd control was totally off. I'm so fed up. The lead Lou God worked so hard to build, was thrown away by these 2 teammates. I'm afraid this might be a team wipe. Lou God is amazing. But at the end of the day, this is a team game. What can he do if his teammates are playing like this? Amidst the screams in the venue and the fury online, 4 members of Team N fell in that team fight one after another. I barely managed to survive and escaped with low health. After this wave, the tide of the battle shifted. On the stage, the broad-shouldered young man's face was covered in cold sweat. I'm sorry, don't overthink it. We still have a chance. I clicked my mouse with calm composure and spoke without even turning my head. Believe in me. The support, Lin Jie, also looked guilty, but he instantly perked up again upon hearing those words. So, one still needs to keep their composure. The Korean commentator swept away the gloom from the previous game and the early part of this one, looking quite smug. Don't you Americans have a saying? Pride goes before a fall. Last game, we at RKL were a bit careless and underestimated the enemy, but we won't give you another chance this time. He looked at the big screen and raised an eyebrow. These boys are going for the dragon. Indeed, after the dragon, they can take down the enemy's base in one go. Even without him saying it, the audience in the stadium and the live stream could see RKL's movements. Everyone was suddenly consumed with anxiety. The dragons in the rift provide team-wide buff bonuses. They play a vital role in the game. That teamfight had already caused a serious setback, leading to the reversal of the situation. If the other side got the dragon as well, it would be very difficult to flip the game back. After all, the game had already reached the mid to late stage. The esports fans also realized this, which was why they were all so worried. It's over. It's really over this time. Top laner, just go home and farm. This makes my blood boil. The support should get lost with him, okay? Most of the comments in the live stream were pessimistic, blaming the game and cursing the top laner and support. But there were also those of unknown allegiance being sarcastic toward me. Isn't someone supposed to be the swift-wind god of war? If his teammates aren't pulling their weight, isn't he also powerless? It looks like the title of swift-wind god of war won't be held for much longer. While the fans were bickering, the 5 members of RKL were fighting the massive Baron. Skill effects of all colors flashed, crashing onto the Baron. As the dragon's health bar gradually dropped, the esports fans in the venue and online also began to lose hope. However, just as the dragon's health dropped to a sliver, a white figure suddenly flashed into the pit. With a smite falling, the mechanical voice announcing my successful dragon steal rang out. All 5 RKL members froze together. Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant. Meanwhile, the esports fans in the stadium and online, after processing the situation, all went wild. Lu God is the GOAT. Lu God is the GOAT. The livestream was completely flooded with, Lu God is the GOAT. The uniform slogans looked like a cult gathering. In the stadium, there was applause, whistling, and screaming, everything you could imagine. But I remained focused. After stealing the dragon, I took down 2 enemies with extreme precision. Finally, I died heroically inside the dragon pit. After this dragon steal, the tide of battle turned once more. The 4 members of Team N had also respawned by now. The top laner and support, having adjusted their status, deeply cherished this opportunity I had fought for. They coordinated with their teammates in high spirits. Meanwhile, RKL was like a deflated balloon. Under the assault of the energized Team N members, they retreated step by step. The result of this round was also beyond suspense. At the 34:52 mark, RKL's base nexus exploded once again. Team N secured the match point for this round. In a best-of-5 format, winning the first 2 games meant reaching match point. When the commentator announced the halftime break, the second celebration of the day began in the stadium and online. The top laner and support, who had made mistakes, looked like they had just been pulled from a pool, drenched in sweat. Linjie, the support, buried his head in my chest. That scared the life out of me. He trembled, relieved. Logan, I almost thought we were going to lose this game. Tiger nearby also approached timidly. I'm sorry. If it hadn't been for me, didn't we win? I interrupted Tiger's words. At the same time, I reached out and patted Linjie's head. No one can guarantee they'll never make a mistake. It's fine as long as we win. It's all because Logan is so amazing. Linjie leaned against my shoulder, wanting to say more, when he suddenly felt a prickling chill at the back of his neck. In the audience, Maya was staring fixedly at the back of Linjie's head, as if her gaze alone could freeze him through. Serena Shot rolled her eyes at her and said, "Knock it off. You're going to affect the kid's mood. What if he messes up the next match?" Maya snorted and turned her head away, deciding that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. The halftime break passed quickly. When the third game began, RKL used both of their bans on me, banning the heroes I had used in the previous 2 rounds. Compared to their arrogance of not banning junglers at the start, it was clear just how much of a psychological trauma I had inflicted on them. However, having lost 2 games in a row, the 5 members of RKL were pretty much on the verge of a mental breakdown. Correspondingly, Team N's morale was soaring after 2 straight wins. Plus, in this round, none of the 5 members made any mistakes. Under my lead, it took almost no effort at all to secure the victory for the match. I even managed to get a pentakill during the game. This was a feat that was extremely rare on the professional stage. Naturally, it once again made a crowd of esports fans cheer wildly. The moment the Nexus exploded once more, all 5 RKL players slumped in their chairs. Meanwhile, the American commentator and the esports fans in the audience all stood up together. The livestream was also filled with people shouting, "We won!" Before this, who said Lugod's swift win God of War title was shaky? Step forward and take your beating. The facts proved that even after 3 years, Lugod remains an insurmountable legend. In short, your daddy is still your daddy. The esports fans? Earlier insults toward me were incredibly fierce, but their current worship was just as fervent. These people weren't just cheering online. Some even ran into the streets, shouting and screaming, as if Team N had already won the World Championship, but having crushed the strength of their biggest rival, RKL. The championship was indeed no longer in doubt. The matches continued until late at night. Even RKL was shut out by Team N, and against other teams, it was like a father disciplining his son. The original 2-day schedule was compressed into a single night, and my Swift Wind legend remained unbroken. When we secured the Global Finals Championship, Logan and Team N's names were already all over the trending topics. Team Me and S sweeps, RKL, Lug God's Dragon Eagle, L Lug Dragon Steel, Lug Pentakill. Once something hits the trending topics, a place with national exposure, the attention it attracts goes far beyond the esports circle. As photos of me playing the match circulated, crossover topic with the entertainment circle caught everyone's attention. Does no one think Lugod looks exactly like K from JSD? Since I was wearing a baseball cap during the match, and even though I didn't use facial contouring, this slightly androgynous look indeed reminded many people of the recently viral idol. It was originally a small topic, but the moment it appeared, it instantly enraged the esports fans in their celebratory mood. Fans in the esports circle had never really respected the idol-chasing crowd. Plus, the other side was mentioning Lugod, who had just returned to his throne. An epoch-making cross-circle flame war began just like that. Would it kill you not to mention your daddy for a second? Tell me, is that it? A mere entertainer from the industry dares to ride on our Lugod's coattails? Just a passerby here, but they really do look alike. However, as soon as such objective comments appeared, they were instantly torn to shreds. My esports fans were aggressive, but as an idols fans, they weren't pushovers either, especially since the esports circle doesn't have as wide an audience as the entertainment circle. K was one of the hottest trending stars at the moment, so his fans' combat power was naturally not to be underestimated. And so, 2 groups of fans for the same person began a fierce battle online, until I used K's Twitter to post a statement saying that we are all family, telling them to stop fighting. The bickering reached its climax at that point. Who's family with you? Stop flattering yourself. However, shortly after the esports fans began their passionate spraying, they saw the newly registered account for my identity as Soft also follow up with a post that was almost identical. We're all family. Behave. After everyone repeatedly confirmed that this was indeed Lugod's own Twitter account, they collectively fell silent. What do you think is the relationship between Lugod and that K? I'm an esports fan, but I wanted to say earlier that the two of them really do look alike. I don't understand why so many people were selling it so hard. Are Lugod and K brothers? Otherwise, why would he say family? More than one person thought of this point. Realizing they might have attacked Lugod's relative, the esports fans instantly changed their attitude. To dig for more information about Lugod, they even proactively started a Twitter collaboration with K's fans. And since one doesn't slap a smiling face, seeing the esports fans' intention to befriend them, the K fans didn't hold their poses anymore either. They even had the idea of reverse investigating their own idol. After all, compared to Lugod, their idol was even more extreme, only having the codename K. Neither group of fans could have imagined at this moment that their idols were actually the same person. When the day of the big reveal finally came, both sides would be dumbfounded, recalling the 2 statements issued by Lugod and K today. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Of course they're family. This is the fucking same person. Of course, that's a story for another time. At this moment, I was sprawled on the sofa like a dead fish. Maya was massaging my wrists. Skylar Shia was pounding my legs. Summer Shah and Serena Shah were there too. One was responsible for peeling fruit, and the other was responsible for feeding me. Alice Yang, meanwhile, went to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack with the servants. My little brother is so amazing at games. Serena Shah fed a bright orange wedge into my mouth, then looked at Skylar Shah with a smirk. How can you be such a waste? Skylar Shah paused her movements. Would you die if you didn't provoke me? Are you so good at games yourself? I can't compare to my brother, but I'm at least a lot better than you. Serena Shah fed me a grape. I keep saying you weren't born into this family. You haven't inherited a single bit of our excellent talent. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? If she weren't outmatched in a fight, Skylar Shah would have pounced and bitten her long ago. Aren't I good at photography? And Mom doesn't play games either. How can you be so sure it's genetic? Mom played around today, Serena Shah said, looking at her with a smile. She understood the skills in no time. She even got MVP after the game was over. Guess what she said? What? Skylar Shah asked, her face full of disbelief. But she still followed along with the question. Serena Shah mimicked Alice Young's tone and said, Isn't this something anyone with hands can do? Serena Shah added, So, that's why I say you weren't born into this family. This was more than one could bear. Having suffered repeated personal attacks, Skylar Shah, with the spirit of fighting even if she couldn't win, let out a roar and pounced toward Serena Shah. Serena Shah stood up and dodged. Skylar Shah tumbled unexpectedly into Summer Shah's arms. She still wanted to give chase, but Summer Shah pinned her down. Stop it. Then came another sentence. You inherited it from our dad. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone nearby turned their heads to look, including Skylar Shah in her arms. Summer Shah cleared her throat, not hesitating to completely sell someone out. Our dad is a total gaming scrub. He's terrible at it, but he loves playing anyway. Seeing that I was good at games, he even pestered me to carry him. This was quite a shock about their dad. Once they returned to the bedroom after dinner, Maya pinned me against the wall. Before she could lean in for a kiss, I reached out to stop her. It's getting late. Let's just take a shower and go to bed. Maya gave my palm a light kiss. Her voice carried a hint of a grievance. But I've been starving for so many days. Because time was tight before the match, the two of them had been training day and night. Plus, the soundproofing at the base was poor, fearing that others might hear something they shouldn't. Neither of them had engaged in any over-the-line, intimate acts. Now that they had finally made it to the end of the match, a certain someone couldn't hold back anymore. I found her behavior a bit amusing. Aren't you tired and sleepy? Besides, it's almost 3,000 a.m. If we don't sleep, can you get up for work at dawn? Then I just won't go. Maya pulled my hand down. She leaned in for a kiss without hesitation. If the two of us skip work, who would dare to say anything? I rolled my eyes in my mind. Do you know how much corporate slaves would hate you for this? Sure enough, neither of them went to the office the next day. Meanwhile, the dual fan bases spent the whole night online. But they didn't find even a shred of evidence, because both Lou God and Kay were simply too mysterious. For a period of time after that, I became incredibly busy. I had to prepare for a movie, and record an album with the JSD members, while also preparing for a concert. Since their explosion in popularity, to stabilize their buzz and fan base, JSD had remained active in the public eye, but without the support of new works, attending even more events wouldn't maintain long-lasting success. I understood this principle well, so when there was a lot of buzz online, I led the group to settle down and focus. During their album recording process, Director Feng's new drama starring Hope was released as scheduled. As expected of the follow-up, Kang Yue became another dark horse this year, and Hope himself, due to the drama's massive popularity and his solid acting skills, was nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Flower Awards. On the day of the awards ceremony, as the CEO of Starstream, I accompanied Serene Sheng, Chloe Chen, and Hope to the event. Then, I inevitably ran into Sophie. The reason it was inevitable was that the organizers, for some reason, had arranged my seat right next to Sophie. One was a former giant of the entertainment industry, and the other was a rising boss who had cultivated multiple top stars in a short time. As soon as the two of them sat down, they drew frequent glances from those around them. It was as if people were waiting to see if they'd start a fight. Sophie's expression was indeed quite unpleasant, not just because of Astra's daily decline, compared to Starstream's booming success, but also because the money she invested in the esports industry recently had gone down the drain again, and all of this was because of me. Seeing that the boy beside her had no intention of talking to her, Sophie had to take the initiative. Just what will it take for you to stop? Haven't I already told you? I looked at her tired face and smiled. Once you have absolutely nothing left, then I'll stop. Even though Sophie was, usually poised, she was about to lose her cool. You hate me that much? How exactly did I offend you to this extent? You should at least let me know why I'm being destroyed, I hummed. Once you're completely finished. Maybe I'll have the mercy to tell you. Sophie's chest heaved with anger. Noticing the watching gazes of those around them, she forced herself to stay calm. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Astra isn't what it used to be, it won't reach the point you describe. Hoping for me to have nothing. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I laughed, acting as if I hadn't listened to her at all. Then we'll just have to wait and see. While they were talking, the ceremony officially began. Since the fan voting was public, Serene Shang's most popular award was a done deal. But when Best Actor and Best Actress both went to Starstream, Sophie's mood turned even worse. In contrast, I became the biggest winner of the night. I smiled even more happily than before. President Sophie, thank you for your generosities. It was like a direct slap to the face after her stubborn words. Sophie gave a cold snort. You know how the Golden Flower Awards are. They're mostly given to the year's hit dramas. As long as the acting isn't terrible, they'll get one. Besides, this is just a television award. The prestige is nothing compared to film awards. The Golden Dragon Awards for film are also today. Before she could finish, she received a phone call. After hearing what was said on the other end, the hostility in Sophie's expression smoothed out instantly. After hanging up the phone, she returned to her usual, composed, hypocritical persona. Her voice even carried a hint of triumph. I predicted the Golden Flower results long ago. I don't care about a mere television award. Astra only needs to sweep the Best Actor and Actress categories. It wasn't hard to hear what she meant. At the Golden Dragon Awards for film, happening at the same time elsewhere, Astra's artists had won the titles of Best Actor and Best Actress. Having memories of my past life, I wasn't surprised by this. I knew the winners were two veterans from Astra. They had starred together in an art film. But since President Sophie knew, why didn't you go to the Golden Dragon Awards? Why come to a television awards ceremony you look down on? And were destined to gain nothing from? Sophie choked on her words. Then she felt a bit lost. Compared to the Golden Flower Awards, she indeed should have gone to the Golden Dragon Awards. It's not like they didn't have a seat for her, but for some inexplicable reason, she had come to the Golden Flower Awards ceremony. Why? Because she knew I would be here? No, it wasn't because she liked him. How could she come here just to make herself miserable? Before Sophie could figure it out, I had already started walking out. With the departing crowd, the three winners all walked over to me together. They looked like children, seeking praise from their parents after getting good grades. I didn't hesitate to give the three of them a warm, loving hug. While the four of us walked out together, I asked, how is the chemistry between you two coming along? I'm about to make the official announcement. As soon as those words came out, Hope's eyes lit up instantly. His doe-eyed gaze shifted back and forth between Chloe Chen and Serene Shang. He looked like a total shipper. Although the public didn't know yet, as a member of the company, he had heard rumors about the movie. The two of them were going to film. Ms. Shang is actually quite savvy when it comes to acting. Chloe Chen glanced at Serene Shang, a playful smile curling on her lips. It's just that during certain scenes, she's a bit too stiff. Serene Shang's face changed in a second. Why don't you talk about how you act like a total lecher? Isn't that just how my character is? Chloe Chen smiled and raised her elbow, resting it on Serene's shoulder. Ms. Shang, why are you angry again? How many times a day are you going to get mad? Serene Shang brushed his elbow off and told him to get lost. Watching their interaction, Hope and I exchanged a look, both revealing a knowing smile. That required no words. After returning to the company, I posted a tweet officially announcing the movie, and its two leads, Serene Shang and Chloe Chen. Once this announcement was out, it naturally set the entire industry ablaze. The trending topic was followed by an explosive tag. It was impossible to ignore. Among those noticing, of course, was Sophie back at her office. Since the award ceremony had just finished, she instinctively thought I'd been provoked. She thought I was making this movie just to chase film awards. Then she found it absurd. Making a movie with this theme and actually expecting to win? He probably wouldn't even qualify for a nomination. She wasn't the only one who thought so. Shufeng, who was currently reporting his work to me, seeing the announcement at such a juncture, also had the same question. Mr. Logan, are you aiming for the next Golden Dragon Awards? But for a movie with this kind of theme, I'm afraid. I raised my hand to cut him off. Who told you I was doing this for the awards? Shufeng was stunned. Then, Mr. Logan, I curled my lips into a mysterious arc. To make money, of course. Shufeng was dazed once more. He didn't expect such a superficial answer. It's true that every project in the industry is ultimately driven by profit, but he couldn't help but feel that my ultimate goal wouldn't be so shallow. After all, would the young master of the Shah family lack money? Failing that, he was still the CEO of U. Regardless of which identity he used, money was nothing more than a number to him. But having learned from the past, I didn't elaborate, and he didn't overstep to ask. He left after finishing his report. I put on my makeup and continued recording the album. That day, just as I finished recording and planned to return to the lounge, something caught my eye and made me pause. It was that feeling again. Ever since the LCL match ended, I felt like a pair of eyes were watching me from the shadows, especially when I was appearing as K. Checking if the match is over, the corners of my lips curled. Thinking of the preparations I had made recently, I subtly changed direction and returned to the lounge. At the same time, I texted Shasi, "You can move now." The lounge's floor-to-ceiling windows were made of ordinary tempered glass. If the curtains weren't drawn, it was effortless to see inside from the outside. The person currently hiding in the shadows watched as Kay returned to the lounge, then began to change clothes. He seemed to have forgotten everything and casually stripped off his stage costume and put on some comfortable loungewear. He then walked out of the lounge. Although it only lasted for a moment, the person in the shadows saw it all. Though there was a vague sense that something was off, seeing a face identical to Kay's, the observer didn't think much of it. After snapping a few quick photos, he left satisfied. On the other side, Sha-Chi took off the mask and looked at her lady with confusion. "Why didn't you let me catch that person? If you catch him, how can he go back to report?" I took the prop from her hand, while putting away the wig, and lit a lighter, to incinerate the paper-thin mask. Shasi watched my every move without blinking, asking blankly, "Miss, do you already know who's behind this?" I hummed without looking up. I didn't speak until the object in my hand was ash. Then I turned toward the restroom. There was almost no need to verify who it was. The topic of Kay and me looking alike had stayed on the trending list for an entire night. Sophie hadn't recognized me before, but after that reminder, I didn't believe Sophie wouldn't be suspicious. This was why, from the moment I felt watched, I had been extremely careful during my changes, and had the masks made. I will expose myself one day, but it absolutely cannot be now. I have to wait for the album and concert to be successful, until JSD is firmly established in the industry. Shasi stared toward the restroom. In truth, she still wanted to ask how her lady could have something like a human skin mask. Did she have other identities, besides those already revealed? That was too terrifying. I didn't know what Shasi was thinking. After that performance, the feeling of being watched really did vanish. Once everything was ready, filming for Chloe Chen and Serene Sheng's movie began. Since it was a self-produced project, and the key to my ultimate revenge, I frequently visited the set. On this day, I arrived at the location, only to find out the next scene being filmed was their only kiss scene. To avoid making them feel awkward and affecting their performance, I chose to stay in an inconspicuous corner to watch. At this moment, Chloe Chen was wearing a sky blue costume, standing under a banyan tree. While swinging her sword around, she chatted with Ding Yin. As they talked, Ding Yin suddenly froze. "What is it?" Chloe Chen followed his gaze. The next moment, her sword clattered to the ground. She saw Serene Sheng walking out of the lounge, dressed in a set of red robes. Her ink-black long hair draped loosely over her shoulders. She was slender, but not fragile. The red gold-trimmed inner garment cinched her slim waist. The red outer robe exuded just the right amount of grace and flair. At first glance, it looked as if she were wearing wedding attire. She looked truly refined and dashing. But in contrast to the vivid richness of the clothes, her excessively pale face was like the eternal snow on a mountain peak, filled with a cold sense of detachment. This extreme contrast didn't feel jarring at all. Instead, it provided a powerful visual impact. Chloe Chen knew The costume Serene Shang was changing into today was red. She'd even seen it hanging on the rack. Red outfits aren't rare in Xianjie dramas, so she hadn't paid much attention to it. She had no idea the other person would look so. So, Chloe Chen suddenly thought of Serene Shang's reputation as the ultimate beauty of the industry. For once, her heart felt the full weight of that title. Alright, actors and crew, everyone in position. Get ready for the next scene. The director's voice inevitably snapped Chloe Chen out of it. She turned away and cleared her throat. She awkwardly raised a hand to cover her face. Damn it! Why was her heart beating so fast? After taking a moment to compose herself, Chloe Chen quickly got into character. During this time, whether it was guilt or something else, she didn't say a single word to Serene Shang. This wasn't just any kiss scene they were filming. It was also the scene where the protagonist, Zhuanyuan Qin, confesses to Xie Qingqiu. Xie Qingqiu was cold and detached, but not slow-witted. He sensed Xuanyuan Qin's feelings, but refused to acknowledge them. He even deliberately misinterpreted her words many times, doing everything possible to avoid it. In this scene, Xuanyuan Qin has already made things clear, but Xie Qingqiu still refuses to acknowledge the truth. Losing her patience, Xuanyuan Qin confesses in the heat of a forced kiss. Serene Shang brushed her sleeve and turned away from Chloe Chen. Her voice was cold, yet it carried an undetectable trace of panic. I don't understand what you're talking about. Crouching in the shadows, I raised an eyebrow. Serene Shang's acting is really getting better and better. Little did Chloe Chen know, even with her sharp wit and her reputation, as a demonically brilliant genius of the acting world, there were still moments where she felt completely clueless. As she spoke, she grabbed Serene Shang's hand, slammed her against the trunk of the banyan tree, and pinned her in a forceful Cavadon pose. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Serene Shang glared at Chloe Chen with fury. Seeing Serene Shang's face up close, a face filled with such aggressive beauty, Chloe Chen's breath hitched once again. Even in a fit of rage, the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her heart began hammering against her ribs, completely out of rhythm. Chloe Chen stared at the cherry blossom pink lips before her. She'd always known she was a sucker for a pretty face. Otherwise she wouldn't have fallen for me at first sight. But this was the first time in her life she had been so thoroughly stunned by a woman. Her mind went completely blank. I am crazy. Chloe Chen heard herself reciting her lines mechanically, and then she leaned down and kissed her. As the director called for a cut, Serene Shang immediately pushed Chloe Chen away. She then wiped her lips with a harsh, sweeping motion. Chloe Chen was still immersed in that soul-shaking sensation of the contact, suddenly being interrupted. She felt a surge of inexplicable annoyance, especially Serene Shang's act of wiping her mouth. It made a wave of irritation rise within her. This person was actually disgusted by her? Chloe Chen, what is wrong with you? Hearing Director Feng's slightly accusatory question, Chloe Chen finally snapped out of it. Right now, you're deeply in love with Xie Qingqiu, but you've never received a response. You're supposed to go in for that kiss with a desperate mindset. Look at your performance. What was that supposed to be? Chloe Chen had strong acting foundations and high natural talent, even when she had NGs. She had never received such harsh criticism. Yet, she didn't feel much shame at being scolded. Her eyes didn't even move from Serene Shang's face. As she asked blankly, "What? You looked like a total pervert who just saw someone hot." As soon as Director Feng spoke, the set instantly erupted in a roar of laughter. The supporting actors, the extras, and the entire crew all watched the two in front of the camera with amusement. The girls, in particular, had stars in their eyes. Serene Shang crossed her arms and turned to look at Ding Yin. Your artist isn't actually falling for our Serene, is she? How is that possible? Our Chloe is as straight as an arrow, Ding Yin retorted without a second thought. However, looking at Chloe's dazed and distracted expression, he felt an inexplicable wave of guilt. His little master, no way, right? Right? On the other side, once Chloe had composed herself, Director Feng called for the scene to be reshot. However, the moment the kiss happened, everyone assumed it would be Chloe's fault again, only to see Director Feng's gaze pointed straight at Serene Shang. And what is wrong with you? Xie Qingqiu is currently avoiding Xuanyuan Qin's feelings, due to his status and traditional views, but he still has her in his heart. In this scene, Xie Qingqiu should be startled and angry, yet with a hint of bashfulness. Stop looking like you want to strangle her to death. Can you do that? Unlike the two confused leads, everyone on set was now doubling over with laughter, including me, watching from the shadows. I remember when I first talked to the two of them. Chloe Chen had the audacity to say Serene was afraid of falling for her. Looking at it now, even if these two really did develop feelings on set, it would probably be the other way around. On the other side, after lecturing the two of them, director Feng started filming again. However, cut, forced kiss. A forced kiss. Do you even know what a forced kiss is? Director Feng slammed his script down in fury. Are you applying a screen protector or what? Chloe Chen, can you put some strength into it? Is Serene Shang going to eat you? Accompanied by another round of loud laughter from everyone, Serene Shang once again wiped her lips, which were now flushed from being kissed. The look she gave Chloe really did look like she wanted to devour her. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Chloe Chen opened her mouth to say she really wasn't, but then realized she had messed up twice now. Compared to her previous excellent performances, it really was hard to justify. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and said, Director, I'm ready. Let's go again. Are you really ready? Director Feng expressed quite a bit of doubt. Chloe Chen swallowed hard. I'm really ready. All right then. Director Feng leaned back behind the lens with full concentration. Director Feng was driven to laughter by his own rage. Ever heard of too much, Chloe? Are you trying to swallow her whole? Looking at the furious cold beauty in front of her, and hearing the laughter around her grow more unrestrained, Chloe Chen felt for the first time in her life that she might have forgotten how to act. As if to confirm this feeling, for the next few takes, cut. By the time the sun was directly overhead, Director Feng lay in his chair, looking like he'd given up on life. He twisted open a water bottle and gulped down half of it, then muttered weakly, Can you two even do this? Have you not practiced this in private? Chloe weakly exchanged a look. With a furious, Serene Shang, they really hadn't practiced it. The other scenes had all been fine, but Serene Shang had absolutely refused to practice this one. She hadn't expected to get so many cuts on set. Eat lunch first, I'm not forcing you. Touch up your makeup after you're done, and both of you try to find your focus. Realizing that scolding was useless, Director Feng didn't bother losing his temper anymore. Maybe we should just cut this scene? While they were eating their lunchboxes, Director Feng made a sincere suggestion to me. I swallowed a mouthful of rice. The contract terms were signed clearly. If you aren't afraid of being sued by the original author, go ahead and cut it. The two of them just aren't used to it yet. Be a bit more patient. If we can't get it today, we'll just shoot it tomorrow. It's not like we've never spent days filming a single scene before. Besides, this is a major highlight. As I said this, I accidentally bit into a peppercorn. My mouth instantly went numb. For some reason, I suddenly thought of Chloe Chen and Serene Shang, who had kissed no less than 10 times this morning. I wonder if their mouths were numb too. I felt like I was being a bit wicked. With that thought, I saw Chloe Chen, having finished her meal, pull Serene Shang toward the lounge. Serene Shang looked very reluctant at first, but after hearing what Chloe said, she eventually compromised with a sullen face. See, they're still willing to put in the effort, I said, comforting Director Feng. I don't know what Chloe Chen and Serene Shang did in the lounge, but in any case, it was very effective. After Director Feng announced the start of work, they passed in just one take, and the result was excellent. The scene, crackling with tension, made everyone on set gasp in unison, their faces flushing and hearts racing uncontrollably. I breathed a sigh of relief as well. After saying goodbye to Director Feng with a look, I left quietly, just as I had arrived. As the movie was filmed without rest, JSD's album was also finished on schedule, due to the group's own popularity and the high quality of production. On the day the album went on sale, every major music app crashed. Sales skyrocketed, breaking multiple world records in a row. Shortly after, the concert held in downtown Capital was a complete sellout. The streets were empty as everyone flocked there. 2 consecutive, perfectly executed shows propelled JSD from a popular domestic idol group to the most dazzling stars in the world, solidifying their unshakable status in the industry. And naturally, the one in the spotlight most was the one with the highest visual, the all-rounder, K. Whether at home or abroad, he had become almost a godlike existence. However, just as JSD was at the peak of its popularity, and an idol like K was becoming a household name, a piece of explosive news hit the top of the trending list. Exposure: The Secret Romance of JSD, member K. Is this person for real? Inside the CEO's office of Starstream, Tony looked at the trending topic with a speechless expression. I used to think there was no smoke without fire. When I saw relationship exposures, I'd think that if there truly was nothing, there couldn't be so many coincidences. Now I finally understand. Even completely fabricated nonsense can just be made up. Justin rubbed her head. Now you know how treacherous the hearts in this industry are. Mason glanced at me. Is Mr. Logan not going to clarify? I didn't answer his question right away. My inscrutable expression made it impossible for them to tell what I was thinking. When I first saw that headline, I was also completely bewildered. I instinctively assumed that Maya and I had been caught. I was still trying to recall if I had been affectionate with Maya while dressed as Kay recently. However, after clicking into the trending topic, I saw a scene that left me even more confused. My rumored partner wasn't Maya, but Seth. Looking back at the overlap between this identity and Seth, it was just the same variety show, and staying at the same hotel. This shouldn't have been a problem. The issue was some suggestive tweets Seth had posted, and besides that, multiple outfit comparison photos were posted. If I hadn't seen these pictures, I wouldn't have known that Seth and I had actually worn so many couple-style outfits. I'm being framed by a clout chaser. I felt a bit speechless in my heart. Having a scandal with my ex-girlfriend's brother, people would laugh their heads off if word got out. Yet this bizarre situation was actually happening. As for why Seth would do this, I could more or less guess. If he hadn't discovered my identity, he was just trying to leech off my fame by faking a link. Though Seth had returned to the Sue family, effectively lifting his ban, the previous ungrateful wolf incident still had a lingering impact on him. Furthermore, because of the spiritual stuff, no matter how much Astra invested in him, they couldn't make him popular again. So, since the honorable path failed, he had decided to go for the notorious route. But out of all the people he could link with, he just had to pick me. But then again, this was actually a chance to reveal my identity. With that in mind, I took a sip of my coffee. JSD has basically stabilized now. The trainees I sent for schooling are almost ready. As soon as I spoke, Mason and the others tensed up. Tony asked weakly, Logan, are you going to quit the group? I raised an eyebrow. What, you don't want me to go? Tony immediately pouted. Her eyes welled up with tears. I don't. The other three also looked somber. They knew I couldn't stay in the industry as Kay forever. But humans aren't made of stone. Having spent so much time together, debuting together, doing variety shows and commercials together, recording the album together, and holding the concert together, our friendship had already been built and reinforced by every little moment we shared, and grew stronger over time. Hearing that I was leaving, no one could accept it easily. Looking at the downcast faces of these young women, I gave them a reassuring smile, trying to sound as lighthearted as possible. I'm just leaving the group. It's not like we'll never see each other again. I still can't bear it. Tony blinked, and tears started falling. I don't want Logan to leave. Justin patted her shoulder and looked at me. Logan, are you going to go public? Yes. I looked at the fans online saying they believed in him and were waiting for his clarification. The guilt buried in my heart felt like it had become a physical weight. I had no choice back then, but I can't keep deceiving them. But has Mr. Logan considered what happens if the fans don't accept it? Mason had a worried look on her face. I gave a bitter smile. Then I'll just have to live with that debt. Rather than retiring silently and leaving them worried, he chose to honestly face their criticism. Rumors about the two of them spread like wildfire online. Seth played dead the whole time, not saying a word, seemingly accepting the rumor of his relationship with Kay. Kay's fans refused to believe it, and gathered on the official Twitter to demand clarification. However, they didn't get a clarification. Instead, they got an apology and retirement post. Fans were stunned when they saw the headline. They wondered if the relationship was real, but also felt that even if it wasn't enough to justify retiring, until they saw the content. Their pupils shook once again. After reading the entire apology statement, the fans all fell silent. Or rather, they hadn't yet processed the shock of this sudden turn. After the official post, I buried myself in work, not checking Twitter again. Or rather, I didn't dare to. Though I was ready for a storm, when the time actually came, I realized I was still afraid. I spent the whole day in that self-numbing state. When it was time to leave work, I took my coat and walked out with leaden steps. Once I left the company doors, Before I even stepped down the stairs, a group of people surged toward me. My heart clenched instantly. Thinking the fans hadn't finished cursing me online and were here to corner me, Chassis beside me also entered a defensive state, intending to protect her lady at any cost. The people who came were indeed fans, but not to cause trouble. They shouted in unison, "K God, please don't retire." Because of K's versatility, many fans called him K God. It wasn't the first time I'd heard the name, but now I felt a trace of bewilderment. What are they saying? As if to answer my thoughts, the fans shouted again at the top of their lungs. It was no longer a unified slogan, but filled with strong personal voices. I didn't know how I had walked out from the circle of fans. Until I got back in the car, I was still in a daze. I took out my phone and opened Twitter, only to find that the situation was completely different from what I had imagined. In fact, it was the total opposite. In my apology statement, I had only mentioned my role as Starstream's CEO, but shortly after, my other revealed identities had all mysteriously been brought to light. First on the scene were the esports fans. Keyboards are ready. I'll see who dares to insult my Lou God. But not to be outdone were the racing fans. What's the point of staying in show business? We're here to take our racing god home. Next was my family, the employees, and some heavyweight friends from other fields. Before the haters could even process it, they found the whole world was fighting for their idol. Now, forget about cursing. The haters were actually panicking, fearing that I really would retire. They all started declaring their loyalty. My eyes felt sore and stinging as I stared at the screen. It wasn't until the car drove out of the busy district that I turned to look at the woman beside me. Did you do all of this? Even if I wasn't cursed to high heaven, I would never have been this popular. The exposure of my various identities, the statements from various figures, and the resulting shift in the idol fans' attitudes, it was clearly because of an invisible hand, pulling the strings and guiding the narrative from the shadows. Maya reached up and wiped the corner of my eye. If I can't protect my own boy from being bullied, then I'd be doing a pretty poor job as a girlfriend. My eyes grew hot. But this was my fault to begin with. Shh. Maya placed her index finger on my lips. Being this sentimental doesn't sound like you. I wasn't in your position, so I can't fully empathize with your feelings toward your fans. You felt you owed them something, so you let them condemn you. I didn't want you to get hurt, so I guided them to cherish you. See? I only guided them. I didn't use any force. In this world, not everything has to be settled through venting anger. Isn't it better if everyone moves forward in a positive direction? I stared at her blankly. Many times I wonder, are you really only 20 years old? You're even half a year younger than me. I reached out and took her hand. It's not like you don't know. I've lived far longer than you have. Maya knew what I was referring to, my previous life, and the one from ancient times. Although after everything they had been through, she wasn't the type to get jealous over this. She still narrowed her eyes and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. So, should I be calling you big brothers then? I gave a soft laugh. My mood completely lifted from its earlier heaviness. I even had the heart to tease her. To be precise, you should call me uncle. I lived to be over 10 years old in that ancient life too. A dangerous glint flashed in Maya's eyes. She rubbed her nose against mine. I'm not someone whose advantage you can take so easily. I rested my hands on her shoulders, meeting her gaze without flinching or looking away. Then you can take it back. Maya's gaze darkened instantly. In the past, if she had heard such a suggestive tease from me, she would have pounced without a word. But this time, she wasn't in such a rush. Her index finger hooked a lock of my hair, twirling it around her fingertip. Did I not exist in that life? She didn't believe it. If even a Sophie had such a deep connection with me, how could she only have a bond with me for one lifetime? Besides, from the first moment she saw me, she had a sense of déjà vu, as if they had met a long, long time ago. I froze for a moment and then shook my head. Unless your appearance and temperament were completely different, I'd never met anyone like you. Maya fell silent. It was hard to tell if she was disappointed, but the one thing she was sure of and grateful for was that I was in her arms right now, belonging to her. Then you'd better make it up to me in this life. After saying that, the long-awaited kiss finally landed. Thanks to Maya's guidance behind the scenes, the expected backlash never came. But that didn't mean the incident had no aftermath. My self-exposure inadvertently caused the rumors about me and Seth to crumble. When everyone recalled Seth's series of suggestive tweets, and his attitude when facing the rumors, the fans, and the casual onlookers understood everything instantly. In almost no time at all, Seth and Astra were roasted into oblivion by my various fans, and caught in the crossfire was Zhang Ziyang, who had just started to make a name for himself. Through my apology statement, everyone now knew that it was this guy's betrayal that almost cost JSD their debut opportunity. Although it was a blessing in disguise as it gave them K, it didn't mean this person should be let off the hook. Zhang Ziyang never dreamed that he would be recognized by the public in this way, nor did he expect his short, lackluster career in the industry to end so abruptly. Astra, look at the mess you've made. Sophie walked into Seth's lounge with a dark expression. How many times have I told you not to go provoking Logan? But I didn't know Logan was K. Seth looked completely lost, even feeling quite aggrieved himself. Didn't you send someone to investigate before and confirm that K was a woman? Sophie massaged her temples. At the time, she had simply taken the investigator's word for it, and seeing the photos was enough for her to believe it. Looking closely at them now, she finally realized that the woman in the photos, although having the same face as K, had definite differences in physique and height. Seeing that Sophie remained silent, Seth continued to vent his frustration. These fans are idiots too. The one who lied to them was Logan, yet they're all hounding me. Shut your mouth. Sophie sat on a chair nearby, with an exhausted look. You still haven't gone to clarify things yet. Before Seth took out his phone to post a tweet, he gave Sophie a weak look. Sis, once I post the clarification, will everything be fine after the heat dies down? Sophie gave a cold laugh. That depends on whether Logan retires or not. If Logan retired because of Seth, the fans' fury could only be imagined. Even if she were willing to protect him, those cult-like fans wouldn't let him go. I really didn't have the heart to completely cut ties with the fans. But having already announced my retirement, it meant I could no longer, as I had in the past, accompany the JSD members to various events. Except for absolutely necessary major occasions, I usually stayed with the film crew, discussing the movie's business with director Feng. Time flew by, while Seth was being hounded by my fans, until he didn't dare show his face. Filming for the movie reached its end. On the day of its release, I didn't stay glued to my computer screen to watch the data. Instead, I pulled director Feng, Chloe Chen, and Serene Sheng to the cinema. I bought 4 consecutive seats, but when I arrived with the popcorn and found my seat, I found Maya sitting composedly, in the seat right next to mine. I was instantly bewildered. What are you doing here? Maya looked at me with a half smile. Instead of answering, she asked, going to the movies without inviting me? I gave a sheepish laugh. We came to the scene to inspect the premiere's reception. It's not watching a movie in the strict sense. As I spoke, I kept shooting her meaningful looks, signaling that my acquaintances were right there. I wanted her to give me some face. Maya rarely saw me acting so fawning. She bit back a laugh and cast her gaze down toward the chips in my cup. Then feed me. I hurriedly stuffed a chip into her mouth. Maya crunched on the chip, the smile in her eyes finally softening. She looked as though she had been successfully appeased. What are you still standing there for? The movie is about to start. Director Feng watched their interaction with amazement. Mr. Logan, are you henpecked? He wasn't entirely ignorant regarding the relationship between Maya and me. After all, while we were on set, this big shot had come looking for me. But could someone tell him why was their private dynamic like this? Was that arrogant princess-like young woman really the business tycoon Maya Yun who could make the entire capital tremble with just a stamp of her foot? Facing Director Feng's question, I didn't feel the least bit embarrassed as I sat down. I looked up with a beaming face and replied, there's no other way. My wife is quite the jealous one. It seemed he really was getting old. Can't understand young people's love anymore. However, just as he was about to sit down, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. A cool and indifferent voice came from beside him. Swap seats with me. These impolite words, bordering on a command, coming from Serene Sheng's mouth, mysteriously made one feel there was nothing wrong with them, but Director Feng was still a bit curious as to why. Is there something wrong with your seat? Looking at the order? From left to right, it was me, him, Serene Sheng, and Chloe Chen. Now there was an extra Maya on my left. Putting aside why this person wanted to swap seats with him for a moment, exactly, Ms. Sheng. Chloe Chen had already sat down in her seat, crossing her legs, while propping up her chin, looking at the elegant figure beside her. with a playful glint in her eyes, and an undetectable sense of pressure. "It's not like I'm going to eat you." Serene Sheng ignored her. She just stared at Director Feng in silence, without explaining why. Director Feng yielded under her intense gaze, and stopped insisting on getting to the bottom of it. However, just as he was about to swap seats with Serene Sheng, the woman in front of him was suddenly pulled down into his original seat. "What are you doing?" Serene Sheng glared at Chloe Chen. Chloe Chen let go and tilted her head forward slightly. "The movie is about to start. If you keep standing there, Ms. Sheng, are you afraid the fans here won't recognize you?" "None of your business." Serene Sheng's glass-like, emerald pupils seemed to burn with two flames. However, when she turned her head again, she found Director Feng had already sat down beside her. "Just watch it like this." Director Feng, not noticing the strange atmosphere between the two at all, snacked on popcorn, while agreeing with Chloe without even looking up. "The two of you really should keep a low profile. If fans spot you, we won't be able to watch this movie." I also turned my head at this moment. "Is there a problem?" "No." Serene Sheng said no, but her face looked sour. Just then, the music for the start of the movie played from the front. I didn't bother with the two of them anymore, focusing all my attention on the big screen. The screening hall was packed. The previously noisy venue fell silent with the opening theme. Then, this tranquility was broken again when the two leads appeared. As the film progressed, gasps of amazement erupted from the seats from time to time. When the kiss scene between the two came on, the screams in the hall nearly blew the roof off. Maya thoughtfully covered my ears, her expression a bit complicated. "Do you boys all like watching this kind of thing?" "What do you mean, us boys?" I was instantly displeased. "Don't you see there are just as many women here?" Maya indicated she had nothing more to say, and I was also very dissatisfied with her indifferent attitude. "Just keep watching. That's not the main selling point of this movie. I know the plot is good." Maya's tone turned serious again. She nodded her head. "But a movie is only so long, with so many suspenseful elements. Can it all be tied together in the end? You'll have to keep watching to find out." I became smug again. I had been worried before, whether such a grand scope could be pulled off. By the final stages of production, I had no worries left at all. I even had a premonition that this movie would be even more popular than I imagined. Sure enough, before long, Maya, who had come just to accompany her boyfriend, and had zero interest in the movie, unconsciously sat up straighter. The rest of the audience gradually grew quiet too. The faces illuminated by the screen's light all wore expressions of deep immersion. In the latter half, as the mysteries were revealed one by one, the plot kept twisting again and again. The audience was like they were on a roller coaster, their emotions rising and falling constantly. Laughter and gasps were heard incessantly until the movie ended. When the closing theme began to play, everyone had a look of being moved to their core. Clearly, they hadn't moved on from the story yet. Director Feng excitedly slapped his armrest. "Brilliant! This is exactly the feeling I wanted." The venue was already quiet, so with his loud shout, many people were snapped out of their immersive state. They turned their heads to look. The first batch of people to grab tickets were mostly fans of Serene Sheng and Chloe Chen, or shippers of the two. This glance was all it took. Their idols had walked right off the screen. A young man sitting closest to them was the first to recognize Serene Sheng. His voice was full of disbelief. "Is it really you?" Director Feng knew he had messed up. Before he could think of a plan, he saw Chloe Chen grab Serene Sheng and stand up. "Director Feng, Mr. Logan, we're heading out first." Without waiting for Serene Sheng's reaction, she pulled her and ran. It really was them. The crowd of fans went completely wild, leaving their seats to chase after them, shouting, "Sheng Chen is real," as they went. In the blink of an eye, the screening hall was almost entirely empty. I smiled and met Maya's gaze. "We should go too." Maya reached out and held my hand. "Wait for me a second. I need to go to the restroom." My movement to stand up paused, and I sat back down. "Go ahead." After Maya left, a girl approached with a blushing face. Since K-God revealed his identity, I had rarely appeared in the public eye. If she wasn't a fan of mine, she might not have recognized me. Thinking this, I asked aloud, Are you a fan of mine?" "Yes. I came as soon as I saw K-God's promotion." The girl's face turned even redder. As she spoke, she turned and took paper and a pen for her bag. She bowed her head and offered them with both hands. "K-God, could you give me an autograph?" "Of course." I took the paper and pen with a smile. I paused, just as I was about to sign. Do you want Kay or Logan? The girl clasped her hands together. Can I have both? I gave a subtle smile. I didn't give a verbal answer, but fulfilled her request with my actions. The girl was incredibly satisfied to get both signatures, and even asked for more. See, could I have a hug? Before I could say yes or no, a weight suddenly landed on my shoulder. Maya pulled me into her side, while maintaining a firm, yet polite tone, wagging her finger at the girl. I'm afraid not. Seeing Maya, the girl was momentarily stunned. She just felt this person was way too beautiful. She didn't catch the underlying meaning of the words at first, and just opened her big, innocent eyes, asking confusedly, why? Maya glanced at me with a smile, then looked up. Because I'm possessive. Without waiting for the other's reaction, she pulled me and walked out. After leaving the screening hall, I looked at Maya with curiosity. After that trip to the restroom, your mood seems to have become very good. In the past, even if it were a fan of mine, she wouldn't have been so gentle when warding off suitors. But I could clearly feel that her mood was excellent right now. My mood is indeed quite good right now. Maya didn't deny it, because she had seen something rather interesting. Her two former rivals were busy with each other. How could her mood not be good? What interesting thing? I looked puzzled. Maya let out a hum, thinking it didn't hurt to tell me. I just saw a certain scene, with the most hype from the movie, replaying in real life. I was stunned for a moment. It took a moment for me to realize which scene she was talking about. My eyes widened. You mean Chloe kissed Serene? Maya clamped her hand over my mouth, glancing around cautiously. Are you trying to get them on the trending list? I blinked. Realizing I had been reckless, I gave Maya a grateful look. Once Maya let me go, and fresh air filled my lungs, I hurriedly leaned in and whispered in her ear. After confirming my suspicion, I turned and started heading toward the restroom. What are you doing? Maya grabbed me, her temple throbbing. That's the women's restroom. Suddenly, I hated that I wasn't a woman. While I was busy gossiping about my employee's love life, following its release in theaters everywhere, the film's box office continued to soar. First, it was the fans. Then it was casual moviegoers. And then word of mouth took it international. Many people even felt unsatisfied after one viewing, fighting tooth and nail to get tickets for a rewatch. Except for the crew themselves, no one expected that a niche film, once discussed with such skepticism, could become such a massive hit. Theaters that originally had very few screenings were forced by public demand to drastically increase their showtimes. Even so, tickets were still nearly impossible to find. Even midnight screenings were packed to capacity. In less than a month, the global box office exceeded 10 billion, not only among films of the same genre, but it topped the charts of all films, nearly doubling the second-place film from 3 years ago. This achievement not only solidified director Feng, Chloe, and Serene's status in the film industry, but it also made countless industry big shots green with envy, including Sophie, who had been failing at everything lately. As I was throwing a victory banquet for the cast and crew, Sophie finally reached her breaking point. In the Astra CEO's office, after hearing his boss's plan, Jiao Weixiang, the talent management director, looked worried. President Sophie, are you sure you want to start that film project? Sci-fi films require a massive investment. We've already evaluated it. If we want to make this movie well, it will require at least a $2 billion investment. But with so many artists leaving over the past year, Astra's current liquid assets aren't that high. If we sink it all into this, any slight mishap in the future, and we won't be able to survive the fallout. Then keep a tighter leash on the company's artists. Don't let them cause any more trouble. Sophie had a look of inscrutable determination and desperation. Besides, if the movie is a hit, we'll earn back the principal plus interest once it's released. Astra needs a decisive victory right now to stabilize morale. She had certainly considered what Jiao Weixiang mentioned, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Things couldn't get any worse than they are now, could they? Most importantly, she had a premonition that this film she chose would be a hit. Not long after Starstream's victory banquet, Astra officially announced their next big production, including the currently confirmed cast list. Seeing this news, a triumphant smile flashed in my eyes. When I first started making that movie, it was never about winning awards. This was my ultimate goal all along. For a capitalist, what do awards representing honor matter? Profit is everything. I knew in my past life that Astra had a massive self-produced film project in the works. Back then, Astra had no funding issues, so they launched the project early. And it was indeed very profitable. In this life, seeing Sophie delaying action, I guessed her capital chain was under pressure. And she had many concerns, so I needed to give her a little nudge and push her over the edge. Seeing the fish take the bait made all my efforts worthwhile. As for the movie's profits, looking at the cast Astra listed, I smiled. I won't give her the chance to release it. The moment she sinks all her money into it is the moment I take down the Sue family once and for all. Having succeeded in my scheme, my mood was excellent for the next few days. But I wasn't idle. The intense bloodthirstiness of recent events gave me some inspiration. The ex-military industry group also started pestering me for new designs. But I don't lack for anything now. I could completely cut off this exploitative job. However, after the revenge is over, it's inevitable that I'll face Maya's own family. Powerful weaponry is undoubtedly the strongest guarantee for that confrontation. Not only does the boss of X Group need it, but Maya and I need it too. Near the end of the workday, the icon on my computer desktop flashed for the first time in a long while. My eyes flickered slightly. I signaled Shasi to leave, then put on my specialized headset. Elder Seven's voice came through the faint current in my ears. Logan, you need to be careful lately. Core members of the Black Sand Group have escaped from prison. They'll likely come looking for trouble with you. After all, you were the one who helped the country. Take down their entire gang. Get lost, you old geezer. Stop trying to scare him. They don't even know who he really is. They only know Yabai is one of us in Division 7. If they want trouble, they'll come for Division 7. If you want Logan's help, just be sincere about it. Stop acting all hypocritical and pretending it's for his own good. It makes me sick. Hearing Duran's blunt dismantling of his act, Elder Seven's face turned from green to white. I'm doing this for Logan's sake too, okay? What if the Black Sand Group has a hacker who's more skilled than him? Then his identity would be exposed. Besides, they just escaped. Rebuilding the group and making money comes before revenge. So what do I have to be afraid of? I was just thinking. They are very likely to target the wealthy, American elite families and their corporations. I wanted Logan to be on guard early. Doesn't the Shaw family fall into that category? I had no interest in listening to their bickering. I focused only on what I cared about. Is it confirmed they escaped? I checked with the international prison authorities. It's absolutely certain. The wealthy in some small countries have already fallen victim. The cyber attack methods are identical to Black Sand's. That's why I came to warn you. I gave a simple acknowledgement, my voice devoid of emotion. Understood. Seeing I was about to log off, Elder Seven hurriedly asked, what do you plan to do? My fingertip tapped lightly on the desk. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If I could put them away once, I can do it a second time. After cutting the connection, I had Shotzi drive me back home. If you're wondering why Maya wasn't there, she was away on a business trip. After eating and showering, I sat alone in the bedroom working on design blueprints. With inspiration flowing, I drew straight through until 11 p.m. After finishing one detail, I got up and went to the restroom. Shortly after I went in, the bedroom curtains fluttered, and a figure hopped inside. Maya was holding flowers in one hand, and a gift from her trip in the other. She wanted to surprise me, but found no one there. Noticing the bathroom light was on, she decided to sit on the bed and wait. But before she took 2 steps, she doubled back. Looking at the firearm design on the computer screen, a look of shock flashed in Maya's eyes. Didn't you say you weren't coming back until tomorrow? The moment I stepped out of the restroom, I saw Maya, staring unblinkingly at the screen. I couldn't help but think, oh no, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Maya snapped out of her daze. She quickly looked away. I saw it by accident. I didn't mean to pry into your privacy. Her saying that made me feel embarrassed. Since we had already reached this stage, it seemed there was no longer a need to hide it from her. With that in mind, I calmly walked over to the computer. As I clicked save, I asked without looking back, don't you have anything you want to ask? Maya was stunned. Do you want to tell me? Even if I didn't say it, she had likely guessed my identity. Since she also had things hidden from me, she didn't expect me to be completely open with her. But seeing that I had no intention of avoiding her, she still couldn't suppress her excitement, even if I didn't say it. You probably already guessed, right? I curled my lips. Maya was incredibly smart, putting aside her existing business dealings. with the ex-military industry group. She was no stranger to military hardware. Her shocked expression just now clearly meant she had discovered something. Otherwise, she would have looked confused or bewildered. Maya fell silent after I spoke, feeling a trace of pressure at the same time. Is there anything in this world you don't know how to do? I chuckled at her words. If anyone else had said it, I wouldn't have felt much, but Maya, who was even more of a freak than I was qualified to say that? Thinking of this, I crossed my arms and looked down at her. You're not exactly far behind yourself. Maya felt the pressure increase even more, just as she was agonizing over how to reveal her own identity to him. I cleared my throat. Since you already know, I have nothing left to hide. I'll tell you after I finish drawing this part. The boss of the X-Arms group is a real jerk. He's relentlessly hounded me several times. If I hadn't considered that he could build the prototypes I want, I would have quit long ago. I turned back to get to work on the drawing, but before I took 2 steps, I heard a thud. I turned my head in confusion, only to see Maya kneeling on the floor. She looked as if she were facing a formidable enemy. What's wrong? My brows furrowed slightly. How could she fall while sitting on the bed? I leaned down to help her up, but Maya grabbed my arm tightly. Wait a minute, what is it? I thought there was something wrong with her health, so I reached out to check her pulse, but she grabbed my other hand too. Maya remained in a kneeling position, her breathing somewhat rapid. I have something to tell you. The crease between my brows deepened. Can't you say it while sitting down? Why do you have to be kneeling? What kind of quirk is this? Fearing I would start guessing wildly, she could only bite the bullet and explain. There's something I've been keeping from you, but I was afraid you'd be angry if I told you. If she had known sooner that I was that mysterious weapons designer, she wouldn't have dared exploit her own boyfriend even if she were killed. Seeing her hesitant expression, I couldn't help but narrow my eyes. Do you have another man out there? Maya was caught between tears and laughter. What are you thinking? When have you ever seen me give another man a second look? I thought to myself, that's more like it. Then what exactly is wrong? Maya's grip on my arms tightened. I, Plink, only discovered your identity as the designer today. If I had known sooner, I definitely wouldn't have pushed you so hard. I didn't mean to keep this identity from you on purpose. It's just that you never asked before, and I didn't want you to get too close to such dangerous things. That's why I didn't proactively confess. But who could have imagined that the person she wanted to protect was right at the very center of the danger? After Maya finished speaking, a strange silence fell over the bedroom. She was a bit afraid to look at my expression, waiting tremulously for my judgment. After who knows how long, I gave a soft chuckle. I really underestimated you. So, you're the big boss of the X-Arms group? Impressive. No wonder she said she had the chips to go up against her nemesis from the Xuanyu continent, owning the world's largest arsenal. Even those nobles, not to mention world leaders, would have to be wary. Hearing that, Maya suddenly jerked. She forced a smile onto her face. What are you saying, hubby? The ex-military industry group wouldn't be where it is today if it weren't for you, right? Ever since I made that jealous remark in the cinema, Maya often addressed me like that, but usually it was with a playful tease. Now, it was mixed with a nervous attempt to please me. Seeing her acting like such a suck-up, I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. All right, get up. Aren't your knees tired from kneeling? My back is tired from leaning down. They both hid their identities, so they were even. As for the exploitation from the boss, it could be considered a case of no guilt for the ignorant. I wasn't an unreasonable person. Why was she so scared? Maya quickly let go of my arms. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at me, like a little kitten trying to act cute for its master. You forgive me? What choice do I have but to forgive you? I rolled my eyes. Hurry up and get up. If my family sees this, they'll think I'm bullying you. Maya didn't hesitate this time. After standing up, she picked up the flowers and gift. Did you miss me these past few days? I was too embarrassed to answer that question. Since you're the boss of the X-Arms group, come and see if there are any issues with the parts I finished. You can give me some advice too. As I spoke, I turned to walk toward the computer desk, but Maya hugged me from behind. It's already this late, and you want to talk about work? I pretended not to understand. Weren't you in a hurry to see the designs? Before I could finish, my ear was bitten. Maya ground her teeth lightly against it. You little tease. I don't want to see anything right now. I only want to see you. She turned me around, staring greedily at my face. It's okay if you didn't miss me. I missed you. She had worked overtime to finish her schedule, and flown back through the night just to be by my side. Hearing Maya's blunt words, and feeling her burning gaze, my heart began to race. But before I could respond, a heated kiss descended. Now that their secrets were out, I no longer hid my work from Maya when drawing. The two of us could often exchange ideas and discuss things as if we were back in our student days. Besides that, I didn't forget to keep a constant eye on Astra's new movie. From preparation to the start of filming to the actual shoot, I watched Sophie sink deeper and deeper into the trap, while I gathered evidence of illegal acts by Astra's remaining artists. This included Sophie's lead actress for this movie. Exactly. The reason I hadn't touched Astra's current artists and had crossed their names off the list was because those who remained all had enough dirt to destroy themselves. As the former talent management director of Astra, I knew exactly which artist had committed what offense. Once the money Sophie invested in the film went down the drain, and the remaining tainted artists were exposed, not even a god could save her. Days passed one by one. After I had gathered enough evidence, filming for Sophie's new movie was gradually drawing to a close. One day, after I returned home, I found it rare that aside from servants and bodyguards, there was no one at home. I caught the butler and asked, "Where are my mother and the others?" "Ah, I was just about to tell you, miss. Madam and the others have all gone to the company. The security systems of the Xia group were breached, and the entire company's office equipment has been paralyzed. Madam said that if you came back, you should stay at home." Before Lu Diquan could finish his sentence, I turned and walked out. On the way to the company, I couldn't help but think about what Jiran said the other day regarding the resurgence of the Black Sand Group. A cold glint flashed through my eyes. Just then, a photo arrived on my phone. It was from Maya. "How is it? I've been supervising the production the whole time. Are you satisfied with the result?" I paused for a moment and typed manually. "It looks okay from the outside. But as for the specific performance, I'll have to wait for you to bring back the real thing." Maya asked, Did something happen? How could you tell?" "Just a feeling." I was a bit surprised by the telepathy between us. My gloomy mood also lightened slightly. "It's not a big deal. I can handle it. Just keep a close eye on things over there." After the designs were finished, Maya went to the Xuanyu continent. Come to think of it, the two of us hadn't seen each other for quite a while. After I typed that sentence, the other side showed typing. Puzzle. Before she could send anything, another message from Jiran popped up. At the top of the screen, "Little Logan, guess where I am right now?" I exited the chat with Maya and sent a question mark to Jiran. "My mission this time is right by your side. I'll come play with you once I've settled things here." I didn't reply to her, nor did I check the new message Maya sent, because the car had already arrived at the destination. After getting out of the car, I walked straight into the Xia Group's headquarters building. Upon reaching the control room, I found not only my family and some Xia Group employees, but also people from several other elite families. They were presumably also targets of the Black Sand Group. After looking around and not finding Sophie, I felt a bit disappointed, but on second thought, it wasn't surprising. Even if Astra hadn't collapsed yet, it was on the verge of ruin thanks to my efforts. If the elite rankings were redrawn, the Su family probably wouldn't even be able to squeeze into the capital's elite circles. The Black Sand Group wouldn't waste their time on a company that was already declining. Further inside, I saw a crowd gathered around, a boy sitting in the center. The boy had neat, short hair, and dressed quite neutrally. Whether it was due to the gazes of the people around him, or something else, a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead, but his eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the main monitor. His hands were clattering away on the keyboard. "Little brother, what are you doing here?" Skylar Xia's shout broke the silence that had been filled only by the typing. The boy knit his brows slightly, but didn't say anything. The rest of the Xia family also shifted their attention toward me. Serena Xia glanced at the space behind me. "That woman hasn't come back yet?" I nodded with a hum. Serena Xia gave a scoff. "Why is that person always on business trips lately? So mysterious. Who knows what on earth she's doing?" I thought to myself. Naturally, she's working on something that would stun you. But I didn't dare say it out loud. "Who are you talking about?" A young man nearby asked curiously. "Don't ask questions you shouldn't, to avoid further complications. My relationship with Maya has never been made public. The Xia family had the highest status here, so Skylar didn't have any reservations when speaking to this man. Sure enough, the young man didn't dare to argue. He shut his mouth dejectedly. "What's the situation?" I asked, pretending to be ignorant. "Originally, I came here to solve the problem, but currently, there didn't seem to be a place for me. Didn't the butler tell you?" Skylar Shah immediately took on the role of narrator. What she said was almost exactly what I had imagined. After seeing the news of elite families in various countries having trouble, the people present could obviously guess that this was highly likely the work of Black Sand. "And this is?" I asked, looking at the short-haired boy. "Oh, this is the number 2 ranked person on the hacker leaderboard. Someone called Yin-Su. Summer invited him." I was taken aback by those words. Wasn't the number 2 on the leaderboard Black Eagle? Mr. Logan even knows about that? That young man from before was clearly a chatterbox, as he couldn't help but chime in again. "But you're talking about the previous leaderboard. It was reshuffled recently. Black Eagle dropped a 3rd. The current number 2 is this gentleman." I nodded, thinking that in the short time I hadn't been paying attention, the hacker world had already undergone a major shift, but Skylar Shah became puzzled again. "Then, is that Black Sand person ranked number 1? How is that possible?" The young man wore an expression as if his idol had been insulted. Yebai fights for justice. Calling him a white hat hacker would be an understatement. How could he ever associate with the likes of Black Sand? Then why can't we beat the other side? Skylar Shah glanced at the short-haired boy. Isn't he the second best hacker in the world? Then shouldn't only the number 1 be better than him? As soon as Skylar Shah finished speaking, Yin-Su's face darkened instantly. Noisy. Summer Shah also turned her head and glared at her. "Shut up." The young man beside them, seeing Skylar Shah get shut down, looked like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. "I thought the same as you before," he explained in a low voice while covering his mouth. "I later learned that Black Sand is a criminal group, so they aren't included in the rankings. No one knows exactly how strong they are, but the Yebai of back then was definitely stronger than them. It said that it was he who sent Black Sand's core members to prison. Then why didn't we just invite Yebai here?" Skylar Shah asked, like a curious child with 10 million whys. "Is Yebai someone we can just invite whenever we want?" The young man's fanboy tone remained unchanged. "He stopped taking requests a long time ago. Unless it's a major matter involving national security, I'm afraid no one can persuade him to come out of retirement." Skylar Shah wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Ruan Ningxuang. "You two should talk less. Can't you see Yin-Su is being distracted? Besides, that guy called Yebai hasn't appeared in so long. Who knows if his skills have declined or not? His ranking is just a lingering shadow in the hacker world. That's why he's still ranked 1st despite not participating in the new round of competitions." Hearing this, Yin-Su's expression softened considerably. "Almost there. I've already found some clues." Just as he finished speaking, I spoke up. "If you keep exploring in that direction, it won't be long before you end up back at square one." "What did you say?" Yin-Su knit his brows, and the others all turned to look at me, including Summer Xia. I continued, "Do I need to repeat myself?" My expression was calm, but my words were decisive. "You are currently wasting your efforts." Yin-Su looked as if he were driven to laughter by anger, and his hand stopped typing on the keyboard. "It seems Mr. Logan understands program decryption better than I do. Why don't I give you my seat? You can be the one to take on Black Sand." Through their conversation just now, he had also gathered that this was the young master of the Xia family, Summer Xia's younger brother. "Sure," I gave a nod. "Then get up." The control room fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. It was as if I had said something utterly shocking. It was a long while before anyone broke this stagnant silence. "Mr. Logan, this is a matter involving the survival of several corporations. It's not child's play. Could you please stop making trouble?" It was Ruan Ningxuang again. Her words also allowed Yin-Su to find his voice again. "President Xia, Summer, your brother is being so reckless. Aren't you going to do something about it?" "Who are you calling reckless?" Serena Xia's eyes narrowed. Her protective stance was incredibly obvious. "And you, Dawn." She didn't forget to target Ruan Ningxuang as well. "Don't forget whose territory this is. The only reason you can even stand here after that incident at the banquet is the generosity of our family. Who gave you the nerve to lecture my little brother?" Ruan Ningxuang was humiliated in public and looked incredibly embarrassed. However, she felt Serena Xia was being completely unreasonable. Yinsu felt the same way she did. As the number 2 ranked hacker in the world, he was worshipped wherever he went. He had absolutely zero respect for a spoiled young master like me. He looked down on me completely. And now Serena Shah, actually for such a brother who didn't know any better, was speaking so harshly to him without regard for right and wrong. Did she really think he was some pushover employee? With that thought, Yinsu stood up with a cold face. In that case, then let Mr. Logan have a go. But let me be clear. If you're going to let him mess around, I won't step in again, no matter the result. Once you've settled my cancellation fee, you can find someone else. As soon as those words were out, many people's expressions changed drastically. Knowing that persuading Serena Shah was pointless, many turned their gazes towards Summer Xia and Alice Yang. We all know, Bat Summer and Alice protect Logan fiercely, now that he's back. But this involves the survival of the company. Are you sure you want to let him fool around like this? Ruan Ningxuang even said to Yinsu, don't be angry. If the Qiao family lacks professional ethics, our Ruan family still needs your help. Yinsu, whether trying to be difficult or simply holding a grudge against me, shook his finger. Forget it. Don't blame me for being collateral damage. I'm really not in the mood anymore after being insulted by Mr. Logan. Besides, I'm not lacking this one contract. Whether I continue depends on Summer's choice. Summer, Alice. Many were in a panic, staring collectively at Summer Xia and Alice Yang. Though they didn't dare say more due to the Xia family's power, the pleading and pressure were clear. It was as if by not choosing Yinsu, Summer Xia was dragging them all down with her. Summer Xia pursed her thin lips slightly. Her logic told her to consider the bigger picture, but she didn't want to slight her little brother either. Alice Yang shared her sentiment, although it seemed incomprehensible to outsiders. I truly was, from the bottom of their hearts, the last person they wanted to hurt. After a long silence, Summer Xia finally spoke. It wasn't to choose anyone, but to ask me, Logan, is this something you're good at? Her brother was a top talent in everything. Maybe he was a secret hacker too. Summer Xia tried to reassure herself this way. However, to everyone else, these words sounded like she'd lost her mind, and they all thought she was crazy. First, Yinsu let out a scoff. Then many others shouted, Summer, hoping she would reconsider. Summer, have you forgotten the first variety show I was on? On that show, I showed off some computer skills. Hearing my words, Summer Xia's eyes lit up. However, before she could follow up, Yinsu scoffed again, looking completely baffled. A variety show? The kind with a script? You played a game with the producers, and now you think you're some computer expert? Do you think this is a game of house? If word of this gets to the hacker community, they'll laugh their heads off. The others had also felt a glimmer of hope, just like Summer Xia, but it crashed back to the bottom instantly. Quotes. Just then, a voice full of maturity came from behind the crowd. Oh please, just because you beat Black Eagle, that lazy bum, you think you can taunt big in front of the master? You think the hacker community will laugh? I don't know about them, but you're about to make me laugh my teeth out. Hearing Jiran's voice, the smile on Yinsu's face froze instantly. The others also turned their heads to look back. Then they saw a woman with a voluptuous figure and an alluring charm walking toward them. Jiran, what are you talking about? Yabai, the #1 hacker, was a member of Division 7. Aside from Yabai, the founding members of Division 7 weren't exactly low-key, so Yinsu naturally recognized Jiran. However, most of the people there had only ever heard of Jiran's reputation. Thus, after hearing her words, they all widened their eyes in shock. This is Jiran? Jiran from Division 7? It seems I do have some fame after all, doesn't it? Jiran said as she came to me, reaching out to cup my face and squishing my cheeks. Logan, did you miss me? This move shocked everyone present once again, especially considering her opening remark. Skylar Shia asked nervously, Big shot, what did you mean by masters? Who's the master? Yinsu also looked at her uncertainly. Specifically, he was watching her interaction with me. Are all these socialites idiots? Was I not obvious enough? Jiran said, hooking her finger under my chin. Yeb, I told you long ago not to stay so low-key. Look at you. Now any old stray cat or dog thinks they can bully you. As Jiran's words landed, everyone on site dropped their jaws in shock. The young man's eyes were as wide as saucers. He looked at me with an incredibly intense gaze. You you're saying he's Yabai? Before Xiaoran could reply, Yinsu interrupted her, looking utterly frantic. Are you kidding me? Isn't Yabai a woman? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone else. Did you ever hear Yabai whisper in your ear and tell you she was a woman? Xiaoran looked at Yinsu, as if he were a mere clown. Then she explained to the crowd, because of the masks he uses. We also assumed Yabai was a woman. Who knew that when he was in calls with us, he was always using a voice changer? We only found out Yabai's real identity recently. She gave me a glance after she finished. Impossible. Yinsu shook his head instinctively. Is it impossible? Why don't you let Logan show you what he's got and find out? Xiaoran turned to me. Logan, handling black sand should be old hat for you by now, right? I didn't answer her. I just turned my head to look at Summer Xia, receiving her brother's questioning look. Summer Xia finally snapped out of her shock. She pursed her lips and cleared her throat, trying to hide her loss of composure. Go ahead. This time, no one dared to stop me. Facing a crowd of uncertain gazes, I walked calmly to the host computer and sat down. Then, my hands rested on the keyboard. Following that, a rapid clattering of keys, like a heady rainfall, began to ring out. My fingers moved so fast they were practically a blur. The lines of code dancing on the screen were dizzying. I kept my eyes fixed on the monitor the entire time, without even a glance at the keyboard. Though the results weren't out yet, many people were already holding their breath. At this godlike display of skill, no one wanted to make a sound and disturb me. I don't know how much time passed, but as I pressed the Enter key, a beep signaling the system startup rang out. The entire Xia Group skyscraper lit up brilliantly. All equipment returned to normal operation. It all happened so fast people could hardly process it. Until I stood up from my seat, the deathly silence was suddenly broken. Holy crap, 10 minutes and 03 seconds. It only took 10 minutes and 03 seconds to clear. The system paralysis caused by the black sand invasion. Xiaoran raised her index finger and shook it. He also reinforced the Xia Group's firewall, and even launched a counter-invasion. If everything goes as planned, Black Sand is the one having a headache now. Seeing the even more horrified expressions of the crowd, Xiaoran curled her lips. Does anyone still doubt his identity now? Who would dare to doubt? They were practically ready to kneel. Mr. Logan is just way too formidable. Guqin, racing, esports, hacking, is there anything he doesn't know? Knowing everything is one thing, but being a god in every field? How are other people supposed to live? The Xia family really got back a great son. Most kids who grew up in elite families aren't even 1/10,000th as outstanding as him. Oh boy, here come the opportunists again. Who was it just now saying Mr. Logan was making trouble? As soon as the young man spoke, many people lowered their heads in shame. If it hadn't been for that man making things difficult, forcing young Master Xia to choose between the two, we wouldn't have targeted Mr. Logan like that. As soon as the buck passing began, many people's attention returned to Yinsu. Their faces showed expressions of disdain. If I remember correctly, this guy wasted over 3 hours without making any progress at all, right? And he's the number 2 in the hacker world? Small talent, big temper. He wasn't even sure he could solve the problem, yet he put on such airs and was so aggressive. I wonder if his face hurts now for being slapped by Mr. Logan. If I were him, I'd be too embarrassed to stay here. Yinsu was still in shock that I really was Yabai, and was so much stronger than him. Unable to snap out of it, he heard the unrestrained ridicule and mockery from the people around him. He felt as if he'd been slapped across the face, a burning, stinging pain. He had never been so belittled since he started his career. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change the fact that he was crushed by Yabai. Yinsu gritted his teeth, not even wanting his cancellation fee anymore. Without a word, he turned and fled in a panic. Watching his departing back, the crowd let out another wave of sighs. However, the crisis for the Xia Group being resolved didn't mean other companies had returned to normal. So, as soon as Yinsu left, the people present swarmed around me. Mr. Logan, please come with me. The Liang family needs your help. As for compensation, Mr. Logan can name any price. I, Mr. Liang, guarantee you will be satisfied. Get lost. Go wait in line. You were the one shouting insults the loudest just now. Mr. Logan, look at me. The Li family needs you too. Mr. Logan, I am the head of the Zhou family. Mr. Logan, listening to the requests of the crowd, I let out a soft laugh. Who said I was going to handle your business? The noisy voices stopped. I continued. Do I look like someone who repays a grievance with kindness? Although he wasn't petty enough to quibble over every detail with these people, making him help without even an apology? Not a chance. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Serena Xia laughed loudly. Exactly! Spoken like my little brother. Who cares whether they live or die? Let's go home and eat. The people present immediately grew anxious. However, before they could move, the young woman from before was pushed by her parents. She stumbled toward me. Mr. Logan, after just one call, the girl's face turned completely red. She scratched the back of her head, stammering. As she said, my parents and I, we didn't say anything harmful against you. Could you please help us? I looked at the girl in front of me with amusement. If I remember correctly, this person was my fan, right? The Su family, was it? Lead the way. The girl was stunned. She didn't expect him to know her surname, nor did she expect him to agree so quickly. It was her father nearby who reacted quickly, bowing deeply to thank me. Thank you, Mr. Logan. Mr. Logan, this way, please. The others present looked at each other. Those who had blamed me earlier were all filled with deep regret, including Ruan Ningxuang, who had remained silent. After I revealed my identity, however, they didn't give up immediately, but followed closely behind the group. Once we reached the Su group, I worked even faster. I solved the problem in less than 10 minutes. While the Su family was overflowing with gratitude, the others' website watched me longingly, hoping I would change my mind and help them. Oh, you guys are just too stupid. Jiran pinched her brow in frustration. Are your mouths just for show? Is it really that hard to apologize to Logan? Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Based on how they followed us here, it was clear that when it came to pride, they valued their family assets much more. Just an apology. They just hadn't thought of it earlier. But with this reminder, they immediately began to apologize to me with sincere words. Receiving the apologies of the crowd, I stopped playing hard to get. It wasn't that I truly held no grudges, but in this circle, no elite family could stand entirely alone. There were more or less collaborations between various enterprises. I didn't want the Shagrup to be affected by other companies. Although for me, online issues weren't hard to handle. By the time I finished solving each problem, the sky had already turned pitch black. When I was about to head back, Jiran pulled me aside. Your identity has been exposed just like that. Aren't you afraid Black Sand will send people to find trouble? Black Sand might specialize in cyber attacks, but for them to build a group, they definitely have more than just technical staff. If she hadn't received my message in advance, she wouldn't have proactively revealed her identity either. You saw the situation too. If I hadn't revealed my identity, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have had the chance to start. Every extra second the system was paralyzed. The Sha group was in one more bit of danger. I said this, narrowing my cool eyes. Besides, I don't have time to go looking for Black Sand now. If they come to me, it saves me the trouble. Jiran was originally worried about my safety, but seeing my indifferent and arrogant attitude, she felt once again that she couldn't see through me. You aren't also really strong in a fight, are you? My lips curled slightly. Want to spar with me? Jiran instinctively shivered. No. I'm not much of a fighter myself. As she spoke, she asked again with some doubt. Are you sure you don't need Division 7 to send people for protection? Protecting me requires Division 7. I raised an eyebrow. Has the Shia family declined, or has Maya run out of people? Even if I had no ability to protect myself, I still have my sisters and a girlfriend. Single people like me. Jiran looked as if she had taken 10,000 points of damage. She clutched her chest and said, Then take care. Big sister is taking her leave now. Leaving so soon? I stopped joking around. Didn't you say you were coming to play with me? Seeing Logan once is enough. I have other missions to move on to. And aren't you very busy too, Logan? As Jiran spoke, she suddenly leaned in and stole a kiss on my cheek. Without waiting for a reaction, she left with the words, Until we meet again. Then she vanished. I raised a hand to touch my cheek, then chuckled and stuffed my hands back into my pockets. I turned and walked back to our family car. Alice Yang glanced back. What about that girl? She's gone. I leaned over and sat in the back seat, but I was met by Alice Yang's complicated gaze. What's wrong? Before Alice Yang could speak, Skylar Shaw in the passenger seat turned around. Little brother, do you have any other secret identities we don't know about? As soon as she finished speaking, Summer Shah and Serena Shah also turned to look over. Receiving my family's burning gazes, my scalp suddenly felt numb. Especially Serena Shah. thinking of one of my identities, where I had also indirectly swindled my second sister's money. I swallowed back the words I was about to say. Maybe. Probably. Perhaps no more. I don't believe a word of it. Seeing that I was unwilling to speak, the family didn't force me. But Serena Xia still sighed with a cigarette in her mouth. I suddenly feel that person from the Yun family is no longer worthy of our brother. What should we do? Summer Xia and Skylar Xia nodded in agreement, although I didn't pay attention to her. Because of the firewall I had set up, she wasn't affected either. But through some investigation into the domestic situation, she roughly understood the cause and process. When she learned that I was Yebai, she wasn't unshocked. But aside from the shock, she also sensed a potential danger. After an international call was connected, without waiting for the other party to speak, Maya ordered to send more people. Protect Logan around the clock before I return. What Maya and Jaran could think of, there was no reason the Xia family wouldn't think of. So as soon as they got home, Serena Xia mobilized a group of people from the Xia clan to follow me. But to avoid drawing attention, the only one following in the open was still Xia. While guarding against the Black Sand attack, Sophie's new movie also finished filming. When editing, promotion, and other processes ended, and all investment had been poured in, while waiting for the release, a piece of explosive news hit the top of the trending list. Chen Yi caught using drugs. Chen Yi was the lead actress of that movie. When she saw this news, Sophie's head buzzed. A chill suddenly rose from the soles of her feet. By now, she had smelled the scent of a conspiracy, but she was still unwilling to believe it. At first, she didn't want to believe the news was true. Then, she couldn't believe her full effort. And gamble would go down the drain. However, once the incident was confirmed, Chen Yi was taken away by the police, and the film had no hope of being released due to the tainted artist. Sophie slumped completely into her chair. This must be Logan's doing. It must be him. Seth's face was filled with malice. Sophie, however, only found it irritating. Even if it were me, so what? If Chen Yi hadn't used drugs, no one could have framed her. While she hated my ruthlessness, she was also wondering if she was just too bad at picking people. Sis, what should we do now? Seth looked anxious. All of Astra's liquid assets were sunk into it. From now on, if anything goes wrong, we'll face a budget deficit. Stop shouting for a second. Sophie pinched her brow in pain. The film investment is definitely down the drain. But we haven't completely collapsed yet, as long as no more artists make mistakes. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a series of urgent knocks at the door. The unease in her heart magnified in an instant. Come in, with a click. The office door opened. Jia Weixiong walked in looking like he was facing a great enemy. President Sophie, it's bad. Something's happened to our artists. Sophie's brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a fly. Wasn't Chen Yi already taken away? Which other artist is in trouble now? All of them, Jia Weixiong was explaining, but his tone also carried a hint of disbelief. Almost all the remaining artists have had incidents. What? Sophie stood up abruptly. Make yourself clear. What do you mean all the artists have had incidents? Jia Weixiong swallowed hard, narrating the current situation tremulously. With every word he said, Sophie's face turned a shade paler. By the time he finished, Sophie looked as if she had lost her soul. The color had completely drained from her face. In the blink of an eye, the industry had undergone a major upheaval. To be precise, Astra's world had collapsed. Due to Chen Yi's drug scandal, Astra's massively expensive film had no hope of being released, and the money was all down the drain. Right after that, other artists under Astra were exposed one after another. For tax evasion, money laundering for gangs, affairs, domestic violence, and so on. In an instant, a flood of contract terminations arrived. Astra was already reeling because of Chen Yi, and really couldn't withstand any more storms. Now, just the compensation for breach of contract. Even sacrificing the entire Su Group wouldn't be enough. As the former entertainment giant collapsed, the Su Group also declared bankruptcy. It was completely removed from the ranks of elite enterprises. I wasn't surprised by this result. After all, I had orchestrated it all myself. When I saw the headline about the Su Group's bankruptcy, my expression still showed a trace of shock. Since my rebirth, almost all my energy had been spent on revenge. But on the day of actual success, the first thing I felt wasn't joy, but an empty sense of bewilderment. It was as if the belief that had sustained me for so long had suddenly vanished. Along with the relief, there was also an indescribable feeling of melancholy. That day, I didn't immerse myself in busy work. Instead, I sipped coffee and looked out the window. My distant gaze didn't focus on anything, revisiting the memories of my 3 lifetimes. When it was time to get off work, I cleared my desk as usual, but before I could leave the office, I received a phone call. Mr. Logan, President Yun and President Sophie are fighting outside Starstream. What? My first thought was that it was absurd. I thought I had misheard. Even if Sophie wanted revenge, she should have come for me. Why would it be Maya, even if she were driven to desperation? How could Maya be so childish and bored as to fight with her? And they were fighting right outside Starstream? I felt that nothing about this made sense. But when I walked out of the Starstream building, the truth was right before my eyes. Maybe it couldn't be called a fight. To be precise, it was Maya one-sidedly crushing her. The woman who had become increasingly mature lately seemed to have lost her mind at this moment. Seeing that things were about to take a fatal turn, I stepped forward and caught Maya's wrist. What's wrong with you? Are you worried about her? Maya suddenly roared at me, appearing somewhat unreasonable. My lips pressed into a straight line. I let go of her hand and took a step back. Even Serena knows to handle things in the basement. If you beat someone to death in broad daylight, are you just afraid of not giving them any dirt on you? Hearing these words, which were a scolding on the surface but concern underneath, Maya finally calmed down. However, the shadow of unknown origin in her eyes had not dissipated. I'm sorry, but she didn't say what that shadow was. She just grabbed my hand. Let's go. I looked back at Sophie. In the end, I didn't ask anything, because when I faced Maya, I realized she wasn't completely unhurt either. While she wasn't as pathetic as Sophie, she still had some bruises on her face. However, before they took 2 steps, they were called out by Sophie. Logan. Sophie had just called out when she spat a mouthful of blood. She had been beaten by Maya so badly she couldn't get up. Even looking up at me took considerable effort. Although she was no longer struggling, can you tell me the reason now? She lowered her eyelashes and stared at the ground. Yet she was obsessed with hearing an answer from me. Why do you suddenly hate me so much? Now that I have absolutely nothing left, you should at least let me die with some understanding. Her chin hit the ground as she finished speaking, as if she had exhausted every ounce of her strength. Maya also paused in her tracks and looked at me, seemingly curious about what I would say. Is this why you're here? I directed my words at Sophie, but my eyes remained fixed on Maya's face. Then you should answer my question first. Why did the 2 of you start fighting? Sophie suddenly fell silent again. I was in a hurry to treat Maya's wounds, so, seeing that Sophie wouldn't speak, I didn't waste any more time on her. I took Maya by the hand and got into the car. Let's go home first. Once we were in the car, I took out the spare medical kit, and while I was tending to Maya's injuries, I asked her about the fight, but Maya simply refused to talk about it. However, the way she looked at me was so deep it felt like it could swallow a person whole. I was certain that something must have happened. This was confirmed that very night. To avoid the family prying into things, we didn't return to the Xiao Manor but went back to the estate. Before we went to the bedroom to rest, Maya remained very quiet, but once we were in bed, she was like a different person. It had been a long time since I'd seen her lose control like this. Once the passion had subsided, I ran my fingers through her hair and asked breathlessly, "What is really going on with you?" Maya didn't say a word. "Maya," I said, looking solemnly into her eyes. "There are surveillance cameras outside Starstream. It won't take me long to check them if I want to. Are you sure you still want to be difficult with me?" The moment she spoke, her voice was already choked with sobs. "I'm sorry." I promised I wouldn't care about your past, but she should have realized it sooner. Logan and Sophie shared ties over 2 lifetimes. Although he gave this life to her, she ultimately had no control over that ancient lifetime. She should have known better. She just hadn't dared to think about it deeply. Her love for me wouldn't diminish one bit, but the thought of me being defiled by someone like Sophie filled her heart with a world-destroying madness. During the day, she truly wanted to kill Sophie. Sensing the moisture on her cheeks, my heart skipped a beat. Maya was crying. It wasn't like her previous crying to gain my sympathy. The surrounding air seemed saturated with sorrow. Realizing the severity of the situation, I stopped insisting on questioning her. Instead, I grabbed my phone to pull up the surveillance footage. After seeing the contents of the recording and hearing what Sophie had said, my expression turned completely cold. I suddenly regretted stopping Maya earlier. I should have let her beat that despicable, shameless person to death. "Maya," I said, stroking her hair, "do you want to hear the story of my ancient lifetime?" I don't want to hear it. Maya rejected the idea without a second thought. I've already seen it once. Are you so cruel that you want to recount it to me again? I was stunned for a moment before I realized what she meant. She was referring to the drama I had filmed, the one about my ancient lifetime with Sophie. What she knew wasn't the whole story, since she already knew some of the plot. I didn't plan to go into detail again. Instead, I prepared to remove the barriers in her heart first. Maya, do you believe her, or do you believe me? Maya was taken aback. What are you trying to say? Listen to me first. I knew what she was really thinking, and what she was so conflicted about. I spoke up to interrupt her. In the beginning, I acted out of a sense of gratitude. I thought that even if I couldn't fall in love with you in the future, as long as you needed me, I would stay by your side. I paused there for a moment, a trace of embarrassment crossing my face. Maya caught the key point in my words. I'll explain the gratitude part later. Since it involved the second rebirth, I didn't want to make things too complicated. I had to set her question aside for now. In that ancient lifetime, I naturally intended to save my first time for our wedding night. But the wedding ceremony between Sophie and me was never completed. In that life, I died on our wedding day. Maya's body shuddered. She had seen this scene in the drama, but realizing that what I was about to say might differ from the film scene, she didn't interrupt me again. Instead, she quietly listened to the rest. So, I began to calmly recount the real circumstances of my ancient lifetime. I was originally the only son of a general's family, and while Sophie was born into the imperial family, she was the daughter of the Emperor of Angxia, and a palace maid he had favored on a whim. She was an unfavored princess who lived in fear. Our paths were never supposed to cross. But during the spring hunt of the year I came of age, Sophie appeared before my eyes in a dress of cyan mountain mist. And, like destiny, I fell in love with her. I say it was like destiny, because I was never the type to fall in love at first sight, yet I was mysteriously drawn to that taciturn princess. I wasn't one to hesitate either. After becoming certain of my feelings, I accepted the olive brand she extended. From then on, I used my family's influence to help her defeat court rivals and repel enemies on the battlefield. Step by step, she entered the Eastern Palace and ascended the throne. However, once the rabbit is caught, the hound is cooked. After she became empress, Sophie grew wary of the Liu family's power and wanted to reclaim the military authority I held in my hands at the time. If she had truly broken ties with me, and stated clearly that it was all just exploitation, but she was not only good at her daily disguise, she even put on a performance when ordering my death. On our wedding day, Sophie ordered her confidants to pose as rebel leaders, threatening the lives of the entire city's population. She forced me and her to drink poisoned wine to protect the throne. The city was defenseless at the time. The Angxia regular army, including the Liu family troops, were all far away at the frontier. By myself, I couldn't stand against the thousands of rebel soldiers. Even though I sensed something was off, for the safety of the citizens, Sophie and I could only choose to die together for love. So up until that point, I believed Sophie loved me. That was why, after being born into the modern era, I kept searching for her traces. Maya listened in silence until the end. Learning that my death had such a hidden cause, her murderous intent towards Sophie intensified even further. But how did you find out the truth? Is this why you're taking revenge on her? I gave a bitter laugh. After I died, my soul returned to Angxia and saw the aftermath. The wine Sophie drank wasn't poisoned, and that rebel leader was a confidant she had raised in secret. I fell into her trap because I had never seen him before. Maya's brows furrowed slightly, as if she didn't quite understand what I was saying. If you discovered the truth right after you died, then why, in this lifetime, did you work so hard to find her and rekindle that past bond? If I remember correctly, it was only after you chose to be with me, that your attitude towards Sophie changed. I also realized the flaw in my explanation. I let out a sigh, looking straight at her as if I had made a major decision. Actually, I've died more than once, I said. Maya's pupils contracted sharply, and her voice was thick with hoarseness. What exactly do you mean by that? And so, I recounted the experiences of my second lifetime as well. In a way, this explained where my gratitude toward her came from. After finishing, I turned my head away in embarrassment, fearing she would think I was a fool. Who would have thought I could fall for the same person twice? Maya, however, was in a state of total rage after hearing this. I'm going to kill her. Hey! I reached out and grabbed her. Only then did I realize I had gotten a bit ahead of myself while talking. I originally only wanted to explain that one incident to her. What evidence is there to prove Sophie was lying? It really just comes down to whether you believe me or her. During my second life, I still held on to the conservative values of the ancients. Plus, since I was never entirely certain if she was the person I was looking for, I wanted to wait until she regained her memories before giving myself to her. So we never actually did anything intimate. Overall, across all 3 lifetimes, I've only ever had you. Maya knew that, of course. She wasn't a fool. She understood everything as she listened to my recollections. But she didn't care about any of that right now. Boundless heartache surged through her entire being. Right now, she only wanted to tear the person who killed me twice into 10,000 pieces. I'm going to kill her. Dropping those words once more, Maya stood up and started putting on her clothes. Don't you think killing her is too easy for her? Seeing that she was serious, I immediately blocked her movements. If my way of getting revenge was just killing her, I wouldn't have gone to all this trouble to ruin her. Maya paused, her face cold and silent. I could only pull her into a comforting embrace. After 3 lives, no one knows Sophie better than I do. For someone as power-hungry and status-obsessed as her, living in this world with nothing, just barely scraping by, is 100 times more painful than death. I had said all there was to say. Thinking about her actions after believing Sophie's lies, Maya felt both ashamed and regretful. I'm sorry. How many times are you going to apologize? I cupped her face, caught between laughter and tears. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it let me say the things I was never brave enough to speak aloud before. God knows how much this matter had been weighing on me. Now that someone is finally sharing it with me, I suddenly feel much more relieved. But then my expression turned serious again. I pinched her cheek instead. You're not a child anymore. This habit of yours, not making things clear, and just throwing a tantrum on your own, when are you going to fix it? Maya took my hand and kissed it. Her attitude in admitting her mistake was sincere. I was wrong. I raised an eyebrow. Will you do it again? Never again. Maya interlaced her fingers with mine. I promise. With the fall of Asura, Starstream Entertainment went from being a startup with nothing to becoming the newest industry giant, with the most big-name stars under its belt. Give me a studio, and I'll give you the ultimate star factory. This was the promise I originally made to Summer Xia. It sounded like a total fantasy back then. But in about a year's time, I had completely fulfilled the mission. Now that the revenge was over, I didn't plan to keep running things in the industry. My time with Maya seemed peaceful, but the threat from her own family was like a knife hanging over my neck, constantly reminding me that it wasn't time to fully relax just yet. Besides that, my father still hadn't been found. That's right, I'm going to start the search again. When I first rejoined the family, I didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Xia family. But after more than a year, I have, from the bottom of my heart, completely accepted this life's family. Even if it's just for my mom's sake. I have to find that so-called unfaithful man. Today I finished handing over my duties to the new manager. Summer Xia had sent to Starstream. I also said a formal goodbye to the artists and staff. When I returned to the underground parking garage, dozens of figures suddenly lunged out from the shadows. Each of them was armed. So you've finally come? The corners of my lips curled slightly. You really made me wait. But I glanced at the steel pipes in their hands, feeling quite dismissive. Without guns, you don't pose much of a threat to me. My figure blurred as I finished speaking. I flashed into the crowd like a phantom. With a sharp crack, one man's wristbone shattered. The steel pipe slipped from his howling hand and fell into mine in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The attackers never expected my skills to be this good. Nor did they expect the target to strike before they even moved. They didn't just sit there to wait for death anymore. They swung their steel pipes toward me in unison. But would I give them a chance to touch me? Obviously not. I ducked low to dodge a strike, swung my hand back, and hit the attacker behind me in the solar plexus. Simultaneously, I threw a kick. The man beside me clutched his stomach and flew back several meters, his face twisting as he slumped to the ground. However, this was just the appetizer. Next, I moved like a swimming dragon, weaving through the group of thugs. The dull thuds of the pipe hitting flesh, and the men's screams echoed one after another. In just a few moments, all the attackers were lying on the ground, groaning in agony. I clapped my hands clean. The people protecting me in secret, including Chassis, were all stunned. The moment they saw their master surrounded, God knows how panicked they were. But before they could even run over, they saw me enter a total beast mode, like a whirlwind sweeping away leaves. In just a few breaths, this group of thugs hadn't even managed to touch the hem of my clothes. Before the entire group was wiped out, one of the Xia family subordinates swallowed hard. He turned to look at his companion beside him. Did the second miss get something wrong? With the master being this fierce, are you sure he needs our protection? The people sent by Maya were also deeply shocked. Say, if Mr. Logan and our miss went at it, so would win. Why do I feel like his skills aren't any worse than our misses? This person had just finished speaking when he got smacked on the head. Are you stupid? Would our miss ever fight with Mr. Logan? Does she even dare to? Had their miss's husband's submission already become so deeply rooted in everyone's hearts? What are you all still standing there for? I took out my phone to make a call. While nudging a man at my feet with my boot, I called out to the stunned group of bodyguards. Tie these people up. The people from the Shah family and Maya's team hurriedly stepped forward. And so, a group of subordinates who were supposed to be bodyguards all ended up as errand boys. I hung up once they were tied up. I reached out and grabbed one man's chin. Who sent you? The man didn't make a sound, looking quite resilient. Master, we're experts at interrogation, a Xia family subordinate suggested. Once we take them to the Xia clan's detention center, we have tiger benches and all sorts of tools. He'll talk, don't you worry. Do they think I'm still living in the Middle Ages? Forget it. Interrogation isn't your job. Not long after I spoke, everyone saw a group of people in black uniforms, led by a man walking toward us. These were sent by Black Sand. The man leading them took off his leather gloves and shook my hand. I know. But you can take them back for questioning. The man put his gloves back on, then raised his hand. Take them away. As his men moved forward to grab the thugs, the man looked at me with a smile. Are you sure you won't join us? With your help? We could definitely take down Black Sand sooner. Am I not already helping? I gave him a cool, indifferent look. Every time I give you an address, you fail to catch anyone. That's your own failure. What does it have to do with me? The man rubbed his nose in embarrassment. It's just that those guys were too fast. When I said, join us, I meant like last time. Where you come along, I don't have time. I raised a hand and cut him off. Then I walked past the man without a second look. The two Xia family subordinates looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that guy is the captain of the Interpol team. The other person swallowed hard and added, probably. They both swore under their breath simultaneously. What kind of god is their master? He lectures big shots like they're children. After I got home, it was still early. None of my three sisters were home, though. I found my semi-retired mom. I asked her point blank, Mom, do you remember if Dad had any unique physical traits? I didn't plan on searching by photos anymore. After all, the previous search could only be described as an exhaustive dragnet. I was confident that if the person in the photo were alive, they wouldn't have been missed. So if my father is still alive, there's only one possibility left. Either he was wearing the human skin mask when he was with my mom back then, or he is wearing a human skin mask now. His real name and other basic information are a total blank. Under these circumstances, finding him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If someone placed an order like this, I definitely wouldn't take it. But this is my father. Alice Yang froze at my question. She seemed stunned for a moment. She seemed to be avoiding the subject. Logan, why are you suddenly asking about your father? You have your mom and sisters. That's enough. Can we not think about him? By the time she finished, her eyes had unconsciously welled up with tears. Feeling like she was losing face in front of her son, she stood up to leave. Mom's going to go see if dinner is ready. Mom, I raised a hand to stop her from leaving, not letting her avoid the reality. Had you ever considered that Dad might have had his reasons back then? I didn't want to believe it at first either, but I saw that letter he wrote with my own eyes. The handwriting was definitely his. Alice didn't ask how I knew about my father's matters. She assumed my sisters had told me, even if he was forced by circumstances. Why didn't he come back for us afterward? 20 years. How many 20-year periods are there in a life? No matter how great his difficulties were, he shouldn't have abandoned us for all these years, without a single word, right? I bit my lower lip slightly. I took Alice's hand to comfort her. Mom, I'm not trying to make excuses for him. It's just that there are so many suspicious points about what happened. Even if he really betrayed us, we have to find him, so he can face the punishment he deserves. And at the very least, don't you want to hear him explain it to your face? Alice's expression froze. Didn't she? She hoped in her dreams that heartless man could explain everything to her. She hadn't been stingy with her help just because he was of unknown origin. After picking him up, she provided treatment and searched for his family. When he remained amnesiac and the search failed, she gave him a new identity, letting him manage the company with her. She even bore his children. They had been through so much together. How could she accept his sudden departure, leaving only a letter before vanishing? Even if the truth was exactly what he wrote, she wanted to hear it from him in person. Then she could finally let go of that lingering hope. Seeing Alice's resolve softening, I pressed on with my persuasion. Mom, you just need to tell me some of Dad's traits. Don't worry about anything else. Leave everything to me. Alice looked at my confident face and fell into a daze again. She knew this younger son was more capable than her 3 daughters, but he had been missing for so many years. They were supposed to be the ones protecting him. Instead, they relied on him to solve so many problems. At this moment, she felt from the bottom of her heart that she had failed as a mother. Don't you worry about your father's business. You've worked hard lately. You should get some rest. Oh, come on, Mom. I hugged Alice and gave her a nudge, showing a rare side of a spoiled younger son. Are you still treating me like an outsider? It didn't take long for her to give in. Your father, he was left-handed. I raised an eyebrow. A lefty? If anything else? Alice hesitated for a moment. I don't know if this counts as a trait, but he preferred boys over girls. If you hadn't been kidnapped back then, and he hadn't regained his memories, and then vanished, Jock, I muttered, a father who favored boys, then wouldn't my 3 sisters have had miserable childhoods? I unconsciously spoke my thoughts aloud. To my surprise, before Alice could answer, Serena's voice came from behind me. You bet! Speaking of that worthless dad, he never did a single decent thing. That wasn't favoritism toward you. It was a clear hatred of daughters. Serena put out her cigarette as she spoke, looking like she needed to vent. When Summer hadn't even learned how to walk yet, he threw her into the ocean. He called it teaching her how to swim. If Mom hadn't found her in time, Summer would have probably drowned because of him. Then there's me. That year, when I was only a toddler, our family went on a trip to a snowy resort. He buried me in the snow, leaving only my head sticking out. When Mom found us, he said he was playing pulling radishes with me. I had a high fever for 3 days after we got back. I stood by, completely dumbfounded. I could finally understand what Serena meant by not doing a single decent thing. Was my dad really that wild when he was young? No wonder people say when there's no danger, the father is the biggest danger of all. It's really a miracle that my 3 sisters managed to survive to adulthood. That's enough. Alice seemed like she didn't want to hear about their father, so she cut off Serena's non-stop chatter. Why are you home so early today? Only then did Serena remember she had something else to say. The way she looked at me changed instantly. Little brother, you wouldn't happen to be the boss of X-Arms, would you? I was taken aback. Why would you ask that? Alice was also surprised. You don't know? Seeing my confused expression, Serena continued. It's about the batch of new goods I ordered recently. Not only did it arrive quickly, but guess what? The other side didn't even take my money. She relit her cigarette and put it back in her mouth. She took a deep drag as if she couldn't figure it out. Tell me, since when do things just fall from the sky? The boss of X-Arms must know me. So she immediately thought of her little brother. To others, she might seem crazy, but with one heavyweight identity after another being revealed, even she was starting to feel a bit obsessed. It seemed like, absolutely, anything could happen to her little brother. With that thought, she stared intently into my eyes and asked, Logan, it really isn't you? I immediately shook my head like a rattle. My second sister really thinks highly of me. Although it wasn't me, it wasn't entirely unrelated to me either. Is that so? It is. Serena, seeing that I didn't seem to be lying, felt she had overthought it. If it were you, how could she have intentionally made me pay extra last time? I couldn't help but gulp upon hearing those words. Profits in the arms industry were already incredibly high to begin with, yet Maya actually had the nerve to make my second sister pay extra. I wondered if my sister would find out the truth one day, and if Maya's current attempt to please her could ever offset her previous mischief. I struggled with the urge to speak, but in the end, I didn't tell her Maya's identity. During the period of time that followed, I was busy searching everywhere for my father's whereabouts. However, with no information to go on, it was difficult to find any leads, based on him being left-handed alone. Aside from that, for reasons unknown, the people from Black Sand were never caught. But after that single raid, they never came looking for trouble with me again. I had originally thought Sophie would come for me, perhaps seeking revenge for her family, but she hadn't appeared since her fight with Maya. She had simply vanished. Seth and his mother came to cause a scene though, but they were all blocked by my subordinates. They even demanded that I hand her over, questioning if I had imprisoned or killed her. That's right, Sophie was missing. I didn't feel much of anything. When I learned the news, since the Sioux family had fallen, it was nearly impossible for her to make a comeback. If it were the Sophie from the ancient world, there might have been a glimmer of hope. After all, she had grown up under the cutthroat rule of imperial power. Her schemes and tactics were quite formidable, but in the modern world, she was still useless. And, with no one to rely on, starting from scratch would be harder than climbing to heaven. At least, that's what I thought at the time. What I didn't expect was that Sophie would regain her memories of our two past lives. Her feelings for me were now like a burst floodgate, completely uncontrollable. One day, as soon as I got home, I noticed the atmosphere was off. First, several unfamiliar black cars were parked outside the gates. When I returned to the living room, I found Maya and her parents were there. But besides them, in the middle of the living room, stood a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat. Upon seeing me, the man stepped forward with a smile. "This must be Mr. Logan. Our family head has heard quite a bit about you. You truly are an outstanding young man." I took a wary step back, turning to look at Maya and the others. "And who is? I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself." Before Maya could speak, the middle-aged man spoke again. "My name is Sean Kuhn. I am the butler for the Nan-Yun family. You can call me Uncle Kuhn, just like the others." Miss Maya should have told Mr. Logan about the Nan-Yun family, right? That is her true main family. My expression tensed. I knew I would face these people sooner or later, but I hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. Also, based on Maya's descriptions, if the Nan-Yun family knew about them, they should be trying to tear them apart. Yet this man's attitude was quite friendly. I know. I composed myself and voiced the doubt in my heart. "Why are you here?" "I'm here to invite Mr. Logan and the Miss to the Xuanyu continent as guests. The current head is very happy to know she has found a partner. He is quite pleased, but he's elderly now and finds long-distance travel difficult. So he sent me here to escort the Miss and Mr. Logan. Furthermore, the Miss's grandfather is also in the Xuanyu continent. Mr. Logan is aware of this, right? He misses his granddaughter and his future grandson-in-law too." If I'd only heard the first half of his speech, I would have definitely assumed he had ill intentions. But since it involved Maya's grandfather, I found myself unable to make a quick decision. I still remembered that video call during the New Year. Even through the screen, I could feel that Maya's grandfather was a good man and that he truly loved her and supported their relationship. However, before I could say anything, Brenda Pay, sitting on the sofa, rolled her eyes. If the family head really cared about the old man, he would just let him come back. Stop acting so hypocritical. Besides, I married into the Yun family, not some Nan-Yun family. Our branches have been disconnected for generations. Now you're hounding my daughter and won't let go. It's disgusting. Madam, you are mistaken. Facing Brenda Pay's blunt sarcasm, Sean Kuhn continued to smile calmly, displaying the refined upbringing of a noble family perfectly. How can there be an unresolvable grudge within the same clan? Moreover, no matter how far Lord Six's lineage has strayed, the blood of the Nan-Yun family still flows in his veins. He will eventually enter the Nan-Yun ancestral hall, won't he? The family head letting Lord Six stay in the Xuanyu continent is also based on the principle of returning to one's roots. So, does your Nan-Yun family support them being together? Serena Shah tapped her cigarette ash with her finger, her tone full of suspicion. Of course, Sean Kuhn smiled. The family head is not the kind of malicious elder who breaks up lovers. Furthermore, Mr. Logan can stand equal to the Miss in every respect. To have such a future family head is the Nan-Yun family's good fortune. Knowing what Serena Shah was worried about, he changed his tone and continued. As for the bloodline issue, the family head has already come to terms with it. Compared to the continuation of the lineage, purity of blood is no longer that important. Besides, the Xia family is one of the top powers in the country. You are a perfect match for the non-Yun family. Skylar Xia gave a dry laugh. Is that really what you all think? I don't believe it. As she spoke, she turned to look at Summer Xia. Big sister. Do you believe him? Summer Xia remained silent, but her expression was clearly one of doubt. It seems the psychological trauma the previous generations left you was too great, leading you to have some misunderstandings about the non-Yun family. Sean Kun's expression seemed somewhat helpless. If the family had truly disapproved of this marriage, he could have used Lord Six to cause trouble, or simply declared war on this side. Why would he go through the trouble of sending me here? To invite Mr. Logan as a guest. As soon as he spoke, the Xia sisters were momentarily stunned. This was also the source of their confusion. Logically, the non-Yun family wouldn't so easily agree to Maya's marriage with someone outside the nobility of the Xuanyu continent, but if they disapproved, they shouldn't have this attitude. Unless they were wary of something. Thinking of this, Serena Xia's gaze flickered subtly over Maya. Her intuition told her that Maya still had cards she hadn't shown yet. Since the non-Yun family head has acted with courtesy, we aren't unreasonable people either. But since he's inviting Maya and my son, we should ask for their opinions as well. Alice Yang said, turning to look at Maya and me. Do you two want to go to the Xuanyu continent? My gut told me this wasn't my decision to make, so I turned my head to look at Maya. She didn't give me an immediate answer, but looked at both sets of parents. I have something I want to discuss with him in private. After saying that, she took my hand and led me upstairs. Once we were in the bedroom, I asked her point blank, how much of what he said do you think is true? Will the main family really agree to us being together? Maya let out a hum. What does it matter whether they agree or not? Is there any need to be this nervous? Who's nervous? I brushed her hand off. You know, that's not what I'm asking. They want us to go to the Xuanyu continent. Should we go? That depends on whether you want to go or not. Maya returned to her serious demeanor. If you want to find your dad first, then we won't go for the time being. But even if we do go, you don't need to worry. The non-Yun family, Jia-Yun family, if they truly support the two of us being together, then naturally everyone will be happy. If this is just a trap, we'll just drop the act and bring Grandpa back with us. Now that you know my secret identity, I can declare war on them at any moment, and I'm confident I can win. Only by settling things with them once and for all can we truly bring Grandpa back. I bit my lower lip slightly. Then let's go. Actually, I should have gone as soon as the revenge was over. Avoiding it forever isn't the answer either. Besides, as for the search for my father, I have no idea when I'll ever find a clue. Her grandfather, however, is truly there in the Xuanyu continent, living essentially under house arrest. I can't be that selfish. Maya seemed to sense my concerns. She reached out and smoothed the furrow in my brow. It doesn't have to be that absolute. If you don't want to face the people over there, you don't even have to show your face. I can handle everything by myself and bring Grandpa back home. Then the only way would be a complete fallout, right? I shook my head in disagreement. What if the Nanyan family truly supports us being together? It is her main family, after all. If there is any room for reconciliation, no one wants to lead both sides toward a total breakup. Besides, going to the Xuanyu continent doesn't conflict with finding my dad. What if my dad is actually in the Xuanyu continent? Although a thorough search was conducted a few years ago, there was one place that wasn't fully covered. That was the Xuanyu continent. What if my dad is in that very place? Then this trip would kill two birds with one stone. Maya's true attitude toward the non-Yun family was unclear, but hearing what I said next, she also felt it made a lot of sense. Have you really decided? If you've made up your mind, I'll have people start the preparations. I gave a nod, thinking of something. I asked her again, why does the non-Yun family only fixate on you? Logically, isn't your cousin also a descendant of the family? They wouldn't ignore her completely, just because Celia Yun isn't as capable as you, right? Though she really isn't as outstanding as Maya. Maya heard my question, but didn't reply immediately. Instead, she paused for a moment, thinking of something. Logan, she isn't my uncle's biological daughter. Maya saw my face full of questions, and couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. Speaking of which, you'll find it unbelievable. She is the child of that woman and her former partner. However, this is something both she and my uncle know. While only my aunt is kept in the dark, I felt like my brain wasn't quite functioning right. Is that why she doesn't fight you for the inheritance? Maya hummed. That's one part of it. Mainly, she is devoted to her medical career and has no interest in managing the family business. Otherwise, I would have really hoped to have such a capable assistant. I still don't understand. Then why did your uncle? Does he love your aunt that much? From what Maya said about that woman, it was clear her aunt's character wasn't great. And, although the power of the Yun family is in the second branch's hands, as the eldest master of the family, how could his status be low? Why would he tolerate marrying a woman who was carrying another man's child? Maya gave me a long, deep look. Who can ever truly understand matters of the heart? That look made my heart skip a beat. I immediately thought of my own history with Sophie, and protested with a lack of confidence. Are you comparing me to your aunt? I'm not that malicious, am I? Maya burst into laughter. What are you thinking? I was just thinking about myself. Once, I always thought I was just a supporting character in the story of you and Sophie. I thought that no matter when you finally came to me, and no matter what you were like at that time, I would accept you without a second thought. After all, compared to losing you forever, anything else is easy to handle. My heart felt a sharp pang. I didn't know what to say. Maya continued gently, but on the bright side, my uncle raised my cousin very well. He's not her biological father, but he's better than one. She hasn't inherited her mother's nature at all. So you don't need to worry too much. Is that what I'm worried about? I knew Maya was afraid I'd overthink things, so she was giving me an out on purpose. I didn't let her effort go to waste. I accepted the kindness and stopped asking about the first branch of the family. The trip to the Xuanyu continent was officially decided just like that. When Uncle Kun heard the news, he gave a smile that said it was expected, but the parents' attitudes weren't as clear, especially the Xia family. Logan, have you really made up your mind? Alice Yang looked at me with a face full of worry. Shigaja, little brother? Skylar Xia also looked like she was facing a major threat. She didn't even hold back in front of Uncle Kun. What if it's a trap waiting for you once you get there? Mom, don't worry. Maya put her arm around my shoulder, speaking with total confidence. No matter what their attitude is, as long as I am there, I will not let Logan be harmed in the slightest. However, despite her guarantee, the living room still fell into silence. After a long while, Serena Xia said, I'm going with you. It's not that I don't trust you, but I only have this one brother, and it took so much effort just to get him back. I'm not comfortable leaving him with anyone else. If he's not right under my nose, especially that godforsaken place, Xuanyu continent. If a fight breaks out, Bisha clan can at least provide some backup. As she spoke, she clicked her lighter shut, turning to look at Uncle Kun. The non-Yun family. Date? Shouldn't mind an extra guest at the table, right? Of course not. Uncle Kun smiled slightly. But there is no need for such paranoia. Inviting the Miss and Mr. Logan is just the primary request. If you wish, it would be no problem at all for the whole family to visit, since Uncle Kun had put it that way. Neither the Yun nor the Xia family could say much, but for the sake of convenience, they ultimately decided only to let Serena Xia accompany us with a squad of elite members from the Xia clan. After making full preparations, under the watchful eyes of both sets of parents, the group boarded the helicopter for the Xuanyu continent. For a full 2 days and 1 night, the helicopter flew over vast expanses of land and ocean, tracing a long arc across the sky. Finally, toward evening, it landed slowly in the gardens of the non-Yun estate. The family head, the first elder, the second elder, holy crap! Every prominent figure in the Nan-Yun family is here to meet us. It's clear they really value Mr. Logan. Jade leaned against the cabin door, watching the ground draw near, speaking with evident excitement. However, those words didn't sound very encouraging to me. Looking at the massive crowd below, I felt a rare spike of anxiety about meeting the parents. I felt a warmth on the back of my hand. Maya held my hand. Don't worry, I've got this. And you have your second sister too. Serena Xia reached out and took my other hand. I took a deep breath, a smile curling on my lips. I stood up and followed the two of them out of the cabin. While walking down the steps, a kind, soft laugh suddenly came from ahead. Logan, do you still remember Grandpa? I froze and looked up, only to see Grandpa leaning on his cane, standing in the middle of the crowd. It was the one who had clamored for a video call during the New Year. Maya's biological grandfather. My tense nerves immediately relaxed. I smiled and called out, "Grandpa, hey!" Yoon Ji-hong instantly beamed with joy. "Good, good! You old geezer, you found our grandson-in-law a long time ago, but you didn't say a word to us." An old man of similar age nearby spoke with mock anger. He had a naturally dignified look, so making such a complaining expression felt completely out of place. Yoon Ji-hong gave a sheepish laugh. "If I had told you, how could I have bonded with my grandson-in-law beforehand?" After that, he turned to look at Serena Xia behind me. He said with some emotion, "Is this the second child of the Xia family? She's grown so much." Grandpa Yoon. Serena Xia rarely showed such a humble and modest manner as a junior. She and Maya took my hands and stepped forward together. "Long time no see." Seeing our group only greeting Yoon Ji-hong warmly, the non-Yoon family elders stepped forward to make their presence known. "Mr. Logan, I'm your third grandpa. Look at how formal you're being. You're Logan, right?" "I'm fifth grandpa. You can just call me grandpa." My goodness, I was completely overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the non-Yoon elders. Looking at the faces weathered by time, I thought of an ill-timed phrase: population aging at the gate. Glancing around, there were hardly any young faces. No wonder they were plotting for Maya's branch of the family. I just didn't know how much of the kindness they displayed was actually genuine. Realizing what I was thinking, I immediately cleared my throat. "Greetings, elders." We didn't linger at the entrance. Once the brief greetings ended, the family head, Nan Yunlin, spoke up. "You must be tired after such a long journey. Go back and take a shower, and change your clothes first. Then get ready for the family banquet." Hearing that, Maya asked, "You've arranged a single room for me and Logan, right?" As soon as she finished, she was kicked by Serena Xia. "Can't you control yourself no matter where we go?" Yoon Ji-hong was stunned. Then he burst into a loud laugh. "Now I've seen everything. I didn't expect this fearless little brat would have a day where she's actually kept in line by someone, unlike Yoon Ji-hong." The other members of the non-Yoon family saw their future family head being treated like this, and their expressions changed one after another, especially seeing that Maya seemed used to it. With no intention of resisting at all, they felt a surge of distress. "The family head hasn't answered my question yet," or acting someone else pales, seemingly oblivious to the non-Yoon elder's strange reactions, brushed off non-existent dust from her pants. Her eyes fixed steadily on Nan Yunlin. She seemed interested only in that one question. Nan Yunlin snapped out of it, clearing his throat. "We originally arranged 2 rooms. But if the 2 of you want to share one," Maya said, "then I'll have to trouble the family head." Serena Xia gave a soft snort, but said nothing more. Seemingly to show his sincerity, Nan Yunlin still moved Maya to a double room. The room was essentially a suite. Not only did it have a spacious bedroom, a luxurious double bathroom, but also a sitting room. Currently, only our own people were in the sitting room. After doing a thorough sweep, I said to the group, "There are no bugs or hidden cameras, and the soundproofing is fine." "Really?" Yoon Ji-hong instantly tossed his cane aside, his back straightening up quite a bit. His energy was like a different person compared to when he was outside. Those old geezers really know how to put on a show. This transformation of his left everyone present dumbfounded. Serena pointed at his lower half, finding her voice only after a long moment. "Grandpa Yoon, I couldn't tell at all." Yoon Ji-hong slapped his thigh like a comedian. "My leg trouble? I was faking it." When I saw Yoon Ji-hong with the cane earlier, I was wondering if there was something wrong with his legs, and intended to check them for him later. It turned out he was just a total drama king. No wonder Maya said her grandfather appeared to be a hostage held by the non-Yoon family, but was actually a deep-cover agent who was familiar with and in control of everything within the non-Yoon family. Does Grandpa Yoon mean that the Nan-Yoon family's friendliness is just an act? They still don't approve of Logan? Serena Xia, who didn't care about anything else, remained concerned only about her younger brother. I can't say for sure yet. Mentioning serious business, Yoon Ji-hong's expression turned grave. A sharp light flashed in his old but shrewd eyes. Their attitude this time was very clear, but based on my understanding of this family, some archaic ideas aren't that easy to change. It wouldn't hurt to keep your guard up. Yoon Ji-hong's words cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Serena Xia, fearing her brother might be slighted, stayed by my side at all times, except for when I was sleeping. However, for the next several days, The Nanyun family didn't make any suspicious moves. They treated my sister and me with nothing but courtesy, as if they really had just invited us here as guests for a vacation, knowing I was looking for my father. Nan Yunlin even specifically contacted other nobles to open up all areas under their jurisdiction in the Xuanyu continent and ordered local agencies to help with the search. Such impeccably attentive behavior eventually numbed my suspicions, making me harbor a glimmer of hope regarding Maya's main family. However, on this very day, a lead from a subordinate district drew Serena Xia and me away. Maya had intended to go with them, but was kept behind by Nan Yunlin on the pretext of discussing business. I didn't think much of it at first, but just as Serena Xia and I were nearing the location, I suddenly received a message from Yun Zihong. I tapped it open and saw a photo of a handsome boy with clear features. Before I could even process what was going on, Yun Zihong's messages came firing in like a machine gun. The fox's tail is finally showing. Come back quickly, don't go. The lead must be fake. They're tricking you. It was just a way to lure you two away. Someone is trying to steal your girl. But he's neither as handsome nor as outstanding as you. I stared at my phone screen, my heart gradually turning cold. It wasn't because of the warning about Maya being stolen, but because I felt ridiculous for having renewed my hope in the Nanyun family. If this boy was inferior to me in every way, why would Nan Yunlin go through such trouble to play matchmaker between him and Maya? There was only one reason: noble blood. What's wrong? Serena Xia saw me staring at my phone and asked with a hint of confusion. Nothing. I put my phone away, but I had no intention of heading back. Regardless of whether the lead really involved my father, I had to go and see for myself. Besides, we were already almost there. Most importantly, I believed that Maya would not betray me. Half an hour later, as expected, Serena Xia and I returned empty-handed. However, although we didn't find any leads on my father, the lead wasn't just a random fabrication, so Serena Xia didn't suspect anything. The car drove all the way back to the Nanyun Manor. While passing an artificial lake, I glanced casually and my eyes sharpened. What's wrong? Serena Xia followed my gaze, but due to the movement of the car, she didn't see anything. It's nothing, I said, calmly looking away, but my mind was involuntarily in a mess. Maya was alone with that boy. To keep Serena Xia from worrying, I waited until the car stopped by the main villa. Then I found an excuse to get out and head toward them. Sister Maya should be able to feel it too, that the parents on both sides are trying to match the two of us together. Just as I approached, I heard this sentence. A surge of nameless anger rose in my heart. It seemed the Nanyun family really were two-faced, saying one thing to our faces and doing another behind our backs. However, just as I was about to step forward and stake my claim, I heard the boy continue to speak. But I already have a girlfriend, and looking at Sister Maya, it doesn't seem like she's interested in me either. So, as for how to deal with the elders, I probably don't need to teach you, right? Of course, and thank you, Mr. Wen, for being so reasonable. As Maya spoke, she reached out. She pulled me, who was hiding by the rockery, right into her arms. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Logan. I was unexpectedly exposed in front of him. My expression stiffened for a second, and then I shot Maya a fierce glare. Then, with a smile, I extended my hand to Wen Xian. Hello. Now it was Wen Xian's turn to be shocked. You're that boy from the United States with multiple identities, including being the CEO of Starstream? I was taken aback. You know me? I'm afraid no one doesn't know Mr. Logan. Wen Xian reached out and shook my hand solemnly. Then he glanced at Maya. Sister Maya really is lucky. As he spoke, he shook his head with a sarcastic smile. No wonder the Nanyun family has declined over the years. They're still not satisfied with a grandson-in-law like Mr. Logan. They're just as pedantic and old-fashioned as my parents. I marveled that the nobility of the Xuanyu continent actually had such a genuine boy. My original wariness gradually dissipated and turned into a favorable impression. Mr. Wen, you flatter me. Mr. Logan is being modest. As Wen Xian spoke, he pulled out his constantly vibrating phone and took a look. A deep, tender look immediately washed over his features. I'm sorry. The one at my house is getting anxious. I smiled and expressed my understanding. Before leaving, Wen Xian took the initiative to exchange contact information with me. I'm very happy to have made a friend like you. If you ever need anything, you can come find me at the Wen house. Although I haven't yet successfully fought for control over my own marriage, I still have some say in other matters. I naturally wouldn't turn down his kindness. After thanking him, Maya and I saw him off together. A figure lurking in the shadows flashed, and the person sent by Nan Yunlin silently vanished into the night. After seeing Wenshen into his car, Maya and I turned around to see Yun Jihong and Serena Xia walking toward us. How did it go, Logan? Did you show the authority of an official boyfriend and take that boy down a peg? Maya and I exchanged a look. Then I smiled and said, "It's not what you think, Grandpa. Mr. Wen is a very good person. Is that so?" Yun Jihong breathed a sigh of relief. Then it seems I was overthinking it. But even if he doesn't pose a threat, that guy Nan Yunlin probably won't just let it go. Next, he might have boys from other families approach Maya. We can't let our guard down. Go back with second sister. Ever since she learned about this, Serena Xia had been wearing a sour expression. She finally couldn't hold back her outburst. We're not putting up with this humiliation. As she spoke, she reached for my hand. I gave her a reassuring smile. Second sister, please calm down first. Before Serena could say anything else, I continued to explain. We expected this situation before we even came, didn't we? Although the Nanyun family isn't sincerely accepting me, the fact that they don't dare to split us up openly, and only hope for other young masters to steal Maya away, shows that they are still wary of something. In that case, as long as Maya doesn't have a change of heart, we have nothing to worry about. Will I have a change of heart? Before Maya could finish, I raised a hand to interrupt her. Of course, I'm not naive enough to have any fantasies about the Nanyun family. As long as they don't openly break ties, I'm willing to play along for a while. It's simply a matter of mutual convenience. After all, to find Dad, we still need the permits for various regions of the Xuanyu continent. We can wait until we finish searching this area. Yun Jihong nodded repeatedly as he listened. He had favored me at first, because I was the person his granddaughter chose. But these words allowed him to see my perspective on the big picture, and my wisdom. But Serena Xia's expression still didn't soften much. What does it matter if we find that Dad or not? Is it worth suffering here for him? As she spoke, she glared at Maya again. Aren't you supposed to be so capable? You don't even have the power to freely enter and leave the regions of the Xuanyu continent, because the jurisdiction of the Xuanyu continent is still in the hands of several major noble families, Maya said calmly. However, if second sister wants to be free of constraints, you can wait until I've wiped out these noble families. Then we'll just keep the power in our own hands. But that would take a bit of time, probably 2 days longer than searching the whole continent. Is it really okay to joke around so seriously like that? None of them took Maya's words seriously. After some consideration, they still felt my suggestion was the most stable. And after this plan failed, Nan Yunlin was indeed unwilling to give up. On the surface, he still acted like a mediator. Not 2 days later, he invited another noble young master. And having learned from the previous lesson, Nan Yunlin was more clever this time. On the pretext that this young master was familiar with today's search area, he asked him to act as a guide for the group, while hoping some sparks might fly. Between him and Maya, he also acted as if he were being very considerate of me. And his choice of this person wasn't without reason. The young master frequently vacationed in that place, and was indeed very familiar with it. He readily accepted the invitation, and arrived at the Nanyun Manor on time early in the morning. Hola, this is the boy I told you about, the young master of the Gu family, Gu Qing. With him leading the way, your search for your father will surely go smoothly. Nan Yunlin smiled and introduced the boy to the group, then introduced Maya and me to Gu Qing. However, he deliberately avoided mentioning the relationship between the two of us. As soon as the introduction was finished, Gu Qing's cheeks turned red. He gave a brief greeting and lowered his head shyly. Nan Yunlin's eyes lit up, feeling that there was a chance. My expression grew cold, and Serena Xia narrowed her eyes as well. However, just as everyone was about to set off, Gu Qing couldn't resist approaching me. His doe-like eyes were shining with obvious admiration. Mr. Logan, you're K, right? I'm your fan. I've liked you for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, I was stunned. Serena Xia was dumbfounded. Nan Yunlin was stupefied. Yun Jihong was dazed, and Maya's face turned completely black. It was a long time before I snapped out of it. My expression cleared up instantly. Thank you, and no problem. Gu Qing's face turned even redder. I'm so happy I could help you. Let's go. Maya Yun quietly stepped between the two of them, blocking Gu Qing's view of me. It's getting late. Seeing her completely unhidden sour face, Serena Xia chuckled with a look of disdain. Jealous of a boy? Aren't you being childish? Gu Qing was stunned for a moment. You guys, Maya Yun put her arm around my shoulder, smiling as she staked her claim. We're a couple. Serena Xia's eyes nearly rolled to the back of her head. Gu, ignore her. She's just a giant baby, she said, lifting her hand to check her watch. Wasting no more time. Let's go. After they left, Yun Jihong had a face full of schadenfreude as he looked at the dark-faced Nan Yunlin. Your calculations were off, weren't they? Looking at this situation, it'll be lucky if Gu Qing doesn't fight Maya Yun for me, let alone fighting me for Maya Yun. I don't know what you're talking about. Nan Yunlin stiffly twitched the corner of his lips, then looked down at his cane. If your legs are bad, don't stand outside so much. You'd better go back and rest early. With that, he turned and left before Yun Jihong could react. Yun Jihong watched Nan Yunlin's back and rolled his eyes just like Serena Xia. Hypocrite. After failing twice in a row, for a long time afterward, Nan Yunlin behaved himself. My search in the Xuanyu continent was nearing its end, but I still hadn't found anything. That day, just as we got into the car for the return trip, I received a message from Jaren. Boss. Yeah. I heard the ex-military group released a new batch of goods. It's still 20% off this time, right? At this, I couldn't help but turn to look at Maya Yun. They had already thought about Division 7 coming for stock, and had discussed it, but the manufacturing process for firearms is complex, and not much time had passed since the design was finished, so they hadn't produced many. It was still uncertain if we would have a conflict with the families in Xuanyu, including the Nanyuns. So, except for the batch given to Serena Xia, they didn't plan on selling them externally. What is it? Maya turned her head, sensing something. In the past, the back seat was for the two of them to be affectionate, but Serena Xia was in the passenger seat. Even if Maya Yun had the courage, she wouldn't dare be intimate with me in front of her. So, before I looked over, the two were sitting properly on opposite sides. Since Serena Xia was present, I didn't speak, only giving her a glance at my phone screen. Then I manually typed a reply to Jaron. The group boss said this batch is not for sale for now. You'll have to wait a while to restock. For some reason, after I sent this message, Jaron didn't reply for a long time. I thought she was upset. But the next moment, a message came. Boss. Firearms designer? I knit my brows slightly. I felt Jaron's reply was a bit strange, but I couldn't pinpoint the problem at first. What's wrong? Jaron didn't explain, but sent another message. Yeah. Yabai. I froze as a bad premonition rose in my heart. The core members only knew me as Yabai, the firearms designer and the miracle doctor. Both appeared as friends of mine. I only contacted them when buying weapons or taking orders, and we only ever typed, never sent voice messages. And ever since we met in person, Jaron hadn't called me boss again. It's always Logan or Little Logan. My fingers trembled slightly as I exited the chat and checked my account info. Sure enough, this was my Yabai account. But I had spoken in the tone of the firearms designer. During our conversation, if I wasn't mistaken, Jaron must have wanted to contact the firearms designer, but accidentally sent it to my hacker account. Once she realized it, she also noticed something was off. While I was thinking this, the screen flashed, and a video call came through. My hand shook again. I meant to hit decline, but my fingertip accidentally hit answers. A moment later, Jaron's gorgeous and alluring face appeared on the screen. Holy crap, it really is you. Little Logan, you're being really unfair. If I hadn't accidentally messaged the wrong account, I never would have known you were the ex-military group's firearms designer. Before Jaren could finish her sentence, I hung up. I felt no joy at having guessed the situation correctly. I just felt a massive headache. She wouldn't give up and called again, but I declined everyone. However, when I looked up, I met my second sister's burning gaze. The ex-military group's firearms designer? I swallowed hard. Serena. Listen to my explanation, even though I hung up as soon as I snapped out of it. Jaron had already revealed plenty of info, combined with a few things from before. My second sister wasn't a fool. How could she not figure it out? Wait, let me give her a moment to calm down. Gu Qin Master, the genius Dr. Ince's apprentice, CEO of Starstream, global lead designer, racing god, the top jungler in the esports world, the #1 hacker, Yabai, and the firearms designer for the ex-military group. As all these identities echoed in her mind, Serena Shah took a deep drag of her cigarette. For the first time, she felt that she was somewhat unworthy of being his sister. You were the one who made the call for that free batch of goods. At the time, she wondered if her little brother was the boss behind the ex-military group. It turned out that while he wasn't the boss, he was pretty much it. After all, without his designs, how could the ex-military group build weapons? Even the boss would have to treat me with respect. At this, I glanced at Maya Yun again. Then I honestly shook my head. No. Serena Shah was confused again. Being closely related to one is already quite a feat. If it wasn't for her little brother, she couldn't see any reason for them to give her a free pass. True, they don't always act like human beings over there. Last time, they even made me pay extra. By then, you already knew I was getting stock from there. Even if there was no discount, they wouldn't have made me pay more. As Serena Shah finished speaking, Maya Yun's face stiffened. I kept my eye on Maya Yun's changing expression, and let out a mischievous laugh. Just then, another message from Jiran arrived, betting that I wouldn't answer. She didn't try to call again. She sent a text message this time, but looking at the content, Miracle Doctor, someone wants to place an order with you. Will you take it? My expression was complicated. I looked at the account receiving the message. Sure enough, it was still Yabai. I marveled at whether this person had any brains. While sending a message back, don't think I'll fall for the same trick twice. I've already been fooled once. Usually, the one sending missions to the Miracle Doctor is Elder 7. Even if Jiran has suspicions, she's being way too impatient. Seeing her trick failed, she sent a bashful emoji. Even through the screen, I could imagine her embarrassed expression after being exposed. I thought the matter was over, but then I sent an explosive message of my own. But you guessed right, I'm also the Dr. Jiran. Seeing the string of exclamation points Jiran sent in shock, I finally wore a satisfied smile. At first, I was afraid that exposing too much would make me seem unrealistic. I said my other two identities were friends, but now that my cover has been blown so many times, I don't really care about one or two more. Besides, switching back and forth between three identities is a major hassle. My relationship with Division 7 has long surpassed its original form. Even without this blunder, I would have come clean with them eventually. Jiran started calling me incessantly, but I ignored them as usual and turned off my phone. During this time, Maya Yun took a phone call. I didn't know what was said on the other end, but I saw the person beside me suddenly sit up straight. I couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" After Maya hung up, she said with a grim expression, "Grandpa was sniped. He took a bullet to the calf?" I also knit my brows. Hasn't Grandpa been at home this whole time? How could he be attacked with a gun? It's not clear yet. Maya said she didn't know, but her brow was as cold as midwinter. However, Nan Yunlin said the sniper got away. They didn't catch him. Serena Xia glanced at Xiatu in the driver's seat and urged him to hurry, but the further we went, the more remote the area being searched became. Plus, we ran into a traffic jam. We finally got home an hour later. "How is Grandpa?" I said as I entered Yun Jihong's room. Aside from him and the non-Yun family members, there was also a man with a high ponytail. The boy had quite a heroic set of features, but for some reason, his face showed a sickly pallor. He looked as if he were just recovering from a serious illness. At this moment, the boy took a wet wipe from a subordinate nearby. He wiped his hands and said, "Don't let the wound touch water. Until it's fully healed, I'll come every day to change Grandpa's dressing." As he spoke, his gaze drifted subtly over Maya as she walked in. I didn't notice this. I stepped forward to check Yun Jihong's leg injury, but the boy reached out a hand to stop me. "What are you doing?" I stopped in my tracks. I answered truthfully, "Checking Grandpa's injury? What can someone who knows nothing of medicine see?" Despite not being very old himself, the boy spoke with the tone and manner of an elder. "Besides, the wound has already been treated. Are you questioning my medical skills?" Maya and Serena Shah's faces both darkened. But before they could speak, Yun Jihong on the bed gestured with his hand. "Logan, come here." Although his voice was a bit weak, he was clearly conscious. Now it was the boy's turn to look displeased. I ignored him and went forward to examine Yun Jihong's injury. The treatment was indeed quite good. I felt relieved. Is it okay? Don't judge Mr. Huo by his age. His medical skills were inherited from his maternal grandfather, a titan of the medical world. No one in the entire Xuanyu continent can compare. Handling a gunshot wound is child's play, Nan Yunlin said, glancing at Maya. He urged, quickly, thank Mr. Huo. No need. Huanan's expression was cold and aloof. His tone was also one of solitary arrogance. Saving people is our duty as physicians. Besides, the Nan Yun and Huo families have always been close. Treating Grandpa is just a small favor. Many people present were moved by Huonan's noble-minded words. I noticed that although his words sounded indifferent, his eyes were fixed on Maya. But Maya didn't even look at him. She walked straight to Yun Jihong with a murderous expression. What was the situation? Why were you shot? How should I know? Yun Jihong looked annoyed. I just felt stuffy in the house. So I went for a stroll in the garden. Suddenly, my calf felt a sharp pain. And then, I went down. So Grandpa was indeed injured while at home. Maya said this and turned to look at Nan Yunlin. Does the family head have nothing to say about this? What do you mean by that? Would I harm my own kin? Nan Yunlin was so angry he glared. You can blame the Nan Yun guards for being lax, or for failing to catch the culprit. But how can you make such wild accusations? What reason would I have for doing this? Please don't be angry, family head. Huonan spoke up as a mediator. Sister Maya might just be worried and confused. Rather than fighting among ourselves here, why not consider if you've made any enemies? Mr. Huo should know. Our Nanyun family has always been kind to others. Even if there were enemies, they should target those of us who were born and raised here, and carry the Nanyun name. How could they target Old Six? Nan Yunlin said this, then seemed to think of something. He looked back at Maya. Does Maya have any enemies? Maya didn't speak, but her eyes narrowed. Nan Yunlin acted as if he didn't feel the low pressure emanating from her. Seeing no response, he shifted his gaze to me. What about Mr. Logan? Serena Shah had been silent since entering the door, quietly watching Nan Yunlin's performance. Seeing him point the finger at her little brother, she couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Does the Nan Yun head really think my Shah family is a pushover? Nan Yunlin didn't expect Serena Shah to be so blunt. His face instantly stiffened. But before he could explain, Yun Jihong on the bed looked exhausted and dismissed them. Everyone get out. Nan Yunlin was left with his words stuck in his throat. Huonan hurriedly smoothed things over, saying, Grandpa needs peace and quiet. Let's go outside. As those words were spoken, a large crowd of people filed out. In an instant, only Maya, Serena Shaya, and I were left. Once the footsteps outside faded away, Maya spoke again. There are no outsiders now. Receiving the cue, Yun Jihong let out a sigh. Actually, it's about the same as what I just said. After being shot, I saw a shadow on a tree outside the courtyard wall. But that person was wearing a black hood. He ran off right after taking one shot. I didn't see his face clearly. Maya scoffed. And then the Nanyun people heard the gunshot and rushed over. Maya's jaw tightened slightly. I will find out the truth. If it really was the Nanyun family's doing, I won't let them off. Yun Jihong didn't confirm or deny. For some reason, he even pushed her aside somewhat dismissively. He then took my hand. Logan, you must be alert that Mr. Huo is likely the next person Nan Yunlin found to split you and Maya up. Grandpa's legs really can't move now, and I can't keep an eye on things for you all the time. You must beware of him doing something wicked. I found it a bit amusing. Mr. Huo just treated your wound, Grandpa. I'm the one who let him treat it. Yun Jihong didn't buy it at all. He snorted and said, maybe my injury isn't unrelated to him. Anyway, it won't hurt to be careful. I reassuringly patted the back of his hand. I know. Even if I hadn't noticed it first, after that series of dialogues just now, I also sensed Huonan's special interest in Maya, and his faint hostility toward me. But perhaps the transitions of the previous two boys were too dramatic. Encountering someone who was actually trying to steal my girl, I surprisingly didn't feel any sense of crisis. Instead, a thought popped up in my heart. This boy is truly stunning. After all, he was injured. Yun Jihong soon grew drowsy. After setting up layers of protection around the area, Maya, Yun, and the other two left the room. Returning to the living room, they found that Huonan hadn't left yet. Before the other could speak, Maya was the first to ask, since Mr. Huo treated the gunshot wound, the extracted bullet should still be with you, right? Huonan turned his head to look at Nan Yunlin upon hearing her. The latter cleared his throat. It's with me. Although the sniper got away for now, since someone dared to commit violence on Nan Yun family territory, as the family head, I will certainly investigate thoroughly. To get justice for old Six, hearing Nan Yunlin's righteous words, Maya curled her lips. The family head is getting on in years. It's better to leave this kind of matter for me to handle. Also, I want the surveillance footage from when Grandpa was injured. Nan Yunlin's fingers curled slightly into a fist, but his face remained calm. There was even a hint of an elder's indulgence toward a junior. Now, why are you being so formal with me, child? I was just about to go check the surveillance myself. Why don't we go together? Maya was taken aback, but she didn't say anything. She only nodded for him to lead the way. I was about to follow, when I heard Huonan invite me from the side. Mr. Logan, would you be interested in sitting down for a chat? Look at me, I completely forgot about our honored guest. Nan Yunlin slapped his forehead, then looked toward me as well. His casual attitude was as if he were troubling a family member. Logan, if you aren't busy, then help me entertain Mr. Huo for a bit. You're both young men, and roughly the same age. I'm sure you'll have things in common to talk about. Maya glanced at me, signaling that I didn't need to pay him any mind. I gave her a reassuring look, however, then sat down across from Huonan. What would you like to talk about, Mr. Huo? I wanted to see exactly what these two were up to. Maya knew my capabilities, and seeing that Serena Xiao was also present, she followed Nan Yunlin to the surveillance room. What the surveillance showed was about the same as what Yun Jihong had described. The sniper was dressed in all black and was far away. No clues could be found just by looking at the footage. Maya asked for the bullet and was about to leave, but was called back by Nan Yunlin. Maya, what do you think of Mr. Huo? Maya paused in her tracks, as if she didn't understand his meaning. What do you mean? What do I think? You wouldn't actually think the Xia and Nanyun families are a match, would you? The things I said before were just polite formalities. On the other hand, the Hua family has an even higher status in Xuanyu than the Nanyuns. You could say they are second only to the Quan family. Mr. Huo has inherited his grandfather's medical skills and his own family's mercenaries. You've surely heard of the Tianyi mercenary group, right? They are ranked second in the mercenary world. Currently, the entire group is at Mr. Huo's command. A single person possessing such a powerful armed force is far stronger than the Xia family, who are only local powers. No matter how outstanding Mr. Logan is, he is just one person. How much help could he actually bring you? Seeing that the search of the Xuanyu territories was almost over, Nan Yunlin was getting anxious. Having finally seen that Huonan was interested in Maya, he couldn't resist trying to match the two of them. But in his arrogance, he had forgotten that the problem was never with the man, but with Maya. Now she stopped pretending. A sarcastic smile curled the corner of Maya's lips. She leaned closer as she spoke, her voice very low. But haven't you gotten something wrong, old man? What does any of what you just said have to do with me? If Mr. Huo is so wonderful, why not just marry him yourself? Nan Yunlin never expected Maya to be so irreverent. His face and neck instantly turned beet red with rage. I'm not joking with you. And do you think I look like I'm joking? Maya kept the smile on her face, but there was no mirth in her eyes. Family head? Don't think that because I was willing to visit the Nan Yun family, that I am under your control. And don't forget, I don't carry the Nan Yun name yet. Nan Yunlin suddenly realized this point as well. His tone stopped being so aggressive, but he still tried to persuade her earnestly. I'm doing this for your own good. You have the weapons, and he has the people. The two of you together would be a true alliance of giants. Then, the status of both families in Xuanyu would reach a whole new level. I have weapons? Maya spoke up and interrupted him, her expression full of intrigue. It seems you've known for a while. This is why you haven't dared to move recklessly, and why you've been playing along with us. The moment Maya said that, Nan Yunlin knew he had let it slip. But since his views on her choice of partner had already been laid bare, there was no need to hide this point anymore. The ex-military industry group is within the Xuanyu continent. No matter how well you hide it, how could you escape the eyes of the major noble families? Besides, if it weren't for that identity, Mr. Huo probably wouldn't even look twice at our Nan Yun family. How many times do I have to say it? You really have included me as one of the Nanyun people, haven't you? Does Maya Yun care whether he looks at her or not? Maya spoke with total arrogance, but to anyone listening, it didn't sound boastful. Instead, it sounded like an obvious truth. And how can the family head be so certain that I only have weapons, and no people? Nan Yunlin was stunned, clearly intimidated by her aura. Do you have other identities I'm unaware of? You'll have to figure that out for yourself, family head. Maya squeezed the small box, containing the bullet in her palm. However, one thing is certain, my marriage is not something the Nanyun family can dictate. Rather than wasting your effort on this, you'd be better off finding another way to please me. That way, when Xuanyu falls into crisis, out of respect for our ancestors, perhaps I'll still step in to protect the Nanyun family, on the condition that the Nanyun family has nothing to do with my grandpa's injury. As she reached the last sentence, her tone suddenly turned frigid. Then, without even looking at Nan Yunlin, Gore, and yes. However, just as she stepped out of the surveillance room, Maya saw Serena Shah and me standing outside the door. She froze, and her heart tightened. How did the two of you get here? Why wouldn't we be here? Serena Shah took the cigarette out of her mouth and tapped off the ash. We were invited to the Nanyun family as guests. Not imprisoned here. We're still allowed to walk around freely, aren't we? Sister, I didn't mean it that way. Mr. Huo had some business and left first, so we came looking for you. I spoke up to interrupt her. After explaining, I asked, are there any clues about Grandpa's injury? Maya looked back behind her, then said, let's talk back inside. On the way back to the main villa, Maya briefly explained the surveillance situation, then asked what I had talked about with Huo Nun. I pondered for a moment. There wasn't really anything substantial. That was also what had confused me at first. He said he wanted to talk, but once I sat down, all Huonan said was just meaningless nonsense. It didn't seem like he really wanted to talk to me, but rather like he was trying to stall me, and this point was confirmed by the words I had just accidentally overheard. He was giving Nan Yunlin time to act as a lobbyist. Maya fell back into silence after hearing my words. She wasn't sure if the two of us had heard her conversation with Nan Yunlin, and how much we had heard. She could only ask tentatively, when exactly did you arrive outside the surveillance room? Before I could reply, Serena Shia laughed. What? Now you know how to be afraid? She sized Maya Yun up from head to toe as she spoke, and said with a forced smile, impressive, my little brother's boss, the head of the ex-military industry group. I have to say that to some extent, Serena and I really do act like siblings. For instance, the sarcastic remarks we make are identical. The expression on Maya Yun's face nearly crumbled. Sister, please stop making fun of me. How would I dare make fun of you? If you get upset, what if you make me pay extra again next time? As expected, she couldn't escape it. Maya took a deep breath, feeling very much like she had truly shot herself in the foot. But I waived the fee for one of your orders later, so I'm supposed to thank you. Maya Yun was being cornered by her. Sister, why don't you think about what you said back then? What did I say? Serena Shah retorted instinctively. Then she remembered being in the manor's basement, and the scene where Maya's face suddenly changed. She had seemingly cursed at her. Fine then. If she were in her shoes, forget paying extra. They probably would have started a brawl. The fact that she could swallow her anger back then was likely because she didn't want to expose her identity. Serena Shia rubbed her nose, suddenly feeling guilty. She no longer thought about settling the score later, and even started to change the subject. By the way, what did you mean by having peoples when you spoke to Nan Yunlin? Do you have any other identities besides this one? I found it amusing listening from the side. Just then, my phone, which had been quiet for a while, started vibrating again, and while they were talking, they had already reached the bedroom door. I skillfully hung up the call, while glancing around the hallway. Let's go inside before we talk. Serena Shia had no objection to that. After entering the room, she continued to stare intently at Maya Yun. The latter had regained her ground, and returned to her usual smug attitude. Guess what's wrong with these two? It's bad enough they have so many secret identities, but they keep them all hidden and wrapped up. Where is the basic trust between family members? I had no idea I was being blamed as well, nor did I join my sister in digging up Maya's secrets, simply because Jiran had sent another message. I wasn't just testing you. There really is an order looking for you this time. You remember Kangming Island, right? I sent back a question mark. Of course he knew Kangming Island was in the Xuanyu continent, but it wasn't under the jurisdiction of any noble family. It was the Martial Alliance's territory. Searching for my father in the Xuanyu continent was actually like a reinvestigation. Back when Division 7 and the noble families hadn't fallen out, we had already checked the area once. but the one place we never managed to set foot in was the nearly isolated Kangming Island. Kangming Island, as the name implies, is an island located out at sea. Although it is within Xuanyu's borders, it is separated from the mainland by a stretch of water. Only members of the Martial Alliance are allowed entry, and the Martial Alliance is a truly mysterious organization. No one knows when they were founded, nor does anyone know their true power. It is said many in the organization practice ancient arts. The major noble families of Xuanyu had all thought about recruiting them, wanting to take that force for themselves, but all those attempts ended in failure. While I was thinking this, I saw Jaren send another message. The mother of the Martial Alliance leader is ill and wants to hire you to treat her. I was stunned, thinking she had messaged the wrong person. Hiring me? No wonder I was confused. Back when Division 7 had friction with the noble families over territorial disputes, the Martial Alliance had sided with the nobles, so they actually had a bit of a grudge with Division 7. Although I wasn't involved in that matter at the time, they couldn't be unaware that the Miracle Doctor was from Division 7. Yet they still came to place an order with me. You find it weird too, right? Jaran looked like she was in total gossip mode. It just proves there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. The Alliance didn't want to find us at first. They just cast a wide net for doctors. In the end, guess what happened? That eldest son of the whole family in Xuanyu, not knowing his limits, accepted the task. He thought he'd gain their gratitude and make the Martial Alliance submit to him. As it turned out, not only did he fail to cure her, but he made her condition even worse. The Alliance leader lost his temper on the spot and got into a fight with that Mr. Huo. You can imagine the result. This Mr. Huo, who is famous for his martial prowess, suffered severe internal injuries. He went in on 2 feet and came out on a stretcher. The Alliance even threatened that if his mother didn't survive, they would wipe out the entire Huo family. Half a month has passed since then. The Alliance leader probably has no other options left, which is why he thought of hiring you. I rubbed my chin, thinking no wonder Huanan looked so weak. Anyway, back to the point. Logan, are you taking this job or not? After asking, Jaran gave her own negative advice. If you ask me, it's fine not to take it. Taking it and failing has its risks. I'm not saying your medical skills aren't good, Logan. What I mean is, it's actually good to let them fight each other. With the whole family under threat, the other families definitely won't sit idly by. They understand the concept of shared interests after all. We can just watch the drama from the sidelines. I also want to see who's stronger, the Martial Alliance or the major noble families. Only then did I realize what Maya meant by the Xuanyu continent crisis. It seemed she really knew Xuanyu like the back of her hand. What's wrong? From a moment ago, Maya Yun had noticed I was chatting with someone. However, out of respect for my privacy, she hadn't leaned in. Seeing the other person staring at her fixedly now, she felt a bit bewildered. It's nothing. I stood up and walked to the side, manually typing a reply to Jaran. Have the leader describe his mother's symptoms. Better yet, have him send over a few photos. Even if I were called a miracle doctor in the underworld, I wouldn't dare be overconfident when the medical condition was still unknown. As for why I wanted to take this job, I wasn't so benevolent as to help a rival, nor was I so full of myself as to think I'd make them submit. I just wanted the Martial Alliance to open Kangming Island, for me to search for my father. Although the chance of my father being on that particular island was incredibly small. What if he was? Over the next 2 days, there were still no clues about Grandpa's injury. Maya and I had finished searching the rest of Xuanyu, but we still found nothing. This strengthened my resolve to go to Kangming Island. Most importantly, based on the photos and symptoms Jaran sent, I discovered that the illness of the leader's mother was extremely similar to a disease that had been extinct for ages, but was common in my ancient lifetime. They were remarkably similar. If it really is what I think, then I can cure it. But if I wanted to take this job and treat her, I would have to come clean with Maya and my sister, just as I was agonizing over how to bring this matter up to them. An invitation was delivered to us. Specifically, it was for Maya. Sister Maya. Sister Maya. My young master invites you to the whole manor. Fearing she might misunderstand or refuse to go, the messenger added, it's not just you. The heads of several major families, including the Non-Yun family, have all been invited. We're discussing official business. Just as he finished, several people saw, including Nan Yunlin, several elders of the Non-Yun family, walking over from the corner of the corridor. Mr. Huo's etiquette is truly impeccable. To specially send you another invitation, Nan Yunlin said, raising his hand to adjust his hat brim. Are you going with us? Or are you going by yourself? Maya was taken aback. Why don't you ask if I'm going at all? Nan Yunlin's face stiffened. Child, how can you speak like that? This is about etiquette, don't you understand? You can't be unaware of what's been happening to the Huo family lately. If the martial alliance really mobilizes, whether it shakes the Huo family's foundation is secondary to the nobility of the entire Xuanyu continent. It's an act of provocation. Mr. Huo invited us over this time, specifically to discuss a counter-strategy. What, you think they're going to eat you? And what does that have to do with me? Maya replied with her usual infuriatingly blunt tone. Even if the martial alliance wipes out all of Xuanyu, how is that Maya Yun's business? Whether intentional or not, she placed extra emphasis on the name Yun. Nan Yunlin coughed from the sheer irritation Maya caused him. The other elders beside him patted his back to help him breathe, while looking at Maya with disapproval. But before they could voice their scolding, Nan Yunlin lowered the hand covering his mouth, appearing completely helpless against her. Fine, do whatever you want. Let's go, he said, turning to walk out. After Nan Yunlin's group left, Serena Xia turned and asked in confusion, what's this about? Maya gave a brief explanation. Then that man brought it on himself. Serena Xia said, sounding somewhat gleeful. Seeing that Maya didn't intend to get involved, she asked, when are we heading back? Based on this past period, she had seen that the Nan Yun family had no heart to accept me. Now that the search of Xuanyu's territories was over, there was no point in them staying here any longer. Neither I nor Maya immediately responded to her question. I took the invitation and looked at Maya. You aren't planning to go? Maya was surprised. Do you want me to go? My lips curled. To watch the show. Although I want to go to Kangming Island for myself, if I can cure the person, it counts as helping the Hua family indirectly. In that case, why not go and claim some reward? Even though I knew Maya wouldn't change her mind, I didn't want my woman to be constantly pined for, especially by someone who could pose a threat to the Xia family. Nan Yunlin may be opportunistic, but some of what he said was very realistic. No matter how outstanding a person is, they can't defeat an army. I learned this well in my ancient life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced to commit suicide for love. While there wasn't much chance against the martial alliance, if the Hua family, with the world's second-ranked mercenary group, wanted to go to war with the Xia family, my second sister's Xia clan wouldn't be enough to handle it alone. This time, I'll force Huonan in front of the major noble families to give me a promise. Although he might not necessarily keep it, it was better than nothing. After all, noble families care most about their reputation, not knowing what kind of mischief I was up to. But seeing that I wanted to go, Maya and Serena Xia both went along with me. By the time we arrived at the Huo Manor, the council hall was already filled with people, including the elders of the Nan Yun family, who had arrived a step ahead of them. Huonan was happy when he heard from the messenger that Maya had arrived, but the moment he saw Serena Xia and me, the smile on his face faded. However, Huonan didn't lash out in front of the crowd. Instead, he followed protocol and led them to their seats. On the contrary, members of the other major families frequently cast inquisitive glances our way, and then, under Nan Yunlin's introduction, showed gazes filled with sudden realization and meaning. I didn't care about any of that at all. I scanned the room, and noticed that the seat to Huanan's right was empty. Since ancient times, prominent families have always considered the right side the position of honor, indicating the high status of the person meant for it. If I wasn't mistaken, this seat was reserved for the head of the Quan family. Just as I was thinking this, a middle-aged man wearing a tailcoat walked in through the door. Seeing the newcomer, someone in the crowd asked, "Where is the Lord? Why did only Butler Rowan come?" The Lord obtained some clues about his wife and daughter, and has personally gone to the location to verify them. Rowan maintained a perfect smile on his face, explaining unhurriedly, "I am representing the Lord today, and I hope the family heads won't mind." The people present hurriedly offered flattery, saying they didn't mind, while some sighed over how devoted the Lord was. The more class-conscious a circle is, the more distinct the hierarchy becomes. As the first family of the Xuanyu continent, my mater, other nobles would still show respect even to their butler. After Rowan sat down, Serena Xia turned to Maya and asked, "Did this lord lose his wife and daughter?" I knew what she was thinking. Before Maya could answer, I explained that this head of the Quan family only has one son. He lost his son? Serena Xia chuckled. Then she stared at her little brother as if remembering something. Logan, how do you know so much about Xuan Yu? Thinking about it, she realized I was very calm about many things, including the grudge between Huanan and the Alliance, which hadn't surprised me at all. I rolled my eyes. Second sister? Have you forgotten I'm with Division 7? Division 7 is the world's largest intelligence organization. What do you do when your own little brother looks down on you? While they were talking, everyone had arrived. When Huanan took the initiative to mention the Martial Alliance, the group began discussing strategies regarding the threat. I listened with interest at first, but gradually started to feel drowsy. From the content of the conversation, these people didn't want to go to war with the Alliance either. But when it came to preventing the other side from mobilizing, they hadn't produced a single practical suggestion. Finally, unable to listen any longer, I cleared my throat. Since the cause of the matter is the illness of the Alliance leader's mother, then if we cure his mother, won't everything be solved? As soon as I spoke, everyone in the room looked over, including Serena Xia and Maya. But unlike those two, most of the people in the room looked at me as if I were a fool. In the ensuing silence, a cold laugh came from the head of the table. Mr. Logan makes it sound so easy. Do you think saving lives is child's play? His mother is suffering from an incurable disease. If it could be cured, would we be sitting here discussing other strategies? Exactly. An old man in a traditional suit beside me chimed in. Adults are talking. Why are you causing trouble? You think illness is cured with words? Even Mr. Huo, with his godlike medical skills, couldn't cure the Alliance leader's mother. Who can guarantee they have the power to perform miracles and solve our problems for us? Who are you calling a brat? Serena Xia was about to explode, but I reached out and held her back. I met the man's gaze directly, with an air of complete confidence. I can, of course. As soon as I said this, the people around me widened their eyes again, as if they had heard some kind of joke. It was Huanan who spoke first, but unlike the cold sarcasm from before, this time, there was a trace of highly uncomfortable mockery in his eyes. Are you saying, Mr. Logan, that you can cure the Alliance leader's mother? I hadn't replied yet. An elder nearby couldn't help but interrupt. It's one thing for this kid to not know his limits. But how can Mr. Huo go along with his nonsense? He looks like he's not even 20. Does he even know what medicine is? Even if he does, how good can his skills be at such a young age? I once again held back my sister, who was on the verge of exploding, and retorted with calm composure. Doesn't that elder think his words are contradictory? In my opinion, Mr. Huo isn't that old either. That elder was stunned for a moment. Mr. Huo's medical skills are recognized throughout the Xuan Yu continent. As for yours? How come I, an old man, have never heard of them? If you're someone no one has ever heard of, do you think the Martial Alliance leader would agree to let you treat his mother? Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I smiled faintly and dropped a bombshell. Right now, it's not a matter of him agreeing to let me treat her. It's him begging me to treat her. Everyone present was shocked by my arrogant words and sucked in a breath of cold air. But not a single person believed me. Serena Xia beside me also looked at me in confusion. Although she would always unconditionally stand by her little brother's side, she was also deeply puzzled by his words. Only Maya Yun looked at me with a deep gaze, unknown what she was thinking. You don't believe me? I had long expected their reaction. I picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, saying unhurriedly, do you not have the contact information for the Martial Alliance leader? Just ask him and you'll see. Furthermore, if you haven't heard of me... At this point, I paused and dropped another bomb. Surely you know of the Miracle Doctor from Division 7? You're saying you're the Miracle Doctor from Division 7? Everyone present kept sizing me up from head to toe. Clearly still unconvinced, I let out a sigh. Do I need to contact Elder 7 and the others to testify? My tone was so certain, and I spoke of Elder 7 with such familiarity, that the family heads naturally began to pay attention, losing their previous indifference. Only Huanan remained as haughty as ever. Even if Mr. Logan is the Miracle Doctor, can he guarantee he'll be able to cure the Martial Alliance leader's mother? He had indeed heard of the name, Miracle Doctor, but he had never personally seen him treat anyone. He was already skeptical of the myths from the outside world, and seeing that it was me made him even more dismissive. I hummed. Didn't I already answer that question earlier? However, at this point I paused again. If I cure the Martial Alliance leader's mother, it could be considered indirectly helping the Xuanyu continent, especially your Hua family. Shouldn't Mr. Huo offer me some benefits? Huonan asked instead of answering. Will the Alliance leader not reward Mr. Logan? In other words, your business with the Alliance. What does it have to do with us? Does Mr. Huo think I lack that little bit of pay? I marveled inwardly that this person was even more shameless than me, and I wouldn't give him the chance to take advantage of me for free. Anyway, he didn't know my true purpose. For saving the person. And Mr. Huo also has doubts about my medical skills. Doesn't he? Similarly, no matter how confident I am, I cannot guarantee that I will definitely cure the leader's mother. What kind of consequences follow failure? Mr. Huo knows better than anyone, doesn't he? Why should I, for something I don't lack, take the risk of wading into these muddy waters? Hearing the mention of the consequences, Huonan's face turned dark. His mostly recovered bones and muscles seemed to ache faintly again. He indeed held no hope that I could cure the leader's mother. But regardless of whether I succeeded or not, it would be highly beneficial for the whole family. If I cured her, all would be well. If not, it would shift the Martial Alliance's wrath elsewhere. So I definitely had to go on this trip. With this in mind, Huonan tapped his fingers on the armrest several times. What do you want? I curled my lips into a smile. I don't want anything. I just asked Mr. Huo to make one thing clear. Maya Yun is mine. I asked Mr. Huo not to harbor any thoughts he shouldn't. With Mr. Huo's status and position, he surely wouldn't deign to compete for a woman whose heart is already taken, right? As soon as I finished speaking, Maya Yun was suddenly moved beyond words. She hadn't expected that after going in such a huge circle. It was actually all for her. The group of family heads looked at one another, exchanging glances, with a trace of gossip in their eyes. The person in question, Huonan, turned from blue to white. It was as if his shameful side had been exposed to the sun. Anyone else would have been dragged out and executed by him long ago. But he happened to need something from the person in front of him. Fortunately, I didn't make the words sound too harsh, and gave him a way out in the end. Of course, Huonan said, forcing himself to stay calm, but if Mr. Logan fails, then consider everything I said today null. I looked around with a grin. Every uncle, elder, and grandpa here has heard it. I certainly didn't trust Huonan's verbal promise, so I wanted this room full of witnesses. Even if Huonan wanted to go back on his word later, he would have to consider the Hui family's reputation. Please rest assured, Mr. Logan. Rowan, sitting to Huonan's right, the story of asked every accidents. Noble families value reputation above all else. The Lord also despises those who go back on their word, or repay kindness with ingratitude. If you succeed in this mission, you'll be helping not just the Hua family, but all the other families present as well. If anyone wishes to harm our benefactor, the Lord surely would not allow it. I was a bit surprised. This butler had only said a few opening words. When he first entered, and had been silent since, he hadn't participated in the strategy discussion, nor joined the others in mocking me. Now, when he spoke, he was actually backing me up. Although these words coming from a butler were a bit strange, especially since he was overstepping. To speak on behalf of the Lord, seeing the reactions of those present, it was clear he had the authority and status to do so. I was just about to thank him, when Serena Shah beside me asked, as if finally snapping out of it, "You're really going to Kangming Island? Just to stop someone from stealing your girlfriend? Why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand? Don't you know how dangerous it is there?" While I marveled at my sister's slow reaction time, I also felt a bit guilty because of her series of questions. "Sister, let's talk when we get back." Why talk when we get back? What boy? Serena Xia, for once, did not go along with her little brother. Boiling with anger, she turned to look at the main culprit. "Say something. Are you mute? Are you just going to watch him risk his life for you? Did you forget I'm a miracle doctor?" I hadn't expected Serena Xia to react so strongly, and felt a faint regret for not briefing her beforehand. Seeing this, Huonan was afraid my family would influence me to back out. So he hurriedly stood up and said, "Let's end it here today, Mr. Logan. Don't forget to give us a heads up when you're ready to leave. The family heads and I will see you off." Serena Xia still didn't agree, but she was forcibly pulled out by me when we left the Huo house and were about to get in the car. Rowan suddenly called out to me, "Mr. Logan, please wait a moment." Only then did I remember I hadn't thanked him. But before I could speak, I saw Rowan glanced at me and Serena Shah, sweeping his eyes between us, back and forth for a moment. Are you two biological siblings? I was stunned for a moment, while Serena Shah's face darkened. Plus, she was already in a bad mood, so her tone was a bit aggressive. Of course we're biological siblings. What kind of question is that? I shot her a glare, then politely and courteously asked, why do you ask? It's nothing really. Rowan's expression showed a hint of regret, but he didn't say much else. My question just now was a bit presumptuous. I hope you aren't angry, young friend. After saying that, he bid us both farewell. Once we got into the car, Serena Shah's face was still sour. Let's go home. To hell with that Kangming Island. Whoever wants to go, can go. To take such a risk for a reason like this. Are you stupid? Do you really think this bunch of hypocrites in Xuanyu will keep their word? Besides, if Maya Yun is someone who can be snatched, and would just leave with someone else, then what do you even want with her? Maya Yun was caught in the crossfire. She was about to defend herself when I interrupted her. I smiled to comfort Serena and said, second sister, you already know I'm not that stupid. So won't you listen to my explanation? I'm going to treat the Martial Alliance leader's mother. Mainly so, he'll open up Kangming Island to us. Forcing Huonan to make a promise was just incidental. Serena was taken aback. You saying that worthless dad might be on Kangming Island? It's just a guess. I pondered. Division 7 searched the whole world before, but Kangming Island was the only place we hadn't set foot in. Serena was silent for a moment. Even if it's for that worthless dad, it's not worth taking this risk. I was caught between laughter and tears. What risk? Huonan couldn't cure her, and got beaten because he proactively sought out the task, even thinking of making the Alliance submit to him. But I'm being invited over. Even if I can't cure her, a power like that won't lay a finger on me. Besides, I've seen his mother's medical reports. I'm fully confident I can cure her. However, even though I sounded so certain, Serena Shah was still worried, especially after learning she wasn't allowed to come along. Maya Yun, am I his sister, or are you? Serena was furious, glaring at Maya Yun, extremely annoyed by her suggestion that Serena stay behind. Why do you get to accompany him, but I can't? Sister, aren't you worried that something might go wrong? Maya Yun was unmoved by her outburst, speaking calmly and unhurriedly. We can't bring too many people to Kangming Island. If something unexpected happens, and all three of us are trapped inside, who will come to the rescue? Serena Xia couldn't argue with that, but she still wasn't convinced. Then why is it you going with him while I stay behind? Because, in terms of individual combat ability, second sister is no match for me. If anything happens, I will protect Logan with my life until you bring backup. If it were you, you might not hold out until I get there. Are you asking for a beating? Serena Xia raised her foot to kick her, but Maya Yun nimbly dodged it, setting aside the question of which one of us is stronger in a fight. I only have the Xia clan against the Alliance. Isn't that just a suicide mission? Although she was arrogant by nature, she wasn't without self-awareness. The Xia clan only has strong deterrent power domestically. They can't even handle the nobles of Xuanyu, much less the alliance that all the nobles fear. Second sister doesn't need to worry about that. Maya Yun raised her hand and tossed her a pure black, metallic lustered token. Since I said I would protect him, I wouldn't go without being fully prepared. Serena Xia looked at the token in her palm, momentarily wondering if she was still dreaming. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. Well? Maya Yun looked at me, as I negotiated with the Alliance on the phone not far away, then spoke, interrupting Serena Xia's thoughts. This token represents my identity. It can command all of my forces. Second sister, wait for my signal. If anything goes wrong, immediately lead the men to surround the island. Is there anything else you're worried about, second sister? Serena Xia swallowed hard, then punched Maya Yun's shoulder. You're pretty damn impressive, kid. No wonder. You were so confident you weren't afraid of the Nan-Yun family, and even when we first arrived in Xuanyu, and heard you talk about wiping out the major noble families. At the time, she just thought Maya was bragging, and didn't take it seriously. Looking at it now, Maya Yun truly has that kind of power. Compared to her forces, what does the Huol family's second-ranked mercenary group even count for? What are you two talking about? I hung up the phone and walked over. Nothing. Maya Yun stopped Serena Xia from trying to expose her secret identity, looking up and asking me, what did you decide? When are we going to Kangming Island? The Alliance side naturally wants it as soon as possible. The time is set for tomorrow morning. My phone rang again as soon as I finished speaking. While I was off answering the call, Serena Xia confusedly grabbed Maya Yun's collar. Why are you hiding this from him? You and my brother, how far have you two even gone? Do you still not trust him? No, that's not right. You even told me about it. There's no reason to hide it from your boyfriend. After all, compared to my little brother, I'm certainly not the one you should be worried about. What do you know? This is just a little dynamic between couples, she said, licking her lips. In the fields where he excels, I just want him to shine alone. While in other areas, I only need to keep him safe. If he found out just how strong I am, what if he stops pampering me? Serena Xia listened to her words, and her expression looked like she'd been struck by lightning. Once she snapped out of it, she immediately shuddered in disgust. Aren't you disgusting? My brother is half a year younger than you, and you want him to pamper you? Maya Yun clearly had no sense of shame, only dedicated to showing off in secret, while diligently acting as my little wife on the surface. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. I was surprised at first when I heard Serena Xia wasn't going, but after hearing their explanation, I thought it made sense. The heads of the various noble families, who originally held a skeptical attitude toward what I said yesterday, were now convinced when they saw a helicopter bearing the Alliance logo arrive at the Non-Yun manor. Their doubts were completely dispelled, but upon hearing that Maya Yun was also accompanying him, Huonan frowned almost imperceptibly. He took the opportunity while the helicopter landed to warn her. I've experienced the Martial Alliance's brutality firsthand. It'll be fine if Mr. Logan can cure the person this time, but if he fails, he paused at this point, but the omitted meaning was obvious. Is young Master Yun sure she wants to take this risk with him? To hell with your jinxing mouth. Before Maya Yun could speak, Serena Xia exploded. Is my sister-in-law supposed to accompany you instead of my brother? Huonan didn't expect Serena Xia would embarrass him in public, and speak so crudely. He felt as if he'd been slapped across the face. A burning, stinging pain. He wanted to say more, but saw that the helicopter had already landed. He immediately shuffled back into the crowd, hiding himself to avoid being spotted by the Alliance people. However, the Alliance people didn't even give him a second look. They got off the helicopter and asked, "Which one is the miracle doctor?" Hearing that, I took a step forward. I am. The leader was visibly startled upon seeing me, just as I thought he would find me too young and doubt my medical skills. I saw him return to his original expression, but his attitude suddenly became respectful. Will the miracle doctor be going alone? This way, please. And her. Serena Xia grabbed Maya Yun's shoulder and pushed her forward. After the woman looked over, she explained with a smile, "My little brother's girlfriend." The woman looked Maya Yun up and down, somewhat critically. She didn't say much afterward, simply saying with a cooler tone, "Please." By this point, if Maya and I still hadn't noticed something was wrong, we would have lived our lives in vain. However, aside from their slightly strange attitude, they didn't give off even a hint of malice. So, the two of us weren't overly paranoid. After saying goodbye to Serena Xia, we boarded the helicopter with the medical kit. The man, who came to pick them up, had quite a high status within the Martial Alliance, but judging by how the others addressed him, I realized he wasn't the Alliance leader. After getting them settled, this man took a specialized communicator and went to the restroom, appearing eager to report something. I glanced at Maya. She reached out and took my hand. "I'm here. Don't worry." I raised an eyebrow, seeing that man's completely different attitudes toward the two of us. He should be the one worried, shouldn't he? Traveling from the Xuanyu continent to Kangming Island required crossing a stretch of sea that was neither long nor short. I stared aimlessly out the window, thinking that if one divided by area, the total area of Kangming Island and its surrounding waters was about the same as the territory of Angxia, where I lived in my ancient life. Once past the sea, we reached Kangming Island's borders. Looking at the blurred vegetation and buildings on the ground, my wandering thoughts gradually focused. A mysterious sense of familiarity welled up in me, especially when we passed over an ancient city. "What's wrong?" Maya noticed my unusual behavior. She turned and asked, It's nothing." I couldn't exactly say I felt familiar with this place. After all, between my two lives, I'd never been to Kangming Island. By the time I finished speaking to Maya, I looked down and saw the ancient city had already passed by. The helicopter finally landed at an estate. The moment I stepped out of the cabin, I saw a tall, well-built man. The second he saw me, the man's pupils constricted. Although his reaction wasn't as extreme as the escorts, those who knew him well would know that getting any reaction from him at all was rare. Leader. Hearing the members of the martial alliance address him, I knew the man before me was the alliance leader. So, I pulled Maya forward to greet him. Leader, where is your mother? Xiao Tang suddenly snapped out of it, his voice sounding a bit hoarse as he spoke. The miracle doctor? I nodded. I am. Xiao Tun's eyes rippled with emotion again. Follow me. On the way to his mother's quarters, Xiao Tang asked, as if casually, might I ask the miracle doctor's honorable name? I thought to myself, why is this guy so formal? He sounds more like an ancient person than I do. But I still smiled and replied, I'm Logan, though my family name is Xia. As soon as I spoke, waves of shock crashed through Xiao Tang's eyes. His voice grew even hoarser. Family name? Was Mr. Logan ever separated from his family? And where did the name Logan come from? This time, before I could speak, Maya retorted with displeasure. Are you running a background check? Xiao Tang's brow furrowed, as if he had only just noticed Maya's existence. You are? Maya moved the medical kit to her other hand, using the hand next to me to pull me close, proving she wasn't just some errand girl. My girlfriend. Xiao Tang's face darkened slightly. He used the exact same gaze as the man from before, sizing Maya up from head to toe. Being looked at like that made Maya's temple throb with irritation. I spoke up just before she could explode, shifting both their focus. Is it here? As if for the convenience of the elderly, before us was a row of single-story tiled houses. We had reached them while we were talking. Yes, though his mind was in turmoil, Xiao Tang hadn't forgotten about his mother. Please, follow me, he said, opening a bedroom door. The room was simply furnished. On a large bed by the window lay an old woman whose breath was faint. She appeared to be in a coma. I stepped forward to examine her. I nodded when Xiao Tang asked, I can cure her. The scene was far more direct than in the photos. Xiao Tang's mother's illness was exactly the kind I had suspected. Xiao Tang looked relieved, his internal suspicions growing stronger. Really? I didn't answer him again. I took the medical kit and ordered everyone out. Xiao Tang pulled back his expression. Although he had many questions for me, he could only suppress them for now. He exchanged a cool look with Maya, then was the first to walk out. While I was busy, Xiao Tang tried to get information from Maya. When he couldn't get anything out of her about me, he started questioning Maya about her own background. Maya, who guarded my information like a fortress, was surprisingly open about herself. She said whatever came to mind, including the identity she had just revealed to Serena Xia. Part of it was to intimidate this martial alliance leader, to prevent him from having any ideas. But also, watching the critical look in his eyes fade, Maya became more certain of her earlier theory. The martial alliance has a connection to me, and a beneficial one at that. As for what that connection was, she wasn't in a hurry to ask. She knew he wouldn't tell her before telling me. She would just wait for me to solve the puzzle. 2 hours later, the door to Xiao Tang's mother's room clicked open. Xiao Tang, who had been in the nearby lounge, hurriedly walked out. How is she? She's out of danger. I'll write a prescription for her later. 3 courses of treatment will be enough. Seeing only him come out, I asked in confusion, Where's Maya? Sister Maya went to the restroom. Xiao Tang answered my question, then thanked me with a look of gratitude. I waved my hand, saying it wasn't necessary. Just as I was about to state my purpose, a gust of wind suddenly attacked me. I instinctively reached out to block it. Once I realized what was happening, a flash of surprise and coldness crossed my eyes. What is the meaning of this, leader? Even if you don't want to pay me back, there's no need to repay kindness with violence. Xiao Tang didn't say a word. Failing his first strike, he attacked again. I was starting to get annoyed now. Without time to think about why he'd suddenly turned on me, I focused on the fight. From the internal power behind his moves, I realized the rumors were true. This man really did know ancient martial arts. However, after a few moves, surprise flashed in my eyes again. Who did you learn this style from? I said, using the exact same moves as him. With a surge of thick internal energy, I sent him flying several meters back with one palm. Too bad your training is incomplete. You're still a long way from matching your grandpa Logan. What are you two doing? Maya had rushed over at some point, looking coldly at Xiao Tang. What is the meaning of this, Leader Xiao? After their talk earlier, she thought Xiao Teng was on my side, so she had lowered her guard. Now, what on earth was this situation? Xiao Teng ignored her. His eyes fixed intensely on me. Clutching his chest, he stepped forward. While we were both on high alert, he solemnly dropped to one knee before me. "General, we have finally found you." This turn of events took us both by surprise, especially the word general from Xiao Teng. I wasn't an idiot. Through Xiao Teng's reaction, and the reaction of the man who met us earlier, I had already guessed their identity. Might have some connection with me, but I never expected it would be related to my ancient lifetime. General, only one group of people called me that. In that ancient life, it was the Lu family army under my command. "You are?" My voice trembled slightly as I spoke. I had always considered myself clever, but I couldn't figure out what was happening. My first thought was time travel. After all, I've already experienced keeping memories, reincarnation, and rebirth. My acceptance of such supernatural occurrences had grown quite a bit, but whether it was this man before me, or the one who met us earlier, their faces weren't anyone I recognized from the Lu family army. Although there were many of them, with my photographic memory, even if it were just a common soldier, I shouldn't have absolutely no impression of them. Seeing the confusion in my eyes, Xiao Teng asked instead of answering, "Does the general remember Xiao Ran?" I froze. Xiao Ran? Of course I remembered him. He was my most capable deputy general. Now that Xiao Teng mentioned it, I could vaguely see a familiar shadow in the features of his face. My mind was full of questions, but seeing Xiao Teng still kneeling, I hurriedly helped him up. "Get up and talk." Xiao Teng used my support to stand up. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Maya standing nearby with a composed look. He couldn't help but knit his brows. Shouldn't Sister Maya step away for a moment? At the same time, he felt annoyed with himself. In his excitement, he had actually ignored this person. For such a secret matter, even a boyfriend and girlfriend should probably avoid suspicion. However, just as he was thinking that, he heard me say, "Don't worry about her. She knows everything." "What?" Xiao Teng's expression changed. The tiny bit of approval he just felt for Maya vanished in an instant. He looked at her, as if she were a dangerous femme fatale. Maya's lip twitched under his gaze. "What's with that look?" Xiao Teng ignored her, simply leading me into the inner hall to clear my confusion. On the other side, Huonan stared at the dark computer screen, thinking about the frame it had frozen on just moments ago. A mocking smile curled his lips. When I visited Kongming Island before, I left behind a micro camera. Due to the distance, only the people could be seen in the footage, while the voices were quite muffled. I saw him go in for 2 hours, and within a few words of coming out, the Alliance leader made his move. I'm all too familiar with this scene. It seems this guy couldn't cure Xiao Teng's mother either. Recalling my arrogant behavior from yesterday, the arc of Huonan's smile deepened. So much for being a miracle doctor. Too bad he didn't get to see his end before the screen went black. There was nothing wrong with his computer. The only thing that could have gone wrong was that micro camera. I know Xiao Teng is skilled in ancient martial arts, with the internal power rippling out. During a fight, it wouldn't be surprising if a micro camera was shattered. I just wonder if Logan will make it back alive. With that thought, Huonan began to contact the other families. He stated the situation clearly, calling for everyone to assemble and go to Kangming Island for a rescue, specifically to save the innocently involved Maya. Maya and I were completely unaware of this. Through Xiao Teng's narration, I learned the Alliance isn't the Lu family army, but rather the descendants of the Lu family army. It's a group that has been passed down for centuries, and Kangming Island was once the capital of Engxia and its 3 neighboring cities. I couldn't help but be stunned by this. I had always thought Engxia was a parallel fictional dynasty. After all, I had pored over historical records from every country, but I never found a single trace of it. Who would have thought that a place I never set foot in was actually my homeland? And what I found even more unbelievable was that even though nearly 3/4 of Anxia's territory had transformed from land to sea, the descendants of my old friends still survived to this day, and these people actually still remembered me. And it wasn't just remembering. Back then, when the Lu family army heard news of the general's death, they felt something was fishy. They only discovered the truth after many deep investigations. That dog emperor even wanted to absorb the Lu family army, but how could our ancestors have ever granted his wish? Xiao Teng took a sip of tea and continued, the Lu family army only ever recognized the general as their master. We followed our ancestral teachings, passing them down through generations, all to wait for the general's reincarnation. Hearing this moved me deeply, but some things were still unclear. How did they know I would be reincarnated and would still have my previous memories? Master Wuheng said so, Xiaoteng replied. I was shocked again. My master? Xiaoteng nodded. Miracle doctor. Back then, the Lu family army wanted to perish along with that dog emperor. But before they could enter the city, they were stopped by the state preceptor. He told the Lu family army to preserve their strength and pass it down through the generations, so they might serve the reincarnated general in the future. I vividly recalled that kind-faced, benevolent old man. At the time, I already felt he had peerless talent, but I didn't expect he could actually see into the future. By the way, General, there's one thing you might still be in the dark about. Xiaoteng opened a box and took out an ancient book. That dog emperor was plotting against you from the very beginning. His feelings for you might not have been from the heart. I took the ancient book. Flipping it open, I realized it was a historical record, specifically documenting the history of the Angxia dynasty. And when I turned to a certain page, I finally understood what Xiaoteng meant. Sophie had actually used a love parasite on me. Staring at the records on the yellowed pages, a massive wave of emotion surged in my heart. When I learned the truth of my death in that ancient life, I had already guessed that Sophie had been calculating against me from the start, but I had never doubted my own feelings for her. Although every time I thought of it, I felt my past self was blind. I truly believed I had loved Sophie. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so willing to help her conquer the world. But now I'm told my feelings were actually caused by a love parasite. I thought of our first meeting. My eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder my heart fluttered the first time I saw Sophie, and I fell for her as if it were destiny. I thought it was love at first sight, but even that was part of the scheme. But how could the chronicler know about such a secret, and why would Sophie allow him to write it down? I don't know about that, Xiaoteng said, also appearing a bit confused. But this is indeed the historical record. I ground my teeth for a moment, but then I remembered. My revenge was already complete, so I stopped obsessing over the matter. My hand continued to turn the pages. However, I froze again when I reached the end. Sophie committed suicide. Less than a year after my death, Sophie actually committed suicide. And she left no children behind. She got what she deserved, Xiaoteng said, fearing I might feel pity. He hurriedly changed the subject. General, you know about the love parasite now, and you already have a new partner. Surely you won't sympathize with that dog emperor, right? I looked at his nervous face and chuckled. Of course, no matter why Sophie committed suicide, it's a fact that she harmed me for 2 lifetimes. Even if she regretted it in that ancient life, it doesn't offset the harm she caused me. Since my mother's illness is no longer a major concern, I'll head back for now. I'll return in 2 days for a follow-up. Xiaoteng hurriedly stood up with me. Are you leaving already? Will the general not stay to see us? Though the Martial Alliance doesn't have many members, regarding our combat power, we are still ranked among the top in the Xuanyu continent. Xiaoteng's tone was sincere, not as if he were intentionally pestering me. I smiled and shook my head. There's no rush at the moment. Anyway, I already know you're here. Let's exchange contact info first. Since you've lived here for so long, help me find someone on the island. I took out my dad's photo as I spoke, handing it over to Xiaoteng. No problem. Xiaoteng took the photo and glanced at it. Since it's an assignment from the general, this subordinate will surely handle it. Even if this person has turned to ash, I'll dig him up for you. No need to be so extreme. It would be best if he's still alive. Xiaoteng agreed. Then he couldn't help but ask, has the general truly decided to be with that girl from the Yun family? Though she's barely tolerable, if the general is willing, our martial alliance has plenty of outstanding women. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Didn't you just think she was a dangerous beauty? Why the sudden change of heart? Xiaoteng coughed awkwardly. That's because I didn't know her identity earlier. However, as long as the general likes her, we subordinates naturally have nothing to say. He paused for a moment, then looked toward the door with some concern. But I see that Yun girl has a wild personality. I'm afraid the general might suffer quite a bit in the future. As long as she doesn't feel it's a burden, it's fine. Xiaoteng was completely speechless. He offered a silent prayer of sympathy for his general. When we were leaving, Xiaoteng insisted on seeing us down the mountain. Maya didn't say much along the way, but the look she occasionally gave Xiaoteng was quite amusing. By the time we reached the helicopter landing spot, before we even got close, we saw a dense crowd gathered there. The one leading them was none other than Huonan. Seeing us come out safe and sound, a trace of resentment flashed in Huonan's eyes. Leader Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Huonan walked quickly to Xiaoteng. He questioned, weren't you just fighting to the death inside? Why are you personally seeing them off now? When facing outsiders, Xiaoteng instantly returned to his proud and aloof leader image. What does it have to do with you? Huonan's face stiffened. Leader Xiao, surely you haven't forgotten your mother's illness. If this person can't cure her, will you just let it go like this? There is progress with my mother's condition. Xiaoteng's tone was completely devoid of emotion. As for Mr. Logan, he will be the most honored guest of our martial alliance from now on. Whoever dares to disrespect him is an enemy of the martial alliance. As soon as Xiaoteng finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Huonan was completely dumbfounded. He never expected the situation would undergo such an earth-shaking change. Even Nan Yunlin and the other family heads all had expressions of disbelief. Leader Xiao, is there some mistake? Nan Yunlin couldn't help but speak up. Logan is just some brat from the outside. How could he become an honored guest? Xiaoteng swept a cold gaze over Nan Yunlin. Do I need to report my actions to you? Nan Yunlin was choked and speechless. He could only watch as we boarded the helicopter. On the way back, Serena Xia kept pestering me. Little brother, tell your second sister right now. How exactly did you win over that Xiaotong? When I saw him kneel back there, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. How else could I have won him over? By my ability, of course. I smiled and gave a vague answer, not planning to tell her about the Liu family army. Serena Xia obviously didn't believe it. Go ahead and keep hiding things. Anyway, this isn't the only secret you have. She turned her gaze to Maya. Maya, you definitely know, right? Maya just smiled and didn't reply. By the time we returned to the Nanyun Manor, it was already late at night. Yun Jihong wasn't asleep yet. Seeing us return, he hurriedly called us into the study. How was it? Nothing happened on Kangming Island, did it? Don't worry, Grandpa. Everything has been resolved. Maya took Yun Jihong's arm. Logan cured Leader Xiao's mother. Now the entire martial alliance is deeply grateful to him. Good. Excellent. Yun Jihong felt greatly relieved. I knew it. Logan is no ordinary person. He turned his gaze toward me as he spoke. But, Logan, though the martial alliance is on your side now, the other families in Xuanyu won't be so easily dealt with. Especially the Huo family. They will definitely find ways to cause trouble for you. I know. My tone was flat. I didn't really take it to heart. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they never leave. Yun Jihong looked at my composed manner, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Over the next few days, news came from Xiaoteng's side. He said some clues about my dad were found on the island. Maya and I discussed it, and decided to go back to Kangming Island. Serena Xia insisted on coming along. She said she wanted to see what kind of man this Xiaoteng was. I couldn't talk her out of it, so I had to bring her along. When we arrived at the Martial Alliance headquarters again, Xiaoteng was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing me, he was about to salute, but I stopped him with a look. Leader Xiao, long time no see. I greeted him with a smile. Xiaoteng caught my drift. He didn't make any more out-of-line moves. He just politely invited us inside. Serena Xia was sizing up Xiaoteng along the way, muttering to herself, I don't see anything special about him. Why is he so respectful to our little brother? Xiaoteng led us to a cave at the back of the mountain. Hill, General, it's right here. He pointed to a stone platform deep within the cave. We found something here. It should have been left by your father. I stepped forward and saw a wooden box sitting on the stone platform. I slowly opened the box. Inside was an old jade pendant. Seeing this jade pendant, fragmented images instantly flashed in my mind. That was something I had seen my dad wearing when I was a child. It seems he really was here. I just got a fright from the Lord shouting earlier. I have no idea where my hair went. How about I compensate you with a few strands of mine? Serena Xia reached out as if to pull some of her own hair out. Fine, do you think I'm really that petty? Quan Ting felt it was best to stop. His gaze drifted subtly toward her sleeve for a moment. His tone was still not particularly friendly, but he ultimately dropped the matter, as the nobles of the Xuanyu continent set off for Kangming Island. Xiaoteng also received the news. Since they weren't in an invited private jet, they couldn't directly enter Kangming Island's airspace. Instead, they were forced to land at the border entrance. During the long wait, someone said indignantly, "It seems that Miracle Doctor really is just a fraud. That kid talked a big game. But it turns out he didn't actually have the skills." "You can say that again." Another person chimed in, "I said it from the start. If it's an illness even young Master Huo couldn't cure, what could he possibly do about it? And did you all really believe him when he said he was a miracle doctor? Who even came forward to prove it? The main issue is that it's fine if he wants to get himself killed, but he's dragging our Xuanyu people down with him. Otherwise, who would care whether he lived or died?" Hearing the people present mocking me, Serena Shah immediately exploded. "Did I beg you to come? If I didn't go, you'd all be able to sleep soundly, right? Besides, who says my little brother didn't cure the person? If this were back in the States and they saw Serena Shah's fury, others would certainly not dare to say another word. But this was Kangming Island, or rather, it was the territory of the Xuanyu nobles. The group of nobles already looked down on these outsiders to begin with. Naturally, no one took Serena Shah's words seriously, especially Huo Nan, who had already been at odds with her. When I was at the Martial Alliance base earlier, I left a micro camera behind. I saw with my own eyes that after the treatment ended, the Alliance leader made his move against Mr. Logan. Huo Nan looked down disdainfully at Serena Shah, as if mocking her naivety and stubbornness. "I really hate to break it to you, but I've experienced the Alliance leader's skills firsthand. Even I almost lost my life. Setting aside how long Mr. Logan can last, rather than arguing with us here until your face is red and your neck is thick, you'd be better off worrying about yourself. After all, the Alliance leader is very vengeful. He wanted to target the Huo family before, and he likely won't let you off now." Serena Shah, as Logan's sister, Serena Shah was momentarily intimidated by Huo Nan's certainty and his extremely confident tone. She suddenly felt a bit unsure of herself. After all, Maya hadn't told her about the Alliance leader making a move. Ordinarily, she wouldn't be fooled by this, but as long as it involved her little brother, she would completely lose her composure, especially since this involved my safety. Driven by a state of intense anxiety, Serena Shah snapped back sharply. Huo Nan took out his phone and dialed my number. However, before the call could go through, a motorcade drove up to the entrance. The lead Hummer drove up and stopped right in front of them. Then, the driver's side door opened, and Xiaoteng stepped out. Seeing the Martial Alliance leader, all the nobles present tensed up instinctively. However, before they could react, Xiaoteng quickly walked to the back door and opened it, protectively shielding the door frame with his hand. He acted exactly like a chauffeur or a doorman. This scene undoubtedly caused everyone present to drop their jaws in shock. Who had the capability to make the Alliance leader personally open a car door for them? But then, an even more dramatic scene unfolded. The very person they were just bad-mouthing, the one Huo Nan said was at death's door, stepped out of the car with a perfectly calm expression. From head to toe, he looked just as he did when he arrived. There wasn't a single trace of injury to be seen, and the person he dragged down, Maya, stepped out of the other side of the car at the same time. She was also completely safe and sound. The group of nobles who had come so confidently to demand the person looked at one another. One by one, clearly baffled and completely lost, someone finally snapped out of it, turning to look at Huo Nan in confusion. "Didn't you say, file, that Mr. Logan failed to cure Leader Xiao's mother, and was beaten up?" This one question made everyone around them wake up from a dream. They all cast meaningful glances toward Huo Nan, facing everyone's strange looks. Huo Nan unconsciously clenched his palms. His scalp felt numb with embarrassment. However, more than embarrassment, he felt disbelief. The surveillance footage couldn't be faked. He had clearly seen Xiaoteng strike out at me. What exactly was going on now? Before Huo Nan could figure it out, Xiaoteng, who overheard the person's question, glared. "It's one thing for your medical skills to be subpar, but to come here and spread such alarmist rumors? Who told you the leader didn't cure my mother? And as for me striking out at the leader, how did you know about that?" As he spoke, he stepped closer, his icy gaze seemingly ready to freeze Huo Nan through. Huo Nan was forced back a step by his menacing aura. However, catching the key word in his sentence, his fear was replaced by utter confusion. "Leader?" It wasn't just Huo Nan. The others had clearly noticed Xiao Teng's way of addressing me as well. They all widened their eyes in shock. What was the situation? Wasn't Xiao Teng the leader himself? What was he saying? This was too hard to understand. Xiao Teng stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look at me, and solemnly introduced me to these people. This is the new leader of our martial alliance, and the master the alliance will serve forever from this day forward. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts. Huonan even stumbled, nearly unable to remain standing. How could this be possible? It was one thing for me to cure the illness he was helpless against, but to suddenly become the leader of the martial alliance? Huonan felt that heaven had played a massive joke on him. The person he looked down on from the bottom of his heart had actually effortlessly accomplished what he couldn't do, and gained the power he desired. How could he ever accept this? Doesn't Leader Xiao think that handing over the position of leader just like that is a bit too reckless? Just because Mr. Logan cured your mother, you're going to take him as your master? May I ask if the brothers of the martial alliance agree to this? Huonan subconsciously assumed that Xiao Teng had made me the leader, simply because I cured his mother, although he himself had originally planned to use her gratitude to make the martial alliance submit to him through medical treatment. Seeing someone else do it immediately made him feel unbalanced. He spoke with an air of great righteousness. However, anyone who knew the truth only wanted to laugh. As one of the people in the know, Xiao Teng did indeed laugh. On one hand, he felt that this man must have something wrong with his head. On the other hand, he felt this was a face practically begging to be slapped. There was no reason to pass it up, so he waved his hand toward the endless line of brothers behind him and said, "He's asking you all a question. A new leader has taken office. Do you accept him or not?" A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. "We? Do!" Huonan's face turned deathly pale in an instant. But it wasn't over yet. Xiao Teng continued to taunt him. "And also, who told you that the leader took this position because he cured my mother's illness? In terms of combat prowess, the leader is far superior to me." The brothers of the alliance are all completely convinced. As soon as he said this, the group of nobles dropped their jaws in shock again. They all had some understanding of Xiao Teng's combat power. Even a martial arts genius like Huonan had almost been crushed at his hands. With Xiao Teng's profound skills, I was actually even superior to him? Huonan muttered, "Impossible," under his breath, completely falling into a state of immense hesitation. An elder nearby, seeing his soul-shaken appearance, asked in confusion, setting aside Mr. Logan becoming the alliance leader. He cured Xiao Teng's mother's illness, and the Hua family's crisis was resolved. Shouldn't young Master Huo be happy? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present immediately cast subtle glances toward Huonan. Although Huonan claimed to the outside world that he was merely an innocent victim, the noble families were closely connected, and these people wouldn't just sit idly by regarding the Hua family's affairs, but they all more or less understood what the true situation was. Having confirmed he lacked the ability, he still wanted to subdue the martial alliance, yet seeing someone else succeed, he showed no gratitude even if it benefited him. Instead, extreme resentment took over. Thinking this, the noble families who valued bloodlines felt like they had lost face, as if Huonan had humiliated them all. Being pinned by these gazes, Huonan couldn't stay for another second. He bit his lip, forced himself to stay calm, and said, "The Wen family, isn't there a banquet tonight? Let's head back." Actually, he wanted to leave alone. But since these people had all come on the same plane, he couldn't just abandon them here. Hearing Huonan say this, the people on site immediately straightened their expressions, preparing to return home. After all, although Kangming Island is within the Xuanyu continent, but it wasn't actually part of the Xuanyu nobles' territory. However, almost everyone who came this time boarded the plane. But Quan Tingju and Serena Xia didn't move. It wasn't strange that Serena Xia didn't go back. After all, she was my sister. But, Lord, Huonan looked at Quan Tingju in confusion, reminding him it was time to go. Quan Tingju finally shifted his gaze from my face. For reasons unknown, he rejected Huonan's invitation. "You all go back first. I have some things to tend to." Huonan was eager to leave this place that stifled him, so he didn't think much of it. He nodded and boarded the plane. As soon as the plane left the ground, Quan Tingju walked toward me, his voice carrying a hint of tension he hadn't even noticed himself. What is your name? I found the way this man looked at me a bit strange. Before I could even answer, Serena Shah stepped forward and put her arm around my shoulder. Looking smugly at Quan Tingju, "This is my brother, my biological one," seemingly holding a grudge against Quan Tingju for calling her not a beauty earlier. Serena Shah emphasized the last two words heavily. It was as if she was saying, "Since you don't have a son, then this isn't your son." She had noticed this old guy earlier. He had frozen the moment he saw her little brother. While shocked that her brother had subdued the martial alliance, she didn't forget to observe this old guy's reaction. She found that his gaze was practically glued to her little brother. Unlike others' shock or admiration, it was as if he was trying to confirm something. Considering this guy also lost his son, what was there for Serena Shah not to understand? This old guy likely suspects my little brother is his son. This was getting interesting. I hadn't heard my father's voice before, and Quan Tingju was a complete stranger to me. Therefore, I didn't think about him being my father. I just felt the undercurrent flowing between the two, and looked at Serena Shah in confusion. "Second sister?" Serena Shah answered loudly, acting as if she didn't understand my inquiry, and introduced him to me with a grin. "This is the head of the Quan family, the Lord." Quan Tingju instinctively ground his teeth. How could he not see through Serena Shah's intentional revenge? He cursed her in his heart, calling her a little brat. When he spoke, there was less politeness. "If we're doing a DNA test, blood is still more accurate than hair. Don't you agree?" Serena Shah's smile froze. Quan Tingju was satisfied. She stole his hair? Did she really think he knew nothing about it? I'd be a fool if I didn't understand by now. And I didn't know if it was psychological, but I thought my second sister and Quan Tingju did indeed look a bit alike. Thinking this, I spoke up and asked, "Are you my father?" If Quan Tingju really was their father, then it truly was a case of finding him without effort, after searching everywhere in vain. "What father?" Serena Shah continued to contradict him. "This man said he doesn't have a daughter." Quan Tingju was so angry, his temples throbbed. However, before he could lose his temper, I stepped forward to smooth things over. "Let's just do a DNA test first." Xiaoteng stepped forward at the right time. "There is a testing facility on the island. I'll call and arrange it right away." Quan Tingju's expression softened slightly. As we got in the car, he was about to sit with me, but he saw Maya had snatched his spot. His eyes narrowed immediately. "Do you have no situational awareness?" It was as if he had only just noticed Maya. He looked back and forth between the two of us. "What is your relationship? Can't the Lord see since he's so smart?" Maya leaned on my shoulder. "I'm his girlfriend." "Get in, Lord." Sitting in the driver's seat, Serena Shah slapped the steering wheel, clearly enjoying Quan Tingju's sour face. Quan Tingju let out a cold snort, and reluctantly got into the passenger seat. I glanced at Quan Tingju, then at Maya. "You two know each other?" "The Nanyun and Quan families are both in Xuanyu." Maya reached out and tousled my hair. "It would be strange if we didn't know each other." "Cut it out." Quan Tingju rolled his eyes. "There are plenty of juniors in the major families. How could I know every single one? Especially one who's never at home. Isn't that right, Madam President?" Maya flinched at his words, her previous arrogance vanishing instantly. She didn't dare let her future father-in-law call her Madam President. Was he trying to kill her? Quan Tingju snorted. "What is there you don't dare to do? I think you're quite arrogant." Maya uncrossed her legs and sat up straight like an elementary school student. "How did the Lord find out?" Quan Tingju grew smug again. "Is there anything I don't know?" Maya blurted out thoughtlessly. "Then how did you lose your family? And spend so many years searching?" As expected, Quan Tingju's face darkened. "Do you still want to marry my son or not?" Hey. Serena Shah suddenly chimed in. "How is he your son? Has the DNA test been done yet? Stop putting on airs." "Shut your mouth." Quan Tingju finally exploded from Serena Shah's constant retorts. "When the DNA results come out, if you really are my daughter, I'll be the first one to break your legs." Maya saw the fire shift away, and while feeling sorry for Serena Shah, her anxious heart gradually eased. However, before she could fully relax, my questioning voice came from beside her. "President?" Serena Shah didn't miss Maya's schadenfreude at the diverted disaster. Serena Shah tossed the black token Maya had given her into the back. "She deliberately hid her identity from you, and she even tried to stop me from telling you." I reached out and caught the token. One look at it, and even though I had already prepared myself mentally, I was still shocked. The black token with its cold metallic luster, still held the warmth of Serena Shah's palm. No matter how little I knew about the world, I knew this was the insignia of the Mercenary Union president, the mysterious big shot who commanded over a dozen world-class, elite mercenary groups, including the #1 mercenary group, and who sat at the very top of the hierarchy. As the legendary Union president, was Maya. No wonder she could talk about wiping out noble families with such casual ease. It turned out she really didn't just have weapons. She had a force that was not inferior to the Martial Alliance at all. If I had known she had this identity, would I have even needed to worry about the whole family? Why would I have gone through the trouble of forcing a promise from Huanan? Logan, let me explain, Maya said, looking at me as I kept my head down in silence. Her expression was filled with an indescribable nervousness. Serena Shah watched her, thoroughly enjoying the scene. Explain what? I asked, toying with the object in my hand. My voice was devoid of any emotion. However, the calmer I remained, the more uneasy Maya felt. She slowly reached out her hand, tentatively taking hold of mine. Seeing that I didn't pull away, she breathed a small sigh of relief. I worked so hard to build all of this, entirely for the sake of our future. I did it to stand against the nobles of the Xuan Yu continent. This was indeed her original intention. After all, back then, she didn't know. The head of the Quan family might be my father. To ensure I wouldn't be harmed by her own main family, or any other nobles, she had to make herself powerful. This was the sincerity and protection she had prepared. From the moment she first confessed her feelings to me, don't try to change the subject. Serena Shah scoffed, finally calling her out. No one is asking why you built up your capital. What my brother cares about is the fact that you hid it from him, isn't it? God, why was she so annoying? Seeing Maya's frustrated little face, Quan Tingju decided to join the fun. It seems you just don't trust my son. Like father, like son, I suppose. He looked at us. We don't even need the DNA test. We're definitely father and son, no doubt about it. Seeing that I wasn't going to help her, Maya decided to just go all in. She used her ultimate weapon, acting like an innocent girl. Are you mad at me? The little innocent girl held my hand and pressed it against her cheek. No matter what my identity is in the outside world, in front of you, I'm just a little kitten begging for your affection. Are you going to stop pampering me just because of some title? Quan Tingju's breath hitched. He looked at Serena Shah as if he'd seen a ghost. Is she always like this? Serena Shah was also disgusted beyond belief. She vented, You think this is bad? You haven't seen her when she's in front of my mom. She's a total professional actress. By the end, her voice was practically gritted through her teeth. However, as her words landed, Quan Tingju fell silent. It seemed that hearing about someone who might be his wife gave him a competitive yet familiar feeling. I keenly caught this detail. I ignored Maya's attempts at cuteness, pulling my hand back as I looked at the person in the passenger seat. Lord, did you lose your memory? I had been wondering about this just now. If this man really were our father, how could he not know he had 3 daughters? And besides, while the Shah family was unremarkable among Xuan Yu's nobility, they were one of the top elite families in the United States. They hadn't fallen, and they hadn't moved. How could he have failed to find them for all these years? Thinking of this, I asked again, Lord, do you know the name Alice Yang? Hearing that name, Quan Tingjue's heart skipped a beat, but a flash of confusion crossed his eyes. I watched his reaction closely. Seeing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. But I also mentally crossed out that last possibility. Now, even without Quan Tingjue's answer, I had the answer to my first question. This man isn't my father. Or if he is, his memory is definitely messed up. I can't remember, Quan Tingju said, rubbing his temples. He looked like he had a massive headache, but I remember his silhouette. And I know I have a son, but it feels like he wasn't even born yet. He even remembers a son who wasn't born yet. But he forgot 3 daughters who grew up right before him, huh? Serena Shah started grinding her teeth again. She wasn't jealous of her little brother, since he was the one she loved most too. It was just that this man's obsession with sons was just too ridiculous. 3? Quan Tingjue was stunned, as if frightened by the number. Yes, 3. Serena Shah replied with a cold smile. If you really are my dad, then it's a buy one, get 3 frees deal. Surprised? Is it unexpected? I couldn't help but chuckle. Once the DNA results are in, if the Lord really is our father, I'll have Jiren come over. I'll see if she can help you recover your memory. Jiren? Quan Tingju frowned instinctively. The one from Division 7? I just remembered that the Xuanyu nobles had a grudge against Division 7. No wonder he wouldn't ask Division 7 for help finding his wife and child. Thinking this, my lips curled. I forced Quan Tingju to face reality. I am Yabai from Division 7 after all. If I really am your son, would you refuse to acknowledge me because of that? Quan Tingju was speechless. Wait, why haven't I ever seen you before? I obviously knew what he was going to say. Because back then, I wasn't involved in that matter back home. Quan Tingju wanted to say more, but I cut him off. Fine, it's decided. If you aren't my father, I certainly won't meddle in your business. But if you are, don't you want to find those lost memories? Don't you want to remember me completely? Quan Tingju fell silent immediately. Serena Xia watched me as if I were lecturing a child. The man who might be their father was being kept perfectly in line. She thought, if he won't listen to her, he can at least listen to her little brother. The car drove all the way to the largest hospital on Kongming Island. Seemingly still unable to believe he had a son, Quan Tingju took it upon himself to order 2 sets of tests. While getting her blood drawn, Serena Xia's teeth were grinding audibly. Just you wait. Even if you are my father, don't ever expect me to call you dad again. Hey, Quan Tingju replied, as if taking advantage of her. Then he dismissively patted her on the head. He almost made Serena Xia spit blood from anger. After the blood draw was finished, she took out her phone to message Summer Xia. I think we found our dad. Ugh, that jerk doesn't deserve to be called dad. Don't you call him that either. He doesn't even remember he has 3 daughters. Don't tell Mom yet. We aren't 100% sure if it's him. I hope it's not. Otherwise, we'll be worked to death by sheer anger. Serena Xia locked her screen after sending the message. She looked up at the sign above the laboratory. They took the fastest route. The results could be out in 3 hours. So, none of them left. Not long after she sent the message, Summer Xia called. After Serena Xia answered, she asked immediately, Mom isn't next to you, is she? Summer Xia didn't answer her redundant question. She asked instead, what's going on? Their father wasn't a child when he went missing. Even after 20 years, his appearance wouldn't have changed much either. At that time, Serena Xia was already 6 years old. How could she not recognize him? To the point of using the word, maybe? Serena Xia knew what Summer Xia was wondering. She glanced at Quan Tingju. Briefly, she explained, he has a different face. Summer Xia was taken aback. After her eyes flickered with thought for a moment, she realized the gist of what had happened. Let me know when the test results are out. She hung up. Serena Xia saw Summer Xia hung up so decisively, without the slightest intention of speaking. With Quan Tingju, she thought it was perfect. The sisters, on this front, could still form a united front. Minutes and seconds ticked by. While the 4 waited for results, back at the Xuanyu continent, the nobles gathered again for the Wen family banquet. After the events of the day, the conversation inevitably turned to an absent person, me. Since it was a banquet, there were many more people present than those who had gone to Kangming Island. Many uninformed guests listened with interest, gossiping and asking about the details. And when it came to the details, one couldn't avoid the person closely related to the whole matter, Tuonan. So, the thing young Master Huo failed to do was accomplished by a commoner boy, someone commented, causing Huonan, who was already under pressure, to darken his face instantly. Fortunately, he hadn't come alone today. Mrs. Huo, Deng, Julian, seeing her proud son being mocked, immediately lashed out. Since you said he's a commoner boy, bringing him into noble circles to boast about him, doesn't that just lower our status? Are there so few talented people among the common folk? Low-born people, no matter how capable, can never climb to the top and become a phoenix. As soon as Mrs. Huo finished speaking, Wen Shu, holding a goblet, walked over in high heels. Leaving aside the matter of birth, Mr. Logan took a risk on this trip to cure Xiao Teng's mother. That indirectly saved the Huo family. It's one thing for the Huo family to be ungrateful, but you avoid your benefactor like the plague, belittling and slandering him. At this point he paused and continued, talking about Mr. Logan does not devalue the noble circle. It is the ungrateful, backstabbing behavior of your Hua family that brings shame to the nobility. Wen Shu didn't fear her at all. In any case, Mr. Logan is now the leader of the martial alliance. Before you speak or act, you better consider whether your family can withstand the martial alliance's wrath. As soon as he said this, Mrs. Huo's heart skipped a beat, as if she finally knew fear. Then, someone tried to suck up to Wen Shu, but ended up miscalculating. And didn't they say? That boy and the Non-Yun family's miss are a couple? If he enters the Non-Yun family, hasn't he climbed to the top to become a phoenix? Wen Shu frowned upon hearing this, but before he could retort, Gu Shengsheng, who was nearby, spoke up. Mr. Logan is a phoenix in his own right. He doesn't need family background to be worthy of anyone. Wen Shu looked at Gu Shengsheng in surprise, seeing that although he was shy, his doe-like eyes were full of determined fire and stubbornness. He appreciatively raised his glass to him. He's only been in Xuanyu for a short time, yet he's already won over 2 noble young masters. It seems Mr. Logan really has impressive methods. Huonan swirled the red wine in his glass and took a small sip. He turned to Nan Yunlin, who hadn't spoken. Head of Nan Yun family, what do you think of this? Young Master Huo is truly going for broke now. Wen Shu was surprised by Huonan's shamelessness. Mr. Logan and Maya are a perfect match, and they love each other. What are you doing? Sowing discord between Mr. Logan and his future in-laws? At this point, he drawled as if realizing something. Ah, no wonder at yesterday's secret meeting, Mr. Logan wanted you to make a promise. No matter how thick-skinned Huonan was, his tone turned dark upon hearing this. Wen Shu, in what capacity are you lecturing me here? Is your Wen family trying to challenge the Huo family? Just as he finished speaking, a scolding voice came from behind the crowd. Wen Shu, shut your mouth. Wen Shu glanced back at his father's stern, lifeless face, and his arrogance immediately vanished. With a look of resentment, he pulled Gu Shengsheng to the lounge area to sit down. Mr. Wen stepped forward apologetically, saying to the Huo family, my son is immature. I apologize for his behavior. Mr. Huo snorted coldly. The nobility should be united. One must avoid letting an irrelevant outsider drive a wedge between us. Yes, Mr. Wen nodded repeatedly. His gaze swept across the room in confusion, and asked, has the Lord not arrived yet? Everyone present looked at each other. No one could say for sure where Quan Tingju was. They only knew the last time they saw him, he was still on Kangming Island. Speaking of the Lord, I wonder if you all remember. Huonan seemed to think of something funny, and covered his mouth with a laugh. Mr. Logan's sister actually called the Lord Dad today. At this, everyone's expressions turned subtle. It seems, no matter the talent, birth still matters. Someone remarked with a sigh. These Xia siblings really know how to climb the ladder. They picked the Quan family right away. But everyone knows the Lord has no daughter. Their little scheme targeted the wrong person, I'll say. Another person added, if they want to join the nobility, their only way is Mr. Logan entering the Non-Yun family. Wen Shu was about to be driven mad by this group of self-important idiots. Unable to bear it, he interrupted again. Mr. Logan is now the leader of the Martial Alliance. Would that really disgrace the Non-Yun family? Huonan scoffed. A position gained through a debt of gratitude. 2. How long can he actually hold it? You don't actually believe Mr. Logan's combat skill is superior to Xiao Teng's, do you? The Alliance members said they accepted him. But that was just a show following Xiao Teng's order. The sudden turn of events had caught him off guard earlier. Once he snapped out of it, he realized the whole thing was fishy. And he absolutely would not believe that Logan was even more powerful than the Xiao Teng who had nearly killed him. That actually makes sense. Someone said with a look of regret, for someone of low birth, whose power is also ill-gotten. I wonder if the Nan Yun family is willing to take him. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Nan Yunlin. Under the weight of their diverse gazes, Nan Yunlin's scalp felt numb. During the day, he had felt somewhat relieved that Logan got control of the alliance, as it meant he at least had some value. But listening to Huonan, that bit of hope vanished instantly. He clenched his palms, forcing out a smile. From the very beginning, I have never agreed to the two of them being together. It's just that Maya has been blinded by him. But when she returns, I will continue to persuade her. As soon as Nan Yunlin finished speaking, from the entrance came the voice of a middle-aged woman, seething with infinite rage. What, is my son not good enough for your granddaughter? Hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. Turning their heads, they saw Quan Tingju, myself, Serena Xia, and Maya walking toward them. What did the Lord just say? Someone gaped in shock. Did I hear that right? Mr. Logan is his son? Huonan also wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. That's impossible. Wenshu was completely re-energized now. It seems our young Master Huo doesn't just want to be a homewrecker, but he's also a total loser. Was the Lord not clear enough, or do you think the Lord would lie? Is it really that hard to admit that you're inferior to Mr. Logan in every way? Well, now your status isn't even as high as his. I raised an eyebrow, sending a distant gaze toward Wenshu, immediately receiving a wink in return. In stark contrast, Huonan's face looked terrible. Wenshu, do you have to keep opposing me? As he spoke, he turned to Mr. Wen nearby. Mr. Wen, are you going to control your son or not? Mr. Wen, being called out, looked thoughtful and deep. Previously, seeing his son provoke the Hua family like this, he certainly would have scolded him, but right now, he had no intention of lecturing him at all. He perfunctorily comforted Huonan, telling him not to be angry, then stepped forward in his capacity as the banquet host. To face Quan Tingju, he quickly switched to a smiling face. So the Lord has found his family? Congratulations, this is wonderful news. Quan Tingju gave a faint nod. But he didn't forget to target Nan Yunlin, head of the Nan Yun family. Are you a mute now? Didn't you hear me asking you a question? Are you looking down on my son? As it turned out, Nan Yunlin wasn't a mute. He was just stunned by this sudden, joyous surprise. Once he snapped out of it, he looked at me and then at Quan Tingju, his old face glowing with excitement. Logan is the Lord's son. Quan Tingju, seeing his fawning expression, immediately knit his brows in disgust. Did you even hear what I just said? Nan Yunlin finally recalled the previous question. His face turned pale instantly, and he shook his head like a rattle. No, that's not it at all. Compared to the Quan family, what was the Hua family? Furthermore, Logan had already won over the Martial Alliance. He was too busy being pleasantly surprised to even think about looking down on him. Seeing Nan Yunlin's inconsistent attitude, not only did Quan Tingju and his group feel disdain, but the others present also began to mock him. Of course, most people were still stuck in the shock of me being the young master of the Quan family. The shock was mixed with confusion. Didn't they say the Lord had no daughter? Then what was with Mr. Logan's sister? However, despite their confusion, most didn't have the guts to step forward and ask. But among these people, the fuming Huonan was not one of them. His gaze swept back and forth between Quan Tingju, myself, and Serena. He asked point blank, didn't the Lord have no daughter? Then how could Mr. Logan be your son? Are they not biological siblings? Will you die if you don't keep that mouth shut? Hearing her blood relationship with her brother being questioned, Serena Shah immediately exploded. I've put up with you for a long time. Don't force me to get violent. As soon as she finished, she was smacked by Quan Tingju. Watch it, I'm still right here. Serena Xia let out a yelp, clutching her head. Are you addicted to hitting me or something? She certainly didn't think Quan Tingju was lecturing her because of Huonan, nor did she think he was kindly trying to establish their father-child bond. From the moment the DNA results came out until now, she had seen through this old man. He simply enjoyed hitting her. Seeing Quan Tingju raise his hand again, Serena Xia dove behind me. Logan, you have to protect your sister. Maya glanced at Serena Xia's hands gripping my shoulders. Her eyes narrowed instinctively, but she ultimately suppressed her misplaced jealousy. The people around them watched this loving family scene, and many couldn't help but chuckle. Even if Quan Tingju didn't offer an explanation, everyone had basically confirmed their father-son relationship. Only Huonan was obsessed with getting a definitive answer. Seeing that he wouldn't give up until his goal was met, many people began to feel dissatisfied. That's enough already. The Lord doesn't remember much about his partner's side of the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used a portrait to find people. Why is young Master Huo being so aggressive? Exactly, another person chimed in. And what do the Lord's family matters have to do with him? Why obsess over an answer? What good does it do him? Is it really that hard to understand? Wenshu spread his hands and let out a sigh of mock helplessness. He targeted Mr. Logan at every turn, only to find out the man is more capable than him, and holds a higher status too. His ego just can't take it. Previously, perhaps few would have dared to agree with Wenshu's blunt assessment, but with my identity exposed, comparing the Quan family to the Huo family, these people naturally knew which side to pick. Miss Wen sees it clearly. Young Master Huo keeps asking, just because he refuses to face the truth, isn't he just hoping the fact that Mr. Logan Is the Lord's son is fake? The crowd talked over one another, practically grinding Huonan's face into the dirt. The expressions of Huonan's family were obviously embarrassed to the extreme. Huonan, in particular, was shaking slightly with rage. Since birth, he had been the chosen one, outstanding in every aspect. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? This was all because of this man. Since meeting him, his entire life seemed to have derailed. Not a single good thing had happened to him. Blinded by jealousy and hatred, Huonan's eyes gradually became bloodshot. He didn't choose to flee the scene, under everyone's ridicule like he did during the day. Instead, he clenched his fists and walked toward me for one final gamble. I heard the former alliance leader, Xiao Teng say, that Mr. Logan didn't win over the martial alliance just by healing people. His combat skills are even superior to his. I am not the most talented, but I do have some achievements in martial arts. I would like to challenge Mr. Logan to a duel. I wonder if Mr. Logan would do me the honor. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Quan Tingju and Serena Xia darkened. The others present looked at each other, feeling somewhat disgusted by Huonan's obvious and malicious intent. Huonan, seeing that I wasn't speaking, tried to use a provocation to get me to accept. If Mr. Logan's combat skills are higher than Xiao Teng's, then surely he wouldn't be afraid of a loser like me, would he? Or is Mr. Logan just too stingy to give me pointers? Quan Tingju's patience had reached its limit. He was about to speak when I interrupted him. Fine. My lips curled slightly. I added a warning. Remember, you're the one who asked for this pointer. Quan Tingju and Serena Xia looked at him with confusion, their eyes filled with unmasked worry. I gave them a reassuring look, then turned to the battle-ready Huonan. We'll duel right now, here at the Wen family banquet. Huonan saw how calmly I accepted the challenge, and he was a bit unsure if I was just being overconfident, or if I actually had some real skill, but he was still unwilling to believe that I could actually be stronger than him in martial arts. He admitted he hadn't mastered the medical arts, failing to fully inherit his grandfather's expertise, but that was only because he had spent the majority of his time training. The reason he could take over the Hua family's mercenary group was based purely on his combat prowess. He was genuinely convinced after losing to the internal power of Xiao Teng. But aside from Xiao Teng, he didn't think he was inferior to anyone else. With that thought, he suppressed the trace of unease in his heart and replied with a smile. Uncle Wen is a reasonable man. I'm sure he won't mind. Or rather, does Mr. Logan feel pressured by the audience? Another provocation. The people present curled their lips one after another. But it had to be said that they indeed wanted to watch the fight from the sidelines. After all, everyone loves a bit of gossip. This match was essentially a make-it-or-break-it situation. If Huonan won, he could certainly reclaim some dignity. But if he lost... However, no one actually thought Huonan would lose, including Huonan's parents. Let's make this clear beforehand. Mr. Logan accepted this of his own accord. So, no matter the consequences, our Nan will not be held responsible. And the Lord cannot use this as an excuse to target the Hua family. Quan Tingju's eyes narrowed, but he saw that his son still wore a completely indifferent expression, even looking a bit excited. Do we need to sign a death waiver? I was indeed itching for a fight. I'm game for whatever you want. Serena Xia's heart was about to leap out of her chest. You don't have to accept Huonan's challenge, and you don't need to let his provocations get to you. As she spoke, she turned to glare at the silent Maya. Why don't you say something? Are you mute or something? Don't you care about my brother's safety at all? But Maya didn't even look at her. Now you know. The Quan family and the Martial Alliance are both backing you up, so there's no need to hold back. Just do whatever you want to do. We'll cover for you no matter what happens. Many people didn't quite understand what Maya meant by no matter what happens, specifically what she was referring to. They thought she meant she would save me if the situation turned bad. That was a reasonable assumption after all. Only I knew what Maya actually meant. Even if I accidentally killed Huonan, I shouldn't be afraid. With that thought, I flashed Maya a brilliant smile, silently marveling that she was still the one who understood me best. After failing to stop the duel, Quan Tingju and Serena Xia sighed in unison, but they also prepared themselves just as everyone expected. They would intervene immediately if the situation turned against me. While Mr. Wen was clearing the floor, Wen Shu had already set up a small stool, looking ready for the show. Gu Shengsheng, however, looked worried. Can Mr. Logan really beat young Master Huo? What if he gets hurt? Wen Shu pinched Gu Shengsheng's face. Do you really know Mr. Logan? Do you know about his glorious feats back home? Gu Shengsheng nodded blankly. He's my idol. Of course, she followed his every move. Then do you think Mr. Logan would be so impulsive and reckless as to do something he's not sure of? Wen Shu said, stuffing a piece of ice cream cake into Gu Shengsheng's mouth. We have to trust him. Gu Shengsheng chewed the dessert blankly, feeling that Wen Shu might have a point. On the cleared open ground, Huanan cupped his hands toward me, signaling the start of the match. But before he could move, I spoke up. Wait a minute. Huanan paused, with a disdainful look. What? Does Mr. Logan want to back out now? The others present also thought I was scared, and they felt a bit disappointed for a moment, but no one dared to show it. However, in the next moment, everyone saw me shake my head. I spoke as if I had suddenly remembered something. Didn't you get injured by Xiao Teng recently? Are you fully recovered yet? If young Master Huo duels me while injured, then even if I win, it wouldn't be a fair victory. These words made Huanan instantly recall the scene of him being beaten by Xiao Teng without any ability to fight back. His face couldn't help but darken, and of course, he wasn't so naive as to think I was genuinely looking out for him. He thought I was too scared to fight but afraid of losing face, so I was using his injury as an excuse. This way, I wouldn't have to fight him, and I'd still seem like I was being considerate. He certainly wouldn't give me what I wanted. With that thought, Huanan gave a shallow, cold sneer. The whole family has plenty of medicine and talent. Mr. Logan, you'd better worry about yourself. Talk is cheap. Try beating me first. After saying that, his body transformed into a blur, quickly rushing toward me. But in the next moment, there was a loud thud against the intricately patterned marble floor. A cloud of dust rose. Before everyone could react to what had happened, they saw Huanan in a truly comical posture, flat on all fours, while I stood steadily in place, without a single strand of hair out of place. This scene was unexpected for the vast majority of people. Quan Tingju and Serena Xia's tense nerves relaxed, a trace of surprise flashing in their eyes. The mouths of the noble group hung wide open, wide enough to fit an egg. Even I myself looked at the fallen Huanan with some disbelief. Just this? I originally thought this arrogant young Master Huo, even if he couldn't beat me, would at least be able to trade a few blows. In the end, I don't even have the motivation to teach him a lesson anymore. Are you sure your injury is healed? My seemingly concerned question sounded like a humiliating insult to Huanan's ears. First, Maya let out a snort, breaking her dignified and elegant facade with a laugh. Then, Wen Shu burst into a pig-like snort of laughter, regardless of his image. Is this guy here for a comedy routine? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Where did he get the confidence to challenge Mr. Logan? With those two taking the lead, the others couldn't hold back their laughter either. But considering the Hui family's status in Xuanyu, they didn't dare to be too outrageous. But while some were happy, others were troubled. The more joyfully the others laughed, the longer the faces of the Hua couple became. And there was Huanan, lying on the ground in total disbelief. Forget about outsiders. Even he himself didn't know what had just happened. The weakling he looked down on had actually defeated him in one move. That's impossible. Huanan sprang back up, trying hard to ignore the strange looks from all around. But his cheeks were still burning like fire. I was just careless just now. Let's go again. After saying that, he rushed at me once more. But again, in the blink of an eye, Huanan magnificently had another close encounter with the ground. This time, as if to let those present see clearly how I made my move. I even gave him a head start for 2 moves. Then, with lightning speed, I suddenly gripped his vital point. With a seemingly effortless toss, Huanan was sent flying like a kite with a broken string and slammed back onto the floor. If the previous time could be excused by Huanan's reasoning and glossed over, then this time it was clear he was no match for me. It was essentially set in stone, and it wasn't just a matter of losing. Everyone present, even those with no knowledge of martial arts, could see it. He didn't even have the right to be my opponent. Those who previously thought Huanan wouldn't lose felt a sharp sting of embarrassment. At the same time, their perception of me was refreshed yet again. While the onlookers saw the situation clearly, Huanan refused to accept his fate. Or rather, he had been provoked into losing his mind. He stopped caring about the eyes of those present, got up, and charged forward again. His gaze was so fierce it seemed like he wanted to swallow me. Hummel. The result was an unsurprising third defeat. Hearing the heavy thuds of flesh hitting the floor, even if Huanan didn't feel the pain, the people around him did. Unfortunately, this man was either stupid or insane. Not only did he refuse to back down, but like an unkillable cockroach, he grew more determined with every failure. Thud after thud followed. Huanan seemed determined to hit every inch of the Wen family's floor, until he was finally beaten black and blue, too injured to crawl back up. The Hua couple tried several times to intervene, but they were the ones who had made the rules beforehand. Besides, it wasn't that I wouldn't let Huanan go. It was that Huanan wouldn't let himself go. He kept stepping forward to take a beating, and even his parents couldn't stop him. But by now, the couple couldn't care about the rules anymore. With tears and snot flowing, they rushed forward to help their son up. If it hadn't been for the fact that everyone present had seen how it all started, they might have thought this family was just a bunch of bullied victims. Once the Hui family car arrived, Mr. Huo exchanged a brief word with Mr. Wen and hurriedly fled the scene with his family. After the three of them left, the people on site could no longer hold back their laughter. Oh my God. Do you know how much it hurt to hold that in? Young Master Huo's falling compilation is enough to keep me laughing for a year. Ha ha ha, I really regret not recording it on my phone. I really can't imagine this being the level of a martial arts genius. Are we sure he actually subdued that mercenary group? Or did they just go easy on him to please their young master? If so, that mercenary group is just second-rate at best. And yet young Master Huo dared to provoke Mr. Logan. Talk about overestimating yourself. Well, look at him now. Not only did he prove his narrow-mindedness, but he lost all his dignity as well. It's lucky the Huo family left. Otherwise, hearing this unrestrained mockery, they'd probably want to find a hole to crawl into. While the crowd was gossiping, some quick-witted people started sucking up to Quan Tingju. As expected, a tiger father has a tiger son. Mr. Logan's medical skills are already superb, and his martial arts are beyond reproach. He truly is the Lord's son. Is that all you know? Wen Shu interjected. Mr. Logan is not just a miracle doctor and the alliance leader. He's also the famous racing god, and the global lead designer for Essex. Even if he wasn't part of the Quan family, he would still be the brightest star. Only someone as narrow-minded as Huanan would obsess over one's birth and never let it go. That last sentence didn't just insult Huanan, it also made the other nobles who valued birth look quite embarrassed. However, after only a few seconds of awkwardness, everyone joined in complimenting the Quan, father and son. Quan Tingju was already incredibly proud, so he accepted it all with a smile. He looked at his son like he was a precious treasure. As for the daughter, Serena Shah, no one cared. When the banquet ended, I happened to receive a message from Jaran. I glanced at my phone screen, then turned to look at Quan Tingju. Jaran is here. Quan Tingju paused in his tracks. That feeling of, the closer you get to home, the more timid you feel, surfaced again. The world's top hypnosis master couldn't help me recover my memory. Can this young girl really do it? I knew what he was worried about with one look, but I gave him no chance to escape. We won't know if she can until we try. If you don't have your memory and don't proactively go back, is that fair to Mom, who has waited for 20 years? If you didn't want to see us, why did you keep looking for us? That's right. The moment the DNA results came out, they had immediately contacted home. The original intent was to have Alice Yang come over for a family reunion, but my mom was very calm after hearing the result, showing no intention of coming at all. Having gone through such a tragic event back then, Alice Yang and the 3 children were the ones abandoned. The one who didn't want to leave was Quan Tingju. I could understand my mother's resentment, but this father acting like he didn't want to face it made me quite angry. I never said I wouldn't go. Faced with his son's confrontation, Quan Tingju immediately folded. He wasn't a heartless man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched for so many years. Nor would he have ever thought of starting a new family. But without his memories, it was easier to accept children. Accepting a romantic partner required more caution. After all, he still didn't know what had happened back then. Quan Tingju was now like a groom, about to lift the bride's veil. There was certainly anticipation, but there was even more nervousness. I saw right through his little expressions, knowing he wasn't truly trying to escape. My stern expression softened. However, just as they were about to board the car back to the Quan house, Nan Yunlin and the Nan Yun elders walked over, with fawning expressions. Logan, are you heading back to the Quan house? This sycophantic attitude made me feel a wave of discomfort. Is something the matter? No. Now that you've found your father, it's only right to return to your own home. Nan Yunlin didn't mind my attitude at all. His fawning stance didn't diminish one bit. Given your relationship with Maya, the Nan Yun house is also your future home. Come visit often in the future, okay? Your room will always be reserved for you. I sneered inwardly, but out of respect for Maya's family, I gave a polite and courteous response. Nan Yunlin immediately beamed with joy, then turned to Maya nearby. Maya, are you going to the Quan house or back with Grandpa? Everyone thought she would say she was going to the Quan house. But Maya gave an unexpected answer. I'm going back to the Nan Yun house. I looked at her in confusion, my eyes filled with questions. Maya gave a gentle smile. I have some matters to handle back there. You take my father-in-law back to the Quans to recover his memory. As soon as she finished speaking, Quan Tingju's eyes went wide. Are you two even married? She's already calling me father-in-law. Nan Yunlin saw this, and thought Quan Tingju was dissatisfied with his daughter-in-law. He nervously tried to speak up for Maya, but before he could open his mouth, Serena Xiao rolled her eyes. She makes herself at home very quickly. She was already calling her mom back in the States. You'll get used to it. What? Quan Tingju was shocked. And your mother agreed to that? Didn't I tell you? This girl is an expert at acting innocent in front of Mom. Agreed? That's an understatement. Mom dotes on this daughter-in-law. More than she dotes on her 3 daughters. Quan Tingju's face turned black once again. Unlike Quan Tingju's dark expression, Nan Yunlin felt a surge of relief in his heart. He swallowed the words he was about to say, and looked at Maya with a smile. Then let's go home. At this moment, he still had no idea that Maya had said, go to, not return to. She meant the Nan Yun house, not home. It wasn't until he got back and saw Jade, whom he hadn't seen in ages, along with several other cold-faced, unfamiliar subordinates, surrounding the Nan Yun manor inside and out, that Nan Yunlin finally realized something was wrong and his expression shifted. Maya, what is the meaning of this? While being pinned down and searched, Nan Yunlin raised his hands and asked in displeasure. Exactly, what do you mean by this? The other elders also glared furiously at Maya. What do I mean? Maya sat down leisurely, on a chair a subordinate had brought over. You didn't actually think that because Logan reclaimed his status, and because you accepted the Quan family, you could just form an alliance through marriage, and everything would be happily ever after, did you? Is that not the case? Nan Yunlin's fingers curled into a fist, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Do you not want to marry Mr. Logan? Hearing his attempt to avoid the main issue, Maya let out a low laugh. Should I call you naive or just plain stupid? Did you think that everything could just be wiped clean? Who is going to console Logan for the grievances he suffered? Who is going to make up for all the time my grandfather spent trapped under your house arrest? Who is responsible for the gunshot wound on his leg? Who is going to pay for the poison I was forced to take? You knew. Nan Yunlin and the elders turned pale. When did you find out? Which part are you referring to? Though Maya was sitting, her upward gaze at them was full of disdain. Did you really think I couldn't find out about Grandpa's injury? As for the poison in my system, the X-Arms group alone wouldn't have been enough to make you so wary of me. If you hadn't discovered the poison used to control me had been neutralized, would you have ever chosen courtesy over force? Nan Yunlin's face flickered with uncertainty. He didn't respond to Maya's words, but instead quietly pressed a button on his pocket watch. Maya watched the small movement he thought was so hidden, and scoffed again. What, trying to call for backup? Do you think the soldiers you raised can still come to save you? Maya stood up as she spoke, simultaneously unholstering the pistol at her waist. What did you do? Nan Yunlin backed away instinctively, his tone full of shock and rage. Are you going to kill me because of this? No matter what. We share the same blood in our veins, and everything I did, wasn't it just to get you back to lead the Nanyun family? Kill you? Why would I do that? Maya flicked the safety off, aiming the barrel at Nan Yunlin's knees. Letting you die just like that would be too easy on you. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. I'll make sure you taste every bit of pain that you inflicted on others. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. 2 bangs were followed by a high-pitched scream. Nan Yunlin hit the floor on both knees, blood instantly staining the ground red. Then 2 more shots rang out. His upper body could no longer support itself. His hands shook as if they'd been plunged into boiling oil. Amidst Nan Yunlin's pig-like screams, Maya slowly crouched down. Half of her exquisite face was in light, half in shadow. You injured my grandfather's leg. I've crippled all 4 of your limbs. That seems fair. You can spend the rest of your life bedridden, barely alive. Saying that, she wiped the barrel of the gun, which was stained with blood, on Nan Yunlin's clothes. The gunshot injury is settled. Let me think. Are there any other scores left to settle? The other elders, initially paralyzed by Maya's ruthlessness, were now frantic with desperation. You animal! He is your grandfather too. How could you, grandfather? Maya acted as if she'd heard a joke. You're actually worthy of calling yourselves grandfathers in front of me? But it's fine. Don't be in such a hurry to get excited. It'll be your turn soon. She raised her hand as she spoke. Immediately, someone came forward carrying bowls of dark medicinal liquid. What are you going to make us drink? The wide eyes of the elders were full of fear and resistance, but with their arms pinned from behind, their desperate struggling was in vain. Don't worry, it's not something that will kill you instantly. It's just a matter of giving you a taste of your own medicine. Before the elders could protest or call for help, their jaws were forced open, and they were fed the bitter liquid. This included Nan Yunlin, who was lying half dead on the floor. Cough, cough, what exactly did you make us drink? Having been force-fed the medicine, the elders desperately tried to gag themselves, but they couldn't throw anything up. It's just something to make you grandfathers behave and listen. Maya stood up as she spoke, looking around the Nanyun villa. Since you all value your Xuanyu noble bloodline so much, this will be your prison from now on. See how considerate I am? Even when imprisoning you, I'm keeping you in the place you're most familiar with. After saying that, amidst the terrified gazes of the group, Maya let out a hearty laugh. Then she stepped over the pool of blood on the floor and headed upstairs. Is it handled? Yun Jihong looked at his granddaughter entering and sniffed. He wrinkled his nose in disgust at the heavy scent of blood. Maya smiled. Unlike the cold and eerie smiles downstairs, this smile was full of warmth. Will Grandpa blame me for handling it this way? Do you think I, an old man, have any affection for those old geezers? Hurry up and take me away. I've been cooped up in the Nanyun house so long I'm nearly sick. Maya gave a soft laugh. Her smile tinged with guilt and bitterness. Okay, let's go. After leaving the Nanyun house, Maya first took Yun Jihong to the X-Arms Group headquarters. She washed off the scent of blood from her body, and then took a car to the Quan family gates. Before she could even state her purpose to the guards, she was blinded for a second by a pair of headlights. Immediately, a black car about to leave the gates cut its engine. I opened the door and stepped out. Why are you here now? I was just about to go look for you. Maya was also very surprised as she stepped forward. She asked instead, has something happened? My dad recovered his memory, recalling Quan Tingju's appearance when he woke up. I felt a wave of emotion. He wants to live tonight. Maya raised an eyebrow and was about to say something when her eyes suddenly sharpened. Watch out! She rushed to my side like a lightning bolt, simultaneously unholstering her gun and raising it. With a bang, 2 bullets collided in midair and fell to the ground after the impact. The sniper lurking in the dark saw the first shot failed and tried to turn and run. Maya's second shot followed immediately, hitting him right in the arm holding the rifle. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground rang out. Maya barked an order without looking back. What are you all standing there for? Well, catch him. Don't let him die. Yes. Jade immediately led the men forward. The guards at the Quan family gate also raised the alarm. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. After I snapped out of it, I wondered if my own alertness had slipped. But then I realized Maya was shaking. She was afraid. Realizing this, my heart was a whirlwind of emotions. I always knew Maya loved me, but at this moment, I felt I had still underestimated how much she cared about me. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. What I wanted to say most wasn't actually this. In reality, my state wasn't any better than hers. The moment I realized she had shielded me with her body, I wanted to scream at her hysterically, demanding to know why she was so stupid. Did she think her life didn't matter? Did she think I wouldn't be devastated if she died? But fortunately, she was okay. Thank God she was okay. And it was precisely because of this that I was able to maintain a calm facade for now. Maya buried her head deep in the crook of my neck, seemingly not wanting me to see her distress. This is the second time I've been so unsure of myself. The first time was when I confessed to you. Back then, her anxiety had been justified, because I had rejected her without hesitation. And then there was this time. She, who was usually a perfect shot, doubted her marksmanship for the first time, so she had to block me behind her. If she couldn't stop the bullet, she would be my human shield. But fortunately, she didn't fail. Otherwise, after finally finding happiness, how could she bear to be separated from me by death again? After all, she hadn't even proposed to me yet. My eyes stung upon hearing those words. Being so in sync with Maya, I could, in almost an instant, understand exactly what she was feeling. The scolding I had prepared died in my throat. There's no need to doubt yourself. Your marksmanship is incredibly accurate. I didn't deliberately bring up the past that wasn't exactly pleasant for either of us, nor did I ungratefully blame her for shielding me. I simply spoke about the shooting incident for what it was, my tone filled with genuine admiration. In all fairness, in such a split-second, life-or-death situation, shooting down an incoming bullet required perfect skill and mental fortitude. At the very least, it's something I couldn't have done. Maya felt a bit lightheaded from my praise, and her emotions gradually stabilized. Then, do you love me even more now? As soon as she said it, she realized it sounded ambiguous, as if she were demanding repayment for a favor. So she pursed her lips and emphasized as if explaining, your girlfriend's shooting was so cool. Aren't you even a little moved? Of course, I wouldn't misinterpret her meaning, but I was amused into a smile. Moved? My heart nearly stopped from the fright you gave me. The Kwan family guard standing nearby had originally intended to step forward and ask if the two of them were injured. Instead, they watched the couple go from a life-and-death crisis to tenderness, and then to flirting. They couldn't get a word in edgewise, but were certainly fed a mouthful of dog food. Just then, Jade came forward, dragging someone along. This man was about to bite his tongue to kill himself, but my subordinate stopped him. Meanwhile, Serena Xia and Quan Thingju ran out with panicked expressions, while the father and daughter were nervously checking me for injuries. Maya walked over with a cold face, toward the man Jade was holding. I'll give you one chance to name the mastermind. Don't think that death will end this for you, Maya said, crouching down to grip the sniper's dislocated jaw. Your family, your relatives, they won't receive a single cent of your death benefits. Instead, they'll be joining you in hell. If you don't believe me, then go ahead and try me. With a sharp crack, she snapped his jaw back into place. In truth, there was no need for a detailed interrogation. Who would have a grudge against me lately? It wasn't hard to guess who wanted me dead. But none of them expected Huonan to be so stupid, that he would lower his guard like this. He really thought he had done it undetected, thinking it wouldn't lead back to him, or perhaps he foolishly believed the Huo family could contend with my forces. Either way, it only served to prove Huonan's utter idiocy. It was now the middle of the night at the Huo house. Huonan was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Everything he had experienced at the banquet was practically a nightmare for him. Even after returning home, he still couldn't swallow that bitter pill of resentment. His life of smooth sailing since childhood had given Huonan a magnificent outer shell, but it had not forged the mental fortitude of endurance. So much so that his parents' warnings fell on deaf ears. The spoiled young master still couldn't control the savage beast clawing within him, and had stepped right into the gates of hell. Nothing will happen. Even if it failed, I've settled everything. Without evidence, no one can touch me. Huonan comforted himself this way, but his heart still wouldn't stop racing. As if to justify his mounting anxiety, the caw of a crow suddenly sounded outside the window. The terror in Huonan's eyes deepened. He forced himself to stay calm, hoping that bird of ill omen was just passing by. However, the crow's cawing became clearer and more frequent, as if they smelled the scent of decay. They were flocking to this place in droves. Huonan finally couldn't take it anymore. He jumped out of bed and ran outside. He wanted to find his subordinates, find his parents who gave him a sense of security. In short, he didn't want to be scared all by himself. In his panic, Huonan forgot about his injuries. He only made it to the door before falling in pain. Before he could crawl back up, the closed door in front of him opened on its own. Moonlight poured through the door frame over him, faintly illuminating the small space, and revealing phantom-like shadows on the floor. Huonan looked up blankly. First, a few scattered black feathers drifted down, Then, what met his eyes were three faces as cold and fierce as Asura's. Huiqing, Serena Xia, and Quan Tingju looked down at him coldly, as if they were looking at a dead man. The Xuan Yu continent experienced its most violent upheaval in centuries. The Hua family, ranked second among the nobility, was wiped out overnight. The mercenary group belonging to the Huo family was removed from the mercenary rankings. The top spots after the reshuffle all bore the black token's insignia. And then there was the Nanyun family. A perfectly good estate had inexplicably become a prison. Heavy guards were stationed every few steps outside the walls. As for who was locked inside, naturally, there was no need to say more. Facing this sudden upheaval, the usually united noble families fell silent. They didn't even dare to investigate the reasons. The remaining families, while grateful they had escaped, began to live in fear for their own safety, while the noble circles were in a state of panic. The masterminds behind it all had already boarded a plane. They arrived back in the States at 3 p.m. Quan Tingju, however, stood outside Alice Yang's door until 4 p.m., not even daring to knock. That's right. The moment his memory returned, he wanted to rush back immediately. But now that he was here, the man who feared nothing was hesitating again. Just as he raised his left hand and then lowered it once more, a series of rapid footsteps came from his side. Skylar Xia was holding a durian in one hand. In her other hand, she tucked a washboard. As if afraid of the smell, she had 2 wads of toilet paper stuffed in her nostrils. The best reconciliation props of the year. I went out specifically to buy these for you. Don't mention him. Quan Tingju's face darkened. Get lost. Why don't you show me how to get lost? Skylar Xia didn't fear his dark expression at all. If you're admitting you're wrong, you need a proper attitude, you know. Well said. Summer Xia, who followed close behind, leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. Besides, this is the Xia house. Who are you trying to play head of the household with? Isn't this the lord who was so powerful and glorious yesterday? Why is he so pathetic today? Serena Xia opened the door, drying her hair with a towel, and walked over to join them. I've already finished my shower. Don't tell me you haven't even stepped through Mom's door yet? Quan Tingju took a deep breath, trying his best to restrain himself, to keep from exploding with rage. It turns out there was a good reason. He had forgotten these 3. These weren't daughters. They were clearly 3 debt collectors. Xia Feng. Hearing that name, Quan Tingju froze. He turned his head and saw Yun Ruiqian and Xu Manyi walking toward him. Seeing his old friends from the past, Quan Tingju was filled with many emotions. It's me. Hearing that familiar voice, Xu Manyi finally believed it. But her gaze continued to size up his unfamiliar face. As she looked, she nodded and praised. Not bad. Your real face is even better looking than that disguise you wore. Yunru Ichian's face darkened. Better looking? Oh, why are you jealous of everything? Xu Menyi swatted his chest. We're an old married couple, aren't you? Embarrassed? Yun Ruiqian grabbed her hand and kissed it. It's not like it's your first day with me. Why be shy? Quan Tingju, watching their flirty interaction, looked at the tightly closed door beside him. A sense of frustration suddenly welled up inside him. He was currently in the hot seat, yet these 2 were shoving their PDA in his face. Every day, those 3 debt collectors pushed his buttons just for the fun of it. Auntie and Uncle Yun are still as in love as they were 10 years ago. Summer Xia sighed. Unlike a certain someone, watching the scene was as nerve-wracking as a tightrope walk. But Sophie walked as if it were level ground, her face completely calm and indifferent. Actually, I even thought about dying together with you, but I've already harmed you for 2 lifetimes, and I'm afraid of repeating that fate again. Saying that, she gave me a deep look, as if trying to brand my face into the depths of her memory. This is the first time I'm sincerely apologizing to you. I'm sorry, and I'm giving back the second life I owe you. After speaking, she no longer tried to maintain her balance, but spread her arms and let herself fall into the sea. The moment the spray kicked up, a vibrant life was swallowed by the bottomless sea. It was true that my group wouldn't save her. The Black Shark member she betrayed wanted her dead even more. She hadn't turned over a new leaf. She simply hadn't left herself any way out. I stared blankly at the churning surface of the sea. Memories of 3 lifetimes flashed by like a slideshow, and my mind suddenly felt a bit empty. From the moment Sophie sat on the railing, or perhaps even earlier, I had guessed what she was going to do, but just as she expected, I wouldn't go to save her. The fact that I didn't kill my enemy with my own hands was already going easy on her. There was no reason for a sudden surge of mercy to save her. But we had been entangled for 3 lifetimes after all. Seeing Sophie end her life in such a resolute way, right in front of me, it would be a lie to say I wasn't moved at all, especially hearing an apology that was 2 lifetimes late. As I was spacing out, someone suddenly bit my cheek. Are you feeling sorry for her? Quan Tingju and the 2 daughters were still processing the information about the 2 lifetimes in her words. Seeing this, they immediately exploded. Are you a dog or something? Maya ignored them, looking at me with a persistent gaze. Her expression was both anxious and aggrieved, truly looking like a puppy about to be abandoned. I was caught between laughter and tears. Oh, you! I didn't bring up the matter of Sophie, nor did I comfort her as I usually did. Instead, I looked at the other side, at the group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered on the cruise ship. Your people should be here by now. Hurry up and go collect your wedding gifts. Maya was happy in an instant. She raised her hand and ordered, go capture them. On the way home, I told Quan Tingju and the others about what happened in the previous 2 lifetimes. It made the middle-aged father so angry that he wanted to fish Sophie out and lash her corpse. After returning home, I handed over the people and the evidence to Yan Jun, helping him wipe out the Black Shark group in one fell swoop. From then on, the clouds hanging over our heads finally dispersed, and my wedding with Maya arrived as scheduled. Maya set the wedding location on a private island of hers. Only family and friends who received invitations could attend. On this day, helicopters and private jets filled the beach's landing pads. Inside the castle custom built for the wedding, big shots from around the world, and the A-list stars I had mentored all gathered. Fortunately, the groom's lounge was large enough to hold all these people who had come specifically for us. Little darling, would you really not consider eloping with me? Wearing a bridesmaid dress, Jiran looked at me in the mirror with a look of desire. Just say the word, and I'll kidnap the groom right now. If you're not afraid of Maya throwing you in the sea to feed the fish, then go ahead. Jiran rolled her eyes at her. Wipe your drool. You're truly a disgrace to Division 7. Are you asking for a beating? Just as Jiran was about to throw a punch, Wu Chang grabbed her around the waist. Usually, as stiff as a block of wood, he looked at her graceful body in the bridesmaid dress, his eyes darkening slightly. Can't you behave while wearing that? Jiran was fuming. Mind your own business. Wu Chang didn't speak, but he didn't let her go either. I raised an eyebrow at the scene. Apple, who was doing my makeup, naturally caught my expression. My little ancestor, it's your wedding today. Aren't you nervous at all? How do you have the heart to be shipping couples? Nervous or not, it's the same. Anyway, everything is already settled. How can that be as fun as shipping them? I smiled and asked, when will you settle down? Settle down for what? Isn't it better to be a player? Apple flipped his ponytail. No one's going to make me give up a whole forest, just to hang myself on one tree. I looked at the phone on the shelf that had rung 17 times, displaying the same name, but I smiled without saying anything. Just then, several dazzling people walked in through the door. Logan, Logan, Logan. Tongjian was about to pounce on me, when Jinhui grabbed him by the back of his collar. Do you have any situational awareness? Tongjian poked him with his elbow, but he didn't complain. Logan, how about we dance on stage later? To give you some prestige? Are you sure you're giving Logan prestige, and not embarrassing him? Before I could even speak, Jinhui shot Tongjian down again. At a solemn and sacred occasion like a wedding, you want us to go up and act like monkeys? What is wrong with you? Tongjian was completely unhappy. Why are you always giving me a hard time today? Samantha, standing aside, reminded him with a look of disbelief. Didn't you just praise Logan's MRT, 2 sisters for being beautiful? Yeah, so what? Tongjian was completely baffled and clueless. They really are just beautiful, aren't they? They'd be top tier even in the entertainment industry. Looking at Jinhui's increasingly gloomy face, and then at Tongjian's confused and aggrieved expression, the team captain sighed. You really need to get a clue. Seeing the interaction between them, Apple leaned in and whispered gossip in my ear. That Jinhui has the same vibe as me, doesn't he? I asked instead, you only just noticed? Logan, you've become wicked, Apple teased me. Then, looking at the 2 across from us, he continued, but this little guy Tongjian seems pretty straight. The whole team can see it, yet he's the only one playing the fool, unable to grasp the situation. It's more that Jinhui is patient enough, I remarked. Chen Yan and Serene Sheng have already broken that barrier. Yet these two are still stuck in the same place. Speaking of the devil, just as I was thinking of them, I saw the two of them walking in one after the other. Entering with them were Qi Yuan, Xu Feng, Kai Min, and other veterans from Star Dream. Compared to his previous steady and reserved self, the current director Xu looked quite full of the youthful energy appropriate for his age. It really is spring, isn't it? Apple sighed with emotion, watching Chen Yan bend his knees and squat before me. Boss, thank you. I raised an eyebrow. Thanking me for what? Thank you for stopping me from going to Tianyu back then, and for all the support along the way. As he spoke, he turned to look at Serene Sheng standing by the window. Thank you for insisting we film that movie. It indirectly helped me find my match. The knowing smile in my eyes was about to overflow. I didn't ask how he knew I had figured it out. So, did you two successfully get together? Not yet, Chen Yan said, his expression a bit frustrated. But I won't give up. She'll be mine sooner or later. I marveled at this man's boldness. Reaching out to pat his shoulder. Good luck. I led the group toward the bride's room. The groom is here, following a teasing shout. Dressed in his wedding suit, the devastatingly handsome Logan walked in with a beaming face. I took out the bride's corsage and knelt on one knee before Maya, not caring at all about my priceless suit. While I was kneeling to pin the corsage on Maya, Giran, standing nearby, spoke up. Why is this groom so quiet? Aren't you going to share your thoughts? Isn't the bride beautiful? I carefully finished pinning the corsage, before turning to glance at Giran. When has my Maya ever not been beautiful? The people on site immediately burst into cheers. Maya acted as if she heard nothing. As I took out the ring and started to move toward her hand, I was suddenly slapped on the hand by Maya's sister, Yun Qingye, who was in a bridesmaid dress. Are you stupid? That can only be put on at the ceremony. You have to follow the procedure. The people around us burst into laughter instantly. The calm facade on Maya's face also crumbled in an instant. She sheepishly pulled the ring back, but she didn't let go of my hand. A moment later, she pressed her forehead against the back of my hand. Her voice sounded like it was coated in honey. Logan, I'm so happy. Seeing her like this, a wave of tenderness rose in my heart. I raised my other hand and stroked her head as it rested against my knee. Me too. After the corsage was pinned, Yun Xinyu trying to pull her away. However, Maya acted as if she couldn't see enough of me, clinging to the spot and refusing to leave, until the wedding march drifted over from the church nearby. Time to get the bride. Skylar Xia walked in, holding the bouquet in one hand, and pulling Lily with the other. Seeing Maya, she was stunned. Why are you still here? Quan Tingzhou, who followed close behind, also glared. The wedding is about to start. Why are you idling here instead of getting ready? Amidst the roar of laughter from the crowd, Yun Qingyu, feeling the embarrassment, dragged the bride away while she kept looking back at every step. After the two sisters left, Alice Yang politely and courteously saw off the group of my friends on site, letting them head to the church first. Summer Xia walked up to me, reaching out to hold my shoulder. Logan, always remember, Suf, that we are forever your support. My eyes grew slightly warm. I raised my hand to press against Summer Xia's. Thank you, Summer. Perhaps it was the hardships of my previous two lives that were exchanged for my luck in this life. Not only did I have a lover, but I also had a family that loved me unconditionally. I stood motionless on the red carpet. The camera only captured my gaze toward the distance, which lit up for a moment. Clearly, I had been maintaining this posture, waiting for a long time. The solemn and romantic wedding march reached its end, and then immediately started again from the beginning. As the prelude began to play, and the distance between us closed, every little moment since the two of us met flashed through my mind like frames of a film. When we first met, when she confessed to me, when she was in an unknown corner, secretly watching me, when she was willing to die for me, when she shielded me from a bullet. These images weren't just fresh in her memory, they were also priceless to me. How lucky I was that after all we'd been through, I could still possess such a sincere heart, and they finally overcame all obstacles, walking into the wedding hall with the world's blessings. When the wedding march reached its end once more, all right, we see the eye that our beautiful bride has followed her father to stand before her handsome groom. The MC on the stage was passionately stirring up the atmosphere. I didn't hear a single word he said. My heart and eyes were filled only with the person in front of me. Finally, Quan Tingzhou couldn't stand my silly look, and asked in a mock authoritative tone, Can you promise to love her well from now on, and remain faithful to her forever? I kept staring at Maya, answering with a resounding voice. Quan Tingju stared at Maya. And what should you call me now? Maya was very quick. Dad! Quan Tingju's temple throbbed as he looked at me and shouted. As the audience burst into laughter, Quan Tingju couldn't bear to watch. Just get married already, before you both turn completely stupid. I found it a bit funny too, but touching Maya's sweaty palm, my heart felt another wave of fluttering. After we'd had enough of a laugh, the MC continued with the vows. For a major event like marriage, not only did Maya become unsure of herself, but I also found myself overthinking, until, from a corner, Yung Qingyu's piercing scream rang out. The rings! You haven't exchanged the rings yet. Why is it that when it wasn't time to exchange them, you were stupidly trying to shove them on each other's hands? But when it is time, you forget? What is wrong with you two? The audience burst into laughter again at her words. I put the ring on her finger. Maya reached her hand out toward me. Maya carefully looked at the ring on her ring finger for a while, then held the hand I was wearing the ring on. The two wedding rings rubbed and clinked between our joined hands, tightly binding the lovers of 2 lifetimes. In this world, nothing can ever stand in their way again, and no one can ever pull them apart.